the little cute child took advantage of her grandfather not being at home and rode a big black dog out to find her mother. Unexpectedly, the entire immortal cultivation world was thrown into chaos, simply because the little cute child not only mistook a 1,000-year-old snake demon for a skewer but also directly stewed the divine beast Qilin in one pot. Even the terrifying lightning tribulation was blasted into bits by the little cute child. At this moment, the little cute child was carrying a small shoulder bag, preparing to run away. The small shoulder bag was a birthday gift from her grandfather, capable of holding many things without bulging. She loved it very much. Humph, they always treat me like a 3-year-old. I am already 6 years old, and I didn't wet the bed last night. I have grown up and can find my mother by myself. Since grandfather won't take me, I will go by myself. This made the big black dog beside her twitch its eyelids. My dear lady, please don't get me killed, it thought to itself, as a dignified deity of the demon clan, revered by all demons. But 3 years ago, while watching the snake woman dance at home, it was suddenly torn through the void by Lin Haofan and slapped half to death. Lin Fan was the little girl's father, and he dragged it into the void crack and brought it here. Before it could even wake up, a pink collar was already fastened around its neck, making it a child's pet. How could it endure such great humiliation? But upon seeing the pressure of the immortal emperor Lin Haofan, it felt that it was originally just a dog, and being a pet for someone wasn't such a big deal. It was merely playing its part. Since then, it has become Lin Nanan's pet dog. Now that Lin Nanan has taken the opportunity to run away while Lin Haofan is in seclusion, if she gets caught, wouldn't it be like lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for death? By the way, I need to find my mother, and hey, you have to come with me too. Lin Nanan just remembered the existence of the big black dog and pointed at it as she spoke. Oh no, the king of hell has called my name. Just as Dahe was about to run away, Lin Nanan pretended to be fierce and hummed, if you dare to run, I will tell Dad that you stole my bath water before. Dahe's face immediately darkened. Which family in the whole world uses the universal cleansing spring for bathing? Just a drop can kill a person and heal bones, 3 drops can wash the marrow and purify the holy body, 10 drops are a peerless divine object that 7 immortal kings would fight over until blood flows like a river. Using it for bathing is simply wasting a treasure. Don't mention it, any dog that sees it would drink a few sips. The situation is not as good as others. The big black dog can only look up to the sky in silence. Oh dog, my life is over. By the time Lin Nanan finished packing her things, she took out a compass the size of her face. Her little face was full of cleverness. Stinky Dad actually set up a barrier outside the village. Humph, don't think I don't know. I've already thought of a way to break it. After saying that, she waved her little hand over the compass in a flurry. Before long, a ripple faintly flashed across the sky. Mom, Nan is here to find you big black. Run quickly. A person and a dog rushed out of the village, unaware that nearly 100 pairs of eyes in the village were staring at them, their expressions extremely interesting. After a long time, someone finally spoke. The little ancestor just went out like that, looking so lively. Old Stone, your eyes are white. Didn't you see that big black dog that caused a stir 100 years ago? A willow tree swayed its branches and said, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. Alright, now we should be concerned about that person's attitude, whether he allowed it or not. Or, the one speaking is a green snake. I still remember 3 years ago, that bird known as the Burning Heaven Saint Ancestor, which caused the little ancestor's flowers to be burned when passing by, was later caught and roasted by that person. Should we go ask about it? After all, with the little ancestor's personality, if she goes out, the world will be in chaos, said a frog. Are you going? Is there still someone who dares to go? Lu Tiao gave the frog a hit. Last year I missed a peach, wanted to go apologize, but before I even entered the door, I was slapped out by such a big hand, and later it became like this, leaving only half. A peach tree said softly, I think it's better to wait and see. The statement from a broken sword received everyone's approval. After all, no one wants to face that person, especially on such a sensitive matter. If one gets slapped to death, they won't be able to rest in peace. Hacho who is talking about me behind my back. 3 days passed quickly, and a loud noise seemed to echo through the village, as if the sky had been torn apart. But all the beings in the village knew that this was the breaking of the shackles of fate. Is this the realm of heavenly principles? So powerful. I feel like I could defeat 1,000,000 of my former selves. A single thought could trigger a change in the world. Ha ha ha. Daughter, Daddy will take you. Where is my precious daughter? She has been abducted. Lin Haofan's smile instantly froze. Meanwhile, not far from the village, a great battle was taking place at the lake. You. Even if you have broken through to the concealed path realm, in my territory, you will not be my opponent. I advise you to retreat obediently, lest you disrupt the contract between our two races, humans and demons. A giant 2-winged serpent roared at a woman, but Miyu's expression remained unchanged, a layer of spiritual shield forming around her. Whether I can defeat you, I will only know after I try. Although the giant serpent had been in the celestial human realm for nearly 1,000 years, she still had her chances, especially since she encountered a rare opportunity in a millennium. Even if it meant risking her life, she had to try to snatch food from the serpent's mouth. Humph. It is rumored that you are exceptionally talented, having entered the concealed path realm at just over 100 years old, and you are the next sect master appointed by the Supreme Forgetting Emotion sect. Today, let this king swallow you. The giant serpent flapped its wings and pounced towards me, and the two quickly clashed. Within 100 miles, there were almost no living beings left, either scared away by the momentum or crushed to death. In the center of the lake, a lotus flower stands proudly and independently. This is the frost moon white lotus, which has absorbed the essence of the moon for hundreds of years to purify itself. Those who consume it can cleanse their bodies and purify their souls, and those with exceptional luck may even awaken the legendary pure world lotus body, transforming into a canopy of lotus flowers that covers the sky. This is also the reason for the conflict between the giant snake and the moon goddess. Suddenly, while the two were engaged in a fierce battle, a person and a dog barged in. Wow, what a big caterpillar, and it even has wings. Is it going to turn into a butterfly? Big black, look over there, there's a little flower, so beautiful, I really want it, hurry up. Under the nearly dazed gazes of the moon goddess and the giant snake, Lin Nan swaggered into the lake riding on Big Black, the dog, whose paws were firmly planted on the water's surface. The giant snake, realizing what was happening, let out a furious roar, but it was too late. The little flower is so pretty, I want to hide it to show my mother. After Lin Nan picked the lotus, she was about to stuff it into her bag. The scene made the giant snake's heart nearly explode. That was a divine object it had guarded for nearly 1,000 years, and it was just snatched away right in front of it, and by a tiny little child at that. Seeking death, that damned little child, I will swallow you whole. The giant snake roared at Lin Nan with bloodshot eyes, but the next second, its body seemed to freeze in midair, crashing stiffly onto the water's surface, its face still wearing an expression of extreme terror. Only the giant snake itself knows why. Just now, a pressure suddenly erupted from Lin Nan's lower body. It was not the pressure of cultivation, but the pressure from the bloodline, as if a chick had encountered a lion, instinctively feeling fear and not even daring to think of resistance. Now its body cannot move. Why isn't the caterpillar moving? How strange. Lin Nan pondered with her finger in her mouth. Confused, only the big black dog beneath her showed a disdainful look. What kind of thing dares to shout in front of me? Back then, the snake woman who danced for me was the saintess of your snake clan, a mere little earthworm. Just because it has a trace of the bloodline of the Xian Shui viper, really doesn't know its place. The big black dog hadn't even made a move, just the pressure of its bloodline was enough to pin down the giant snake at the celestial realm. The bloodline of the demon god is still acceptable. In the void, Lin Haofan stroked his chin and commented, the big black dog possessed the bloodline of a demon god, and with its imperial cultivation, it can be said that there is no demon clan in this world that can withstand its bloodline pressure, justifying why he captured it in the first place. After arranging the matters in the village, Lin Haofan couldn't stay alone and ran out to find Lin Nan. But he didn't rush to meet her. He wanted to see how capable Lin Nan was at living independently. But shouldn't Nan level up? Lin Haofan remembered that he still had a system, but he hadn't used it much since he broke through to the immortal emperor level, as the rewards returned to him were of no use, and he had no extra time for consciousness. But now it was different. He wanted to train Nan, letting her experience the outside world and accumulate survival experience to find Mo Qianshui. Speaking of Mo Qianshui, Lin Haofan couldn't help but frown. He had originally thought of taking Nan directly to find his wife, but after breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm, he had a new understanding of causality. He couldn't help with Mo Qianshui's situation, nor could he, as that was the fate and causality of Mo Qianshui in this life. Since that's the case, it would be better to watch from the side. After all, with him around, no one in this realm could be an enemy. He couldn't interfere with Mo Qianshui's causality, but Lin Nan could. Mother and daughter share the same heart, and causality itself is interconnected. With his guidance, the girl will grow quickly, and by then she will be able to help her mother. Since that's the case, let me help you gain experience, my dear. Lin Haofan smiled and threw down the two light masses in his hand, precisely entering Lin Nuan's body. Chaotic green lotus origin, one of the purest origins in the world, can help the fusionist purify his or her body to be free of dirt and impurities. Dragon and Phoenix clear armor made from 10,000-year-old dragon emperor's dragon scales and 10,000-year-old southern flame phoenix feathers, with unparalleled defensive power. Moment. The Lin Nui below was shaken. The aura of the Zunshe realm burst out violently, while a set of armor surfaced on his body, gradually evolving into a green-colored skirt. Oh, it must be Stinky Daddy again. Lin Nuan Nui was first surprised and then reacted. This had happened to her many times before and she was used to it, but Yayuki's not used to it. Now she was so scared by Lin Nanan's aura that her mind went blank. Your Holiness? A little girl who looked less than 10 years old was actually in the exalted realm? No wonder he could hold the giant snake down and not be able to move. This shocking discovery directly caused Miyuki's 3 views to shatter. Frightened, Yayuki rushed back to walk up. The Taishang Forgetfulness Sex Miyu pays her respects to Senior. Chapter 3, Ugly Things Taste Good. Looking at the cute little girl in front of her, Yayuki's heart was really shocked to no end. Right now, Lin Nannan gave her a feeling like a mayfly meeting a dragon. Just one look nearly destroying her soul. You have to know that she's in the hidden Dao realm. I can't believe I'm still no better than a little girl. The world's cultivation realms are divided into 13 realms. From low to high, they are Qi Drawing, Dao Foundation, Dan High, Dharma Phase, Celestial, Hidden Dao, Venerable, Holy Emperor, Great Emperor, True Immortal, Transcendent Immortal, and Immortal Emperor. The hidden Dao realm was already a great power. One could imagine how terrifying the power behind Lin Nannan was. Strong people with such a cultivation level were all from great powers like Holy Lands or ancient families, either of which could easily wipe out the Taishang Oblivion sect. She wouldn't dare to offend in a million ways. This also made her put down her own unworthy arrogance, and her attitude could be described as more respectful than even her own father. I'm not a former duck. Are you a fairy, sister? Lin Nuan stared at Miyu with big eyes budding, not knowing why. She only felt that this sister was so beautiful, just as beautiful as her mother in her heart. Just as Yayuki was about to explain, suddenly her brain felt as if it had been stabbed by countless sharp needles, and it hurt so much that she almost fainted. At the same time, a voice that seemed to come from chaos sounded in her head. Think before you speak. Don't scare my daughter. Miyuki was so scared that her body was shivering and her throat was stuck in her throat. Unexpectedly, it was a thought transmission. And there was an expert? The one who transmitted the voice was naturally Lin Haofan in the void, mainly because he didn't want others to expose Lin Nuan's special features, even if it was an act. For the sake of Nuan, he had to act it out. Looking at the 2 items returned in his hand that blossomed with golden light, Lin Haofan indifferently threw them into the personal void that had opened up. A chaotic heaven-slashing sword and chaotic Dao body origin were just that. What he has is not much, just a billion dots. Why are you sweating? Fairy sister? My name is Nui Nui. Lin Nui Nui. Fairy sister, just call me Nui Nui. That's what father calls me. Lin Nui Nui's eyes were clear and innocent. But how dare Yayuki scream at this moment? Looking at Lin Nui Nui, who was shaking her head in front of her, Shua Ayu hurriedly touched the cold sweat on her forehead and forcefully smiled. I am a bit hot, haha. Then I'll call you Nui Nui, and don't call me fairy sister. Just call me by my name or sister you. Sister you. He. Lin Nuan shouted playfully and adorably, then looked at the ugly giant snake and grunted. Such an ugly caterpillar. Are we going to eat it? Eat? The 2 of them, Giant Snake and Yayuki, were instantly frozen in place. Yeah, Daddy says that everything that looks good has been eaten, but the best things to eat are often the ugly ones. The 3-legged bird of prey that Daddy roasted for my daughter before was delicious. This caterpillar is so ugly. It must smell good even when roasted. Burning heaven, holy ancestor, I am a 3-legged golden crow. This. Miyuki glanced at the giant snake and suddenly thought it was a good idea. No matter what, it was a way to take care of the giant snake, and it was a way to rid the world of an enemy of his own. The giant snake's scalp tingled as he watched the 2 gradually unify their opinions. The body twisted violently, trying to break free from the pressure. But could the bloodline suppression of the demon god be something it could break free from? Roast it then. I'm pretty good at it too. Wow. I wish I could eat it right now. After hearing this, Lin Nannan's watery eyes instantly widened, and indisputable tears were already flowing from the corners of her mouth as she spoke. Sister, you go and skin the caterpillar, and Nui Nui go and make a fire. Could be. The chance to kill the giant snake was right in front of her, and Yayuki couldn't wait to drag the giant snake into the water, while Lin Nannan also went to get ready. At this time, Yayuki suddenly felt someone coming from behind her and turned around to look, frightening her to the core. Only a young man appeared behind her. The young man's body was majestic, towering over him like Tarzan pressing down on him. Suffocating. Nui is up there. You should know what to say and what not to say. Just don't reveal anything. Understand? Lin Haofan looked at Yu and laughed. Understood. My junior will go and protect Nui. Little lord. Wait a minute. Lin Haofan called out to her. Looking at the giant snake in front of him, Lin Haofan reached out and gently slid his hand, and all of a sudden the lake water churned, and a few waves of nothingness chopped at the giant snake. Soon, the giant snake became a neatly sized chunk of meat. Take it up there. Nui Nui likes to eat chunks of meat just the size of her fist. Yes, yes. With trembling hands, Miyuki put the meat away. After Lin Haofan's silhouette disappeared, she sat down with her legs limp. What? What a strong pressure. It feels like being in the midst of a million blades that can be churned out in an instant. This is definitely not the Saint Emperor realm. My old ancestor of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect didn't even have that strong of a pressure when he stepped into the Saint Emperor realm for hundreds of years. It couldn't be. The great. Right. On the other side, the big black dog was shaking with excitement as it looked at Lin Nui Nui, who was vigorously pounding the barbecue. It's a rare opportunity. That one isn't there. And Lin Nui Nui didn't notice it, so he can finally escape back to being the great demon king. He only stood up, legs upright, and drew himself up, running wildly as if he were a human being. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. Big Black turned back, only to see the figure of Lin Haofan appear in the void. His brain instantly boomed. At this moment, his thoughts raced and he panicked. My lord, I just want to go and find some firewood for the young lord. Don't misunderstand me. I really don't want to run away. Lin Haofan had been exasperated. If he didn't have something important to send the black dog to do, he guaranteed to make this ass crack. Listen, the Red Water Serpent clan is getting on my nerves. You, go and finish them off. Alright, my lord. I'll go now. Big Black answered with a face full of fear, and then with a swoosh sound, he furiously ran up into the sky, and with incredible speed, dashed towards the sky. 10 million miles away, a snake cave. This place was the Red Water Snake Clan's residence. The leader was a beautiful snake of the Saint Emperor realm, who usually dominated the surrounding 10,000 miles of territory and no one dared to mess with it. But today, it is the end of the line. District reptiles, isn't it good to be alive? You have to mess with the little lord. Ha, for the sake of being of the same demon race, I'll send you to reincarnation. Only to see the big black dog raise its front paw and press down towards the snake cave below. That claw print was like a lofty palace, containing endless pressure and power, covering the snake cave. In an instant, most of the snake cave's area was directly dammed. The survivors hissed and gathered in anger to confront the culprit in the sky, rage filling the hearts of every snake. The leader of the snake clan, who was dying from the wave of the claw prince aura, looked at the big black dog and cried out unwillingly, "Who is it that has come? Why did you sneak attack my snake cave? Kill more than 100,000 of my snake clan." The big black dog looked around with disdainful eyes and said in a despicable tone, "Are you the ones who claim to inherit the Xian Shui Viper bloodline? How disappointing. None of the clan full of them can make the cut. You have truly brought shame to the demon clan." The snake clan leader's face darkened as he shouted, "Deceiving the snake is too much. All listen to my order. Kill this guy. Go." Among them, the leader of the snake race was at the head of the pack. She was at the cultivation level of a Saint Emperor. Even if she was seriously injured, she was still able to be on par with her opponents of the same realm. Without killing the big black dog, she vowed not to break through, but it was less than 3 seconds. Bang! The leader of the snake clan was shattered by a paw of the big black dog. Blood frothed all over the sky, spilling over the other snakes whose faces were filled with terror. Mayflies shake trees. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourselves for messing with the wrong people. Rest in peace. I, the god of the demon race, grant you death. Falling stars, only to see it faintly beckon. The sky was instantly startled by the appearance of a huge meteorite, rushing down with unstoppable power. Rumble! The entire snake cave was crushed by the meteorite in a 50-mile radius, and there was no longer any trace of the snake cave that once existed. Chapter 4, What's a Thunderbolt? Is it good? By the time the big black dog came back, Lin Nanan's side had already roasted it. As for the barbecue tools, looking at Yayoi hadn't returned his attention so far. The Dao artifact level C suppressing weapon was used as a pole. The unattainable innate foreign fire was used as a burner. And the knife used to cut the flesh was the legendary Bright Sparrow divine knife that had made the 7 great sacred emperors fight each other. The seasonings were even more of an absolute treasure that she had never seen before. What was even more outrageous was that the Zhongling Xian Lu, which had only condensed 3 drops in 1,000 years in her Tai Shang Oblivion sect, could only be reduced to hand-washing water for Lin Nuan Nui here. Still wash tub after tub. By the way, that wash basin looks a lot like a lost immortal treasure gathering basin from the Holy Land of the Purple Sky that was lost 6 years ago. That smells good. With an excited little face, Lin Nuan Nuan couldn't wait to take the shrunken Bright Sparrow divine blade and cut off a piece of meat. But before putting it in her mouth, she pulled out 2 more leaves from her bag and sandwiched them together before eating it. Wow, it's so good. It's true that meat is only good when it's eaten with leaves. Just now, are those 2 leaves the Enlightenment Immortal Spirit Grass? Yayuki's eyes widened in excitement and she blushed. Her Tai Shang Oblivion sect had this book of heavenly treasures handed down from the ancient times, which contained nearly 100 kinds of exotic treasures. That was why she recognized the other divine objects. Oh, it seems like it. Oh, my father said it's some kind of enlightenment grass. Oh. Anyway, there's a lot of it growing at home. Lin Nuan's mouth was stuffed with roasted meat, her mouth bulging like a greedy little squirrel. Yayuki, who received the answer, instantly became excited. The reason why her cultivation had grown so fast was because she had been born with an awakened jade clear cold ice body, but as she had broken through the hidden Tao, her physique had also cultivated to a bottleneck, and she was in dire need of refining treasures to advance. The frost moon white lotus that she fought with the giant snake was just enough to advance her physique, but it was unfortunately stuffed into Lin Nuan's bag. Now that an even more powerful enlightenment immortal spirit grass than the frost moon white lotus had appeared, how could this not make her excited? But she didn't really have the heart to ask, not to mention a terrifying existence watching. But to her surprise, Lin Nanan's next move brought her close to tears. Here, Sister Moon, you eat some too. It's delicious. It's a way of eating invented by father. It's the only one in the whole world. Looking at the piece of roasted meat that was handed to him that was wrapped in 2 slices of the tender green Gnosis immortal spirit grass, Miyuki felt warm and fuzzy. Even that desire for the Gnosis immortal spirit grass was washed away. It's fine. Nui you eat. Sister will just eat the meat. These 2 leaves are very precious. Nui eat more, it's good for your body. But Nui has a lot more here, yeah. Saying that, Lin Nuan pulled out a large handful of green Gnosis immortal spirit grass from her bag, fearing that you wouldn't believe it, and even purposely took it to her and shook it in front of her. Yayoi, I'm so mentally broken. Isn't this the most precious thing in the world? How come your daughter has so many of them? It's not possible that the mother tree of enlightenment has been dug up and planted back there, is it? Lin Haofan, digging to not so much, just borrowed from the land of chaos. Return period depends on the mood. Seeing that Miyu was staring blankly, Lin Haofan once again transmitted his voice. You can take what Nui gives you, don't worry about it. He was seeing it. Feelings that were ordinary to him and Nui seemed to be some kind of heavenly treasure to Yayuki, and was dumbfounded. This also allowed Lin Haofan to gain some understanding of the outside world. Well, a bunch of poor bastards. Hearing Lin Haofan's voice in his head, the corners of Miyu's mouth nearly twitched uncontrollably. She did see that this Lin Nui's background was super powerful, and she didn't put any good things in her eyes no matter what, or that it was normal to see too many good things. In that case, she took it. Thanks Nui. He. You're welcome. Eat up, it's delicious. Iyu's trembling hand ate the meat sandwich grass, and immediately a huge energy erupted within her body, and her aura began to become cold. This was a prelude to a further breakthrough in Iyu's physique, but unfortunately, not long ago in the giant snake battle she also suffered considerable injuries. Recovering from her injuries had already consumed part of her energy, and now she was still a little bit short of making a breakthrough. Oh, is God playing a trick on me? Miyuki was incomparably annoyed in her heart. It is clear that hope is close at hand, but there is nothing to be done about it. At this time Lin Nui suddenly stood up and approached Yayuki. Sister, this is for you. This is actually. Looking at the small strawberry-like fruit in front of her, Yayuki couldn't hold it in any longer, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down her cheeks. She had read in the Heavenly Treasure record that this was the legendary blood-cleansing Ming Dao fruit, rumored to be a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth that had gone extinct 6,000 years ago, and the only half that currently existed in the world was still sealed in the holy land of Yaoqi. Eat it, sis. It's sweet and delicious. Lin Nui stuffed the blood-clearing bright Dao fruit into Miyuki's mouth, and then returned to her original seat with a smile on her face. She remembered that in the past, when she was just a little bit short of a breakthrough, her father would take out a large basket of these fruits for her to eat. Eat it and you'll have a smooth breakthrough. Fruity. After refining the blood clarity Dao fruit, Miyu suddenly felt a wave of pure energy erupt within her body, instantly replenishing the gap that was originally a hair's breadth short of a breakthrough, and the remaining energy flowed into the various blood veins in her body. Rumble. Overhead, thunder floated in the air. Miyu opened her eyes. She knew that this was the lightning tribulation that descended after the breakthrough of the jade clear cold ice body. Crossover? The future is bright. If you can't make it, you die. Nui you stay away. Don't let the lightning tribulation injure you by mistake. What's a thunderbolt? Is it good? Lin Nan was at a loss. She has not seen this thing Lu, not to mention that the village of that formation even the eye of the heavenly Tao cannot see through the area of the thunderbolt, and how can break the formation? That's why every time she made a breakthrough, Lin Nui was just like eating and drinking water. But hearing this, Miyuki's heart froze, and although later on but knowing that this moment was not the time for idle chit-chat, she took the initiative to move away from Lin Nui and lead the thunderbolt to other places. At the same time, the terrifying thunderbolt transformed into a giant dragon and struck down hard, facing the thunder dragon with a destructive momentum. Miyu's face was serious and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. quickly operating the spiritual energy in her body. Thousand Frost Ice Armor Shield. Only to see Niyu's words fall. Majestic spiritual energy erupted from his body, turning into roiling snow and ice in the surroundings, condensing into a protective shield of lingering coldness. Bang! The Thunder Dragon impacted the ice shield. Lightning shot out in all directions and ice shards flew. Only clicking sounds rang out as the ice shield cracked open a seam and eventually could not withstand the impact of the Thunder Dragon and shattered. The roaring Thunder Dragon ferociously bit down on Yayuki. Instantly, cries of agony issued from Yayuki's mouth. After enduring this Thunder Dragon, Niyu's tendons and veins were paralyzed, and it felt like her body was going to shatter, and she was in a lot of pain. Looking at the second Thunder Dragon that had already coalesced in the air, a wave of despair ran through Yayuki. There were 3 lightning tribulations, and she couldn't even last one right now. Is she really going to die? Fate is cold, but there is human warmth. Don't hurt my sister. Lin Nan looked at the almost gagging Yu with a burst of annoyance and pointed at the Thunder Dragon in the sky with one hand crossed and the other pointed at the Thunder Dragon in the sky and cried out delicately. After saying that, Lin Nan was about to run to Miyu with her short legs, but Miyu shouted desperately, Nan go quickly, don't come over. But it's already too late. The Thunder Dragon roared down, pointing directly at Miyu. Chapter 5, an alternative way of opening the transition. Seeing that the Thunder Dragon still dared to come down, Nui had an angry look on her face. How dare you come down? See if I don't beat you to death. Nui bulged her little face and reached out to rummage through her bag for something, but the Thunderbolt seemed to have received Lin Nui's provocation, and the remaining third Thunderbolt merged with the second, transforming into an even more terrifying giant hand that pressed down. Even the void was torn apart by this aura. It was too late. Just as the giant hand was about to fall, space seemed to be frozen, and the giant hand paused for 3 or 4 breaths of time before pressing down. And at that moment, Lin Nan was ready. Yayoi watched dumbfounded as Nui Lin pulled a large black tube taller than she was from her face-sized bag. One end was set up on the ground and one against the giant hand of the Thunderbolt. Humph! Watch me blow you up, Lin Nui said with an exasperated voice, and then slapped the large black pipe. 3 breaths later, boom! A black light burst out. It instantly struck the giant hand with an unrivaled explosion. Under Miyu's unbelievable, terrified gaze, the giant hand was blown to smithereens, turning into a sky full of stars and disappearing into the sky. But without waiting for her to react, Lin Nan took another shot. A black light burst out again, precisely hitting the thundercloud in the sky that had not yet had time to dissipate. The next moment the thundercloud was directly blown out of the spatial rift. The endless streams of time and air greedily devoured the thunderclouds, and soon the sky returned to a calm. In the void, Lin Haofan withdrew his hand and looked at the Dorksung Dome shocking thunder. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this the return reward I got 3 years ago? I didn't expect this girl to take it out as well. This Sung Dome heaven-shattering thunder was immensely powerful. The only drawback was that the recharge time was a bit long. If Lin Haofan hadn't just made a move to confine the giant hand, I'm afraid that Lin Nuan wouldn't have even had the time to inspire it before it was crushed by the giant hand. It also proved that Lin Nui was somewhat inexperienced in combat. This situation should directly take out the Bearing Dragon Golden Armor Shield, instantly stimulating the formation of a shield. Even if a great emperor came, he would have to bombard it with all his might for half an hour before it could be shattered. Then with the immortal spirit sword grass, a few strokes would cut through the thunderclouds. Well, there's no way Nui is a violent munchkin. No way. Humph. Let's see how dare you hurt your sister. Satisfied, Lin Nuan took the large black pipe back into her bag, then took out an elixir in her hand and gave it to Miyuki. Sister, don't be afraid. The bad lightning was beaten away by Nui. This is for you. Eat it to recover your body. Oh, good. Miyuki looked at Lin Nan with a shocked expression. Humph, a mere thunder tribulation. What's the surprise? Lin Haofan's voice sounded in Miyu's head. Miyu's heart was filled with doubts. Dare I ask, senior, what kind of divine artifact was that? Big black pipe just now? The power is actually so great. You don't need to say much. It will just take away the great emperor in one shot. One shot. Take away the great one. For the first time, Yayuki found some words. You guys suffocating. Taking precious and absolute spiritual treasures with her hands. Taking away the divine objects of the great emperors with her hands. Just how many more good treasures are there in Lin Nuan's bag? Miyu wasn't sure, but what was clear to her was that she already owed Lin Nuan karma that she wouldn't be able to pay back in her lifetime. Thanks Nui. She thanked sincerely. I'm happy to be able to help sister you. Lin Nui smiled and pulled Miyu, who was taking pills to recover from her injuries, back next to the fire and said, Is the thunderbolt that sister you just mentioned that bad lightning? Well, everyone goes through it when they break through the realm. Then why haven't I seen it? Nui Lin muttered in a small voice. At those words, Yayuki's heart was clear. with that terrifying existence protecting the Tao. As long as it wasn't an Emperor Formation Thunder Tribulation, it was nothing but a matter of waving one's hand to dissolve it. This also allowed me to further feel the terror of the forces behind Lin Nan Nan. Is it a hidden sanctuary? Or is it a legendary fairyland? Finish the roast. Yayoi then asked Lin Nan Nan where she was going. Lin Nuan Nuan didn't hide anything and cooed. I'm going to look for my mother. Looking for mother? Miyuki wondered. Nyan Nyan's mother left the house when Nyan Nyan was a little girl and didn't know where she went. Father said he was going to take me to my mother, but it was all a lie to children. Nyan Nyan is not a child when she grows up, so come out on your own to find mother. I'll go back when I find mother. Father will be very happy and we'll be reunited. Hearing this, Lin Haofan had a pang of heartache. His eyes couldn't help but look into the distance. He could see Mo Qianxue, but couldn't see each other. Qianxue, Nui Nui has grown up. Our family will soon be reunited. You wait. On the day of the reunion, I will prepare a heavenly gift for your return. Lin Nanan's light tone did sound so heavy to me, and without even thinking about it, she directly blurted out, I'll take you there. Only after saying this did he react to the fact that Lin Nanan's strength was even more terrifying than his own. So he explained, the vice patriarch of the Taishang forgetfulness sect that I'm in, Xian Tang, is very good at arithmetic, so I can take you to him to count the clues to your mother. At the end of the fear that Lin Nuan Nui do not believe. Thought to add, Xian Tang is the top 3 of the arithmetic field of the mighty. My master and he has some friendship. Go back to me to find the master to say. He is going to be out of the way to find clues we'll certainly be able to find. Then thank you, Sister Moon. Let's go then. I'm going to play at Sister Moon's house. Good. Then let's get going now. The Supreme Forgetfulness sect was not very far from this place. 2 days' journey to get there. Returning to the sect, Niu instructed Lin Nuan Nuan. I'll go ask my master first. Nuan Nuan, you can play around for a bit. Oh. Aha. Go ahead, Sister Moon. After bidding farewell to Miyu, Lin Nuan Nuan walked and strolled to a square where a ring battle was being held. A teenager stands proudly in the ring, his nose in the air. Who else? I'm going to hit 100. The onlookers sighed in the face of the young man who was arrogantly charging the clouds. Worthy of being an inner sect disciple, the moment he strikes, he kills in seconds. Even if his opponent is the second-ranked disciple of the outer sect, that's Elder Sun's grandson. How could he not be powerful? Damn. I'm not used to seeing his face. Can it be that I have no one in the outer sect other than Feng Qingyang? Feng Qingyang is in seclusion to break through the Dharma phase. Otherwise where would Sun Yu, who is at the same level of Dharma phase, have the guts to provoke the outer sect? It looked so angry. Some marveled and some were not convinced. Suddenly, someone shouted, no matter who it is, as long as you can knock Sun Yu down, old man, reward a blood lotus flower. As soon as these words came out, someone was immediately shocked. A valuable Siamese treasure, blood lotus flower. If I wasn't not strong enough, I'd want to get on it. Which one of you is on? Some people have the intention to seize the treasure, but they are unable to meet the enemy. Just as Gui Yun, who had taken out the blood lotus flower, was about to give up, a tender voice rang out, I want the red flower. Chapter 6, Invincible, Family. The crowd looks on. Only a small girl child and a big black dog came along. The corner of Gui Yun's mouth twitched as he politely refused. Little sister, you'd better go home and wash up. This is an adult's game, little kids don't come to toss. He couldn't see that the little girl had any cultivation. Humph, who are you looking down on? Nui Nui is very powerful. The visitors were none other than Lin Nui Nui and her big black dog. She saw that the blood lotus flower was beautiful and had never seen it before, and wanted to collect it to give to her mother. So that's why she voiced it. Wait, you don't get hit and cry. Gui Yun pointed at Sun Yu on the stage and said, he is a Dharma phase stage cultivator, an existence that can hold you down with a single finger. Let's see how Nui Nui makes him cry. Nui Lin defiantly climbs into the ring. Sun, you see this is more nostrils skyward disdain. Small doll, quickly go back to drink your milk. Your parents did not teach you adult things, children do not interfere in it. You are not allowed to scold your inamorata's father and mother. Nui Lin angrily clenched her fists. Griffin's anger is so insouciant. Ha! Sun Yu looked at the crowd and said, you all saw it. It was her who went up to the stage to suffer death. But don't say that I bullied a child or something. Life and death is determined on the stage of life and death. Even if the patriarch came, he couldn't condemn me. With those words, Sun Yu drew his sword and shouted hideously. One sword into 3 winds. Go to hell. It was as if he could already see the image of Lin Nanan's cute little face being churned up by his sword chi, which made him feel an incomparable thrill in his heart. The crowd on stage also exclaimed, Sun Yu's best sword move. The little girl is dead. What a cute little girl. It's a shame her family didn't teach her well. It's a shame to die like that. But in the face of the crowd's gossip as well as Sun Yu's sword chi, Lin Nuan Nuan's face was calm, but her eyes were full of anger towards Sun Yu. Great burning sky palm. Lin Nuan Nuan slowly raised her palm. Her spiritual energy erupted as if it had transformed into a round of blazing sun that appeared in her hand at first glance, and a fiery aura came over her. A palm was launched, and a palm print the size of an adult body exploded with a wild blast, and wherever the palm wind passed, the air was scorched and twisted, and the floor of the ring was burned into black charcoal, instantly vaporizing Sun Yu's sword chi. Even Sun Yu couldn't escape the palm print's engulfment and was burned to the point of wailing, collapsed on the stage with his clothes burned off. Dig in. That's okay with this treadmill? The crowd of onlookers was horrified. Wei Yun even almost dropped the blood lotus with a shaky hand, but Lin Nui Nui seems to be not satisfied yet. Walked to Sun Yu and raised his foot to kick him hard in the face, kicking while huffing and puffing. Let you curse my parents. Let you curse, let you curse. Bad guy kicks the out of you, kicks the out of you. Father and mother are the most loved people in Lin Nui Nui's heart. She will not allow anyone to insult them, or else she will give them a fat beating. Sun Yu was defeated by a slap just like that? Invincible. Family. Whose kid is so awesome? What realm is she in? It's impossible to tell. There are designated treasures on the body to conceal the cultivation. It shouldn't be too late for me to get a hug. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suddenly one person exclaimed and pointed at Gui Yun. Only Gui Yun knelt down 5 meters away and slid all the way to Lin Nan Nan, holding the blood lotus flower in both hands and offering it. Honorable big brother, please accept the blood lotus. Pretty flowers. Lin Nanan's eyes lit up. Putting down Sun Yu hastily received the blood lotus flower. Looking at the flickering blood lotus flower, Lin Nuan Nuan's heart was overjoyed. Beautiful flowers. Mother will love them. Does Biggie like flowers? I know where there are a lot of beautiful flowers. All very rare. Guaranteed to please big brother. Gui Yun wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to furiously brush up his goodwill, but he was suddenly kicked in the back and slumped to the ground unguarded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who he? As soon as he turned around, Gui Yun saw a dog's face full of scorn. The big black dog looked down at Gui Yun and grinned, its scarlet tongue licking around its morose white teeth. Although he didn't say anything, he scared Gui Yun half to death. Yeah, sorry. Gui Yun was about to cry. He actually felt an aura of threat in a dog. The big black dog extended its front paw and patted Gui Yun's shoulder. It then walked over to stand beside Lin Nan Nan and looked at the crowd with a ferocious gaze. It's warning everyone. Don't even think about hitting Lin Nui Nui. Otherwise it will show everyone what terror means. Don't be afraid. Big Black doesn't bite. Unknown to Lin Nan Nan, she collected the blood lotus flower and then mounted the big black dog, waved at the crowd and left. It's been no time at all. She's going to go to Sister Moon to see if it's done. The moment she thought that she would soon be able to find out clues about her mother, Lin Nan Nan couldn't hide the smile on her face, and her little face was filled with joy. Mother, Nui Nui is coming for you. Oh, Nui Nui has flowers that mother will love. Chopping up the roots. Hey, forget it. If there's anything else in the follow-up, it's a reminder for the inamorata. Looking at the unconscious Sun Yu, Lin Haofan sighed. He practiced revenge for revenge, and revenge for revenge, and the main thing was to beat his enemies to death completely when he had the chance, without giving any opportunity. If it wasn't he for practicing for Lin Nui Nui, it is possible that the family behind Sun Yu, or the entire Tai Shang forgetfulness sect now, all of them were lost by Lin Haofan's slap. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Other side. Nui Nui, Master has already made contact. Let's go find the Vice Patriarch now. EU also had a cheerful face. I owe Lin Nui Nui so much. This is something that can help a little. Although she had gone through a lot of effort to convince her master, but for the sake of her physique breakthrough her master had agreed. Thank you, Sister Moon. Lin Nui giggled playfully. But soon, she couldn't stop laughing. This child's destiny is illusory. The threads of causality seem to come from chaos. Human power cannot be deduced. Strange. Vice Patriarch Xian Tang stroked his beard in amazement. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and it was as if this little girl was not from this world, unable to see any semblance of cause and effect. Ha! Your Excellency is actually unable to deduce? Yayuki cried out in shock. In her mind Xian Tang was basically omnipotent, but now she actually couldn't count any traces of you yet. This is unbelievable. No matter. This seat has come to be interested, so please have the magic treasure try it out. Xian Tang smiled and took out a compass. Xian Heavenly Destiny Chi Disc. Miyuki exclaimed. Exactly. Xian Tang nodded. This was his original magic treasure. With this magic treasure he could calculate the karmic destiny of anyone under a great emperor, and could even penetrate the future by a few points. Watching Xian Tang cast his magic treasure, Miyuki felt steady, but to the big black dog, it was all for naught. With that one there, you couldn't count half the things if you were given 10,000 magic treasures. Sure enough, Lin Haofan sensed a gaze that seemed to be peering at him in the void, and before he could make a move, His own heavenly doubt she automatically manifested itself and turned into a sharp blade to cut apart the peering gaze. Ah, put, below, Xiantang suddenly let out a cry of pain and spewed out a mouthful of blood, while the other 6 holes also began to ooze blood. Tendo, how can that be? Xiantang's eyes almost glazed over as he looked at Lin Nan. Chapter 7, spitting up a little blood is no big deal. Lin Haofan's expression froze. This shouldn't be his fault, right? This old man is really no strength, hard to use. What magic weapon? Ah. Lin Haofan coughed darkly, tucked his hand inside his sleeve, and looked at his cubs in an old-fashioned manner. My daughter is so cute. The old man's own lack of strength was surely none of his business. Below, Lin Nui saw the old grandfather vomiting blood and rushed forward to ask worriedly, Old grandpa, are you alright? You're spitting up blood. It's all Nyan's fault. Nyan shouldn't have asked you to help figure out where mother is. Nyan can find it herself, he said, and took out the medicine from his small backpack. This is the medicine father took when he was vomiting blood before. Old grandpa, eat it, you'll be fine. Only to see the rounded 2 pills lying on top of Lin Nan's tender little paw. Some mysterious but regular runes on top of the 2 white pills didn't look out of place on the pills, and there were some tiny rays of light in them. It made the potion look slightly shiny. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that this elixir was snow white in color, and the aura that lingered around it made people feel that it was not ordinary at first glance. The smell it emits is even more invigorating and soothing. Just smell the flavor has this kind of miraculous effect. Do not dare to think as eaten must be how amazing. Yayuki gulped beside her. Although she had already seen Lin Nan's hands turn out so many treasures like a magic trick, but really when this kind of rare, as long as the world will be able to get the world sought after, triggering a storm of bloodshed treasure in front of the eyes, who can hold back not to be shocked? Ah hey, Xuanting could no longer care about coughing up blood. He's in good health, it's okay to cough a little more for good health. Looking at the life and death turning will pill that was in front of him, he also couldn't help but gulp his saliva just like Miyu beside him, couldn't help but mentally spit it out. Who the hell is your dad that he has to take the life and death turning will pill after spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of blood? This kind of super advanced healing medicine is the kind of dying only a breath can be given back to save the god level elixir. Ah, I've never seen it before. I've only heard of it. His dad actually eats it regularly? Is it hard to be some kind of top-notch alchemist? What alchemist is there that I haven't heard of? I haven't even heard of a daughter? Lin Nuan see after pulling out the elixir, both of them do not move. Small, she does not know how the adults, but also thought it was Xiantang really cannot. Hastily fluttered forward to take 2 steps, wanted directly stuffed into Xiantang's mouth. In the nick of time, Xiantang reacted with rounded eyes and hastened to stop it. Ahem, little friend. This little friend. No need to break the bank. The old man is not in any serious trouble. Xiantang reacted less than saliva mixed with blood down the throat sharply, coughing sharply. How to look like nothing. Anxiously, Lin Nan deflated her little face and tried to stuff pills into Xiantang's mouth again. Yayuki was beside himself to stop or not to stop. This was the Vice Patriarch, and the Xian Tian Feiqi disc was the Vice Patriarch's original treasure. So looking at it this way, the Vice Patriarch should have been revolted by the person he was counting on to vomit blood, but just coughing up a couple of mouthfuls of blood should be. Are you okay? Just give this life and death turning will Dan eaten a little spoiled. You thought that the Vice Patriarch was going to really eat it. Slightly heartbroken covered his chest. This small action was of course seen by Xuanting. Couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and his drooping beard followed his movements. Attracted to Lin Nui. Grandpa's beard is so long, much longer than Daddy's. Why doesn't Daddy have such a long beard? Nui Lin muttered in a small voice. The corners of Lin Haofan's mouth above also began to twitch when he heard it. You're so filial to your father. If your father and I really had such a long beard, your mother would not want me. Lin Haofan inwardly spat out. It is really his own family's daughter. And what can be done about it? Xiantang looked at the divine grade pill that was close at hand and trembled as he took it into his hands. Little friend really wants to give it to me? Lin Nan saw Xiantang take away the elixir before she breathed a long sigh of relief. This old grandpa had finally taken it. Her little arms were sore. Lin Nan hurriedly rubbed her little arm before speaking. Yes, old grandpa, eat it. You're vomiting blood. It's all because of Nui's bad behavior, causing old grandpa to vomit blood. Xiantang was holding those 2 pills in his hand, and he was speaking a little carefully, afraid that he would accidentally drop these 2 pills, and that would be a real sin. Little friend, this is too expensive. I wouldn't dare to take it. Xiantang was a little pained by the words he had uttered, but there was nothing he could do about it. The words had already been said, and it was inappropriate to take them back, but it would have been to take advantage of yourself. Children do not know anything before taking out this divine level elixir life and death turning will Dan. If Xiantang licked his old face and took it again, it would really be a laughing stock. But Xiantang thought for a moment. A small child can casually pull out the life and death turning will Dan. Visible parents are informed. since the parents are informed of this, small friend can still casually pull out, indicating that the family does not lack this point? No, absent this, a little bit. Thinking about this, Han Xiantang's breath hitched, immediately pained, the divine great elixir that came to hand. Ah, to be lost. Lin Nan saw that the old grandfather in front of her was kind for a while and stagnant for a while, and now he even had a look of pain, and immediately said back with worry, "Eat up, old grandpa, I've got plenty more, it's okay." The moment these words came out next to Shizi's Miyu and Xiantang, who had a pained look on his face, both froze at once. It's that they're ill-informed. It's a damn world. Damn rich people. Xiantang immediately put away the pills in his hand, fearing that Lin Nuan would have to ask for them back for him later. In that case, the old man is here to thank little friend, he said, stroking his old beard. Fail to help little friend's favor, old man deeply guilty. Little friend in this side want to stay as long as possible. What needs must be with, the old man said. The old man must do his best. Yayuki also looked chagrined. Nui, I'm really sorry I wasn't able to help you. Seeing that Yayuki had a sad face, Lin Nan hurriedly consoled. It's okay, Sister Moon. It just so happens that I'm going to save up some more pretty flowers before I find my mother, so she'll be happier when she sees them and won't blame me for finding her late. Lin Haofan, who heard Lin Nan comforting EU, didn't feel good in his heart at this time either. Yuki, Nui is very understanding and misses you very much. She has prepared a lot of beautiful flowers for you. Over the years I've been busy practicing cultivation to accompany Nui and I don't have much time. She's very understanding, much like you. So much so that I often feel a little indebted to her. I've only given her mundane things. I haven't grown up with her. If Lin Haofan's heartfelt words could be heard, everyone would definitely think that this person was really good at showing off. Don't Billy. Yayuki's heart warmed after hearing Lin Nan's comforting words. Okay, Nui, Sister Moon will accompany you to find pretty flower. Really, Sister Moon, thank you so much. Mother will be especially happy to see lots of pretty flowers. Lin Nui bounced with joy. Chapter 8, The 100 Clans League. Sister Moon, I just ran into a number of small children outside who said he knew where there were pretty flowers. Let's go find him. Lin Nan's eyes lit up as she pulled on EU's hand and was about to leave. Xiantang's eyes twinkled when he heard this, and as if he remembered something, he hurriedly stopped. Nui, does Nui like those kids? I like it. I've never seen so many children before. In the past, only Dahei played with me, and Nui wants to play with the kids too. Nui said it mindlessly, but those present did hear it with some alarm, especially Lin Haofan. Over the years, because of Qianshue's departure, he and Nan were also eager to improve their strength, which surprisingly made him neglect Nan's growth. He sighed. He was full of heartache for Nui. Now there's a game where you can play with more children. Would Nui like to go? Xiantang squatted in front of Lin Nuan, his tone full of curtness, with an appearance of abducting a small child. The Miyu on the side also heard Xiantang's meaning a long time ago. She was a little hesitant. This is not too good. After all, Nuan is not a person of our clan. Xiantang, however, waved his hand unconcernedly. It's not like other people know about it, and besides, since it's within our clan, it's our clan's people. Then, Yayuki looked up with some hesitation. Lin Haofan smiled. He knew that Miyu was looking at himself. She feared that their behavior would draw his displeasure, a displeasure that could even bring about the destruction of their clan. Don't worry about going. Nui is going to have to get in touch with the outside world. Lin Haofan directly transmitted his voice to Miyu. Miyuki immediately bowed to the void. It really wasn't that she was making a big deal out of it, but the 50-yearly 100 Sec League was about to begin, and the participants were all 12 or 13-year-olds, using this to look at the strength of the various sects, and to once again speculate on the development of the next few decades. This also allows some top sects to selectively exploit and rob the lower sects, the weak and the strong. The survival of the fittest was originally the rule of the immortal cultivation world, and everyone wanted to nibble away at those weaker than themselves. Over time, the 100 Clan League became the default rule. Only the top 10 clans could obtain the cultivation resources contributed by the next 90 clans. In the long run, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. On the contrary, everyone is still trying to get rich a little bit with the 100 Clan League. However, the clans in front of them had naturally developed better and better after piling up their resources, and their rankings had become more fixed. And even though they, the Taishang Forgotten Love sect, were a top-tier sect, they would be stuck on 11 every time they were ranked. This position made their entire clan stick in their throats. It's different now. With Nui around, they'll definitely top the top 10. Moreover, Nui's age was 6 or 7 years younger than the contestants, which was sure to make those clans take a good look. The more Miyu thought about it, the more excited she became, and her expression grew brighter and brighter as she looked at Nui. Come on, Nui, elder sister will go and give you the prettiest house in the entire clan, and plant pretty flowers all over it for you." With that, he pulled Nui Nui towards the outside. However, as soon as she went out, she saw a group of little carrot heads. "Greetings, elder sister Miyu." The group of little carrot heads saluted respectfully before turning their curious eyes to Nui Nui. A bold one opened his mouth to ask his senior sister, "Senior sister Miyu, is she the new disciple of the sect master? She's so powerful." Yeah, can the big guy take me as his little brother?" These kids are chattering away. The Inamorata pointed to one of the little boys and said, "It's you. You're the one who gave me the pretty flower." It's me. Biggie, look at me. I'll give you all the pretty flowers." "Ha, can't you see they don't want to care about you guys? What's the point of being so stubborn?" Sun Yu, who had just been sent flying by Nui Nui Slap, was currently standing behind the crowd with a pale face. "Senior sister Miyu, I'm going to sue. That person next to you brutalized a fellow disciple and caused me to be seriously injured. How am I supposed to participate in the 100 Sec League like this?" The words were spoken, and the little carrot tops in the room went quiet, and Sun Yu also hooked up the corner of his mouth. He was most proud of this matter. He was the inner sex pride of nature, and his strength was even the best under the same segment, and the quota to go to the 100 Sec League was considered to have been internalized to him early on. Even if Lin Nan had senior sister Miyu behind her, it would be impossible for senior sister to take the honor of the sect and harbor someone else. And Gui Yun, the little fat guy who gave Lin Nanan's flowers, was the first to hold back, and immediately cursed, "Sun Yu, you need to have some face. You're the one who first opened your mouth to curse Nanan's parents, and it's you who deserved it for not being able to beat Nan. Moreover, you're the one who proposed the match in the first place. We all know exactly what's in your mind, so don't blame me for exposing you here." It was naturally clear to everyone that these inner disciples just liked to violently beat up their group of ordinary disciples to show their superiority. With that said, what could Yayuki not understand? Sun Yu, falsely accusing a fellow disciple and having a malicious mind. Do you know the crime? But considering that you're young and it's your first offense, apologize to Nui Nui, and then punish you for washing the same disciple's laundry for a month in the hope that you'll change your ways. Miyuki announced Sun Yu's punishment very coldly. "No way. You can't do this to me. I want to see the sect leader. I'm the one who's going to participate in the 100 Sec League. How can someone like me have to give them laundry? And what's wrong with me just scolding her parents?" "I'm not just scolding her parents. I'm scolding her, the little brat that came out of nowhere. And you're actually going to punish me for her." Sun Yu looked at all the people in front of him with contempt. In the past, he had never looked at these people in the eyes. Sun Yu's expression was full of arrogance, and his eyes were full of disdain as he looked at EU. In this clan, he looked down on anyone as an equal. His family was the Sun family that ranked in the top few in the entire continent, and he himself was the disciple of the 7th elder. Without any hesitation, he could walk sideways in the entire continent. Hearing Sun Yu say those words, Yayuki's insides panicked to no end. She didn't know how Sun Yu had the guts to scold Nui Nui. Some top powerhouses had especially small hearts, and would even slaughter a clan because of a single look. Although Lin Haofan's temper seemed to be fine for the time being, how could Lin Haofan not be angry when Sun Yu had put his words to this point? "Sun Yu, you're unrepentant. You're punished with 100 lashes." Miyuki was furious and immediately summoned the executioner disciples to forcefully hold down Sun Yu. Sun Yu tried desperately to break free but couldn't. A whip went down and silk blood came through. Sun Yu raised his head and stared dead at EU and Nui Nui. "You will regret this." Then he pulled out a jade pendant from his pocket and activated it directly. The enormous energy in the jade pendant directly overturned the disciple who was executing him. Enraged, Miyu stepped forward to protect the two execution disciples and confronted Sun Yu. "Sun Yu, are you looking for death? Who dares to harm my disciple?" Chapter 9, Pressure. A short, sharp-tongued middle-aged man appeared behind Sun Yu. Looking at the whiplash behind him, he swung a strong wing directly at Yayuki. "Yayuki, who gave you permission to make a move on my disciple?" Yayuki couldn't resist, and a bit of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Nui Nui somewhat heartbrokenly grabbed onto EU's hand, the worry in her eyes about to turn into substance. 7th Elder. It was Sun Yu who insulted a fellow disciple first and was undisciplined. Shouldn't he be punished? "Ha! I don't want to know what the reason is. All I know is that you hurt my precious disciple." The 7th Elder frowned, looking a little more terrified. Nui Nui sidled up behind Yayuki in fear. She had never seen someone who looked this scary before. Miyu clenched her fists, her tone full of defiance. 7th Elder, I respect you as a senior, but the Patriarch has granted me the right to manage the affairs of the clan, but I can't allow you to meddle in it. It would have been fine if Sun Yu was the disciple of another elder, but he was the disciple of 7th Elder Yin Quan. 7th Elder Yin Quan's realm wasn't very high, but he was very proficient in side paths, especially poison. There was never anyone else in his eyes, and if someone dared to jeopardize his rights and interests, regardless of whether they were a disciple of the clan or not, he would make that person pay the price. Most importantly, In Quan was the only high-ranking alchemist within the clan, and the entire clan could only go along with him. Even the other elders were trying to avoid him as much as they could, trying not to mess with this villain. Miyuki blocked Nui Nui tightly, fearing that In Quan would notice Nui Nui. Senior, it's her. She didn't know what technique she used and defeated me in a single move. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been punished. Sunyu stared sorrowfully at Nui Nui behind Miyu. In Quan looked over and dashed straight over to grab Nui Nui out. Nui Nui. In Quan was one great realm higher than Miyu, and could not protect Nui Nui at all, and could only watch as Nui Nui was grabbed out. Big Black was about to step forward immediately. If Nui Nui went wrong in front of his eyes, Lin Haofan was afraid that he would have to peel its skin and boil it for soup. Lin Haofan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to tell Big Black not to move. Such a good opportunity. He could just see how Nui Nui responded. In Quan smiled sorrowfully, the corners of his mouth grinning as if he wanted to eat Nui Nui. You let go of me, bad man. Nui Nui reached out her hand to slap the ugly-looking man in front of her, but she couldn't break free. Lin Haofan couldn't help but shake his head. Nui Nui was so frightened by this person's ugly looks that she wouldn't even resist. I can't believe it was taken so easily. Next, her consciousness gradually lapsed and her whole body became dizzy. Lin Haofan frowned at all of this, then let out his spiritual power to carefully probe a bit, only to realize that In Quan was covered in poison, and when he touched Nui Nui in this way, he directly made Nui Nui suffer. He snorted coldly and directly transmitted his voice to Big Black, telling it to hurry up and do it. As a great demon, Big Black even had the realm of a great emperor. It was more than enough to suppress a human cultivator. His body's poison was even more useless to Big Black. Their demonic beast's fur was inherently invulnerable to all poisons, so Big Black didn't even need to make a move. It merely stood there, paving the way for the wyvern's salvation to surge towards the In Quan. In Quan was inwardly horrified, and his grip on Nui Nui couldn't help but relax, as his entire body was used to fend off this enormous Weya. How could it be? How could there be a great demon within the sect? Nui Nui's figure swayed a bit, and Gui Yun held it up very eloquently. As Miyu looked at her Nui Nui, who was temporarily free from worry, her hanging heart finally dropped, and she said to In Quan in a cold voice, "This is your Nui Nui's pet. The one who knows the time is the one who knows the time. So hurry up and apologize to your Nui Nui Nui. I will also report today's events to the sect master truthfully. It's not too appropriate for you to appear within the sect anymore." Seventh Elder. Who knew that Sunyu couldn't help himself first? Who gave you the guts to speak to my master like this? Do you still have my master in your eyes? These words made In Quan react. His status actually having to apologize to a little doll was really comical. You, did you go out to practice and lose your brain outside? How dare you say such words? Do you still have me? The seventh elder, in your eyes. You didn't hesitate in the slightest. She just looked at the sky worriedly. She now only hoped that Lin Haofan wouldn't get too angry. In Quan took a look at Dehei. Greed flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he reluctantly looked away. How about letting that little doll kowtow to my disciple 3 times and apologize, and I'll let her go? Lin Haofan couldn't hold back any longer, actually daring his daughter to kowtow to him. A thunderbolt struck directly down. All of a sudden, the clouds were overcast and lightning flashed among the clouds, as if the whole world would cease to exist in the next second. The crowd panicked and looked up at the sky in horror. Only Big Black had a bland expression. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck. In Quan instantly slumped to the ground. The next moment, the sky was clear. Sunyu shook his master's body. Master, what's wrong with you? You haven't finished giving me air. Why did you fall asleep? This group of little children didn't understand, but Miyu was very clear. This was the thunder of punishment from the heavenly Tao, a punishment sent down by Lin Haofan. She collapsed to the ground in fear, unable to stop the panic inside her. She really thought just now that the entire clan would disappear with her. One by one, the children in the audience all followed Yayuki and fell to their knees, and Nui Nui was giddy enough to want to follow along as well. Lin Haofan hurriedly released a stream of chi to lift her up and scolded with a smile. Her precious daughter doesn't need to kneel down with anyone. Then skimming a glance at Miyuki, he carefully transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I won't take it out on anyone else. The aura of the heavenly Tao drew out others within the sect as well, and unknowingly, they thought that someone was transiting within the sect. The patriarch also came out in a flaming hurry, followed by Xiantang at his side. Yayuki took this opportunity to tell the patriarch the original story of the incident. The patriarch's eyes went to Nui Nui. He was followed by Xiantang, and he was naturally aware of Nui Nui's identity. The rest of them weren't as unaware of death as In Quan. He hammered. For Sunyu's punishment as usual, In Quan leathered to the position of the elders. Shut off to think about the cliff and never come out again. Miyuki also hurriedly led Nui Nui away. She couldn't stop her heart from souring as she looked at Nui Nui. It was all her fault for not taking care of Nui Nui. Don't worry Nui Nui, she'll be fine after a nap. Looking at Miyu's worried appearance, Lin Haofan still couldn't help but send her a voice. He had fed Nui Nui quite a few heavenly herbs, so how could he not be able to resist even a little bit of poison? Objectively speaking, that In Quan was indeed an exceptionally gifted person, and if Nui Nui didn't have such a strong resistance to medication, he was afraid that he would have passed out long ago. So what if he was even more talented? He didn't have to continue living after bullying his daughter. That one robbing thunderbolt was enough to cause In Quan to lose all of his cultivation and spend the rest of his life with half of his body paralyzed. Lin Haofan snorted coldly and directly arrived at the sect hall of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. The various elders as well as the patriarch were all present, except for the bruised In Quan. Above the main hall, Sun Yu was kneeling there covered in blood, obviously dragged over after being tortured. His eyes remained defiant. Patriarch, In Quan is still the 7th elder of our clan anyways, and is still the only high-level alchemist. Moreover, he has already been punished by the lightning of the calamity, so he doesn't need to go to the thoughtfulness cliff, right? Without a high-ranking alchemist, our clan will surely have a greatly reduced heritage. An old man frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Grand Elder, if we don't do this it will be difficult to calm that one's anger, and I'm afraid that it will bring about the calamity of extermination for my clan. Xiantang said with a bitter face. Others are not clear, but he knows In Quan cannot be refined out of the life and death rotation Dan. People are eaten as sugar beans. It was just a matter of not coaxing such a supreme powerhouse properly, but he actually dared to bargain. This word is not already. Chapter 10, the bedchamber is gone. Xiantang did not expect that the Grand Elder was actually not the only one who had such thoughts. Vice Patriarch, the words aren't said that way. Our Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect is originally the top sect in this continent. How could someone just casually exterminate us? Vice Patriarch, you're worrying too much. Not only are you worrying about the sky, you're also as cowardly as a mouse. Sun Yu merely insulted that child twice, and you're going to put someone to death? It's also too much to put our Tai Shang Oblivion sect in our eyes. The more the crowd talked, the more angry they became, and they actually wanted Lin Haofan to give a statement. Xiantang looked at the patriarch in agony. He was really afraid that if this group of people continued to make a scene, the next moment a calamity thunderbolt would descend to split them all. All shut up, the patriarch snapped, and everyone shut up. Even Sun Yu spat out a mouthful of blood by the force. I think you guys are living so comfortably that you don't even have a sense of reverence anymore. Is that calamity lightning something that an ordinary person can just summon? It has the aura of the heavenly Tao in it. How dare you guys say such words? Zan Tang, bring it out. Shen Tang hurriedly took out the 2 pills, and the aura on them caused the elders to be mesmerized by them, especially the Grand Elder, who even directly tried to reach out to grab it. Shen Tang hurriedly took the elixir back into his arms and carefully patted it. Shen Tang, where did you get this elixir? Why didn't you surrender such a rare treasure to the sect? Shen Tang rolled a blank eye over. Surrender? You're really standing around. Why should I surrender my own things? Moralistic old man. Didn't you just mumble about not having a Jedi big brother and still wanting him to give us an explanation? This is his elixir. Don't covet it. If such an elixir can be given away casually, then there must be quite a few more. If so, why not give more? His daughter is still in our clan. The shock from the elixir was so great that even Xian Tang ignored it when he called him a moralistic old man. Uomoto, you're really crazy. The patriarch exasperatedly cursed the Grand Elder and retreated. He just doesn't have eyes for these cuties. Up! Lin Haofan snorted coldly. This patriarch is a sensible one. Just these elders. Underneath, he was never a good-tempered person, and he rewarded all of the people who had just spoken out of turn with a single robotic thunderbolt each. For a time, the sky over the entire Tai Shang Oblivion sect was covered in gloomy clouds, as one after another calamity thunderbolt fell. I don't care what's in your hearts, but you see that I have the strength to finish you off, so if you know what's good for you, put your tails between your legs and I'll still keep you alive. After saying that, Lin Haofan left. This farce was something he really didn't want to see. The elders in the hall fell to their knees, not even daring to raise their heads, only the Grand Elder, whose eyes flashed with a strange color. Yayoi. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sovereign went back to his chambers with a lot of anger, and when he came back, he realized that his chambers had long been seized. The patriarch pulled over EU and whispered beside her ear, "Our clan is so big and there are so many good-looking houses. Why do you have to give my house away?" This was when Lin Haofan realized that the room that Miyu had arranged for Nui Nui was actually the sect leader's bedchamber. No way. Patriarch, Nui Nui likes pretty flowers. Who in the entire clan doesn't know that you like flowers and plants the most? When Nui wakes up from her nap, she'll definitely be very happy. Miyu quietly approached the patriarch and whispered in a low voice, "Master, If Nui Nui is this powerful, we definitely need to provide for her. Besides, Nui Nui is so cute. Surely you can't bear to make her sad. The patriarch was so furious that he practically jumped to his feet. Am I your master, or is she? After saying that, he quietly added, if it weren't for the fact that you're my beloved disciple, I would have beaten you long ago. It's fine, it's just moving a bedchamber. The sovereign waved his hand, leaving behind only a depressed back, harboring his living supplies to be collected in the side hall. As the great disciple of the patriarch, Miyuki was spoiled in his day-to-day life. If it were anyone else, who would dare to treat him like this? Nui woke up early the next morning. Stretching, he shook the large black aside to wake him up, and then Tada ran out the door to find Yayuki. Sister Moon, why am I sleeping? I remember a big bad guy trying to get me yesterday. Nui Nui stared with wide, puzzled eyes. Iyu laughed awkwardly twice and hurriedly changed the topic. Nui Nui, look, are these flowers pretty? Sister, you specially found them for you. Inuyasha's attention was easily diverted away to put his eyes on this flower garden. This was the patriarch's flower garden, and all the herbs planted in it were rare herbs, so it looked wonderful and unusual. Nui Nui's eyes lit up and she ran into the middle of the flower garden, picking them as she screamed. This flower looks good, and this one looks good, and that one looks good, too, and in short, she cried and followed her, looking at her flowers and plants heartily. My hydrangea, my ice-tan flower, and my sepia. Who wouldn't be hurt by this broken-hearted look? Nui Nui rushed over. Old grandpa, why are you so sad? I'll give you the flowers, don't be sad. Looking at the patriarch's unproductive appearance, Iyu hurriedly pulled him away, then gently comforted Nui Nui. Nui Nui, it's fine, he's just a bit old and gets sentimental easily, so keep picking flowers. Then he pulled the patriarch a little farther away and pulled out a handful of cherished herbs from his arms and handed them to him. Don't be like that, it's weirdly humiliating. These are for you, go have fun on your own. This is, the patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Miyuki dismissed the patriarch, then turned around and smiled as she accompanied her Nui Nui to play. It was the same one Nui Nui had given her the last time she and Nui Nui had a barbecue. Looking at the back of this ungrateful son or grandson of Miyu, the patriarch was touched to the point of tears. Ever since Nui Nui came to the Tai Shang Oblivion sect, his precious disciple had become even more unrestrained towards him. Then taking another look at the herbs held in his hand, he cherished them and put them away in his arms, muttering, it's okay, it's a good thing. I don't have to be respected at all as a master. Then he shouted out, Nui Nui, Grandpa will go and get you prettier flowers. Wait for Grandpa. Sister Moon, isn't that white-bearded grandfather a bit? That's right, that grandpa's a little sick in the head. Let's ignore him, haha. Yayuki's gentle appearance at this moment was a far cry from just now. Just in time, Nui Nui has medicine for the brain here. Dad said to take 2 if you have a bad brain. Sister, you take it to that grandpa. Saying that, Nui Nui pulled out 2 condensation pills from her bosom. The medicinal properties and aura on it were not simple, and you could tell at a glance that this was another top-tier elixir. Without changing her face, she took it over and stowed it in her arms, but in her heart she couldn't stop screaming. Sister, you thanked Nui Nui for that grandfather. Senior Sister Miyu, a group of disciples from the outer and inner sects have come outside, saying that they have completed the task you gave them. Suddenly, a miscellaneous disciple came in to report, while Miyuki had a confused look on her face. Chapter 11, The Pit. Nui Nui looked at the dumbfounded Miyu and hurriedly pulled her hand. Sister, have you forgotten that yesterday? You were the one who said that whoever of them finishes their cultivation tasks first can play with Nui Nui. It was then that Yayuki remembered that she had dragged Nui Nui outside and realized that there were quite a few people who had come. The leader was Gui Yun, who was imperative for the position of Nui Nui's little brother, and after saluting Miyu, he couldn't help but say, Senior Sister Miyu, we've all finished today's tasks, so we can play with Nui Nui now, right? Miyuki looked at the 7 or 8 children in front of her. Only half a day has passed. Is it hard to believe that the cultivation tasks are too few? Miyuki was in a daze. This kind of basic cultivation was not within her jurisdiction, but she knew one thing. In the past, they would not complete the mission until the last minute. Hearing Miyu's words, Wei-Yun rolled up his sleeves like he was offering a treasure. Not at all. Senior Sister Miyu, we haven't even eaten lunch all the time we've been swinging our swords. Look at how my arms are swollen. When Yayoi looked at it, his arm was indeed swollen from congestion. She then looked at Nui Nui, her cute little face full of anticipation, and sure enough, everyone can't help but love Nui Nui. Alright, Senior Sister is true to her word. Let's go play together. With that, Yayuki was about to pull Nui Nui away. The disciple at the side hurriedly spoke. Senior Sister Miyu, you can't leave. Yesterday's robberies caused the nearby sects to mistakenly think that someone from our sect had crossed the robberies, and no fewer than 10 sects have already come to spy on the news. You need to get a grip on this. This disciple struggled to say these words against Miyuki's soon-to-be murderous gaze. Where is the sovereign? The patriarch said he's gone to look for some nice flowers, and said that she'll take care of all things. Yu clenched her fists and took several deep breaths before squeezing out a smile and looking at Nui Nui. Nui Nui, sister, you can't play with you today. It's okay, Sister Moon. Go take care of things while Nui Nui plays with her new little friend. Miyu took a look at Big Black, who was following beside her, thinking that Lin Haofan would also be following Nui Nui all the time, and Nui Nui wouldn't be in any danger. Thinking about this, Yayuki left with a sense of relief. It was just that, with that big stride of hers, she didn't look like she was in a good mood, and the clan that came to spy on her was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get any better. Guo Yun, as a 13-year-old, was quite a bit taller than Nui Nui, but now he was bowing his head in front of Nui Nui. Nui Nui, let me take you to the back of the Sex Mountain first. That's where our secret base is generally unknown to the general public. Most importantly, we found so many wild flowers there. Hearing the word flower, Nui Nui's eyes immediately lit up, pulling over Dahei to go. Lin Haofan watched all of this from the sky. His heart couldn't stop feeling relieved. Nui Nui finally had her own little friend. Several people made 7 turns and crossed various goat paths before coming to the back of a mountain. Strangely enough, the front of that mountain was barren, while the back of this mountain was a patchwork of contending colors. Because the color of the flowers was too bright, Dahei stopped the excited Nui Nui and walked in first with his head held high. After checking, all the flowers are just ordinary flowers, just because in the middle of the clan and become aura a little. Big Black nodded in satisfaction and woofed twice at the group of kids, signaling that they could come in and play. Nui Nui and the little group of friends rushed in as if they were scattering, and the Big Black licked the fur on his body and watched them silently. There was a pang of pride in his heart. He was really becoming more and more like a dog, definitely the most loyal one to his young master. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to enter the forbidden area in the back of the mountain privately? A stern cry scared them so much that they didn't dare to move at once. Guo Yun hung his head low. Grand Elder. A few others also lowered their heads with a jittery look. Only Nui Nui, with a curious face, looked at the man. This grandpa, is your forbidden land so easy for children to break into? Guo Yun tugged on the corner of Nui Nui's coat, signaling her to stop talking. It was really because this great elder was fierce and treated his disciples harshly already. No disciple dared to talk to him at all, let alone refute him like this. However, Nui Nui opened her big eyes and said to Guo Yun, my father said that the Forbidden Land is a very hidden place that ordinary people can't enter, but we went into the Forbidden Land. Hey, are we that good? Guo Yun and the others were even more afraid to speak up. The Grand Elder, however, acted as if he couldn't hear, still looking very serious. Do you know how precious the flowers planted here are? Now it's all been destroyed by you. Forget it. As a Grand Elder, I shouldn't be bothered with you guys. You can compensate me with other flowers. That Nui Nui, you give first. The Grand Elder's heart was even more expectant, expecting Nui Nui to bring out something better than what the Patriarch was holding. Early in the morning, the Patriarch was visited by various elders to show off the rare herbs that Nui Nui had given him. Ha, isn't that just cheating from a child? If the sovereign can, he can naturally do it even better. With words spoken to this point, what could Lin Haofan not understand? Throughout her life, Nui Nui will not only meet good people, but also bad people, and even villains like the Great Elder. She wanted to see how her daughter would react. Ha, are you asking for pretty flowers, Grandpa? Nui Nui pulled out a large handful of things from her bosom, including herbs, pills, and even a tiny ring-style treasure weapon. The Grand Elder's eyes went straight. Yes, 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 these are the ones. Give them all to me. I can barely spare you. But Nui Nui put it back at once. But Nui Nui don't want to give it to you. You look so mean. Nui Nui don't like you. The treasures that were about to come into his hands all of a sudden disappeared. The Grand Elder was a bit anxious. How did you take it back? Aren't you afraid that I will punish this group of people around you? Nui Nui bristled. Nui Nui doesn't want to give it to you even more. You're threatening Nui Nui. Daddy said that anyone who threatens Nui Nui is not a good person. Let's go. This place any never come again. Nui Nui pulled Guo Yun and was about to leave, and the Grand Elder was about to stop him, when Lin Haofan snorted coldly and a small lightning bolt landed at the Grand Elder's feet, scaring him into hiding to the side. Such a flash full of heavenly aura, whose handiwork it was needless to say. The Grand Elder did not dare to be in speech. Guo Yun's few people were scared in their hearts, but seeing that the Grand Elder was unresponsive, they followed Nui Nui carefully, looking at his Inamorata's exasperated appearance. Guo Yun hurriedly said, Inamorata, don't be angry. I'll take you to my house to pick flowers. My house's flowers are surely ready to be picked. You're just a side branch. letting Nui Nui go to your house to pick flowers. I don't know what kind of scolding I'm going to get. It's better to go to my house. My house is the Lin family in Qingzhou. I'm still the first son of the family. Even more no problem. A brightly dressed boy opened his mouth to speak. The clothes he was wearing were obviously better than Gui Yun and the others. He was obviously an inner disciple. Even his expression was confident as hell. He thought that he had had a privileged life since he was a child, but it was easy to see that the child had no malice in his heart, but was simply stating this fact. Chapter 12, Punching the Other Sex Holy Maiden. Hearing Lin Tian say this, Gui Yun lowered his head in some shame. Nui Nui hurriedly grabbed Gui Yun's hand. It's okay, we'll just go to your house first and take a look. Don't allow picking, we'll go to his house again. Lin Haofan looked at Nui Nui grasping Gui Yun's hand. Eyes are going to stare out of the flower. The daughter is not yet grown up. Actually hold another man's hand. If she grows up can still look at it? They thus walked towards the outside of the sect in company. The Taishang Forgetfulness sect was originally within the boundaries of Qingzhou, and it just so happened that Lin Tian and Gui Yun's clans were both in Qingzhou as well, so it was also very fast to go by flying boat. The disciples guarding the sect gate, seeing that some of them were wearing the attire of inner disciples, let them go. That's how it is in the cultivation world. Strength and status come first. Senior, I want the hairpin on his head, right at the entrance to the sect's mountain. A pampered little girl pulled the sleeve of a middle-aged man next to her, pointing at a flashy beaded hairpin on Nui Nui's head and said. A few people from Nui Nui were stopped immediately. This is what my father gave me. I can't give it to you, Nui Nui said with some dissatisfaction as she protected the beaded hairpin on her head. Ha, just bring it when I tell you to. What's with all the talk? The middle-aged man next to the little girl said arrogantly. That's when someone recognized the middle-aged man. I remember them. They're from the Tianxian Sword Sect. The Tianxian Sword Sect has been in the top 5 in every 100 sect league. How did such a top sect come to our sect? As an inner disciple, Lin Tian naturally knew quite a lot of news. Nui takes a step back. No matter who you are, you can't rob others. Didn't your fathers teach you that? The petulant little girl immediately pulled out her sword, her eyes seeming to spit fire. Are you cursing me? Tiancheng picked up Nui Nui's clothes and was about to leave. Dahe saw something wrong and rushed forward to stop him. Lin Haofan, however, transmitted to him that he did not have to go. It is not necessary to intervene in things that are not life-threatening. Since he wants to exercise Nui Nui, then he should exercise a little more thoroughly. The 2 days of not-so-smooth life had taught the Inamorata to fight back as well. Nui Nui Chi released. That day into also never thought a hair girl actually can have this kind of strength. A moment of inattention was also Nui Nui break free. Exalted realm? Tian Cheng's tone was filled with surprise. Even his voice trembled as he spoke. It was no wonder that he was like this. After all, the Zunshi realm was a real powerhouse even in his sect, let alone one so young in the Zunshi realm, which would be great if he grew up in the future. With this in mind, Tian Cheng immediately made the decision to either get Nui Nui to his own clan today, or directly abolish her. With this in mind, Tian Cheng immediately released his Saint Emperor realm's pressure, directly suppressing Nui Nui's aura, so that she could not resist, and after doing this, Tian Cheng directly carried Nui Nui towards the Supreme Forgetfulness Sect's council hall and barged in. Ha! What I see must be mine. The little girl snorted coldly and followed Tian Cheng as well, leaving Gui Yun and the others in place. Anxious, as if Lin Tian suddenly remembered something, he rushed forward to pat Big Black. Big Black, aren't you powerful? You quickly go and save Nui Nui. Their Tianxian Sword Sect has always been strong. Nui Nui might be in danger. But Dahe sniffed but helplessly rolled his eyes upward. He would like to go, but the one above has a word in advance. How dare he The stealthy Lin Haofan on the side naturally saw Big Black's expression and raised his hand to give him a chestnut on the forehead, instantly causing Big Black to grimace and squeal in pain. How could Lin Haofan not know that Tian Cheng's little scheme? But he was not worried at all about any danger to his daughter. On the contrary, Lin Haofan felt that this was a good opportunity to let his daughter see the danger of the human heart. Let's go find senior sister EU. The faces of dozens of differently dressed people in the Supreme Forgetfulness Sect's council hall were filled with complimentary smiles, while the people of this sect were merely the only one. Miyuki, the patriarch, didn't know where he had gone to play, and the other elders didn't care to deal with these lowly clansmen. Someone from your sect is crossing such a strong heavenly Tao tribulation. I guess it must be adding another Saint Emperor realm. Congratulations. Yes. Breaking through at this juncture, your sect will certainly achieve remarkable results in this year's 100 Sect League. A false smile also hung on Miyu's face. Where? The fact of crossing the tribulation was an accident. The 100 Clans League still depends on the efforts of the little ones. It was also good to let other sects mistakenly think that someone had crossed the threshold. It could make other sects properly assess that their Tai Shan Oblivion sect was not that good to be messed with. Yo, It's true that your strength has increased and you don't even look at our Tianxian sword sect anymore. Tiancheng swaggered in carrying Nui Nui like this, his expression as disdainful as ever. The Tianxian sword sect's elder came to us. Why didn't he pass? Through first seeing Nui Nui's struggling appearance, Miyu's smiling expression froze on her face for a moment. Elder Tiancheng, I respect you as a senior, but how can you just casually take away my sect's disciples? Miyuki slapped his chair in anger. The elders of the other sects were also stunned, and inwardly, they were even more assessing how many people from the Taishang Oblivion sect had actually crossed the threshold, and actually dared to call out the elders of the Tianxian sword sect. For his part, Tiancheng was even more furious. When had he ever been angry in such a small sect? He threw the Nui Nui on his hand forward and, this person dares to humiliate this elder's beloved disciple, and this elder can't teach him a lesson? Miyuki hurriedly cast a spell to receive it in her arms. The little girl on the sidelines followed. That's just it. Who let her say I don't have a daddy? This was a serious statement, and any time Miyu said a word incorrectly, their clan would be in danger. The elders of the other sects hurriedly helped. Oh Miyu, this is where you guys are wrong. Who in the world knows that the Tianxian sword sect's little saint daughter lost her father when she was a child? How can you guys rub salt into someone's wounds? Yeah, you guys can't be so blind even after your strength has increased. The people in the room were all human beings, and they still understood who to turn to. Miyu's expression was grim as she suspected that this Tianxian sword sect was here to find trouble. No, sister you, Nui Nui didn't curse. It's them who wanted to grab Nui Nui's bead hairpin, which was given to me by father. I can't give it to anyone else. Miyuki placed her gaze on the beaded hairpin on Nui Nui's head. There were countless runes on it, yet the light was internalized. It was a fine magic weapon, capable of ignoring the realm to mask one's aura. It was because of it that no one in this group of elders could discover Nui Nui's realm unless Nui Nui did it herself. Such a good magic weapon. It is difficult for ordinary people to see it and not be moved, and it is no wonder that the saintly woman has taken a fancy to it. Miyu snorted coldly. I believe in Nui Nui. Exactly how the truth is. You all know it in your hearts, and the people from the other clans are all here. So let's not make too much of a scene. Shut up, Miyuki. How dare you speak to Elder Tiancheng like that? Just at this moment, a majestic voice came from the entrance of the hall. The crowd turned their heads to look. The visitor was none other than the Grand Elder of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, the same old man who wanted to cheat Nui Nui of her elixir today but was taught a lesson by Lin Haofan. And at this moment, this old man was looking at Yu with an unkind face. Chapter 13, Engagements. Seeing this, Nui Nui was busy blocking in front of Yu with her short legs, fearing that he would bully Yu. The Grand Elder's eyebrows crossed. Little children should not meddle in our clan's internal affairs. He then turned his head to look at Tensei in an almost fawning manner. When Elder Tiancheng came to despicable sect, why didn't he let someone inform me so that I could send someone to pick him up? Nui Nui disdainfully bristled. This grandpa, did you not get it right? Now it's other people bullying our clan's people. Why are you still helping him? The Grand Elder ignored Nui Nui. He didn't want to he only wanted Tiancheng, this old thief, to hurry up and leave. Tiancheng enjoyed this feeling of being complimented very much and waved his hand arrogantly. There's nothing else. Send the beaded hairpin on that little disciple's head to my precious apprentice, then apologize to my apprentice, and I'll pretend that today's incident didn't happen. Yu snorted coldly. Tell me your original purpose. It's still not for the beaded hairpin on Nui Nui's head. You can't say that. That beaded hairpin is your little disciple's reparation gift to my precious disciple. Tiancheng sneered. Senior sister Miyu, we testify that they're here to rob. Yes, senior sister Yu, they were the ones who bullied first. In the next moment, Wei Yun and Lin Tian several people barged into the conference hall, followed by the guard disciples who couldn't stop them. Who gave you the guts to trespass into the meeting hall? Want to be confined? The Grand Elder was shaken with anger. He had always been a strict disciplinarian. A few of them shrunk their necks, but remained firmly on Nui Nui's side. The Grand Elder took a look at Nui Nui and remembered the lightning bolt that was full of threats this morning. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. Then look at Tiancheng and Sage Lu Na who wouldn't stop until they got the beaded hairpin. He spoke up against the pressure. Let me apologize for her. That bead hairpin is also a gift from the elders of Nui Nui's family to her. You can't just give it away. He worded this sentence very carefully, saying the words elders of the family, and he only hoped that this Tiancheng could hear the meaning of his words and not to provoke Nui Nui anymore. But Tiancheng would not let it go, and his main goal was not the hairpin, but Nui Nui herself. Tiancheng looked at Nui Nui, as if he thought of something, and opened his mouth to say, it's fine if you don't apologize, but this son has excellent talent. It's a pity to stay in your Taishang Forgetfulness sect. Come to our Tianxian Sword sect. No. The crowd looked at the Grand Elder who had spoken. I really didn't expect that the first one to say no would actually be the first elder. The Grand Elder was bitter inside. Nui leaking something from her fingers was enough to make them happy for a long time. The Patriarch and me, you both had things given by Nui, and he hadn't even gotten them yet, so how could he possibly let others have this kind of treasure? Lu Na, who was next to Tian Chang, was disgruntled. Master, you said you would only have me as a disciple. Tian Chang laughed. One more won't hurt. The jealousy in Lu Na's eyes increased, and she drew her sword and stabbed Nui. Bad man, robbing my master. Look at the sword. The sudden outburst startled the crowd, and Nui let out a cold snort, releasing the pressure of a zuni around her. Yuna was instantly bounced off. She stood up with great difficulty while bracing her sword. You'll be going to the 100 Clans League, won't you? And I'll want you to look good when the time comes. Tiancheng hurriedly went to check his apprentice's body and realized that there was no serious harm before letting go of his heart. Then waving his hand, he directly made a move towards Nui. Lin Haofan keenly perceived that this attack carried a few points of killing intent, and was instantly annoyed. Really think I don't exist? Lin Haofan body chi outward. Only 2% force not only raw stopped Tiancheng's attack. At the same time also Tiancheng the whole person pressure in place cannot move, and at the same time, in addition to the presence of all the people in addition to Nui, everyone felt a horrifying pressure. Straight to the forehead of each person or out of the bean beads of sweat. Other sect elders, boy, when did the Taishang Oblivion sect have such a fierce person? This must be reported to the sect immediately. Great elder, I've told you not to mess with this little ancestor. Why bother? Yayoi, that one is truly as horrible as he is, but I hope he doesn't take it out on us. Nui, it's so strange. Why is everyone not moving? Are they playing the 1, 2, 3 wooden dummy that daddy taught me? Then I can't move either. Tensei, and the masters? Get out. But Lin Haofan didn't think so much about it, and immediately it was a wave of his robe sleeve that directly threw Tiancheng flying 2 miles away. Oh yo! Tiancheng grew old to go so urgent have time to often come to sit in the despicable clan The Grand Elder didn't forget to tease twice. Elder Shang Yuan, you. Our clan has business to attend to, so we won't intrude. I'll leave first as well. There are still spirit herbs to tend to within the clan. The Supreme Forgetfulness sect had produced such geniuses and experts. They had to hurry back to report to their sect master, and it was not possible to say that this year's 100 Sect League was really going to change the sky. In no time at all. There was only one outsider like Lu Na left in the Great Hall, but Lu Na wasn't afraid. She just looked at Nui and said, "You'll be participating in this year's 100 Clans League, right? At that time, I will definitely beat you to your knees and beg for forgiveness. As well as your pearl hairpin, I will definitely get it." Nui skimmed her lips. "And what if I win?" Lu Na was silent and spoke slowly. "Make demands as you wish." Then Tiancheng left with Lu Na, and Guoyun's few people were also taken down, leaving only the 3 of them in the Great Hall. The Great Elder, you and Nui. What can we do about this? Tiancheng will go back and add more fuel to the fire by saying that the top 10 clans have already clubbed together. They won't allow us to squeeze in. Maybe our ranking will be even lower than last time. The Grand Elder was a bit worried. Then he turned his gaze to Nui. Is this a blessing or a curse? After saying that, he left, not even wanting the rare herbs in Nui's hand. Lin Haofan looked at Nui. His heart was quite pleased. His daughter should be like this. When bullied, she should resist. As for that so-called 100 Sect League's major geniuses, Nui is the system himself, and with his excellent genes, it's more than enough to hang these kids. But looking at Lu Na just now, he still knew too little about the cultivation world. There were still quite a few geniuses. Since Nui was going to participate in the competition, he would go and see what level of genius this continent had. Sister Yu, did I cause trouble for you guys? Nui looked at Yayuki with guilt. Yayuki took Nui's hand. It has nothing to do with you. They were the ones who came looking for trouble first. Nui was instantly happy and went back to playing. Waiting for the next day, Nui waited until noon but didn't wait for Guiyun's people. Obviously promised to come and play with me today. Where has everyone gone? Nui beamed with some dissatisfaction. Shouldn't something have happened? It's not going to be like Mom. It's all gone. Anxious, she went straight out with Big Black to find them. The sect was still quite large, with several peaks, and the Taishang peak she lived on was the largest peak in the entire sect. It was also within these few days that Nui's portrait was circulated throughout the entire sect, with the elders instructing their disciples to be respectful when they see Nui. So on this journey, Nui was not hindered by anything and passed through the entire clan unhindered. When she came down to Taishang Peak, the first thing she saw was Lin Tian, who was lifting a stone lion weighing several hundred pounds to crouch in a horse stance. All the people around him were dressed like him and were talking about something around Lin Tian, and there was no sign of Guiyun and the others here. Inuyasha rushed over to her, only just getting close when she heard a snort of laughter. Lin Tian, you really don't deserve to be our inner disciple. Actually putting yourself down to play with that group of outer disciples. It's really a disgrace to us. I think you should hurry up and go stay with them. Lin Tian, is squatting fun? This is the price you pay for playing with them. Yo, why don't you say something? Is it because you don't want to? Chapter 14, The Race Again. Nui Nui rushed in with Big Black to protect Lin Tian. What are you doing bullying Lin Tian? These inner disciples didn't dare to speak at once when they saw that it was Nui Nui. These days they hadn't been instructed by the elders to avoid Nui Nui when they saw her. But the eyes of a clear and colorful woman suddenly reddened as she pointed at Nui Nui and said, It's you who caused Brother Sun Yu to be punished. It's all your fault. She then pointed at the inner disciples around her and said, And you guys, why don't you say anything? Don't you all hate her too? Why don't you dare to say anything now? The others turned into birds and beasts and scattered in all directions. Inuyasha even dealt with the proud son of heaven. Sun Yu, let alone them, they would just sneak around and bully Lin Tian and those outer disciples. But Inuyasha they wouldn't dare to mess with in a million ways. Nui Nui was a bit confused. She was just about to speak when Zhaoing ran away. Then she looked over to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, get up. Let's go find Guiyun. Lin Tian shook his head. This is the great elder's punishment. I can't leave until it's time. I guess it's the same on Guiyun's side as well. Nuan Nuan, you can play on your own for a while. There's only 1 more hour before I can leave. Why are you guys being punished? I'll go talk to the Grand Elder and ask him not to punish you guys. Okay. Lin Tian's face was covered in beads of sweat as he shook his head. It's alright Nuan Nuan. You should be punished for making a mistake. Lin Tian, yesterday you trespassed into the council hall. You were originally punished for squatting in horse stance for 3 hours, but now you actually dare to talk. Add another hour. No wonder Lin Tian didn't even say a word when they just scolded him like that. So it turned out that he couldn't speak. Nui Nui instantly felt a bit guilty as she turned her head to look at the elder who had spoken. He entered the council hall for me and spoke because of me. So don't punish him. Just like he said, when you make a mistake, you have to be punished. After saying that, this elder left with his hands behind his back. Not everyone likes Nui Nui, just like not everyone in this clan knows how strong Nui Nui is. For the matter of Nui Nui replacing Sun Yu to participate in the 100 Clans League had already spread, and there were already a lot of people who were dissatisfied with Nui Nui. Because she was mindful of the punishment that elder had said, she was a little worried about Guiyun and the others. She sat directly on Dahei and let Dahei lead her to Guiyun. Big Black led him to the top of another peak. The disciples on this peak were more than twice as many as the inner disciples, and all of them wore white outer disciple uniforms. Trying to find Guiyun within so many people wasn't an easy task. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in front of them, and Nui Nui hurriedly pulled Dahei over. There's always a little girl to see what's going on. We've completed our cultivation tasks for the day, and we've been punished, so why don't you let us leave? Outer disciples just stay properly in the outer gate. What's the point of going inside to blindly wander around? Look at those inner disciples. How many of them look at you? What did you say? Guiyun exploded with anger. Guiyun, you're not strong enough and your family is not good enough. Then you need to learn to put your tail between your legs. Being so hot-tempered all the time is going to be a disadvantage. Also, aren't you the little follower of that what's her name Nui Nui? Going to flatter someone with a background when you don't have one? Even a 6-year-old child. You're really powerful too. Are you guys talking about me? Nui Nui. Guiyun called out in surprise before blocking in front of Nui Nui. What are you blocking? It's not like I'm going to eat her? Xiandong, who had just been bashing Nui Nui, pushed aside Guiyun and looked at Nui Nui with a raised eyebrow in disdain. Kid, it's you that's being talked about. They all say you're great, that you defeated that Sun Yu guy, but I don't believe them. Inuyasha was a little offended. She hated looking up at people and as soon as she did she yanked the person to the same level as herself. Thank you has to be thankful. Also, Guiyun is my friend. I won't allow others to bully him. Saying such domineering words in a milky voice, Guiyun was moved to tears. But what I said is the truth. Xiandong pressed a step forward, and even the other outer sect disciples pressed forward as well. It was clear that all of these people were dissatisfied with Nui Nui. Their eyes were full of provocation, and each one of them looked down with their heads bowed at the little pea-brained man in front of them. Let's fight then. Nui Nui said this in a milky voice, not intimidating at all. Xiandong shook his head with a look of disbelief. What did you say? You're telling me to let a man my size beat up a little beaner like you? Are you insulting me? Or are you harming me? Who doesn't know you have a strong background now? What if you go to your parents and cry after beating you? There was a burst of jeers all around. I hate you. Inuyasha shouted angrily and then just knocked him off his feet. Xiandong patted his ass and stood up with an incredulous face. You actually engaged in a sneak attack? Then don't blame me? Xiandong picked up the sword on the ground and swung it over, but his own strength was just not enough. The sword stopped when it was 2 centimeters away from Nui Nui, and he couldn't stab in at all. Isn't it just having a powerful defense spell? What's there to be proud of? Qiandong bristled. Although Nui Nui was small in age, but it was not that she did not understand the words. She directly released a powerful pressure to press Qiandong to death on the ground. Slating his face, his sharp eyes looked around. Anyone else not convinced? It was you just now, wasn't it? With a wave of his hand, the man was also pinned to the ground in death. And you, wherever Nui Nui looked, not a single person was spared. And these were all the ones who had just treated Nui 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 extremely badly. An honored one? She's an honored one? She's actually an honored one? I'm sorry. It's all because that Shandon taught us to talk like that. You go find him. Yeah, it's that Shandon. The remaining people who were still standing directly knelt down and kowtowed towards Nui Nui. Nui Nui grunted coldly and waved her hand. One of them shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" In a moment, the crowd dispersed like birds and beasts, and not a single person was left. Even Shandon, who was sprawled on the ground, rushed away. It was really because the aura of the Nui Nui Exalted One was too obvious, and they were afraid that Nui Nui would retaliate against them, just like those who were pressed to the ground. Nui held up her little fists. "I'll let you guys talk nonsense again." Then to Guiyun, he said, "In the future, if they're bullying you, just tell me and I'll come back to beat them up." Guiyun nodded his head in a moved manner and secretly vowed to cultivate properly and not to hold back Nui Nui. After looking at Guiyun's safety, Nui Nui nodded with satisfaction before writing Big Black and leaving once again. Since then, Nui Nui had finally lived a relatively stable period of time in the entire Taishang Oblivion, until this day, when the 100 Sect League officially opened. Chapter 15, 100 Clans League. The host sect of this year's 100 Sect League just happened to be the Supreme Forgetfulness Sect. Early in the morning of that day, there were a succession of clans coming forward, and it was very lively. The people in the sect were also licensed not to have to practice today. All the adult disciples were going to be busy with the reception, and the underage disciples were playing crazy. Nui Nui followed Guiyun Lin Tian. Several people are blindly wandering all morning. "Nui Nui, you're going to the competition. Why aren't you in a hurry at all?" "Yeah, Nui Nui, my dad even said that temp is still useful. Do you want to try harder?" Lin Tian and Guiyun spoke to each other, their tones filled with concern for Nui Nui. Nui Nui patted Dahei's head. "No, it's just a small competition. I'll go find mother after the competition." "Is it true what you guys said about there being a lot of pretty flowers at the tournament? My dad attended the last one. He told me about it, said it was a beautiful secret place with all the beautiful things inside, but unfortunately I wasn't qualified to participate." Lin Tian said this. The relief on Nui Nui's side was in stark contrast to the atmosphere of saber rattling in the council hall. "No way, they're all little kids, the future of every clan. Falling one is a huge loss to the clan. Why not let them enter with their magic weapons? Yeah, if they're worried about the fairness of the competition, just allow them to bring their defense spells. Why are they not allowed to bring anything?" Counting hundreds of years upwards, there was no such arrangement. Why add it this year? Tianxian Sword Sect, are you guys going to give a statement? The content of each match of the 100 Clans League was quite fixed. Firstly, because of the fear that these children would not be able to adapt, and secondly, because of the fear that some clans would use this as a means of revenge. However, this year, the Tianxian Sword Sect had directly proposed to change the content of the competition, and no one was allowed to bring magic weapons. The other sect elders were instantly offended and opened their mouths to retort. As for the Taishang Forgetfulness Sect's patriarch, he just quietly looked at the Tianxian Sword Sect's people. What happened that day? Miyu had already told him as is. He had reason to suspect that this Tianxian Sword Sect was targeting Nui Nui. Tiancheng smiled faintly. "It's not up to you to change the rules or not." The crowd's expressions froze. Yes, although the rules of the league hadn't changed for hundreds of years, the people who set the rules at that time were the top 10 clans of the Wind and Cloud continent, and this is also the default of the clans. If more than half of the top 10 clans agree to change the rule, then this rule must be moved. There is no way for those small clans to be unwilling. After all, the strength is there. Whoever says a dissatisfaction, it is estimated that the clan will be destroyed that night. The expressions of the Grand Elder and Miyu also froze. Who didn't know that the 10 great clans had always had a good relationship? Elder Long Xian of the Acacia sect, Elder Qingsong of the Qingmu sect, Elder Gudian of the Tai sect, and Elder Lin San of the True Heavenly sect, have arrived. The disciple outside the door came to inform that the elders of the remaining 9 clans had come together. They reasonably suspected that these people had come in consultation, or else how could they have come at such a coincidence? "Yo, all there? I think Tiancheng has said it all. We in the Greenwood sect have agreed. We from the Tai sect also agree." The remaining 9 clans unsurprisingly all agreed, and Tiancheng followed up with, "How about you guys?" The other sect elders' faces turned green, but they could only bite their teeth and say they agreed. After saying that, he didn't stay long. and hurriedly went back to find the disciples he was going to participate in and instructed them that for this competition, life comes first, and ranking comes second. Since he didn't know who exactly these 10 clans were going to deal with, but there was nothing wrong with saving his life first. Don't you all think that your approach is too overbearing? Taishang Forgotten Love Sect Patriarch Shin Tian said in a deep voice. Ching Song leaned against the wall and squinted at Shin Tian. Yo, you don't know what's going on after being 11th a few times. You don't really think that you can squeeze into the top 10, do you? I just think it's time for your reign to end. Sovereign, Master, the Grand Elder and Miyuki hurriedly shouted. They were so scared that sweat broke out on their brains. Were such words something that could be said casually? Shin Tian, however, gave them a reassuring look, and the two of them instantly put their hearts down when they thought about the strong Nui Nui and her strong daddy. Who says they don't have a background? What do you mean by that? One clan is going to fight against 10 of our top clans? Are you looking for death? The representative elders of these 10 sects pulled out their weapons and looked at Shin Tian with cold eyes. Want to make a bet? If we make it into the top 10, each of you will take out 1/10 of the clan's resources for me. If I don't reach it, I'll give all the resources of our clan with both hands. Shing Song snorted once he heard this. Merely entering the top 10? You're not qualified enough to give us a bet. Great. First then. Shin Tian uttered these words all at once in his excitement. The Grand Elder hurriedly pulled over the Patriarch. Patriarch, you're stupid. He's provoking you. Why did you fall for it? But no regret so? Shing Song laughed and left immediately, as if he was afraid that Shin Tian would regret it. The people from the other clans also laughed and left, acquiescing to the existence of this bet. It was only when only the people of the Supreme Oblivion sect were left in the entire hall that the Grand Elder fell onto the stool as if disengaged. Oh Patriarch, what on earth are you doing? Never mind, I'll run away tonight. The Patriarch patted the Grand Elder's shoulder. Rest assured, aren't there still Nui Nui? The Grand Elder thought of this heart just a little bit more stable, but still cannot help but worry. After all, that Nui Nui is even more powerful that is still only a 5 or 6-year-old child. The people from the 10 major clans exchanged pleasantries and left separately. Only Tian Sheng stood still. The bet was not what he had in mind. He just wanted to shade the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. How strong Lin Nuan Nuan was, other people didn't know, but he knew it very well. Putting her in the race is a downgrade. There's no way anyone else can win. Moreover, in order to get the remaining 9 sects to side with him, he had gone around spreading rumors that the Taishang Oblivion sect had no one in sight and wanted to replace the other sects. If in the end, Lin Nuan Nuan really won, his behavior of using the other clans as a gun would be exposed, and he wouldn't be able to take the heat. No, Lin Nui Nui can't win. It wasn't enough to just ban her magic weapon. He had to make sure that Lin Nan Nan couldn't win, or just die during the game. After all, when competing in the secret realm, no one could intervene, especially that kind of great Emperor realm experts. Once they intervened, the entire secret realm would explode on itself, and no one would want to come out alive. Obviously, Tian Chang was thinking that the person behind Lin Nan Nan was an expert of the great Emperor realm. Thinking this way, he flew directly into midair to search for Lin Nanan's whereabouts. As long as she can't compete properly, then she must not win. Chapter 16, The Poisonous Spirit Sex Offense. Oh, Mother, where are you? Nyan Nyan misses you so much. Woo woo. Lin Nyan Nyan cried in her sleep with her face covered in tears. Hearing Lin Nanan's cries, Yayuki rushed in, only to see Lin Nan Nan sitting on her knees on the bed, her little hands rubbing over her eyes, her face still bearing the traces of undried tears. Seeing her in this pitiful state, Yayuki's heart broke. She should be having a nightmare, so take her out to find something to eat. In the void, Lin Haofan's clear and cold voice was heard. Lin Haofan had been following behind Lin Nan Nan, following her every move. One had to admit that Lin Nan Nan had indeed grown up quite a bit after coming out to practice for a while. Looking at his good daughter on the bed, Lin Haofan revealed a satisfied smile. Lin Haofan's cold and icy voice caused Miyu to shiver. It was a voice that no matter how many times she'd heard it, still scared her. Okay, EU stabilized her mind. She didn't understand how Lin Haofan had given birth to such a lovely daughter as Lin Nan Nan. Nui Nui, will you go out for a walk with your sister? Yayuki asked carefully. Lin Nui Nui nodded obediently, her little body going straight into Yayue's arms. Yayue heartily hugged Lin Nan Nan, a pair of hands gently patting Lin Nanan's back. Sister, I want to eat fruit. Lin Nuan Nuan leaned into Miyu's arms and rubbed her stomach and whispered. Miyu smiled and nodded, then scratched Lin Nuan Nuan's nose. Okay, sister will take you to pick fruits to eat. Yeah, said Lin Nui Nui, clapping her hands happily. Seeing Lin Nan Nan slow down from her nightmare, Yayuki breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Lin Nan Nan was, she was still a small child, and a few wild fruits coaxed her into it. As long as you make it impossible for that little ninny Lin Nuan Nuan to compete properly, You can choose any 3 of our Tian Xian sword sex treasures. A trace of sinisterness flashed across Tian Cheng's face. In order to deal with Lin Nui Nui, he had put in a lot of blood. Surprisingly, he cooperated with the Poison Spirit sect. Who doesn't know that the people of the Poison Spirit sect are ruthless? The righteous people are all ashamed to come into contact with the Poison Spirit sect. But he's also a little desperate right now. Good. It's a deal. According to Shan Jingyu's information, Lin Nannan was only a 6-year-old child. Is it worth his while? Regardless of life or death? Yeah, sister. I want to eat that fruit. Lin Nannan shook Miyu's hand and said in a milky voice, okay, wait here for a minute and I'll go pick it for you. But at that moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. Who's there? Lin Nuan Nuan felt very strong killing intent, but the people coming were not enough to fear. Afterward, Miyuki only felt as if time had stood still around her. She tried to vocalize for Lin Nannan to run, but she couldn't get her mouth to open, only to see that the void in front of Miyuki's eyes suddenly twisted. Sister, why aren't you moving? Lin Nannan asked with a curious face as she came up to EU. Solve. Lin Nannan cupped her hands in a trick. It's someone from the Poison Spirit sect. A trace of anxiety flashed across Miyu's face. Why are there people from the Toxic Spirit sect here? The words fell. A young man stepped out of the void. You're Lin Nui Nui? It's me. What are you looking for me for? Lin Nannan ignored the murderous intent in his eyes, fluttering and blinking her big eyes. This adorable look of hers actually caused a trace of intolerance to arise in the heart of Shan Jingyu, a man known for his ruthlessness. Little girl, blame it on the fact that you messed with the wrong person. Shan Jingyu decided to give this little girl in front of him a painful death. As he spoke, he probed his hand toward Lin Nannan. Sister, you step back. Leave this place to me. Lin Nuan Nuan cast a reassuring look towards Miyu. Miyuki nodded and stepped back. She had already sent a message to Aro for help. Moment. A terrifying vine stretched out from the void, reaching straight towards Lin Nannan. Nannan, be careful. Even though she knew that Lin Nannan's strength was as terrifying as it was, she still subconsciously uttered a warning. Bang! There was a loud noise in the air. It was the sound of vines breaking, only to see those lurid vines suddenly shatter in the air the moment they were about to approach Lin Nannan. Shan Jingyu directly froze. His move no one in this world has been able to crack, and today it's been cracked by a little milksop? Unbelievable. Miyu stood behind Lin Nuan Nuan, forcing herself to be calm, tilting her head slightly and rushing at Shan Jingyu with a look of disdain. Is this the strength of the Poison Spirit sect? Miyuki had experienced what it meant to be a dogfighting for power today. Lin Nannan inserted her waist and skimmed her mouth. TSK. Can't you? Shan Jingyu was directly blindsided. He was at the late stage of the hidden Dao. This little tyke in front of him could block his attack? That's not possible. You seek death. Shan Jingyu snorted out coldly. A thought followed. A large umbrella flew out from behind him. Open. He rose up in the air and waved his big hand, only to see that the large umbrella flew over the heads of the two Lin Nuan Nui and slowly opened. Holy weapon. An Imperial Spirit umbrella? Miyu never expected that Shan Jing would have a holy weapon in his hands. The terror of a holy weapon was something that Miyu could not even think about. Miyuki pulled Lin Nannan behind herself. Miyuki only felt a strong suction force coming from the top of her head, causing her to sway from side to side. Behind him, Lin Nannan's complexion remained unchanged as she raised her head and curiously surveyed the Imperial Spirit umbrella. This umbrella is so pretty. Take it back and shade your mother from the sun. Hey! After saying that, she swung her small hand and rushed the Imperial Spirit umbrella above her head. At the same time, Lin Haofan arrived above the several people. The terrifying pressure he emitted caused Shan Jingyu to tremble. What a terrifying aura! Shan Jingyu said in his heart. Something big is not good. The haze overflowed and enveloped around the Royal Spirit umbrella. It is? Bang! The Imperial Spirit umbrella directly exploded in the air. Ah! My umbrella! Shan Jingyu's two eyes went black. Too late to feel sorry for his Royal Spirit umbrella, because he realized that the little tyke in front of him was glaring menacingly at him. The umbrella! I can't believe the umbrella is broken. It's all your fault. You're screwed today, Lin Nannan said with a mouthful of words. In his heart, Shan Jingyu hated to drag Tiancheng out and repeatedly whip his corpse. This damn Tiancheng dared to trap him. If he had known that Lin Nannan's strength was so terrifying, he definitely wouldn't have taken this job. Even if he were to be given all of his divine artifacts, he wouldn't be willing to go up against this heaven-defying existence. Lin Nuan Nuan ran towards Shan Jingyu while puffing. You broke my mother's umbrella. Shan Jingyu was almost at the point of death, but he didn't stop his inner drama. God, it's really unjust. That's clearly my umbrella. How did it become her mother's? Goddamn Tiancheng. If I can go back alive today, I will definitely not let you go. This little ninny is only 6 years old. How is her strength so heaven-defying? I wouldn't be able to beat even 10 more. Shan Jingyu suddenly realized that he couldn't even move. Who are you exactly? This little ninny in front of her had such strength, and the snobbery behind her was definitely not simple. I'm Lin Nan Nan, Lin Nan Nan said with an innocent face. Yayoi-san, how are we going to fix him? He's a bad guy, isn't he? You can't kill me. My master De Wu Tianzun will never let you go. De Wu Tianzun? You don't have to care about him, he's not as good as you. Big Black paced slowly. Within the void, Lin Haofan had witnessed the entire thing, and he had seen all of me use defensive Nui Nui in his eyes. Master, do you need me to make a move? No need. She's at the age where she can face these things alone, Lin Haofan said slowly. On the side, Yu couldn't help but sigh tersely in her heart. No wonder Lin Nan Nan was so powerful at such a young age. So it's a father who broke through the heavenly Dao realm. She had watched Lin Haofan's actions just now. Just by moving a single finger, he suppressed the sacred artifact Imperial Spirit Umbrella. That's a holy weapon. He solved it with one finger. Although the Great Wu Heavenly Father was a rare cultivation genius in the world, he was nothing but an ant in Lin Haofan's eyes. Chapter 17, The Great Wu Heavenly Father appears. Just as Lin Nuan Nuan was planning to continue striking, the void once again cracked open, and a white-haired old man slowly emerged from it. I only saw that the old man was holding a walking stick in his hand, and although he was old, his whole body seemed to be in good spirits. It was the first time that Lin Nan Nan had seen a white-bearded old man, and for a moment she felt curious. My dad never grows a beard. He's always clean-shaven. Master. Shan Jingyu rushed behind his own master with a flying leap. Shan Jingyu never expected that the master would come. With master's backing, Shan Jingyu's back couldn't help but straighten up again. His own master had now broken through to the Saint Emperor, and he believed that with his master's strength, he could definitely avenge the destruction of the Royal Spirit Umbrella for himself. See the visitor. Lin Haofan inside the void didn't even lift his eyelids. Amir Zunshur also dares to come out and show off his power? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. This is De Wu Tianzun. Dahe squatted by Lin Nanan's feet and slowly spoke. Lin Nuan Nui raised her hand and wiped Dahe's forehead, then nodded. Dahe's smooth fur making Lin Nuan Nui fall in love with it. It was because of Big Black's smooth fur that Daddy had captured him for himself as a pet in the first place. Seeing this careless look of his own daughter, the corners of Lin Haofan's mouth within the void slightly hooked. This look of not putting his opponent in his eyes was simply the same as his Lin Haofan. If he wasn't inconvenienced by the fact that he couldn't step in right now, he'd have to go over and pinch her face. Nui Nui hadn't spoken to herself in a long time, and I wondered if she missed her. You're the one who destroyed the Imperial Spirit Umbrella? The Great Wu Heavenly Father opened his mouth with an iron face at me. This Royal Spirit Umbrella was something that their Poison Spirit sect had gone through a lot of effort to search for. They were still waiting to use this umbrella to revitalize the Poison Spirit sect. Niyu's back was cold. Why was she so unlucky today? Not only did she run into Shan Jingyu, but at this moment, his master, De Wu Tianzuan, had also come out. Great Wu Tianzuan's existence was even more intimidating than Shan Jingyu, and his methods were even more ruthless than Shan Jingyu's. Great Wu Tianzuan was the patriarch of the Poison Spirit sect, and his strength needed no introduction. Today, when the Great Wu Heavenly Father approached them, it would be considered that they were on a collision course with the Poison Spirit sect. So that umbrella is called the Royal Spirit Umbrella. The name is so nice, but it's a pity. Lin Nui Nui's little face was almost wrinkled together. This umbrella is good looking and has a very nice name. It's a perfect gift for my mother. What a shame the umbrella broke. Master, it's her. I can't see through her cultivation. Shan Jingyu came over to De Wu Tianzuan's side and whispered, directly telling him that this child, Lin Nan Nan, was not without cultivation. She should have used a magic weapon to hide her cultivation, and the power behind the person who had this kind of magic weapon was naturally not ordinary. Therefore he didn't dare to strike out at will. Upon hearing this, the Great Wu Heavenly Father laughed coldly. I see that you have been too neglectful of your cultivation lately. The opposite side is only a 6-year-old child, and you can't beat it? Also destroyed the Royal Spirit Umbrella? De Wu Tianzuan's continuous questioning caused Shan Jingyu to resist, starting to doubt his own strength. Is it hard to believe that you're overthinking things? Lin Nan Nan is just an ordinary kid. However, very soon, Lin Haofan let Great Wu Tianzuan see what strength meant. Seeing Shan Jingyu burying his head and not saying anything, De Wu Tianzuan was furious and rebuked in a loud voice. You asked me to come here because of a 6-year-old little tit? Are you? The Great Wu Heavenly Father was cursing with vigor when he suddenly felt a pressure. With his cultivation level, he could not feel the other party's realm at the moment, but it directly told him that the other party was very powerful and was not something he could fight against. If they weren't careful, they might even take their entire Poison Spirit sect with them. In fact, the Great Wu Heavenly Father had overthought it. Regardless of whether he had made a move today or not, their Poison Spirit sect, too, was dead on arrival. Big Black, later on, you go and exterminate the poison spirit sect, Lin Haofan said slowly. Yes, master. The conversation within the void fell into Miyuki's ears word for word, and Miyuki's eyes went wide. What the hell are they talking about? That's the poison spirit sect. The poisonous spirit sect is known for making and using poisons, and all of their moves are very sinister. It wasn't that they of the righteous path hadn't thought of destroying the poison spirit sect, but every time it ended in failure and they suffered heavy losses. After a long time, they gave up on this idea, letting the poison spirit sect develop. As a result, Lin Haofan solved it with a single word? What kind of god is this Lin Haofan? Yayuki stabilized her mind and made up her mind in her mind that she would take good care of Lin Nan. She didn't want to be the trigger for the extermination of her family. I wonder which senior has descended. Could you come out to talk? Great Wu Heavenly Father asked in a very respectful manner. You're also worthy? A few cold words came from Lin Haofan within the void. At the same time, the terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Haofan caused the Great Wu Heavenly Father's heart and mind to quake. It is? De Wu Tianzuan looked towards De He. His expression changed slightly. This dog seemed to be a god of the demon race. The god of demons? Da He gave him a sidelong glance, a look that seemed to say, count yourself wise. De Wu Tianzun cried out that something bad had happened. At first, when he couldn't detect Lin Nanan's cultivation, he thought it was because Lin Nan was an ordinary person. After all, one who could make the demon god obediently become a pet was certainly not an ordinary person. This little tyke in front of him could have such strength at such a young age. The family behind him must not be simple. Great Wu Tianzuan now only wanted to expel Shan Jingyu from his division and bow and apologize to the little tyke on the opposite side of the room. Shan Jingyu, what the hell is going on here? Great Wu Heavenly Father's face sank. Master, Shan Jingyu has not been able to figure out what is going on until now. He was also very regretful in his heart now, regretting that he shouldn't have been so greedy. Little master, let me take care of them. Aha, then I'll go pick wild fruits. Saying that, Lin Nuan Nui held onto EU and headed towards the big tree next to her. Just now, she saw that the tree had a lot of fruits, red and shiny. It must be delicious. This? A tangle flashed across Yayuki's face. There's still a fight going on over there. Is it really good to run off and pick fruit to eat by yourself? Go on. This fruit is cold. Don't let her eat too much. Lin Haofan transmitted his voice. Okay, understand. I'll watch over her. Only after receiving Lin Haofan's permission did Miyu dare to bring Lin Nan over. Run! The Great Wu Heavenly Father bellowed. Knowing that he couldn't defeat his opponent, De Wu Tianzun didn't have the heart to fight, and took Shan Jingyu and ran away. This behavior wasn't too honorable to tell, but their poison spirit sect had always had a bad reputation, so they weren't afraid of this one more. After all, the Great Wu Heavenly Father believed in the dogma of staying green. Chapter 18, The Poisonous Spirit Sect Exterminates. Running away when you can't beat them. Is this what your poison spirit sect does? Just as the two De Wu Tianzun thought they had escaped and breathed a sigh of relief, De He's cold voice came out from behind the two of them. Your Honor, please spare us this time. I thought nothing happened to her. Shan Jingyu could not cry. Not only did he lose a royal spirit umbrella, but now he was being chased by a big black dog. What kind of thing was this? You've upset the little master. Big Black snorted coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Big Black's claws reached out towards the two. When it was about to touch the two, the claws suddenly became bigger and flashed with a golden light, a slap that could easily kill the two. Knock! In the nick of time, Great Wu Tianzuan used his holy weapon, the 10,000 Catty's staff. With the added power of the 10,000-pound staff, De Wu Tianzun blocked De He's first strike. How dare a mere 10,000 gene staff be taken out and used? Hearing this, the Great Wu Heavenly Father was even more convinced of his suspicion that that little tyke was indeed not an ordinary person. The 10,000 Catty staff could even be disliked by the other party. Knowing that this 10,000 Catty staff was their poison spirit sect's temple treasure, he would never have taken it out if it wasn't an emergency. It turns out that what you are proud of is garbage in the eyes of your enemies. It's really too solid. The Big Black sidestepped and reached out with his other paw, slapping it heavily again. Master, help! The 10,000 Catty staff was directly crushed, and along with it, the Great Wu Heavenly Father and Shan Jingyu. After collecting the two De Wu Tianzun, De He continued to move. The reason why he had chased the two for so long was to find the lair of the poison spirit sect and destroy it in one fell swoop. Big Black stood at the entrance of the poison spirit sect's mountain, extended his claws, and flattened it with a single slap. No one inside survived. Inside the void. Big Black, this is a beautiful job. Reward you with a few more bowls of 10,000 spirit clear spring. Hearing this, Big Black's tail, which had just been wagging, immediately reclenched. After half a day, it turns out that Lin Haofan knows everything. On second thought, though, he could understand. Who wouldn't be worried with such a lackadaisical and rich daughter? If he were Lin Haofan, he would definitely keep an eye on Lin Nanan's bag every day. Where would he still let her come out to practice? It's not that simple. The people of the Poison Spirit sect wouldn't come to trouble Nui Nui for no reason. I understand, Master. I'll go investigate. There's no need. I've just used memory liquefaction to check it out. It's Tiancheng who messed up. A hint of killing intent flashed across Lin Haofan's face. Tiancheng had dared to hit on his precious daughter. He was really living out of his mind. Lin Haofan hated to break Tiancheng into pieces, but it was still too cheap to let him die directly. He thought of a better way to deal with Tensei. Soon, it was game day. Nana, today will be the day you emerge, Tiancheng said as he straightened Luna's sash. I'm sure that Shan Jingyu has already taken care of that little ninny. After all, Shan Jingyu has the royal spirit umbrella in his hand. Dealing with a 6-year-old little baby that is not more than enough? Today, this championship is a sure win for their clan. Master, I heard that the Poison Spirit sect was exterminated some time ago. Knock. The teacup in Tiancheng's hand then tipped over on the ground with a crisp sound. What did you say? Extermination? That's impossible. It's true. It's rumored that even the mountain peaks have been flattened. If you ask me, they deserved it. Who told them to make enemies everywhere on a regular basis? Master, you don't know how happy those people laughed when they heard that the Poison Spirit sect was exterminated. Luna was still chattering away, not noticing that her own master's face had turned pale. The tournament was a very lively and crowded event. Lin Nannan looked very excited as it was her first time to come to such an occasion. Guo Yun! Lin Nui Nui smiled brightly when she saw her familiar little friend. Here, this is the fruit I just picked last night. It's delicious. Saying that, she pulled out a handful of bright red fruits from her bag. At first, Guo Yun thought that it was another rare treasure when he heard that Lin Nannan was going to give him fruit to eat. It turned out to be just plain old wild fruit. A trace of loss flashed across Guo Yun's face, but when he saw that Lin Nannan was looking forward to it, he smiled brightly and took the fruit carefully. So sweet. Thanks Nyan. Hee. It's the first time I've ever eaten such delicious fruit. Lin Haofan was very satisfied with Guo Yun's performance. This kid has eyes and is quite good at providing emotional value. Che, are you from a poor family that hasn't eaten anything good? Just this wild fruit. You take it as a treasure? Ha ha, what a joke. No one even picks this fruit to eat in our place. Luna sneered from one side. Just now, Master said that today's competition is going to be a ban on magic weapons. See what this little ninny in front of me will do without her magic weapon in her hand? In Luna's eyes, the fact that Lin Nuan was able to win a fight before was all due to the powerful magic weapon in her hand. After all, she hadn't detected a single bit of cultivation in Lin Nannan, so she must be an ordinary person without her magic weapon. Gentlemen, the competition is about to begin, so please come up in order to draw the order of competition and who you're competing against. The voice of the host on stage interrupted the crowd. Lin Haofan within the void coldly watched all of this happen. This Luna had just broken through the celestial realm and dared to come out and clamor. It's ridiculous. Let's show Luna what hanging means today. Tiancheng stood on the stage in a cold sweat. For some reason, his heart was beating hard. It seemed that something big was going to happen today. The first one to take the stage is Lin Nui Nui of the Taishan Oblivion sect. Go Nui Nui! Go Nui Nui! Guo Yun and the rest of his buddies cheered and applauded for Lin Nui Nui. Now draw the opponent who will fight Lin Nui Nui. As soon as the host's words left his mouth, the people in the room looked different. Many of them were actually skeptical about Lin Nanan's strength, but there were also a small number of people who had seen Lin Nuan's strength with their own eyes, and they were praying in their hearts right now that they wouldn't be drawn. Next on the stage is Li Xiao of the Greenwood faction. Hiss. List? Geez, this Lin Nuan is too miserable. Right off the bat, she's up against Li Xiao. Right, Li Xiao is the senior sister of the Greenwood sect, and it's rumored that she's already broken through to the middle stage of the Celestials, and she's almost caught up to Luna of the Tianxian Sword sect. Do you guys think this Lin Nui Nui will be killed? The rules of the competition this time have been modified so that she can't bring any divine weapons. Can she really come out alive with that little cultivation? I think it's bad enough. Li Siwei is known to be ruthless. I have a feeling that Li Xiao might show mercy to Lin Nannan. After all, Lin Nannan is so cute. Yeah, I think so too. Chapter 19, the start of the game. The two of them slowly walked towards the secret realm amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Both of you, according to the rules, you need to unload all your magic weapons. This is the bag that holds the stuff. The fairy servant handed each of the two a bag. Fairy sister, can you bring me 2 more bags? Lin Nannan blinked her eyes and stared at the bag in front of her. This bag won't fit. I have a bit too much stuff. The fairy attendant froze for a few seconds, then took another bag and gave it to Lin Nannan. Under the crowd's gaze, Lin Nannan took out her magic weapons one by one. With every piece they took out, The people on stage couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That's a holy weapon, right? That's the Purple Sky Holy Land's immortal treasure gathering basin that was lost 6 years ago, isn't it? Luna offstage stared at Lin Nuan Nuan as she removed the hairpin, the fire in her eyes on the verge of coming out. What makes this Lin Nan Nan possess so many treasures? Hopefully this Lin Nui Nui would last until the moment she met with her, and then she would never be soft. Within the secret territory, life and death did not matter, and they had all signed a life and death contract before going on stage. Even if she killed Lin Nan Nan in full view of everyone, the people on stage wouldn't say anything. Lin Haofan within the void was at the moment 2 heads in one. This daughter of his family was really stupid and cute. She doesn't know what it means to not reveal her wealth. Later on, she will have to let me you to teach a lesson. It was about time for Lin Nui to understand the truth of the sin of harboring a jade. You start first. Li Xiao looked at the little tyke across from her, a complex look flashing across her face. In his heart, he cursed the patriarch of the Taishang Oblivion sect all over the place. Was their Taishang Oblivion sect unable to find anyone to compete? How could she bear to do it when a 6-year-old was allowed to compete? This is the beginning? Lin Nan Nan was very curious about the interior of the secret realm, and at this moment, she was looking around curiously. Lin Haofan within the void stroked his forehead and laughed bitterly. The match had begun, and Nui Nui was still looking around. This was too disrespectful to the opponent. Lin Nuan Nui had probed Li Xiao's cultivation when he came in just now, and the district celestials were simply not enough to be feared. Although she relied on magic weapons on weekdays, it didn't mean that her cultivation was low. Without her magic weapon, these people still couldn't hurt her in the slightest. Li Xiao on the opposite side similarly probed Lin Nanan's cultivation, but since Lin Nanan's cultivation was above hers, she didn't probe it. When Li Xiao looked at such a small child, she naturally assumed that she didn't have any cultivation of her own. Then I'll begin. Saying that, Li Xiao raised her hand and slapped it towards Lin Nanan's face. Lin Nui Nui flicked a sidestep and easily dodged it. Li Xiao, whose movements fell short, stared at her palms in a trance-like state. She dodged it so easily? You have to know that no one within the Greenwood sect has been able to dodge this strike of hers. Could it be that the strength of the Greenwood sect's disciples was too trashy? Worthy of being my daughter. These reflexes are top-notch. Lin Haofan, who was within the secret territory, couldn't help but clap his hands and say, the world is a dangerous place, and Lin Nui Nui doesn't have a magic weapon on her side to protect her body, so he still doesn't feel at ease. He came in to be his daughter's backing, and when the time came, it was okay to step in and help her win a match. Although as Lin Haofan's daughter didn't need these false names, winning the competition Nui Nui would be very happy. This is also worth it. So he pinched a trick, transformed into a butterfly and came in. Sister, it's my turn now. Lin Nuan Nuan clenched her hands and fiercely punched out. With this punch, Lin Nuan Nui had collected her strength, because she felt that the sister in front of her didn't have a great deal of ill will towards her. It was just that the competition had to take a shot at her. If the person on the opposite side of the room had been replaced by that annoying person Luna, she would never have collected any force for this punch. Boom! Rarely, Lin Nuan Nui had collected 50% of her strength, and the opposite Li Xiao was still sent flying to the ground by a punch. Li Xiao sat down on her knees, covering her chest and spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. The people under the stage were also stunned by the commotion, and they actually felt the ground shake just now. Wow! Nui Nui, you're amazing. Nui Nui, this strength is too strong. If this punch goes down, I'm afraid Li Xiao won't be able to get up without half a year. Geez, just who is this Lin Nan Nan? Terrifying as hell. Senior sister, are you alright? The people under the stage had different looks. The people from the Taishang Oblivion sect had a look of complacency and pride. Lin Nuan Nuan was their Taishang Oblivion sect's person. The faces of the people from the Greenwood faction sank like pots of water. Li Xiu was their seeded player, and as a result, he was taken out as soon as he came up. How else are they going to compete in the next game? Well, the angle of this punch-out is not quite right, so it is easy to hurt Nui Nui's hand. Let Big Black talk to Nui Nui about it later. Lin Haofan slowly commented. A very scary thought arose in Li Siwei's mind. She had not detected Lin Nanan's cultivation. There was also a possibility that Lin Nanan's cultivation was far above hers. But, Lin Nan Nan, she's only 6 years old. How could she be so strong? This is too scary. Li Xiao was also considered a minor genius in the Greenwood sect, but he still couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself in the face of Lin Nan Nan. Taishang Oblivion sect. Lin Nui Nui wins. Yay! I won! Lin Nan Nan smiled brightly. Although Lin Nui Nui had expected this result, she still couldn't help but cheer at this moment. Lin Haofan, who had transformed into a butterfly, kept flapping his wings to celebrate Lin Nui Nui's victory in her first match. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Nan Nan jumped and ran towards the bag where she had just put her magic weapon, only to see, Her entire body climbed into the bag and kept Chrysalis inside. Afterward, a life and death wheeling Dan was taken out from inside. Sister, the sugar bean is for you. That punch of mine just now made you spit out blood. Eat this candy and it won't hurt. Saying that, Lin Nan forced the sugar bean into Li Xiqiu's hand. That's the life and death reincarnation pill. Geez, you can get a life and death wheeling pill for taking one punch. I'm willing to take 10 punches. Me too. I hope I'll run into Lin Nui later too. God forbid. This. Li Xiqiu stared at the life and death rotation Dan in her hand. Her brain was confused. She had recently been at the middle celestial stage and was slow to break through. With this life and death reincarnation pill, she might even be able to go straight to the exalted realm. She could also continue to participate in the next competition. Thank you, Nui. Saying that, Li Xiqiu touched Lin Nanan's little face and inwardly sighed. This little child is truly an angel. She had to think of a way to abduct Lin Nan to the Greenwood sect. I don't know what kind of luck the Tai Shang forgetfulness sect's Miyuki had gotten into to be able to pick up such a cute and generous child like Lin Nan. Seeing that Li Xiqiu could touch Nui's face openly, the jealousy in Lin Haofan's eyes was about to spurt out. In order not to let Nui discover himself, Lin Haofan quietly came out to touch Nui every time while she was asleep. Chapter 20, The Ruthless Luna. Next up is Luna of the Tianxian Sword Sect. Go senior sister. Go Luna. Do you remember the last match? Luna directly crippled someone. Yuna puts up a dead heat in every match. I don't want to go up against her. God forbid it should draw me. Don't draw me either. The people from the Tianxian Sword Sect were loudly cheering for Luna, while the people from the other factions were silently praying that they wouldn't be drawn later on. Luna's opponent is. Upon hearing this, the people under the stage couldn't help but hold their breath for fear of hearing their names later. Luna's opponent is Jiang Ying of the Tai sect. Sister, go for it. Senior sister. Jiang Ying was the senior sister of the Tai sect and had also broken through to the celestial realm. Jiang Ying was able to be the Tai sect's senior sister, and also had a bit of skill in her. Not only was she gifted, but she was also diligent in her cultivation. However, her flaws are also obvious. She's not ruthless enough. Elder Gudian of the Tai sect's beard was gripping bald at this moment. He was now experiencing what it meant to lift a stone and hit his own foot. Why did he agree to the offer of not bringing spells before Is his favorite disciple going to die here today? Jiang Ying had just stepped into the secret realm, and before she had time to react, there was a steep air-breaking sound in her ears. Jiang Ying's eyes flinched as he turned around and casually waved his hand. Knock! A dart came straight at her face, and if she hadn't reacted in time, the dart would have hit her head. Luna is trying to drive her to extinction. What a woman with an evil heart. The people of Tai sect under the stage, their hearts were clenched, seeing that Luna even used darts to sneak attack, and then they all fought for Jiang Ying. Didn't we say we can't bring magic weapons? Why does she still have darts in her hand? Right, she doesn't play by the rules. Disqualify her. Right, strip her of her tournament rules. The rules say you can't bring magic weapons, but they don't say you can't bring weapons. This is the weapon I brought back from Earth. These darts are not considered magical weapons. Luna said proudly. How can it still be? I told you before, this Luna is not a good person to deal with. There was a lot of chatter from the stage. Luna is right. Darts don't count as magic weapons. Seeing the discontent on the faces of the crowd, Tianli immediately stood up to defend his disciple. Yeah, the rules say magecraft. You guys bring it if you can. The disciples of the Tianxian Sword Sect chimed in. The game continues. Jiang Ying, you're in good hands. Luna stood on the side of the secret realm and smiled deviously. Pity. It's a pity that it will only live to see this day too. Jiang Ying glanced at the person on the opposite side of the secret realm and laughed coldly. You don't have to talk nonsense. What other tricks do you have in mind? Before the words fell, Luna suddenly struck out, not giving Jiang Ying time to react at all. Luna's body was as fast as a stump, and she punched straight at Jiang Ying's heart. Jiang Ying quickly darted out of the way and immediately stretched out her hands in a defensive stance. Luna was in hot pursuit and continued to strike. A set of consecutive moves hit Jiang Ying back and forth, and Jiang Ying didn't have a chance to counterattack at all. When did Luna become so powerful? Are you kidding me? Luna is a holy maiden. How dare you doubt her strength? But Jiang Ying is also very powerful. There's no need to even think about the ending of this match. It's definitely Luna's win. I'll vote for Luna too. Ha ha. You guys, look at Jiang Ying. She's in a real mess, beaten around by Luna. Jiang Ying, what are you running for? Seeing that she couldn't beat Luna in a hard fight, Jiang Ying jumped left and right, up and down, just not to face Luna head-on. Ha ha. This Jiang Ying is still a bit interesting. Lin Haofan within the void was directly amused by Jiang Ying. Let's see where you run. Luna directly pulled out her whip and lashed out at Jiang Ying. No, where did she get the whip from? Snap. Jiang Ying also did not expect Luna to have this hand, and in a moment of inattention, She was torn forward by the whip, and then stumbled and fell straight down. Luna turned slightly sideways, deliberately blocking the line of sight of the crowd on stage. Go to hell! Luna reached out and flipped her hand. An exquisite dagger immediately appeared in her hand. The dagger was surrounded by a gust of black gas. At a glance, it was not a weapon used by people of the righteous path. Jiang Ying's lips slightly opened, just about to speak. I can't believe you. A knife to the throat. Knock. Jiang Ying collapsed in response. Before the crowd could react, Luna immediately replaced the dagger in her hand that was glowing with black light with a normal dagger. Luna's movements were so quick that the crowd on stage had not reacted. TSK. This Luna's heart is also too black. Luna's small movements naturally did not escape Lin Haofan's fiery eyes. Sister. Senior Sister Jiang. Woohoo. Seeing that Jiang Ying had collapsed, the disciples of the Tai sect rushed up in a swarm, glaring at Luna in death. But they didn't dare to make any other moves. There was a reason why this Luna person was rampant. In these few clans, she was indeed the one with the best strength. Otherwise she wouldn't be a saintly woman. Luna, you've gone too far. Luna, why do you need to lay your hands on me? Shay, just practice more if you're a vegetable. Luna glanced at the Tai sect's crowd and said with a disdainful face, Luna wins this round. Oh, sister. Yay, congrats to the virgin. It was a completely different light on and off the stage. As the disciples of the Tai sect sat on their knees next to Jiang Ying's body, crying until they couldn't catch their breath, the disciples of the Tianxian sword sect under the stage were gathering around Luna to congratulate her in a loud voice. Sister you, didn't she say that you can't bring magic weapons? How come she used it just now? Luna's small movements didn't hide from Lin Nuan Nui's eyes. What did you say? Nui? The alarm bells went off in Yayoi's heart. This is not something to be said indiscriminately. Right, I just saw it. Luna is the one who used the magic weapon to kill Jiang Ying. Lin Nuan's voice wasn't too loud or too small, but it was loud enough for everyone present to hear it clearly. Lin Nan, you're bloodthirsty. Snap. With that, Luna threw a whip at Lin Nuan. Lin Nan wasn't willing to be weak either, and immediately reacted, pushing the Miyu who was blocking her way out of the way with one hand. Luna, I saw your little move just now. You were using the Poison Spirit School's Ghost Blade knife. Ghost Blade knife? Is that the legendary ghostly blade knife that can kill a man with just a little cut? It can't be. How could Luna have a ghost blade sword in her hand? She's a holy maiden. Right, that's the one. Lin Nan said with an unusually firm voice. She was small in person, but she had a strong aura. Chapter 21, A Meeting of Rivals. Many of the people present were convinced by her certainty and chose to stay away from Luna. Luna's teeth gritted at the sight. In her heart, she cursed in displeasure. This Lin Nuan was at war with her? You fart. I'm a holy maiden. Would I use the poison spirit sect's lowly magic weapon? Luna retorted without blushing. Besides, there are so many people on the scene, and you're the only one who's powerful enough to see? Where do you put the various patriarchs? Right, all the patriarchs didn't find anything fishy, but Lin Nan, a 6-year-old child, can find it? I don't believe it anyway. I don't believe it either. The patriarchs who were suddenly named looked at me and I looked at you, shaking their heads, stating that they did not see it. Elder Furuta, did you see it? Elder Furuta's eyes filled with tears and sighed, shaking his head. I didn't see. Elder Furuta seemed to have aged 10 years at once. How could he not expect his beloved disciple to die like this? He stared coldly at Luna and spat out a few words from his mouth. Today's matter, our Tai sect will never let it go. Luna shrugged indifferently. A mere Tai sect. She really didn't need to put it in her eyes. This little woman is so vicious. Lin Haofan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's still my Nui who's cute. Not only is her person cute, but she's also kind inside. This Luna mustn't fall into my hands, or else. Lin Haofan sneered, seeing that everyone believed in her. Lin Nanan's eyes were filled with tears, and she might just cry out in the next second. Nui, I believe in you, Yayuki exclaimed with unusual firmness. The firm voice made Luna frown. Right, Nui, I believe in you too. Guiyun immediately echoed loudly. I believe in Nui too. Lin Tian echoed loudly. Lin Haofan within the void was very satisfied with the performance of the several people, and was also sincerely happy for his own daughter. Lin Nuan, who had always been alone in her cultivation, finally had her own good friend at the age of 6. These good friends would stand firmly on Lin Nui's side even when she was suspected by everyone. Good, I'll remember you 3. Luna threatened in a cold voice. Don't you threaten my friends, Lin Nuan roared, but the milky tone really couldn't scare Luna. Next fight, do you dare to fight me? Dare. Why don't you dare? Lin Nuan had a puzzled look on her face. Even if she didn't have a magic weapon in her possession, she was still more than capable of dealing with a Luna. If she can't even beat a Luna, It's really a waste of Dad's years of careful cultivation. Ooh. Suddenly I miss Daddy a little. Lin Nan blinked her eyes and immediately held back the tears that were about to well up in her eyes. Hey, my good daughter, this is because she misses Daddy. Daddy misses you too. Lin Nan's movements did not escape Lin Haofan's eyes. Nui, when you've been practicing for a while longer, Daddy will come to see you. You. After the game later, go buy candy canes for Nan. Lin Haofan always restrained Lin Nan from eating candies on weekdays. So let's make an exception today. Okay, senior. Even though she had heard Lin Haofan's voice so many times, Miyu still couldn't help but shiver when she heard Lin Haofan's voice now. Maybe it was because she had an innate fear of strong people. Are you two ready? The match will begin soon. The immortal servant stood in the middle of the two and slowly spoke. Aha! Wait! Luna raised her hand and continued. Nui Lin, how about we make a bet? What do you want to bet? If I win, I want that hairpin of yours. Luna pointed at Lin Nanan's bag. Previously, Luna had fought with Lin Wan, and she had some understanding of Lin Wan's strength. Rarely, she had the toxic spirit sex magic weapon in her possession, and she was not sure that she could kill Lin Wan. After all, Lin Wan was not like that dumbass Jianying. It's okay. If you lose, yell from the stage that Lin Nui is #1 in the world. How about that? Line. Luna forced down the urge to roll her eyes, inwardly cursing what kind of request was this. It was the first time she had seen it. However, with her strength, it was impossible to lose. This kid, he's really naughty. Lin Haofan clasped his hands on his chest and said with a smile. After saying that, Lin Nan smiled at her with a crooked head, but her eyes kept glancing at her right wrist. That little look very obvious. It seems to say, what are you hiding there? I'm watching. Luna vainly shrunk her hand. She did hide something in her right wrist, and it was the ghost blade knife. The ghost blade knife was a sinister magic weapon invented by the poison spirit sect, which could not be detected with their righteous spells. This was also why Luna could bring her magic weapon up. You seek death. Luna had a ferocious look on her face, like a tiger pouncing on a tiger towards Lin Nan. Luna makes a set of chain spells that kill with every move. The people watching the stage couldn't help but sweat for Lin Nan. Lin Haofan's heart also raised in his throat. Not that he doubted Nui's strength. The truth is that Luna, this person, is too insane. A person as innocent as Lin Nan will inevitably suffer when she meets someone like Luna. Lin Haofan was still a butterfly this time, and he stopped on a saffron branch, glaring deathly at Luna's movements. Whenever he found out that Luna had made any move that would be detrimental to Nui, he would come out and stop it, at any cost. Are the rules as important as his daughter? Luna's movements were fast, but Lin Nui's movements were even better, only to see that her speed was as sensitive as lightning, and she also fought with style in one move. However, Lin Wan didn't use her full strength at all. Using 20% of her strength against Luna was enough. Nan, focus. Lin Haofan could tell at a glance that this Lin Wan wasn't even responding to the battle seriously. For a while, the two actually fought back and forth. Lin Nan didn't agree with Lin Haofan's approach. A match with someone like Luna should be a quick one, not giving her a chance to cheat at all. Lin Wan only needed to exert 30% of her strength, and the fight would be over in minutes. But right now, the two were surprisingly still entangled. Lin Haofan was watching very anxiously from the side, afraid that Luna would use some underhanded trick in the next second. Who can understand how his old father feels? Eat another punch from me. Luna chortled coldly. In the next moment, a black aura erupted from Luna's body, and a scorching heat wave continued to gush out, and when the heat wave came out, it caused the people under the stage to retreat backward. Wow, it's worthy of being a holy maiden. This strength is too strong. I think Lin Nui is dead this time. Hey, shame, such a cute little girl. Chapter 22, Fighting to the Death. Well, you're better than most of the people down there, but you're still a bit of a rookie. Once again, Lin Wan easily dodged Luna's attack. Luna released the pressure around her body and tried to interfere with Lin Nui's mind. The people under the stage felt Luna's pressure and all of them couldn't help but worry for Lin Nan. What a strong pressure, said the man, taking a few more steps back. Lin Nan on the stage didn't have the slightest change on her face, staring indifferently at Luna on the opposite side. The opposite Luna's body's aura was also getting stronger and stronger, and the heat emanating from her seemed as if she was going to roast people away in the next moment. Luna, just now I only used 20% of my strength, and it made you so angry? The coldness in Lin Nan's eyes showed. If you admit that you used a magic weapon in the last game, I, Lin Nan, can spare your life today. Otherwise, where did you get all this nonsense? What other tricks do you have? Just make them out. Luna did not take Lin Wan's threat to heart in the slightest. Less than 30%? Lin Nan, you're quite good with your mouth. I hope you won't cry and beg me to spare your life later. In Luna's eyes, Lin Nan Nan was a waste of space with her back to her family. Now that she didn't have a magic weapon in her hand, she definitely wouldn't be a match for herself. Blazing sun scorching heart, Luna shouted and struck out a palm at the opposite Lin Nuan Nuan. He. Infinite cold ice. Lin Nuan Nuan wasn't willing to show weakness either, and followed up with a palm strike. The two side strengths collided, and Luna's blazing sun scorching heart was easily dissolved in the air. Luna couldn't be surprised in time, and the next moment she felt the cold air that came to her face. She secretly said in her heart, something bad is happening, before the palm even arrived. This freezing cold aura had already made her about to be unable to resist. Who the hell is this Lin Nui Nui? Good. This palm has improved. Good daughter. Lin Haofan fluttered his butterfly wings. Looks like it's still a real battle. Nui Nui came out for such a short period of time, and she's on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. The coldness enveloped around Luna, causing her to shiver and not have the heart to fight at all. Luna gritted her teeth and ran her surrounding aura, fending off the cold while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Damn it, how could it be so coincidental that the spells used by this Lin Nan Nan were incompatible with his own? This Lin Nui Nui is doing this on purpose. Ha ha, all the spells in this world, Nui Nui has learned them all, so dealing with you isn't a breeze? The corner of Lin Haofan's mouth slightly hooked. At the same time, he was very pleased in his heart. The fact that he had forced Nui Nui to practice spells before now seemed to be a very wise decision, although he had countless spells that he could give to Nui Nui to use. Those spells in the bag, if he took out just one of them, it would make the people on the stage drop their teeth in shock. But how can one guard these spells if one does not have great strength? Therefore, ever since Lin Nan Nan was born, Lin Haofan had never stopped letting her cultivate. Right now, it's time to test the results. Luna, who was on the opposite side, saw that her strength could not be beaten, so she had other thoughts. However, the Ghost Blade could only fight close up without being noticed. But she couldn't even get close to Lin Nan Nan right now, so it was really troublesome. She had to find a chance to get close to Nui Lin. For a while, the battle was scorched. However, this was just Luna's wishful thinking. Lin Nuan Nuan didn't think that the battle was now in a scorching situation. She was now just hanging on to Luna, trying to get her to admit that she did use a magic weapon in the last round. You still don't admit it? Lin Nuan Nuan lucked out from her dantian and slapped another palm at Luna. I didn't. Luna gritted her teeth. At the moment she felt like her body was being stabbed with cold needles. Zip. To everyone's surprise, Luna actually slapped at herself. What kind of operation is this? Why didn't I read it? She's so cold. She's in desperate need of heat, I think. Makes sense. Wow. Lin Nuan Nuan is too strong. Surprisingly, she knows the infinite cold ice. I remember that. Hasn't this been lost for a long time? Right. No one in our sect has learned it, and after a long time, it's naturally lost. I don't know if it's true, but the way I see Luna shivering in the cold, it should be true. Cut. Is that hard? Infinite cold ice. Nui Nui knew it when she was 2 years old. The crowd's comments reached Lin Haofan's ears, and Lin Haofan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Under the double attack of ice and fire, Luna finally couldn't hold up and spat out a large mouthful of black blood, before collapsing straight to the ground. This won't work? No fun. Seeing Luna fall, Lin Nan Nan immediately withdrew her hand. She wasn't like Luna, who was ruthless and drove her opponents to extinction. Hey, are you okay? Although she hated that Luna across the street very much, she had always injured herself, and Lin Nuan Nui was still a little worried in her heart. With that, he raised his steps and headed over to Luna. Luna, who was sitting on her knees, spat out blood while quietly observing the movements on Lin Nuan Nui's side. When Lin Nuan Nuan came over, she went up and slashed, directly closing her throat with a single slash and letting her run wild. Luna's small action. Lin Haofan all see in the eyes. He sneered. Oh, cannot win the fight to engage in these small actions? Later let everyone see your Luna's true face. Seeing that Lin Nan Nan had indeed come over, an imperceptible smile flashed across Luna's face. Under the cover of her wide sleeves, she quietly slipped her hand in, and the ghost blade knife was already in her hand, just waiting for Lin Nuan Nuan to walk over. The smile on Luna's face flickered, but it still didn't escape Lin Nuan's eyes. Together with those small actions Luna had made earlier, Lin Nuan Nui instantly knew what she had in mind. Lin Nuan Nuan decided to use the trick as a plan. Since she wouldn't admit it, she would find a way to let the crowd see the ghost blade sword for themselves. Can you continue? Nui Lin took a few more steps forward. You go to hell. Luna's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, and holding the dagger, she slashed towards Lin Nanan's neck. Lin Nuan Nuan took a backward step and was about to make a move to knock the dagger out of Luna's hand when she heard a crisp sound. It was Lin Haofan who moved his hand, and he really couldn't bear to see Lin Nan Nan feigning a little bit of injury. under the 10,000 entanglements, he still decided to step in and teach Luna a lesson for Nan Nan. Ding! A full house ensued. What's that? That's no ordinary dagger, is it? That's the Ghost blade. Oh my god, it really is the Ghost blade. I've seen it in world craftsmanship, and I can't be wrong. The dagger on the stage is the Ghost blade knife. Then what Lin Nui said just now is true. Senior Sister Jiang, it turns out that you were killed by someone. I will definitely take revenge for you. This is what your Tianxian sword sect did? After the tournament, I will definitely find your Tianxian sword sect to ask for an explanation. Elder Gutian's crutches were mortared to the heavens, and when he thought of Jiang Ying's appearance just now, Elder Gutian couldn't help but burst into old tears. Chapter 23, Things Fall Apart. Ding! There was another crisp sound, and the other dagger in Luna's sleeve fell out. This was the dagger she had used to confuse the audience on stage earlier, and now she had really caught everything. Looking at the two daggers on the ground, a puzzled look appeared on Lin Nanan's face. This is? Hadn't she not yet struck? This Ghost blade dagger fell out by itself? Lin Nan looked at the little cutie, staring at Luna as if the eyes seemed to be saying, "You are also too much of a dish. You can't even hide a dagger." Lin Haofan behind Nui snickered. "My silly daughter, it's all because of your daddy me." The people under the stage, such as Miyuki, revealed worried expressions. Lin Nan was still in the secret realm, and they were really worried that Luna would jump over the wall. "Senior sister, you can't go in the secret realm. Be careful of your soul flying away." Huoyun pulled back Miyu, who wanted to enter the secret realm. But Nui doesn't have a single magic weapon in her hand. "I'm worried about her." Miyu's words had already taken on a crying tone. "Senior sister, we have to trust Nui. In just a moment ago she knew that Luna had a Ghost blade in her hand. Nui must have prepared for this." Lin Tian frowned as he looked at the stage. Nui, be careful," Huoyun yelled, his tone filled with worry. Lin Haofan inside the secret territory warmed his heart. These two kids were really good. With this kind of friend accompanying his inamorata, he didn't have to worry about his inamorata being lonely. "Lin Nui, I have no grievances with you. Why are you doing this to me?" Luna was furious, picking up the Ghost blade knife on the ground and charging straight at Lin Nan. "Lin Nan, you die for me." Seeing that the matter was revealed, Luna no longer hid it. Right now she was the only one with a magic weapon in her hand. No one else could enter the secret realm, and today she was going to drag one more Lin Nan even if she died. Boom! Lin Nui was annoyed by Luna's meddling and uncertainty, so she used her 5 strength to throw a punch. When Lin Nan threw this punch, Luna and the people under the stage only felt a blast of wind flash in front of their eyes, followed by a strong aura that emanated from Lin Nan. Luna on the stage was directly shaken several meters away, and was on the verge of being knocked off the stage. With this punch, Lin Nuan still collected her strength. She didn't want to let Luna go down so soon. Luna slumped to the ground as she glared at Lin Nui with a resentful face, before spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. At this moment, Luna only felt that her internal organs were about to explode. The battle just now had already consumed most of Luna's energy, and now with such a serious injury, she really could not hold on any longer. Lin Nui on this side didn't intend to let her go just like that, cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. This is the reasoning that father taught himself. In the past, she always felt that this was too cruel, but today she had also seen Luna's ruthlessness. If she let Luna off the hook today, Luna would strike out at herself afterward. In order for him to live happily with his mother afterward, it was better to solve this hidden danger as early as possible. Lin Nuan struck out another palm. The cold air in her palm kept surging into Luna's body. Luna had long been powerless to resist. She now only felt that her body was freezing cold, and her mind's consciousness was getting more and more fuzzy. She was going to fall asleep in the next second. Nui did a great job. Lin Haofan couldn't help but applaud Lin Nuan in his heart. At first, he thought that Nuan would let Luna off the hook, and he was prepared to make amends for Nuan later. "I never thought that the inamorata would be so bold now." It's true. After seeing the viciousness of the human heart, the inamorata grew by leaps and bounds. Unwillingly, Luna was still glaring at Lin Nan the second before she closed her eyes. How did she lose to Lin Nan? This Lin Nan clearly didn't have any traces of cultivation around her body. What the hell is going on here? Yuna never figured this out until she died. In this round, Lin Nui of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect wins. Yeah, congratulations Nui. Congratulations, Senior Sister Jiang. Nui has avenged you. Nui, thank you. Tai sect disciples, listen to the order. Elder Gutian roared. Salute everyone from the Tai Oblivion sect. Bow down to Lin Nui. Wow, only to see the Tai sect's people move in a neat and tidy manner, bowing and saluting. After that, Nui is our Tai sect's guest. Whoever goes against Lin Nui is going against our Tai sect. and our Tai sect will not let him go even if we chase him to the ends of the earth. Elder Gutian declared without any argument. Jiang Ying is his most pleased disciple, gifted, but also very hard-working, but was Lu Na to make underhanded tricks to harm? His heart ached, but this was a competition, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Not to mention he couldn't find any reason to seek revenge on the Tianxian sword sect's people, because when they went on stage, both sides signed a life and death contract. Now, because of Lin Nan, all doubts were solved as to why his gifted disciple was defeated in just a few moves and even lost his life. It turned out that it was because Lu Na had secretly used a magic weapon. Using the same sinister magic weapon of the Poison Spirit sect, Tianxian Sword sect, you must give us an explanation. Why did your holy maiden have the Poisonous Spirit sect's magic weapon, and even brought it to the competition? If you Tianxian Sword sect acts like this, what's the difference between you and the Poison Spirit sect? Right, your Tianxian Sword sect must give us an explanation. The Ghost Blade is from the Poison Spirit clan. Why would someone from the Tianxian Sword sect have it? It must be someone from the Tianxian Sword sect and the Poison Spirit clan colluding together. Seeing that the crowd was getting closer to the truth, Tian Chang was sweating coldly. How could he not have expected that a Lin Nuan Nui would not only make him lose his own disciple, but now he had also been found out about his collusion with the Poison Spirit clan. The well-known Poisonous Spirit clan in the Jianghu Lake couldn't even deal with a 6-year-old baby. It was really ridiculous. The foolish Tian Chang, at this moment, didn't realize what kind of person he was facing. Even if there were 10 more Poison Spirit clans, they wouldn't be able to deal with Lin Nan. Lin Haofan sneered. Stupid. Da hey, I want to see Tian Chang's corpse. Okay, master. Big Black jumped into action. He had wanted to do it before when Tian Chang provoked Nui, and now he was finally given the order. Right now, the Poison Spirit clan and Lu Na were both dead, so as long as he bit the bullet and didn't admit to colluding with the Poison Spirit clan, no one would know about it. The evidence had all been destroyed by him, and this matter absolutely could not implicate the Tianxian Sword sect. Right now, the Poison Spirit sect had also been exterminated, so all he had to do was bite the bullet and say that this matter was not about him. It seems like the only way to put everything on Lu Na now. Tian Chang, don't hide behind and play dead. Come out and answer me, Elder Gutian shouted. Right, Elder Tian Chang, come out and speak. Today this matter, your Taishan Sword sect must give us a reasonable explanation for the Tai sect. Otherwise, we'll see. Chapter 24, Tian Chang dumps. Tian Chang pushed aside the Tianxian Sword sect's disciples who were blocking his way and slowly walked out. Only his expression was light, and his face did not have the slightest bit of embarrassment from being pressed by the Tai sect. They can't find out anything now that they're dead. Tian Chang, in this matter today, your Tianxian Sword sect must give our Tai sect an explanation, Elder Gutian said in a cold voice. All disciples of the Tai sect, listen to the order. Get ready for battle. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the disciples of the Tai sect took out their respective magic weapons and prepared for battle. Elder Furuta, you calm down first. This matter has nothing to do with my Tianxian Sword sect. It's all what that rebellious son of Lu Na called it. Today I will expel Lu Na from the division, as a warning to others. After saying that, a smug smile flashed across Tian Chang's face. He was quite certain that no one present could find any other evidence that he and the Poison Spirit sect were colluding. Good disciple, just help your master one more time. You're talking nonsense. You were clearly involved in this matter. Lin Nan accused loudly. Last night, when she was assassinated by Shan Jingyu, the other party unintentionally revealed Tian Chang's name. You child, don't talk nonsense, Tian Chang said grimly, his eyes staring at Lin Nuan Nui dead in the face. If his eyes could kill, Lin Nuan Nui would probably have died several times already. Ha! Still dares to threaten Nui? Lin Haofan within the void had an ice-cold expression. If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't suitable for him to show his face right now, he would have fought it out long ago. I'm afraid the man who dares to threaten his daughter hasn't even been born yet. Suddenly, Tensei's body trembled. It's hard to believe that this little ninny is strong behind this, but soon, he reacted. Lin Nan, this little ninny is only 6 years old. She must have someone accompanying her when she goes out. This pressure must have been released by the person behind Lin Nan, but these are not enough to fear. He was the personal disciple of the heavenly Xian Patriarch. No one here was even blind enough to mess with him. Plus, this was his Tiancheng's territory, and those patriarchal elders would all sell themselves face. A mere brat. No matter how strong the forces behind him were, a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in the ground. Yesterday, you sent someone from the Poison Spirit sect to assassinate me, and he let his mouth slip on his own. Lin Nan continued. Right, the people from the Poison Spirit sect did come yesterday. Niu stood firmly on Lin Nan's side, not flinching at all even in the face of the Tiancheng sect leader. Nan, are you alright? Hearing That Lin Nan Nan was actually chased by the poison spirit sex people yesterday. Guo Yun was tense. Lin Tian, who was on the side, silently scanned Lin Nan Nan from top to bottom, seeing that she wasn't missing any arms or legs, and that there were no traces of injuries on her body. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Joke, are you saying that the poison spirit sex people came to hunt you down and you even escaped? Tian Chang looked askance at EU. Right, Shan Jingyu said you sent him. Lin Nan Nan nodded and continued. Ha ha, joke, what a big joke. Do you all think that what this 6-year-old little tyke says is credible? Who is Shan Jingyu? Extremely cruel in his methods. It is said that no one targeted by him can escape alive. You're a 6-year-old little toddler with teeth that just grew in. You can escape from under him? Tian Chang laughed out loud, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at me and you, and their eyes were filled with skepticism as they looked at Lin Nan Nan at this moment. With their understanding, Lin Nuan Nuan really didn't have the strength to be able to escape from under Shan Jingyu. The other party was Shan Jingyu. The strength of Lin Nui Nui just now was obvious to everyone. Although, for Lin Nanan's current age, to have this strength today was already considered a genius. But she suffered from her age and not enough time to cultivate. Nui is right. I was with her at the time, Yayuki explained. You just broke through to Exalted, and you don't have that strength to escape. Tian Sheng shook his head. This is the umbrella left behind by Shan Jingyu. Saying that, Lin Nan Nan pulled out the Royal Spirit umbrella from her storage bag that she had snatched from Shan Jingyu yesterday. This Royal Spirit umbrella was broken, but in Lin Nuan Nui's eyes, his own father had a pair of skillful hands, no matter what he could repair. So she still picked up the remains of the Royal Spirit umbrella, not realizing that it would be of such use today. It is? This is the Imperial Spirit umbrella? Isn't this Tian Chang's magic weapon? Why is it in the hands of Lin Nui Nui? No, just now Lin Nui Nui said that she snatched this from Shan Jingyu. Shan Jingyu has Tian Chang's Royal Spirit umbrella in his hand, and Luna has the ghost blade knife of the toxic spirit sect in her hand. The answer is calling out the Tianqian sword sect has really colluded with the poison spirit sect. Could it be that Shan Jingyu robbed Tian Chang's Royal Spirit umbrella? Am I the only one who noticed that Lin Nuan Nuan could not only escape from Shan Jingyu, but also break the Imperial Spirit umbrella? Just who on earth is doubting Lin Nanan's strength? Jesus Christ, she's only 6 years old. She's going to grow up. What kind of gods are her parents, to be able to raise such a horrible baby? I think her parents are definitely not ordinary people. Look at that dog by her side. It seems to be a demon god. It's actually giving Lin Nui Nui as a pet. Let's be more polite to Lin Nan Nan afterward. Seeing that the crowd's focus had completely run away, Lin Nuan Nui continued. This is a treasure gourd. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Nan Nan pulled out another gourd from her storage bag. Hiss. This gourd, which I've read about in the world's artful craftsmanship, is said to be capable of memory recall based on the item. That amazing? Tiancheng Temple's protruding straight jump. He went out today is not read the yellow calendar. How so unlucky? Lin Haofan within the void laughed his head off. Nui Nui, that's really smart. Surprisingly, you can think of using a memory flashback, without waiting for Tiancheng to respond. Lin Nan Nan roared. Treasure gourd, memory recall, only to see that the treasure gourd slowly flew into the air, and then a light was shot out from it to shine on the Royal Spirit umbrella. Then, Tensei's face appeared in the air. The next second, what appeared was Shan Jingyu's face. You'll help me finish off Lin Nui Nui so that she can't compete tomorrow, and borrow your ghostly blade knives. This Imperial Spirit umbrella is my sincerity. The scene came to an abrupt halt. Tian Cheng, I'll kill you to avenge my disciple. Before the crowd could recover from the shock they had just experienced, Elder Gutian directly rose up in the air and rushed towards Tiancheng. Snap! The two sides immediately tangled together. Elder Gutian, be careful! Tiancheng's killing heart was on display, and the hearts of the Tai sect disciples behind him clenched. Seeing the two elders from the Tai sect and the Tianqian sword sect start to fight, the people from the other sects stepped back. Leave enough room for both to play. Chapter 25, Tianqian Patriarch. The elders of the other sects also had their own ideas. The Tianqian sword sect's strength could be ranked in the top 5 among the 100 sects, while the Tai sect's strength was going to be a bit worse. However, compared to most of the sects present, the strength of the Tai sect was considered to be at the top. Right now, their two top clans barreling into each other would be beneficial to them. The small clans, the resources in the world were just a small portion, and the resources were all divided up by their strong clans. The resources left for their small clans were less. It would be best for both sides to fight today and end up in a lose-lose situation. Elder Long Xian, should we go up and persuade them? Seeing the two fighting back and forth, Elder Qingsong's face showed hesitation. They were considered fellow disciples no matter how they said it. How could he stand by and watch his fellow disciples kill each other? Don't bother. This matter today is not something we can get involved in. Elder Longxian smoothed his beard. Their acacia sect's strength was below theirs. There was no way he could intervene even if he wanted to. Tian Chang, how dare you collude with the poison spirit sect? Elder Gudian directly blasted out with a fist. Bang! The winds of the fist struck by both sides collided in the air, making a dull sound. I admit that you have some strength, but compared to me, you're still too much of a dish, said Tian Chang in a cold voice. In the next second, he clenched his fist to gather heaven and earth aura, then opened his hand and swung it towards Elder Faruta. Shoo shoo shoo. The sound of breaking air continuously resounded, and the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth unexpectedly turned into a sharp and fine needle at this moment. The most shocking thing was that there was a burning flame attached to that needle. Put. The sound of fine needles piercing through the skin kept ringing out. Snap. Tian Chang rushed Elder Faruta with another slap. Elder Faruta was so busy dodging the fine needles that he didn't notice for a moment, and Tian Chang's palm just hit him in the chest. Put. Elder Gudian was slapped to the ground by Tian Chang, and then directly fainted. Elder. The disciples of the Tai sect roared loudly, but no one dared to charge forward because the Tai sect was now leaderless. Coupled with the fact that the Tianxian sword sect's strength was originally above theirs, they were unwilling to make unnecessary sacrifices. The other sects had chosen to watch coldly from the sidelines. What exactly is going on with this today? Of course they are well aware of it. It was obvious that Tian Chang had colluded with the poison spirit sect to murder disciples from other sects. However, the people on the opposite side were from the Tianxian sword sect, so they could only break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. Who told them that they weren't strong enough now? And that truth was always only in the hands of the strong. It was obvious that the Tianxian sword sect was that strong, and now it could only be, whatever they said, only that child, Lin Nan Nan, was as stubborn as this, choosing to fight hard against the Tianxian sword sect's people. When did Tian Chang's strength become so strong? He's almost catching up to Tianxian, the sect leader of the Tianxian sword sect, isn't he? I've heard that Patriarch Tianxian is the one who trained Tianchang as the next patriarch. If the Tai sect wants to take revenge, I don't think there's any hope in this lifetime. It's a pity for that little tyke Lin Nuan Nuan, such a talented child, a genius that's hard to come by in 100 years, but he's actually feuded with the Tianxian sword sect, and even killed their holy maiden. Aha, right, I think today is the day that Lin Nan Nan will die. Look at Tianchang's eyes, he can't wait to eat Lin Nan Nan alive. TSK. What a pity, the sovereign of the Supreme Hope Love sect is crying his eyes out, isn't he? It was so hard to come up with such a talented disciple, but he couldn't even keep it himself. Who let them fail in their own strength? You guys see who that is? That seems to be Patriarch Tianxian. Seeing this, the crowd stepped back and silently made way for the Tianxian Patriarch, fearing that he had let it go untimely and upset Tianxian. Are you kidding me? That's the Tianxian Patriarch, who founded the Tianxian sword sect at a young age. Under his leadership, the Tianxian sword sect even soared into the sky, defeating a bunch of sects in just a few years, and is now firmly in first place. When Patriarch Tianxian first started out, he encountered many people who provoked him. Without exception, they were all defeated and retired from the world. Tianxian Patriarch's reputation was out there, so they naturally didn't dare to make a fool of themselves in front of Tianxian. Tian Chang, what's going on? Tianxian spoke in a cold voice. The people present straight away exclaimed that the big deal was not good. Tianxian Patriarch was famous for protecting his calf. Even if this matter today was Tian Chang's fault, it would definitely be gently uncovered by him. It was definitely hopeless for the people of the Tai sect to take revenge afterward. That Lin Nui is going to be finished now too. Greetings, Sovereign. Tian Chang changed his arrogant attitude from before and bowed towards the heavenly Xian Patriarch. Greetings, Patriarch. The disciples behind Tian Chang echoed. Patriarch, this little ninny took some kind of gourd and had to slander me, saying that I was colluding with someone from the poison spirit sect. Ha! Interesting. Tian Shan laughed coldly as he looked toward Lin Nan Nan. That glance, looking at the people present, their hearts trembled with fear. All of them pinched their breath for Lin Nan Nan. I didn't slander you, Lin Nan Nan retorted in a milky voice. Nuan Nuan. Miyu was about to go up and stop Lin Nuan Nuan when within the void. Lin Haofan's voice came over. Don't worry about Nui. She can fix it, Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. Alright, I know, Senior. Miyuki wiped the sweat from her forehead. Why did she feel that Lin Haofan was even more intimidating than Tian Xian? How dare you argue? Brush! The heavenly Xian Patriarch immediately unleashed the pressure of his own great emperor realm. Feeling the Tian Xian Patriarch's pressure, the crowd unanimously sucked in a breath of cool air. Wow! What a strong pressure! What are you doing? Quickly let go of me! The Tian Xian Patriarch raised his hand and then sucked Lin Nan Nan over. Nan Nan! Miyuki shouted, immediately wanting to rush up and snatch Lin Nan Nan back. Yayuki, don't you dare fool around, the Grand Elder shouted coldly. Men, take Yayuki down. Yes, great elder, please save Nan Nan. She is also implicated. Miyu cried with pearly blossoms. At this time, she regretted in her heart. She shouldn't have brought Nuan Nuan over. Patriarch Tianxian, I'm really sorry. The disciples under my command were unintelligent and bumped into you, the Grand Elder said with a flattering face. I see that you, Tai Shang Oblivion sect, have been living a good life for a long time, and now you are all a bit unaware of the heights of heaven and earth. Patriarch Tianxian, this is truly a disciple's recklessness today. I will teach her a good lesson when I return today. The Grand Elder cursed Miyu to death in his heart. Previously, he thought that Miyuki had picked up a treasure back, but it turned out to be a scourge. Although Lin Nanan's strength was heaven-defying, it was compared to the Tianxian sword sect. He still firmly chose to side with the Tianxian sword sect. It couldn't be helped. Who made the Tianxian sect master's strength heaven-defying? They couldn't offend anyone in the Tai Shang Oblivion sect without offending someone from the Tianxian sword sect. The Grand Elder was afraid that the Heavenly Shin Patriarch would directly destroy their Tai Shang Oblivion sect if he was not pleased. Chapter 26, Come to our Tianxian sword sect. Master, do you need me to make a move? Big Black stared dead at the hand of the Tianxian sovereign carrying Lin Nuan Nuan, itching to directly bite his hand off. There's no rush, just wait and see. He can't hurt Nui Nui. What the Grand Elder did today, he, Lin Haofan, had written it down, and there would be a chance to find him to settle the score afterward. Guo Yun, what should we do now? Lin Tian was behind the crowd with an anxious face. The Grand Elder is determined to push Nui Nui out. Wait a little longer. With just a few of us, going up there would be a death sentence. Lin Tian calmly analyzed. He turned his head to look at Dahei, only to see Dahei baring his large teeth, no anxiety on his face that his master was tied up. This isn't right. This Big Black is very humane and shouldn't be so calm when he sees Lin Nuan Nui being arrested. Maybe Big Black had a strategy in mind to deal with it. Let's follow Big Black later. We'll do whatever Big Black does. Lin Tian said seriously. It was true that he was a disciple of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, but he was also a good friend of Lin Nuan Nuan. Seeing his friend in trouble, he couldn't possibly ignore it. Besides, just for those gifts Nui Nui had given himself earlier, there was no way he could stand by and do nothing. It seems like Nui Nui's usual practice of going around giving people gifts is still useful. Lin Haofan said to Dahei with a smile. Well, but with them, they can't save the little master. Snap. Big Black, who was within the void, glared mournfully at Lin Haofan. That look seemed to say, I'm telling the truth. Why are you hitting me? Who else but the two of us can save Nui Nui here? Such a simple reason. I can't know? Lin Haofan stared at Big Black within the void with the eyes of an idiot. Big Black nodded, covering his head and replied, Right on, Master. Kid, you apologize to Tiancheng today and this matter will be over. Tianxian said coldly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What I said is true. Lin Nan Nan struggled. Seeing this, Tianxian put Lin Nuan Nuan down. She couldn't escape from him anyway. Every word I just said is true. There is absolutely no falsification. He just colluded with the Poison Spirit sect and told Shan Jingyu to kill me. And the ghost blade knife that Lu Na used was also given by him. Lin Nan Nan pointed at Tiancheng and roared angrily. Lin Nuan Nuan unleashed her own exalted might, but unfortunately, the next second, she was crushed by Tianxian's great emperor might. Lin Nan Nan wrinkled her little face. At this moment she missed her daddy so much. If daddy was there, she wouldn't need to be afraid of them at all. You child, to think that you've already broken through to the exalted realm? Tianshan looked at Lin Nan Nan with a curious expression. Afterward, he spoke faintly. I see that you are quite talented. Why do you want to go to the Taishang Forgetfulness sect? How about coming to our Tianxian sword sect? The moment these words came out, the Grand Elder's face changed. What did Tianxian mean by these words? How were the words disparaging their Taishan Oblivion sect? Although everyone knew the strength of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect by heart, it was still a bit humiliating to be named by Tianxian like this. Tianchang stared greedily at Lin Nan Nan. He had asked Lin Nan Nan before if he wanted to go to their Tianxian sword sect, only to be rejected by Lin Nuan Nui. Today Tianxian Patriarch personally came out. She will always give her face, right? As long as Lin Nuan Nuan entered their Tianxian sword sect, then all those divine artifacts in her hands would be theirs. Bah! What trash Tianxian sword sect? You guys deserve it too? Saying that, Lin Nuan Nuan even charged Tianxian quenching as if she was venting her anger. Where would Tianxian have thought that there would still be someone who would reject him so directly, and even said that he was ashamed to say that their Tianxian sword sect was unworthy? Hiss! Heavens! Tianxian actually took the initiative to ask Lin Nan Nan if she wants to go to the Tianxian sword sect? Right, when Tiancheng's strength was that outstanding, he also went to the door to beg on his own. Side by side, Lin Nanan's strength is truly heaven-defying, far beyond Tiancheng. She actually refused? Not only did she reject Tian Xian, she also scolded him. Does Lin Nui Nui not want to live? The crowd murmured. Tian Cheng pointed at Lin Nan Nan and scolded. You child, not only are you a compulsive liar, you are also very impolite. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, said the man, killing intent in his eyes. Seeing that Lin Nan Nan had rejected his offer, Tian Xian, who was on the side, waved his hand, signaling Tian Cheng to hurry up and do it. Since Lin Nanan's sharp sword couldn't be used for their Tian Xian sword sect, there was no need for it to exist. Ha! What a bully! Lin Haofan within the void strongly suppressed the urge to make a move. If he made a move now, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape Nui Nui's eyes. Before, in the secret realm, Nui Nui had already had her suspicions. Master, do you need me to do it now? Big Black also couldn't stand to see this bullying behavior of the Tianxian sword sect. Wait a little longer. Saying this, Lin Haofan looked at Lin Nuan Nuan below, only to see Lin Nanan's eyes constantly looking over and over between Tian Xian and Tian Cheng. With Lin Haofan's understanding of Lin Nan Nan, this little ninny had already figured out a way to deal with it. He also believed that after today's incident, Lin Nan Nan would definitely cultivate harder afterward. With Lin Nanan's level of intelligence, she definitely understood right then and there what it meant for the strong to be honored. With her competitive personality, there was also absolutely no way she would allow herself to be so cowardly. No way she would allow her enemy to put her face on the ground and step on it. Thinking of this, Lin Haofan nodded his head in satisfaction, and in his heart, he somewhat regretted that he hadn't let Lin Nuan Nuan come out to practice earlier. Getting a sign from his master, Tian Cheng's mouth and face hooked into a smug smile. Lin Nuan Nuan, today you're dead. Tian Cheng revolved his aura around his body, and light radiated from his body. Immediately after that, Tian Cheng raised his hand and grabbed towards Lin Nuan Nuan. Lin Nuan Nuan was also unable to hold back her anger, and from her dantian, she leapt out and transformed into a huge palm. Boom! Tensei was knocked back several steps one after another. With an incredulous face, he stared at Lin Nan Nan. He didn't understand. Lin Nanan's realm was clearly below his. Why did he feel that she had just struck out the aura of a great emperor with that palm? Why is that? Wow! I'm this powerful now? Lin Nan Nan was also incredulous. Geez, are my eyes right? Lin Nui Nui actually knocked Tian Cheng back several steps? I saw it too. You're not blind. Wow! Has Lin Nui Nui become more powerful? Or has Tian Cheng's strength retreated? Other than Big Black, no one else present was clear on what exactly was going on with Lin Nuan Nui's palm. Lin Haofan said on his lips that he wouldn't let Dahei help, but he secretly gave help to Lin Nan Nan himself. With that palm just now, Lin Haofan had also exerted a bit of force, and he moved his fingers to add something to Lin Nuan Nuan's palm wind. It made Tian Cheng's hands and feet numb for a moment, unable to move a bit, much less luck. That way, there was no need to worry that he would be unfavorable to Lin Nan Nan. Most importantly, Nui Nui would be able to experience the joy of victory later on by defeating Tian Cheng with her own power. Motivate her to cultivate hard and become strong soon. Chapter 27. What a powerful artifact. Every word of the crowd's comments fell into Tian Cheng's ears. Tian Cheng was notorious for his good face, so of course he couldn't hear others discussing himself like this. What's more, it was in front of his own master. He raised his eyes to look at Tian Xian, and sure enough, Tian Xian's expression was gloomy and his brows were tightened. With his understanding of his master, Tian Xian was very upset right now, and even showed signs of breaking out. Today, if we don't get back at Lin Nui Nui, we definitely won't have a good day when we go back. Lin Nan Nan, you! Tian Cheng cursed and charged at Lin Nan Nan again. Treasure gourd. Lin Nuan Nuan didn't love the battle. Daddy usually collected those magic weapons for her. Wasn't this just for moments like this? While self-reliance is important, why not use it when there are easier ways to do so? Buzz. The precious gourd immediately flew out of the storage bag when it heard Lin Nanan's call. Treasure gourd. The Tianxian patriarch was thrilled. This magic he had seen before in the ancient book The World's Skillful Craftsmanship. It was also a rare treasure in the world, with a memory recall function. He stared greedily at the treasure gourd in the air. He had to find an opportunity to seize this treasure gourd. It seemed that this little ninny in front of her wasn't lying. Tian Cheng had indeed colluded with the people of the Poison Spirit sect. Thinking of this, Tian Xian coldly glared at Tian Cheng, with a look that seemed to say, I'll clean you up when I go back afterward. The matter between him and Tian Cheng was after all considered a family scandal, and the most important thing at the moment should be to solve the external problem of Lin Nan Nan, so that she wouldn't go around slandering the reputation of the Tianxian sword sect. The treasure gourd flew above Tian Cheng's head, and a terrifying aura immediately radiated out. That aura pressured Tian Cheng to the point where he was about to lose his breath, as if he was facing a superpower who had suppressed the ages. Think about this. Tian Cheng's face bristled and turned pale. All he could think about was how to survive. As for the master's next punishment, None of it mattered. Protector, Tianxian shouted when he saw that the situation was not right. Whoosh! A figure immediately appeared in front of Tianxian, only to see the person revealing a black aura as he half-kneeled in front of Tianxian. Hiss! There is also a protector. It's said that this is something that Patriarch Tianxian has cultivated only after years of painstaking cultivation, and with so many patriarchs at the moment, he's the only one who can summon a protector. That's awesome. That protector is actually Tianxian's avatar. All Tianxian needs to do is stand back and maneuver, and the protector can clear all the obstacles in front of him. This match today has really opened my eyes. I can't believe I'm able to see the Tianxian Patriarch make a move. It's been many years since Patriarch Tianxian has made a move in front of people, hasn't it? Because no one would take the initiative to seek death. Never would I have thought that the strength of Patriarch Tianxian had already been cultivated to this level. Go! Kill her! Tianxian's icy voice reached the ears of everyone present. The protector led the order and then rushed to Nui Lin. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just 2 strokes, the protector rushed to Lin Nuan Nuan. The protector stuck out his long red tongue towards Lin Nan Nan, slightly narrowing his eyes as he surveyed Lin Nan Nan. Lin Nanan's face was filled with disgust as she took several steps back one after another. Hey! You stay away from me, ugly! This Tianxian actually cultivates forbidden arts, Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. These patriarchs are surprisingly unopposed? Big Black didn't understand in a million ways. Cut! These people are all greedy and afraid of death. They don't dare to go against Tianxian at all. In less than half a day, Lin Haofan had figured out the temperament of these patriarchs. 1 or 2 usually boast of justice, for the sake of the world's living. In fact, do everything not for their own sake. To this behavior of theirs, Lin Haofan expressed his great disdain for it. However, they were also people from 2 worlds, and generally, they didn't cross paths with each other too much. The protector's expression twisted, and he continued to charge up with his teeth and claws open. To the ugly monster in front of her, Lin Nuan Nuan's face didn't have any expression other than disgust as she looked pale and threw a punch at the protector in front of her. The punch came as a surprise, and the protector couldn't dodge in time. Coupled with the fire of pure yang, all the places where the protector was hit were burned, and soon a big hole was burned out. I told you that Nui Nui has a way to deal with it. Lin Haofan's words were filled with pride. Brush! In the next moment, the protector unexpectedly split directly. 4 guardians were directly separated. The auras of these 4 protectors were all incredibly powerful, pressing Lin Nan Nan to death. The people watching the battle outside couldn't help but be shocked. Nui Nui, Nan Nan, I'm coming to save you, Wei Yun yelled as he rushed towards Lin Nan Nan. Seeing this, Lin Tian also immediately followed. Lin Haofan within the void immediately placed a boundary to immobilize the 2. You 2 stay put and don't go causing trouble for Nui Nui. Lin Haofan informed the 2 of them with a thought transmission. Surprisingly, it's a thought transmission. It's an expert. The 2 men shivered in fear and their throats caught. Okay, seniors? Afterwards, Lin Haofan unlocked the boundary, and the 2 people who regained their freedom silently glanced at each other before stopping their footsteps. They were really concerned. How could someone like Lin Nuan Nuan go out without an entourage? With just that short contact just now, they felt the other party's unusual pressure. The aura around that body was not something Tianxian could compare to. A mere heavenly Xian. The other party definitely didn't even put it in their eyes. Seeing how Lin Nui Nui was acting, she shouldn't know that there was someone behind her either. Lin Haofan within the void continued. I don't want Nuan Nuan to know about today's events. Well, we understand, Senior. Gui Yun and the 2 stammered and replied. You 2 have performed well. I hope to keep it up. Lin Haofan continued to exhort. Okay, Senior. The 2 of them looked at me. I looked at you. A trace of excitement flashed in their eyes. Was Senior praising them? Big Black, it's your turn to strike. Yes, Master. The 4 protectors struck out together, their power overbearing to the extreme. In a moment, Lin Nan Nan was actually knocked back several steps. The protectors pulled out their long swords one after another, and their biting auras came at Lin Nan Nan. The people around felt like the void was about to be torn apart. You guys are looking for death. Big Black shouted and rushed up to protect Lin Nuan Nuan. Big Black opened his mouth and bit the wrist of one of the guardians, tearing it up with force. Lin Nuan Nuan also obediently ducked behind Dehei, clenching her fists sideways, and then swung hard, striking a series of steel needles. The bitten protector finally broke free of Big Black's grip and backhanded a punch towards Big Black's face. This punch made use of his greatest strength. Big Black twisted nimbly and raised his leg to punch him hard in the side of the face. Bang! Straight to the face. The moment both sides' forces impacted, the protector screamed miserably before dissipating on the spot. The rest of the guardians followed suit and immediately rushed over, attempting to attack Big Black. Big Black stretched out his paw. Snap! A slap to the visitor. But with a slap, The 3 remaining guardians were all dispersed. But Tianxian, who was on the opposite side, directly spat out a large mouthful of black blood with an unbelievable expression. Chapter 28, Double Defeat. Sovereign, are you alright? Tianchang kept struggling and tried to rush over. Unfortunately, the treasure gourd didn't let him have his way. Set. The precious gourd said coldly, Master, can I make my move now? Seeing that Big Black had already made his move, the treasure gourd was now a bit impatient to make its move as well. With Tianchang's cultivation, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, and he didn't know where he got the courage to mess with the little master. Do it, Nui Lin ordered in a milky voice. Wow. The precious gourd smiled faintly, then released all of the pure yang flame. The fire of pure yang impartially happened to hit the top of Tianchang's head. Ah! It hurts. Tencent screamed in shock as he covered his head. Tensei's body clattered into flames. This is too heaven-defying for Lin Nannan. TSK TSK TSK. Tianxian's sword sect has kicked the bucket this time. Lin Nannan's strength can hang all of us here, right? What's the point of playing the rest of the game? Yeah, Lin Wanwan alone can single-handedly challenge Tianchang and Patriarch Tianxian. Who would dare to compete with her here? This heaven-defying strength. Seriously, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought you guys were just blowing smoke. Me too. The main thing is that she's only 6 years old and she was able to sweep through the Tianxian sword sect. The Supreme Oblivion sect has picked up a treasure here. I heard that this little tyke was picked up outside by Yayuki. Where can I pick up such an awesome little tyke? I want to pick one up too. Take me one. Nuan Nuan. You. The Grand Elder licked his face and came over to Lin Nuan Nuan, smiling with a pleasing face. Nui Nui, the two of them, what are you going to do with them? A hint of calculation flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. Lin Nannan was a member of their Tai Shang Oblivion sect, and today's dry overthrow of the Tianxian sword sect had made the Grand Elder smile with joy. Unexpectedly, Lin Nannan had actually given their Tai Shang Oblivion sect such a long face. The Supreme Forgetfulness sect had a heaven-defying existence in Lin Nuan Nui, and it would only be a matter of time before it dominated the 100 sects. The Grand Elder smiled fawningly and said nothing about the fact that he had just pushed Lin Nuan Nuan out to cover the pot. Seeing this, the people from the other clans were furious and cursed in their hearts that this Grand Elder was really shameless. At the same time, it was envious of the Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect's good fortune. Surprisingly, they had picked up this treasure. Lin Nannan. Lin Nui Nui. Me. I admit. That I all admit. Because of the pain, Tianchang rolled on the ground uncaringly, trying to extinguish the fire on his body. The Tianxian sword sect disciples behind them were also looking at Tianchang and the Tianxian patriarch with anxious faces. They wanted to go up and help, but the pressure released by Lin Nuan Nuan made it impossible for their feet to move. Eldest brother, should we go up and help? If you want to go up there and die, go ahead. I won't stop you. Lin Nuan Nuan alone could single-handedly take on Tianxian patriarch and Tianchang. What else could they do if they weren't sending them to their deaths by going up at this moment? Treasure gourd, Lin Nannan said in a cold voice. Tianchang stared at Lin Nannan full of pleading. This Lin Nannan was truly terrifying. He and the Tianxian patriarch had made a move together, and now he hadn't even touched a single hair on Lin Nannan's head yet. On the contrary, he and the Tianxian sovereign had suffered heavy losses, and the Tianxian sword sect's face was about to be disgraced by the two of them. I admit it. I admit it all. I did collude with the people of the Poison Spirit sect, and the Ghost Blade knife was also given to Luna by me. Is there more? Lin Nannan's milky voice was like a demonic whisper in Tianchang's ears at the moment. Well, I even had the Poison Spirit sects go assassinate you last night. What Lin Nannan just said is true. Tianchang continued. Lin Nui Nui, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The person you should apologize to is not me, but the Tai sect. Words. Tianchang immediately turned his body, changed his previous arrogant attitude, and rushed the Tai sect's people. I'm sorry. The disciples of the Tai sect had an excited look on their faces. Did they hear right? Tianchang actually bowed down? They, the Tai sect, had kind of made history today, hadn't they? At this moment, their eyes were also filled with admiration when they looked at Lin Nannan. Even though they had Lin Nannan backing them up at the moment, the disciples of the Tai sect were still filled with fear in their hearts. Although at the moment, Tianchang was being beaten up by Lin Nannan. However, they were still very clear about their own strength. And when Tianchang recovered afterward, destroying their Tai sect would be an easy task. Now they have Lin Nui's backing. But what about after that? What if Lin Nannan left? How would they face the Tianxian sword sect then? The disciples of the Tai sect glanced at each other with tangled faces. None of them knew how to reply to Tianchang's apology. The embarrassment of the disciples of the Tai sect was all visible to Lin Nuan Nuan, and she knew what they were worried about. How about this? You take the magic weapons of your Tianxian sword sect and divide half of them. Saying this, Lin Nannan pointed at the disciples of the Tai sect. Ha ha, it's worthy of being my daughter. She's indeed smart enough to think of this layer. Lin Haofan couldn't help but applaud. At such a young age, he was so comprehensive in his considerations. Surprisingly, he was able to think about the situation after Tai sect doing things now. There was his Lin Haofan's demeanor. Did I hear you right? Making the Tianqian sword sect share out half of their magic weapons? Isn't this asking for their lives? Actually, these few clans of theirs are about the same strength. And there are two reasons why the Tianqian sword sect stays at the top all year round. One of which is because of Tianqian, and the other is because of the variety of magical artifacts within the Tianqian sword sect's treasure trove. These magic weapons were also the foundation of the Tianqian sword sect. The people from the Tai sect looked at Tiancheng with an expectant face. If the Tianqian sword sect really did as Lin Nannan said and shared half of their magic weapons, their Tai sect's strength had definitely increased by leaps and bounds. Lin Nannan, don't you bully people too much, Tiancheng roared angrily. These magic weapons were the ones that they had painstakingly searched everywhere, and each of them had condensed the efforts of their heavenly Xian sword sect disciples. Lin Nuan now lightly said, let them share half of it out, still let them Tianqian sword sect people live? A magic weapon has to be in the hands of the right person in order to maximize its effect, and your Tianqian sword sect is bullying and fearful, so you're obviously not the most suitable owner for these magic weapons. Lin Nannan said indifferently, I wouldn't share it. Tiancheng's face showed reluctance. Just thinking that, those magic weapons would be given to the Tai sect for nothing, he couldn't help but feel a flesh pain. Then you can give it a try. Bao ho, dai hei, get ready for battle. Lin Nuan glanced at Tianxian and Tiancheng, who had fallen to the ground. Yes, master. Yes, master. Ha ha, Nui has learned to threaten people now. Lin Haofan laughed very happily. Chapter 29, Expulsion from the Sect. Fine. I promise you as the Tianxian sect leader. Tianxian's weak voice came from behind him. Patriarch. Shut up, Tianxian roared in mid-sentence. You idiots. Tianxian's gaze was dead set on Lin Nannan, and at this moment, he was dying of regret in his heart. How could he be so careless? The aura surrounding this Lin Nui in front of him was very unusual. Just now he noticed the hairpin on Lin Nannan's head, a hairpin he had seen in an ancient book before. That hairpin has the function of hiding cultivation. No wonder he had never detected any cultivation on Lin Nannan. After all, she had already hidden herself. Besides, the jade pendant that Lin Nui wore around her waist. It's not just any object either. Continuing to look over, none of the things that Lin Nannan had brought with her were even mortal goods. If he hadn't blinked, every single thing Lin Nannan wore was a terrifying powerhouse capable of suppressing the ages. The more Tianxian looked at it, the more alarmed he became. His face turned white with a brush, and his back was in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he realized something even more horrifying. That was the intense and terrifying pressure he felt just now. But for a moment, I'm afraid no one in the room was paying attention. That moment passed so quickly that with the strength of those people on the scene, there was no way for them to notice. Everything was clear at this moment. Why was Lin Nannan at such a young age to have such a cultivation level? And every accessory on her body was also an ancient divine artifact. That was all because Lin Nannan's origins weren't simple. The power behind Lin Nannan wasn't something their class could imagine. And if Lin Nannan's family casually lifted a finger, it would be able to wipe out their Tianqian sword sect. Judging by Lin Nannan's outfit, she was bound to be very favored at home, and for such a small child, her family would definitely not let her go out alone. There must be someone following her at all times, but it's not like Lin Nui knew it. The pressure felt just now was definitely released by the person behind Lin Nuan Nui. Fortunately, everything was still in time. Now all that was needed was to divide half of the Skyxian sword sect's magic weapons out, and that would make Lin Nuan's anger subside. Although it was needy, he was willing to do anything as long as he could preserve the Tianqian sword sect. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. Tianxian gestured for the disciple behind him to come over and support himself. Cough. Nuan. This matter is something I only just now realized the truth. Hearing this, Tiancheng said in his heart, something big is not good. Cough. Tianxian coughed out a large mouthful of black blood, but he continued without a care in the world. The onlookers, however, had huge ripples in their hearts. Tianxian was actually injured so badly by Dehei. Today's matter is a problem for my Tianxian sword sect, and I, as the patriarch of the Tianxian sword sect, will definitely give you all an explanation. Tianxian walked to the center of the crowd. Strongly bracing himself, he stood in front of Lin Nannan. Patriarch Tianxian, do you think that the conditions I just mentioned are harsh? Lin Nannan stood with her arms folded while Dahei crouched at her feet. It was clearly just a little tyke and a big black dog, but none of the people present would ignore them, because that aura really couldn't be ignored. Ahem. I don't think it's enough. Saying that, Tianxian gestured for Tianchang to come over. Oh, what does that mean? Lin Nanan's face showed curiosity. Snap. All disciples of the Tianxian sword sect listened to the order. Tianxian ordered loudly. Yes, Tianchang. For colluding with the poison spirit sect. With immediate effect. Expelled from the Tianxian sword sect. Tianxian said in a cold voice. Since all of this was caused by Tensei, it was up to him to end it, sacrificing Tianchang alone to preserve the Tianxian sword sect. This deal was not a loss. No, sovereign. All I did was for the Tianxian sword sect. Please don't drive me away. Tianchang flung himself down and knelt directly in front of Tianxian. Patriarch, please. I know I'm wrong. Tianchang pulled at Tianxian's pants leg and roared with his heart torn out. Where was his former gentle and elegant demeanor? What? The Tianxian sword sect is actually driving Tianchang away because of Lin Nannan? With this injury nowadays, will Tianchang still be able to live after leaving the Tianxian sword sect? I think it's hanging by a thread. Tianchang is just a waste nowadays. If he doesn't have Tianxian sword sect's aura and magical artifacts to nourish him, he won't be able to recover at all. Wow! Lin Wanwan is so great that she forced Tianxian Patriarch to dare Tianchang to leave. Is Patriarch Tianxian crazy? TSK. The Tianxian sword sect really lost a lot in this competition. Not only did it lose a large portion of its magic weapons, but the sect leader's successor is also gone. Ha, it's really a turn of the wind and water. Wasn't the Tianxian sword sect's people still rampant before? Now they're honest all of a sudden. The Tai sect has made a bloody fortune this time. Is it too late for me to defect to the Tai sect? Isn't Lin Wanwan a member of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect? Why don't you guys want to go to the Supreme Forgetfulness sect? You're silly. The Tai sect has so many magic weapons, while what does the Tai Sham Oblivion sect have? There's a big elder who tends to be a bit more aggressive. You didn't see that speed of the big elder's face change just now. It's a masterpiece. It's not like Lin Nannan is a little cutie. I don't think she's going to give face to the Grand Elder. I don't think Lin Nannan will be able to stay in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect for much longer. I'm afraid I heard that she, this time, came out to find her mother. How could anyone leave such a cute kid behind? You kid has vision. Lin Haofan within the void nodded with a face of approval, then muttered, because her mother still has unfinished business, when she settles everything, she will definitely come back. Pust, everyone present, please bear witness for our Tianxian sword sect. Tianxian cut off his wide-sleeve robe and rushed at Tianchang. As an elder of the Tianxian sword sect, Tianchang has colluded with the poisonous spirit sect privately, and has also encouraged his disciples to kill people by using magical weapons. This person has committed a great crime. And our Tianxian sword sect can't afford to tolerate this kind of person with bad character. Today, our Tianxian sword sect will cut our robes with Tianchang, and from now on, our paths will return to our paths, and our bridges will return to our bridges. Tianxian spoke with great sincerity, fearing that an inattention would upset the little ancestor in front of him. This Tianxian is finally smart for once. It seems that the pressure I released just now was still effective. Lin Haofan nodded in satisfaction. He was worried that Lin Nannan would suffer just now. So he quietly released a little bit of his might while Lin Nannan wasn't paying attention. It was hoped that this would deter Tianxian. Tianxian didn't let him down, and surprisingly accepted his signal. It seemed that this Tianxian's strength was indeed very strong as rumored from the outside. It wasn't as good as him, but it was already a top-notch presence here. Chapter 30, Chopping the Grass to Get Roots. Patriarch, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Patriarch, please. Tianchang knelt in front of Tianxian and begged bitterly. He absolutely could not be thrown out just like that, and in order to be able to remain in the Tianxian sword sect, he could only beg bitterly. After all, he believed in the idea that there was no fear of being left behind. This person is really unrepentant. The little scheme in Tianchang's heart did not escape Lin Haofan's eyes. The Tianxian sword sect disciples behind them also knelt down and prayed in a loud voice. Patriarch Tianxian, I beg you to spare Elder Tianchang. Tianchang was strong, and with him around, their Tianxian sword sect could continue to thrive. The other sects were watching intently. The Tianxian sword sect could not afford to take a wrong step. If Tianchang was driven out today, their Tianxian sword sect would really be finished. A trace of intolerance flashed across Tianxian's face. Tianchang was the one he had trained. He had always nurtured Tianchang as the next patriarch. He knew the importance of Tianchang better than anyone else present. But right now, this was the only way to preserve the Tianxian sword sect. Between Tianchang and the Tianxian sword sect, Tianxian did not hesitate for a second and directly chose the Tianxian sword sect. Whoever pleads for him again will go together. Tianxian shouted. These disciples who don't know the heights of heaven and earth, even now, still don't know what kind of god they have provoked. Regarding the hint of pressure he had just felt, Even if the other party gently moved a finger, it would be able to cause their Tianqian sword sect to be directly annihilated. Lin Nan Nan, please, I'll die if I go out. Seeing that Tianqian's side wouldn't work, Tianchang immediately reversed his direction and kowtowed towards Lin Wan Wan, begging. Lin Nan Nan, a 6-year-old child, would definitely not be able to withstand his bitter pleas. The biggest thing he could do was to kowtow a few more times to Lin Nan Nan. After all, it was a matter of life and death at the moment, and today's shame would definitely be avenged on Lin Nan Nan when he found the opportunity later. The killing intent in Tianchang's eyes did not escape Lin Wan Wan's eyes. Master, little master won't fall for it. Dahe looked at Tianchang, who was crying with tears in his eyes, and couldn't help but worry for Lin Nan Nan. He had followed Lin Nan Nan for a long time as well, and he couldn't know better what Lin Nan Nan's temperament was. Completely different from Lin Haofan's approach of driving her enemies to extinction. She treated everyone with kindness. There were times when he couldn't help but wonder how Lin Haofan, such a ruthless person, had given birth to Lin Nan Nan. Maybe it's because Lin Nui's mother's relatives are gentle. Lin Nui made a catapult and immediately jumped away. Why are you kowtowing to her all of a sudden when you're fine? Father said that kowtowing to someone older than you would break your life. You get up and talk. Don't kowtow to me. Do you want to cause me to lose my life? You have an evil mind. Lin Nan Nan pointed at Tianchang and yelled. You get up. Lin Haofan's icy voice came from within the void. Lin Haofan still couldn't help but speak out to stop him. At those words, Tianchang immediately stopped moving. Was the pressure he felt just now his hallucination? However, this little tyke in front of him felt good to talk to despite his heavenly strength. If he cried a little bit harder now, and made himself out to be a little bit more pitiful, maybe, Lin Nan Nan would forgive himself. Nui, I was also tricked by the people from the poison spirit sect. I really didn't mean it. I won't dare next time. Nui, I really know I'm wrong. I've been tricked this time too. Please let me off this time. Please. I don't know. The ghost blade is so powerful it would kill her. I didn't ask Shan Jingyu to kill you either. It was all Shan Jingyu's own idea. He heard me say that you had a lot of magic weapons, so he got the wrong idea and wanted to rob you of these magic weapons. TSK, you need to stop talking about panic. Crystal ball. Lin Nui called out in a milky voice. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, Lin Nanan's storage bag filled with treasures slowly opened. A purple light then shot out from inside. This is? Tensei asked curiously. This is an extreme crystal ball, rare in this world, and I've only seen it once in an ancient book, Tianxian faintly explained. He was now accustomed to Lin Wan's practice of pulling out a heaven-defying magic weapon from his bag every now and then. After all, people's identities were placed there, and ancient magic weapons were just a family affair for them. I have to admit that there is a really big difference between people. Those magic weapons, which they had fought over between their various clans, turned out to be something that the human Lin Wan could just pull out with her hands. It can't be helped. Who made Lin Nui know how to throw herself into the world? Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Again, I'm really going to be jealous. She's only 6 years old, and she has so many ancient magic weapons in her hands. How rich is their family, to let a 6-year-old kid go out with so many magic weapons? Or one person. She's not alone. There's a dog too. That dog's aura is also unusual. It's definitely not an ordinary dog. Goodness. I want to be Lin Nui's dog too. There are so many magic weapons that feel safe. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Haofan within the void couldn't help but laugh out loud. These people are quite good at talking. They really spoke to his heart. The big black on the side silently chilled his face. He was the god of the demon clan, but he was called a dog. Snap. Lin Haofan, who was inside the void, saw Big Black, cold, and couldn't help but directly slap him on the head, cursing. What? Following us has wronged you? That's not true. Big Black wanted to cry. He was so angry, but he couldn't beat Lin Haofan. He was the god of the demon race, invincible in battle, but he ended up losing in Lin Haofan's hands. This Lin Nui has too many divine artifacts. The things she pulled out of her storage bag, just any one of them would cause turmoil in the world. This crystal ball is too beautiful, crystal clear, not a single impurity to be seen. What's the use of this crystal ball besides looking good? This is something you don't understand, right? It is said that this crystal ball can detect lie detection. This was still an ancient record that he happened to see in the book depository before. A lie detector test? This is the first time I've heard of it. Is there really something so amazing in this world? It should be true. It's clearly written in that ancient book. We'll see how Tianchang behaves later. That's right, there's a good show coming up. However, I have a feeling that Tianchang isn't telling the truth. The conversation of several people, word for word, all fell into the ears of Tianchang, and the more Tianchang listened, the more alarmed he became. Is this crystal ball really that magical? If it was tested later and what he said was false, he would really be screwed. This Lin Nan Nan really has a good and evil mind. Why don't he just do whatever he wants and kill the person directly? He was going to die today anyway, so why not pull it back? Besides, all of this that he went through today was all because of Lin Nan Nan, and he had to take revenge, no matter what the cost would be. It couldn't be any worse than it was now anyway. Chapter 31, Crystal Ball Lie Detector Test. Big Black, pay attention. This kid's heart of thievery isn't dead. He's afraid he's going to make a move on Nui Nui. Be smart later. Lin Haofan within the void said coldly. This Tiancheng was really impatient with life. How dare he make a move on Lin Nan Nan again and again. You come over. Lin Nanan's eyes signaled Tiancheng to come over. Ha ha, Nui Nui is so diabolical. She even managed to come up with the trick of taking a crystal ball to test for panic. This Tiancheng looks like he's lying. Don't let him off the hook. Enamorada. TSK 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 TSK. The elders of the Heavenly Xian Sword sect were actually cleaned up by a 6-year-old child. Ha ha, you people of the Tianxian Sword sect are really a loser. Your Tianxian Sword sect should quickly withdraw from the 100 Sect Alliance. I'm ashamed for you all. Seeing this sight of Tiancheng, the people from the other sects fell in line and said, Tianxian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this. This was all because of this 6-year-old child, Lin Nan Nan. The disciples of the Tianxian Sword sect behind them lowered their heads. Before today, they were still proud of their identity as disciples of the Tianxian Sword sect. They didn't expect that in less than a day, everything had changed drastically. In the crowd's expectant eyes, Lin Nui Nui continued to speak. You put your hand on this, and then repeat what you said before. A warm reminder that the crystal ball will alert you if any of the words you say is a lie. Ha, well, Tiancheng gulped sheepishly, his eyes glaring deathly at Lin Nuan Nuan while his hand silently reached for his own storage bag. He really kicked the bucket today, but he didn't resign himself to his fate. He decided to fight to the death, not for anything else, but for the Tianxian Sword sect's reputation. He couldn't bear to watch the Tianxian Sword sect be disgraced because of himself. He silently locked eyes with Tianxian. After years of tacit understanding, Tianxian instantly understood what Tiancheng was going to do next. Tianxian nodded slightly at him, his eyes filled with approval. He knew that Tiancheng was planning to die with Lin Nan Nan next. Lin Nan Nan was someone he also wanted to get rid of. Because of Lin Nan Nan, a 6-year-old child, the Tianxian Sword sect that he had single-handedly built completely collapsed. To say that he didn't hate it, how was that possible? He was on the verge of hating Lin Nan Nan to death, but he didn't have the strength to deal with Lin Nan Nan right now, and unsurprisingly, he wouldn't have the chance to do so in the future. But Tiancheng was different. Tiancheng gave up his life today and might have a slight chance of winning. I promise I won't dare next time, Tiancheng said slowly, his hand already touching the storage bag of spells. Previously, when he made a deal with the Poison Spirit sect, the people from the Poison Spirit sect gave him a large black pipe, and it was said that the magic weapon was so ferocious that it only needed one shot to take away the great emperor. Hey, look at his hands. Lin Haofan, who was within the void, felt Tiancheng's full killing intent and couldn't help but worry. There's Big Black Pipe in his storage bag. Big Black asked keenly about the scent of the Big Black Pipe, a smell he had smelled in Lin Nuan Nuan's storage bag before, so he smelled it right away. I was also tricked by the people of the Poison Spirit sect. I really know that I was wrong. Tiancheng's face was full of killing intent. The Big Black Pipe was in his hands at the moment. Lin Nuan Nuan, you go to hell. With a scowl on his face, Tiancheng raised a large black pipe toward Lin Nan Nan. Aha! Without waiting for Tiancheng to raise his hand, He had already taken a bite on his wrist. The change came too quickly, and Lin Nan Nan was protected by He, her heart thumping non-stop. She was still careless. If it wasn't for He, she would have been a corpse by now. Afterwards, you must not be careless when facing the enemy. Lin Nan Nan couldn't help but teach herself a lesson in her heart. Lin Nanan's pale face caused Lin Haofan's heart to ache. He, don't let him go. Knock him into the road. The aura of heaven and earth gathered in Big Black's palm as he stretched out his black palm and slapped it towards Tiancheng. Tiancheng's face suddenly changed, only to feel that he was too weak to move. The sound of breaking air constantly resounded. Snap! With just one palm, Tiancheng was flipped to the ground, completely cut off. Big Black, well done. Tianxian, don't let him live either, Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. Don't think that he didn't know what Tianxian had played just now. For Tiancheng to make such a desperate move, there was also Tianxian's handiwork in it. Quiet, dead silence all around. The next successor of the Tianxian Sword sect has fallen just like that? The Tianxian Sword sect has suffered heavy losses today. Hiss. Horror. I won't dare to speak out loud when I see Lin Nui Nui in the future. Guo Yun. Nui Nui is also too powerful. Lin Tian had an incredulous look on his face. Wow. From now on, I'll do whatever Nui Nui tells me to do. Guo Yun had a proud face. Such a powerful Lin Wan was actually his Guo Yun's good friend. From now on, no one will dare to underestimate him. Suddenly, Guo Yun remembered something else and her little face fell again. What's wrong with you? Weren't you happy just now? Why are you suddenly unhappy? Lin Tian noticed Guo Yun's change in mood and asked with concern. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm just thinking that, if Nui is so good and I'm such a novice, I won't dare to tell others in the future that Nui is my good friend. Snap! Lin Tian slapped Guo Yun on the head and said with a smile. You're okay? Can Nui be compared to our ordinary people? Lin Tian's eyes signaled Guo Yun, came to his ear and whispered. Didn't you feel that person's pressure before? What? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Why was this person so dull? It's the one who warned us not to act rashly. Lin Tian continued to whisper. I felt it. So strong. I didn't even dare to speak then. I was almost scared to death. Just that pressure. At a glance it's not an ordinary person. Nui and us are not in the same class. There's no comparison at all. I don't know. What are you worried about? There's just no one here who can beat Nui. You're not ashamed of losing to Nui. Lin Tian said indifferently. Yeah, we can play with Nui again in the future. Guo Yun said heartlessly. Lin Tian silently rolled his eyes. As long as you two treat your inamorata well, I won't treat you poorly in the future. Lin Haofan couldn't help but interject. A trace of panic flashed across Lin Tian's face. Were their words just now all heard by him? Alright, this farce will end here today. The Grand Elder came out to round off the scene and said, his face full of smiles, today's Lin Wan could really give their Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect a facelift. Now I announce that the winner of this year's 100 Sect League is Lin Nui of the Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect. Does anyone have any comments? Of course not. Lin Nui deserves it. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Supreme Oblivion sect and congratulations to Lin Nan. The crowd gathered around to congratulate Lin Nan. Chapter 32, A Meeting of Good Friends. Tian Chang and Tian Xian were both defeated by Lin Nui. Did Lin Nui's strength still need to be questioned? Nui. The Grand Elder approached Lin Nui with a smile on his face, just about to congratulate Lin Nui. Who knew that Lin Nui had a small face and nonchalantly questioned, where is Sister Yu? Where did you get her? This. The Grand Elder didn't even dare to look directly into Lin Nuan's eyes. Just now he thought Lin Nuan was dead, so he let the people capture Miyua away. Guo Yun, Lin Tian, let's go find Sister Miyu. Lin Nan looked at the duo. Don't think she's just young. She's got a pretty small mind. Don't think she didn't know that none of those people looked favorably on her just now. Those people were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. It was just Yayoi-san and the three of them who wanted to come to her rescue. Now that she's won, these people are back to sucking up to her. It's so meaningless. Nui has grown up. Now she can tell the good guys from the bad guys. Not bad. Lin Haofan expressed great satisfaction. His biggest worry before was that Lin Nan would be undefensive to everyone and treat everyone equally well. Now it looks like that's not going to happen. Coming. Lin Tian and the two of them smiled and followed. The three of them, one dog, just strutted away, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Guo Yun, Lin Tian is really lucky to have climbed onto the high branch of Lin Wan. In the future, surely no one will dare to mock him for being an outer disciple. Hey, I'm so envious. Sister Yu, are you in there? Lin Nan knocked loudly on the door of Yayuki's room. Nui, you're okay. Sister Yu, where are you? How come Nui didn't see you? Have you guys seen Sister Yu? Lin Nuan turned her head to ask the two of them. Lin Tian, I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. The two men shook their heads like rattlesnakes. I'm here, Yayuki yelled. Yikes, Sister Moon, why are you there? The three of them looked over at the sound, only to see that Yayuki was currently slumped against the wall. Knock. Yayuki jumped off the wall and landed firmly in front of the three. They locked me in here, and the first elder put down a boundary, so I had to go out over the wall to find you. Are you alright? Did they bully you? Saying that, Miyuki sized up Lin Nan from top to bottom. Seeing that Lin Nan was intact, and even her hair hadn't gotten messy, she was relieved. Come to think of it, with the power behind Lin Nan, it was unlikely that anything would happen to her, and she had indeed been worrying for nothing. Sister Yu, they can't beat me, Lin Nan said with a proud face. Seeing her like this, Miyu couldn't help but scratch her little nose. Sister Yu, I know you're very powerful, but Nui is so young, she will always be a child with Sister Yu, and is in need of Sister Yu's protection. That's right, Nui in the future we will protect you as well. Guo Yun and the two of them said in unison. Yeah, you guys will protect me from now on. Lin Nan clapped her hands, very happy. Lin Tian touched the back of his head in embarrassment. A shy look flashed across his face, and he didn't know where they got their confidence from. How dare they say that they would come to protect Lin Nui Nui? Luckily, Lin Nuan Nui didn't laugh at them. With Lin Nuan Nui's strength, a single finger could exterminate the three of them. Where would they need their protection? Let's go. Let's go hunt birds for food. I'm so hungry. Lin Nuan Nuan touched her flattened stomach. Today's game had lasted too long. She had just eaten a snack in the morning, and by now it was almost nighttime, and she hadn't drank a single drop of water. Let's go. I'm hungry too. Go. I'll take you guys to my secret base to catch birds to eat today. Wei Yun waved his hand, signaling the three people behind him to hurry up and follow. Yeah, happy. Lin Nui Nui followed with a bounce. Da hey, you're coming with us. Right, Big Black. Let's go together. Lin Tian hurriedly said. He had seen Big Black's strength with his own eyes. With Big Black around, they no longer had to worry about anyone looking for trouble. However, with Lin Nui Nui's fame now, no one around here would dare to look for trouble from them anymore. After all, no one should mind their own life. Big Black wagged his tail and aggressively walked towards Gui Yun. Gui Yun gulped and gave up the lead position with a nervous face. He didn't want to eat Big Black's paw. He wanted to live a few more years. Big Black gave him a sidelong glance, and the look seemed to say, count on your kid's sense. Put, the two men's behavior. Lin Nui Nui all saw in the eyes, couldn't help but explain for Big Black. You don't have to be afraid of Big Black. He's cute. With that, he pulled Big Black's head over and rubbed at his face. Big Black's head was full of black lines. He was the god of the demon race. Did this Lin Nuan Nuan really treat him like a dog? He's so angry. Barking. Lin Nuan Nuan came over to Dahei's face and gave him a big kiss. Dahei, thank you so much for today. You're really my good baby. It didn't feel too bad. And Big Black's tail wagged up and straight into Lin Nui Nui's arms. Hey, Nuan Nuan you. Lin Haofan's teeth were almost crunching. Nuan Nuan hadn't kissed himself for a long time. He was really jealous. Never mind. He wasn't angry. Right now, he had other more important things to do. He had broken through a realm and was about to cross the threshold. This time, he couldn't rely on the system to cross over, because his current cultivation level had already exceeded the system's highest level, and the system said that it couldn't do anything about it. This was the first time that Lin Haofan had relied on his own ability to cross the tribulation. It's kinda exciting to think about. Big Black, during this recent period of time, you must follow closely behind Nui Nui. This is a dead order. Don't think of slipping away. Lin Haofan warned in a cold voice. Master, just don't worry. Big Black, who was within the void, said with a sincere expression. When Lin Haofan saw his appearance, he didn't look like he was telling lies. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Before, he had been using force to suppress him, but he hadn't even made Dahei compromise. Today, Nui Nui had only kissed Dahei and made him die. In terms of employing people, he was still inferior to Nui Nui, so it seemed that he still needed to learn more from Nui Nui afterward. Recently, I'm going to cross the lightning tribulation. I can only leave a trace of my divine sense beside Nui Nui, so I'll leave the heavy responsibility of protecting Nui Nui to you. Lin Haofan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Does this tribulation have to be crossed? If he had known it would be so troublesome, he wouldn't have continued cultivating. I understand, Master. I will definitely protect Nui Nui. I swear with the title of Demon Race God. With that, Big Black within the void raised his claws. It's a deal. Lin Haofan and Big Black clapped their hands. Chapter 33, Beginning of the Transition. At this moment, the sky above the heavenly wasteland continent, the originally clear sky suddenly became incredibly dim, and the next second it was covered in dark clouds. The weather was so perverse that the villagers below couldn't help but stop and watch. They had lived here for many years, and this was the first time they had seen such a strange sight. What's wrong with this day? Right, what's so perverse all of a sudden? Can it be that someone has sinned and God is sending down punishment? Nope, this is a calamity cloud? Looking at the dense robberies clouds in the sky, someone couldn't help but exclaim, someone's going to have a calamity. This robbery cloud is too dense. It is said that the denser the robbery clouds are, the higher the realm that the person crossing the robbery has broken through. So what realm is this? I'm afraid this is a breakthrough to a great emperor. You're too shallow in your knowledge. How can it be possible that this dense robber cloud has only just broken through to a great emperor? It has to be an immortal emperor's realm. Immortal emperor? Are you kidding me? In this small village of ours, can someone break through to an immortal emperor? Don't open your eyes and pretend you don't know. Cut. You think everyone is like you. Just wait and see. The strength of the person who crossed the threshold is definitely not ordinary. Great. Let's just wait and see. I don't believe that there's such a powerful person in our village. A few people looked at the deep purple lightning in the sky and argued. At this time, Lin Haofan was already ready to cross the tribulation. After all, with his current strength, a mere thunder tribulation was simply not enough to fear. Right now, the thing that worried him the most was still Lin Nan Nan. If he had known that he was about to cross the threshold, He should have killed direct Tian Xian, lest you are now worrying about whether he will continue to be unfavorable to Nui Nui. Lin Haofan, you have to believe in your own daughter. Nuan Nuan isn't the same Lin Nuan Nuan as before. She has the ability to protect herself now. Don't worry blindly. You have to be the father who will let go. Lin Haofan kept comforting himself in his heart. Besides, there's still Dahei guarding there. Nothing will go wrong. There's also a trace of divine sense left there. It's impossible for anything to go wrong. At the moment, he wanted to hug his soft and fragrant daughter, and he would be even more awesome if his daughter could cheer him on. Nui Nui, your father is about to cross the threshold. Do you want to cheer him on? At the same time, Dahei was pulling Lin Nan Nan to the side and said quietly, "Wow, father is going to cross the threshold? He's having another breakthrough so soon?" Lin Nuan Nuan's face was pleasantly surprised. Then she thought of her daddy whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Her little face wrinkled and tears came down. "Oh, I miss daddy. When I came out, daddy was still in seclusion. I didn't even see daddy's face. Daddy, I miss you so much." Lin Nui Nui cried loudly. Lin Nanan's sudden cry caused the other three people present to be at a loss for words. "Sister Yu, what's wrong with Nui Nui? Should we go over and take a look?" Lin Tian said worriedly. Well, Yayuki was also torn. Dahei was deliberately avoiding them. What was wrong with them coming together now? But Nui Nui was crying so hard that it hurt her heart to watch. "Let's listen first." With that look in Big Black's eyes, "I don't dare to go over there." Huoyun couldn't help but take a few steps back. The fact that Big Black had just slapped Tiancheng to death with a single slap had really left a small shadow on Huoyun. He's looking at Big Black right now and his little legs are shivering. Now he was asked to go and rob Lin Nuan Nui with Big Black. He couldn't do it and didn't dare to do it either. Big Black sighed. What kind of sin did he suffer? It's really like mentioning the pot that doesn't boil. Why is it good to suddenly mention Lin Haofan? Lin Nui Nui doesn't usually cry, but when she does, she can't stop. He really wasn't good at coaxing this little ancestor. He would rather go find someone to fight than coax Lin Nuan Nui. Dahei had to eyeball the three people watching the show across the street to come over and coax them. "Nan Nan, what's wrong with you?" As soon as she did, Miyuki wrapped Lin Nan Nan into her arms. "Ooh, Sister Yu, I just suddenly miss Daddy." Lin Nan Nan wrapped her arms around Yu's neck and huffed. "Sister Yu, I really miss Daddy." "Nui Nui, good girl. So it's because you miss Daddy." Yu patted Lin Nanan's back and coaxed in a low voice. "Then does Nui Nui want to go back to Daddy?" Nui Nui had been out for so long, it was indeed time to go back. "Well, I don't want it. I haven't found my mother yet." Hearing the words to let her go back, Lin Nan Nan stopped crying at once, her head shaking like a rattle. "Nui Nui don't want to go back. When Nui Nui finds her mother, I'll go back to see father." Lin Nan Nan wiped the tears from her face. "Good, sister, you will definitely accompany you to find mother." Miyu continued to gently pat Lin Nuan Nuan's back and whispered in a soothing voice. "And me? Aha, yeah, I'll be there for you too. Inni, yeah, thank you guys." Lin Nan Nan broke into a smile. Big Black breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yayuki with an approving face, a look that seemed to say, "Still you have a way." Nui Nui's cries still reached Lin Haofan's ears. "Nui Nui, don't cry. Daddy is here." Lin Haofan's divine sense coaxed in a low voice. "Nui Nui, be good. When Daddy is done with the tribulation, he'll go find you." Lin Haofan's ears within the heavenly wasteland continent were filled with the sound of Lin Nanan's crying, causing him to be distracted. "Daddy cheers. Nui Nui has gained a lot recently. Please don't worry, Daddy. When Nui Nui finds her mother, she will go back. Daddy, go. Go, oh." Nui Nui's sweet refueling brought his drifting thoughts back again. Lin Haofan was in the air, constantly changing his position quickly. He now needed to draw the heavenly thunder to a place with fewer people, so as not to cause more trouble and unnecessary trouble. He needs to keep as low a profile as possible right now. Lin Haofan forced himself to hurry up and calm down. Just now, because of Nui Nui's cries, he had already delayed some time. The thunder tribulation was about to descend. There was no more time he could waste. Lin Haofan hurriedly pulled out the various defense-type magic weapons that he had searched for earlier from his storage bag, picking out some powerful things and placing them in front of him. After setting up the spells, he immediately sat down in place and began to set up the formation. The robbery clouds were constantly tossing in the air, and the thunderbolts were currently not descending, only shaking vainly in the air. Lin Haofan guessed that this was lightning storing up its power, and when he did, he would be finished. The transition pill. Lin Haofan pulled out the transition pill and swallowed it in one gulp. This transition pill was his upgrade reward from the system, and it was said to strengthen his defense and help him withstand some of the damage from the heavenly thunder when resisting it. However, it can only withstand some of it, because the intensity of the heavenly thunder this time had exceeded the system's maximum limit. Looking at the sky, he saw that the heavier and heavier robbery clouds were only getting heavier and heavier. and the heavenly thunder inside seemed like it would strike down at any time. Chapter 34, Successful Transition. Lin Haofan had relied on the system before. Where had he experienced such a big battle? For a time, panic at the same time there is a hidden expectation. However, the mood of anticipation far more than panic. After all, his own strength is there. The area of the thunderbolt really cannot let his heart give birth to more fear. In fact, the fear within him was not because of the thunderbolt, but because of the unknown. He wanted to see whether this thunderbolt was powerful, or whether he, Lin Haofan, was more powerful. Rumble rumble. The sky, which had been clear just a moment ago, was covered with dark clouds all of a sudden. Then there was a loud rumbling sound. Lin Haofan stabilized his body, tensed his body tightly. The tribulation was about to begin. He kept weaving in and out of the bamboo forest. The commotion later on would not be small. He had to find a place that was both quiet and wide open to cross over, so that no one would disturb him and no innocents would be hurt. I don't know if the thunder will turn that day, and if someone suddenly comes by then, will they be caught in the wave? If he was caught in the wave, would he be ruled as a direct failure of the crossing? Lin Haofan couldn't help but sigh. His own experience in crossing the tribulation was really too little. He didn't know anything. I really shouldn't have used the system to be lazy before. I'm blind to everything. However, fortunately, he had read quite a few immortal cultivation texts before and knew what preparations needed to be made before crossing the threshold. Lin Haofan made such a big commotion with this tribulation that all the creatures in a 100-mile radius were startled by the loud thunder, and they all raised their heads to the sky, speculating in their hearts as to what kind of saint was tribulating here to cause such a big commotion. Generally speaking, the heavenly thunder that descended from the tribulation matched the strength of the person who was crossing the tribulation. The higher the realm that the person crossing the tribulation breaks through, the more powerful the heavenly thunder that descends. They had never seen such a large heavenly thunder. They had never even heard of it, and there was no record of it in the ancient books. Looks like someone is about to make history today. That's too much thunder. This thunderbolt is still some distance away from us. Right, it's so far away from us and we can hear it, so you can see how loud the thunder is. Master, isn't this thunder tribulation a bit unusual? A young disciple covered his ears and said dully. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful thunder tribulation since he grew up. Well, this thunderbolt, it is indeed unusual. The strength of the person who crossed it must be extraordinary. Master touched his beard and frowned. The teacher master lamented in his heart. I am afraid that this world is going to change again. At the same time, a wave of worry welled up in his heart, and he didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing for the world's people. I only hope that the person who crosses the threshold today is a chivalrous man with a heart for the common people. With a deafening roar, the first heavenly thunder broke through the sky and struck Lin Haofan directly below. Lin Haofan raised his eyebrows. This heavenly thunder has finally come. Afterwards, his hands quickly flipped in the air, and in the next second, he succeeded in forming a seal, surrounded by a faint glow. At the same time, Lin Haofan's mouth was chanting something, and when he listened carefully it turned out to be all sorts of treacherous words. Che, the district's heavenly thunder is nothing more than that. You guys are still too good. No way, that's the strength. TSK, 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 it's like scratching an itch. I thought there was something great about crossing the threshold, and it turned out to be this? Only to see that Lin Haofan was surrounded by a faint golden light all around his body. That was the body protection aura he practiced. With the body protection aura, he easily dodged the first strike of the heavenly thunder. Lin Haofan didn't relax because of this and continued to run the body protection aura around his body. Boom! The first heavenly thunder and the protective aura collided in the air, erupting with dazzling light. The entire mountain peak seemed to tremble, and even the stone under Lin Haofan's buttocks silently cracked open a large mouth. TSK. This stone. Lin Haofan couldn't help but sigh. Immediately after that, the second and third heavenly thunderbolts came one after another, one more fierce than the other, and the successive heavenly thunderbolts made Lin Haofan's body protection aura somewhat unable to withstand it. Just as Lin Haofan's body protection aura was gradually weakening and about to be extinguished, Lin Haofan began to mobilize the true essence in his body and run a set of gong methods that the system had taught him. This set of gong methods had been lost for a long time. It was ancient and mysterious. Many people had only seen it in ancient books. If there was a second person present at the scene, they would definitely be shocked by this set of techniques that Lin Haofan had made. Lin Haofan didn't know the mystery of this gongfu, and only knew that only this gongfu could save him at the moment. This gong method could convert the protective aura around his body into a substantial shield as a means of resisting the attack of heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder continued to brew, and the sound grew louder and louder. Lin Haofan looked at the dark sky. Che, this heavenly thunder is nothing more than that. Rumble, another heavenly thunder. This heavenly thunder was different from the previous heavenly thunder. This heavenly thunder was extremely fast. The tree-branch-thick heavenly thunder accurately struck on Lin Haofan's head. Under the shield, Lin Haofan was still shaken by the strength of the heavenly thunder, causing his body to sway. The third heavenly thunderbolt fell immediately after, and the magic treasures that Lin Haofan had prepared before were all split into pieces. Looking at the shattered magic weapon, Lin Haofan couldn't help but curse. TSK. So unforgiving. This magic weapon is so trashy? When the others saw these shattered magic weapons, they must have been heartbroken. These magic weapons were ancient artifacts, and they were destroyed just like that. This was too much of a pity, but Lin Haofan didn't show the slightest expression of flesh pain on his face. After all, he still had many of these magic weapons in his storage bag. He just simply felt that the quality of these magic weapons was not good. Lin Haofan pulled out dozens of yellow talismans from his storage bag again and utilized his body protection aura to post them around himself. I don't know if this yellow talisman is useful, Lin Haofan muttered. The fourth and fifth heavenly thunderbolts came so mightily that the entire heavenly wasteland continent was illuminated. Under the effect of the heavenly might, the yellow talisman immediately stained and turned into ashes in the next second. TCH, that's useless too. What a strong heavenly might. I can't even withstand it anymore. Lin Haofan had to revolve his entire body's true chi, transporting all of it to the top of his head as a way to defend himself against the attack of the heavenly thunder. Soon the thunder tribulation entered its final stage, and the roiling thunderbolts formed a grid in the air, falling towards Lin Haofan. Holy, this is too fierce. Lin Haofan couldn't help but curse. He knew that this time he crossed the threshold. It definitely wasn't simple, but he honestly didn't expect it to be this difficult. At this time, Lin Haofan's heart regretted 10,000 times, regretting why he wanted to break through this realm. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Anyway, no matter if he breaks through this realm or not, he is also one of the top experts in this world, and I don't know why he was so thoughtless before. Lin Haofan's true chi surged crazily around his body, and the faint golden light from before turned into a dazzling light in an instant. He unexpectedly broke through the dense net weaved by the heavenly thunder alive, emitting a loud roar. Chapter 35, Strength greatly increased. The next moment, the sky returned to tranquility, and the sky lit up and darkened and lit up again. The fairy finally ended, and the heavenly wasteland continent returned to tranquility. He broke through the heavenly Tao mirror. This heavenly thunder is indeed powerful. Lin Haofan stood up from the ground with a long sigh of relief. He looked down and checked his surroundings. Luckily, apart from shattering a few magic weapons and burning dozens of yellow talismans, there were no other changes. It's worthy of being me, Lin Haofan. I'm so great that I managed to successfully cross the tribulation without any injuries. Lin Haofan had a proud face. Just as Lin Haofan was planning to leave, he looked behind him towards the bamboo forest. What's going on here? Lin Haofan couldn't help but cry out in shock. The bamboo forest, which was lush and green just a moment ago, had collapsed all over the place, and the few remaining bamboos, which were not much better, were black around them, and there were quite a few large holes in the ground. Sins, Lin Haofan lamented. If it wasn't for the fact that he was here for the tribulation, this bamboo forest wouldn't have suffered from all of this, and it would definitely still be alive and well. Lin Haofan raised his own hands and looked at them carefully, then meditated to feel the change in his surrounding aura. Lin Haofan only felt that he was currently emanating an irresistible aura all over his body, worthy of being in the heavenly Tao realm. The aura around this body was extraordinary. Right now, every move he made could trigger turmoil in the world, and in the future he would need to act cautiously and not recklessly. If he caused the world to become unsettled because of him, he would be guilty. Lin Haofan drew a talisman in the air with both hands before striking towards the bamboo forest. Live! The talisman flew towards the bamboo forest. The talisman glowed the next moment it touched the ruins of the bamboo forest, then dissipated in the air. Dabbling! Lin Haofan's senses had become even sharper after he succeeded in his tribulation, and now even the sound of growing bamboo couldn't escape his ears. Surely no one will be able to listen to his wall in the future. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Lin Haofan's mouth. With Lin Haofan's help, the bamboo forest became lush and green again, and its growth even far exceeded that of before. Seeing that the bamboo forest had become alive again, Lin Haofan nodded his head in satisfaction and then stepped on the cloud and left. How come this bamboo forest has grown so lush in just one day? Nope, the aura of this bamboo forest is also different from before. It wasn't this prevalent here before. Can it be that it has something to do with today's heavenly thunder? That must be it. It must be the work of the ferryman. This strength is simply terrifying as hell. After he crossed the threshold, he even had the mood to clean up the mess, not only restoring the bamboo forest as it was, but also adding so much aura to the original. Right, the average person is almost out of half of his life after a tribulation, and he even has this leisure. It seems that the person who is crossing the threshold today is indeed of extraordinary strength, and most importantly, he is definitely a person with a heart and mind. I don't know if Daddy has succeeded in his tribulation yet. Lin Nuan Nuan sat on the grass, leaning on Dehe in boredom, occasionally jerking a few handfuls on his back before letting out a satisfied sigh of relief. At first, Big Black would still resist. He was the god of the demon race. Could he really be treated like a dog? As a result, after being pressed and touched by Lin Nui Nui a few times, he gradually got used to it, because the feeling was really comfortable. He later allowed Lin Nui Nui to do wrong on his body. Who called her Lin Nui Nui cute as hell? If anyone else had dared to do that to him, they would have been kicked off a long time ago. Dahe's mental activities were not known to Lin Nui Nui, and every time, she graciously invited Miyu and the others to touch Dahe. Without exception, all of the few people from Yayuki refused. No matter how much Lin Nui Nui persuaded them, the few people just wouldn't do anything, and would even silently move away from Big Black. The reason was simple. The Big Black gave a few people a warning. Whenever Lin Nan Nan invited them, Dahe warned them with a look that said, "If you think you've lived long enough, go ahead and do it." Hui Yun and the others were catching birds, and they were planning to make a roasted bird for Lin Nan Nan to eat to celebrate Lin Nan Nan winning the 100 Zones League. But it was his and Lin Tian's specialty. They used to come here to catch birds and roast them for dinner when they were bullied and couldn't eat. As the days go by, they work out a good hand. Unfortunately, the two of them, Lin Tian and Gui Yun, had worked hard for half a day without even seeing the shadow of a bird. Today is really strange. There used to be birds everywhere here. What's going on today? Not even a shadow of a bird? Right. This is the place with the most birds in the clan. It shouldn't be. The three of them had a bitter look on their faces, and they didn't know if Lin Nan Nan had gotten anxious waiting. Lin Nuan Nuan didn't wait impatiently. She pulled out dozens of sugar beans from her storage bag, intending to use them to pat her stomach first. Sister Yu, Lin Tian, Gui Yun, come over and eat some sugar beans first. With that, she handed the life and death reincarnation pill to the three of them. The three of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the stacks of life and death rotation pills in front of them. Even though they were now Lin Nuan Nui's good friends, they still weren't quite used to the spectacle of Lin Nuan Nui pulling out her treasure at any time. Although this thing was nothing to Lin Nan Nan, they didn't intend to take advantage of Lin Nan Nan, because the bond between them can't be measured by these things. Well, I'm not hungry right now. Thanks Nui Nui, I'll stop eating for now. Miyuki shook her head and refused. Right, I'm not hungry either. Nui Nui, you eat by yourself. I'm saving my stomach for a nice meal later. The three of them refused to say, and Lin Nan Nan frowned, her dissatisfaction just about to flare up when she was interrupted by Yayuki. Nui Nui, let's teach you to catch birds. Right, Nui Nui, have you ever caught a bird? Yes. Lin Nanan's low mood flickered. Hearing this, Big Black at the side silently withdrew the pressure he had just released. Big Black didn't like the sound of birds twittering, so he had deliberately released the pressure just now, driving away all the birds around him. It was no wonder that Gui Yun's men couldn't catch the bird. However, now that it was Lin Nui Nui who was catching the bird, he could still barely tolerate it. Wouldn't it be fine to use a spell to directly shoot it down? Lin Nuan Nuan's face was puzzled. She thought catching a bird was some kind of advanced operation. Well, that's one way to do it, but your kind of method will change the flavor of the bird, and it will taste pretty average when roasted. It won't be amazing. Lin Tian opened his mouth and explained. Today, I'll teach you the simplest way to catch birds, which is fun while retaining its flavor. Gui Yun continued with a smile. Before, they played like this all afternoon. Yeah, I want to learn. Lin Nan Nan clapped her hands with a face of excitement. Under the gaze of Lin Nui Nui, Lin Tian pulled out a bamboo basket made of woven bamboo from his storage bag. Subsequently, Gui Yun also pulled out a large handful of faded shelled rice from his storage bag. It is? Miyuki and Dahe, on the other hand, quietly watched the trio from the sidelines. Chapter 36, An Unwelcome Guest at Happy Hour. Nui Nui, when you see a bird coming over later, you'll just hit the bamboo basket, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Ah, I see. You guys have a really special way of catching birds, Lin Nuan said with a smile. She had caught birds to roast and eat before, but the method of catching birds was very simple and rough. Just directly use spells to knock them down. Where was the need for such trouble? Lin Nuan Nuan looked at the bird-catching trap that Lin Tian's few people had made with a curious expression. The trap was really obvious. Attract the bird with a few grains of rice and then catch it in a bamboo basket. The birds caught are all greedy and unintelligent. Can such birds really taste good? Lin Nui Nui can't help but worry. Will this kind of stupid bird become stupid after eating it? However, seeing how happy Lin Tian and the others were catching, Lin Nuan Nuan was also infected by their emotions and clapped her hands. Fun. Hush, the bird is coming. Lin Tian pointed to the basket. I saw an incredibly fat bird that stopped by the basket. It inclined its head towards the basket and saw that there was rice in the basket. Then stomping her little steps, she twittered her way down to the basket. Nui Nui, patted Lin Nui Nui, signaling her to hurry up and do it. Lin Nan Nan nodded, the corners of her mouth curling into a smug smile. Snap, twitter, fluttering. The moment the basket fell, the bird realized that it had been duped. It was all a trap they had prepared. Yeah, caught it. Lin Nuan Nuan was excited. Just the thought that she would have a roasted bird to eat later on excited her to no end. Wow, this bird is so fat. Guo Yun grabbed the bird with one hand. Shall we continue? Let's go catch some fish. Yeah, how about a stew for later? Yeah, come on, let's go catch some fish. The four Lin Nui Nui, with a dog in tow, walked aggressively toward the river. Along the way, they encountered quite a few people from the clan. Nui Nui good ah. Nui Nui, did you guys go catch a bird? Wow, Nui Nui, you're amazing. You caught such a fat bird. Yeah, Nui Nui, you're awesome. Nui Nui, want some fruit? I just picked it from the tree. Nui Nui, would you like a pastry? This pastry was just made and delivered by my mother. It's still steaming hot. Nui Nui, do you like this hairpin? I'll give it to you if you like it. The chattering of the crowd was too much for Lin Nan Nan to cope with. All she could feel was that her ears were so noisy that her head seemed to be about to explode. Well, Lin Nan Nan tightly covered her ears. A small face wrinkled tightly. So noisy. You guys. After saying that, Lin Nan Nan immediately ducked towards behind Yayuki. He reached out to straighten Lin Nan Nan's messed up hair and coaxed in a low voice. Nan Nan, don't be angry. I'll tell them to stop arguing. After saying that, he also gently patted Lin Nuan Nuan's back to comfort her and stop her anger. When the people saw that Lin Nan Nan was angry, they immediately silenced their voices and didn't dare to speak anymore. Don't look at Lin Nan Nan's young age, but her strength really couldn't be underestimated. That was the Lin Nuan Nuan who had single-handedly challenged Tian Xian Patriarch and Tian Shang, and even if all of them were added together, they wouldn't be able to beat Lin Nuan Nuan. Big Black stood out with his tail wagging, looking askance at the crowd, and that look made the people in the room tremble with fear. The crowd stepped back, giving Lin Nan Nan and his group a path to pass through. TSK, 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 these people are so dogged. I'm really convinced by these people. I finally understand now what it means to be unprofitable. Lin Tian and Gui Yin hid behind Lin Nan Nan and discussed quietly. Shay, you're talking about yourselves. Dog legs. An icy voice came out from the noisy crowd. The crowd looked over at the sound. Only Sun Yu stood in the middle of the crowd, glaring viciously at Lin Nanan's group. He had been replaced by Lin Nan Nan in the 100 Sect Alliance tournament and was still angry. Plus, when he heard that Lin Nan Nan had made a big splash at the 100 Sect Alliance competition site, his heart was instantly unbalanced. Originally, this opportunity was his, Sun Yu's, and it was all because of this Lin Nui Nui. However, he had also heard that Lin Nan Nan had single-handedly challenged the Tianxian Patriarch and the Tianchang Elder by one person and one dog at the competition site of the 100 Clans Alliance, and the Tianchang Elder had even died under that dog's paw. Even if Sun Yu was angry in his heart, he didn't dare to send his fire on Lin Nan Nan, unless he was too tired of living long enough to provoke Lin Nui Nui without knowing what to do. He doesn't dare to deal with Lin Nan Nan, but he doesn't dare to deal with Lin Nanan's two dogs? The two unlucky ones, Lin Tian and Gui Yun, were then targeted by him? What are you talking about? Sun Yu. Gui Yun couldn't help but dislike him back loudly. He wasn't being hypocritical about how good he was to Lin Nan Nan. Does he really like Lin Nan Nan as a friend and is willing to give his all for Lin Nan Nan? These are not because Lin Nan Nan is profitable on him. Sun Yu's words really insulted the feelings between him and Lin Nuan Nui. Sun Yu, don't talk nonsense. Do you think that everyone is like you, making friends only based on their sect? The corner of Lin Tian's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. In their clan, disciples even divided into outer disciples and inner disciples. Inner disciples do not look at the outer disciples. Both sides every time they meet, always inevitably a vicious battle. The inner disciples weren't allowed to play with the outer disciples, and the outer disciples wouldn't make fun of themselves to find the inner disciples to play with. They usually played with each other. Right, it's hilarious. If your own mind's eye is dirty, you see everything is dirty. Gui Yun did not hide his contempt for Sun Yu. Sun Yu, as the seventh elder's personal disciple and a member of the Sun family, which was a ranked family in the entire continent, acted arrogantly on weekdays. Wherever he went, people flattered him. After a long time, he developed the bad habit of doing things recklessly. Whenever someone didn't agree with him, he would go up and beat them up. Relying on his status, he hadn't rarely acted as an authority in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, and before Lin Nanan's arrival, his life had been smooth, and no one had dared to disobey him at all. If he says one, no one dares to say two. Just this Lin Nui Nui came and challenged his bottom line again and again. Before, it was Lin Nan Nan who had beaten him to the point where he couldn't get out of bed, and now it was Lin Tian, an outer disciple, who dared to talk back to himself. If he didn't retrieve his honor in front of the crowd today, how would he be able to mix in the Supreme Oblivion sect afterward? Sun Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept his eyes over both Lin Tian and Gui Yun. That look was really unfriendly. Seeing this, the silent behind him took a few steps back, giving him plenty of room to make his move. Lin Nuan Nuan laughed out coldly. Oh, Sun Yu, what do you want? You haven't been beaten scared yet? If you want me to waste you today, it's not impossible. Subsequently, Lin Nan Nan did not hide her intimidating pressure. Chapter 37, Catching Fish. Alright, Lin Tian, let's wait and see. I don't believe that she can protect you for the rest of your life, Sun Yu said indignantly. He had already seen Lin Nan's strength before. Right now, he was also unwilling to fight hard with Lin Nan Nan because there was no chance of winning. Lin Nan Nan looked at the very arrogant Sun Yu and pondered. Lin Tian and Gui Yun glanced at each other, panic flashing across their faces, because they knew that Sun Yu was telling the truth. As long as they were still disciples of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, they would inevitably have to meet up with Sun Yu afterward. Sun Yu indeed had arrogant capital. Sun Yu's strength, when placed in their generation of disciples, was indeed considered a top existence. Let's go first. Lin Nuan Nuan didn't want to waste more time with Sun Yu right now. It would be better to talk more than to directly help Lin Tian and Gui Yun to improve their strength. As for how to help them improve their strength, she had already thought of a good way. This was because Lin Tian and Gui Yun were at a very low realm right now, having just broken through the Dao Foundation, which was the entry-level realm, and the arrogant Sun Yu had only just broken through the Dharma phase. Lin Nan Nan couldn't help but skim her mouth and spit in her heart. It's just a phantom. I don't know what this Sun Yu is so mad about. Just now, she had also quietly probed the spiritual roots of Sun Yu and Lin Tian's trio. Sun Yu's spirit root was very ordinary. If it wasn't for the support of the Sun family, where would he have broken through the Dharma phase so quickly? However, although Sun Yu had broken through the Dharma phase, this was already his limit. Compared to Sun Yu, Gui Yun's two spiritual roots were quite good. As long as they practiced diligently plus outside help, it wasn't impossible to directly break through the Dharma line. Master, you're back from the tribulation? Big Black sensed Lin Haofan's strong aura within the void. Congratulations, Master. The tribulation was successful. Big Black grinned. He couldn't probe into Lin Haofan's specific realm right now, because Lin Haofan's strength was far above his, but he had a general feeling within him that Lin Haofan's realm right now had definitely gone up another level. Lin Haofan's current strength was an unrivaled existence in the entire world. There's an old saying that you have to look at the master to beat the dog. His master was Lin Haofan. Who would dare to find fault with him in the future? He was sure no one would be so blind. Well, during this period of time when I went to cross the tribulation, nothing happened to Nuan Nuan, right? Lin Haofan within the void asked in a low voice, his tone heavy with not the slightest bit of joy from the success of the tribulation. Breaking through the heavenly Dao realm seemed to be an all too common occurrence to him. Report, Master, all is well, except for a few who don't have eyes. Well, that's fine. How did the Inamorata do? Well done, little master. Da He reported Lin Haofan's recent situation of Lin Nan Nan one by one. Lin Nuan and his group had also finally made it to the creek. Lin Tian pulled out a large fishing net from his storage bag. This fishing net was large. The net wasn't too densely woven. It was perfect for catching big fish. Nan Nan, do you want to fling the fishing net? Seeing Lin Nan Nan staring at the fishing net with a curious expression, Lin Tian couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Lin Nan Nan hurriedly nodded. Aha! This is the first time I've seen this thing. Before, she had caught fish directly with spells, and when a mantra went up, the fish popped up on its own. It was true that people with low cultivation levels had methods for low cultivation levels, and I had to admit that they could really use their tools. The basket trap before, and now the fishing net. These are all things that Lin Nui Nui has never seen before in her long life. Ha ha! Seeing Lin Nuan Nuan use the most primitive way to catch fish, Lin Haofan directly laughed out loud. He used to be a fishing man, although he often had an air force, but he was very happy in the process of fishing. As his cultivation continued to improve, gradually, he used spells directly when he wanted to eat fish. It was quick to catch fish, but it was certainly a lot less enjoyable. Well, when I go back this time, I'm going to start fishing again. Lin Haofan's face showed a look of longing. His current strength hung over the crowd, and even if his previous enemies came after him, he could still deal with them without panic. He couldn't wait to live the life of fishing every day. There was a sense of tranquility of returning to the countryside. He simply couldn't dare to think of how happy their family of three would be when Xian Shui came back. Gui Yun sprinkled some bait on the fishing net, and with the help of Miyu and Lin Tian, Lin Nuan Nuan threw the fishing net out. The fishing net slowly sinks underwater. Hush! Not long after, The surface of the fishing net rippled. The crowd looked at each other with excitement. Were they hooked so soon? A few men quickly pulled the net and a large, silver glowing fish was caught, splashing his tail as hard as he could. Ah, what a big fish! There's fish soup. TSK, TSK, TSK. This fish is so fresh. Ha! This fish? Miyuki's sharp eyes noticed that the fish seemed unusual. This is the spirit abyss Jiaocarp. Huoyun uttered in shock. What? That's impossible. Lin Tian retorted. The spirit abyss Jiaocarp is extraordinary. Not only does it have the ability to turn over rivers, but it also has the Jiao bead in its body that can make one's spiritual power soar. An existence as powerful as this. And Lin Nui caught it with a worn-out fishing net? That's impossible. Well, this fish is indeed the spirit abyss Jiaocarp. Although this fish can make one's strength rise greatly when eaten, it is not tasty at all. The meat is not tight, and Nui doesn't like to eat this kind. Lin Haofan within the void said to himself, Big Black is full of black lines. It is good enough to have spirit abyss Jiaocarp to eat. What else to pick? Ah, this is the spirit abyss Jiaocarp. Lin Nuan beamed with an unhappy face. The fish wasn't good at all and the meat tasted weird. Never mind. Since the meat wasn't good, she'd drink more fish soup later. Just make the fish soup good. After receiving Lin Nuan's affirmation, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Wow, Nui's strength is indeed heaven-defying. Ah, casually grabbing is the spirit abyss Jiaocarp. Huoyun's eyes are almost staring out to come. He is still the first time to meet Lin Nui such a person. His own strength against the heavens even if, behind someone also forget, and now the luck is also this good. Let ordinary people like them live anymore. It's still a real people pleaser. Are we really going to use this fish for fish soup? Miyuki opened her mouth and asked tentatively. This fish may not be anything to Lin Nan, but in their eyes, this fish is not ordinary at all. Well, of course, the meat of this fish tastes old. It can't be used for grilling, only for stewing. Lin Nan's mind had already conjured up the grilled fish she had eaten before father gave her once baked. Spirit abyss Jiaocarp. That flavor is really not considered delicious. Can even be said to be difficult to eat very much. That fish tastes like you're biting the bottom of a shoe. It's hard and tough. Her cheeks hurt now as she recalled the scene. Saying that, Lin Nui touched her cheeks. Chapter 38, Drinking Fresh Fish Soup. Yayuki snorted out a laugh. True to her Lin Nui. With such an awesome fish, Lin Nui was surprisingly thinking about how to eat it more deliciously. And she wondered if she should keep the fish. After all, it would be hard for them to catch such an aura fish afterward. Okay, ha ha ha. However, seeing how serious Lin Nui was, Yayuki didn't want to discourage her. So the fish was given to Lin Nui to make fish soup. After the fishing was over, the people came to an open clearing. Lin Tian had already built a fire, and everything had been put away, just waiting for the fish to be cooked. The bird they had caught earlier had already been plucked and placed on the fire for several rounds. As the flames jumped, the fragrance of the meat overflowed and was mouth-watering. Even Lin Haofan within the void couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even though he didn't need to fill his stomach with these things right now, he still couldn't help but drool as he looked at these delicacies. Big Black, quietly leave me a pile of meat later. Lin Haofan touched his nose and whispered, in front of food, what is Cheek counting for? Dahe skimmed his mouth and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This person's mouth is really greedy, to think of a few children's things, but this was just his mental words. He didn't dare to show it on his face at all. Be careful of another blitz later. He couldn't beat Lin Haofan. Big Black nodded, reluctantly, okay, hey, looks like you'll just have to eat less later. Lin Nuan and Yu sat around the fire and roasted it. Although Lin Nuan was ostensibly talking to them and laughing out loud every now and then, her eyes never left what was on the fire and her mouth was watering. This gluttonous look of Lin Nui caused Lin Haofan within the void to also be unable to hold back his laughter. Ha ha, this gluttonous look is practically identical to me. Not worthy of being the daughter born to me. Lin Haofan. Big Black's head was full of black lines. How can this be compared? This fish, leave it to me to stew it. Lin Nan received the freshly processed fresh fish, her face full of smiles. Well, okay. Yayoi nodded and handed her the fish. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Lin Nan pulled out a tripod from within her storage bag, then threw the fish in. Looking at that tripod, the crowd immediately banned their voices, their intuition telling them that this tripod was not an ordinary tripod. They were immune to it now, and no matter how shocking Lin Nuan came up with next, they could accept it without moving. Nui Lin continued to add all sorts of things to it on her own. She planned to add the Emperor's medicine inside the fish soup. That medicine was very nourishing and could help one to dramatically increase one's cultivation level. In the past, when she encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, her father would give her this to eat. Every time she ate this, she felt energized and succeeded straight away the next moment. When Lin Tian and the others ate this, they would definitely be able to break through the Dharma phase directly, and they would never have to be bullied by that Sunyu again. Nui, what are you putting in there? This one? This one was prepared for me by my father, and I'm sure the soup will be delicious in it. Nui, wait. Miyuki pulled Lin Nan back, stopping her from continuing to put it inside. Elder, this is an imperial pill, right? Well, this one is cherished and requires me to persuade my inamorata to get her. No, I have plenty more there. Within the void, Miyu asked in a low voice. The thing in Lin Nuan's hand was an emperor pill. That thing? Within their 100-sect alliance, they couldn't find a single branch. It is said that just one bite can dramatically increase your cultivation level. This kind of good stuff was obviously something that Lin Haofan had specifically sought out for Lin Nan, and if they ate it, they didn't know if Lin Haofan would get angry. As a result, people don't care. Miyu had a mouthful of blood in her throat and couldn't spit it out. It was really a case of people being more angry than people. The things they treated as treasures turned out to be a bunch of them at Lin Nan's place. Luckily they all had big hearts. Otherwise Lin Nan's treasures would have been cheated out of them, and they would have become resentful towards Lin Nan because of their inner imbalance. Luckily, none of them had bad intentions. It smells so good. Lin Nuan continued to put the imperial medicine inside. Miyuki looked at the pot full of imperial medicines, and even though she knew that Lin Nan still had a lot more, she couldn't help but feel a flesh pain. That's imperial medicine. One sip is a luxury, and it turns out there's a whole bunch of them here. The gazes of both Lin Tian and Gui Yun also fell on the pot of fish soup. They didn't know about the existence of the Emperor's pill. They only felt that what Lin Nui had thrown in smelled good. So looking forward to it, Lin Tian stared at the fish soup in the pot with a satisfied face. Today can be really happy. Not only did he have barbecue to eat, but now he also had fish soup to drink. Miyuki nodded, but her heart was full of mixed feelings. Can this not smell good? A pot full of imperial medicines. This pot of fish soup, just that fish inside is the most ordinary. I don't know if those two foolish boys, Lin Tian and Gui Yun, would still be able to drink it without any burden if they knew about the existence of the Emperor pill. I want to eat sweet fruits. When she thought of the sweetness of the juice filling her mouth, Lin Nui couldn't help but gulp. If only a fruit tree had appeared at this moment. Found it. Lin Nuan said with an excited face. You guys wait here for a bit, I'll go pick some fruits and come back. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to respond, Lin Nuan took Big Black and directly disappeared. She turned around and went straight into the void, and the next second she was gone. Nui. Lin Tian just wanted to explain that there were no fruit trees around here. He and Gui Yun had caught fish to eat over here every time, but after so many years, not to mention fruit, they hadn't even seen the shadow of a fruit tree. Let her be. Miyu gestured for Lin Tian to hurry up and sit down. Not to mention that Lin Nan had Big Black by her side. Even if she was alone, they didn't have to worry too much. After all, with Lin Nan's cultivation, no one here could hurt her. The role of the few of them was merely to accompany Lin Nui for amusement. In just a few moments, Lin Nan returned with Big Black. She was holding a blue blood vermilion fruit in her mouth, and the surface of the blue blood vermilion fruit was red, setting off Lin Nuan's already pink face. Nui, what are you doing? Lin Tian roared with a surprised look on his face. There can't be any fruit trees around here. If there were fruit trees, there's no way they wouldn't know about it. This is the territory of their Tai Shang Oblivion sect. For hundreds of years, this place has never heard of a fruit tree planted. This is the blue blood vermilion fruit? Miyu's sharp eyes recognized the fruit that Lin Nui was carrying in her mouth. This was something she had heard from the clan elders before, and it was said that their Tai Shang Oblivion sect had relied on this blue blood vermilion fruit to develop and grow step by step hundreds of millions of years ago. In the past, they had also planted a lot of blue-blooded vermilion fruits here, but for some unknown reason, several 100 million years ago, all the fruit trees all withered at the same time. They plant again and the end result is withering. They guessed that it was because someone had done it on purpose, in order to prevent them from planting the blue blood vermilion fruit. Chapter 39, Caught Stealing Fruit. The blue blood vermilion fruit was one of the rarest spirit fruits in the heavens and earth, a treasure that many immortal cultivators could only dream of. Among them, its most praiseworthy function was to reshape the foundation. Whether it was an immortal cultivator with mediocre qualifications or someone whose cultivation had been hindered, a drop of the juice from the blue blood vermilion fruit would go down, and one would be able to feel the aura boiling in their body in an instant. It can also help practitioners remove impurities from their bodies, and is more capable of remodeling their spiritual roots, giving a qualitative leap in their qualifications. Aha! I still have it here. I picked all the fruits on the tree and gave them to, said Lin Nuan, pulling out a large pile of red, ripe, blue-blooded vermilion fruits from her pocket. The few people in the U did not expect that the fruit Lin Wan said she went to pick was actually the Bu Juyen fruit. Hey, you guys eat it. This is delicious and sweet, Lin Nan said with a smile, saying that she took another big bite. Yu nodded, and in her heart, she laughed even more bitterly. This was the blue blood vermilion fruit that had been silenced for a long time. Lin Nui had found it so easily, and had even brought one for each of them. These two you guys don't move yet. Lin Nan pointed to the two largest of them. I'll save this one for my father and this one for my mother. Well, really my good daughter now I'll know to care about daddy, and even specially leave me fruit to eat. Lin Haofan nodded with great satisfaction. Although this fruit he had eaten before and felt that the flavor was very average, but this was something that Nui had specifically left for herself, so the significance of that was not the same. On the side of the big black head full of black lines, how there is no is he also likes to eat fruit my fruit, my blue-blooded vermilion fruit. Who on earth? Surprisingly, not a single one left. What a black heart. You better not get caught by me or you're dead. Just as the crowd lowered their heads to eat the fruit, an angry roar came over. This? Fruit? Could it be? The crowd inwardly cried out that something bad had happened. They seemed to be in big trouble. The man's voice was mid-air, and his angry roar revealed that he was not to be messed with. Big deal. Yayuki stood up from the stone with a mischievous noise, and the fruit in her hand almost fell to the ground. Her eyes fell on the blue-blooded vermilion fruit in her hand. Which would not be. That guy wouldn't be looking for this. Don't worry about it, guys. The fruit is wild fruit. I didn't see anyone around when I went to pick it. You guys keep eating. This fruit is so sweet. Lin Nan waved her hand to signal the crowd to keep eating. The angry roar just now, Lin Nan didn't seem to hear. Self-consciously, she continued to eat, and every now and then, she even let out a sigh of satisfaction. She was so happy now, with her friends and pups around, delicious fruit in her hands, and meat to eat later. Is this the day of the gods? When Lin Tian and Wei Yun heard the roar, they coincidentally put down the blue blood vermilion fruit in their hands. The roar just now was still echoing in their ears. It could be seen that the strength of the person on the opposite side was not ordinary, and it was not an existence that they could mess with anyway. Let's not eat them for now. In case the guy across the street was really looking for this fruit, they'd be screwed. This fruit is so hot. Do they continue to eat? Miyuki shook her head to indicate to the two, not to continue eating, so as not to cause big trouble later. This fruit should have an owner. Only you didn't see anyone when you went there. Miyuki had seen some of the world and reacted instantly. This is a bijou vermilion fruit. How could it grow up and grow so well if no one took care of it? She was really overwhelmed by joy just now and didn't even think about it that much. However, why did this voice sound more and more familiar to her the more she heard it? It seemed like she had heard it when she was very young. Nyan, do you want to? First Yayuki had a torn face. Should she stop Nyan from continuing to eat? Don't mind her. Let her eat this fruit if she likes it. Lin Haofan's clear and cold voice came from within the void. Okay, got it. Yayuki patted her chest. Why did she feel that this senior's aura was a lot stronger than before? Before, she was still able to say a few words to Lin Haofan with a stiff upper lip. But now, just as she opened her mouth, she was shocked by Lin Haofan's aura and couldn't open her mouth. Lin Haofan wouldn't have broken through to a new realm again. He's so powerful and he's still able to calm down and cultivate. It's really extraordinary. Since Lin Haofan was there, she didn't have to worry. There was Lin Haofan to hold the sky when it collapsed. She believed that no one could hurt Lin Nan under Lin Haofan's nose. That was Lin Haofan's daughter. Although you didn't know Lin Haofan's exact realm, from the few times he had spoken to Lin Haofan, this Lin Haofan's realm might have even broken through the heavily Dao realm. A few people just watched as Lin Nan beautifully finished eating a blue blood vermilion fruit. Just then, a hurricane struck, rolling up the wind and sand all over the sky. The faces of the crowd, who had been smiling just a moment ago, changed with a brush. They panicked and stood up, quickly getting ready to fight. The visitor was not good. Lin Nan over here didn't notice the change in a few people in the slightest. Her mind was still on that pile of food. My fish soup, my barbecue. Lin Nan had a bitter look on her face. Okay. Thankfully it didn't get dirty. Lin Nuan looked down at the contents of the pot. Fortunately she reacted quickly or else all of this would have been ruined. Jing! Lin Nan's hands flipped back and forth in the air before pinching a trick. The yellow sand that had just been tossed about in the sky fell all the way down in the next second. It's fine. Why is the wind picking up? So annoying. Air, who's there? Lin Nan bellowed. Kid, how dare you steal my blue blood vermilion fruit? I advise you to hurry up and return it to me. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. An old man tore through the void and slowly walked towards the crowd. Walking out was an old man with gray hair, who had a steady, neutral pace, standing in front of the crowd. Don't force my hand. Hurry up and hand over the rest of the blue blood vermilion fruit. Saying that, the old man directly released his mighty pressure. Where did you kids come from to break into my boundary and steal all of my blue blood vermilion fruit? Ha? You really planted that fruit? Lin Nan Nan asked with an incredulous expression. Right. I even set up a special boundary there. So if you weren't there specifically to steal the fruit, how could you have broken through my boundary? Quickly, return the rest of the blue blood vermilion fruit to me. The old man was annoyed and said that he was about to make a move. Your bull ting me. There aren't any boundaries there. I had an unobstructed passage all the way. That's why I thought it was a wild fruit that no one wanted. Lin Nan Nan retorted without showing any weakness. When she went to pick the blue blood vermilion fruit just now, she really didn't encounter any boundaries, or else she wouldn't have just picked it. Chapter 40, the two sides are at loggerheads. The fact that there is a boundary means that the fruit has an owner, and even if she is greedy, there is no way she would steal from someone. If Daddy found out, he would be disappointed in her. How could a father allow his child to be a thief? Humph, you thief, stop your sophistry. I see that you don't see the coffin. The old man said that he was about to make a move. He was shaking with anger. These turquoise blood vermilion fruit he carefully cared for nearly 100 years. For these turquoise blood vermilion fruit, he even resigned from the position of too much forgetfulness sec leader. Put a body of cultivation not to use. Every day bitterly here to guard these fruit trees. Looking at it, these fruits will soon be ripe, and he will soon be able to turn in. His mission will soon be over. It was all on the verge of being stolen. I don't think anyone would be cool with this. The yellow sand flying in the sky. In the old man's hands gradually coalesced into a huge palm. He quickly flipped his other hand in the air and pinched a trick in the air, and the yellow sand in his hand transformed into a terrifying mountain that slapped towards Lin Nuan and the others. TSK. This person has a hot temper. Lin Haofan within the void didn't have the slightest emotion of worry. Spare to face such a terrifying enemy. He was able to calmly watch the show. He was still very clear about his own daughter's strength, and Nui was the type that was strong when she met the strongest, so he would like to have a few more enemies like that. However, that person should not have lied. He did put a boundary around the fruit tree, but this boundary could only protect against those with a low realm. Nui had already broken through the exalted realm, and this simple boundary really couldn't stop her. I can't blame Nui for not being there all the time to keep watch. Lin Haofan was very protective. Miyuki's heart was shaken. So strong. His strength was actually a bit more powerful than the heavenly Xian patriarch. But how come this trick became more and more familiar to her? She always felt that the old man in front of her, she had seen when she was a child. Without waiting for Yayoi to continue her memories, she only felt a blackness before her eyes and looked up as a huge palm came at her. Miyu and the others were all at a very low cultivation level, and in the face of such an attack, there was no way to move, let alone counterattack. It's over. We're dead. I can't believe it's because of a craving. In my next life, I will never pick anyone's fruit and eat it. Lin Tian and Gui Yun were on the verge of crying on the side. Whoa, I gave you all that. I didn't steal your fruit. You don't even have a boundary there. Why are you still hitting us? Lin Nan Nan opened her mouth with a roar of anger. As she spoke, she released all of her own pressure, and a very terrifying aura erupted from her. Snap! Facing the large palm that was about to fall, Lin Nui reached out and casually struck it, and that large palm even directly dissipated in the next second. You're actually at the exalted realm, the old man asked with an incredulous expression as he pointed at Lin Nan Nan. This little tyke in front of him, who appeared to be no more than 6 years old, had actually broken through to the exalted realm. He had only broken through to the Saint Emperor realm at his age, and this 6-year-old little tyke had already broken through to the exalted realm by now? Has the world out there evolved like this? Had he been in seclusion for too long, lagging behind? The old man hurriedly probed the strength of the others in front of him. Phew! Fortunately, the old man sighed. Luckily, the remaining 3 were normal. Their strength was very much in line with their age. So what's the deal with this kid in front of me? Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The old man's eyes glazed over. Not waiting for him to continue speaking, Lin Nan Nan impatiently interrupted. Old grandpa, why did you do it? I've told you that there's no boundary set up there. I didn't know that the fruit had an owner. Hearing this, the old man hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted. Well, I know. Lin Nuan really didn't lie. Lin Nuan's strength was above his, and the boundary he set up really had no way to stop her. You are disciples of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect? The old man stared at the clothes on the several people and asked curiously. Aha, right, you too? The old man looked at Lin Nan Nan in front of him with a surprised expression, only to see Lin Nui nodded. Well, sort of. What does that mean? The old man looked curiously at Yayuki, hoping she could give him a reasonable explanation. Reporting back to Senior. Nui Nui just came to the Supreme Forgetfulness sect not long ago, and she won't be able to stay for long. Oh, so that's how it is. A look of disappointment flashed across the old man's face. He had thought that such a powerful child was someone from their Taishang Forgotten Love sect. So your name is Nui Nui. The old man changed his previous arrogant attitude and smiled very kindly, looking down at Lin Nan Nan. Right da. My name is Lin Nan Nan. Seeing that the old man was no longer looking at him ferociously, Lin Nan Nan replied with a smile. Old grandpa, when I went there really wasn't a boundary there. Lin Nuan Nuan continued to explain, without the slightest hint of impatience on her face, looking at the old grandpa's behavior. This fruit should still be quite important to him. I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose, because the boundary there couldn't stop you at all, the old man said with a look of pity. Senior, I think you look familiar. Miyuki spoke faintly. Ha, you're little Miyuki? The old man's face showed surprise. Right, I'm Yayuki. Yayuki was also surprised. It turned out that there was no problem with her memory. This person in front of her was really an acquaintance. I am Xian Tang's senior brother, Xian Yan. Senior Xian Yan, Miyu exclaimed out in shock. And Lin Tian and Guiyun covered their mouths in shock before obediently calling out, Disciple Lin Tian, Disciple Guiyun, meet Senior Xianyan. Senior Xianyan's name was something that the disciples of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect had all heard of, and Senior Xianyan's glorious deeds were still being circulated within their Taishang Forgetfulness sect. Senior Xianyan was originally the most promising sect leader of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect, and he took the position of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect leader at a young age. Under his leadership, their Taishang Oblivion sect also developed like a blaze, and the decades of Senior Xianyan's reign were also the most glorious period of their Taishang Oblivion sect. His strength far exceeded the current Tian Xian. However, during a foreign battle, Senior Xianyan went to the enemy camp alone, and it seemed that some sort of agreement had been reached between them, and the enemy, who was already on the verge of attacking the city, suddenly agreed to retreat. Immediately after that, Senior Xianyan also retired from the position of patriarch, and since then it was as if he had evaporated from the earth, without any news. They all thought that Senior Xianyan had been seriously injured in that great battle and had gone to find a place with sufficient spiritual qi to recuperate. Never in a million years would he have thought that he would stay here and planted the blue blood vermilion fruit. What the hell is going on here? What happened in that great war hundreds of years ago? The crowd looked at Senior Xianyan's pale face with curiosity. Chapter 41, The Great War of Hundreds of Years Ago. Senior, what exactly happened a few hundred years ago? Miyu pursued. Her intuition told her that Senior Xianyan planting the blue blood vermilion fruit here had nothing to do with that battle a few hundred years ago. Both of you weren't even born yet when that great battle happened a few hundred years ago. Xianyan looked at both Lin Tian and Guiyun and spoke indifferently. Then he moved his gaze to the remaining blue blood vermilion fruit. For the past few hundred years, he had been guarding the tree every day, and his only task every day was to plant the blue blood vermilion fruit, just hoping that it would ripen earlier so that he could take it and deliver it. Unexpectedly, he just went to the bathroom today, and then when he came back, there was no fruit left on the tree. Not a single one. Is this fate? He was about to deliver, but it was all ruined by Lin Nui Nui. However, considering that Lin Nuan Nui didn't do it on purpose, plus Lin Nuan Nui was so cute, he would forget about it today. Senior, why are you planting the blue blood vermilion fruit here? Miyu was puzzled. With Senior Xianyan's strength, it shouldn't be. A few hundred years ago, because of my poor decision-making, it almost led to the extermination of the Taishan Oblivion sect. Ha! A few people looked surprised. There's such a thing? I was ambushed by the enemy because I was gullible, leading to my clan's elite disciples, all of whom were sacrificed, and what was left of the clan at the time were basically old and weak women and children, with no combat power at all. To resolve this dilemma, I have chosen to make peace with the evil spirits. One of the conditions of the evil spirit clan's peace talks was that I leave the clan. The old man stared at the remains of the fruit in the hands of the crowd with a bitter expression. Lin Nuan Nuan looked at the remaining fruit in her hand. Old grandpa, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. When I went there, the tree was empty, and there was no hint that the tree had an owner. Lin Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and defended herself. Nui Nui, I know for sure you didn't mean to pick my fruit. Xian Yan also softened her tone and continued. I didn't mean to do it in the first place. This fruit I've already eaten part of it, and there's no way to return it to you as is. So let's do it this way. If you say a request that isn't too much, I can satisfy you. Seeing Xian Yan soften his attitude, coupled with the fact that he was indeed at fault for this matter, Lin Nuan Nuan also eased her attitude. Looking at the Lin Nuan Nuan in front of him, Xian Yan's heart gave birth to a very bold plan. I do have a favor to ask of you. Now that Lin Nuan Nuan had been stirred in, she couldn't get out again. Who let her eat her own fruit? Besides, this matter was probably something only Lin Nan Nan could do. Other than Lin Nan Nan, No one from the Supreme Oblivion sect could do it. Oh, after half a day, he is waiting here. Lin Haofan coldly stared at the man below. Xian Yan below couldn't help but shiver. This weather wasn't cold. How could he shiver? What's going on here? Miyuki, you do know that the Supreme Forgetfulness sect does not allow the private cultivation of the blue blood vermilion fruit, and those who violate this rule will not have a good ending. Miyu nodded. She also felt strange. According to the story, although the Bijin vermilion fruit could help a person raise their cultivation, there was more than just the Bijin vermilion fruit that raised their cultivation. But with Senior Xianyan's strength, even if he wanted to raise his cultivation level, there were many other things that could be substituted. Why take the risk of planting the blue blood vermilion fruit? This is not reasonable. No matter how this deal is calculated, it is not cost-effective business. I know about it. Yayuki nodded with a puzzled look on her face. Xianyan let out a long sigh and continued. This blue blood vermilion fruit wasn't even planted for myself. Forget it, just give it to you guys. Xianyan seemed to have made a great determination. As we all know, the greatest function of this blue blood vermilion fruit is to remodel the spiritual roots. Aha, Sun Yu, you guys know, right? I know, just had a fight with him over here. Lin Nannan continued to eat the blue blood vermilion fruit in her hand. Xianyan has already seen this. There is no way. That is Lin Nuan Nuan. Cannot fight. She wants to eat. Just give her. This blue-blooded vermilion fruit is all for him. This was planted for him? Miyuki and the others, with incredulous faces, asked. Sun Yu was so capable that he could make Senior Xianyan plant the blue blood vermilion fruit for himself? This was really quite a shocker. What the hell is going on here? This has something to do with the Great War a few hundred years ago? Lin Nannan pursued. Yes, Nui guessed correctly. Xianyan began to recall the past. That big war a few hundred years ago. The Sun family was also involved in it, said Xianyan, unable to resist clenching his teeth. With the help of the Sun family, the evil spirit race won quickly. So it turns out that the Sun family and the evil spirit race had already colluded long before we knew it. Then Sun Yu? Could it be that Sun Yu was the eye sent by the Sun family to spy on Senior Xianyan? Miyuki couldn't help but be emboldened. Well, you guessed correctly. Sun Yu is the Sun family's eyes placed in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. Xianyan coldly said. Wow, I can't believe there's this relationship. Never thought of that. Lin Nannan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a great day. Breaking news after breaking news to hear. Sun Yu is actually the eye sent by the Sun family. This is too much. Lin Tian roared angrily. The Sun family is simply too much. They don't even have us. The Supreme Forgetfulness sect, in their sights. Guo Yun loudly echoed. Miyuki also had a bitter look on her face. Not expecting Sun Yu to have this relationship. The Sun family is a famous family. Their strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Otherwise Sun Yu would not have been in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect as a bully. This is a request from the Sun family. The Sun family actually asked you to help them plant the blue blood vermilion fruit? Miyuki was shocked. How could she not have expected this layer of reasoning here? The Sun clan was also too much of a disregard for their Tai Shang Oblivion sect. Lin Tian and Gui Yun were dumbfounded, and at the same time, their backs went cold. This news was truly shocking. They had always known that the Sun family was strong, but they didn't know it was this strong. This hand had reached inside their Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect. It can also operate their patriarch. This is too much. This blue blood vermilion fruit is also for Sun Yu? Lin Nuan Nuan thought of the strangeness she had discovered earlier when she explored Sun Yu's spiritual roots. Well, this blue blood vermilion fruit is indeed prepared for Sun Yu. Remodel his spiritual roots? Right. Xianyan was astonished at Lin Nuan Nuan's sharp intuition, capturing the point in just a few words. This person, Sun Yu, has mediocre qualifications and a dull spiritual root. He really has no talent for cultivation. If he were a child of an ordinary family, this wouldn't be a big deal, but he happens to be a child of the Sun family, the renowned Sun family. How could they allow their offspring to have mediocre qualifications? Chapter 42, The Truth Comes to Light. So, you've been staying here to plant the blue blood vermilion fruit? Miyu asked with an unforgiving face. This was hundreds of years. Senior Xianyan had stayed here to plant it for the sake of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. Do the other people of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect know about this matter? Miyuki continued to pursue. As far as she could remember, she had never heard of this matter. Logically speaking, if there were other people who knew about this matter, it would be impossible for Senior Xianyan to be this lonely. No, the Sun family asked me that I not tell anyone about this. Their Sun family is still quite vain. In order not to let others know that they gave birth to a loser, they really went to great lengths. By directly throwing Sun Yu to their Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect, he could keep a close watch on Xianyan as well as eat the Bishi Zhuyan fruit whenever and wherever he wanted. Yes, if the others knew that the Sun family was looking for the Bijou vermilion fruit, when the time came for them to draw out the threads, they would definitely suspect Sun Yu. It was suspected that Sun Yu's spiritual roots were extremely poor and he had no cultivation talent at all. They did not allow the successor of the Sun family to be tainted in any way, so they turned their calculations on their Tai Shan forgetfulness sect. What an abomination! This request of the Sun family was really excessive. The patriarch of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect was actually giving Sun Yu the opportunity to plant the blue blood vermilion fruit. Wasn't this too much of a disregard for their Sun family? The two of them, Lin Tian and Wei Yun, had their teeth clenched because of their anger. Senior Xianyan was one of their most respected seniors, and over these hundreds of years, Senior Xianyan had been silently enduring the torture of the Sun family for the sake of them all, to have a body of cultivation, but to be stuck here planting trees. It was really hard for them to imagine such a life. That's hundreds of years, not hundreds of days. How boring it must be to live in such a small place with only a few trees for company on weekdays. Lin Tian and the others didn't dare to continue thinking about it at all. They were afraid that they would cry out directly at Xianyan Sr. if they didn't pay attention. Right, Xianyan was embarrassed. In that battle a few hundred years ago, if it wasn't because he was gullible and made wrong decisions, the loss of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect wouldn't have been that heavy. Unexpectedly, the disciples outside were looking at themselves like this, respecting themselves like this. For a while, Xianyan was still a bit uncomfortable. What if this matter is discovered by Sun Yu today? Miyuki asked worriedly. Sun Yu should have been keeping an eye on the movements over here. Well, shouldn't find out for a while. Xianyan shook his head. This matter today could be related to the future of their Tai Shan Oblivion sect. They had to be cautious and cautious again. The long-lost Senior Xianyan suddenly appeared. Did she want the other disciples to say anything? Looking at Senior Xianyan's attitude, this matter should be something he didn't want others to know about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed here by himself for hundreds of years. Elder, do we need to report this matter today to the Patriarch? You guys talk. Xianyan continued with a relieved look on his face. I've tried my best for so many years, but the heavens don't agree with me. Saying that, he glared at Lin Nannan, who was the variable. You guys know how much effort I went through when I wanted to plant the blue blood vermilion fruit on the territory of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. Normally, I don't even dare to take half a step away from there, for fear that if I do, the others will find out. If I leave this knot, the tree will soon be discovered. The Sun family has been pushing. What kind of person is he? Sun Yu, aren't they themselves clear? That kid is simply an ordinary person's spiritual root, completely lacking any talent for cultivation. But they, the Sun family, won't let me go and keep threatening me, saying that if I don't help Sun Yu raise his realm, they'll step on the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. Over the years, I've used up all sorts of medicinal herbs on Sun Yu, and the blue blood vermilion fruit, I've also given it to him to eat. It's useless. He's too useless. I've never seen a waste like him. After wasting so many good things, he's only just broken through to the Dharma phase. You guys think it's ridiculous too. I'm really tired of this kind of life. That punk Sun Yu I don't want to care about anymore. After saying that, Xianyan sat on the ground with a disheveled face, and for some reason, after he had told him everything, he felt relaxed, like never before. It's really a case of go crazy early and enjoy it. The collapse of Senior Xianyan was seen by all. They really didn't expect that the historically awesome Senior Xianyan would have this side, crying and complaining before them. Miyuki's eyebrows jumped slightly. Why was the direction of this matter getting more and more magical? Senior, you calm down a little bit first. There are things we can talk about. You don't get excited. Lin Nannan couldn't stand it when someone cried in front of her. It was true that when people stayed by themselves for a long time, something would go wrong, and right now that was the only thought that came to Yayuki's mind. The previous Senior Xianyan wasn't like this. No matter what time of the day it was, he was always radiant, as if nothing could stop him. But now, Yu couldn't help but shake her head. She really didn't have any way to connect this white-bearded old man in front of her with the radiant Xianyan Senior from before. Sure enough, time is a pig-killing knife. Surprisingly, it made Senior Xianyan turn into this ghostly appearance today. Wow, why is this person still like this? Lin Haofan within the void couldn't help but marvel. Well, this Sun family is truly detestable. Lin Nannan concurred. Why are you still bullying the elderly? It's abominable. Well, today these fruits, consider them as my gift for you to eat. As for, Elder Xianyan said while watching Lin Nannan's face, according to the brief contact he had just had with Lin Nuan, this person, Lin Nuan, although her strength was heaven-defying, far surpassing that of adults like them, but she really has no heart. Heart still belongs to children, easy to be soft. When others show weakness, she will be sympathetic. This old man is so cunning, to know how to show weakness and gain Nui sympathy. It's really abominable. Lin Haofan couldn't wait to directly drill out from within the void and beat him up. Unfortunately, now is not a good time to show up. As for what? Lin Nannan couldn't help but get anxious when she saw Xianyan's delay in speaking. This batch of fruit was to be handed over to the Sun family, and now that you've eaten it, there's no way I can deliver it. The Sun family will certainly. Speaking of sadness, Xian Yan, the old man, even began to choke again, so that those present could not help but pity him. Lin Nanan's heart was quite soft, and after Xian Yan showed her vulnerability a little, she forgot about her previous unhappiness. Elder, don't worry about it, this matter today is because of me. I can help you solve it directly for the Sun family. Anyway, I won't let the Sun family be unfavorable to the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. Don't worry about it, Lin Nan said with certainty, just short of patting her chest in assurance. We'll take care of the Sun family directly? That's a good idea. Hearing this, Xian Yan's eyes lit up. Chapter 43, Confusion. Nui. The Sun family, right? When I'm done with these, I'll go to them and tell them to stop threatening you. Inuyasha, Yayuki interrupted loudly. Lin Nan looked over with a confused expression, her eyes watery as she looked at Miyu, as if to say, Sister Yu, aren't I doing something good? Why are you still stopping me? Nui, this is a matter between the Supreme Forgetfulness sect and the Sun family, so you shouldn't get involved. It's not good to mess things up more and more when the time comes. This was clearly a conflict between the Supreme Forgetfulness sect and the Sun clan, so why should Lin Nan have to resolve it? How did this Xian Yan Sr. become like this now? It's uncharacteristic to count on Lin Nui, a small child. This is something Lin Nui can participate in, but only for this one transaction. She can go and explain this matter to Sun Yu and assure him that she will definitely not reveal a single word about him to the outside world. As for the rest of the, Miyu said quickly, deeply afraid that Lin Nuan would agree to Senior Xian Yan's other requests if she got excited. After all, they had eaten Senior Xian Yan's blue blood vermilion fruit. This was a fact, and there was no way for them to deny it. This Miyu is quite clear in her head at critical moments. Nui almost got wound into this Xian Yan. Nui is still too simple. What others say is what they say. She's surrounded by good people now who won't screw her over. But there's no telling in the future. Lin Haofan had a worried face. After that he'd have to think of a way to properly correct this problem in Nui. His daughter must be strong enough to withstand all dangers. Although with his Lin Haofan's current strength, no one would dare to mess with Lin Nan. But a parent's love for his child is far-reaching. If he thought a little more about Lin Nan now, she would be able to live a little easier afterward. Well, Xian Yan's face showed a difficult expression. Hadn't Lin Nuan promised to help settle the Sun family before? Why would Yayuki stop it? This little tyke in front of her, all around her body revealed an unusual aura. There seemed to be someone following behind her, and the dog at her feet was even more uncomplicated. The matter of resolving the Sun family could not be more appropriately left to Lin Nan, and there could not be a more suitable person than Lin Nan. Right, this was originally an agreement between you and the Sun family. Now why are you involving me in this and making me deal with the Sun family? Senior Xian Yan, are you bullying my Lin Nan for being so young? Lin Nan also suddenly realized something at this moment. Nui, you've misunderstood me. I definitely didn't mean that. Xian Yan waved his hand and denied, not realizing that his small mind had been discovered. I'm doing this all for the sake of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. This matter of Miyu is not as simple as you think. Xian Yan's voice was low and urgent. Not only does the Sun family intend to use this matter as a pretext to permanently imprison me here, I suspect that they have also colluded with other clans as a way to provoke civil unrest in our clan, wanting to use it to get a piece of the pie. The Sun family's ambitions were never just about me. Saying that, Xian Yan waved his big hand and broke the boundary behind him. Then with a serious face, he continued, this is the place where our Taishang Forgotten Soul sect's spiritual energy is the most vigorous, and on weekdays, many disciples come here to cultivate. Right, indeed. Lin Tian and Gui Yun nodded and whispered in agreement. They do come here often to practice. Then have you guys ever felt that the spiritual energy here has been very unstable lately, and there are times when you can't even feel it? Well, that's still true, Lin Tian recalled. He really hadn't come here to cultivate much lately because they said that the spiritual energy here was unstable. Actually, I've long since realized that this place has been under attack by unknown forces, causing an imbalance in the spiritual energy here. How could this happen? There can't be someone so bold, Yayuki exclaimed in shock. This was the depths of their Taishang Forgotten Love sect. Logically speaking, no one could enter except for their internal disciples. Then, she turned her mind and thought again, what else was impossible now? The Sun family had even planted their eyes within them, and had also asked Senior Xian Yan to plant the blue blood vermilion fruit for them. Yayuki, you're still too young. Many things are not as simple as you think. Xian Yan sighed long and continued. I've been quietly investigating ever since I realized something wasn't right here. I realized that this matter is unrelated to the Sun family. At the same time, there are traitors within our Supreme Forgetfulness sect that are facilitating their Sun family. How is this possible? Miyuki was shocked. There was a traitor in their Taishang Forgotten Love sect? How could this be possible? Senior Xianyan, if you speak without proof, why should we believe you? Miyu had a skeptical look on her face. Xianyan, a mouthful of old blood clogged in his throat. How can not spit out? What he said is the truth. As for the evidence, he really can't get it out for a while. The Sun family's hands were clean, leaving little evidence behind each time. If not for his dealings with the Sun family and his constant watch over the neighborhood, nor would they have discovered the Sun family's plot. I have an idea. Lin Nuan suddenly remembered something, and with that, she lowered her head and began to rummage through her storage bag. Treasure gourd. There were a bit too many things in her storage bag to find in a moment. It would be better if she just opened her mouth and called it out. Master, I'm in. Under the crowd's gaze, the precious gourd flew out from within the storage bag. Would you help me retrace my memories here, please? Her treasure gourd was strong at retracing memories. Of course, Master. The precious gourd hovered above the heads of several people. That old man Xianyan is already suspecting us. When exactly can you guys make your move? TCH. You don't rush. Exactly when to do it. It's not for me to decide. Xianyan has been getting more and more out of control lately. I've said long ago not to cooperate with that old fellow Xianyan. Cooperating with him is like seeking skin with a tiger. I should have just killed him in the first place. You think the blue blood vermilion fruit is so easy to grow? You cut the crap there. You hurry up and do it. Destroy the spirit vein here. As long as the Taishang Forgetfulness sect's spirit vein is destroyed, I'll see how they can still jump around. You said that you also have an insider within the Taishang Forgetfulness sect? Who is that person? This is of course a secret, but you don't have to worry. That person's status must be straight after Xianyan. Master, the memory recall is over. The precious gourd obediently landed on Lin Nui's shoulder. One of them I recognize. I recognize it too. He's Sun Yu's dad. I've seen him before. Lin Tian clenched both his fists and roared with an angry face. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength didn't allow it, he would hate to directly kill the Sun family right now. How dare they? How dare they intend to destroy their Taishang Forgetfulness sect? Chapter 44, Nui decides to join. Now you guys can believe me. Xianyan was in tears. Lin Nuan actually had this kind of treasure. It's true what he said before. Well, what you said, we all believe it for now. Miyuki frowned. Her intuition told her that this matter was not simple, and that there was a lot of danger in it. Not only did it involve the Sun family and the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, there was also the evil spirit race involved. That's a lot of involvement. That's a tough one. This was a clan matter of their Taishang Oblivion sect. Could they really involve Lin Nuan in it? Is it really appropriate? Although Lin Nan was externally a disciple of their Taishang Forgetfulness sect, they all knew that the Taishang Forgetfulness sect couldn't provide Lin Nan with any help at all, and now they had even brought her great trouble. Nui, in this matter, you should not get involved. You made a quick decision. No way. Without Lin Nan's help in this matter, just the few of us don't have any chance of winning at all. Xianyan looked serious. You all heard it just now. There's a traitor in our clan, and that person's strength isn't bad. This matter must have Lin Nan's participation. Xianyan stared firmly at Lin Nan. But this matter is very dangerous. And Nuan isn't considered a disciple of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. There's no need for her to get involved. Hui Yun couldn't help but interject. He's in over his head. He's here to catch fish. How did he get involved in this? This matter is so serious. He's just a little shrimp. Is he really qualified to listen to this kind of thing that involves the secret fortune of the sect? Nuan, be obedient. Pretend you don't know about this matter and don't get involved. Miyu bent down and whispered at Lin Nan. This person, Miyu, is really good. Lin Haofan nodded his head and praised. It wasn't something he was going to get involved in, but if Nui decided to join in, he wouldn't stop him. If she didn't want to help, he didn't see any problem with that either. No matter what, he would stand firmly on Lin Nan's side. However, with his knowledge of Lin Nuan would definitely stick her neck out for her friends. Besides, this matter is nothing at all. The Sun family is not something to be feared at all. The evil spirits were nothing. A single big black could destroy them. However, seeing that EU's words were earnest, her eyes were filled with concern for Lin Nan. She didn't want to put Lin Nan in a dangerous situation. For that, he was still satisfied. Sister Yu, what are you guys planning to do next? Lin Nan didn't promise her directly. This, sister is not thinking about it at the moment. Yayoi was also confused right now and had no thoughts at all. First, no way. Absolutely not. This matter cannot be known to a sixth person besides the few of us. Xianyan said loudly. Right. Xianyan is right. The less people know about this matter at the moment, the better. Our clan has now been infiltrated by the enemy. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. We must be careful. I still very much hope that Lin Nan will participate. Lin Nan's strength is obvious to all of us. If she can join, it would be like adding wings to us. Saying that, Xianyan looked towards Lin Nan with an eager gaze. Resolutely not. It's too dangerous. Yayuki's attitude was very resolute. Nui, there's no need for you to get involved in this matter. Have you forgotten? You still have to go find your mother. Well, Sister Moon, I haven't forgotten. I remember it all. It doesn't seem to delay me from finding my mother. Besides, my mother would be so proud of me if she knew I was doing this. In the face of Miyu's resolute opposition, Lin Nuan didn't get angry, only to see. She shook her head. Sister Yu, I'm not doing this because I want to help the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. It's all because of you guys. You're my good friends. Now that you're in trouble, how can I, as your good friend, stand by and do nothing? I, Lin Nan, can't do such a thing. Because of her excitement, Lin Nan's little face was turned red. Lin Nan's simple but firm words caused a warm current to well up in the hearts of the others present. Yu, Lin Tian and Guiyun silently glanced at each other. They also didn't expect that this child, Lin Nuan, would be able to say these words. For a moment, it was so moved that tears pooled in his eyes. Xianyan, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel in his heart that the few of them were really lucky to be good friends with Lin Nuan. Looking at their reactions, they should have agreed to Lin Nui's participation. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Now with Lin Nuan's participation, their chances of winning were several points higher. He stared silently at Lin Nan, his intuition telling him that Lin Nan might be able to be the key to turning the tide of battle. Everyone, please don't worry. I will fight to the death to protect your safety. With that, he clasped his fists and saluted towards a few people. He was very satisfied with these few descendants, and it seemed that his previous sacrifices were all worth it. Lin Tian and Guiyun both hurriedly bowed and returned the salute. What virtue and ability did they have to make Xianyan salute at themselves? They realized that good things were happening one after another since they became good friends with Lin Nui. Lin Nui is simply their little blessing. Senior Xianyan, you are too polite. This is all what we should do as disciples of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. Yu also bowed and said, Nui, your fish soup is almost dry. The roasted bird is also getting mushy. Lin Haofan within the void had an anxious look on his face as he quickly slapped Big Black. Come on, remind Nui. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to eat later? Big Black covered his forehead and glanced at Lin Haofan within the void. Afterward, it paced to Lin Nan's feet and whispered, Master, the food. Look at the food. Oops, my fish soup, my roasted bird. Lin Nan suddenly came back to her senses, leaving behind the crowd of people watching the show, and ran away in a panic. Ha. The only thing that can excite an inamorata right now is food. Lin Haofan within the void smiled brightly. This daughter of his everything is good. Is too greedy mouth a little? Do not know is with whom. Must be with her mother Mo Qianxue. Oh, you guys do it first. I threw the paste. Lin Nan said miserably with a bitter little face. He. When the crowd saw this, they laughed and sat down, quietly watching Lin Nui tear the meat. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Nuan removed the roasted bird and let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Afterwards, she pulled out several crystal-clear jade bottles from within her storage bag one after another, and the bottles were filled with seasonings that were rare to see in the immortal cultivation world. One of the most shocking things was the phoenix tear, which was rumored to be able to stimulate the potential of immortal cultivators, allowing cultivation to skyrocket. Such a high-class thing, and it was taken out so casually? Worthy of being her Lin Nui. Chapter 45, Entering the Void. Nui, do you know what you're holding in your hand? Or had Xianyan ever seen such a scene? Only to see Lin Nan holding a jade bottle and adding ingredients to the fish soup one by one, adding the phoenix tears that are rare to get a drop in 100 years. That precious phoenix tears. Lin Nan even poured it into the fish soup. What a waste! Xianyan couldn't wait to immediately snatch the phoenix tears from Lin Nan's hands and treasure them. The other three people on the side seemed to have long gotten used to Lin Nui's approach. After all, with their understanding of Lin Nui, this thing was just a tasty treat for Lin Nui. As for the other precious effects, as well as the degree of rarity, it was simply not within Lin Nui's consideration. This? Lin Nuan shook the jade bottle in her hand and asked with an innocent expression. Xianyan nodded, afraid that Lin Nuan would spill the phoenix tears in her hand if she wasn't careful. Right, be careful, don't spill. I know, Daddy told me it's the tears of a bird. Lin Nuan continued to add seasonings to the fish soup as she kept to herself, not caring about the strange emotions that flashed across Xianyan's face. Put, ha, your dad is still talking with a sense of humor. Xianyan nodded in resignation. Less than an hour later, he had a new understanding of Lin Nuan's family lineage. It seemed that the forces behind Lin Yuan were unimaginable. Not only was she strong beyond measure, she was able to destroy their Tai Shang forgetfulness sect with one hand. From Lin Nanan's clothes, it wasn't hard to see that her family was still very rich, with all sorts of rare treasures popping up all over the place. What was precious in their eyes was nothing more than ordinary in the eyes of Lin Nui. It's still a real people pleaser. Forget it, he should stop talking and be quietly surprised in his heart. Save these kids from laughing at themselves for not having seen the world. The expressions on the faces of the few people in Yayuki's group were seen by Xian Yan. A few of them had surprised emotions on their faces, but they weren't as exaggerated as he was. I'm sure that before they met, Lin Nannan had already taken out all sorts of amazing treasures. That's why they were so calm when confronted with the phoenix tears. Ha ha, yeah, Nui, do you know what this thing is called in our mouths? Lin Tian curiously asked after him. What is it? Lin Nannan's eyes never left the fresh fish soup. She couldn't wait to have a taste of it right away. But in the way of Lin Tian still talking to himself, she replied perfunctorily. In our part of the world, it's called the Phoenix Tears. Phoenix Tears? That's a pretty good name. Lin Yuan nodded her head in agreement. It seems that this thing not only has a nice name, it also tastes delicious. Lin Nannan held up the jade bottle and came over to a few people, offering a treasure. He handed the jade bottle to the crowd. LOL, here's a bottle for each of you. When you're stewing fish soup, pour a little bit of this, the Phoenix Tears you're talking about, and that soup will become delicious. Ha! Several people waved their hands in unison and refused. No thanks Nui, I don't need it. Right, I don't need it either. Thanks Nui. Well, I don't use it either. I don't usually cook. Thank you Nui for your kind words. I'll have enough to taste later. I don't need a bottle. These are Phoenix Tears. What kind of family is Lin Yuan Nui? With a wave of her hand, it's a bottle for everyone. This gift is really hot. Lin Nannan might not be aware of the rarity of the Phoenix Tears, but they couldn't pretend they didn't know and take advantage of Lin Nannan. If I accept such an expensive gift from Lin Nannan today, how should I face her father within the void in the future? This is not taking advantage of Lin Nui. According to Lin Haofan's level of favoritism, he would never allow her to have such friends around her. What's more, Lin Yuan had just poured a large bottle of Phoenix Tears into the fish soup, and with just one sip of the fish soup, their cultivation would increase dramatically. If this mouthful of fish soup was placed in the Tai Shang Oblivion sect, I don't know what kind of a bloody storm would be set off. It was already a blessing for them to be able to drink it later, so how could they dare to ask for more? This fish seems to be unusual as well? Xian Yan stared at the fish in the pot in a daze. It's just the fish I got out of the river. What's different? Is this the spirit abyss Jiao carp? Xian Yan turned his head to inquire about Miyu. Miyuki nodded. Aha! It was Nui who caught it up herself. At this moment, Xian Yan's eyes were full of inquiry when he looked at Lin Nannan. Just what kind of god was this 6-year-old child in front of him, to have such amazing strength at such a young age? Casually catching a fish is a spirit source auger carp. Xian Yan stared at Lin Nannan, then quietly pinched a trick, intending to carefully probe this child's spirit root. Perhaps he could learn a thing or two from Lin Nui's spiritual roots. Ha! Lin Haofan within the void naturally wouldn't let Xian Yan casually probe Lin Nannan's spiritual roots. Not everyone is qualified to probe his daughter's spiritual roots. Ha! This is the void? Xian Yan secretly screamed that something bad had happened. His action should have pissed off the person behind Lin Yuan. He's really getting older. How can he do things without thinking now? A person like Lin Nannan, although she seems to be alone when she goes out, according to the importance her family places on her, it's impossible to let her go out alone. There must be someone behind Lin Nannan who is always watching every move of the people around Lin Nannan. He was really making a fool of himself by trying to probe Lin Nannan's spiritual roots. It was a really presumptuous move. I'm sorry, I took the liberty of making this move today. Xian Yan bowed and saluted. Lin Haofan walked over from the other side and stood in front of Xian Yan. He looked down at the apologizing Xian Yan who was bent over. A clear, cold voice entered Xian Yan's ears. Oh, count on your knowledge. Some things are not for you to pry blindly. Understood. What a strong pressure. This realm should already be breaking through the Zoom Dao realm. Xian Yan broke out in a cold sweat. This person in front of him was frighteningly strong. He could never provoke, nor could he afford to do so. No wonder Lin Nannan had such an aura at such a young age. And don't reveal to Nui about having seen me today. Just treat her normally. Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. Okay, I get it. Why does this voice sound so young? It shouldn't be. For someone who could break through this realm, he shouldn't be young by any stretch of the imagination. The voice, how the more he heard it, the younger he felt than he was. That doesn't make sense. Has the world outside evolved like this? He had really been in seclusion for too long. He could barely catch up with the outside world. Now you can get out. Without waiting for Xian Yan to reply, Lin Haofan had already left. Only after the pressure in front of him disappeared did Xian Yan dare to raise his head as he looked at the back of his departing figure in the distance. Just seeing that back straight and upright, judging from the back, the other party's youth was definitely younger than him. Chapter 46, Nourishing Fish Soup. Nui Nui, let me do it. Yayuki carefully took the spoon and wanted to help Lin Nan Nan multiply the fish soup. Thank you sister you. Lin Nan Nan immediately handed the fish soup in her hand to Yayue. Here, Sister Moon, here's your fish soup. Yu turned her head to indicate Lin Tian and Gui Yun who were still frozen on the side. Why don't you two get over here and get to work? Oh, Nui Nui, just sit back and drink your soup. We'll do the rest. They were still slow to recover from the shock of the phoenix tears. A few people looked at the fish soup in that cauldron. Today this fish soup is probably the most ordinary for that spirit abyss Jiaocarp inside. There was the emperor's medicine in front of him, and the phoenix tears behind him. This is too nourishing. Well, good you guys multiply this fish soup yourselves. Drink as much as you want. Don't be polite. Saying this, Lin Nuan took the initiative to bring a bowl of fish soup to Xian Yan. Lin Haofan within the void nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Lin Nanan's performance. His own daughter was not only strong and cute, she also knew how to respect the elderly. This first bowl of fish soup was surprisingly known to the elders present. Although this elder had just tried to secretly probe her spiritual roots, but it's not a big deal, just not very polite. Thank you Nyan. Xian Yan's face showed embarrassment as he carefully picked up the fish soup. At this moment, he was also still in the shock from earlier and was slow to come back to his senses, but he was doing so because of the shock Lin Haofan had just given him. Looking at the fish soup in his hand, Xian Yan really realized what it meant to be in a dilemma at this time. Just now he was caught doing something bad by Lin Nui Nui's dad. Now he's drinking Lin Nui Nui's fish soup for nothing. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's more, the value of this fish soup is simply incalculable. Can they really drink it? Just as Xian Yan was getting tangled up, another clear and cold voice came from within the void. Drink it if Nui Nui gives it to you. Act normal and don't let Nui Nui see it. Lin Haofan threatened. Hearing this, Xian Yan lowered his head and hurriedly took a sip of the fish soup. That delicious fish soup, which was tasteless in his mouth at the moment. People really can't do bad things. Otherwise, eating good food is tasteless. Is it good? Seeing Xian Yan lowering his head to drink the fish soup, Lin Nan Nan asked with an expectant face. Every cook wants their dishes to be enjoyed by their customers. Xian Yan smashed his mouth. Honestly, his brain was so messed up right now that he couldn't taste the flavor of this fish soup. As the fish soup went down, he could only feel the spiritual energy surging around him, as if it was about to gush out in the next second. Well, good. This is the most drinkable fish soup I've ever had. Very fresh, Xian Yan said with a certainty. In order to coax Lin Nuan, he really took great pains. Yay, just drink it well. You guys drank it. Saying that, Lin Nan Nan lowered her head and took a big sip. On one side, the two of them, Lin Tian and Gui Yun, hadn't had time to drink the fish soup yet, and the two of them were busy splitting the roasted bird meat. Nui Nui, here, roasted bird legs. Wow, it smells so good. You guys were right. A bird caught this way just has to smell better, with no seasoning whatsoever. This bird is this delicious. Lin Nuan took a big bite of the roasted bird's leg with a satisfied look on her face. An indescribable aroma filled the air, causing those present to gulp. TSK. This bird is golden in color. The outer skin is slightly charred while the inner meat is tender and juicy. 2 words to describe it. Delicious. Ha. The crowd was amused by Lin Nui Nui's words. Nui Nui can use so many idioms in her speech now. She's really grown up. Lin Haofan within the void was amused by the large number of words that came out of Lin Nanan's mouth. It smells so good. Big Black roared as he rubbed his head against Lin Nui Nui's calf. Sorry, hey, I forgot about you. Lin Nan Nan had an apologetic face. Big Black, here. Lin Tian hurriedly handed over his other leg. Big Black gave him a sidelong glance, and with that look, Lin Tian could only read one meaning. That is, count on your kids' understanding. You guys hurry up and eat. It'll get cold later. Lin Nuan signaled the 3 to hurry up and eat. This was something she had specially prepared for a few people. When the first spoonful of fish soup entered their mouths, the 3 of them's eyes instantly lit up. Unprecedented vigor surged within them, and a warm spiritual energy instantly exploded within their bodies, quickly spreading to their limbs. Unable to tell whether it was the Emperor Pill or the spiritual power of the Phoenix Tears, they only felt the spiritual power within the fish soup, like a trickle of water, nourishing their meridians silently. With just one mouthful of fish soup, they felt the changes in their bodies. If this bowl of fish soup went down, they didn't know how fast their spiritual power would rise. The power was simply unimaginable. Surprise was mixed with tangled emotions on the faces of several people in Yayuki. Surprisingly, with this bowl of fish soup in their stomachs, their strength would definitely get a substantial boost, and a breakthrough to their current realm would be very possible. But what made them torn was that this thing was really too expensive. And to Lin Nan Nan, it really wasn't much, but if they really wanted them to take advantage of Lin Nan Nan for nothing, they still felt ashamed of themselves inwardly. Nui Nui. Lin Tian put the fish soup to one side, his face revealing a reluctant emotion. This fish soup, me, if Nui Nui gives you a drink, you drink it, don't talk nonsense. Lin Haofan within the void spoke again. What are you trying to say, Lin Tian? It's fine, it's fine. Nyan you hurry up and drink it. Yayuki rounded off. Several of them had heard what Lin Haofan had just said. Since Lin Haofan had given his word, they didn't have to feel guilty about drinking this fish soup. Well, weird. Nui Lin beamed. Soon the bowl of fish soup was at the bottom. Looking at the empty bowl, several people looked at each other. The rest of the people present, with the exception of Lin Nan Nan, felt a change in the spiritual energy within their bodies. They felt that some sort of shackles within them were being broken, and they had a premonition that just today, they were about to break through to a new realm. Nui Nui, this fish soup is too powerful. I feel like the spiritual energy in my body is surging like a tidal wave and I'm breaking through to a new realm. Maybe I'll break through the Dan Sea today, Lin Tian said excitedly. Me too, me too. Guo Yun was so excited that he was on the verge of crying. Was he finally going to break through the Dan Sea? For so many years, he had never stopped cultivating, but was slow to break through his current Dao foundation. As a result, he was not infrequently squeezed by Sun Yu's group, saying that he had no talent for cultivation at all, and telling him to hurry down the mountain to find an errand to do. Originally, he thought that he would never be able to break through the Dao foundation in his life. He thought that he really didn't have the talent to cultivate. Just when he was about to give up, Lin Nan Nan appeared. And Lin Nan Nan appeared with the fish soup. With the help of Lin Nui Nui, he was finally going to break through the Dan Sea. Laughing, Guo Yun was about to cry. You take it easy for now. Lin Nui Nui held the roasted bird in her hand and comforted it loudly. Chapter 47, Progressing Together. This, Ni seems to have broken through as well. Xian Yan was also shocked. He had unexpectedly reached the Saint Empress stage, and was now only one step away from a great emperor. Staring at the bowl of fish soup, Xian Yan was so moved that he was about to cry out. He had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, a whole few hundred years. He could barely remember the exact time, and the results weren't as strong as a bowl of fish soup. That's outrageous. Lin Nuan Nuan nodded her head and did not show any great shock. Just with the ingredients used in this fish soup, it would be hard for them not to want to make a breakthrough. I also broke through, Miyuki said as she reached out with a trembling hand. I've broken through the exalted realm. Miyuki closed her eyes to quietly feel the changes in her body. She only felt that her body had become very light and her perception of the outside world was very sharp, able to easily detect changes in her environment that she could not capture before. Congratulations to Sister Yua. Seeing how excited Yu was, Lin Nan Nan was also happy for her. Nui Nui, you've broken through now too, eh? Yayuki keenly sensed the change in Lin Nan Nan. Lin Nuan Nuan nodded. Aha, I just broke through to the Saint Emperor realm as well. Master, you're awesome. Big Black appreciated. Nui Nui, awesome. Daddy is so proud of you. Lin Nan Nan broke through to a new realm, and Lin Haofan was even more excited than Lin Nan Nan. Compared to the excitement and thrill of the others breaking through to a new realm, Lin Nan Nan was very calm. Her cultivation path had been smooth because of Lin Haofan's escort. She had also never experienced the kind of pain that Xianyan felt, having cultivated for hundreds of years, but her realm was slow to pass. Plus, Daddy wasn't here and she didn't know who to share her excitement with. Father, Mother, I've broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, Lin Nan Nan muttered in a small voice. Aha, Daddy heard it. Nyan is awesome. Lin Haofan within the void responded. The loss in Lin Nanan's eyes. He saw it in his eyes. This little girl is missing him. After a while, it is still necessary to find an opportunity for both sides to meet. Nope, it's not right. It's not right. Lin Tian's muttering broke Lin Nui Nui's loss. I don't feel right either. Wei Yun also loudly agreed. What's wrong? Yayuki looked at the two with a worried face. Isn't this fish soup a little too nourishing for them? She had heard before that some people had nourished themselves too much, and not only did they fail to enhance their cultivation, but instead had uncontrollable side effects. She was worried that Lin Tian and Guo Yun's cultivation not only failed to grow in cultivation, but instead showed signs of stagnation or even regression in their cultivation. I've broken through the Dharma phase. I actually broke through the Dharma phase. Because of his excitement, Lin Tian wrapped his arms around Guo Yun who was beside him. Just as Yayuki froze, Guo Yun also roared loudly. Me too. I also broke through the Dharma phase. We actually skipped the Danhai and went straight to the Dharma phase. We're both too powerful, Guo Yun said with a proud face. Lin Nui covered her mouth and snickered on the side. She was quite satisfied with what she had done. Then why did they only break through one realm? Oh, you guys still have the nerve to ask? Xianyan sneered. It's not because your own cultivation levels are low. Look at Nui. She's just 6 years old, and she's broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. And look at you guys. You're only breaking through the Dharma phase and you're so excited. I don't even want to criticize you guys. Xianyan shook his head inside. He used to be at Lin Tian's in their age when he had already broken through the celestial realm. Is he proud? Lin Tian and Gui Yun were viciously splashed with cold water by Xianyan. The two who had been so excited just a moment ago were silent for a moment. They and Yayuki looked at each other in silent agreement, and those eyes were filled with accusations against Xianyan. Oh, who are you? You're a genius that's hard to come by in 100 years. Xianyan, who dares to compare with you? What's that if it's not making a fool of yourself? Lin Nan is even more so. Not only is she gifted and works hard on her own, she also has a strong backing to support her. That's what makes her the most heaven-defying existence. Sensing the signals of the two begging for help, Yu hurriedly jumped out to round up the situation. Oh, Nui, will this fish soup be too nourishing? Lin Nanan's face was puzzled. I heard them say before that if the nourishment is too much, it may cause the spiritual energy in the body to briefly storm out. Is it really okay for us to drink this fish soup? There were 5 people and a dog here. Just her and Lin Tian and Gui Yun had the lowest cultivation level. She was really worried that she would overnourish herself. Hearing this, Xianyan also looked curiously at Lin Nuan. Xianyan also gradually calmed down as he lowered his head and took another sip of fish soup. He then smashed his mouth, savoring the taste of this fish soup. His brow furrowed, and he screamed in his heart that something was wrong. This fish soup was indeed a bit too much for Miyuki and the others. You guys don't have to worry. Feel free to drink it. Lin Nuan waved her hand unconcernedly and continued. I put cold chalcedony in it. Hiss. Cold chalcedony. Xianyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Not only was this Lin Nan generous, at a young age, she was also meticulous and thoughtful. I can't believe I thought of adding cold chalcedony. Cold chalcedony is a rare mineral from the land of extreme cold, and the cold contained within it is able to neutralize the hot spiritual energy, allowing the fish soup to achieve a balance of yin and yang, thus preventing the nourishment from being too much. He was now even more curious about Lin Haofan's godly portion. Just what kind of family could raise a child as attentive and thoughtful as Lin Nuan? With heaven-defying strength. Wow. Thank you Nui. Lin Tian carried the fish soup and thanked Lin Nuan one by one. Thanks Nui. Thanks Nui. You're welcome. Let's improve our strength. There's still a tough battle ahead. Are you guys worried? After saying that, Lin Nan even waved her hand in a somewhat embarrassed manner. You don't say. I'm not worried at all. Me too. Look at me. I'm eating well. I'm not worried at all. Lin Tian and Gui Yun both said in unison. Ha, I think you all aren't worried because you have Nui here. Miyuki saw through it and said so. Sister Moon, you really understand us. You deserve to be our sister, because I thought so. Wow. Saying that, Yayuki even threw a wink at Lin Nui. Others in the audience were amused. Lin Haofan within the void was also infected by their joyful atmosphere, and the smile at the corner of his mouth never fell. Why do I feel like Nui has become the backbone of a few people? Lin Haofan rubbed his chin and said to Dahei. Well, the master has been their backbone for a long time now. Subsequently, Dahei silently spat in his heart. Wherever you go and threaten, who of them would dare not listen to what Lin Nui said? Well, my daughter's personality is truly irresistible. Big Black's head was full of black lines, but due to Lin Haofan's pressure, he could only concur. Right. Chapter 48, Discovering the Clues. Shoo. Lin Nuan raised her hand, signaling the people at the scene to be quiet. Xianyan's face sank. Unexpectedly someone was eavesdropping. The man's footsteps were subtle but imperceptible, and he seemed to be an old hand at eavesdropping. If it wasn't for Lin Nanan's delicate mind, she had been keeping an eye on the movements outside. The horror of what they were saying at this moment was overheard. Lin Nui's eyes twinkled as she thought of a very interesting plan. If this plan was carried out well, it might be possible to wipe out the Sun family in one fell swoop. Sun Yu? Lin Tian asked with an air voice. Lin Nuan nodded. The aura on that person was indeed Sun Yu, right? Hearing that the person eavesdropping outside was Sun Yu, Xianyan's heart immediately gave birth to an anger that was hard to suppress. He couldn't wait to rush out and cut the man into pieces. However, reason returned in the next second. Sun Yu couldn't be moved right now, and he was going to use Sun Yu to exterminate the Sun family. Lin Nan also didn't expect that Xianyan would think of the same thing as herself. A light of insight flashed in Lin Nanan's eyes, and a smug smile curled up on her lips as she stood up without moving. At the same time, inside, he began to utilize his spiritual energy and quietly approached Sun Yu outside. Ha! Why is it suddenly quiet inside? Sun Yu squatted behind a large stone and muttered in a low voice. When he set out to come to the Tai Shang Oblivion sect, his father had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on the movements over here. If you find out that the Tai Shang Oblivion sect suddenly has an extra old man with strong strength, you should also give him the word right away. He was also instructed that his first priority in coming to the Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect was not to cultivate and improve his cultivation, but to monitor every move of the Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect. In order for him to keep a better eye on things, Dad even gave him a special spell. 9 Heavens Jade Bracelet, one of the legendary supreme treasures, is made of 9 precious crystalline jade stones inlaid, each of which symbolizes a different star in the 9 heavens. The wearer can feel the power of the stars in the 9 heavens surging through his body, and this magical power not only allows the body's defense ability to increase dramatically, but most importantly, it can also conceal his form and eliminate sound. With the 9 heavenly jade bracelet in his hand, he didn't have to worry about being caught eavesdropping at all. With the help of the 9 heavenly jade bracelet, he had never been caught eavesdropping. He also knew a lot of the secret fortunes of the Tai Shang Forgotten Love sect. However, he was eavesdropping on Lin Nan today. And who was Lin Nan? She was surrounded by magical artifacts, and a mere 9 heavenly jade bracelet was not in her sights at all. The moment Sun Yu approached, the spiritual awareness disruptor on her body alerted her. Watch out for eavesdroppers. What's going on here? Sun Yu slowly moved his feet and tried to get closer to the several people on the opposite side. Lin Nan's figure flashed like a ghost, and in the next second, he appeared behind Sun Yu. Sun Yu didn't notice the changes behind him. He was still wondering why he couldn't hear anything and if he should get closer. Not waiting for him to move forward, he only felt a coldness in his back. How could there be such strong spiritual power behind him? Discovered? Sun Yu secretly screamed in his heart that something bad had happened. In a few short seconds, he had already mentally thought of an excuse to respond. Hey, Nui, what a coincidence. Sun Yu squatted on the ground with a pleasing smile. Lin Nan glared at him condescendingly and laughed coldly. Oh, it's quite a coincidence. Why are you such a gloomy soul? No, you really misunderstood. Sun Yu cursed in his heart. Why is this kid so hard to deal with? How are you? Lin Tian and Gui Yun also came over. I have a stomachache, looking for a place to go to the toilet. Sun Yu's heart crossed. In order to not let them suspect, he also went out of his way. Put, you're hilarious. Gui Yun disliked him nonchalantly. Eavesdropping is eavesdropping, there's no excuse. Sun Yu, why do you have so many bad intentions in a day? All day long you are calculating others. Lin Tian's face was full of disdain. Just now, he learned that Sun Yu was actually a spy sent by the Sun family to spy on their Tai Shang Oblivion sect. This made them tired of Sun Yu to another level. You, Lin Tian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you hugged Lin Nan's thigh. Sun Yu sneered. Sun Yu, you're less bloodthirsty there. You think everyone is like you, doing whatever you want based on the Sun family. Your own heart, looking at everything is dirty. You, oh, Lin Tian, you're less loquacious there. If you're capable, let's fight. Sun Yu roared indignantly. He had long looked at this Lin Tian and Gui Yun with disdain. Obviously their cultivation was inferior to his, but they had climbed up this big tree of Lin Nui. Now he still dared to provoke him. If he couldn't beat Lin Nan, he still couldn't beat him. Lin Tian? Let's give him some color today, so he'll still dare to provoke himself. Come on, who's afraid of you? Lin Tian forced down his inner excitement. He was worried that he couldn't find anyone to practice when he had raised his realm. As a result, Sun Yu, the annoying spirit, came, and for a second, Lin Tian actually felt that this Sun Yu was quite likable. However, such emotions lasted just a second. You seek death. Before the crowd could react, Sun Yu took the lead, only to see that Lin Tian's footsteps were a little bit, and he immediately rose up in the air, easily dodging Sun Yu's first strike. Not expecting his first strike to be dodged by him, a trace of surprise flashed across Sun Yu's face. This Lin Tian's strength had actually progressed so quickly. He was only a Dao Foundation who could have this reaction speed? He shouldn't be. Sun Yu forced down his inner doubts and continued to tangle with Lin Tian. This Lin Tian kid is quite bad. He has been playing around with Sun Yu, neither making a move nor letting Sun Yu get hurt. Damn it, I want to fight with Sun Yu. At this moment, Gui Yun regretted in his heart. Why did he react so slowly just now? Such a good opportunity was snatched by Lin Tian. Lin Tian Yu. Sun Yu finally came back to his senses as he looked at his attacks that fell short one after another. After such a long time, this Lin Tian had actually been teasing himself. Outrageous. You must be tired after fighting for so long. It's my turn to perform next. Saying that, Lin Tian still had the leisure to throw winks at Gui Yun in the distance. Gui Yun was so angry that he stomped his feet. He now finally knew what it meant to get a bargain. Da hey, while they're all looking at Lin Tian, now quickly give me a mouthful of nui stewed fish soup. Lin Haofan within the void was craving for it. Da He nodded his head and served a big bowl of fish soup, and also packed away the rest of the roasted bird from earlier along with it. Delicious. Worthy of being cooked by Nui, it just smells good. Lin Haofan within the void nodded his head as he ate, his face mesmerized. Lin Tian swung out his sword with an aura that made Guiyun couldn't help but feel shocked. Wow, is this the aura of a Dharma phase? Sun Yu was hit by this sword and retreated backward one after another, his stance unsteady. Chapter 49, Sun Yu's Arrest. During the intense exchange between the two sides, the strength displayed by Lin Tian shocked Sun Yu. How did Lin Tian's strength suddenly become so strong? He had fought with Lin Tian before, and at that time, Lin Tian couldn't even resist one of his moves. But nowadays, every move and every style of Lin Tian's contained a powerful force, as if he was transformed. After a few rounds, Sun Yu unexpectedly gradually fell into the wind. You actually broke through the Dharma phase? In such a short period of time, you actually directly broke through 2 realms? How is this possible? Sun Yu yelled. It's not fair. Why should you be able to break through the Dharma phase so easily? The pain of slow cultivation for so many years made Sun Yu directly break his defense. Breaking through the Dharma phase, isn't that an easy task? Seeing Sun Yu break his defense, Guiyun deliberately mocked loudly. In the meantime, he released the pressure of his Dharma phase. A Lin Tian breaking through the Dharma phase was enough to break Sun Yu's defense, and now there was another Guiyun. There was no telling how Sun Yu would go crazy. What? You've broken through to the Dharma phase as well? That's impossible. On what grounds? It's not fair. Sun Yu shouted angrily, his fist wrapped in a biting fist wind and struck at Guiyun. Guiyun's figure flickered, and he was secretly happy. It was finally his turn. Guiyun hastily mobilized the spiritual energy around him and raised his hand to parry Sun Yu's attack. Bang! The winds of the fists collided, and a loud ringing sound came from the air. Put! Sun Yu was directly lifted to the ground by Guiyun. He slumped to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Wow! I'm so strong! Ha 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 ha! Guiyun raised his hand to look at his fist and smiled broadly. Sun Yu was lying on the ground, glaring viciously at Guiyun. He only felt that he was now powerless, hanging on by a mouthful of immortal chi. Sun Yu looked inside with a sideways glance, trying to get a good look at the person beside Yayuki. How come he had never seen that man before? But the pressure on him was so strong. Is he the mysterious man that Dad was talking about? Snap! Lin Nan gave Sun Yu a slap in the face through the air. Wow! My daughter looks so handsome when she slaps people. Lin Haofan within the void couldn't help but applaud. You dare to hit me? Sun Yu covered his face and was on the verge of crying. It was the first time he was so aggrieved when he grew up. Not only did he get punched in the face and spit out blood, but now he's been slapped in the face. This is too much. What are you looking at? Lin Nan said in a cold voice. Lin Nan, how dare you slap me? Sun Yu's face was full of killing intent. Today's revenge. When their Sun family stepped on the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, he would definitely double it. What? Are you in disbelief? Are you wondering who that old man across the street is? How come you've never seen him before? Senior Xian Yan. Sun Yu, he wants to meet you. Lin Nan waved her hand at the 2 people across from her, signaling them to hurry over. This? Xian Yan and Mi Yu looked at each other. What exactly is this Lin Nuan selling? Logically, he should be hiding at this time to prevent Sun Yu from venting retribution to the Sun family. Let's go. Senior. Miyuki reached out, signaling Xian Yan to go first. In fact, Miyuki couldn't understand Lin Nan's operation right now, and she also felt that the current Xian Yan Senior should hide. However, right now, she was unconditionally obeying Lin Nui's orders. This wasn't because of Lin Haofan's intimidation. It was purely because of Lin Nui's charisma. Not only was Lin Nuan's strength unbelievable, her brain was also quick. Her little brain is always filled with all sorts of new and exciting ideas. Sun Yu, the person you want to see is here. Xian Yan stood in front of Sun Yu. You are Sun Yu? Xian Yan asked in a cold voice. Sun Yu nodded dully as he stared at Xian Yan, feeling the pressure radiating from him. You're from the Taishang Forgetfulness sect? Sun Yu asked boldly. These people in front of him should not know about his identity as a spy yet, or else with Lin Tian and Guiyun's personality, must have beaten himself half to death a long time ago. Fortunately, he hadn't been exposed yet, and he could pry some more, contribute to the stepping down of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect afterward. Aha! Xian Yan smiled and nodded. This smile fell in Sun Yu's eyes. How creepy it looked. Shouldn't be. Father said his identity. No one knows except him. Then how did he sense a strong killing intent from Xian Yan's smile? What the hell is going on here? You shouldn't have seen me before because I've been planting the blue blood vermilion fruit for you. Xian Yan spoke coldly. What did you say? Sun Yu was stunned. Don't pretend. All these years, the by-blood vermilion fruits you've been eating were all grown by me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your spiritual roots are really as they say. Saying that, Xianyan scanned him from top to bottom. On his face was undisguised disdain, and the look seemed to say, "Why are you so trashy?" Xianyan's words and disdainful look deeply pierced Sun Yu's heart. He's been careful to keep his secret hidden all these years, using an arrogant style of acting to hide the secret of his extremely poor spiritual roots. You shut up! Sun Yu was furious and hissed as he tried to get up to give Xianyan a punch. Unfortunately, he was now being beaten up by Lin Tian and Gui Yun to the point where he couldn't even get up. Sun Yu, over the years, the Supreme Forgetfulness sect has never treated you poorly, but what about you? Yayuki said with a face full of disappointment. What's wrong with me? Sun Yu was still sophomoric. Sister Yu, don't talk nonsense with him. Lin Nan Nan interrupted with a voice. Lin Nan Nan, is it possible that you want to kill me? You can't kill me. My father won't let you go. Looking at Lin Nan Nan who was walking towards him, Sun Yu felt scared for the first time. Lin Nan Nan, this crazy person, even dared to kill Tian Tong, let alone him. At this moment, Sun Yu regretted in his heart. He shouldn't have messed with Lin Nan Nan. Can your father be as powerful as my father? Lin Nan Nan asked unconcernedly as she stood in front of Sun Yu. When Lin Haofan within the void heard this, the corners of his mouth lifted up again. Why have you suddenly started spelling father? But Nui Nui is indeed right. No one can beat me. Lin Haofan quietly watched the movements of the few people below. He was really curious as to what Lin Nan Nan would do next. Lin Nui Nui's hands quickly formed seals, her 10 fingers flipping deftly in the air. As her hand gestures changed, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was also changing slightly. Ha! What's Nui Nui doing? Shoo, don't disturb the inamorata. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, a dazzling light blossomed out from Lin Nanan's hands. That light spread quickly and enveloped Sun Yu. Sun Yu twisted his body, trying to escape from that light. Although he didn't physically feel any discomfort yet, his instincts told him that it wasn't right. Chapter 50, Modifying Memory. Lin Nui Nui, what are you doing? My dad won't let go. Before Sun Yu could finish a sentence, he was trembling in the next second, his gaze frozen. It is? This is a memory erasure technique. Miyuki opened her mouth to explain. When did Nui Nui learn memory erasure? Hey? Lin Haofan within the void was shocked. He hadn't taught Lin Nan Nan the memory elimination technique yet. How did Lin Nan Nan learn it? The young master saw you use it once before, and after she went back, she was figuring out how to learn it on her own. Big Black recalled. Big Black truly admired Lin Nui Nui's talent. Just by seeing Lin Haofan use it once, she had learned it. So Nui Nui is so good, but just now she made a mistake in one of the steps. You should give her a talk tonight and teach her. Yes, master. Under the effect of the memory elimination technique, all the memories of Xianyan in Sun Yu's brain were eliminated, unless someone discovered the lack of his memories and used the memory repair technique to restore them. Otherwise, in this lifetime, Sun Yu would not be able to think of it. Immediately afterward, Lin Nan Nan did not stop her hand movements. She cast the spell again, and the light surrounding Sun Yu appeared with some silver streams of light, which slowly flowed into Sun Yu's head along with the light. This can't be a memory modification technique, can it? How Nui Nui can do everything? Xianyan nodded approvingly as he looked at Lin Nuan Nuan's raw technique. Lin Nan Nan surprisingly thought of not only memory erasure, but also memory modification. This was more difficult than simply erasing Sun Yu's memories, but the implanted memories also made it convenient for them to manipulate Sun Yu. And when did you learn this? I remember I've never used the memory modification technique in front of Nui Nui. Lin Haofan couldn't help but doubt himself. This is the little master. Learned from the ancient books. Big Black faintly explained. Previously, Little Master felt that using only the memory elimination technique would easily make her enemies suspicious. She then took it upon herself to learn the memory modification technique. Nui Nui is indeed more attentive than me. Lin Haofan had a proud face. He had never thought about this aspect before, but he was surprised that Nui Nui had discovered it. You just came here and realized that not only is there no problem with the boundary here, the spiritual energy here is even stronger than before. Lin Tian and Gui Yun were both able to break through the Dharma phase so quickly because of this place. You have decided to report the problems here to father so that he can come here and inspect the problems. Lin Nuan Nuan said faintly, and these words turned into streams of light that slowly surged into Sun Yu's mind, forming false memories. When it was all over, Sun Yu's eyes became confused and he turned around and wandered towards the river behind him. The crowd glanced at each other. They didn't expect that Lin Nuan Nuan would have this hand. Nui Nui, are you trying to lure Sun Lu over here? What I planned was to use Sun Yu to lure out the person behind it. As for what you said about Sun Lu, I don't know him, Lin Nuan explained with a smile. Sun Lu, Sun Yu's father, He's the head of the Sun family and the one who defeated me hundreds of years ago and made me plant the blue blood vermilion fruit. Xianyan paused and continued to voice his concerns. Right now, Sun Lu's strength should still be that of a sane emperor, but his allies are the evil spirit sect, and if the few of us go up against them, we honestly don't have much of a chance of winning. He had already seen the evil spirit sect's methods hundreds of years ago, and he had suffered heavy losses before because of his gullibility. This time, he had to be careful. Evil spirit sect? Lin Nannan asked curiously. She only knew about the poison spirit sect, and now an evil spirit sect had popped up. In the dark corners of the immortal cultivation realm, there was a scandalous sect active, the evil spirit sect. They act without any bottom line, and wherever they go, there is desolation. In order to raise their cultivation and compete for magic weapons, the evil spirit sect was even more unscrupulous. They often set traps to lure immortal cultivators from other sects in, and then launch sudden attacks. Those who were targeted would be seriously injured and crippled, losing their life's cultivation, while the heavier ones would lose their lives and their souls. The entire immortal cultivation world hated them with a passion, but there was nothing they could do about them, because it simply can't be beat. It could be said that the evil spirit sect was a tumor in the immortal cultivation world. Nui, are you really not afraid of the evil spirit faction? Xianyan asked with his head bowed, only to see Lin Nannan shake her head. I'm naturally not afraid. As long as she had grown up, she had never known how to write the word fear. Can the evil sect be as powerful as her father? Dahei, can you contact Daddy? Lin Nannan suddenly turned her head to look at Dahei. Big Black's face flashed with an imperceptible weakness. He had just been talking to Lin Haofan, where Lin Nannan hadn't noticed. The remaining few people silently glanced at each other. Didn't Lin Nui's father come to warn them? Contactable. Young master, do you have any orders? Well, I was thinking, in case I can't beat this evil spirit faction, will father be able to come in time to save me? I don't want to die just yet. I haven't seen my mother yet. Dahei, tell Nui not to worry. Let her do it with confidence. His Lin Haofan's daughter shouldn't be cowering in her actions. Little master. Master wants me to tell you not to worry. He will support you in whatever you do. Hearing this, Lin Nannan probably had a plan in her heart. Father and daughter are connected, and Daddy must be around here protecting her, because she had felt Daddy's breath. She had been skeptical before, and today she was finally verified. There was only one reason why Big Black answered so quickly, and that was because Daddy had been watching himself. Thinking of this, Lin Nannan couldn't help but straighten her back. Bad. Nui might have guessed it. Looking at the smile that suddenly hooked up at the corner of Lin Nannan's mouth, Lin Haofan suddenly reacted. Nui is swindling herself. This daughter has even learned to be bad after a trip out, and knows how to play tricks with herself. What about that? Since Nui didn't poke me directly, let's continue like this. Just tell Nui that I happened to be there just now. Okay, Lin Tian, Guo Yun, you guys go follow Sun Yu. Once he tipped off, you guys come back and report to me immediately. Sister Yu, later on, why don't you join me in making some traps here? Sparingly, knowing that she had her father to cover for her, Lin Nannan still approached this operation meticulously, because the victories she enjoys are the kind of victories she takes on her own. Senior Xianyan, you'd better go inside the boundary and stay there. It's not too late for you to come out when the Sun family and the evil spirit sex people come. I see. Xianyan nodded. There's a tough battle to be fought later. Let's go finish the fish soup first. Let's replenish our strength. Chapter 51, Sun Yu was beaten up again. Where's my fish soup? My roasted bird? How come there's nothing left at all? Lin Nannan looked at the empty pot and asked in a low voice. Dahei, did you finish everything? Lin Nannan grabbed Dahei as soon as he could. Lin Nui tightly wrapped her arms around Dahei's neck and grabbed its face to force Dahei to look at herself. Dahei, you have such a greedy mouth? Don't leave me any at all. You're too much. Saying that, Lin Nannan even shook Dahei's head vigorously. Big Black's mouth let out whimpering sounds, staring at Lin Nui with an aggrieved face, roaring in his heart. Please, heaven, discern between the faithful and the wicked. I didn't eat that stuff. The rest of it all went into the master's stomach. Unjustly, Lin Haofan within the void was embarrassed. I've wronged you. Dahei, I'll make it up to you in the future. Big Black, who had been suppressed by Lin Nannan, was honest again when he heard this. Since Lin Haofan said that he would compensate himself, it must be true, and according to past experience, the things Lin Haofan compensated for were all good things. He made a lot of money this time. Take the blame once. Lin Haofan will give compensation once. It's not a loss. Seeing Big Black's honest admission of fault, Lin Nui couldn't bear to continue criticizing it. It's just some fish soup and roasted bird. She'll just make it later. There's no need to keep holding on to it because it makes her look cheap. Father, the Supreme Forgetfulness sect is not right lately. After Sun Yu woke up from his bed, he immediately sent a message to Sun Lu. This was their Sun family's unique way of communicating, which could only be heard by their Sun family, and was inaudible to outsiders. It's really strange. My memories don't seem to be right, Sun Yu muttered. With that, he patted himself on the head, his intuition telling him that he had forgotten something very important, but he couldn't remember how now. Forget it, don't think about it. I must have been stimulated by Lin Tian and Wei Yun. The brain isn't even clear anymore. Sun Yu was lying on the bed with a look of self-loathing. As soon as he woke up, there wasn't a place in his body that didn't hurt. He laid down on his bed and began to reminisce. As long as he thought about how he had just been violently beaten up by Lin Tian and Wei Yun, he couldn't help but be angry. On what grounds? Lin Tian and Wei Yun had both broken through the Dharma phase. In such a short period of time, they had actually skipped directly over the Dansi and directly broke through the Dharma phase, and he was even evaluated that his spiritual roots were extremely poor and that he had no talent for immortal cultivation at all. Sun Yu lay on the bed enraged, itching to immediately let his father step on the Taishan forgetfulness sect, trampling under the feet of those who said that they had extremely poor spiritual roots and no talent for immortal cultivation. What are you doing? Within the void. A bellowing voice suddenly came from within the void. Hearing this voice, Sun Yu rubbed his head and bounced up from the bed. He then quickly straightened his loose hair and clothes. Before he could organize himself, the void in front of him suddenly ripped open. Within the void, a person who made him respect and fear came out, and the person who came was none other than his father. Sun Lu. Daddy, what brings you here? Sun Yu swallowed his saliva and asked warily. Sun Lu glanced at him lightly and did not speak. A mere glance made Sun Yu's heart rise to his throat. Father, sit down. Saying that, Sun Yu pushed the chair to Sun Lu's side, signaling him to sit. After doing all this, Sun Yu felt that it wasn't enough. Under Sun Lu's gaze, Sun Yu poured a cup of water for him. Ever since Sun Lu came over, Sun Yu's lowered head hadn't dared to raise it. Have you found anything? Sun Lu took a sip of water and asked in a cold voice. Well, where you asked me to monitor before. Originally the spiritual power had been weakening, but today for some reason, his spiritual power suddenly became stronger. Also, Lin Tian and Wei Yun, two people who had previously been Dao bases, suddenly broke through the Dharma phase just now. I suspect that their sudden breakthrough in realm has something to do with the sudden strength of the boundary's spiritual power. Snap! Waste! Sun Lu suddenly stormed up, stood up, and slapped Sun Yu. Both of them have broken through the Dharma phase. Look at you. You're still in the Dharma phase. You really don't deserve to be a member of the Sun family. Have you been practicing seriously or not? Sun Lu glared at Sun Yu with a face of hatred. Poof! Sun Yu immediately knelt down, swallowing and explaining. Father, I have been cultivating seriously every day, and I don't know why, that I have been in the Dharma phase. I'm sorry father, please forgive me. I will definitely cultivate harder in the future. Hey, forget it, I don't want to force you. You may really be as they say. Your spiritual root is extremely poor. You don't have the talent to cultivate at all. When these words came out, Sun Yu directly froze. What did his father mean by these words? Is father planning to give up on him? Father, please, Yuer begs you, please don't give up on Yuer. Yuer will definitely cultivate harder in the future. Didn't you say that the spiritual power of that boundary suddenly became stronger, and that Lin Tian and Wei Yun broke through the Dharma phase because of that boundary? Then you go there to cultivate as well. This batch of blue blood vermilion fruits will soon mature as well, so I'll give them all to you to eat then. Looking at his son, who was kneeling in front of him and crying with tears in his eyes, Sun Lu Mianlu could not bear it. He was loving and cruel to the son, loving him out of fatherly instinct, and resenting him as the head of the Sun family. Resentment why it was Sun Yu, his only son, the next head of the Sun family, with extremely poor spiritual roots and no talent for cultivating immortals. If others knew about this, how could their Sun family still stand in the Jianghu? In order to hide this secret, he went to great lengths to find various ways in which he could remake his spiritual roots, even choosing to work with the evolutionists. Father, I think there's something fishy about that place. My intuition tells me that something is wrong. Sun Yu gathered his courage and said, snap. Sun Lu slapped Sun Yu again. Do you just not want to practice? Sun Lu had a look of hatred on his face. No, it's really not. I really think something's wrong. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Okay, I'm going to look at it now. And if I don't find anything wrong, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Sun Lu looked deeply at Sun Yu. Led by Sun Yu, Sun Lu arrived at the boundary. Something is indeed not right here. Sun Lu carefully probed. It was clear that he and the evil spirit sect had destroyed the spirit vein here before, but right now, the spiritual energy was thick here, and there was not the slightest sign that the spiritual vein had been destroyed. What was even stranger was that the spiritual energy here was even stronger than before. there was only one possibility for the spirit vein here to become stronger, and that was, someone with a higher cultivation level than him had appeared in the Taishang Forgetfulness sect and had also repaired the spirit vein here. Could it be that Xianyan has come out? Sun Lu muttered to himself. Chapter 52, The Greedy Sun Lu. Sun Yu, have any strangers appeared in the Taishang Oblivion sect recently? Sun Yu shook his head. Well, strangers did appear one. Who is it? Sun Lu frowned and asked. It was hard to believe that it was really Xianyan who had come out. If it really was Xianyan coming out, he had to pay attention to it, and had to immediately notify the evil spirit sect so that they would be ready to fight. A little 6-year-old toddler named Lin Nui Nui, and she had a dog with her. Little milkmaid? When Sun Lu heard this, anger instantly surfaced on his face, forcibly suppressing the urge to hit someone inside. He clasped his hands in front of his chest. Sun Yu, I advise you not to play mind games with me. A 6-year-old brat. What kind of waves can he make in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect? I'm afraid it's not here to cause trouble. What earth-shattering things can a 6-year-old toddler do? What's there to say? A 6-year-old baby is worth his attention? Did this Sun Yu take things seriously or not? The more Sun Lu thought about it, the angrier he got. And he couldn't wait to give Sun Yu a violent chestnut right now. Yeah, Tian Shen and Tian Chang are her defeated men. How is this possible? Sun Lu looked like he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, and was so angry that he laughed out loud, only to see that on his forehead, veins rippled. Then he stepped forward and directly gave Sun Yu a violent chestnut. Sun Yu, don't fool me with false information. Tian Shen and Tian Chang, with their profound spiritual power, have both broken through the Saint Emperor realm. They would lose to a milquetoast little tit? You're not kidding, are you? If you want to cheat people, you make up some technically sound stories too. Before Sun Yu could open his mouth to retort, Sun Lu continued. You're not trying to get my attention with this kind of news, lest I punish you. Sun Lu frowned tightly, his eyes full of suspicion. He stared dead at Sun Yu, wanting to see some cracks from his face. Seeing that his father unexpectedly did not trust himself, Sun Yu continued with a serious face. Father, what I said is true. Everyone saw it during the 100 Clan Alliance competition. If you don't believe me, go ask around yourself. Oh, okay, then I'll trust you for now. Seeing Sun Yu's look of certainty, at this time, Sun Lu's heart was also convinced. However, the cautious Sun Lu decided he would have to ask around again later. If he found out that Sun Yu was talking nonsense, this brat Sun Yu would be dead. But then he turned his mind. Lin Nuan was actually able to defeat Tian Xian, who was not as strong as him, but he was one of the strongest in the 100 Sect Alliance. It seemed that Lin Nanan's strength was indeed extraordinary. Where has Lin Nanan's realm reached? Before it was an exalted one, and just now it seems to have broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. Sun Yu recalled. How can she, an exalted one, defeat Tian Xian, a Saint Emperor? Are you sure what you're saying is true? Sun Lu expressed deep skepticism towards Sun Yu's words. Really? Everyone saw it during the 100 Sect Alliance match. Sun Yu emphasized again. And is there anything else special about her? Right. Lin Nuan is surrounded by magic weapons, many of which we've only seen in ancient books. You know about the treasure gourd, don't you? Aha. Wasn't that a magic weapon with a memory recall function, as recorded in an ancient book? Hasn't that thing disappeared for a long time? Can't it be that it's in the hands of Lin Nui Nui? Lin Nui Nui has the treasure gourd in her hand. Hearing these words, ruthlessness flashed in Sun Lu's eyes, and the hidden greed within his heart was immediately awakened. Only his fists were slowly clenched in his sleeves, and the backs of his hands were bruised. At this moment, his heart was filled with greed and killing intent. A milquetoast little titty holding such a supreme treasure in her hands. What a waste. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile, calculating how to take those magic weapons for himself. Sun Lu paced back and forth, and because of his anxiety, he stamped his steps so loudly that the stone slabs underneath his feet were about to be cracked by him. At this moment, his head was running frantically. One after another mischievous plan, in his mind, came into being. He pondered how he could erase all traces of the treasure after taking it, so that the little tyke would disappear forever while not leaving any leverage behind. Sun Lu went completely crazy, his face filled with greed. Sun Lu's ruthless and sinister vigor directly chilled the air around him. Sun Yu was shocked and shivered. It was the first time he had seen such a crazy father, and it really scared him. This kid is quite interesting. Sun Lu squeezed these words out from between his teeth. However, although Sun Lu said interesting on his lips, Sun Yu didn't hear any interesting meaning at all. It also made him feel scared. Ha. If our Sun family can pocket all those magic weapons, our strength will definitely go to another level. What else is special about Lin Nui Nui? Sun Lu continued to ask. He did not dare to underestimate Lin Nuan Nui at all now. The power behind the body that can have so many magic weapons is definitely not simple. He had to be careful. That dog beside Lin Nui Nui is also very powerful. Tian Chang was killed by it with a slap. As long as he thought of that image, Sun Yu couldn't help but shiver. And to be honest, that scene was quite scary. What exactly is this Lin Nui Nui? Is someone following her? Sun Yu shook his head. I'm not sure about this. I only know that she was picked up outside by Niu. I'm not sure if there's anyone behind her. I've never seen her anyway. Father, I feel that this person, Lin Nan Nan, must have an uncomplicated power behind her. Let's not take it lightly, Sun Yu advised in a low voice, even though he hated Lin Nan Nan so much that he couldn't wait for her to die immediately. But he was also unwilling to gamble on the power behind Lin Nan Nan with the entire Sun family's premise. Well, Sun Lu lowered his head and pondered. You do have a point. The power behind Lin Nuan Nuan is definitely not to be underestimated. And just judging by the spells around her, she's a person who can't be simple. But there's no reason not to want the meat when it's delivered to your mouth. That's fine. I'll contact the evil spirit sex people and have the evil spirit sex people deal with Lin Nan Nan. Hearing this, Sun Yu's eyes lit up. If the evil spirit sex people made a move, then Lin Nuan Nuan definitely wouldn't be able to escape. As far as he knew, no one had ever escaped from under the evil sect. The matter of the spirit vein can't be delayed any longer. It needs to be resolved now. At this moment tomorrow, think of a way to bring Lin Nui Nui here. I'll stand guard with the evil sect when the time comes. Okay, I get it. The conspiracy between Sun Yu and Sun Lu was all heard by Lin Nuan Nuan and the others who were hiding to the side. Chapter 53, The Fish Takes the Hook. TSK, just with you guys, you still want to deal with Nui Nui? Lin Haofan, who was within the void, naturally heard Sun Lu and Sun Yu scheming. Those who wanted to be unfavorable to Lin Nan Nan. Lin Haofan wouldn't let any of them go. The Sun family, the evil sect, right? He won't spare any of them. Hey, tomorrow you must guard Nui Nui without moving an inch. And you all, you must protect Nui Nui tomorrow. Lin Haofan within the void utilized his voice transmission skill to notify Niu and the others. Okay, I understand. I'll be sure to follow Nui Nui every inch of the way tomorrow. Me too. Even if Lin Haofan didn't inform them, they would still do so. Lin Nuan Nuan was all caught up in this fiasco because of their Tai Shang Forgotten Love sect. Whether they were acting as friends or disciples of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, they were obligated to protect Lin Nan Nan and protect her from the evil spirit sect. Though with Nui Nui's strength, they probably wouldn't even need their protection. Lin Nui Nui might even turn around to protect them at that time. Nui Nui, tomorrow we will follow you every inch of the way. You must not go alone with Sun Yu, remember? Yayoi admonished patiently. Lin Nanan's words of retort were just about to come out when she suddenly thought of something. Both the Sun family and the evil spirit sect were coming tomorrow, so she'd better bring all these people with her. They are all relieved to have them with them. Okay, remember, you said yourselves that you would follow me every inch of the way tomorrow. If any of you don't do it, I'm going to be pissed. Lin Nui Nui crossed her arms and threatened. Ha ha ha. Line. Okay, if anyone doesn't get it done, they'll be fined. Punish him. He can't drink fish soup when he comes out from now on. Ha 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 ha. On a punishment, well, I like it. Master, is the evil spirit faction really as powerful as they say? Big Black couldn't help but be curious. Not enough to be afraid of. If they do come over tomorrow and try to do something bad to Nui Nui, I'll go and destroy them. Lin Haofan said without a care in the world. As for the Sun family, well, they're all yours. Yes, Master. Nui Nui, do you have a moment now? I'd like to speak to you alone. Sun Yu had been squatting for a day, which finally allowed him to catch Lin Nuan Nuan when she was alone. Lin Tian and the three of them were as if they had grown on Lin Nui Nui. The whole day, except for going to the toilet, he never left Lin Nui Nui. Sun Yu took a lot of effort to finally transfer the three people away from each other. As a result, Lin Nan Nan was still followed by a big black dog, only to see that black dog staring at him dead on, with eyes that were itching to eat him alive. When Lin Nan Nan was cleaned up by the evil spirit sect, this black dog would not be able to escape, and at that time, he would definitely gouge out this black dog's eyes. Go ahead, we're the only two people here right now, Lin Nuan Nuan said in a bad mood. Sun Yu's unkindness was almost on his face. This Sun Yu really treats her Lin Nuan Nui as a little cutie. Confused isn't there another dog here? Saying that, Sun Yu pointed to Dehei who was hiding by Lin Nuan Nuan's feet. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuan Nuan rolled her eyes at him and loudly mocked. If you have something to say it. If you have a fart, let it go. Don't gabble there. Ha ha ha, I can't tell. Nui Nui is quite good at cursing. This Sun Yu person is too despicable. He even gave us Bado, trying to make us all go run to the restroom and not be able to guard Nui Nui's side. What an outlawed mind. Fortunately Big Black had a keen nose and discovered Sun Yu's treacherous plan. Lin Tian patted his chest, and his face was filled with aftermath. Just now, someone gave them pastries to eat. And the hungry Lin Tian didn't think much of it because the person who gave them the pastries was a good friend of theirs, not noticing in the slightest, Sun Yu, who was hiding behind and observing them. Ah, this is my favorite pastry. Thank you, Xiao Yu. The crowd's attention was on the delicious pastries, and they didn't notice that Xiao Yu's face didn't look too natural. I haven't had this pastry in a long time. Hey, what are you doing? The pastry that was just about to enter his mouth was slapped away by Dahak. It snapped to the floor. Big Black didn't say anything and glared at Lin Tian. Xiao Yu, thank you. We have something to do at this moment, so we'll leave first. Miyuki was instantly enlightened. There must have been something else added to this pastry, or else Big Black wouldn't have jumped out to stop him. As if relieved, Xiao Yu turned around and left. This pastry was something Sun Yu had forced him to deliver, and he didn't know what had been added to it, but the one thing he was sure of was that it was definitely bad. With Big Black leading the way, a few people found a place where no one was around and put the pastries away. It's got croton in it, Dahei slowly explained. Hiss. What's wrong with Xiao Yu? How could Xiao Yu do that? It's all because Sun Yu forced him. Damn Sun Yu. How dare he give us ba do to eat? Don't let me catch him, or else. Saying that, Lin Tian clenched his fists, itching to immediately grab Sun Yu and beat him up. Dahei, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, that pastry, I would have eaten it. Lin Tian had a look of fear on his face. It's not nice to run to the toilet all the time. The evil spirit sect is here. You guys be careful later. Lin Haofan, who was within the void, had already sensed the evil spirit sect's aura and specifically came out to remind a few people. Okay, we'll be sure to take care of that. Elder, just don't worry about it. With us here, we will definitely not let the evil spirit sect's people harm Nui Nui. Miyu said with a sincere face. If it wasn't for them, Lin Nan wouldn't have gotten involved. In the face of Lin Haofan's thoughtful exhortation, Yayue was heartbroken. You guys just take care of yourselves when the time comes. Nui Nui has my protection. Lin Haofan still trusted Nui Nui and believed that she had the ability to protect herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Nui Nui coming out alone to find her mother. Okay, Elder, we've memorized it all. Never mind. You guys wait a bit first, let me give you something. Saying this, Lin Haofan opened his dusty warehouse. What is it? A few people looked at each other. They didn't understand why. Suddenly, Lin Haofan wanted to give them something. However, on second thought, if Lin Haofan made a move, it was bound to be no ordinary item, and judging from Lin Nuan's daily handiwork, the things Lin Haofan gave were definitely not simple. Under the expectant gazes of several people, Lin Haofan took out the item. It is? This can't be the Chaoyuan Red Spirit Armor, right? Lin Tian said with a trembling voice as he looked down at the armor that was still emitting a golden light on his body. This is actually really the Chaoyuan Red Spirit Armor. Miyuki was shocked. With that, she was about to take off the body armor. Senior, this is really too expensive. We can't accept it. Chapter 54, Attack of the Evil Spirit Faction. This is the Chaoyuan Red Spirit Armor. The Chaoyuan Red Spirit Armor that many people had longed for and searched for their entire lives, but were unable to find. Legend has it that this armor was crafted from the feathers of a phoenix, and its color was as bright red as a flame. When the user is faced with danger, the Red Spirit Armor will automatically release a layer of flame shield, which is not only able to ward off attacks, but also instantly absorbs and turns the power of the enemy's attack into harmless warm energy. This Chaoyuan Red Spirit Armor was rare in the world, and Lin Haofan had even given out 3 pieces so easily. Now she finally knew why Lin Nan liked to give things away everywhere. After all, it was from her own father. Is this thing expensive? Lin Haofan didn't know what Miyu and the others were surprised about. He still had a whole bunch of this stuff in his warehouse. Some of it was rewards given to him by the system, and some of it was given to him by other people when he fought with them outside and won the fight. It was something that really didn't matter to him. The 3 Yayukis nodded heavily in unison. Aha! That's really expensive. What's so valuable about it? I've got a bunch of this stuff in my warehouse, so you guys can keep it. I'll leave it there in a pile. It'll break on its own, and it'll be a waste for me to keep it. Lin Haofan patiently advised. If it wasn't for the fear, Lin Nan was distracted in order to protect them. He wouldn't be patient enough to explain so much to them. With your current strength, it's still dangerous to try to get tough with the evil spirit sect. Maybe, you'll be wiped out by the evil spirit faction before you even make a move. This thing will protect you from the evil sect. You guys just keep it. The armor is still useful. The evil sect is attacking, and now is not the time to dwell on such petty matters. You are doing your best to support your daughter by protecting yourselves and not letting her be distracted. Alright then, thank you senior, we will definitely protect Nui Nui. Don't worry. Seeing that they couldn't argue with Lin Haofan, the few people stopped excusing themselves and joyfully took the Chaoyuan Spirit Protection Armor. Lin Nui Nui is surely a blessing to them, because ever since they met Lin Nui Nui, Good things have happened to them one after another. He broke through the realm yesterday, and today he also received the Chaoyuan Red Spirit Armor. If this was known by the rest of the Supreme Oblivion sect, they wouldn't be jealous of them. Don't tell anyone else about this today, Miyuki said bitterly. They weren't Lin Nuan. With Lin Tian and Guiyun's current strength, they weren't able to protect the Chaoyuan Red Spirit Armor, and if they were to be targeted by someone with a heart of gold, they would definitely make a move to snatch it over. Therefore, the best thing to do now is to not let other people know about the existence of this Chaoyuan Red Spirit Armor. Lin Tian and Guiyun also knew what senior sister Miyu was worried about. They nodded. We understand. Senior sister, you guys have to cultivate hard, or else you won't even be able to keep a magic weapon. Sun Yu, are you going to say it or not? If you don't say it, I'm leaving, I'm very busy. Lin Nan turned around and was about to leave. Sun Yu also followed Lin Nuan to leave. He raised his hand to stop Lin Nuan's path, smiling curtly. Nuan, don't be in a hurry. I really have something I want to say to you alone. Lin Nan didn't bother with him, only glancing at him calmly. That look made Sun Yu inexplicably upset. Sun Yu looked at Lin Nan's fleshy little face and squeezed out a very hard smile. I have prepared a lot of good food for you at the river yesterday. You can go and eat it now. It's my apology gift. However, the portions of things there are not very large, and it is just right for you to eat alone. Wow, really? Lin Nuan pretended to be very interested and acted very gluttonous in front of Sun Yu. Seeing that Lin Nuan had successfully taken the bait, Sun Yu's mouth curled up into a smug smile, and he cursed in his heart. Oh, Lin Nuan, your good days are over. The evil spirit sex people are waiting for you there, and when you're surrounded by spells that are gone, I'll see how arrogant you can still be. That's naturally true. I specially prepared it for you alone. I ran all night to find all those food. Sun Yu continued. He did stay up all night last night from excitement. Just the thought that Lin Nan was about to be cleaned up by the evil spirit faction made him so excited that he couldn't sleep. Then I'll go now. Saying that, Lin Nan was about to run towards the river. Remember what I told you. Be sure to go alone. Sun Yu glanced at Big Black, who was following closely behind Lin Nan. This dog can't be bad, can it? Forget it. It's just a dog. The enemy they will face later is the evil spirit faction, which is famous for its ruthlessness. I believe that with the means of the evil sect, it is a simple matter to deal with a dog. I'll remember. I'll definitely go alone. Lin Tian and the others have all been called away by the elders. They won't be able to return for a while. Well, go on. You'll love it. Sun Yu couldn't wait to drive Lin Nuan away. Lin Nui also turned around and left very facetiously. Looking at Lin Nan's departing figure, Sun Yu finally stopped pretending as he smiled deviously. Lin Nan, today is the day you die. Are you sure your son is right? That kid is covered in powerful spells? Sun Lu affirmed. I'm sure. I even specifically went to ask the people who participated in the 100 Sect Alliance tournament. According to them, Lin Nuan is indeed extraordinary, with powerful magic weapons all over her body. It is said that she also has a storage bag filled with magic weapons. I heard from the people of the Supreme Oblivion sect that Lin Nan eats the life and death reincarnation pill as if it were a sugar bean. This kid has so many magic weapons in her hands, and her family is relieved that she came out alone? Are you sure she doesn't have an entourage behind her or something? No, she's just a dog that Yayuki picked up from outside, with just a dog by her side. Sun Lu specifically sent someone to inquire about it. It's really the same as what Sun Yu said. Why did you tell us if it was such a good thing? Wouldn't it be better for your Sun family to swallow all these magic weapons? Sun Lu raised his eyes to the man standing across from him. The man was the current head of the evil spirit sect, Erotic Spirit Evil Honor. Under his rule, the evil spirit sect grew stronger and stronger, and no one dared to mess with it easily, all because of the chilling thunderous tactics of the Erotic Spirit Evil Vizier. It wasn't that Sun Lu hadn't thought of swallowing the entire batch of magic weapons himself. However, he considered that the forces behind Lin Nan were unknown. He didn't dare to gamble with the future of the entire Sun family. In case, the power behind Lin Nui is strong. He could have saved himself a lot of trouble if he had a reliable ally, and their chances of winning would have been much better. The evil spirit faction, which is growing and chilling everyone, is his best partner at the moment. Both of them were of equal strength, and the evil spirit sect patriarch, the erotic spirit evil venerable, was ruthless but kept his word. Chapter 55, Reaching Cooperation. How do you divide the magic weapons that come to hand? The eclipsing spirit evil Zun came to be interested. He would like to see what the little tits covered in magic weapons, as Sun Lu Jiazhong said, looked like. Supposedly, it's kinda cute looking. A cute kid like that must be even cuter when he cries. I don't know what her family was thinking, letting a 6-year-old go out and sneak around by herself. If Lin Nui were to grow this as cute as they said, he would just abduct the person then and bring them home to raise them. Teach Lin Nui Nui's family a lesson. Who told them not to watch their child properly? If Lin Haofan had known the mental activities of the echidna evil demon, he would have immediately slapped him in the face. It was necessary to beat him to the point where he couldn't tell north from south before he was satisfied. Lin Nan was his Lin Haofan's precious daughter. Erotic spirit evil honor's idea was purely bouncing on his minefield. How do you divide it? Sun Lu repeated the words of the erotic spirit evil demon. This information was provided by our Sun family. Our Sun family should definitely share more. The Sun family must take the lion's share. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Sun Lu's face. The Sun family will split 70%, and you evil spirit sect will split 30%. No way. This is too little. Without our evil spirit sect, can you eat this magic weapon? You're not afraid of bracing yourself to death if you take that much. The echidna evil venerable disliked him nonchalantly. Oh, then how much do you want to take? Sun Lu casually said. You guys split 60%. We'll split 40%. The ebon spirit evil venerable decided to take a step back. After all, this information was indeed provided by the Sun family. They only needed to contribute a little bit of effort and they would be able to get many ancient magic weapons. With this deal, no matter how they counted it, their evil spirit sect would not lose out. As for what Sun Lu said about paying attention to the forces behind Lin Nuan, the echidna evil spirit didn't put it on his mind. With the strength of their evil spirit sect, if they want a 6-year-old baby to disappear silently, isn't that a matter of hand-holding? Lin Nuan Nui had disappeared without a trace, so who could know that it was them? The evil spirit sect. Who had done it? As long as they kept their hands clean and didn't leave any handles behind, the forces behind Lin Nui would definitely not be able to find out what happened to them. Besides, this was the territory of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, and Lin Nuan was the one who had the accident here. The first to bear the brunt should be Too High Forgetfulness sect is right, and how will suspect to their evil spirit faction head up. The more the echidna evil spirit vizier thought about it, the more he felt that this deal was very cost-effective. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Nan has already been tricked into coming over by Sun Yu. She's on her way now. Let's go over and wait. The two came to the knot. The echidna evil vizier stood with his hands folded as he looked around at the boundary, his face growing more and more somber. The expression of Sun Lu on the side wasn't much better. He was equally gloomy. The two then said in unison, something's not right here. Hasn't the spirit vein here been destroyed by us? Right, but I feel that not only has the spirit vein here not disappeared, it's even gotten stronger. What's going on? Sun Lu shook his head. I don't know. Do you think it could be that old man Xianyan who messed up? Well, I think that the probability of this matter is that old thing Xianyan made it. Sun Lu's complexion was cloudy. Repairing the boundary was not something that ordinary people could do. Other than Xianyan having this strength in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, he couldn't think of a second person for the time being. Wait, I'll ask him to come out and confront him. With that, Sun Lu drew a talisman in the air. The talisman grew larger bit by bit, and then a familiar person stepped out from it. The person who came out was none other than the long-awaited Xianyan. Xianyan had expected this early on. As soon as Sun Lu and the others came over, they would realize the unusual nature of the boundary, and the first object of their suspicion must be him. Naturally, he hadn't repaired this boundary, thanks to Lin Haofan's sneaky help behind the scenes. Although with his current strength, he could repair this boundary, he could not yet do it to make the boundary's spiritual power stronger. He didn't even notice when Lin Haofan struck. At that time, he was repairing the boundary with Lin Nan, and when the boundary repair was complete, as he explored the spirit vein, he sensed an aura that didn't belong to him or Lin Nui. By association, Lin Haofan, who had been following Lin Nan around, he instantly realized that it must be Lin Haofan who had made the move. Only Lin Haofan had the strength to make the spiritual power of the boundary stronger. However, looking at Lin Haofan's behavior, he should be unwilling for others to know. Then he would naturally keep the secret for Lin Haofan as well. Patriarch Xianyan, it's really been a long time. Sun Lu took the lead, didn't he? Oh, yeah well, facing his enemy, Xianyan really couldn't be as calm as Sun Lu. Clearly, both sides hated each other straight to death. But on the contrary, this Sun Lu could act as if they were longtime friends. In the past, he had been fooled by Sun Lu's hypocritical appearance. It's only now that they're being held here to plant trees. He had already suffered a loss once before, and he couldn't afford to suffer another one now. Patriarch Xianyan, was it you who repaired this boundary? Compared to Sun Lu's hypocrisy, the echidna evil vizier was much more direct as he opened the door and asked. Under the gaze of the two, Xianyan nodded with a natural expression. Yeah, I'm the one who fixed it. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Oh, you say, what's wrong? Hearing this, Sun Lu's face sank, and the killing intent on his face was undisguised. Hundreds of years ago, didn't we have a deal? The rest of your life can only be used to plant trees. You may not participate in the affairs of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, Patriarch Xianyan. It can't be that he's been alone for too long and has forgotten all about the agreement between us. If, on the other hand, you forget, that's okay, I have ways to make you remember. In the middle of this remote and gloomy valley, the surrounding was terribly quiet, with only the sound of the wind whistling in the ears of several people. Sun Lu pulled out a red wooden box from his pocket with a gloomy face. Seeing that wooden box, Xianyan's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It's this damn parasite again. Is this the compulsion I gave you earlier? The erotic spirit evil demon, who had been watching the show from the side, suddenly opened his mouth. He then opened the box and grabbed a reddish-colored parasite from it. The parasite was surrounded by a red shimmering light, and at the moment, it was twisting its body in a very bizarre position. Xianyan, I advise you to be sensible. Your life, right now, is still in our hands. The echidna evil demon sneered. With that, he violently raised his hand and threw the compulsion towards Xianyan. In the next second, the parasites cut a red light in the air. The parasites fell into Xianyan's chest with precision, and then, drilled into Xianyan's flesh and disappeared. In an instant, Xianyan's entire body muscles tightened, and at his neck, his veins rippled. Chapter 56, What a Ruthless Tactic. Patriarch Xianyan, today we will first give you a small lesson. After that, if you still don't act according to the agreement, don't blame us for being ruthless. The echidna evil spirit venerable pointed to the box in his hand. We still have plenty of these parasites in the evil spirit sect. Let me advise you, you must not think of playing mind games with us. If we find out, you're not going to get away with this. The erotic spirit evil vizier didn't hide his killing intent in the slightest, releasing all the pressure around him. Che, isn't it just a great emperor? What are you yanking for? Xianyan silently cursed in his heart. He had also broken through to a great emperor now, but he didn't show it, because it was not the right time to show. When the time was right, he would no longer hide his strength. Just now, before Lin Nan Nan left, she gave him something. It's the long-vanished dry circle. Regarding the introduction of the Qiankuan circle, he had previously read in an ancient book that the greatest function of the Qiankuan circle was to hide the wearer's spiritual power, while at the same time protecting the wearer from enemy attacks at critical moments. When worn, it is invisible to outsiders, and only the wearer can feel his weight and effect. At this moment, this Qiankuan circle was carried around his waist. This was also the reason why Sun Lu and the others hadn't noticed his realm raising. The vicious tactics of the evil spirit faction are really unbearable. In just a few seconds, Xianyan broke out in a cold sweat, while he couldn't control his body trembling. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid he would have already screamed out. Humph, this is what happens when you don't listen. Sun Lu grinned hideously, a twisted pleasure welling up in his heart as he watched Xianyan suffer. That's Xianyan, the most promising patriarch of the Tai Shang Oblivion sect. Who would have thought that he was, at this moment, half-kneeling in front of himself with a face of pain. This is really exciting. If you still dare to disobey, next time there will be more than just this pain. Sun Lu threatened in a cold voice. Xianyan forced himself to endure the pain and stood up. His body shook as if he was going to fall straight down in the next second. Lin Nui Nui is here. The Ebon Spirit Evil Demon sensed someone approaching and said in a cold voice. With a wave of Sun Lu's big hand, the Xianyan in front of him disappeared. He'll settle Xianyan's score afterward. The priority now was to snatch all the magic weapons from Lin Wan Nui's hands. Save yourself from being shortchanged by someone else. Lin Nan Nan was displaying his magic weapon in such a high-profile manner, and the people who had their eyes on him, they were definitely not the only ones in the Sun family. Striking first, he grabbed those magic weapons first. After Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil demon disappeared from sight, Xianyan immediately stood up straight. The fish is hooked, now waiting to close the net, just waiting for Lin Nui Nui to send a message to notify him to go out. Xianyan clenched his fists. He couldn't wait for the big fight now. He's been swinging for the fences for centuries. He hasn't had a proper fight in centuries. I don't know if his hand is still raw or not. His strength should not have regressed. Right, later cannot be in front of those juniors to lose face. He, a senior, has to act like a senior. Otherwise, those juniors who adored themselves might be disappointed in their hearts if they knew about it. Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil demon stood guard at the place where Lin Wan Wan must pass through. Sun Lu stood with his arms folded. His eyes were filled with gloom, and a cold smile of determination hung at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already seen the pomp and circumstance of the Sun family going to the next level. The erotic spirit evil honor stood beside him, a bizarre evil aura emanating from his body. At the same time, his black robe was hunting in the wind, and he had a morose gaze as he locked eyes with Sun Lu every now and then. Now they were just waiting for Lin Nan Nan to come over and snatch all the magic weapons from her. It wasn't long before, on the far side of the valley, came a child. It looks like it's Lin Nui Nui. only to see that child, tied with 2 crochets, on a pair of big watery eyes. Very cute indeed. That flushed face makes you want to pinch it a few times. Looking at that fleshy face, Echidna Evil Honor was thinking, this face pinches up. The hand feeling should be quite good put. Later, he's going to get a pinch. Seeing as the kid was so cute, she'd begrudgingly go easy on him later. Let's try to give Nui Lin a painful death. Lin Nan Nan was still pinching an apple in her hand, which she had just snatched from Sun Yu. Kaji Kaji, this apple is so sweet. Lin Nuan Nui had a contented face, bouncing and jumping around, not realizing the danger approaching in the slightest. Ha ha ha, I really don't know who Nui Nui learned this heartless look from. The enemy has waited for the flowers and she's still here eating apples. Lin Haofan within the void had a smile on his face. Not the slightest bit of Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil exalt were put in their eyes. When Lin Nan Nan approached, Sun Lu took the lead as he blocked Lin Nanan's path. Taking the lead, he struck out a palm towards Lin Nan Nan while loudly shouting, Lin Nan Nan, hand over everything of value in your hands. Lin Nuan Nuan slightly sidestepped and dodged the palm without moving. Lin Nan Nan raised her head and stared at the 2 people in front of her with an innocent expression. Something of value? Here you go. Lin Nan Nan beamed and made a very reluctant face, handing out the apple in her hand that she had already gnawed halfway through. What this is. Snap. Sun Lu slammed the apple on the ground as he stared at Lin Nan Nan dead in the face, his eyes seeming to spit fire. What I'm talking about is something that's worth something, not trash. Little girl, I advise you to be sensible and not play games with us, he said, and flashed his fists, shouting threats. What do you see in me? Ha, uncle, do you have a problem here? After saying that, Lin Nan Nan even pointed to her temple. The meaning of that was obvious. It was scolding Sun Lu, who had a brain problem. Lin Nanan's dead pig's face made Sun Lu furious. Sun Lu was about to speak. A snorting laughter suddenly came from his side, and as he followed the sound, the laughter was actually coming from the mouth of the erotic spirit evil demon. He, Lin Nui Nui, you're just like the rumors said. Without waiting, the eclipsing spirit evil demon continued to speak. Sun Lu acted again, only to see, he waved his hand violently. A harsh blade of spiritual energy whistled towards Lin Nanan's head. At the same time, Sun Lu yelled, Lin Nan Nan, hurry up and hand over all the magic weapons you're carrying, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Sun Lu had already made a move, and the Echidna evil demon was not willing to lag behind. He danced his hands in the air, and in the next second, darkness erupted out, heading straight for Lin Nan Nan. TSK. 2 adults, actually bullying a small child. It's really too much. Lin Haofan within the void spat out with a disdainful expression. What's funny is that they still do it in twos. Chapter 57, the battle begins. Kid, if you hand over everything now, we can spare your life. It was rare for the erotic spirit evil venerable to feel compassion for his enemies. In the past battles with his enemies, he hated to rattle their skin and draw out their bones, using all the ruthless methods he knew. But for some reason, when he faced Lin Nan Nan, a rare softness rose in his heart. Maybe it was because Lin Nan Nan was so cute that he really couldn't bear it. Hearing the words of the erotic spirit evil demon, Sun Lu glared at him incredulously and cursed in his heart. Is this man crazy to say he'll spare Lin Nuan Nui's life? When did he become so indecisive? That's a very dangerous idea from the Echidna evil demon. Today, Lin Nan Nan must die. It must also die in the territory of the Tai Shang forgotten sect. Ha 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 ha. If you're capable, come and grab it yourselves. What the 2 never expected was that not only did Lin Nanan's face not show fear, she was even in the mood to fight with them. Was this Lin Nui Nui fearless for not knowing? Or was her strength heaven-defying? Only to see that Lin Nan Nan was now in place, not panicking in the face of the attack, and her small hand gently waved. Treasure gourd. The treasure gourd came out in response to the sound, and a soft glow emanated from its circumference. Surprisingly, it absorbed all of Sun Lu's and the erotic spirit evil demon's attacks. Seeing this, Sun Lu and etched spirit evil Zun were slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Kid, can't see it, you even have this hand. Sun Lu also sneered, a bit of means, but not much. After saying that, Sun Lu's hands quickly flipped in the air, followed by rapid sealing, and spiritual energy surged in the air. Lin Nuan Nuan had already sensed that the attack that Sun Lu had struck this time was even more biting than the previous one. Under Lin Nanan's gaze, Sun Lu struck several spiritual power blades one after another. Seeing this, the erotic spirit evil Zun on the side silently withdrew his hand and stood to the side. Sun Lu had made a spiritual blade. Did he still need to make a move? The opposite side is a 6-year-old little toddler. Isn't it a bit much for 2 of them adults to beat up one of her? The big black beside Lin Nuan Nuan rushed out. Big Black's eyes instantly became blood red. The hairs around his body treed up, and his figure skyrocketed. instantly transforming into a mighty beast. It threw back its head and let out a roar, which shook the surrounding rocks a few times. Immediately after that, Big Black's feet generated wind, and with a chilling aura, he rushed over to Sun Lu on the opposite side. You beast is quite protective of your master. To Big Black's attack, Sun Lu didn't put it in his eyes at all. Big Black was the first to throw a punch, and the wind of the punch went straight to Sun Lu's face. Sun Lu raised his hand to block, but he was actually knocked back several steps one after another by Big Black. You beast, you still have some strength. Seeing Big Black join the battle, the erotic spirit Evil Exalt, who had just stood on the side watching the good show, also joined the battle. The black robe of the erotic spirit Evil Exalt bulged, and the evil aura around his body emanated as much as it could before transforming into a black chain. In the sharp whistling sound of the chains, these chains flew towards Lin Nan as if they had eyes. With the help of the precious gourd and Dahe, Lin Nuan fought back. However, facing the full force of Sun Lu's two attacks, Lin Nan gradually became somewhat unable to hold her ground. Her footsteps were weak, and her strikes were also gradually weak. Just as Lin Nuan was struggling more and more, a hidden aura quietly surged within the void. Lin Haofan within the void finally made a move. Only the originally calm and wave-free air suddenly rippled. A large, invisible hand appeared behind Lin Nan, and the large hand gently waved. It then slapped away Sun Lu's spiritual blade that was attacking Lin Nan. Immediately afterward, a soft but tough spiritual barrier quickly took shape in front of Lin Nan, blocking the black chains of the erosive spirit evil demon to death. Almost at the same time, Xian Yan inside the boundary also came out. Two big men have the nerve to bully a little girl. I'm ashamed of you. Saying that, Xian Yan brandished the long sword in his hand and blocked Lin Nuan behind him. The long sword emitted a dazzling light in the air, forcing Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil demon back several steps. After Xian Yan and Lin Haofan joined in, the situation of the battle was instantly reversed. Lin Nuan, who had just been beaten to a standstill, also branched out at this moment. Seeing this, the erotic spirit evil venerable cursed in his heart. This damned Sun Lu, how dare he pit himself? Didn't he say that this Lin Nui is very easy to deal with? Hand to hand? Now what's going on here? How come he can't stand up to Lin Nui's attacks anymore? At this moment, the erotic spirit evil demon regretted in his heart and couldn't wait to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, right now, both of them were fighting with a scorching face, and there was no chance to escape. Sun Lu sensed the echidna evil demon's intentions and immediately cursed loudly and angrily. What are you doing? It's this moment. What are you thinking about? Do it! In the intense battlefield, apart from the air-breaking sound of palm winds colliding, there was also the hissing sound of Sun Lu's fury. At the same time, Sun Lu was still cursing angrily in his heart. Lin Nuan, this little brat, what is the origin of this brat? How come his strength is so strong? This is really getting into big trouble. This damned Sun Yu, he'll have a good time when he goes back. Xian Yan, if you still want to live, stop now. The erotic spirit evil Zoom glared at Xian Yan across from him with a shadowy face. Then, from his arms, he pulled out a red wooden box. It looked the same as the box that Sun Lu had before, and it contained the compulsion to control Xian Yan. Ha! Xian Yan didn't reply and directly slashed over. The box in the hands of the echidna spirit evil venerable was almost splintered. Okay, Xian Yan, don't cry and beg me to let you go later. The erotic spirit evil honor took out the compotes from the box and raised his hand to cast a spell above them. At that moment, Xian Yan tightly covered her chest and her face turned pale. Xian Yan's footsteps were weak, and he was likely to fall in the next second. Xian Yan only felt ants biting all over his body as he tried to use his spiritual energy to drive the pain away from his body. But to his horror, he realized that he was unable to use his spiritual energy. Knock! Senior Xian Yan, what's wrong with you? Lin Nuan yelled at Xian Yan as she fought, trying to wake up the man on the ground. Seeing this, Sun Lu had a satisfied smile on his face. Taking advantage of Lin Nanan's distraction, he moved even more quickly, and every move he made was aimed at Lin Nanan's lifeblood. Xian Yan had already collapsed. He would like to see how long this Lin Nan could hold out. Lin Nui has strength, but not much. Lin Nui's practical combat experience was no match for theirs, and her moves were not ruthless. If Lin Nui wants to beat them, she'll do it in her next life. Senior Xian Yan, Senior Xian Yan, Senior Xian Yan. A few anxious shouts came from the distance. The people who came were Miyu, Lin Tian, Gui Yun and the three of them. Oh, here come a few more looking for death. The erotic spirit evil Zun looked at the several people who were running towards here and said with a gloomy expression. Chapter 58, Caught in the Crossfire. Mi Yu, Lin Tian, and Gui Yun rushed in without hesitation. Yayuki was dressed in a pink soft armor and held a short blade with a determined look in her eyes. Because of his nervousness, at this moment, Lin Tian only felt that his blood was rushing out of his body and his muscles were tense. He was gripping a long sword with both of his hands and was glaring at the two people in front of him in death. Guoyun stood beside the two men, similarly holding a long sword in his hand with an aggressive aura. The strength of the three was simply not enough to fear in Sun Lu's opinion. Sun Lu sneered. "Oh, really courageous. I will send you to hell. Sun Lu, get the hell back to your Sun clan. This is the territory of our Taishan Forgetfulness sect. It's not your turn to act wild here. He, District Dharma phase, just by you? Also dare to talk to me like this? Prickly prickly." The air rang with a cracking sound. The three of them, quickly joined the battle, and at Lin Haofan's signal, they immediately dispersed in all directions after joining the melee. They knew that they couldn't beat Sun Lu, and at most they could only play a role in interfering with the enemy. They were also very self-aware and didn't choose to go hard against Sun Lu, the erotic spirit evil exalt. They were agile, and with the lightness and safety of their armor, they dodged left and right, dangling in front of Sun Lu and the eclipsing spirit evil demon. Looking at the three people in front of him, who were as cunning as loaches, Sun Lu was so angry that a mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat. It's the first time he's encountered such a shameless hit. Nor did he fight him hard, just dangled in front of his eyes and disturbed him. Originally, he was already annoyed to death when he encountered such a difficult opponent as Lin Nan. Now there were a few more annoying people, and his mind was even more confused. The same was true for the erotic spirit evil Zun, who had to be distracted to deal with the three of Miyu. With the help of the three of them from Miyu, Lin Nuan also gradually returned to her senses. The moves that were struck were no longer as vain as before. With the help of Lin Haofan's spiritual power, a few people surprisingly circled around with Sun Lu and erotic spirit evil honor for several rounds without losing the wind. At this moment, Lin Haofan's gaze condensed as he looked towards Big Black and secretly transmitted his voice to authorize it. "Big Black, it's pretty much over. You go and destroy them now." Dahei would understand and nodded. Afterwards, the figure skyrocketed once again. "Wow, Big Black, I can't believe you've managed to grow so tall." Lin Nan looked up at Big Black with a face full of incredulity. It was the first time she'd seen Big Black grow this big. You guys are screwed. Lin Nuan bloated. As far as she could remember, Big Black's strength was accompanied by high variations. The taller the Big Black is, the stronger it is. Big Black, exterminate them. Lin Nan stood at Big Black's feet with a smug look on her face. Lin Nuan's villainous look made Sun Lu and the echidna evil spirit exalt gnash their teeth in hatred. Other people are dogs fighting against people, but she, Lin Nui, is good. She is even a dog fighting against people. At this moment, the echidna evil demon had long since changed his mind about Lin Nan within his heart. Previously, he had thought that Lin Nan was a soft and fragrant little girl, and he had even thought of abducting her back to raise her. Never would I have thought that this Lin Nui looks completely at odds with his own personality. She, Lin Nui, is a devil, or the kind that eats people. At this moment, the erotic spirit evil demon's heart was filled with regret. How could he have listened to Sun Lu's bull *********? Now he's really riding the fence and doesn't know what to do. Judging from the situation at hand, he couldn't beat Lin Nui in a fight. That's right, he's got an idea. Lin Nui, look what I have here. The echidna spirit evil demon bellowed. With that, he pulled out the mahogany box again, held it in his hand, and waved it at Lin Nan. Big Black, wait a minute. Lin Nuan tapped Big Black's foot, signaling it to wait a bit before moving. This is a parasite? Lin Nan asked curiously. You put a compulsion on Senior Xianyan? Lin Nan roared. No wonder. Senior Xianyan was in such pain just now. What a vicious tactic, to dare to put a parasite on Senior Xianyan. This dirty trick was only done by the evil spirit sect. TSK. Tactics are so dirty. Lin Haofan within the void cursed. He had always felt that Xianyan's spirit vein was strange before. However, he didn't even think about the compulsion. Because, this kind of means of casting parasites is really inferior. They who cultivated immortals could never do such a thing. As it turned out, he had still underestimated the lower limit of the evil spirit vein. Yeah, this compulsion is the most sinister compulsion in the world. Once the compulsion attacks in the body, the taste, gee, that's a bad taste. Do you know what it's like to be crawling with ants? He would feel like his flesh was being bitten by bugs, and he would not be able to utilize his spiritual power, so he could only carry it hard. TSK. If you ask me, that taste is not something that the average person can carry off. If you guys don't believe me, just look at him. Saying that, erotic spirit evil Zun pointed at Xianyan, who was curled up on the ground. He was seen to be pale, biting his lips tightly, with a pained look on his face, and sweating profusely. You guys don't have to worry about me. Xianyan was so weak that he just felt like his body was about to explode. However, it was a good thing that his mind was now clear and not controlled by the compulsion. Senior Xianyan, Senior Xianyan, Senior Xianyan, are you alright? The crowd's faces were intolerant, and they yelled out in worry, trying to wake Xianyan up. Do you want to save him? Seeing Lin Nan Nan and the others, their faces were anxious. Sun Lu seemed to have grasped the lifeblood of several people. If you want to save him, take the magic weapon in Lin Nuan Nui's hand in exchange. Even at this point, Sun Lu still hadn't given up on the magic weapon in Lin Nanan's hand. Those magic artifacts in Lin Nuan Nuan's hands, he only needed to get a portion of them, even if it was just one. He was satisfied with just one of the magic weapons in Lin Nanan's hands. He was afraid to ask for all that now, because this big black dog in front of me is really scary. The way the big black dog looked at him seemed to be looking at a cold corpse. Seeing that Sun Lu was still undeterred by the magic weapon in Lin Nanan's hand, at this moment, the erotic spirit evil demon's heart was filled with regret. How did he end up working with someone as greedy as Sun Lu? He was on the verge of death, but his attention was still on those magic weapons of Lin Nuan Nui. Didn't he notice anything unusual about Lin Nui? Right now, he was not interested in those magic weapons on Lin Nanan's body at all. He only wanted to end the battle immediately and stay far away from this Lin Nan Nan in front of him. Just now, during the fight with Lin Nan Nan, the echidna evil demon felt a pressure that didn't belong to Lin Nan Nan, much less Xianyan. The other party's aura was hidden very deeply, but whenever Lin Nuan Nuan was about to fall into danger, that aura would appear. Silently, he dissolved all the dangers around Lin Nan Nan. The echidna evil demon's intuition told him that the realm of the person on the opposite side was definitely not low, and he boldly guessed that the opposite side had already broken through to transcendent immortality. And how could he fight against a transcendent immortal when he was just a great emperor? Chapter 59, Failure to Escape. Erotic spirit evil venerable usually do things although ruthless, but can bend and stretch, cannot beat him to escape, cannot escape to admit defeat. While Sun Luan and Lin Nan Nan and the others were tussling, the erotic spirit evil honor quietly took a few steps back, and then tried to perform an escape stance, preparing to slip away. This magic weapon, he was indeed not blessed to consume it. Sun Lu was keenly aware of the erotic spirit evil demon's intentions, and he made a sideways move to stop the erotic spirit evil demon. Because of his anger, Sun Lu's face turned red, his forehead veins rippled as he angrily cursed loudly. Erotic spirit evil venerable, you despicable villain, are you trying to leave? Other people say that you are ruthless, but I think you don't have a heart at all. The erotic spirit evil demon who was poked and prodded by Sun Lu resentfully retreated back again. Since he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to meet the battle with all his might now. The erotic spirit evil demon's backhand was a vicious attack that went straight for Lin Nuan Nuan's face. However, Lin Nui Nui had prepared for this and slightly sidestepped her head, dodging it very easily. If you hand over the parasites, I can spare your lives, Lin Nan Nan said in a cold voice. Looking at Senior Xianyan, who was curled up on the ground, Lin Nuan Nuan was very intolerant. Lin Nan Nan, you have to figure out whose hand the initiative is in right now. Sun Lu was not afraid to die and continued. You have to think clearly. The compulsion in Xianyan's body is the most powerful golden silkworm compulsion in the world. At those words, everyone else in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Golden silkworm parasites, covered with golden light. Its shell is hard. Ordinary spiritual attacks are difficult to hurt it in the slightest. Once it flares up, it releases venom, and wherever the venom passes through, the skin festered and magic treasures were damaged. And it's a compulsion that only we can undo. Sun Lu bit the word only extremely hard, as if he was specifically reminding Lin Nan Nan. TSK. Who is this person looking down on? I can also solve this compulsion. Lin Haofan within the void couldn't wait to immediately show up and help Lin Nan Nan teach Sun Lu a lesson. The echidna spirit evil demon looked at Sun Lu, who was threatening Lin Nuan Nuan, and a coldness unexpectedly arose in his heart. His intuition told him that the 6-year-old little tyke in front of him would not be easily taken by Sun Lu. Sure enough, it wasn't what he expected. Lin Nan Nan didn't put Sun Lu's threat in her eyes as she and Dahe struck out at the same time, with the three of them, Yu, following closely behind. A part of their figures flickered, quickly flashing to Xianyan's side. Their hands quickly flipped in the air, and soft blue light bloomed from their respective palms one after another. It then slowly enveloped the sky above Xianyan's head. This blue light contained the spiritual energy of several people from EU, which could briefly suppress the onset of the golden silkworm compulsion while relieving Xianyan's pain. Over here, Lin Nuan Nui and Dahe weren't idle either. Lin Nuan Nui and Dahe cooperated with each other. Big Black, go! Receiving the command, Big Black raised one of his front paws and quickly slapped it towards Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil demon. And wherever his claws went, there was a poofing sound. That was the sound of Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil demon being hit by Big Black and spitting out blood. Immediately after that, Big Black let out a growl. In the midst of this roar, debris on the ground splattered everywhere, and the spiritual energy in the valley suddenly became chaotic. In the next second, the rubble quickly gathered in front of Big Black, turning into a ball of shining golden light, with runes flowing on the golden ball. Seeing this, Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil demon were terrified and wanted to dodge, but by the time they reacted, it was too late. The golden ball on Big Black's chest had shot out and charged straight at them, carrying an unstoppable power that instantly enveloped Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil demon. It was difficult for Sun Lu and the erotic spirit evil Zune to fight back, and Sun Lu looked at Lin Wan in horror as he tried to activate the compulsion. As a result, he realized that his spiritual power was blocked and there was no way to activate the compulsion. He unbelievably glanced at the erotic spirit evil venerable. Try urging the compulsion? Damn it, neither can I. The erotic spirit evil Zune looked at the rune above his head. This rune has suppressed all of our spiritual energy. As long as we remain underneath the rune, we can't use our spiritual energy. The etched spirit evil Zune shook his head. Hey, we've kind of kicked the bucket this time. These runes that Big Black used were all products of the demon race. Those who could use these runes were not of low status among the demon race. The fact that such a powerful Dahe could willingly guard Lin Nanan's side also sidestepped the fact that Lin Nanan's status was low. The Ebon Spirit Evil Venerable sat paralyzed on the ground, and he was now at his wit's end. Lin Nui, I'll relieve him of the parasites, so spare my life. The Echidna Evil Spirit decided to go against the flow, leaving a way out for himself. Yes, it's a deal. Without waiting for Sun Lu to react, the erotic spirit evil demon had already been released by Lin Wan. Sun Lu's forehead veins rippled as he angrily pointed at the erotic spirit evil venerable and angrily cursed. You even, erotic spirit evil venerable, how dare you betray me? Are you ashamed of yourself? To beg for forgiveness from a 6-year-old? If the rest of the evil spirit sect finds out, I'll see how you can still sit in this position of patriarch. Sun Lu shouted a threat. The erotic spirit evil venerable did not take Sun Lu's words to heart in the slightest. Sovereign or whatever. He didn't care anymore now. He might as well save his own ass first. If he continued to fight with Lin Wan, not to mention him, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to keep their evil spirit sect. Lin Nui, remember what you just said. I'll relieve him of the parasites and you'll spare my life. The eclipsing spirit evil demon emphasized once again. How could he not have imagined that he would one day be begging for mercy from a little toddler? Begging her to let him go? If his opponents knew about this, they would have to laugh at him. Aha! I, Lin Nui, am a man of my word. Nui, you're losing money. This compulsion, I can also solve it, so why did you let him go? Lin Haofan, who was within the void, was so angry that he slapped his thigh. Then, Lin Haofan turned his thoughts around. The one who promised the erotic spirit evil honor was Lin Nan. Not him, Lin Haofan. This erosive spirit evil Zune. He had to kill it. It's appropriate to hand over to Lin Nui to cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Can you really cure this compulsion? Lin Nan was skeptical. That's natural. I'm the one who put this compulsion on him. It's your evil spirit sex style. Lin Nan said conspiratorially. The erotic spirit evil Zune didn't care about Lin Nanan's yin and yang. He quickly made a seal with both of his hands, and a golden runic light shot straight into Xianyan's body. In an instant, Xianyan, who was still twitching just a moment ago, immediately stopped twitching. Her eyes slowly became clear, and her face slowly regained its blood color and was no longer pale. Solved? Seeing Xianyan Sr. waking up leisurely, you couldn't wait to ask. Well, Xianyan coughed. He looked at Lin Nan with a grateful face. Lin Nan was truly his great benefactor. He had been suffering from the control of the parasite for the past few hundred years, and he thought he was going to be controlled by this parasite for the rest of his life. As a result, with the help of Lin Nui, the erotic spirit evil honor had actually helped him get rid of the compulsion. The echidna has placed so many compulsions. He would have been the first to undo the compulsion. This is all thanks to the help of Lin Nui. Chapter 60, well done. Golden Silkworm Compulsion. I've already solved it. Amidst Sun Lu's angry curses, and under the watchful eyes of Lin Nan and the others, the erotic spirit evil Zune obediently undid the golden silkworm compulsion in Xianyan's body. Well, Lin Nuan nodded her head, no unnecessary expression on her face. The three of them, hurriedly helped Xianyan on the ground up. Lin Nui, be a man of honor. You promised me before. The echidna's spirit evil venerable roared. Lin Nuan can't be backtracking, right? Why is this dog's paw still on top of his head? Aha, I know. Don't be in a hurry. Lin Nan gave a look to Dahe. Upon hearing this, Big Black obediently removed his claws from the top of erosive spirit evil demon's head. Seeing the large claw above his head, it finally moved away. The erotic spirit Evil Zune couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. At this time, the heart that erotic spirit Evil Honor was hanging onto, finally let go. There is no fear of being left without wood. No amount of magic weapons were more important than his little life. Erotic spirit Evil Venerable. You shall not die. How dare you betray me? Sun Lu angrily pointed at the erotic spirit Evil Demon and cursed loudly. Pop! The erotic spirit Evil Honor couldn't bear it anymore and turned around to directly give Sun Lu a slap. This Sun Lu, he had been putting up with it for a long time. Don't you dare whine there. If it weren't for your greed, would we be in this situation today? Working with you is the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. If Sun Lu had carefully investigated Lin Nanan's background, they wouldn't have been in such a mess. If he had known that Lin Nanan had such a background, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Lin Nanan. How dare you hit me? With that, Sun Lu wanted to hit back. What's going on? What's with the infighting? Lin Nui was also confused. Why were the two of them still fighting internally? It was possible to fight even in front of them. Sun Lu was also too much to put them in their eyes. Snap! With a flick of his big black paw, he sent erosive spirit Evil Zune flying with a fall. The erotic spirit Evil Demon, who was free from the control of the runes, immediately used his escape stance and prepared to slip away. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Big Black's claws quickly fell again, viciously grabbing at the eroding spirit Evil Demon. This heavy blow caused the Echidna Evil Venerable to dodge, and he was struck in the chest. The Echidna Evil Venerable roared, and then his body involuntarily tilted forward. Big Black slowly walked towards the erosive spirit Evil Venerable, opening his bloody mouth as a powerful suction force gushed out from his mouth. The ebon spirit Evil Zune stared at the behemoth in front of him with wide eyes and a face of horror. Big deal. This dog even wanted to waste his cultivation. It might as well have just killed him. With all his cultivation wasted around him, he might as well just go ahead and die. What a vicious Lin Nui. The erotic spirit Evil Venerable wanted to resist, but he only felt that the cultivation in his body was flowing out uncontrollably down his throat like a flood that had broken the dike. He struggled desperately, waving his hands randomly, trying to break free from Big Black's confinement. However, Big Black's power was really strong, and he couldn't move at all. The spiritual energy around him was draining at a rapid pace. As his cultivation was nullified, the black robe on the erotic spirit Evil Demon quickly dimmed. The evil aura that had originally filled his body also became very thin, and the skin around his body became wrinkled. The Echidna Evil Demon's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Big Black did not completely exterminate the erotic spirit Evil Demon, but the current erotic spirit Evil Demon was now in the form of an invalid, only to see that the erotic spirit Evil Zune was collapsing helplessly to the ground. His breath was like a swimmer, and he was no longer able to resist. You, Lin Nuan, you are so vicious. All I said was that I would spare your life. As for the rest, I didn't say oh. Lin Nan covered her mouth and snickered. Before the erosive spirit Evil Demon finished speaking, he had completely fainted. Looking at the pale erotic spirit Evil Exalt on the ground, Lin Nuan's heart didn't give birth to any feelings of sympathy. On the contrary, Lin Nui was happy now. She was doing the people a favor. It was said that in normal times, the erotic spirit Evil Venerable didn't spare any effort to do wrong based on his strength. Not a few have died under him. Looking at the erotic spirit Evil Demon whose cultivation had been wasted around him, Sun Lu finally started to get scared. The little girl in front of her was not at all as pure and innocent as she looked. Lin Nui, please let me go. I won't dare next time. Sun Lu cried out in pain. Where was the shadow of the Sun family patriarch still visible in him? You now know that you've recognized your mistake? What about when you put the golden silkworm compulsion on Senior Xianyan before? What? Now the knife cuts itself and knows it hurts? Lin Nan said in a conspiratorial manner, without the slightest fluctuation on her face. Big Black, do it. Saying that, Lin Nan waved her hand. In the blink of an eye, Big Black had already rushed to Sun Lu. Don't you come over. Sun Lu frantically hissed. Big Black hovered in the air, glaring condescendingly at Sun Lu below. Just one glance caused Sun Lu's blood to turn over. Immediately after that, Big Black's front paw gently lifted up, slowly probing out a claw, seemingly casually pointing towards Sun Lu. A golden pillar of spiritual energy instantly shot out from the claw and headed straight for Sun Lu. Sun Lu was unable to avoid it and was directly hit by the light pillar. Snap! Sun Lu was directly sent flying several meters away, landing heavily on the ground and raising dust in the sky. Put! Sun Lu slumped to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of black blood, staining a large portion of the land red. Before Sun Lu could recover from that fatal blow just now, Big Black continued to strike. A golden torrent of spiritual energy once again gushed out from its mouth, drowning Sun Lu's entire body. Under the impact of this flood of spiritual energy, Sun Lu's body slowly began to soften and skin, muscle, and bone then dissolved and then dissipated into the air. Only Sun Lu's mournful, desperate screams were left echoing in the valley. Well done, Dahe. Lin Nan stroked Dahe's head, and Dahe tilted his head with a proud look on his face. Dahe, you've done a great job with this today. I can fulfill one of your requests. Lin Haofan within the void also expressed his appreciation for Big Black. Dahe's eyes rolled, the words to open his mouth already on his lips. He still wanted to go back to the demon clan to be his mountain king, even though he also liked Lin Nuan and he was happy following her around. But there was always less freedom. He was the god of the demon clan. He couldn't spend his whole life as Lin Nanan's follower. If his men found out about this, they'd be laughed out of the room. Ha! Seeing Big Black's eyes lifting and turning, Lin Haofan immediately guessed its intentions. If it's because you want to leave, I advise you not to open your mouth. I won't agree now, Lin Haofan said nonchalantly. Big Black deflated. Didn't he say that he could ask for anything? The cunning Lin Haofan actually teased him. Chapter 61, A Woman from Thousands of Years Ago. Lin Haofan within the void felt Dahe's low mood, associating it with the fact that Dahe had been conscientiously protecting Lin Nan on weekdays. Lin Haofan's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a rare wave of intolerance. Lin Haofan glanced at Lin Nan, who was talking and laughing with Miyu and the others. Lin Nui had gained a lot from her trip out to experience, and most importantly, she had gained 3 good friends. With the company of the 3 of them, will Lin Nui not be lonely anymore? Why don't we just let Big Black go? No way. Lin Haofan immediately rejected this idea. Big Black can't leave yet. Where can I find a bodyguard as powerful as Big Black? It was impossible for him to follow Lin Nan at all times, and the strength of the 3 of them, Miyuki, could not protect Lin Nan at all. Only Big Black could reassure him. Dahe, I promise you, after Nui finds her mother, you can leave anytime you want. I definitely won't stop you. Within the void, Lin Haofan assured. Aha! Dahe nodded. With Lin Nanan's efforts, he believed that they would soon find her mother. I don't feel comfortable with anyone else accompanying Nui except you. I believe that you don't want anything to happen to Nui either, right? Lin Haofan said bitterly. He was perfectly capable of suppressing Dahe by force, but Lin Nuan's method of making friends gave him insight. There are times when it is better to use force than to impress people with sincerity. As it was now, there wasn't the slightest hint of displeasure on Dahe's face, and he even nodded approvingly. Lin Haofan was right. There was really no way for him to feel at ease about leaving Lin Nan in the hands of others. Nuan. Xianyan slowly came to Lin Nuan's side under the support of Miyu. Senior Xianyan, are you feeling better? Lin Nuan worriedly said, and as she said that, she also carefully looked at Xianyan's face. His face is much better now than it was before. It seems that this golden silkworm compulsion has indeed been solved. Nui, thank you. Xianyan stood up straight, raised his hands, bent down, and bowed towards Lin Nan. The action was done in a single motion, not giving Lin Nui a chance to refuse at all. Seeing this, Miyu, Lin Tian, and Wei Yun also followed Xianyan in saluting Lin Nuan. In today's matter, as disciples of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, they really did need to properly thank Lin Nan. If it wasn't for Lin Nanan's keen realization that this place was unusual, they wouldn't have discovered the conspiracy of the Sun family and the evil spirit sect so quickly. Senior Xianyan, Sister Yu, what are you doing? Lin Nan sidestepped and dodged away, not accepting the salute from several people. Thank you. This thank you was said at Xianyan within the void. Lin Haofan, who was within the void, accepted the several people's thanks openly. You're welcome. Senior Xianyan, your body is still very weak right now, so get up. Saying that, Lin Nan stepped forward and helped Xianyan up. Senior Xianyan, the golden silkworm compulsion, was it planted on you by the erotic spirit evil exalt? Lin Nan was curious. Xianyan nodded. Well, it was one of the conditions of that great war to negotiate peace. I can't believe it's taken this long. The evil sect's methods are so dirty. Don't let me run into him or I'll have to break him into pieces. Lin Tian's back teeth were about to be clenched. When they thought that Senior Xianyan had endured the compulsion for so long, they couldn't help but feel heartbroken. At the same time, the heart's admiration for Senior Xianyan increased by several points. Senior Xianyan did all of this for their Taishang Forgotten Love sect. Senior Xianyan, don't worry about it, we will definitely cultivate well and live up to your dedication. Senior Xianyan, don't worry about it, we will definitely avenge you. Thanks to Big Black and Lin Nan, the cultivation around the erosive spirit evil demon was nullified. Otherwise, in their lifetime, they'd never have a chance for revenge. Well, you guys just focus on cultivating and don't think about avenging me, Senior Xianyan said indifferently. After this incident, He had already looked down on a lot of things. What glory and wealth are all vanity. He could not help but think of the woman he met a few thousand years ago. The woman said something then that still sticks with him. At the time, he had just finished a bloody melee. The sky and earth were barren and filled with smoke, and Xianyan was heavily injured and collapsed in a quiet valley, dying. Just when he thought he was going to die here, a clear white figure descended from the sky and landed beside him. The woman's face was pretty and her eyes revealed kindness. She squatted down beside Xianyan, carefully inspecting Xianyan's injuries. Then, a shimmering light flickered in her hand, and spiritual energy slowly flowed out of her hand and surged into his body. In a trance, Xianyan heard the woman say softly, "The world is in turmoil. Obsession is ultimately delusional. The only way to find a touch of peace in this chaotic world is to have a good heart and protect the heart." This voice was like heavenly music, drilling straight into Xianyan's heart, causing his originally chaotic consciousness to gradually clear up. To this day, the woman's voice and face remain in his heart. Nui, you're so young. How can your family be comfortable with you coming out alone? This question had been pressed in Xianyan's heart for a long time, and he finally found the opportunity to ask it now. Well, I'm out looking for my mother. As soon as she spoke of her mother, Lin Nanan's little face wrinkled again. You came out to find mother? Xianyan was shocked. How could such a lovely child like Lin Nui not have a mother? How is this possible? How could anyone bear to leave such a lovely child behind? This can't be right. Xianyan stared at Lin Nui's little face and couldn't stop looking at it, almost staring holes in Lin Nui's face. This little face in front of him, why did he feel more and more familiar the more he looked at it? No way, it won't. A very startling thought popped into his head. That is, it is possible that Lin Nan is the daughter of his benefactor. Nui, is your mother's name Mo? Upon hearing this, Lin Nanan's eyes instantly lit up in surprise. Senior Xianyan, do you know my mother? Could it be that your mother's name is really Mo Qianxue? Xianyan unbelievably continued to pursue the question. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? Several hundred years ago he was saved by Mo Qianxue, and several hundred years later, he was saved by Mo Qianxue's daughter. That's too much of a coincidence. No wonder. He looked at Lin Nan and felt very close and familiar. After all this, she was actually Mo Qianxue's daughter. Right. My mother's name is Mo Qianxue. Senior Xianyan, have you seen my mother? Lin Nuan asked with great excitement. Was she going to find her mother? It was so exciting just thinking about it. The conversation between the two, word for word, all of it was transmitted into Lin Haofan's ears. Lin Haofan's eyebrows slightly raised. He also couldn't help but feel that their family's destiny with Xianyan was indeed a little too deep. Aha! I've seen more than just her, and she's the one who saved this life of mine. Xianyan fell into reminiscence and said, Chapter 62, News of her. Xianyan's gaze was dead set on Lin Nan, and complex emotions tumbled in those eyes. There was the excitement of seeing the daughter of a deceased person, and at the same time a faint sadness arose in his heart, because he also hadn't gotten news of Mo Qianxue for a long time, and didn't know what Mo Qianxue's situation was like. Much less could he help. Lin Nui, looking at Lin Nanan's expectant eyes, he felt very guilty. I only saw Xianyan slightly trembling her lips, and her hands were involuntarily clenched into fists, probably because of her weak body. He shifted slightly. Only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth and confirm once again. Are you really Mo Qianxue's daughter? Lin Nan rushed to Xianyan in an arrow step, tugging hard on his coat corner. Lin Nan tilted her head and choked. Xianyan Sr., do you know where my mother is? Nui really misses her, said the bean-sized teardrops sliding down her cheeks. Xianyan slowly squatted down and was at eye level with Lin Nuan. He reached out his hand and touched Lin Nuan in a low, comforting voice. Nuan, I'm really sorry. I met your mother after a great battle. She pulled me back from the brink of death. Your mother is quite remarkable. She's brilliant, and she has a heart for the world while not asking for anything in return. Lin Haofan within the void nodded approvingly. Xianyan was right. In his impression, Mo Qianxue was such a person. And then, where is my mother now? Lin Nan huffed. She couldn't wait to see her mother. I am sorry, Nui, I only know. Then the world is in chaos. Your mother in order to guard the peace of the world, alone to go to the ghostly realm of the underworld. Underworld ghost region? Lin Nan repeated. What kind of place was this? How come she had never heard of it before? Within the void, Lin Haofan's complexion changed slightly, and because of his worry, he was nearly unsteady on his feet. Just as Lin Nan and Xianyan were talking, a ripple rippled through the void. Lin Haofan's figure slowly emerged. Daddy, why are you here? Lin Nuan looked at her own father appearing, and the emotions that she had managed to suppress came back up. She directly jumped into Lin Haofan's arms, could no longer suppress her emotions, and let out a loud cry. "Oh, father, I miss my mother. You go and get my mother back, okay? Oh, I'm so sad. Oh. Daddy, you say, does mother not like Nui Nui? That's why she abandoned me. Oh, Daddy, tell mommy that Nui Nui has grown up and is now very good and won't make her unhappy. Oh, Daddy, please let Nyan come back. Nyan really misses her. Well, Nui Nui, good boy. I know you miss your mother and she can't let you go, but you know what? With that, Lin Haofan squatted down in front of Lin Nan and said with a face full of pain, Mother, before becoming your mother, she also had her own dreams she wanted to fulfill. Mother, she loves you very much. She has not abandoned you. She's just leaving us for a while to finish what she didn't finish before, and when she's done with it, she'll be back. Nui Nui, you believe father. Mother has never disliked you. My Nui Nui is so cute. Mother still loves you too much. How could I ever hate you? Seeing Lin Nan crying so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, Lin Haofan only felt that his heart was about to break. Nui Nui, Daddy saw what you did just now. You did well. My Nui Nui has grown up now. She knows how to protect her good friends. My baby girl is awesome. Lin Haofan held Lin Nan in his arms and comforted her in a low voice, acting like a loving father. On the side, Miyuki and the others didn't dare to utter a single breath. Was the man in front of him, who was too gentle for words, really the man who had conversed with him earlier within the void? It's true, the strongest man can't speak loudly in front of his daughter. It really can't be seen. This Lin Haofan is actually a daughter slave. But, on second thought, it makes sense. As far as Lin Nan's outfit was concerned, it was covered in very rare magic weapons. How could she have done it if she didn't have a father behind her who loved her to the bone? Under the watchful eyes of several people, Lin Nan gradually stopped crying. Lin Haofan's eyes, however, were filled with a few complexities as he hugged Lin Nan and walked straight towards Xianyan, opening his mouth to ask, Xianyan, I just heard you mention Mo Qianxue, and I'd like to know the exact circumstances regarding her trip to the underworld ghost region. Did she leave any account then? She left then? Xianyan shook his head. He looked at the man in front of him and carefully felt his pressure. Good lord, the man in front of him had already broken through the heavenly Dao realm. Since he had this strength, why didn't he go with Mo Qianxue in the first place, letting her go to that treacherous place alone? Aren't they husband and wife? What is your relationship with Mo Qianxue? Xianyan asked in a cold voice. I'm Nuan's father. She's my daughter's mother. What do you think? What's my relationship with her? Lin Haofan's face also sank. Could it be that this man in front of him still had mischievous intentions towards Mo Qianxue? Hearing this, Xianyan nodded. To the relationship between the several people, Xianyan had already expected it. He couldn't help but fight for Mo Qianxue. Since she's your wife, then why would you still let her go to such a dangerous place alone? With your skills, why would you let her go into danger alone? Xianyan's voice couldn't help but pull up and said, how could he not understand why Lin Haofan didn't go with Mo Qianxue? At those words, Lin Haofan's figure stiffened, and a full of guilt arose in his eyes. Lin Haofan's lips moved, wanting to open his mouth to defend himself, but his mouth was slow to open, as if it was stuck. Lin Haofan's heart is also bitter. When Mo Qianxue left, it's not that he didn't persuade her, and he also wanted to go with her, but what did Mo Qianxue say at that time? She said that it was her own karma and only she could break it. Besides, at that time, Lin Haofan was an ordinary person, not to mention breaking through the heavenly Dao realm. He hadn't even reached the introductory foundation establishment, and at that time, Mo Qianxue had already broken through to Saint Emperor. In the eyes of Lin Haofan at that time, this was already a very powerful existence. At the same time, he also believed that Mo Qianxue had the ability to defend herself. So, the two of them agreed that he would take care of Lin Nan at home, and she would come back after Mo Qianxue had taken care of everything. Where did he know that as soon as Mo Qianxue left, he bound the system and also raised his strength to the heavenly Dao realm step by step? All of these changes were not expected by Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue. If he had known that he would become so powerful, he definitely wouldn't have let Mo Qianxue leave alone. Chapter 63, Dumbfounded. I was just an ordinary person back then. Lin Haofan sighed. This he said with a great deal of heartiness, for it was just too unbelievable. The system existed in such a way that he could not explain it to the crowd, nor could he explain it clearly. 5 years ago, I suddenly became enlightened and my strength only slowly increased. Everything I said is true. I don't have to lie to you guys. Lin Haofan was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Xianyan didn't continue to speak, but instead stared closely at Lin Haofan on the opposite side of the room, trying to find a break in the lying on his face. However, Lin Haofan's face was certain and didn't look like he was lying. Lin Haofan took a deep breath and slowly said, Xianyan, this matter is a long story. and for a while, I have no way to explain it clearly. Qianxue, she has her own considerations. She is bent on guarding the living. The danger of that underworld ghost region is beyond your imagination. Before, it was me who was incapable of protecting Chiyuki, but now, I will definitely protect her. Lin Nannan stood to the side, watching the two go back and forth. Mother's name was mentioned repeatedly, and Elder Xianyan was still questioning why father hadn't gone with mother. Although father didn't say so explicitly, Lin Nannan had some vague guesses in her heart. I'm sure her father and mother couldn't afford to put her at risk. That's what made mother go alone. Thinking of this, Lin Nui, the heart is even more sour. Eyes reddened a few points. Small hand tightly clenched the corner of the coat, murmured in a small voice, "Mother." Lin Haofan's heart softened when he heard Lin Nannan's voice, and he turned his head to look at her, his eyes filled with pain. He held Lin Nuan tightly in his arms and comforted her in a low voice. Nuan, your mother is a great person. She's doing all of this for the sake of all the people in the world. Don't you worry, because your mother is a very powerful person. You trust Daddy. Daddy is going to get your mother back. Whoa. Hearing this, Lin Nannan cried even louder. Nui, do you trust Daddy? Your daddy is a very powerful man. Facing the choking Lin Nannan, Lin Haofan didn't show the slightest hint of impatience on his face. At the same time, Lin Haofan's heart was also mixed, and he secretly swore in his heart. In the future, he would do his best to guard both Lin Nannan and Mo Qianxue, and would never let them suffer anymore. Lin Nannan covered her eyes and choked. That's her daddy. Who's her father? Her father is the all-powerful Lin Haofan. As long as it was something Lin Haofan promised her, there was nothing he couldn't do. Xian Yan let out a long sigh. It's just, this is ultimately Mo Qianxue's family matter. He, an outsider, isn't qualified to say anything. Save it for later. Lin Haofan suspected that he had ulterior feelings for Mo Qianxue. Besides, look at how well Lin Nannan has been educated by Lin Haofan. It must be true what Lin Haofan said. Actually, I don't have much contact with Mo Qianxue, but a short time of contact, I can feel it. She's a very opinionated person, and no one can change anything she decides. Hearing this, Lin Haofan nodded. This was exactly right. Mo Qianxue was such a person. Otherwise she wouldn't have gone to the underworld ghost region alone. Xianyan fell into reminiscence as he planned to tell everything he knew about Mo Qianxue. When Qianxue first entered the underworld ghost realm, she was ambushed by evil spirits, and the underworld ghost realm is constantly shrouded in black mist. The fog still smells like rotting corpses. At first, Chiyuki simply couldn't adapt to that kind of environment. Is she injured? Lin Haofan pursued with a worried expression. Rarely, knowing Mo Qianxue's strength, Lin Haofan still couldn't help but worry for her. Xian Yan shook his head and continued. You should be clear about Qianxue's strength. The evil spirits in the underworld ghost realm are completely different from the ones we see outside. The evil spirits in the ghostly realm of the underworld come in all shapes and sizes. Some of them are shaped like twisted humanoids, with green ghostly fire all around them and sharp fangs. Some are a writhing mass of black shadows that corrode a black void wherever they go. This is too terrifying. It's scary to hear, Lin Tian said in shock, and couldn't help but shiver when he finished. Just the thought of that image gave him goosebumps. A place as horrible as that, and Lin Nannan's mother had gone there alone. She's too brave for that. No wonder Lin Nannan dared to leave home alone at such a young age. After all, it's all genetic. They really are a family. That place is really scary, and I was scared to death when I heard about it. Ordinary people really don't dare to go over there. Miyuki couldn't help but agree. Right, Mo Qianxue really isn't an ordinary person. Xian Yan had a face of approval, which was why he was angry with Lin Haofan. Such a dangerous place. He even endured to let Mo Qianxue go alone. Evil spirits are certainly terrifying, but in the face of an evil spirit's attack, Qianxue didn't flinch. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xian Yan continued. On the contrary, she defeated all the evil spirits that attacked with her strong strength. After repelling the evil spirit, she didn't stop. She continued to go deeper and deeper, trying to explore the core secrets of the evil spirit. Then what? Seeing that Xian Yan was slow to follow, Lin Haofan opened his mouth and urged. Then I lost Qianxue's news, Xian Yan said with a disheveled face. At that time, he was heavily injured and had just been assassinated by the Sun family and the evil spirit sect. He was already as if his heart was dead. He didn't have the extra energy to pay attention to other people. I'm really sorry. What happened to Chiyuki afterward? I'm not sure. However, don't worry guys. I believe that with Qianxue's strength, she can definitely come back unharmed, Xian Yan said in relief. Xian Yan's comfort didn't make Lin Haofan feel relaxed. On the contrary, he now couldn't wait to go to the underworld ghost region to find Mo Qianxue. He had to see Mo Qianxue with his own eyes before his heart could settle down. Nowadays, Lin Nui has a group of trustworthy and good friends. Nui Nui's strength had also made a new breakthrough, and he didn't have to keep an eye on it at all times. It was time for him to find Mo Qianxue. Nui Nui, Daddy is going to the underworld ghost region to find your mother, Lin Haofan said with a firm face. When Lin Nan heard this, her eyes immediately lit up as she said loudly, Father, Nui Nui will also go with you to find mother. I'll be able to see my mother soon. It's so exciting just to think about it. No way. Faced with Lin Nan's request, Lin Haofan unceremoniously rejected it outright. Chapter 64, Splitting the Army in Two. Ha! Lin Nan tightened her arms around Lin Haofan's neck. Daddy, Nui Nui begs you, let me go. Nui Nui is really worried about mother. Lin Nan's eyes were brimming with tears as she stared at Lin Haofan with a resolute face. In the face of Lin Nan's requests, Lin Haofan had always responded to them. But this time, Lin Haofan very firmly refused. His expression was filled with worry as he shook his head at Lin Nuan. Nuan, the underworld ghost realm is really too dangerous. It's enough for Daddy to go alone. Daddy really doesn't feel comfortable with letting you go with me. Besides, if your mother knew I let you come along, she'd have to skin me. Don't. I'm going to go with you. Wherever Daddy goes, Nui Nui goes. Daddy, you don't want to leave me here alone. Saying that, Lin Nan strangled Lin Haofan's neck even tighter. Lin Haofan couldn't help but move his hand to loosen Lin Nuan's hand. Nuan has really grown up a lot. She was so strong now that he could barely pull her back. Nui Nui, listen to Daddy. The underworld ghost region is more than just evil spirits. Lin Haofan patiently continued to explain. There's still a lot of miasma there. And the black mist that Xian Yan mentioned is miasma. What's a miasma? The miasma will erode your spiritual energy, making you lose your fighting power without even realizing it. The power of those evil spirits is also beyond your imagination. With your current strength, you can't go to the underworld ghost region yet. Yeah, Nui Nui, that's no place for you to go. Nui Nui, just listen to your father. Don't go there. You can stay in the Supreme Forgetfulness sector, and wait for your mother and the others to come here to look for you when the time comes. Right, I think that's a great offer. A few people from the Yayue persuaded them, their faces full of worry. But I really miss my mother and I'm worried about her. Lin Nan's tears were welling up in her eyes. Nui Nui, listen to me. You've just broken through the Saint Emperor realm now. You're not enough to fight the evil spirits of the underworld ghost region. How about this? I promise you that I'll take you there when you've broken through to transcendent immortality. Lin Haofan knows what his daughter's character is. Lin Nan and Mo Qianxue are carved out of the same mold. What he decided is 10 cows cannot pull back. If Lin Nan really wanted to go to the underworld ghost region, he would never be able to watch her. It would be better to make an agreement with Lin Nan now, and when her strength had risen to a certain realm, he would personally take her there. This way he was also relieved that he didn't have to worry about Nui Nui carrying him alone to the underworld ghost region. Good, it's a deal. Lin Nan nodded her head. It wasn't just a transcendent immortal. She was already at the Saint Emperor realm now, and she believed that with her strength, she would soon be able to break through to transcendent immortality. What she lacked most right now was real-world experience. On weekdays, those battles didn't even need her to do it herself. Big Black took care of it for her. Otherwise, it was the magic weapon given to her by her father. And with her current realm, the fastest way to break through to transcendent immortality at an early date was to accumulate actual combat experience. The only fastest means to increase strength was to keep fighting. Sitting there meditating all day long, cultivating like this was just too slow. By the time she finished practicing, her mother would have long since come out on her own. No way. This is a definite no-no. Lin Nuan secretly made up her mind in her heart. She decided to work hard to improve her practical combat experience from now on, striving to break through the transcendent immortal as soon as possible, and go to find her mother as soon as possible. Hiss. Transcendent immortal? Did I hear you right? This is too hard, isn't it? If Nui Nui wants to break through to the transcendent immortal, she'll have to cultivate until the year of the monkey. Yeah. Lin Tian and Guiyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, muttering and discussing in the back. Xian Yan and Yu's reactions were muted. They could see that Lin Nan's spiritual roots were extremely good, worthy of being the daughter of Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue. And with Lin Nan's talent, breaking through to transcendent immortality was just a matter of time. Now Lin Nui is the kind of person who is not only talented but also hardworking. 1 year. Nui, you'll be able to break through to the transcendent immortal in a year. Xian Yan affirmed. No way. It's too slow. Half a year. Lin Nan shook her head. Half a year. In half a year I'm going to break through to the transcendent immortal. Hiss. It was Yayuki's turn to be surprised. Yayuki was almost speechless from the shock of Lin Nan. That's a transcendent immortal. Lin Nan can do it in half a year? A lot of people, who have been practicing for their whole life, can't even do that. but Lin Nan Nan can do it in half a year? It's still a real people pleaser. Nui, I believe in you, daddy me. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld ghost region. Lin Haofan pawed the Lin Wan Wan in his arms, looking proud, worthy of being his Lin Haofan's daughter. She is bold. Lin Haofan's encouragement gave Lin Nan Nan great encouragement, and Lin Nan Nan's fighting spirit was rekindled in her eyes as she nodded her head vigorously and said, "Aha, father, you believe in Nui. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Well, however, I'm still a bit uneasy about you being out there alone. Otherwise, you'd better go back to the heavenly desolate continent." Lin Haofan hesitantly opened his mouth. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of letting the few people from Miyu follow Lin Wan Wan all the way, but on second thought, he thought that the few people from Miyu were not related to Lin Wan Wan. They were just good friends who had a good relationship with Wan Wan, and did not have the obligation to take care of Wan Wan. He then didn't open his mouth and told Yayuki and the others to keep following Nui. "Elder, we'll go with Nui, so we can take care of each other along the way." "Sure, if you believe us," Yayoi said, embarrassed. After all, given Lin Wan Wan's current strength, if they went out together, it might be a matter of who was protecting who. "I naturally believe it. I'm very relieved that Nui is with you guys," Lin Haofan said smoothly. He was worried about how to open his mouth. Miyuki then took the initiative to speak up. "Great, the few of us can continue practicing together again. That's really good. I'll go out for some training, and my strength will definitely rub off." "Sister Yu, are you going out with me?" Lin Nan Nan said excitedly with a pair of big watery eyes. "Aha, I'll go with you." Yayoi laughed. I'm going too. Lin Tian and Gui Yun concurred. After saying that, the gazes of several people looked at Xianyan. Seems to say that everyone here has a plan for the next step. "What's yours?" Xianyan awkwardly scratched his head. The compulsion on my body suddenly unraveled. It's still a bit uncomfortable. I won't participate in the activities of you young ones, Xianyan said with a smile to Lin Nan Nan, then looked at Lin Haofan and said, "The underworld ghost region. I won't go there. I still know very well how many pounds and tails I have myself. Otherwise, I'd better keep guarding this place. I've been here for hundreds of years and I've gotten used to it." Chapter 65, Chopping Up the Roots. "Senior Xianyan, why don't you come with us?" Miyu urged in a low voice. "Yes, Senior Xianyan, it's so lonely for you to stay here alone. Why don't you join us?" "Yes, Senior Xianyan," Lin Tian and Gui Yun chimed in. Senior Xianyan had been trapped here for hundreds of years, and they really couldn't bear to keep leaving him here. In the crowd's expectant eyes, Xianyan shook his head and slowly spoke. "I won't get involved in your young people's business. It's inconvenient for you few young people to bring along an old man like me. No matter what you do." "No way," Lin Nuan interjected. Xianyan waved his hand and continued. "You guys don't need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. I'd better continue to stay here. I'm still staying here to grow you the blue-blooded vermilion fruit. Nui, when your mother comes back, your family will come here together to eat the blue-blood vermilion fruit. At that time, you can eat as much as you want. Okay, when the time comes, you can't say I stole the fruit again." Seeing that Xianyan's mind was made up, Lin Nan Nan decided to respect Xianyan. No more persuasion. "Aha, Senior Xianyan, why don't you go with us to exterminate the Sun Clan and the evil spirit sect? Don't you want to avenge the innocent deaths of the disciples of the Taishan forgotten sect in a great battle a few hundred years ago?" Lin Nan Nan opened her mouth, a leaping light flashing in her eyes. She couldn't wait to fight to raise her realm. "Go! I'm really a bit uneasy about going with just a few of you little brats." Xianyan nodded. "There's no rush. First, before going to the Sun family, let me go and clean up Sun Yu first." The anger in Lin Tian's heart was about to be suppressed. As long as he thought of it, the way Sun Yu had done wrong in the clan before, he was angry. Just who gave him the guts to be so arrogant? Sun Yu. He was a spy, and not only did he not keep his tail between his legs, but he was also so arrogant within the Supreme Oblivion sect, bringing his little brother to bully their outer disciples. It is simply outrageous. "I'm going too. Let's go together. It's time to tell the truth about what happened hundreds of years ago," Xianyan said in a cold voice. "Then let's part here. I'm going to the underworld ghost realm." Nui. With Xianyan backing up Lin Nuan and the others, he didn't have to worry at all. Xianyan was, no matter what, the former patriarch of the Taishan Oblivion sect, and his strength had now made a breakthrough. It still had the strength to suppress the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. Most importantly, the Sun family and the patriarch of the evil spirit sect were both destroyed by him, and the remaining little shrimps were simply not enough to fear. He didn't have to worry about it. "Daddy, Nui don't want to be separated from you. Can't you go with Nui? The longer I stay out here, the more danger Mother will be in." Lin Haofan coaxed in a low voice. "Oh, well then Daddy go find Mommy. Nyan will be right behind you." Okay, Daddy will wait for you to come over. The group parted ways on this. After the crowd parted, Lin Haofan was alone and sped in the direction of the underworld ghost region. Along the way, Mo Qianshua's voice and face constantly surfaced in his mind. Clasping his hands together, he murmured, Qianshue, don't worry, with me here, I can definitely guard your safety. If the evil spirits of the underworld ghost region didn't have eyes, they would dare to hurt a single hair on Mo Qianshue's head, and he's definitely not going to let them off the hook. Let's go and tie up Sun Yu first. The moment he thought, Sun Yu would be suffering soon, Lin Tian was a little impatient. Let's go. After Lin Nuan and Lin Haofan said their goodbyes, they waved their hands, signaling the crowd to hurry up and follow. The crowd was led by Lin Tian and Guiyun to the Taishang Forgetfulness Sect training ground that, after so many years, how come this training ground still hasn't changed? It's no wonder that the Supreme Forgetfulness Sect has been going downhill for so many years. Xian Yan cursed, I really don't know what these people are doing for food, but they have made the Taishang Forgetfulness Sect like this. Lin Tian, who is that person following behind you guys? Along the way, quite a few disciples who were familiar with Lin Tian ran to ask them about Xian Yan's identity, because the pressure on Xian Yan's body was truly frightening, and Xian Yan's realm was feared to have surpassed their patriarchs. Xian Yan was oblivious to these murmurs, and followed behind Lin Nannan with a calm face. Senior Xian Yan, Lin Tian said with a proud face. What? Senior Xian Yan, is it the Xian Yan who disappeared in the Great War hundreds of years ago? Is it our former patriarch Xian Yan? Yes, that's right, it's that Senior Xian Yan. EU nodded her head and responded. When they received an affirmative answer from EU, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. It was amazing that Xian Yan was still alive in the world, and now he was back in one piece. It was believed that under Xian Yan's leadership, their Taishang Oblivion sect would definitely be able to return to its previous glory as soon as possible. Woo, really God blessed, Senior Xian Yan actually came back. Hello Senior Xian Yan, welcome home. Senior Xian Yan, welcome home. The crowd congratulated them. In no time at all, they surrounded Lin Nannan and the others. Just as the crowd was congratulating him, Lin Tian suddenly shouted at the crowd, Sun Yu, stop right there. In the face of this sudden change, the crowd was also at a loss. They followed the line of sight of Lin Tian and the others, only to see that Sun Yu was trying to push through the crowd, trying to leave, and Lin Tian and his group all glared angrily at Sun Yu. At that moment, the crowd had a calculation in their hearts. Lin Tian and the others couldn't be starting to take revenge on Sun Yu now because they had found Xian Yan as their thigh. After all, before, Sun Yu had quite a deep conflict with Lin Tian and the others. Now that Lin Tian had found a powerful thigh, it was justifiable for them to want to take revenge on Sun Yu. What's going on? You guys have powerful thighs now, so you've come to take revenge on me, right? As long as he thought that it was the Sun family that was backed up behind him, Sun Yu couldn't help but straighten his body. As he said that, Sun Yu's eyes still flicked behind Xian Yan from time to time. The pressure on this man is so strong. Is he the man that father talks about from time to time? Thinking of this, Sun Yu couldn't wait to immediately get away to pass on the news. Sun Yu, today is your time to die. Saying that, Lin Tian made his battle preparations. Guiyun, who was beside Lin Tian, saw this and also assumed a fighting stance. Their current strength was hanging Sun Yu, and when they thought about the Sun Yu that would be beaten by them later on, they couldn't help but feel excited in their hearts. What happened? Sun Yu? The seventh elder arrived late and asked with a frown. He had just rushed back from the bottom of the mountain when he saw a large group of people gathered here, and among them, surrounded in the center, was clearly his good disciple, Sun Yu. It made his already bad mood even more annoying. Chapter 66, Catching the Mole. Master, I don't know what happened. Lin Tian suddenly tried to kill me, Sun Yu said with an aggrieved face. That expression was like he had suffered a great deal of aggression. He was the beloved disciple of the seventh elder, and as long as the seventh elder was still in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect for one day, he could continue to be arrogant. According to Dad, their Sun family gave the seventh elder a lot of favors. Otherwise, the seventh elder wouldn't always harbor him. Lin Tian, you guys have a lot of guts. The seventh elder shouted angrily. Sun Yu, is my disciple. It's your turn to move him? The walking stick in the seventh elder's hand banged the floor all day long. Knock knock. Everyone present felt the monstrous anger of the seventh elder. They were pulling back, ready to slip away. They had long heard of the seventh elder's bad temper. The seventh elder unconditionally targeted everyone who was less powerful than him, except for Sun Yu. If they didn't know that Sun Yu was the young master of the Sun family, they would have almost suspected that Sun Yu was the illegitimate son of the seventh elder. Say it, just who is trying to touch my disciple? Saying that, the seventh elder knocked hard on the floor again. I'd like to see which ungrateful thing dares to touch my disciple. It's me, Xian Yan, who had been standing behind Lin Tian. spoke out and then stood out from behind Lin Tian. Just now, Xian Yan was worried that she had caused a commotion and didn't want more people to discover her, so she hid behind Lin Tian and Gui Yun. The seventh elder, who had arrived late, noticed him even less because he was angry. Xian Yan? You're Xian Yan? The walking stick in the seventh elder's hand almost flung out. Wasn't Xian Yan bewitched? Didn't Sun Lu tell him that Xian Yan couldn't take half a step away from the boundary, and that as soon as he left, the compulsion in his body would strike? What the hell is going on now? Who's going to tell him? Well, I'm Xian Yan, Xian Yan said in a cold voice. In just a few seconds, Xian Yan had a general judgment of the thieving man in front of him. This person's eyes fluttered, not daring to look at him squarely at all, and his heart was not in the right place. The probability of this person betraying the Supreme Oblivion sect was extremely high. How did you get out? The seventh elder asked in shock. Oh, how did you know where I was? Xian Yan glared at the seventh elder, trying to find some cracks in his expression. Sure enough, it's all broken. The corners of the seventh elder's mouth twitched as he cursed. Damn it, he actually let his mouth slip. The news that Xian Yan was in the boundary was known to no one else except Sun Lu and the evil spirit sect patriarch. And how did he know that? Isn't it obvious that he has connections with Sun Lu and others? This, I guessed. The seventh elder's back broke out in a cold sweat. Ha! Xian Yan stared at the seventh elder and sneered. He can't be kept any longer. Xian Yan pointed at Sun Yu behind the seventh elder. Looking at the reactions of the seventh elder and Sun Yu, they should not have known what happened to Sun Lu yet. Senior Xian Yan, just because I respectfully address you as a senior doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, the seventh elder said nonchalantly. It didn't put Xian Yan in its eyes in the slightest. Xian Yan had already left the Taishang Forgetfulness sect for a few hundred years, and the place had changed drastically. Xian Yan's hand couldn't reach that far. He was now an elder of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect, and had long since stopped being the little disciple he was a few hundred years ago. And Xian Yan is nothing now. Senior Xian Yan, Sun Yu is my disciple. If you want to find trouble with him, you'd better go through me first. As soon as the seventh elder's words left his mouth, he released the pressure around him, his hands quickly forming seals in the air, and the black spiritual energy roared towards Xian Yan like a raging tide. Seeing this, Xian Yan did not panic. His hands drew an arc in the air, and a golden spiritual power shield instantly condensed in the air. The spiritual shield deflected all of the seventh elder's attacks. Both sides' spiritual energy collided in the air, making a dull sound. Seeing this, the other people on the scene were very discerning and retreated to a few meters away, silently leaving enough space for the two. The seventh elder was but a saint emperor, plus he had neglected his cultivation over the years, and with just one move, he had the tendency to lose. The seventh elder's heart crossed. In front of so many disciples, he must not lose to Xian Yan, only to see that he maneuvered several black flying daggers of spiritual energy and quickly flew towards Xian Yan on the opposite side. Xian Yan's figure flashed and came directly behind the seventh elder, slapping out his palm, which carried blazing spiritual energy. Put! Boom! Two voices sounded at the same time as the seventh elder was knocked back by Xian Yan, spitting out blood as he did so, leaving a large puddle of blood on the floor. Lin Tian and Gui Yun over here weren't idle either. With the two of them working together, Sun Yu, who tried to escape, was sent flying back. Put! The two of them, Sun Yu and the seventh elder, had fallen to the ground. After our investigation, we found out that Sun Yu is a spy planted over by the Sun family, and he has been secretly delivering news about the Supreme Forgetfulness sect to the Sun family and the Evil Spirit sect. Ha! Did I hear you right? Sun Yu is actually a spy. Ha! What a foodie! The Sun family even cooperates with the Evil Spirit sect. The crowd murmured at these words. What evidence do you have? You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Sun Yu got down on the ground and yelled. Lin Tian, Gui Yun, you guys are taking revenge. You can't say that I'm a spy from the Sun family just because I'm from the Sun family. I, Sun Yu, grew up in the Taishang Oblivion sect since I was a child. How could I possibly do something to apologize to the Taishang Oblivion sect? If you guys treat me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll tell the Sun family and have the Sun family step on the Supreme Forgetfulness sect? Sun Yu is my disciple. I know his character best. Although he is arrogant and domineering, he has never done anything wrong to the Supreme Oblivion sect. Don't you guys get all bloodthirsty there. You guys say he's a spy. What evidence do you have? The seventh elder made up his mind that Xian Yan and the others couldn't produce any evidence, so there's still a mad hue and cry. Xian Yan, as soon as you came back, you stirred up the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. Do you still want the tragedy of hundreds of years ago to repeat itself? Xian Yan. A few hundred years ago it was because of your arrogance that caused the elite of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect to die. Unfortunately, none of them kids know what happened hundreds of years ago, and they still worship you as a great hero. It's fine if they don't know. How can you? The party in question, Be so kind? The seventh elder and Sun Yu were completely frantic. The other disciples on the side, their faces changed slightly. What the hell is going on here? Who the hell are we supposed to listen to? A bold person bravely asked. You guys say Sun Yu is a spy. Do you have any evidence? Snap. Here's the proof. Lin Nan Nan, who hadn't said anything just now, suddenly opened her mouth. Chapter 67, The Truth Comes Out. The crowd looked for the sound, only to see Lin Nan Nan pushing an old man with white hair out. The old man staggered in his steps, and because of his extremely weak body, the echidna evil spirit almost didn't stand still and fell directly to the ground. The crowd's curious and measuring eyes fell on the erosive spirit evil honor. In their impression, Lin Nan Nan wasn't such a bratty child. Although Lin Nuan Nuan's strength was heaven-defying, she always had a smile on her face no matter who she was dealing with. He was polite to them all, never bullying them like Sun Yu. Who the hell is this old man? It was surprising that someone as polite as Lin Nui Nui could treat her like that. A trace of sadness arose in the bottom of the heart of the erotic spirit evil exalt who almost fell to the ground. He was an erotic spirit evil exalt. In the past, no matter where he went, he was always held in high esteem. Where did he receive this kind of treatment? The echidna evil venerable clenched his teeth and constantly consoled himself in his heart that he was not afraid of having no wood to burn if he stayed green. As long as he's alive, he's sure to rise again someday. These humiliations he suffered today would one day be returned to Lin Nuan Nui as is. Unfortunately, his calculations had long been seen through by Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan had already quietly cast a spell to completely abolish his spiritual root, and it was impossible for the erotic spirit evil Zun to have a chance to turn over again. Someone as cautious as Lin Haofan wouldn't leave hidden dangers for Lin Nan Nan. Lin Nui Nui, what do you mean by that? The seventh elder glanced at the white-haired old man across from him and said in an unkind tone, Lin Nan Nan, this is the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, don't be too arrogant. He, the seventh elder, you still know that this is the Tai Shang Forgetfulness sect. Xian Yan sneered. Elder Xian Yan, what do you mean by that? The seventh elder disliked back without showing any weakness, not putting Xian Yan in his eyes at all. Is he the erotic spirit evil sovereign? Sun Yu, who stayed to the side and hadn't said anything, suddenly said. He pointed at erotic spirit evil Zun with an incredulous face and said, Master, he and erotic spirit evil honor, they look alike. The seventh elder looked in the direction of his finger. The old man on the opposite side, in Sun Yu's shocked tone, also slowly raised his head. Echidna evil sovereign? It was the seventh elder's turn to be shocked. The person on the opposite side was really an echidna evil spirit, only it was an aged version of the echidna evil spirit. He's the echidna evil sovereign? It can't be. This old man, how could he possibly be the erotic spirit evil exalt? Sun Yu is talking nonsense. This old man is just an ordinary person. I can't feel any spiritual energy around him. So how could Sun Yu say that he's an erotic spirit evil honor? He's definitely not the echidna evil sovereign. He's the erotic spirit evil honor. I've seen him before. The crowd was murmuring, and the seventh elder only felt a chill down his back. This old man in front of him, he couldn't be clearer. It was indeed the erotic spirit evil exalt without a doubt. The erotic spirit evil venerable suddenly turned old and lost all his cultivation around him. There was only one possibility, and that was that someone had nullified his cultivation. He was well aware of the strength of the eclipsing spirit evil demon. The average person is not really a match for him. Could it be? Could it be Xian Yan's doing? Did Xian Yan find out about the deal between him and the evil spirit faction? The seventh elder forced himself to calm down and think about his countermeasures later. Without waiting for him to think of a countermeasure, Xian Yan had already spoken. This person is what you guys are talking about. The erotic spirit evil honor. The crowd looked at each other with shock in their eyes. However, they also keenly sensed the atmosphere of saber rattling between Xian Yan and the seventh elder. Therefore, not a single person on the scene dared to speak. Seventh elder, you know him well, don't you? Xian Yan sneered. The seventh elder was dumbfounded because what Xian Yan said was the truth. Echidna evil honor. What kind of deal are the seventh elder making with you? With the Sun family? Xian Yan stopped beating around the bush and asked directly. Echidna evil honor looked at the seventh elder, just as he hesitated to tell the truth. The seventh elder's face sank as he raised his hand and charged at him. The seventh elder is aiming for his life. What a vicious seventh elder, trying to silence him. Looking at the seventh elder who was getting closer and closer to him, the etched spirit evil Zun's body felt like it was frozen, unable to move a bit at all, because he's just a regular guy now. Snap! Lin Nan Nan naturally wouldn't let the seventh elder's plot succeed. Lin Nan Nan raised her hand and blocked the seventh elder's attack. Looking at the fist that was less than a centimeter away from him, etched spirit evil Zun broke out in a cold sweat. With this punch, he wouldn't have to recultivate straight away and could go back to reincarnation. Seventh elder, are you trying to kill to silence? Without waiting for Lin Nuan Nuan to finish speaking, Big Black had already lifted his foot and kicked the seventh elder several meters away. Seventh elder, you've already colluded with the Sun family and the evil spirit sect in the Great War a few hundred years ago, haven't you? If you weren't tipping them off, how would our Taishang Forgotten Love sect have suffered such heavy losses? Some time ago, the spirit vein was unstable, and it was also your doing. You've been betraying the Taishang Oblivion sect. Xian Yan's words clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Word for word. Why am I getting more and more confused? The seventh elder actually betrayed the Taishang Oblivion sect? He and Sun Yu are really one and the same? Your bull ting me. I'm not. The seventh elder was on the verge of death and was still clamoring. Erotic spirit evil venerable. You speak. Xian Yan made up his mind to let the seventh elder die a painful death. Just now, on his way here, he had already sorted out all the ins and outs of the matter. It was also known that it wasn't due to his failure at all a few hundred years ago. It was all because of the betrayal of the seventh elder. A few hundred years ago, the seventh elder was still an insignificant little disciple of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect. When setting up the task, Xian Yan didn't guard against them, the junior disciples. This also led to the leakage of their battle plan and an ambush by the enemy. Several hundred years ago, the seventh elder was working with us. The Ebon Spirit Evil Venerable ignored the eyes of the seventh elder across from him who wanted to kill, and slowly spoke. Today, either Xian Yan killed the seventh elder, or the seventh elder killed him. They're a loop. Therefore, in order to live, he had to tell everything today, so that the seventh elder would have no chance to turn over a new leaf. What do the seven elders mainly do for you? Is mainly for us to pass on the news of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect, and he also passed on the news of that great battle you had with the Sun family and the evil spirit sect a few hundred years ago. Past what? Your detailed battle plan, and troop deployment. What are the favors you have promised him? Support him as an elder? What else has he done for you? Protecting Sun Yu, as well as monitoring the abnormal situation of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. The location of the spirit vein of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect is also something he asked us to destroy. Chapter 68. Traveling to the underworld ghost region. Lin Nan and his group were looking for Sun Yu to settle the score. Lin Haofan wasn't idle either. He rushed and finally arrived near the underworld ghost region. He stood at the entrance of the underworld ghost domain and coldly watched what was happening on the opposite side. Only a thick, ink-like mist was churning at the entrance of the underworld ghost region. The eerie and frightening atmosphere has deterred many people. Many people who tried to come here to explore would be scared right off when they saw the scene in front of them. After all, no one without some skill can walk out of this mist. This mist will make people lose their strength without realizing it until they die. At the entrance, there was not only black mist, but also quite a few strange and jagged rocks. Each stone, growing differently, took on a very bizarre shape. Some of the stones are covered with nasty little bumps and emit a foul odor that makes you want to vomit. TSK. This place is kinda weird. Lin Haofan shook his head inside. The heart couldn't help but start worrying about Mo Qianshue's situation. In such a dangerous situation, Mo Qianshue, a woman, dared to come alone, worthy of being his Lin Haofan's wife. Thinking of this, Lin Haofan couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. Lin Haofan's complexion was slightly austere as he prepared to formally enter the underworld ghost domain. The moment he had just stepped into the underworld ghost domain, Lin Haofan felt a coldness rise around him, from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. It made him shiver. Hiss, it's still quite cold. Feeling the chill that came over his face, Lin Haofan lamented. In the next second, the heavy black fog came at him. The black mist swept over Lin Haofan like a raging tide. Looking at the black mist that was getting closer and closer to him, Lin Haofan couldn't help but raise his spirits. The fog also seemed to be wrapped in wisps of poisonous gas. The sound of zip, 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 zip kept coming out of the air. It's the sound of poisonous gas corrupting things outside. TSK. This poisonous gas is quite powerful. Lin Haofan's complexion didn't change. At the same time, he was inwardly rejoicing. Fortunately, he hadn't agreed to Nui coming over. Nui is so small. How can we let her face such a horrible scene? Having personally realized how powerful the poisonous gas was, Lin Haofan didn't hesitate to pull out a large blanket from his storage bag, as well as a handkerchief. The large blanket and handkerchief looked ordinary and seemed to be the usual things used to keep warm and wipe your mouth. But none of the things in Lin Haofan's hands were ordinary. The large blanket and handkerchief, which looked quite ordinary, actually had something inside. They have an overall moon-white color and a light, silky texture. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to find that they were also covered with densely packed golden runes. A soft, warm glow emanated from the hidden. The moment the mist touched the blanket and handkerchief, it eerily dissipated. Many of the poisonous gases were even directly absorbed by the runes on the blanket. The absorbed mist made the golden glow around the large blanket even more intense. the light around the big blanket turned into a golden barrier, protecting Lin Haofan tightly underneath. Roar! Just as Lin Haofan was quickly passing through the black mist, a low hissing sound came from the front. It was not hard to hear from the voice that what came from the opposite side was certainly not something to be dealt with. An ordinary person hearing this hissing sound would have been scared out of their wits and would not have dared to move on. But Lin Haofan wasn't frightened by the sound. On the contrary, he walked faster. He wasn't frightened. He was even vaguely looking forward to it. He wanted to see what kind of god was on the other side that could make such an unpleasant sound. Later on, he had to beat it to death. Who let this dog not grow eyes and ran to scare him? Surprisingly, there were people who were so ungrateful and came to find trouble with him. Lin Haofan. It's really living up to its name. The evil spirits across the street were still basking in the joy of having fresh meat to eat right away, not noticing, in the slightest, the unusual pressure of the person across from him. Roar! Another deafening hiss came from the darkness. Immediately afterward, a huge figure rushed out of the darkness. It came straight at Lin Haofan. Looking at the black shadow rushing over from the opposite side, Lin Haofan's figure flashed, easily dodged the first strike of the dark shadow. Lin Haofan fixed his eyes and saw that the huge black shadow coming over was none other than a giant evil spirit that was 2 meters tall and had black and green skin. The evil spirit was hunched over and covered in disgusting lumps. Its eyes radiated a ghostly green light. Looking at the evil sneak's eyes, Lin Haofan kept spitting in his heart. This dog is too ugly. Why is it so disgusting? It's a good thing Nui didn't come, or she would have been sickened, right? Lin Haofan only cared about spitting out the evil spirit's ugly appearance in his mind. There was no concern for the killing intent that emerged from the evil spirit's eyes. Lin Haofan and the evil sneak fell into an eerie silence. They were a few meters apart, looking at each other. Lin Haofan sized up the evil spirit from top to bottom. Eyes fell on the evil spirit's teeth. TSK. How can you look so disgusting? Lin Haofan stared at the evil sneak's sharp fangs and heartily lamented. Even if you're ugly, at least be hygienic. TSK. Don't brush your teeth either. Your mouth must stink. Lin Haofan said while covering his handkerchief tightly, staring with a disgusted face at the yellow mucus that kept dripping down from the evil spirit's mouth. Roar! The evil spirit looked down at Lin Haofan. What the hell is this guy talking about with his mouth open and shut? How come he's not scared at all? This is not scientific. Usually those people, when they see themselves, would have run away screaming. Why does this man not only look calm, but has disgust on his face? What the hell does he dislike? Under the gaze of the evil spirits, Lin Haofan looked calm. A cold light flashed across his face as he unhurriedly pulled out a long sword from within his storage bag. The moment the long sword was gripped in his hand, Lin Haofan's expression changed at once. The aura around his body also became steeply bitter. He unleashed all of the pressure around him, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy gushed out around him. With all of his spiritual energy, the black mist a few meters around him dissipated away. The air around them became fresh again. Evil Sneaky looked at what was happening in front of him and couldn't help but grow his mouth. Does that make sense? The black mist around this man is gone? That doesn't make sense. He had been here for hundreds of years, and it was the first time he had seen someone with such an unbelievable strength. Rarely, when he had seen that woman in white before, her strength was not so heaven-defying. The horror of being dominated by that woman in white was something it still didn't want to remember. Before even making a move, an unspeakable fear rose in the evil spirit's heart. The evil sneak cheered himself up in his heart, then charged towards Lin Haofan with his teeth and claws open. It was extremely fast and set off a black mist. In the face of the evil spirit's attack, Lin Haofan's expression didn't change as he stood quietly in place, seeing that its fangs were about to get close to Lin Haofan. Chapter 69, The Evil Sneak Attacks. Lin Haofan raised the long sword in his hand and swung it in a smooth motion, swinging it quickly towards the evil spirit. The sword chi flashed, cutting through the evil spirit's body in only an instant. Aha! The evil spirit couldn't help but let out a scream of agony. Its huge body was instantly cut in two by the sword chi. Aha! Evil Sneaky's green blood spurted out, splattering and flying in all directions. Blood splattered on the ground, making a zippy sound. Looking up, the place where the blood dripped down was instantly corroded with a black crater. Who are you really? The evil spirit looked at the man across from him with a horrified expression. This person is so strong, it surprisingly had no chance to counterattack at all. Oh, what do you care who I am? Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. Those who are still hiding back there, come out quickly. Don't let me go looking for you, or you'll die a horrible death. Lin Haofan threatened in a cold voice. As soon as Lin Haofan's words fell, the sounds of disorganized footsteps and low hissing came from behind him. Roar! Roar! In the next second, all sorts of strange evil spirits poured in from all directions. These evil spirits took different forms. Some were shaped like tigers but had huge claws and sharp fangs. Some were like a bizarre combination of humanoid and snake bodies. slithering and crawling on the ground with great speed. In the next second, it would directly bite off the opponent's neck. Oh, after half a day, the one just now is quite good looking. Looking at these ugly evil spirits in front of him, Lin Haofan heartily lamented of. Countless times I lamented that it was lucky that I didn't bring my daughter here. She was so cute. How could she look at something so ugly? You're going to dirty your daughter's eyes, aren't you? I don't know. How did Mo Qianxue live all these years? She didn't spend all day in the company of these ugly things, did she? Think about worrying about her. Lin Haofan couldn't wait to find Mo Qianxue and tell her that with him. Lin Haofan, no one would be able to hurt her again. Lin Haofan glared deathly at the group of evil spirits in front of him, and then released all the spiritual energy around him. He danced the long sword in his hand, a long sword constantly flying up and down in his hand, sword light flying and flashing. Every time he swung his sword, he struck a whistling sword chi. Wherever the sword chi went, evil spirits were cut down. Lin Haofan's movements were simply too fast, and the evil sneak that was decapitated didn't even have the time to react before it was cut off at the waist. Roar! Seeing this, the surviving evil spirits stepped back, fearing that they would be the next unlucky ones to be beheaded. Lin Haofan's mouth rose slightly, laughing and cursing. Oh, but that's all. These evil spirits are nothing more than paper tigers that look scary. In fact, the attack is 0. Given Mo Qianxue's strength, she should still be safe now. Thinking of this, Lin Haofan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Mo Qianxue is still alive, Lin Haofan's figure, constantly weaving in and out of the middle of the evil spirits, came and went as he pleased, juggling the evil spirits. At times he leapt up high and severed the head of the evil spirit, at times he stooped down and pierced the evil spirit's throat, but most of the evil spirits were cut off by him. Under Lin Haofan's well-traveled attacks, the evil spirits' attacks were repelled time and time again. In less than an hour, Lin Haofan had killed a large swath of evil spirits. The bodies of these evil spirits were piled up all over the ground. Green blood flowed through the air, giving off a sickening odor. But these evil spirits were like weeds in the spring. How could Lin Haofan not kill them all? He was getting tired of killing. However, the evil spirits' attacks still didn't stop, and they continued to rush towards Lin Haofan in a steady stream. Lin Haofan snorted coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Humph, unsuspecting thing, how dare you try to use the tactic of a sea of people to consume my strength? Lin Haofan could see the intentions of the evil spirits. So it turned out that these evil spirits wanted to consume Lin Haofan's strength and take advantage of his unpreparedness to take him down in one fell swoop. District evil spirit, also dare to fight with me, Lin Haofan? I'll immediately show you what it means to seek death. Lin Haofan re-raised the longsword in his hand high, and at the same time, quickly mobilized the spiritual energy around his body. The spiritual energy around him was like a volcano erupting, and it suddenly surged out. Then, a huge vortex of spiritual energy quickly formed around him. Lin Haofan's body radiated a dazzling light around him. Under the terrified gaze of the evil spirit, Lin Haofan continued to act. He swung out the long sword in his hand while chanting. Instantly, a golden-colored light shot out from the blade. This golden-colored light carried a power that was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The evil spirits wherever the light went were swept up in this light. The evil spirits' bodies shattered in the light, turning into pieces in the next second, and dark green blood was splattered everywhere. Lin Haofan's strike was truly frightening. Not only did he instantly kill most of the evil spirits with this strike, this remaining portion of evil spirits were also successfully deterred by Lin Haofan's aura. The evil spirit that was still raging a moment ago was muted, changing his previous attitude of hating to skin and strip Lin Haofan. The evil sneak trembled, his eyes filled with, fear of Lin Haofan. They also dared not take another step forward, but only stepped in place. Seeing that, these evil spirits had been successfully deterred by him, only then did Lin Haofan stop his next move. He scanned his cold eyes over these evil spirits in front of him. Then, in a stern voice, he said, I ask you, how long have you been here? We've been staying here for as long as the underworld ghost region has been in history, so to speak. The evil spirit that was being stared at closely by Lin Haofan gulped and slowly opened his mouth. Hearing this, Lin Haofan nodded in satisfaction. This was a good sentiment. With these old and evil spirits around, he could find someone to inquire about Mo Qianxue. Well, I ask you, have you ever seen a woman? Women? There are quite a lot of women who come here. Evil Sneaky felt a bit puzzled. What kind of question was this person asking? Isn't it the women who come here besides the men? Women. Of course they've seen them. Lin Haofan's head was full of black lines. He was really concerned. What kind of garbage questions were he asking? I now re-ask. Have you ever seen a woman whose name is Mo Qianxue? Mo Qianxue? Mo Qianxue? Why does that name sound so familiar? That name, it rings a bell. A few evil spirits muttered, their voices not too loud and not too small, just in time for all of them to reach Lin Haofan's ears. Snap! A golden beam of light hit them directly at their feet, scaring them back. Think well for me. Don't force me to do it. Lin Haofan threatened in a cold voice. How many people have these damn evil spirits eaten that they have to think for so long? Chapter 70, News of her. Oh, I remember. Mo Qianxue, I've seen her before, an evil spirit yelled. It stared at Lin Haofan with an excited face, and its eyes seemed to be saying, I said, later, you can't hit me anymore. Oh, you say, if the information is true, I'll spare your life. Lin Haofan said with understanding, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and if you want information, you have to take what the other party is interested in. Obviously, the other party hoped that Lin Haofan would spare its life. Hundreds of years ago, so much time has passed that I can't remember exactly now, but I was quite impressed with that woman. Also here, who wore a light white dress, and used a weapon, a long sword with a light green handle, and a crescent-shaped jade pendant at her waist. That's her. She is Mo Qianxue. Lin Haofan was very excited. The person depicted in the evil spirit's mouth was exactly what Mo Qianxue was dressed up as when she left. That long sword and jade pendant were both prepared by him for Mo Qianxue. Unexpectedly, she still carried it with her. Thinking of this, Lin Haofan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. It seemed that Mo Qianxue had him in her heart. Did she come alone then or what? Lin Haofan pursued. There's a man. After saying that, the evil spirit also skimmed Lin Haofan's expression. As soon as these words came out, the evil spirit clearly felt the air pressure around Lin Haofan lower by another layer. Man? Lin Haofan asked after him incredulously. He was quite clear about Mo Qianxue's character. According to reason, Mo Qianxue is unlikely to do this kind of nasty thing, eating the bowl and looking at the pot. Besides, with his Lin Haofan's charm, it was impossible for Mo Qianxue to go out and find another man. Can the world find a man more powerful than him? Lin Haofan? If Mo Qianxue wasn't crazy, there was no way she would do something like this with her feet in two boats. What the hell is going on here? Lin Haofan desperately wanted to know the truth of the matter. You guys quickly say it. What did that man look like? Why did you guys run into them here? And what were they doing when you ran into them? Because of his excitement, Lin Haofan directly carried out a triple question, not giving the evil spirit time to react at all. Well, the evil spirit stammered, half unable to say a word because of Lin Haofan's compelling aura. You guys take your time. I have plenty of time. Lin Haofan took a long breath and forced himself to calm down. He was still very confident in himself. Mo Qianxue could never leave him behind to choose someone else, unless she was out of her mind. I heard a mouthful of their conversation. The man seems to be called Xianyan, and Mo Qianxue saved him. Then he followed Mo Qianxue over. Mo Qianxue wanted to go deeper into the underworld ghost region, and Xianyan even advised her not to go. Hearing this, Lin Haofan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. So that's how it was. That man was actually Xianyan. Everything matched up. Xianyan said that it was Mo Qianxue who saved him, and the two of them parted ways at the entrance to the underworld ghost domain. It seems neither of them were lying. Where did Mo Qianxue go? Lin Haofan pursued. At that time, she was heading north, where the depths of the underworld ghost region are. Evil Sneak recalled. Have you guys heard anything about her since then? Lin Haofan asked with a hopeful expression. Well, that's not true. The place where we live is very remote. General news can't reach us. The evil spirit shook his head. It said while observing Lin Haofan's expression, deeply afraid that if he was unhappy, he wouldn't let them leave. This was it thinking too much, only to see Lin Haofan wave his hand, signaling that they could leave. All the information he wanted to know was already known, and there was no need for these evil spirits to exist. However, he is also a man of his word. What was promised to them, he would do. Seeing Lin Haofan let them leave, the remaining evil spirits were like amnesties. They all turned around, intending to quickly leave this place of wrongdoing. What happened today? They never wanted to experience a second time. This kind of unilateral abuse by someone is really hard to bear. They're well-known and feared evil spirits. If today's tragedy gets out, will anyone be afraid of them? Before I leave, let me remind you that in the future, if you run into a little girl named Lin Nui Nui, you shouldn't move forward, so that you won't be disgusted by her. The evil spirit was choked by Lin Haofan and couldn't speak. What do you mean it's disgusting to her? Are they disgusting looking? They glanced at each other, then silently averted their eyes. Okay, Lin Haofan was right. They did look a bit disgusting. You said, may I ask, what exactly does the Lin Nui Nui you are talking about look like? Evil Sneaky asked carefully. Since Lin Haofan had opened his mouth to specifically admonish them, it meant that that person's weight in Lin Haofan's heart was very deep, and it was an existence that they could never mess with. For the sake of them living longer, it would be better to inquire about that Lin Nui Nui's appearance a bit more clearly. Lin Haofan nodded his head, satisfied with their reaction. A very cute-looking girl, 6 years old this year, likes to wear 2 pigtails and carries a big black dog by her side. There should also be 2 men and a woman following around. They are a bit older than Lin Nuan Nuan, but, in general, they are not very old. They are all still small children. Soon, their party will also come here. Lin Nan Nan is my daughter. I hope you won't come out to scare her then, much less think of bullying her to get back at me, because, with Lin Nui Nui's strength, there's no way for you guys to bully her. Okay, we'll remember that. We'll send out patrols, and as long as we see Lin Nuan Nuan coming over, we won't come out and fool around, the evil spirit assured Lin Haofan. Well, I hope you guys do what you say, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes, Lin Haofan threatened in a cold voice. On his journey, not only did he have to search for Mo Qianxu's trail, he also had to clear the way for Lin Nan Nan to come over afterward. If it wasn't for the fact that the environment here was really bad, Lin Haofan would even want to directly use force to conquer this place and make it directly surnamed Lin. At that time, when Lin Nan Nan came here, she wouldn't have to worry about anyone being unfavorable to her. But the environment here, Lin Haofan was really tired of it. According to Lin Nanan's character, she wouldn't like it here either. Okay, we'll keep that in mind, Evil Sneaky said respectfully. You guys get out of here, I have to keep looking for someone. Just as the evil spirit was planning to leave, Lin Haofan spoke again. Evil Sneaky just stepped out of the foot and retracted it again, cursing in his heart. What's wrong with this ancestor again? Can he finish his sentence at once? Chapter 71, Subduing the Evil Sneak. Evil sneaks are respectful on the surface, but in fact, they curse inwardly, fearing that this madman in front of them will do something extraordinary again, and they really can't beat them. The evil sneaks were now not in the luxury of being able to defeat Lin Haofan and swallow his aura. Right now, there was only one thought in their hearts. Could Lin Haofan leave earlier? Otherwise, it would be okay to let them go earlier. Hey, what else do you have to order? Ha? Evil Sneak asked in a low voice, forcing himself to suppress his voice. He was afraid that if he didn't pay attention, he would make Lin Haofan angry again. Lin Haofan's eyes were constantly sizing up these evil spirits in front of him. These evil spirits had unorthodox eyes, even though they promised him now that they wouldn't harm Lin Nan Nan. But it was not guaranteed that they would retaliate against Lin Nuan Nuan after he left. With his experience from all the years he had lived, the chances of this happening were very high. These evil spirits do not pay attention to what benevolence and morality. They can only be treated with force to suppress, though now that they've been beaten into submission, with their memory, it's normal for them to turn their heads and forget. No way. These evil spirits, you can't just let them go. He couldn't leave Lin Nan Nan in the slightest danger. You, and you. Lin Haofan named a few evil spirits that looked quite resourceful and not too ugly looking. You guys, come over here, Lin Haofan ordered in a cold voice. A flash of panic flashed across the face of the evil spirit who was suddenly named. It can't be. Their minds won't be found out. Could this man in front of him be a mind reader? How could he have discovered their little thoughts? Don't look at their mouths now as they promised well, promising Lin Haofan that they would definitely not be unfavorable to Lin Nan Nan. But what they thought in their hearts was, the lesson you gave today, we must return it to your daughter as it is. The father's debt is paid by the son. This is what Nui Lin deserves. In the face of Lin Haofan's call, the few evil spirits that were not named. You looked at me, I looked at you, just none of them went over. It's like they've been immobilized. Don't dare move. Don't dare move at all. What if Lin Haofan cuts himself with a sword when he passes? It was really bad luck for them to run into Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan looked at the expressions of a few evil spirits and was instantly enlightened. These dogs, to their surprise, are really up for revenge. They're really living it up. TSK. You guys still don't come over. Do you want me to go over and invite you in person? A displeased expression appeared on Lin Haofan's face. However, he didn't feel worried. Against these little evil spirits, he had ways of not letting them get the better of him. Killing them is really cheap. What's more, these evil devils were the original inhabitants of the underworld ghost domain, and he would still have a great use for them if he kept them. These evil sneaks that haunted the underworld ghost region were a good hand at gathering intelligence, and he couldn't find Mo Qianxue quickly without the help of these evil sneaks. Come here. I don't want to say it a fourth time. Saying that, the sword in Lin Haofan's hand had already stood up. When the evil spirit saw this, he immediately ran over with his ass in the air. Lin Haofan nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, it was still the old ancestor who had wisdom. Saying more was not as real as force. Is there anything else you wish to order? One of the evil spirits boldly asked. Right now, he had already rested his mind of taking revenge on Lin Nan Nan, because this man in front of him, his strength was really terrifying. He was really scared. Lin Haofan's icy cold eyes swept over them, and the few evil spirits couldn't help but shiver. You guys are really cunning, even though you promised now that you won't go after Nui Nui in the future. When these words came out, several evil spirits broke out in a cold sweat again. Who the hell is crafty? But, Lin Haofan, cannot trust you. You, the evil sneak was about to argue, but Lin Haofan raised his hand and interrupted him. As Lin Haofan raised his hand, several golden runes shot out from his hand and headed straight for the evil sneak's head. Without waiting for the evil spirits to react, the runes had already entered their heads and fused with their divine sense. This, a few evil spirits only felt their heads heat up, as if something had entered his head, but what exactly? For a moment, they couldn't say. Lin Haofan calmly opened his mouth and explained, if you guys want to find death, just go ahead and find trouble with Lin Nan. This rune is connected to my mind. If you dare to play any tricks, I will definitely be able to detect it. At that time, you won't blame me, Lin Haofan, for being ruthless, and your entire clan will pay a painful price. Lin Haofan, will do what I say. Hiss. When these words came out, the evil spirits present all changed their faces. What an outlawed operation. The man in front of them had heaven-defying strength, and they didn't dare to mess with him at all. As long as Lin Haofan wanted to, with his strength, it would be a matter of minutes to exterminate their tribe. Now they're really honest. They really didn't dare to go against Lin Haofan now. Seeing that these evil spirits were finally honest and obedient, Lin Haofan nodded with satisfaction. I told them nicely, but they didn't listen. You want him to play tricks, don't you? I'll give you a task. You name it, whatever we can do, we'll do it for you, the evil little leader of the evil spirits asked, bowing his head. The current him didn't dare to meet Lin Haofan's eyes at all. Are you evil spirits spread throughout the entire underworld ghost region? Pretty much. Good. You guys help me closely monitor every move in the underworld ghost region, and report to me once you find anything out of place. That's all there is to it. It's not easy to keep an eye on the ghostly realm of the underworld. The evil sneaky little leader couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Good. Guarantee to complete the task. If there is anything that is unfavorable to me, or Mo Qianxue, or to the upcoming Nui Nui, report it to me immediately. Don't ever think of playing tricks on me. I have ways of dealing with you. Saying that, Lin Haofan raised his sword threateningly. The evil sneak felt the pressure released by Lin Haofan and lowered his head even lower. Alright, we understand. Alright, you guys hurry up and leave. Lin Haofan waved his hand with a look of impatience, signaling these evil spirits to hurry up and leave, not to pestle around in front of his eyes anymore, because these evil spirits were just too ugly. It was the first time he had seen something that looked so ugly after living for so long. I don't know how Nui Nui will react when she comes and sees these things. Lin Nanan's reaction. Lin Haofan was really curious. Looking at the hastily retreating figures of the evil spirits, he knew deep down that this was only a stopgap measure at the moment. The underworld ghost region was so vast, with many evil spirits and many dangers. With only these few evil spirits, let alone finding Mo Qianxue's traces, it's just hard enough to keep your daughter safe. Chapter 72, continuing deeper. Do we really have to do what he says? We're evil spirits. How can we be taken by him? A few evil spirits left and immediately discussed in quiet voices. While saying this, he also cautiously checked the surroundings, fearing that Lin Haofan would appear near them. This Lin Haofan is so godlike that it's really possible. Of course, the evil spirit said, just halfway through his sentence. The evil spirit that had just spoken then covered his head and wailed with a face of pain. Oh, my head hurts. Help, help. The evil spirit curled up on the ground in great pain. The remaining evil spirits immediately reacted. This must be the punishment Lin Haofan gave them. Didn't Lin Haofan specifically warn them just now? Let them not think of tricks. He can tell. It was thought that what was said just now was heard by Lin Haofan. Of course I will. All of you listen to me clearly. The task given to us by our master must be completed properly. Otherwise, I'll make you look good. The evil sneak little leader very indisputably compromised with Lin Haofan, and had already addressed Lin Haofan as his master. It can't be helped. Who told Lin Haofan to be able to control them? Now their good times are over. In the future, all of them could only obediently listen to Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan on this side received a satisfactory answer, and his hands kept flipping in the air, his mouth chanting words. In the next second, the evil spirit that had just covered its head and rolled on the ground immediately stopped moving. Phew! The evil spirit lay on the ground and breathed a long sigh of relief. It was finally over, and if it wasn't, his head was going to explode. At the same time, he kept admonishing himself in his mind that in the future, he must be careful and cautious in his words. He didn't want to experience today's pain a second time, because, really want to die. After collecting these evil spirits, Lin Haofan took a big step forward and continued to go deeper into the underworld ghost region. He had gotten very little news about Mo Qianxue now, and he would have to put in a lot of effort if he wanted to find Mo Qianxue quickly. Continuing on, Lin Haofan stepped into a weird swamp. As soon as he landed on his feet, Lin Haofan felt a sticky and fluffy feeling coming from underneath his feet, as if in the next second, he would fall into an endless quagmire abyss. The air here is as bad as ever. The air was filled with a nauseatingly putrid odor, and mixed with a strong miasma, as if it were a big invisible net trying to trap him in it. Intuition told Lin Haofan that this place was not simple. This swamp is still the way into the forest ahead. There's no way to cross over. Lin Haofan mobilized the spiritual energy around him and wanted to fly over. Ha! What's going on here? I can't believe I can't fly? Lin Haofan unbelievably mobilized the spiritual energy around him again. Still can't fly. Looks like it's just going to have to be a good walk across. Lin Haofan frowned at the swampy area under his feet. It's just too weird here, Lin Haofan said to himself. However, there wasn't the slightest hint of worry in his tone. He is Lin Haofan. Nothing in the world can be difficult for him. Kill God when he meets God. Kill Buddha when he meets Buddha. He, Lin Haofan, was capable of this. The moment Lin Haofan had just touched the swamp, some of the creatures in the swamp immediately opened their eyes. Before Lin Haofan could stand firmly on his feet, a violet ripple suddenly rose in the swamp. A group of miasma swamp evil leeches were like black arrows ready to fire, surging from all directions, with the intention of tearing Lin Haofan's bones into his stomach. They haven't had meat this fresh in a long time. Hiss. The spiritual energy around this person is unusual. The meat must be very good. I feel that this person's pressure is so strong. I feel that he is not an ordinary person. Are you good or not? If you can't, get out of the way and don't get in the way of my meat. Right. Why are you so timid? What a disgrace to us miasma swamp evil leeches. Just like you. Don't say you're a miasma swamp evil leech when you go out. I'm too ashamed of you. The ones who spoke were none other than a group of miasma swamp evil leeches that had ambushed the swamp. These miasma swamp evil leeches are huge, as thick as an adult man's arm, and they are covered with a layer of dark purple film, emitting a very strange light all around them. It looks really scary. If Lin Nan were here, she would have covered her eyes and said, "Oh my god, why are they so ugly?" They were also covered with a creepy black slime, and wherever they passed, layers of black foam rose. Intuition told Lin Haofan that these slimes could definitely corrode human skin. Not only were these evil leeches shaped like giant worms, their bodies also exuded a lavender miasma. Once those who passed by touched these miasmas, the spiritual energy around their bodies would be quickly corrupted. They sensed Lin Haofan's proximity and shot out of the swamp like arrows off the string. Dense and overwhelming. The scene looked, well, very scary and disgusting. An ordinary person would have been scared out of their wits when they saw this stance. The miasma swamp evil leech had really bluffed quite a few people with this unexpected attack. It's a trick they've really tried time and time again. Except for once, hundreds of years ago, when it failed on a woman. Every time they use this trick, they get fresh meat to eat. Just when they thought that this one would be equally successful, a change has occurred. Only Lin Haofan's gaze was fixed, and no look of panic appeared on his face. The longsword quickly appeared in his hand. Lin Haofan waved the longsword in his hand, and an airtight sword net immediately appeared in front of him. Sword chi overflowed in all directions. It happened so fast. The miasma swamp evil leeches that were charging towards him simply couldn't stop in time and charged straight towards the sword net in front of them. The miasma swamp evil leeches were chopped up one after another, and their bodies fell to the ground. Lin Haofan lightly tapped the swamp, and in the next second, he directly rose up in the air. This can't be right. He can actually fly. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The miasma swamp evil leech looked at Lin Haofan above his head with a face full of shock. Didn't they put a boundary above the swamp so that no one who came here could use flight spells? How can this man in front of me still fly? How else are they going to do it when he's flying so high? The corner of Lin Haofan's mouth rose slightly. With this little trick, you dare to come out and show off? As far as the boundary they had put down was concerned, there were so many loopholes that he didn't even need to use his brain to crack it. Lin Haofan, who flew into the air, waved his big hand and a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere. Wow! Without waiting for the miasma swamp evil leech below to react, Lin Haofan had already thrown the fireball down. These miasma swamp evil leeches were really disgusting looking, and to think that the thing that Lin Nuan normally hated the most was this kind of worm. Lin Haofan then didn't do anything about it and directly used the fireball to destroy them all. Save yourself the trouble of Lin Nui coming over afterward and looking disgusted. Chapter 73, each with an ulterior motive. Only the fireball drew a bright arc in the air, and in the next second, the fireball fell precisely into the miasma swamp evil leech. Rumble. The fireball came into contact with the miasma and immediately triggered an explosion. TSK. The miasma here is still really thick. Lin Haofan also didn't expect that after the fireball went down, it would directly trigger an explosion. Convinced? Is this swamp a cesspool? So powerful. Lin Haofan cursed. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly and erected a protective shield in advance, he was then blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. Lin Haofan looked downward, only to see that the swamp below was a mess. The shockwave from the fireball's explosion washed the corpses of the miasma swamp evil leech everywhere. The fiery flames from the explosion of the fireball spread quickly through the swamp, but in an instant it ignited the miasma on the evil leech. Various chain reactions ensued. Under Lin Haofan's gaze, for a while the entire swamp was instantly plunged into a sea of fire, and the miasma swamp evil leeches struggled painfully in the flames. Help! Why won't this fire go out? Who the hell is this man? Help! Lin Haofan floated in the air, coldly looking at what was happening below, and laughed coldly. Oh, still want to put out the fire? Are you kidding me? This is the Chaos Extinction Flame. It was born from the chaotic robber fire at the beginning of heaven and earth, and after countless years of baptism, it fused the world's strongest destructive power and became one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Even in places where there was water, this chaotic destruction flame could continue to burn, until the person releasing it voluntarily stops. There were very few people in the world who could unleash the Chaos Extinction Flame, and there are even fewer people who can put out this fire. These miasma swamp evil leeches really haven't seen the world. That's right, they're holed up in this swamp every day. What could they know? Lin Haofan had a disdainful look on his face. No. This is the Chaotic Extinction Flame. This is actually the Chaotic World Destroying Flame. One of the miasma swamp evil leeches suddenly remembered something and yelled out. It's even the Chaos Extinction Flame. We're going to die. As soon as these words came out, the swamp was immediately plunged into a deathly silence. All that was left was the sound of skin and flesh being burned and exploding, and a faint moan. What kind of virtue and ability is this for them? How could they die under the Chaos Extinction Flame? The swamp was under the effect of the chaotic exterminating flame, and the water, which was already scarce, quickly evaporated. The entire swamp dried up instantly, leaving only a dry, cracked riverbed. The miasma swamp evil leeches in the swamp had long since turned into ashes that nourished the riverbed under the scorching heat of the chaos exterminating flame. As the last miasma swamp evil Zune turned into ashes, Lin Haofan finally stopped his attack. Lin Haofan stared at the mist-filled forest in front of him, his eyes full of determination. This forest reveals itself to be unusual everywhere from the outside. There was no telling what other strange things he would encounter when he went in there later. Lin Haofan stood still on top of the dry swamp, a thick wave of worry arising in his heart. I also wondered if Mo Qianxue, a girl, would be scared living in such an environment. Lin Haofan's heart that wanted to find Mo Qianxue, at this moment, could not be held down. Lin Haofan on this side was killing red eyes, and Lin Nan Nan and the others on the other side were almost there. What? Seventh Elder, how dare you let the erotic spirit evil demon come and destroy our Tai Shang forgotten love sex spirit vein? Seventh Elder, you must give us a statement. Hearing that, the destruction of the spirit vein was actually the Seventh Elder's trick. The disciples who were still watching the show just now finally broke their defenses. Lin Nan Nan watched as the disciples, who had been unconcerned just a moment ago, immediately stormed out when their own interests were touched. He couldn't help but feel amused. I guess that's what Dad usually used to say, that you don't know pain until the whip hits you. These people will only stand up for themselves when their interests are touched. It's no fun. It's just no fun at all. You're bloodthirsty. The Seventh Elder's eyes widened in anger as he glared angrily at the erotic spirit evil venerable. If the matter of him abetting the erotic spirit evil venerable to destroy the spirit vein was really confirmed, not to mention his position as an elder, even this little life of his might not be saved. One must know that there was no clan that could tolerate this kind of betrayal from him. In the beginning, this was something he did extremely covertly and should have left no leverage. Now, he just needs to bite the bullet and say that he didn't do it. It's not like there's any evidence anyway. Thinking of this, the Seventh Elder couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm an elder of the Tai Shang forgotten love sect, and you're saying that I instructed you to destroy our sex spirit veins. You're not being funny. What good does it do me if I let you destroy the spirit vein? The Seventh Elder's face showed sarcasm. The echidna evil demon stammered for half a day, but he couldn't come up with a reason. That's true. When the Seventh Elder instructed him to destroy the spirit vein in the first place, he didn't say why, just gave him a spot and said nothing else. Can't say it anymore, because it wasn't me who told you to go at all. It's because the Tai Shang forgetfulness sex spirit vein being destroyed won't do me any good. Lin Nan Nan, Xian Yan, what exactly are your intentions in sending him to slander me? The Seventh Elder backtracked and said. As soon as these words came out, the crowd of disciples who were still agitated a moment ago, immediately caved in and stared at Lin Nan Nan in an unfavorable manner. That look seemed to be saying, What exactly is your intention in wrongly accusing the seventh elder? Are you framing the seventh elder? Me you. Haven't you noticed that ever since Lin Nuan Nuan came to the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, our sect hasn't been peaceful? Right. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. And the previous 100 Clans Alliance tournament, although the competition was fierce, there was never any loss of life. But since Lin Nuan Nuan participated, a lot of people have also died. That's really true when you put it that way. When I look at this Lin Nui Nui, I also find it very evil. Sun Yu's lapdogs took advantage of the chaos and kept spreading rumors among the crowd, making the already disorganized team even more suspicious of Lin Nan Nan. I think the one with the problem is, this Lin Nui Nui is the one with the problem. Right. What kind of person is so strong at such a young age? She couldn't have used a forbidden technique. Seeing the wavering attitude of the crowd, Sun Yu said loudly, "Forbidden spells." The crowd gasped out in shock. Can it be that it's the reverse spirit devouring curse? The reverse spirit devouring mantra? This can't be possible. The reverse spirit eroding yuan spell? But it was a forbidden technique that everyone in the immortal cultivation world talked about. It was born out of a tragic battle between good and evil thousands of years ago. Because it was just too insidious, the decent people had banned it a long time ago. Unless, of course, that person is not decent. Chapter 74, Past Events. At that time, in order to win the battle quickly, the evil forces gathered many powerful people of the Devil's Way and created the reverse spirit devouring mantra by sacrificing the blood and souls of countless living beings. The user could suck all of the enemy's hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation into himself in a very short period of time. Once this incantation was uttered, a black mist immediately filled the entire battlefield. Wherever the black mist went, the righteous disciples fell to the ground with screams. They covered their chests, their faces full of pain, only to feel that the cultivation around them was rapidly dissipating. Fixing their eyes on it, it was just as they felt. Their cultivation was being siphoned off by the evil sect's people like running water. The cultivation of all the disciples converged into a very powerful force in the air, surging towards the evil faction. Looking at his cultivation that came from hard work, it was siphoned off so easily. The crowd of disciples were ashen and disheartened, and immediately lost their fighting spirit. They lay on the ground as corpses. In the face of the evil faction's attack, they were dumbfounded and just waited for them to come. Just when the entire righteous camp was in a desperate situation, ancient fairy Mo Qianxue made a shocking decision. She decides to sacrifice her life for the victory of the righteous, only to see Mo Qianxue, alone, flying into the center of the battlefield. She had a golden glow all around her. In this black mist, it looked exceptionally dazzling. Under this blinding light of hers, the people of the evil sect all closed their eyes. Mo Qianxue flew to the center of the battlefield, unfolded her arms, and mouthed the words. Under the watchful eyes of the righteous people, Mo Qianxue also slowly closed her eyes, and then spat out a large mouthful of blood from the corner of her mouth. And the light around her body became more and more intense, and under the wrapping of the strong light, the crowd gradually couldn't see the Mo Qianxue in the center clearly. Just know she's still in there. Mo Qianxue in the strong light, her body was also rapidly changing. Mo Qianxue only felt her body getting lighter and lighter as she raised her hand to look at her hand. Surprisingly, the palm of her hand had vaporized and she couldn't even touch it. Her vaporized body, surprisingly, slowly dissolved into transforming into countless flickering lights. These rays of light carry with them her power, her will, sprinkle every corner of the battlefield. When the light came into contact with the righteous disciples who had been eroded by the reverse spirit devouring mantra, surprising things happen. Those cultivation that had originally been drained away actually began to slowly return, and the injured meridians of the righteous disciples also slowly healed under the moisturizing light, and the raging black mist gradually dissipated under the light. Seeing this, the evil sect's crowd was horrified, and they increased the strength of the reverse spirit devouring mantra's casting. However, their power was like a mantis, unable to resist the light that Mo Qianxue sacrificed herself to transform into in the slightest. The light that Mo Qianxue illuminated was as unstoppable as a tidal wave that opened a floodgate. They converged together to form an unstoppable light shield, blocking the attacks of the evil faction, as much as possible, from the outside. Mo Qianxue's actions greatly encouraged the righteous disciples. The righteous disciples changed their previous negative combat attitudes and rekindled their fighting spirit. They reorganized to fight back and launched a final challenge to the evil faction. The evil faction was defeated by this sudden counterattack, and eventually fell back to their lair in a single defeat. After this battle, peace was restored between good and evil. The decent people classified the reverse spirit devouring yuan mantra as a forbidden technique, forbidding anyone to use it, and even its name could not be mentioned freely, afraid that someone might have a mind that shouldn't be there. The spell, after all, is really evil. As for Mo Qianxue, who was sacrificed in the great battle, they never gave up looking for her. Unfortunately, in that great battle, Mo Qianxue's spiritual power was exhausted, and they didn't find a trace of her divine sense. As the good and evil factions reunited, Mo Qianxue's name was gradually forgotten. Now that the name of the reverse spirit devouring Yuan mantra had been brought back up, the crowd recalled Mo Qianxue. Lin Nan Nan, I need you to give us an explanation. Sun Yu stood behind the seventh elder and said smugly, this Lin Nui Nui has finally been caught by him. Today, he had to step on this Lin Nan Nan under his feet. The humiliation Lin Nuan Nuan had given himself before, he would return it all today. What are you barking at? I'll give you an explanation? What explanation do I give you? Sun Yu, are you alright? Is your brain broken by me? Lin Nuan Nuan's face was mocking, and she was asking Sun Yu several questions in a row. You, Lin Nan Nan, don't pretend to be crazy there. And you say, what explanation am I looking for from you? Don't you know anything in your own heart? Lin Nuan Nuan shrugged her shoulders, deflated her mouth, and said unconcernedly, I really don't know about this. You give some hints. Between the two of them, the disciples watching from the side, the scales in their hearts had already favored Sun Yu. Lin Nuan Nuan's unconcerned appearance fell in their eyes because she was a thief and was looking out for the left. After all, in their opinion, for Lin Nan Nan to have this strength at such a young age was truly heaven-defying. She's only 6 years old, and she's already broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. Is that really possible? That's not right. In looking at the big black dog following her around, the body also revealed that something was wrong. That dog wasn't one of their decent dogs at first glance. He would have belonged to the demon race. Before, they were all mesmerized by Lin Nuan Nui's cute appearance. Didn't notice anything wrong with the dog in the slightest. They are decent people and they have dog owners. But who would keep a demon dog? It's that they want to raise a dog of the demon race, and that dog won't listen to them. They don't say that they are raising the dogs of the demon race. Even if they are slightly closer to the dogs of the demon race, the dogs of the demon race will bite them off. It was nature that made it difficult for the demon race and their decent people to get close. So how exactly did this Lin Nui Nui get Big Black to give in? Other than the fact that Lin Nan Nan was from the demon clan, they couldn't think of any other reason. And then, when he thought about it, Lin Nan Nan had heaven-defying strength at such a young age. A terrifying thought immediately sprang from their minds. Not only was this Lin Nuan Nuan a member of the evil sect, she also knew how to use the reverse spirit devouring Yuan mantra, and all of the cultivation around her had been taken from other people. Thinking about this, the eyes of the disciples all changed. The eyes that looked at Lin Nan Nan were very complicated, with both disgust and fear. At the same time, the way they looked at Miyuki and the others changed. From the envy at the beginning, to the despising and gloating now. It was also unknown what expression these few lapdogs of Miyuki's would have the moment they realized Lin Nanan's true identity. Will they still be so protective of Lin Nui Nui? Lin Nan Nan, you're so young, why have you already broken through to Saint Emperor? Don't you think that this strength of yours is a bit too heaven-defying? Chapter 75, The Questioning Rises. Why did I break through to Saint Emperor at such a young age? What kind of question is that? Nui Lin repeated incredulously. Right, you must have learned the reverse spirit devouring mantra, and all the cultivation around you is robbing the others. The seventh elder said with certainty. The reason he was so certain was because of the echidna evil demon in front of him. In less than a day's time, the cultivation around the erotic spirit evil Zune was gone. Other than the reverse spirit devouring Yuan mantra, he couldn't think of a second reason. The seventh elder had guessed exactly right, but it wasn't used by Lin Nuan Nuan. Lin Nui Nui said, what a big pot. This is all Big Black's doing. It's none of her business. The seventh elder's certainty managed to make most of the disciples stand on his side. The few people from EU looked at each other in dismay. Still standing firmly on Lin Nanan's side, they couldn't be more clear about how Lin Nuan Nuan's cultivation came to be. Lin Nui Nui is young and strong. What else could it be because of? Of course it's because she's gifted and has a powerful old man. As for why Big Black would obediently listen to her, it was also because she had a powerful old man. It's a good idea to beat Big Black into submission. He'll have to listen. He's a vegetable himself, so he can't stand to see others being good. Right. EU couldn't help but open her mouth to dislike him back. Right. Don't blame others for being strong when you yourselves are vegetables. Lin Tian and Gui Yun said right after him. Shen Yan glanced at Lin Nuan Nuan and lamented in his heart. Can she not be strong? Father is in the heavenly Tao realm, and mother is the ancient immortal Mo Qianxue. You few are really Lin Nuan Nuan's most loyal lapdogs. Oh, no wonder. Everyone look. The three of them, surprisingly, have all broken through to new realms. Sun Yu pointed at the three and said loudly. That expression was very intriguing. That fast? Whoa, it can't be possible. What strength Lin Tian and Gui Yun have? All of us know clearly, it's impossible for them to break through so quickly. It must have been Lin Nan Nan who used the reverse spirit devouring Yuan mantra. As the senior sister of the Supreme Oblivion sect, you're even acting as a devious tiger, helping Lin Nan to frame the elders of your own sect. Today, I'm going to clear out the sinful disciples for the sect. With that, the seventh elder wanted to make a move. You stop! Xian Yan sent the seventh elder flying with one hand. Xian Yan released all the pressure from his body as a way to shock the crowd. TSK. It's justifiable for the Taishang Oblivion sect to go downhill. Lin Nan looked at the crowd with a mocking expression. These people listen to the wind. They believe whatever others say and never think for themselves. With this kind of teammate, she really can't bring it. If she had known, she wouldn't have bothered with the nonsense and directly made her move to exterminate the seventh elder in Sun Yu. Why did I break through to Saint Emperor at such a young age? Of course there's a reason for that. Lin Nui sold the story. Naturally, it's because I'm gifted. Hearing this, several people from EU laughed. Worthy of being Lin Nuan, exasperating people to death. The other disciples on the opposite side of the room, their faces sank like pots. What a reason. That's not fooling them. It's a shame they're trying to steal a lesson. Hey, forget it, inamorata. Just don't tease them. Xian Yan sighed and said, how is it that he just left for a few hundred years and the people of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect became like this? Cold, selfish and brainless. It's not worth it that he sacrificed hundreds of years of his life for this group. He really regrets it now. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret. Seeing that Senior Xian Yan had spoken, the disciples finally quieted down and waited closely for Xian Yan to speak. Xian Yan still held a lot of weight in their hearts. Nui's mother is Mo Qianxue. When these words came out, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Splashing ripples. What? Ha? I didn't hear you right. It can't be. Didn't Mo Qianxue die thousands of years ago? Right. Wasn't Mo Qianxue's soul scattered in that great battle thousands of years ago? What the hell is going on here? Xian Yan Sr., do you have any evidence for saying that? The seventh elder's expression sank slightly. This little girl in front of him was actually the daughter of an ancient fairy? Is he kicking the bucket? Only Xian Yan shook his head. Well, I don't have any evidence. And regarding the truth of this matter, I don't understand it now either. Was the karma of the ancient fairy something he could figure out? Are you kidding me? What a grade he's in. Then what makes you say she is Mo Qianxue's daughter? Naturally, I've seen Mo Qianxue with my own eyes. By chance, I learned that the mother Lin Nan is looking for his Mo Qianxue. Are you satisfied now? Xian Yan's expression was not good, but he was now suppressing his anger and communicating with the seventh elder. These are old adult scores, and there is no evidence to be found. The seventh elder with a 3-inch tongue tricked them into a frenzy. Everyone, you still can't trust Senior Xian Yan's words? You could see the entanglement in the hearts of the crowd. It was decided that Xian Yan's identity would be directly brought out to pressure people. One must know that Xian Yan still held a lot of weight in the hearts of their Taishang Forgotten Love sect disciples. That was the first patriarch. In fact, as early as the moment Xian Yan explained Lin Nan's identity, the crowd was convinced. I, Xian Yan, swear to the heavens that what I said today is the truth, and that Lin Nan is Mo Qianxue's real daughter. Well, I believe it. Oh, now I can finally understand. Understand what? Understood. Why is Lin Nan's strength so powerful at such a young age? After all this, she's actually the daughter of an ancient immortal. That's the ancient fairy Mo Qianxue. Now I'm really curious about who Lin Nan's daddy is. Right, me too. What kind of man can take Mo Qianxue? Well, I don't know. I think, anyway, that man must be extraordinary. The crowd chattered and discussed. When they heard the discussion about Lin Haofan, the few people from EU nodded silently and said in their hearts, you guys are right. Lin Nan's father is indeed not an ordinary person. Only someone as powerful as Mo Qianxue could be worthy of him. When Lin Nan heard the crowd praising her mother, a strange emotion arose in her heart, proud and heartbroken. Before that, she had always known that her mother was not an ordinary person, and that she had the world at heart, but she never seemed to have taken her daughter, Lin Nan, to heart. It wasn't that Lin Nan didn't have her own resentment about this, but reason told her she couldn't think like that. She forced herself to overcome her resentment with missing. It's been so long that it's almost fooling herself. Who knows? Today she thinks of everything. Chapter 76, Taking the Heat. Lin Nan forced down the strange emotions within her heart and kept repeating in her mind the words her father had given her earlier. Mother loves Nui. She left all because there were more important things. Mother loves Nyan. Lin Nan whispered. A little face was scrunched together. If Lin Haofan was here and saw her in this sad state, his heart would definitely be broken. Senior Xian Yan. A familiar exclamation of surprise came from outside the crowd. The crowd sniffed and looked over, but it was actually the Green Pine Patriarch. As Ching Song passed this way, he sensed an unusual aura. The scent was familiar, but he couldn't think of who it was for a moment. Then they gathered around with curiosity. This look, good man. Surprisingly, it's Senior Xianyan. Seeing an old acquaintance, Azora's eyes reddened. Hell knows how much he missed Xianyan all these years. When the great battle was over, Xianyan left nothing behind in the way of news and left alone. He had thought that Xianyan was long gone. I didn't expect to see him here today. Green Pine. Seeing his former senior brother, Xianyan was also excited, but right now was not the time to catch up on old times. Xing Song, you've come at the right time. You're now the patriarch of Taishang Oblivion, and there's something else you need to make up your mind about. Xianyan said grimly. The seventh elder and son, you were still people of the Taishang Oblivion sect after all, and he was no longer the patriarch of the Taishang Oblivion sect now, so if he disposed of the two of them privately, that's a bit of a stretch. It was better to leave it to the people of their Taishang Forgetfulness sect. Xing Song was the senior brother that he had watched grow up. Although his strength was not as strong as his and his talent was not as good as his, but he was still a decent person, and would never allow anyone to harm the interests of the Taishang Oblivion sect. Most importantly, the old Azora was always on his side unconditionally. I don't know, is he still like that? Would trust him unconditionally? For a moment, Xianyan couldn't decide. Senior brother Xianyan, what is it? It's fine if you make the decision. You're the founding patriarch of our Supreme Forgetfulness sect. What is it that you can't decide? Azora said with a smile. The way he addressed Xianyan went back to the old days, to when they were still master and brother. As soon as the name came out, Xianyan knew that Qing Song was still the same Qing Song from before. The same senior brother who trusted him so much before. Senior brother Xianyan, you're finally back. I've waited so hard for you. If it weren't for the fact that there were just too many people here, Qing Song would have hugged Xianyan and cried out. Hell, he's had a rough couple hundred years. Originally, he was just a junior apprentice brother following Xianyan, not having to worry about anything the whole day, only needing to think about what delicious food he should eat again tomorrow. Under Xianyan's shelter, he lived a very cozy and comfortable life in the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. Never would I have thought that in that great battle a few hundred years ago, senior brother Xianyan had directly disappeared, and his good times are over for good. He had actually been herded onto the shelf and was caught to be this Taishang Forgetfulness sect sovereign. How many kilograms he had? Of course, Qing Song was clear about it, and he had never thought that he would be able to become the patriarch of the Taishang Oblivion sect. He also knew that he didn't have the skills to be the patriarch, but in order to keep the position of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect leader for senior brother Xianyan, he did it the hard way. This time, it was hundreds of years. During this time, he entertained the idea of stepping down several times, but he gritted his teeth and persevered through it all. It was so that, when senior brother Xianyan returned, there would still be a place for him in the Taishang Forgotten Love sect. Finally he waited. Senior brother Xianyan had finally returned. Ayamatsu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior brother Xianyan, you've broken through to a great emperor? Qing Song asked with a face full of surprise. Worthy of being his senior brother Xianyan, breaking through to the great emperor realm in just a few hundred years. This position of patriarch, he could finally hand it over. With Xianyan sitting in the Taishang Forgetfulness sect, he could finally take a good rest. Qing Song's heart thoughts were not known to Xianyan as he nodded his head and softly replied, well, just made a breakthrough. No, I've come back this time for something very important. Xianyan wrinkled his brows and said, how come this Qing Song is still the same as before? Always unable to distinguish between priorities. Is this the time to discuss his realm? Hasn't he noticed the unusual atmosphere here? Azora smiled sarcastically. Of course he noticed. That's because Xianyan is here. There's no need for him to worry. He glanced at the seventh elder on the ground and spoke in a cold voice. Did you guys find out about the seventh elder colluding with the evil spirit sect and destroying the spirit vein? Ha, sovereign, you found it? How do you know? The crowd gasped out in shock. Qing Song stroked his beard and said with a smug expression, in that great battle a few hundred years ago, the Taishang Forgetfulness sect had originally been in the upper hand. Why the sudden retreat? It's as if the evil spirit faction can see ahead, knowing our battle plans in advance every time. I felt strange at the time and suspected that there was a traitor within the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. I've been quietly investigating, but senior brother Xianyan suddenly disappeared and we won again. The investigation was then suspended for the time being. However, ever since I became patriarch, I've been quietly investigating. I realized that the seventh elder and the evil spirit sect have been in contact, but I didn't beat the bushes. I wanted to see what they were up to. I also found out that Sun Yu has been quietly passing on news of our Taishang Forgotten sect to the Sun family. The Green Pine patriarch fell into reminiscence and said, ha, never would I have thought that you would even hit on the idea of a spirit vein. Seventh elder, you have an evil mind, Qing Song said with a gloomy face. Seventh elder, Sun Yu, what else do you have to sophistry by now? The killing intent in Miyu's eyes was evident. The words of the Green Pine Patriarch caused the disciples present who were still wavering to completely favor Lin Nanan's group. They had already believed the fact that Sun Yu and the seventh elder were traitors. The dog legs that used to follow Sun Yu also immediately mutinied. Snap! The disciple who was just splashing Lin Nuan's dirty water a moment ago, at this moment, directly gave Sun Yu an earful. His mouth was unclean as he cursed. Damned Sun Yu! Where did we in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect wrong you? You, this insidious thing, even betrayed us. We beat you to death. Snap! Another slap. And you, how dare you destroy our spirit vein? The disciples swarmed up and directly surrounded Sun Yu and the seventh elder, solving the problem with the most primitive fists. Snap! Punching. In the past, quite a few disciples who had been bullied by Sun Yu also rushed up and kicked hard at Sun Yu. Today they finally caught a chance to clean him up. They had to get a good dose of their own medicine. Chapter 77, Expulsion from the Sect. TSK, TSK, TSK. They hit pretty hard. That's all what they deserve. Lin Tian gritted his teeth next to Lin Nui. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Nuan Nui and Senior Xianyan were here, he would have run up and kicked a few feet. In the past, Sun Yu hadn't rarely bullied them disciples by relying on the seventh elder and the Sun family. Today, he can be said to have deserved this encounter. How dare you guys hit me? My father won't let you guys go. Behind me is the Sun family. You guys. In just a moment's time, Sun Yu and the seventh elder were beaten to a pulp. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of resisting, but it was as if the spiritual energy around them had been imprisoned, and there was no way for them to use any of it. It must be the damn Lin Nui across the street. They guessed correctly that it was indeed Lin Nui who was behind it. While their attention was on Elder Xianyan and sect leader Qingsong, Lin Nannan quietly used the breath convergence sealing spirit streamer on Sun Yu and the seventh elder. This streamer was about 3 feet long. The surface of the streamer was woven with deep-sea ice silkworm silk, glowing with cold blue light, on which complex and mysterious runes were drawn with the blood of ancient beasts, and the pole of the streamer was made of 10,000 years of cold iron, which was cold to the touch. When used, only need Lin Nui secretly urge the spiritual energy into it. The convergence sealing spirit streamer will release a wave of invisible force. In the silence of the enemy instantly blocked the spiritual energy around the body, so that the enemy directly bound to the hand. It also conceals the user's aura, making it impossible for opponents to detect the user's aura. However, the seventh elder and Sun Yu instantly knew that this was Lin Nuan up to no good, because, in this place, only Lin Nannan had this ability to use the breath convergence sealing spirit streamer. No one else could be found on the scene but her. Lin Nannan, you have an evil mind. Lin Nannan, our Sun family will not let you go. Sun Yu said viciously as he glared at Lin Nannan. Ha. Sun Yu, don't you know? Lin Nuan clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked evilly at Sun Yu. Your good father has been by me. Saying this, Lin Nannan deliberately paused, whetting the crowd's appetite. The disciples who were still furiously striking just a moment ago immediately quieted down and quietly looked at Lin Nuan, anticipating her next words. The corners of Lin Nannan's mouth rose slightly, and she was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. Sun Yu was furious and angrily got up from the ground, about to rush over to Lin Nuan's side. Lin Nui, what happened to my father? Tell me. For some reason, a wave of worry rose in Sun Yu's heart as he looked at the little tyke in front of him. It's not possible that something bad has really happened to my own father. Is it? Your dad. TSK. He's strength well. Too hot chicken. Lin Nuan skimmed her mouth and continued. He was killed by me. You, Lin Nannan. You actually killed my father. Aha. Sun Yu's forehead veins rippled, and he saw that his fist was about to be next to Lin Nannan. His entire body was directly kicked several meters away. The one who kicked him was none other than Yayue, who was standing beside Lin Nannan. Miyuki said in a cold voice, control him first. As for what to do with him afterward, that would be beyond the decision of a small disciple like her. I believe that Patriarch Qingsong and Senior Xianyan will give them a just solution. Lin Nannan, you, the erotic spirit evil honor, whose cultivation around his body was abolished, was also your doing? The seventh elder said with a trembling voice. Lin Nannan nodded, unconcerned. Sort of. It's Big Black's doing. It's kind of her messing around. Hearing this, the seventh elder directly fainted. Before he fainted, there was only one thought in his head, and that was that he had met Lin Nuan, and he had really run into a tough opponent, and he couldn't avoid it this time. The erotic spirit evil honor on the side, who was now an ordinary person, had never raised his head to look at what was happening over here from the beginning to the end. However, he could already guess what would happen to Sun Yu and the seventh elder. It will definitely be worse than him. Senior brother Xianyan, what should we do with these two? Qingsong looked at the two people who had fainted to death. These two, he had wanted to deal with for a long time. But nay, no evidence has been found to dispose of the elders at will. Plus Sun Yu is a member of the Sun family. It could trigger unrest in the clan. Therefore, he was slow to make his move. That's what nearly led to the destruction of the spirit vein. Now, he had senior brother Xian Yan to back him up. The Sun clan patriarch was also resolved by Lin Nannan. They'll finally be able to deal with these two now, won't they? Nullify your surrounding cultivation and then expel them from the division. Xian Yan glanced at the two people who had fainted on the ground. Those eyes were very cold, as if they were looking at two insignificant corpses again. Nullify your cultivation around your body and then expel you from the division. To the seventh elder and Sun Yu, it wasn't that far from a corpse. Cultivation was the life of their immortal cultivator. With their cultivation gone, they were no different from ordinary people, and expelled from the division. Where can they go to make a living? As soon as they get out, they'll be divided among the beasts. Wake the two of them up. Let them watch their cultivation being drained away with their own eyes. Lin Nannan said with a pale expression. Hiss. This too? That's just cruel, isn't it? The disciples looked at each other and discussed in whispers. Lin Nuan was the one who knew how to kill, and even had to wake them up and extract their cultivation again. They didn't even dare to think about how dirty Sun Yu would curse when the time came. However, thinking about what he had done before, he deserved all of this. Snap! Lin Tian brought up a bucket of cold water and splashed it towards the two men's faces without mercy. Ah! Who? The seventh elder and Sun Yu woke up at the same time under the stimulation of the cold river water. Lin Nannan, our Sun family will not let you go. It's all this time and Sun Yu is still clamoring. Oh, Sun family ah, Nui Lin muttered. For some reason, Lin Nannan clearly had the appearance of a fairy. How did it fall in the eyes of Sun Yu and the seventh elder? She just looked like a demon whispering in this manner. It made them shiver. Sun family, thanks for the reminder. I'll go exterminate them later. Send them to reunite with you. Lin Nannan had a cocky face. Hiss, I hear something ungodly? Did I hear you right? Lin Nannan said she's going to destroy the Sun family? She's so tough? A family as big as the Sun family can be destroyed just by saying so? She's not bragging. I think it's hard enough. That's the Sun family. Even if Lin Nui is more powerful, it's still a strong dragon that can't suppress a snake in the ground. It's the Sun family's territory, so it can't be destroyed just like that. You're right. Lin Nannan shouldn't be able to destroy the Sun family. TSK. I think you're all wrong. Lin Nui can definitely do it. Lin Tian retorted. Gui Yun and EU, who had heard the words, also nodded along. They were now unconditionally trusting Lin Nannan. Although Lin Nui had wild ideas, she never bragged. There was nothing she couldn't do if she said so. Chapter 78, Destroying the Sun Family. So this Sun family, Lin Nannan can definitely be destroyed. Lin Nannan, you don't want to be too arrogant. Our Sun family isn't some small family that you can exterminate just by saying so. Ha, right. Do you think the Sun family is a mole cricket? You can exterminate it whenever you say so? The seventh elder is still counting on the Sun family to turn over a new leaf. The Sun family can't afford another incident. Ha. Can I destroy them? You guys just wait and see. Hopefully, you'll get that day. Saying that, Lin Nuan made a look to Dehei beside her. Dehei, it's your turn. At those words, under the horrified gaze of the two, Big Black slowly walked over. You don't come over here. You go away. What are you doing? Sun Yu, who was usually fearless, finally knew what it meant to be afraid this time. Sun Yu's hands kept waving in the air, trying to knock Big Black back. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't mobilize the spiritual energy arrow. UND him right now. He could only rely on his fists. Unfortunately, this attack was simply not enough in Big Black's eyes. Oblivious to his flailing hands, he stood before the two. As the crowd watched, Big Black opened his bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs. The scene looked terrifying. The people watching the show from the sidelines were scared out of their wits, not to mention the two people who were facing the Big Black man directly. Lin Nui, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Lin Nui, please spare. In the face of the two begging for mercy, Lin Nui's heart had no fluctuations, and even felt a bit raucous. If Lin Haofan knew that Lin Nannan was now behaving this way, he definitely wouldn't be able to help but be proud again. His daughter had finally developed a strong heart, a powerful suction force, flowing rapidly out of the mouth of the Big Black. Sun Yu and the seventh elder only felt that an irresistible force outside their bodies swept towards them like a raging tide, and their bodies involuntarily drifted in the direction of Dehei. The seventh elder's eyes widened in horror, his hands waving wildly in the air, trying to grab whatever was around him to resist the suction, but there was nothing to be done. He was still getting closer and closer to Big Black's bloody mouth. Suddenly, he saw Sun Yu, who was also struggling next to him. He reacted almost subconsciously and kicked Sun Yu hard, sending him towards Dehei. With Sun Yu taking over, he finally had some cushion. Sun Yu, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. Ah! The air resounded with Sun Yu's miserable screams. Afterward, Sun Yu felt that the cultivation around him was draining away at a rapid pace. His own body was getting bulky. Knock! Sun Yu's cultivation had been sucked out. The seventh elder will be next. This is a forbidden art? There's still a difference between that and forbidden magic. He's a demon race god? This spell can only be used by a demon race god. Xian Yan explained. He didn't want others to misunderstand Lin Nan. Forbidden arts are something that all of them, who are decent people, detest. Anyone more powerful would be unashamed of them if they were involved with forbidden arts. Wow, it's actually a demon race god. Gosh, Lin Nan is worthy of being Fairy Mo Qianshua's daughter. She's just awesome. She was able to subdue the demon clan god. Yeah, she's too strong too. The one who took in Big Black should be Lin Nuan's dad. Haven't you guys heard? Lin Nui came out this time, specifically out to find her mother. I've heard that she hasn't seen her mother since she was born. Ah, so pathetic. I can't believe I've never met my Ai's mother. Why don't you listen? What are you talking about yourself? How dare you say that Lin Nui is pitiful? Yeah, I think she's just miserable. Haven't seen her mother since she was a little girl. I also want to be as pitiful as her, with such a powerful father, surrounded by high-level magic weapons, and the god of the demon clan to protect himself. If I could live like this, let alone without my mother, I'd be willing to live without my father. Ha 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 ha, you say that? It's true. The disciples chattered and discussed. The seventh elder was now so flustered in his heart that he didn't have the heart to listen to the idle chatter of these disciples. All he could think about now was how he was going to escape. There really doesn't seem to be a way out. It came over. That big black dog had finished sucking Sun Yu's cultivation and was now coming towards him. Knock knock. Big Black paced slowly toward this side. Every step he took was like collapsing on the seventh elder's heart, causing his heart to thump. The seventh elder's head was full of sweat. He looked blankly at Sun Yu on the ground, only to see that at this moment, Sun Yu was like a dead body, lying lifelessly on the ground, and he couldn't feel a single bit of spiritual energy around him. The dry cultivation around him was unexpectedly drained away. You don't come over here, please. The seventh elder was lying on the ground, constantly backing up, but the speed at which he was retreating was far from catching up with the speed at which Big Black was advancing. Soon enough, Big Black was walking up to him. Big Black opened his bloody mouth once again as he did, and a powerful suction force sucked towards the seventh elder. The seventh elder was trembling, and the aura of spiritual energy around him was getting weaker and weaker. Soon, the seventh elder screamed miserably, and his entire body collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness, and his cultivation was sucked clean by Big Black. After Dahei did this, he walked towards Lin Nan with a calm face. The others had very complicated eyes and silently moved away from Lin Nuan's group. This Lin Nuan was too scary. It was better for them, the ordinary people, to stay away, in case they didn't pay attention and messed with her, and they're out of luck. Sun Yu and the seven elders were not the best examples. Before, they had wanted to go and curry favor with Lin Nan, trying to get some favors on her. That mind is completely gone now. It's vanished into thin air. What class are they? How dare they go and count on Lin Nan? They won't even know how they'll die when the time comes. It wasn't just Lin Nan, including Miyu, Lin Tian and Gui Yun. They didn't dare to mess with them at will anymore. They have such a good relationship with Lin Nui. Nice job, Big Black. Reward you for eating more meat later. Lin Nan rubbed Dahei's face vigorously. Every now and then it squeezes its cheeks together and loosens them. It looks like a lot of fun. Unbeknownst to him, the scene fell on the eyes of the others and was very bizarre. Dahei is the god of the demon race. How come in the hands of Lin Nui? It's just like a dumpling. Everyone can just roll it and flatten it at will. Is that reasonable? Is this befitting of its status as the god of the demon race? It's not right. Let's go. We have other things to do. Lin Nuan waved her big hand, signaling several people to follow her. Don't they still have to destroy the Sun family? At the thought that, later on, there would be another big battle, Lin Nui felt her hands itching. The previous battles had been small ones. She hadn't been in such a big fight yet. It was so exciting to think about. Chapter 79, The Secret of the Forbidden Zone. What does he want? I don't know. Is it possible that he really wants to come in? He dares to go into the penalty box? No way. Is he out of his mind? Let's guess how long he'll live in there. I feel sure that he won't live long. Look, that little body of his won't last long. I'm sure. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you just see that? He burned the swamp right dry. TSK. He does have a bit of strength in his body, but not much, and if he wants to come out of the Forbidden Zone alive, I think he still has enough trouble. Well, you have a point. In all these years I've only seen one person come out of it alive. But, however, I still think highly of him, so let's hope it works out for him. What a joke. This is a forbidden area specially set up by that person. Just a few hundred years ago that woman, she also ran out without half a life. At the entrance of the soul-eroding specter forest, a few thousand-year-old trees stared at Lin Haofan's back and were chattering about something. It really wasn't that they were underestimating Lin Haofan. Really, this piece of soul-eroding specter was truly terrifying. Since the appearance of this soul-eroding ghost forest, all the small animals in a 100-mile radius have been scared away. Legend has it that this piece of soul-eroding specter was planted by the grievances of the people of the evil sect. It's surrounded by darkness and never sees the sun. Over the tens of thousands of years, there were also many people who had come here by reputation, wanting to explore the secrets of the soul-eroding ghost forest, but most of them folded in this forest. This included people who had already broken through to a mortal emperor. Over time, the forest became a no-go area. No one dared to take half a step. Now, this man in front of him, who couldn't see his specific cultivation level, was actually planning to enter. Does that make sense? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Haofan was normally used to hiding his surrounding cultivation, because as far as he knew, there was no one else in this world besides him who had broken through the heavenly Tao realm. He didn't bother to explain himself to the uninvolved people, nor did he bother to bear their surprised and curious gazes. Don't look at him as if he's pulling his weight all day long, but in fact, he's quite low-key in his private life. If Lin Nannan knew that Lin Haofan had evaluated himself in this way, she would definitely have laughed out loud directly. Anyone in this world can say that they are low-key, but her daddy, Lin Haofan, absolutely cannot, because, in her eyes, her own daddy is not low-key at all. Lin Haofan glanced at the large tree that had just chattered and discussed him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this forest really this powerful? Lin Haofan looked at the forest in front of him with an inquisitive face. Erotic specter. That's a pretty good name for something that sounds scary. But, who am I? I'm Lin Haofan. Is there anything else in this world that can make me afraid? I'm going to see today if this legendary, soul-eroding specter forest is really as scary as they say. If it's really as scary as they make it out to be, I'll just set it on fire and burn it down, so that my daughter doesn't have to come over and get into trouble. With that, Lin Haofan stepped towards the soul-eroding specter forest. I'll go. He's really going in there. Jesus, he really went in? Just now, didn't he hear what we said? One of the big trees, with an incredulous face, asked. The words he had just said were deliberately said to Lin Haofan. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Haofan had an extraordinary aura around him, he was very talented in cultivation, and he wouldn't talk too much to remind. I think he heard me. I saw him just now, looking our way. That look, TSK, TSK, hate to directly uproot us. As long as they thought about it, Lin Haofan's expression just now, they couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, he can go if he wants to. We've already warned him what we should have warned him. Yeah, there's no way out. Ignorance is fearless. There are some pits that only when you step on them yourself, you can be willing. Otherwise, when he thinks about it every time, he will regret it in his heart. Hey, just be afraid of him. None of them can come out alive today. Nope, he hit his cultivation. His realm shouldn't be low. It looked at Lin Haofan's distant back and slowly said, let's see, he might actually come back alive. I don't know, the guy's not in there today. I don't think the two of them will touch each other. Let's hope. If the two of them bump into each other, TSK, 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 that scene, I just don't dare to think about it. Just as they were discussing heatedly, Lin Haofan had already broken through the first layer of the soul-eroding specter forest's defense and successfully entered the soul-eroding specter forest. In the meantime, deep within the interior of the soul-eroding specter forest stood an ancient and magnificent palace. The large palace was surrounded by a thick black aura outside. The path in front of the door is covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. The walk-up is creaky. It looked like the palace hadn't been visited in a long time. Inside the palace, there was very little stuff. Instead, several stone statues stand at the entrance to the palace. The stone statue also looks revealingly bizarre. It stood at the entrance of this palace, making it even more bizarre. Suddenly, the stone statue spoke. Ha, it's not right. It's so wrong. Did you guys feel the strangers? Well, I felt it, but I don't know what he is. All I know is, someone came in. Our ban. So easily broken? He broke it open without us even noticing? Does that make sense? I can't analyze it. His specific strength. But I feel that he must not be weak. Otherwise how could he have broken our prohibition without God knowing it? Yeah, usually when someone comes in, we'll know the first time, even how strong he is, we can analyze it right away. This one today. His strength is very unusual. He is almost walking over before we feel it. Che, so what? Look at you guys, just one guy and you're scared? There was an immortal emperor who came here before. But what happened? His life is still accounted for here? That ancient fairy from a few hundred years ago. It was the same. She was similarly fooled by us. Hey, forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. It's kinda fun though. We haven't had any strangers here in a while and I'm dying of boredom. Yes. I'm not going to lie. That's what I had in mind. We're just a little too quiet here. I'd like to think that someone would come along and turn the place upside down. Hush, you idea so dangerous. Be careful what you say. Don't let him hear you, or you'll have a good time, said the man, his eyes signaling it to shut up and stop talking in a hurry. Chapter 80, Entering the Forbidden Zone. Click here to see. Not far away came the sound of steady footsteps. Several stone statues immediately banned themselves from speaking. No matter how much they anticipated the arrival of the stranger, they could not possibly show it in front of the visitor. They're enemies. They're on opposite sides. How do you show anticipation? That's not the right reaction. This is. Lin Haofan looked at the several stone statues at the entrance of the palace and fell into deep thought. This bumpkin, so unseen? Ha ha ha. Where is he a strong person? He should just be the unlucky guy who got here by mistake. No, I always feel like he's pretending to be a pig in a poke. Shay, what are you thinking? He doesn't even know who we are, so how could he be pretending to be a pig in a poke? TSK. What kind of aesthetics does the owner of this palace have? These soul-sealing stone statues are too ugly. It's really too ugly. We'll have to find a way to move them later so we don't ugly up the enamorada. Lin Haofan muttered. When these words came out, it was the turn of the soul-sealing stone statue to be dumbfounded. Did I just hear you right? He was calling us ugly? Me. You don't seem to have heard right. A few stone statues choked speechlessly. The man in front of him was a little too odd in his focus, and his aesthetics were really poor to call him ugly. Outrageous. He's still the first person to troll him for being ugly. Anyone who comes here and sees them will be too frightened to speak. Wouldn't even have the leisure to spit on them for being ugly. They're soul-sealing stone statues. These soul-sealing stone statues, standing silently in this dead land, were surrounded by a bizarre aura. The stone statue was about several feet tall, presented in a twisted and hideous posture, as if it was suffering from endless pain. Its surface emitted a dark greenish light that looked very oozy, and the faces of these stone statues have long since become blurred through time, making it impossible to see what they originally looked like. Their eye sockets were deep set, and an eerie, ghostly green glow pulsed within them as well. Every texture on their outside looked like it had been drenched in blood, and was emitting a pungent bloody aura. When the breeze blows, the air is heavy with the smell of blood. It makes you want to dry heave. There would also be oozing screams coming from around the stone statue from time to time. None of the people near the stone statue felt their breath catch. All they felt was that their throats were being yanked in a death grip and they couldn't breathe at all. The average person who approaches these stone statues will only be born with fear and no extra emotions at all. Lin Haofan was really an exception. Not only did he not react, he even called them ugly in front of these stone statues. How is he okay at all? What the hell is he? He shouldn't be reacting like this. He's definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Let's not provoke him. Let's observe before we jump to conclusions. Under the gaze of the stone statue, Lin Haofan walked over to the side in large strides. Are we going to do it? I don't know. My intuition tells me that this man is not to be messed with. So let's let him pass otherwise. There are other traps in there anyway. Right. We're just the first line of defense. It's not very useful. So let's not strike a stone with an egg. No way. That person will never let us go if he finds out. Just as the several stone statues were torn, Lin Haofan had already walked over. As soon as Lin Haofan came over, the chilling dead silence around the stone statue was instantly broken. However, the smell of blood in the air grew thicker and thicker, and it was on the verge of taking one's breath away. Lin Haofan just breathed in, and his brows tightly wrinkled. TSK. This smell is really bad. Just how many people died here? The blood is so thick. Lin Haofan waved his hand at the tip of his nose and raised his hand to smell his sleeve. TSK. This smell don't get it on my clothes. Imo Qianxue was quite the clean freak, so it would be embarrassing if she disliked it when the time came. In order to avoid this, Lin Haofan quickly flipped his hands in the air, muttered the words. A golden light then shot out from his palm. After the light shot out from the center of his palm, it spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. As the light spread, the thick, unpleasant smell of blood in the air began to rapidly churn and slowly began to disperse outward. TSK. You guys don't get sick of smelling this every day. Lin Haofan rushed at the stone statue next to him. Oh, sorry about that. You guys don't seem to have noses. Lin Haofan said something apologetic, but there wasn't a trace of an apologetic look on his face. This guy. The stone statue said it was speechless. This person was fine. In Lin Haofan's disgusted gaze, the golden mass of light grew bigger and bigger, and the bloody gas in the air became thinner and thinner, and more fresh air was available. Not long after, The space that was originally shrouded in bloody gas finally regained some freshness, and only then did Lin Haofan let out a long breath, stopping his hand movements and muttering, "Finally, I can take a good breath. He's in the heavenly Tao realm." One of the stone statues was shocked. Just now, when Lin Haofan used a spell, he didn't hide his surrounding cultivation. What? This statement was made. The surrounding soul-sealing stones all trembled fiercely. Tendo realm. This young man in front of him was actually in the heavenly Tao realm. This can't be right. How old is he? How dare he break through the heavenly Tao realm? This can't be right. In their impression, weren't those who broke through the heavenly Tao realm all white-haired old men? He's not kidding. It's been a while since they've been out in the world to see what it's come to. Wow, it's still true. He's actually really in the heavenly Tao realm. The other stone statues, incredulously, re-explored, found that it was exactly right. The man in front of him had really broken through the heavenly Tao realm. At first, they guessed that the man in front of them would at most break through to a mortal emperor, and no more. Any more than that would be out of character. Unexpectedly, this young man in front of them gave them a direct blow. He was actually in the heavenly Tao realm. The heavenly Tao realm was an absolute deterrent to all kinds of spirit and magic treasures in the world. Those ancient divine artifacts that possessed autonomous consciousness would obediently restrain their sharpness in front of a heavenly Tao realm powerhouse, not daring to be the slightest bit disobedient. The heavenly Tao realm was the spokesperson of order in this heaven and earth, and as long as you were still living in this heaven and earth, you would have to follow the rules set by the strongest members of the heavenly Tao realm. The heavenly Tao realm was that strong. As far as they knew, there were only a handful of people who had broken through the heavenly Tao realm in the land they lived in, because the heavenly Tao realm stood at the pinnacle of power and was one of the most powerful existences in the world. Never would I have expected that this young man in front of me would have already broken through at such a young age. Chapter 81, Why are you here? Let us let him pass. We can't stop him. He can kill us with one finger. Yeah, I'd like to live longer. Even though it's boring here, I still can't leave. Gee whiz, you spineless things. Bang! A loud bang rang out in the air. The sound of stone breaking echoed through the air. Guru guru guru. The other stone statues looked over at the sound of the voice, only to see the stone statue that was still talking tough a moment ago. By now, the head had rolled several times on the ground. Does that make sense? The man in front of him, with a lift of his hand, knocked his head off. Centuries to take their heads off. The man in front of me was the first. Turns out that he could hear us all along? Well, didn't they use the sound transmission trick? This guy cracked it without moving? They didn't just say something unimaginable, did they? This man was so cunning that he had been eavesdropping on them. The rest of the stone statues were really honest at the moment. Face to face, not daring to do anything else. It can't be helped. They can't beat each other. You can hear us? One of the stone statues pursued the question undaunted. This is their original sound transmission technique. Even that man couldn't crack it, but this young man in front of me could? This can't be right. This man is so good? Well, you guys are so noisy. Lin Haofan nodded, and impatiently pulled out his ears. He heard them discussing before he even got close to the place. These people really haven't stopped talking about him for a moment. Why don't you say it then? The stone statue asked boldly. Lin Haofan glanced at him faintly, his eyes speaking for themselves, as if to say, you guys are worthy of me taking the initiative to speak? I'm asking you guys. Well, you say. The stone statue changed its previous arrogant attitude and respectfully said, have you ever seen a woman named Mo Qianxue? Woman? It seems that. The congregation of stone statues fell into remembrance. Mo Qianxue. You're actually here to find Mo Qianxue? It's a name they know too well to be true. Not only have they met Mo Qianxue, they've even been beaten up by her. Well, have you guys seen her? Where is she now? Hearing Mo Qianxue's news, Lin Haofan was very excited. He felt like he was one step closer to Mo Qianxue. Nui will be able to see her mother soon. I can't even imagine how excited my daughter will be when she gets there. We don't know. A flicker of panic flashed across the stone statue's face. Who is Mo Qianxue? Mo Qianxue is that guy's enemy. Hey, they are really in a dilemma now. You're from Mo Qianxue? We can also help you keep an extra eye out. The stone statue decided to inquire about the relationship between the two before taking the next step in the conversation. It's called knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. She is my daughter's mother. My maiden. The moment these words came out, the stone statues couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Mo Qianxue and this man in front of her were actually in this kind of relationship. On second thought, that's right. If she didn't have such a powerful force behind her, she wouldn't be so arrogant. At the moment, they were incomparably rejoicing inwardly. Thankfully, they don't have faces. The man in front of him couldn't tell, by the look on their faces, that they were lying. We don't know. Cats. The stone statue that spoke looked down at his wrist. To its horror, it realized that at its wrist, a not-so-small gash had opened up. This. Lin Haofan's expression was slightly cold. Of course he could tell that what this stone statue in front of him was saying was a lie. I advise you to think before you speak. I, for one, am not very patient, and I'm not in the mood to give you a second chance. Lin Haofan threatened in a cold voice. Well, several hundred years ago, Mo Qianxue did come once. The stone statue stammered, inwardly cursing at the man in front of him. The strength is this awesome. Can you be sure that person is Mo Qianxue? Lin Haofan asked after him. Didn't he still not say Mo Qianxue's physical features? These stone statues weren't just making up random things to trick him. Because, when she beat us up, she gave us that. The stone statue recalled, again, the previous scene of being dominated by Mo Qianxue. A cold sweat broke out on his back. The two of them are not ashamed to be a couple. The tactics are just as ruthless and the abilities just as strong. They've been here for centuries. Just took a loss on both of them. Especially this man. At that time, Mo Qianxue came here alone. They looked at Mo Qianxue as a delicate woman and got the idea of teasing her. When Mo Qianxue arrived here, it happened to be late at night, when the yin qi was at its thickest. The entire forest fell into an eerie silence. The stone statue then began to work its magic. When Mo Qianxue approached, the stone statue deliberately released the grievous spirits still sealed on its body. The forest, which was originally very quiet, suddenly resounded with eerie hissing sounds. The voice was low and hoarse, with a strong sense of resentment. Many of the unjust souls even went straight for Mo Qianxue, just when they thought that Mo Qianxue would be scared and run around. Mo Qianxue's expression was pale, and with a few punches, she sent the unjust soul in front of her flying. The unjust souls that were sent flying screamed a few times in the air, and then their souls flew straight away. The rest of the wrong souls saw this and were instantly honest. They simply didn't dare to go up and tease Mo Qianxue again, fearful that the next soul to be dispersed is his or her own. You're the ones who screwed up. Mo Qianxue walked to a stone statue and asked softly, her expression light, not the slightest hint that she had just experienced a great battle. Is what we do. These wrong souls, they were already miserable, and you still sealed them up. You're so heartless. With that, Mo Qianxue waved her hand and a purple light shot out from her hand. The stone statue lit up under the glow. The moment the light came into contact with the stone statue, a black mist emanated from the surface of the statue. There was also the sound of laughter in the air as the wrong souls were freed. Though the laughter, in the middle of the empty forest, seemed very ominous. The wrong souls that she had managed to capture with great difficulty were just let go by her? They, the stone statues, relied on the wrong souls to nourish the spiritual energy around them. How can they live without these stone statues? What a vicious woman to cut off their lifeline directly. So angry, but they can't beat the woman in front of them. If you want to raise your cultivation level, cultivate properly. Don't think about these crooked ways. Next time if I find you, you'll be dead. I look forward to the day when you, having succeeded in your cultivation, seek revenge on me. Right, in order, for you to seek revenge on the right person afterward. Remember my name. My name is Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue. The stone statue was shocked to hear the name. The legendary Mo Qianxue. They had actually seen the real person. Before they could not wait for them to inform the others. Mo Qianxue had already left quickly, only leaving them with a very dashing back. And did she say where she was going next? The stone statue pretended to be thinking, but was actually internally torn between telling all he knew. If he didn't say anything now, if the man in front of him found out, he'd be dead in no time. Now that it's all said and done, he'll die if the man finds out afterward. What kind of sin did it commit? I can't believe I ran into this. Forget it. I'll die sooner or later. He might as well die sooner. Chapter 82, Old Matters Revisited. Do you know about the battle between good and evil that took place several hundred years ago? The stone statue stared at Lin Haofan and asked indifferently. Such a fierce battle. With the experience of the man in front of him, he should have known about it. The stone statue also acquiesced to the man in front of him, who must have known about the great battle. Just as the stone statue was about to open its mouth and continue talking, Lin Haofan shook his head. I don't know. Hundreds of years ago? How long ago was that? So much time had passed that he could barely tell the time now, and I wonder how long he's been alive. What? I can't believe you don't know. This is impossible. The stone statue cracked in shock. Are you kidding me? The heavens and earth at that time were plunged into darkness because of the Great War. It could be said that the battle between good and evil was being watched by everyone. Now Lin Haofan even said that he didn't know. It's not right. This is very unorthodox. Lin Haofan glanced at the shocked stone statue and didn't continue to explain. He's a strong man. Strong men never say anything unnecessary. The stone statue instantly understood Lin Haofan's meaning and didn't speak again. Now, He finally knew why Lin Haofan could break through the heavenly Dao realm. Because he had been concentrating on cultivation. The battle between good and evil was so intense that it didn't even catch his attention. If he doesn't break through, who will? What were they doing back then? He seemed to be eating his melon, and during that time, he did nothing but get up early in the morning and discuss the battle of good and evil. Lin Haofan was indeed powerful, being able to dive into cultivation even under those circumstances. The heart of the stone statue was not known to Lin Haofan. He would have laughed right out loud if he had known. Genuinely, they are overthinking it. I'm afraid Lin Haofan hadn't crossed over yet at that time. Continued the stone statue as it fell into remembrance. It was a beautiful morning. Get to the point, Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. A few hundred years. He had to hear about it. Does he have a lot of time? Well, the short answer is that this place is the land of the evil faction patriarch, the spectral prison blood sovereign. This is actually the land of the spectral prison blood sovereign. No wonder everywhere reveals eeriness. Lin Haofan couldn't help but survey his surroundings. The black mist here, do you know what it is? The stone statue continued to ask. Lin Haofan shook his head. He didn't know exactly what this black mist was made of. He only knew that it wasn't something good. When a person inhales it for a long time, their reactions will slow down and their psychic powers will decrease. This black mist is the resentment left behind after the evil faction's people lost the battle. Resentment? No wonder this place is so evil. The evil sword immortal mustn't be happy and miserable when he comes here. Lin Haofan muttered. What? Evil sword fairy? What's that? The name sounds and feels like it's pretty awesome. But how was it that this was the first time he had heard the name? Lin Haofan didn't say anything. You continue. Lin Haofan's eyes signaled the stone statue to continue. Wait a minute. What kind of god is the spectral prison blood sovereign? Is he very powerful? This was the first time he had heard this name, and it sounded like it was very powerful. Compared to the name of the spectral prison blood sovereign, his name seemed so ordinary and not powerful at all. Should he give himself a name that sounds awesome? The stone statues looked at each other. And, well, the man was really focusing on himself. Even the name of the blood sovereign of the spectral prison didn't stop. What kind of caveman is he anyway? Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. Aren't Mo Qianxue and the spectral prison blood sovereign enemies? Given his relationship with Mo Qianxue, it shouldn't be. Mo Qianxue doesn't even talk to him? It's so weird. Their family is really weird. Of course the spectral prison blood sovereign is powerful. The evil sect was established by him. The evil sect, under his leadership, has beaten the righteous sect to a standstill. Almost all of the territory of the righteous faction has fallen. He's so powerful. Then how come he still lost and ran to this hellish place to hide? Lin Haofan's face was mocking. The stone statue was speechless, mentally cursing. Does he really know why? Or is he pretending? In the final battle between the righteous and evil factions, the righteous faction was about to lose, just by a little bit. At this time, Mo Qianxue stepped forward. Lin Haofan raised his eyebrows. Mo Qianxue? Interesting. In the last great battle, Mo Qianxue sacrificed her body, using her weekly cultivation and life in exchange for the victory of the righteous. Hearing this, Lin Haofan's throat choked. He never thought that Mo Qianxue had this past. One person for the victory of the whole clan. How strong Mo Qianxue's heart was. Well, this is really something that Mo Qianxue can do. After that great battle, the spectral prison blood sovereign completely held a grudge against Mo Qianxue. Well, rightly so. If it was me I wouldn't let her go either. Lin Haofan nodded. What a joke. Victory was right in front of him and he ended up being sent flying. It's a human being who was going to freak out. This place is what the spectral prison blood sovereign specially created for Mo Qianxue. Hearing these words, Lin Haofan's heart immediately rang with alarm bells. The big deal was that Mo Qianxue had been chased by someone. So is she okay? A trace of worry flashed across Lin Haofan's face. We're not sure about that. All we know is that Mo Qianxue did come here. And have you heard anything about her being captured by the bloodfather of the spectral prison? That's not true. Where is the bloodfather of the spectral prison? Do you know? He's out of sight. We don't know. The stone statue felt Lin Haofan's strong killing intent, and sighed in his heart. The place that had been quiet for hundreds of years. I'm afraid it won't continue to be quiet this time. Lin Haofan knew at a glance that he was very protective. When he heard that Mo Qianxue had been being chased by the spectral prison blood sovereign, the anger in his eyes was on the verge of spewing out. Lin Haofan and the spectral prison blood sovereign bumped into each other. Thinking about that scene was exciting. Both of them were not oil-saving lights, and with Lin Haofan's ability, they would definitely stir this place up. Well, line. If you guys have any news of the spectral prison blood sovereign, immediately notify me. Don't you guys even think about playing games with me, Lin Haofan warned in a cold voice. With that, he raised his hand and gave the stone statue in front of him the same runes as the evil spirit. The stone statue only felt a heat in his head. What have you done to us? The stone statue's heart was in his throat. The stone statue's panicked expression fell in Lin Haofan's eyes, causing him to stifle a laugh. How dare they come out and play ghosts to scare people with such guts? This rune is connected to my mind. If you dare to play any tricks, I will definitely be able to detect it. At that time, you won't blame me, Lin Haofan, for being ruthless. You'll all pay a painful price. Okay, we get it. The congregation of stone statues replied with a sigh. Chapter 83, Another Warning. Before leaving, Lin Haofan thought about it and warned again. After a while, a very cute little girl will come over, so don't think about scaring her. If I find out that you've developed some ungodly mischief against her, I won't let you off the hook. Lin Haofan threatened in a cold voice. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. The stone statue inwardly nodded in agreement. That was Mo Qianxue and Lin Haofan's precious daughter. Were they living beyond their means? Go mess with that little granddaddy. They couldn't wait to stay far away from Lin Nuan Nui. The farther away the better kind. Only after receiving the stone statue's assurance did Lin Haofan nod his head in satisfaction and prepared to head to the next location. Mo Qianxue wasn't here, and he had pretty much inquired about her. Right now, there was no need for him to continue staying in this place that revealed a bizarre atmosphere everywhere. Master, we've finally found you. There was a loud noise not far away. Lin Haofan followed the voice and looked over. Only a few distorted figures appeared in the distance, running rapidly towards him. There's nothing wrong with my eyes, is there? Why do I see a few evil spirits coming over and calling Lin Haofan master? Well, you heard me right. Jesus, my worldview is collapsing. Is this really right? That's an evil spirit. The evil spirit that usually makes a mess of things around here. They even obediently called Lin Haofan their master. You guys, look at their doggy looks. Wow, I'm really convinced. This is too much for them. This Lin Haofan is also too powerful to be able to subdue these evil spirits. Right, aren't these evil devils normally not buying anyone's account? Even the spectral prison Evil Exalt has no way to make them. Now they're just so watery and call Master Lin Haofan? Ha ha ha. You guys say, if this is known by the evil honor of the spectral prison, will he be angered to the point of vomiting blood? I think it's quite possible, The spectral prison Evil Exalt had wanted to take these evil spirits for himself more than once. After all, these evil devils were spread throughout the entire underworld ghost region, and it was more than appropriate to use them to monitor the movements of the entire underworld ghost region. Most importantly, these evil spirits were very capable of fighting, and when one batch died, another batch immediately made up for it. There was no need for him to worry much at all. Unfortunately, there was no way to subdue these evil spirits. He has suppressed it by force, only to fail. He had also spoken kindly, persuading these evil spirits to obediently cooperate with himself, and together they governed the underworld ghost region. I believe that under their joint governance, the underworld ghost region will become better. Unfortunately, those evil spirits didn't buy him at all. He even sneered at him and told him to get his own mess out of the way first. Hearing these words, the spectral prison evil demon was almost not infuriated. He had always consoled himself with the reason that these evil spirits were licentious by nature and did not like to be restrained and controlled, which was why they had rejected him several times. As a result, now he actually realized that these debauched evil spirits could also be quite dogged. The contrast must have made him vomit. TSK. If there are no accidents, our underworld ghost region won't be at peace for a while. Exciting. Just thinking about it makes me feel exciting. Finally someone will be able to cure the Cyprison evil demon. One of the stone statues gloated. He had been tormented by the evil exalt of the spectral prison for so many years, and had never found an opportunity to strike back. Now we'll finally get to watch him suffer. I really don't blame these evil spirits' dog legs. It's really because Lin Haofan he's too powerful. So they, the stone statues, have now rebelled as well. However, he wasn't able to show it, much less doggedly like these evil spirits. After all, they were still in the land of the spectral prison evil demon. It's time to give face. Master. The evil spirit quickly rushed to Lin Haofan and stood steadily. Rarely, Lin Haofan had prepared himself mentally. Upon seeing these evil spirits, Lin Haofan still couldn't help but spit in his heart. How can these evil spirits look so scary? Don't ever fling slime from your skin on me. That stuff just looks so gross. Well, have you guys found anything? Although Lin Haofan's psyche was wonderful, he still gave the other party face in the face of these evil spirits and asked without changing his color. Reporting back to Master. We have made a major discovery about Mo Qianxue after this period of investigation. One of the evil spirits, full of excitement, said, for those who don't know, he's looking for someone. TSK. He's too dogged. Just shut up. They'll hear you then, and you'll be in for a treat. Without waiting for Lin Haofan to continue speaking, the other evil spirit hurriedly explained. It's like this. We discovered that there was another person who entered the underworld ghost domain with Mo Qianxue at that time, At those words, Lin Haofan's brows had furrowed. There's even one more? Is this person a friend or foe? Under Lin Haofan's gaze, the evil spirit paused and continued to speak. That man didn't enter the underworld ghost region with Mo Qianxue, so we missed him. As a result, we discovered after investigation that he had been following Mo Qianxue after he entered the underworld ghost domain. Wherever Mo Qianxue goes, he goes. Men again? Lin Haofan muttered. What did you say? The evil spirit who was interrupted asked curiously as he looked towards Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan waved his hand, signaling him to continue. Lin Haofan kept comforting himself in his heart that he should be the one who thought too much. These days, who doesn't have a friend of the opposite sex? No, that man can't be a denizen. That's why he's been following Mo Qianxue. I don't think so, because they left together afterward. Speaking here, the evil spirit looked up at Lin Haofan, only to see, Lin Haofan's color was ironic. Surprisingly, they left together. After all these years, it's hard to believe that they've stayed together all this time. Who was that guy? Lin Haofan pursued. There's no way of knowing exactly who that person is. All we know is that he has broken through to the transcendent immortal and is quite strong. Hearing this, Lin Haofan directly snorted out a laugh. A mere transcendent immortal is considered a good strength? They're not mistaken, are they? Nui, a 6-year-old little toddler, is on the verge of breaking through to the transcendent immortal. These evil spirits still haven't seen the world and have been here too long. They become frogs sitting in a well. Of course, that person's strength is absolutely no match for you, master. The evil spirit saw the disdain in Lin Haofan's eyes and hurriedly explained. Also, we guessed that person should be Mo Qianxue's subordinate. Subordinate? What do you mean by that? Because that man treated Mo Qianxue with great respect, just as we do to you. Talking groveling, not daring to meet his eyes at all. What else could this be if not an up and down relationship? Chapter 84, and a third person appears. Well, I know, Lin Haofan said in a deep voice. Mo Qianxue's identity is still confusing. It seemed that he would have to put in a lot of effort to find Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue was previously a decent ancient fairy. In the Great War, and with such prominence, I'm sure that Mo Qianxue's status in the righteous sect must not be low. It was a normal thing to have loyal subordinates to follow. It would be strange if she didn't have loyal subordinates to follow. Can you describe what that person looks like? Or is there anything special about that person that is easy to distinguish? Well, according to their description, the man had a large mark left by a burn on the left side of his face. Evil Sneaky said after a moment of thought. Scar on the left side of his face. I remember that. Lin Haofan nodded his head. Scar on the left side of your face? The stone statue was shocked. It's like they've seen this guy before. The man was here before. What? Have you guys seen him? Lin Haofan noticed the movement on the side of the stone statue and opened his mouth to inquire. Well, he's been here before. One of the stone statues recalled. Are you guys sure he's Mo Qianxue's subordinate? The stone statue said this to a few evil spirits across the street. The evil spirit that was suddenly named froze for a few seconds before nodding and answering obediently. Well, we're sure, because he's treating Mo Qianxue respectfully. What is this if not a subordinate? Looking at the stone statue across the street, several evil spirits silently glanced at each other. What's with these stone statues? Aren't they the lapdogs of the spectral prison Evil Venerable? Why are they so attached to Lin Haofan's affairs? At once, it dawned on them. It must have been Lin Haofan who conquered them by force. Just like them, how dashing they used to be. No one could control them. Not even the evil exalt of the spectral prison could do anything about them. As a result, Lin Haofan came and their good times ended. Now he had to obediently inquire for Lin Haofan. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Haofan noticed the doubt in the stone statue's tone. It was about Mo Qianxue. He had to be cautious and cautious again. The slightest thing out of place, he had to break the mold. Get the facts of the matter straight. Yes, because the man they say has a scar on the left side of his face came to us. This, Evil Sneaky was speechless. So what was the problem? They still don't allow people to come here? The guy walked in here, came in to take a look out of curiosity. What's wrong with that? What the hell is wrong with that? Lin Haofan held the same attitude as the evil spirit, but he didn't show it. The high roller is a powerhouse in every way, and his expression management is a masterpiece. These people will never try to guess his inner thoughts from his face. No, he didn't mean that. Another gargoyle interjected, glancing in passing at the gargoyle that had just spoken. That look seemed to say, can you do it? How can you mess up such a simple thing? The man came to us, of course, without any problem. What we find strange is that he came here specifically to look for the evil exalt of the spectral prison. The two of them were in the palace, talking to each other for hours. When that person left, it was still the spectral prison evil exalt who personally sent him out. The two of them look like best friends who haven't seen each other in years. Yeah, I had that feeling too. I heard the evil honor of the spectral prison call him Isui when he left. Well, I heard it too. At that time, we were still discussing the fact that the evil honor of the spectral prison even had a good friend. The more Lin Haofan listened, the more his brows tightened. How this is getting complicated. Neither the evil spirit nor the stone statue looked like they were lying, but the words of the two men were contradictory. Evil Sneaky said that Isui's attitude towards Mo Qianxue was respectful. However, the stone statue also said that Isui had a great relationship with the evil honor of the spectral prison. The Pantheon evil honor and Mo Qianxue were enemies. Does this relationship really make sense? What exactly is the role of this Isui in this? Suddenly, a chilling thought surfaced in Lin Haofan's mind. Did you guys hear the conversation between Isui and the spectral prison evil demon at that time? No. At that time, their conversations were all carried out inside the palace. The evil honor of the spectral prison has laid a boundary outside the palace. We are unable to observe the movements inside the palace on weekdays. The stone statues looked resigned. They had been guarding the outside of this palace for centuries. Still, the Pantheon evil demon had been guarding against them. Damn the wariness. Recall the scene more carefully, and you may have unexpected rewards. Lin Haofan was a little down. Every time, he felt like he was getting close to the truth of the matter, but reality will always give him a blast and tell him, approaching the truth? You're still early. I remember. In the corner, the stone statue, who hadn't said anything, exclaimed out in shock. I remember. When Isui left at that time, he said this. Don't worry, I'll trick her through. Just wait there until you hear from me. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. Lin Haofan's hands, which were hanging down, had silently clenched into fists. His forehead was bruised. Now all the details are connected. Isui was Mo Qianxue's subordinate. This was true. Perhaps, at one time, Isui was still the person Mo Qianxue trusted the most. But for some reason, Isui betrayed Mo Qianxue and collaborated with Mo Qianxue's enemy, the evil emperor of the spectral prison. The evil honor of the spectral prison allowed Isui to trick Mo Qianxue into heading to the trap he had set up. What an evil two people. To calculate Mo Qianxue like this. This Isui must not fall into his Lin Haofan's hands, or he will make his life worse than death. How dare they betray Mo Qianxue and unite Mo Qianxue's enemies to come together against her? The thing he hated most in his life was people who betrayed. Are you guys sure that Mo Qianxue ended up leaving with Isui? Lin Haofan continued to ask without dying. Well, the evil spirit nodded. At those words, Lin Haofan couldn't help but kick the stone next to him. Mo Qianxue had really been tricked by Isui. Intuition told him that Mo Qianxue was in danger now. In front of him, there was the deadly enemy of the spectral prison Evil Exalt, who had been eyeing him. Later, Isui, a loyal subordinate, betrayed and cooperated with his enemy, wanting to put himself to death. Other than here, what other places does the evil honor of the spectral prison frequent? Or places where traps can be easily set up? Do you guys know where Isui went? Since they didn't know Mo Qianxue's trail, he would start with the other two. He couldn't believe it. Two people leaving this place and not a single trace would be left behind. As it turned out, Lin Haofan hadn't guessed at all. He had really inquired about it. Isui's trail. I heard the others say earlier that Isui went north. There's a large desert to the north. Chapter 85, stopped. North, desert? Lin Haofan muttered and repeated, just as Lin Haofan was preparing to immediately move forward. If he delayed one more minute here now, Mo Qianxue's danger would be 10 more. Master, please think twice. An evil spirit blocked the way. Master, you must not travel to that northern desert. At those words, Lin Haofan stopped his steps and looked at it curiously, questioning with his eyes. Why can't he go? What kind of flooding beast was in that place that he, Lin Haofan, couldn't even go? Aren't you underestimating me? The other stone statues and evil spirits were so frightened that they couldn't speak by the aura around Lin Haofan. In the present situation, they didn't dare to speak. Not at all. Lin Haofan is eager to save his wife, but that desert is really not a place for people to stay. The terror of that desert far exceeded that of the underworld ghost region. It was no wonder that the evil demon of the spectral prison would lure Mo Qianxue there. What an evil mind. Mo Qianxue is also really. She goes when others tell her to go? Does she have any brains at all? Is that place a place you can just go to? Well, that desert is full of evil things. Under Lin Haofan's gaze, the evil spirit bravely continued. This place is also overrun with evil things, and I'm not still alive. What's the difference between the two of them? Lin Haofan expressed his disbelief. The terror of this. Well, underworld ghost domain and that desert are not even on the same level. If the probability of death for entering the ghostly realm of the underworld is 70%, then the probability of death for entering the desert is 100%. That's scary? Lin Haofan frowned and looked at the other evil spirits. Everything it said is true, not exaggerated at all. The other evil spirits shook their heads. indicating that there was no exaggeration at all, and that what this evil spirit said was true. This place, so evil, that's all the more reason for me to go. He definitely couldn't let Mo Qianxue, a weak woman, go to such a dangerous place. He had to go to this desert, and he would definitely bring Mo Qianxue back in one piece. Let Nui Lin have a complete family. Seeing that Lin Haofan was unmoved, the evil spirit continued. All those who enter the desert have no return. Legend has it that there are ancient sealed beasts hidden in that desert, and although those beasts have been sealed up, their killing power is still very strong, and they will actively look for people who enter the desert, and when they find them, they will carry out abusive killings, and their methods are extremely cruel, and those who enter the desert will be devoured by these beasts if they are not careful. After listening to the evil spirit's description, Lin Haofan still didn't develop the slightest bit of timidity in his heart. On the contrary, he stated that the district was just a beast, and he could handle it. Seeing that Lin Haofan's expression didn't change, the evil sneak wasn't annoyed in his heart, and after a moment's pause, he continued, "Of course, this isn't the most horrifying part of the desert. The most horrifying part of the desert is that it has sandstorms from time to time. In an instant, it can disorient a person in the desert, and in a larger sandstorm, it can bury a person in an instant. Master, I really urge you to think twice." "Right, Master, we're only hearing about it now, and there's no actual evidence that Mo Qianxue must have gone to that desert. Besides, would Mo Qianxue really go to such a dangerous place? I don't think she should go. It's just too dangerous there. Let's just look again elsewhere. I'll say something treasonous. If Mo Qianxue really went to that desert in the north, she might even be a pile of white bones by now. There's absolutely no need for you to risk your own life." One of the stone statues was not afraid to persuade. The man in front of him looked much better than the spectral evil honor. It was still waiting to see Lin Haofan put the spectral prison evil demon to death in a good show. "Lin Haofan can't die so early." "Shut up. What are you talking about? Mo Qianxue is so strong. She must be alive and well right now." "Yeah, don't be mad. It just mouthed off a bit. It didn't mean anything else." Hearing this, the other stone statues broke out in a cold sweat. What a nerve. How dare it talk like that? It really doesn't want to die. Lin Haofan raised his hand and struck out a palm wind. A palm that toppled the stone statue that had just spoken. A cold glance at it followed. No words were spoken, except that there were many meanings contained in those eyes. Lin Haofan admonished himself in his heart. Mo Qianxue's life and death were uncertain now. He had to accumulate some virtue. He couldn't kill people at will. Otherwise, this little stone statue in front of me would have lost his life a long time ago. Don't think he didn't know what the little stone statue had in mind. How dare you play the borrowed knife trick in front of him? It's still tender. Well, no matter if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire in front of me, as long as there's a possibility that Mo Qianxue is there, I must go. Nui, trust Daddy. I can definitely help you bring your mother home safely. Yuki, wait for me. I'll find you. After leaving these words, Lin Haofan character directly made a flash and then disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. Lin Haofan headed towards the desert in the north, speeding along. Soon, Lin Haofan walked to the entrance of the desert. Lin Haofan stood at the entrance to the desert, his eyes narrowing slightly as he surveyed the scene before him. Rolling gravel radiates a compelling heat under the scorching sun. Lin Haofan was even suspecting that as soon as he went in, the shoes on his feet would be roasted by this heat. If it wasn't for the sake of finding Mo Qianxue, he would never have stepped into this hellish place on his own accord in his life. I really don't know what was going on in Mo Qianxue's head all day. There are so many beautiful, interesting and nice places in this world, and as a result she gravitates towards them. It's really one place more evil than the other. When he found Mo Qianxue, he would definitely criticize her. Lin Haofan snapped his fingers. In the next second, a golden light surrounded his body. The golden light wrapped Lin Haofan tightly from head to toe. This light could protect Lin Haofan from the desert heat. It allows his body to be at a cool temperature all the time. Totally different opening than the next guy. Lin Haofan walked in the desert. Not only did he not feel a trace of discomfort, he even had the leisure to stop and admire the desert sunset. TSK. The sunset of this desert is just beautiful. This momentum is really not comparable to other places. Looking at the blood-red setting sun in the distance, Lin Haofan lamented. It was the first time he had been to the desert in all his life. Never in a million years did he expect to see such an exciting image as soon as he arrived. For this desert sunset, he hadn't lost any money on this desert trip. Lin Haofan's heart was so happy that he simply found a place to sit down. Chapter 86, Beginning the Desert Journey. Why a little tired? I'll take a break. Saying that, Lin Haofan pulled out a bottle of long-treasured fine wine from his storage bag. He had snatched this wine from the ghost market, and it was said to have a market price. He had been squatting in the ghost market for days in order to grab this bottle of fine wine, and finally he was waiting. At the time, there were many others who were eyeing the wine. However, it was still him, Lin Haofan, who was superior. He beat a bunch of opponents to win the bottle. At first, he was planning to wait until he found Mo Qianxue and the two of them would drink together. Right now, the view is really beautiful. How can you beat a great view with a great wine? The wine. He'll drink it first. He had this strength and couldn't find any wine he wanted afterward. There is no shortage of this bottle of wine. Lin Haofan thought in his heart and pulled out another very tightly wrapped object from within his storage bag. Oh, this roasted bird does smell good. Nui Nui's handiwork is really not bad. TSK, TSK, TSK. This bird's leg is fat but not greasy. It smells so good. This roasted bird was still something Lin Haofan had previously asked Big Black to go to Lin Nuan's place to steal for himself. I have to say, my own daughter does have a bit of culinary talent in her. It's amazing that she can make flowers out of such a faggy bird. It's really something. This roasted bird was originally intended to wait for Mo Qianxue to eat it together as well. This was after all made by Lin Nui herself. But Lin Haofan was good at everything, but he was just greedy, and he really couldn't help it. If Mo Qianxue knew about it, she would have laughed and scolded him again. You don't bring your daughter down, and she will grow up to be a little glutton afterward. Lin Haofan said, oh ho, it's already too late. Lin Nui is now an unapologetic little glutton. Soon, the desert sunset has its moment of great beauty. Lin Haofan sat on top of the sand dune, quietly admiring the devilish work of nature, only to see that the whole desert seemed to be gilded with a golden yellow veil under the setting sun's afterglow. The sand dunes are rolling, and under the light of the setting sun, they are pulled out in a long shadow, looking silent and mysterious in the vast desert. Lin Haofan sat on top of the sand dune, surrounded only by the sound of the whistling wind and his own heavy breathing. Lin Haofan slowly opened the fine wine in his hand. The aroma of mellow wine filled the air at once. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fragrance. Smelling the rich fragrance of the wine, Lin Haofan was intoxicated, not caring in the slightest. This was the infamous Red Flame Desert Sands, where danger was everywhere, and if you didn't pay attention, your little life would be lost. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Haofan tilted his head and poured another large mouthful of wine, the spicy wine flowing down his throat, making Lin Haofan's body immediately warm up. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Lin Haofan only felt that the fatigue around his body also disappeared. Lin Haofan looked at the setting sun in front of him, the sun gradually sinking and soon blending in with the edge of the desert. The desert in the distance was colored orange and purple, like a gorgeous oil painting. Ha! Smells so good. What is this smell? Wow, that smells so good. I've never smelled that before. Who's talking over there? Lin Haofan said vigilantly, then sniffed and looked over. You can actually hear us? Sandstorm Pike Tree asked with a surprised look on his face. Didn't they use the voice transmission decree? Surprisingly, the man cracked it. Lin Haofan glanced at the pike tree behind him. You guys are talking so loud. I just don't want to hear it. It's pretty hard. Sandstorm Stud Tree was choked by Lin Haofan and couldn't say anything. They used the voice transmission decree. It's reasonable to say that only they can hear it. Could it be that their transmission decree had failed? Then all those secrets they were talking about before were heard by someone else. Aha! It's horrible to think about. Their mental activities were not known to Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan played with the magic weapon in his hand. This magic weapon was a reward given to him by the system, and it was said to be called some kind of voice-transmitting conch. According to the system, there is only one of these things in the world. It was built by the Conch clan after expending the entire clan's efforts and going through a lot of painstaking work. Actually, the thing wasn't very useful. It just helped him eavesdrop on other people. Having used the voice transmission decree, he could hear it as well. Lin Haofan gave this sound transmission conch a very understandable name, called a bug. With this voice transmission conch in his hand, he knew many secrets. It didn't help that a lot of the time, it really wasn't what he wanted to hear. Mainly because there was a sound transmitting conch in his hand. There was no way for those conversations encrypted with sound transmitting decree to escape Lin Haofan's ears. Who are you? Why are you here? Desert Pike Tree asked curiously. It couldn't see to which level the realm of the man in front of it had actually reached. However, judging from the aura surrounding Lin Haofan, his realm was definitely not low. Which of the others were not panicking after entering the Red Flame Desolate Sands? In their impression, no matter how powerful someone was outside, the moment they entered the Red Flame Desolate Sands, they would immediately become wretched. The desert's changeable weather, extremely hot at one time, extremely cold at another, and every now and then gives you a sandstorm, crossed with attacks from wild animals in between. You don't want to be wretched. This man was really something else. He had always been lighthearted, and now he even had the leisure to sit down, enjoy the sunset, eat good food, and drink good wine. It's so weird. This guy's so weird. This person reveals unusualness all over. Intuition told them that this harmless-looking man in front of them would definitely stir the red flame desert sands into a frenzy. There's going to be a change in the sky. Ah, they're going to change the sky in the red flame desert sands. Ah, I ask you, have you ever seen a woman? She wears a white dress all the time, has long hair, a pointed face with a red mole here and there, and carries a long sword with a green hilt. Beautiful looking. Lin Haofan described Mo Qianxue's external features one by one. Hopefully, we'll get some news on her. Woman with a red mole here? Desert Pike Tree repeated. I have a feeling we've actually met this person you're talking about. Really? Do you know where she went? Did she come here alone? Is she hurt? A trace of joy flashed across Lin Haofan's face as he felt that he was one step closer to Mo Qianxue again. At the same time, a strong worry arose in his heart. This place was so dangerous, and he didn't know how Mo Qianxue was now. The desert shuttle tree was a little confused by Lin Haofan's several questions in a row. For a moment, it was surprisingly unresponsive. You guys talk, Lin Haofan said sharply. These trees were really wooden, so slow to react. It was killing him. Is her name Chiyuki? Right. How did you know? I've heard her fellow travelers call her that. Desert Pike Tree answered honestly. Chapter 87, Getting Closer. Lin Haofan's heart was bursting with excitement. He never thought that he would be able to get news of Mo Qianxue even here. At the same time a hint of fear grew in his heart. Mo Qianxue really came to this place full of danger. Unsurprisingly, it was really with Isue. Mo Qianxue didn't come alone? Lin Haofan continued to pursue the question undeterred. There was another man, Desert Pike Tree recalled. Mo Qianxue seemed to call him what? Isue? Right, that's the name. Receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Haofan's heart completely died. It seemed that the news that the evil spirits and the others had inquired about earlier was true. How does the relationship between the two of them look? Well, looks pretty harmonious. Lin Haofan nodded, then reacted and cursed in his heart. Can they have a bad relationship? That Isui betrayed Mo Qianxue a long time ago, and he came over this time with the intention of tricking Mo Qianxue over. If at the beginning, he had stiffed his relationship with Mo Qianxue wouldn't have come all the way here with him. Just what kind of god is this Isui? To have Mo Qianxue trust him so much? At this moment, Lin Haofan was extremely curious in his heart. Spirit Wisdom Treasure. Lin Haofan shouted. What? The Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide? He actually has the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide in his hands? No way. Under the shocked gaze of the Desert Pike Tree, Lin Haofan's storage bag moved. Then, an ancient tongue mirror flew out from it. It must be the legendary Spiritual Wisdom Treasure. Legend has it that this Spirit Wisdom Treasure was refined by a high-level cultivator using a secret method. Its shape is a copper mirror, and the surface flickers with a faint spiritual light, revealing a mysterious aura all over. This Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide was not only able to reflect the user's face, but also able to quickly search and present the information it needed by sensing the user's mind. When the user wants to inquire about a certain issue, he or she only needs to move his or her mind and ask the Spiritual Wisdom Treasure in his or her mind. The Spiritual Wisdom Treasure will then present the corresponding text on the mirror. The corresponding patterns even appear as a detailed answer to the user's questions. The range of questions answered include, but are not limited to, how a gongfu was cultivated and where a certain rare herb grows, or maybe it's someone's details. It is omniscient and always quick to give detailed answers. The most amazing thing was that this magic weapon would become more connected to the user's mind as the number of times the user used it increased along with the number of years of use. However, such a magic weapon was naturally a treasure of great value that ordinary people simply could not possess. Even if they possessed it, they wouldn't be able to protect such a powerful magic weapon, nor would they be able to make the Spirit Wisdom Treasure gem bow down and obediently use it for him. Only those immortals who were very powerful could be recognized by the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide and receive an answer from the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide. Right now, such a person was standing in front of them in such a watery way? Master! The voice of the Spirit Wisdom Treasure echoed in the empty desert. Looking at the dogged look of the Spirit Wisdom Treasure, the hearts of the crowd of desert shuttle trees had already made up their minds. This man in front of them was definitely an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. Later, whatever the man asked, they would have to carefully consider it before answering properly. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll lose your little life. Lin Haofan didn't know that he just summoned a spiritual intelligence treasure, and all these desert stud trees reacted so strongly. It's even been mentally categorized as the one not to be messed with. Though it is true, before Lin Haofan could open his mouth to ask a question, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide had already begun to show Lin Haofan the news related to Isui. Isui is Mo Qianxue's fellow disciple? The two of them studied under the Cloud Crane Immortal. They are all disciples of the Lingyun Immortal sect, which has been inherited from the ancient times and possesses a long and glorious history. the Lingyun immortal sect also possesses a strong influence in the immortal cultivation world, and maintains good relations with multiple immortal sects and families. When faced with the threat of evil forces, the Lingyun immortal sect always stepped forward and led other immortal sects to fight together, guarding the peace and tranquility of the immortal cultivation world. Therefore, the Lingyun immortal sect is highly respected and admired in the immortal cultivation world, and is known as the head of the righteous sect. Immortal Emperor Yunhe is the sect leader of the Lingyun immortal sect. In that case, Mo Qianxue and Yi Sui are quite powerful. Yes, those who can enter the Lingyun immortal sect to cultivate are all leaders in the immortal cultivation world, and the one who can be valued by Immortal Emperor Yunhe and take him as a disciple is even more of the best of the best. Then according to you, that Yi Sui's future should be bright. Why does he still want to cooperate with the evil honor of the spectral prison, and trying to kill Mo Qianxue? Lin Haofan asked in a cold voice. This is not reasonable, right? How is Mo Qianxue's relationship with Yi Sui? Lin Haofan continued to pursue. Both of them. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure deliberated for a moment and continued to speak. They should be on pretty good terms. Cloud Crane Immortal Sovereign only has 2 disciples of theirs. They should be quite close. And the 2 haven't quarreled. At least not in front of other people. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure explained in a small voice. This question was really beyond his intellect. He was not a roundworm in Yi Sui's stomach. How would he know how the relationship between the 2 was? Nowadays, there are a lot of people who are not of the same mind. On the surface, you are good to death. But behind your back, they want you to die immediately. He's just a mace. Should? Lin Haofan repeated. Where is Yi Sui now? I can't find out about him here either. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure spoke slowly. When a person's cultivation realm reaches a certain level, they are able to hide their tracks. It couldn't find a single trace of Yi Sui or Mo Qianxue. Every time this happened, Lin Haofan would curse it in his heart for being a waste and not knowing anything. Don't think that Lin Haofan is cursing in his mind and it doesn't know. The 2 of them are in tune with each other. The words that Lin Haofan scolded it behind its back. It heard all of them word for word and took them all to heart. What was Yi Sui doing during the time Mo Qianxue disappeared? Lin Haofan stared at the Spiritual Wisdom Treasure and asked in a cold voice. This you always know. Spirit Wisdom Baojian was stared at by Lin Haofan's eyes to the point that his back was hairy. In that great battle a few hundred years ago, although the righteous faction won in the end, it was a crippling victory. Whether it was the righteous faction or the evil faction, they all suffered heavy losses, especially the Lingyun immortal sect. Their losses were the greatest. Immortal Emperor Yunhe was severely injured in that great battle and is still in seclusion for cultivation. Their eldest senior sister, that is, Mo Qianxue, even martyred herself, sacrificing her circumambient cultivation in exchange for the victory of the righteous sect. After the Great War, the Lingyun immortal sect closed the sect and went off to cultivate. The current great sect is Yi Sui. Chapter 88, The History of Yi Sui. Yi Sui is actually the acting patriarch now? Lin Haofan muttered. His intuition told him that this Yi Sui was not simple. Perhaps he had something to do with the failure of that great battle hundreds of years ago. If Mo Qianxue hadn't been martyred, who do you think would have been the next patriarch of the Lingyun immortal sect? Then it must be Mo Qianxue. There's no doubt about it. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide said with great certainty. Even though it didn't pay much attention to the news of the Lingyun immortal sect, he knew that Mo Qianxue was the beloved disciple of Immortal Emperor Yunhe. Among so many disciples, Immortal Emperor Yunhe instantly recognized Mo Qianxue and brought her around to teach her carefully. And Yi Sui was only accepted by Immortal Cloud Crane for Mo Qianxue's sake. At that time, Yi Sui was just a helpless orphan who wandered around. He happened to bump into Mo Qianxue, who had been practicing on the next. Mo Qianxue's first time going down the mountain alone to practice. Her mind was pure. Looking at Yi Sui, who was frozen and shivering, where had she ever seen such a scene? At once, a protective desire for Yi Sui was born in his heart. When Mo Qianxue was practicing on earth, she kept Yi Sui with her. After Mo Qianxue's training was over, she looked at Yi Sui who had no other place to go, so she brought the person back to the Lingyun immortal sect in a heartbeat. Yi Sui was just an ordinary person with no cultivation roots. At first, there was a lot of suffering in the Lingyun immortal sect. There were quite a few people within the Lingyun immortal sect who disliked Yi Sui. They explicitly and implicitly ostracized Yi Sui, an ordinary person. Many disciples spat at him, but he was just a mortal. But it turned out to be a good fate, hugging Mo Qianxue's thighs, and now he soared to the sky, and even directly entered their Lingyun immortal sect. The Lingyun immortal sect's disciples' cynicism towards Yi Sui was all heard in Yi Sui's heart. Yi Sui was also competitive, and with his own hard work, he was able to catch up with the progress of the other disciples in just half a year. At this time, his progress was also noticed by Immortal Cloud Crane. Plus, Imo Qianxue had been saying good things about Yi Sui in front of Immortal Emperor Yunhe on weekdays. Immortal Emperor Yunhe then directly accepted Yi Sui as his second personal disciple. When this news came out, the Lingyun immortal sect directly boiled over. How could the other disciples not expect that in less than half a year's time, Yi Sui had not only caught up with their progress, but had also been accepted by Immortal Emperor Yunhe as his second disciple? They were jealous and envious in their hearts. Jealous of Yi Sui even take have such a good chance. An ordinary person actually can climb Imo Qianxue, this heavenly proud girl. Don't think they don't know. The reason why Yi Sui progresses so fast. All because Imo Qianxue privately has been in the small stove to him. They often saw Imo Qianxue bring Yi Sui all sorts of rare medicinal herbs to help him raise his cultivation realm. Imo Qianxue would also often instruct him on cultivation. Imo Qianxue was the first personal disciple of Cloud Crane Immortal Sovereign. There was no need to talk about his strength. If they had Imo Qianxue to give them a small meal every day, it was believed that with their talent, they would definitely progress faster than Yi Sui. They were so envious of Yi Sui's good fortune in their hearts. After Yi Sui was accepted by Immortal Emperor Yunhe as his second personal disciple, the other disciples of the Lingyun immortal sect no longer dared to bully him. Under the guidance of Immortal Cloud Crane, Yi Sui's progress was even more rapid. Only then did the crowd willingly accept the fact that Yi Sui did indeed have a talent for immortal cultivation in his body. Although Yi Sui's progress was soaring, leaving the other Lingyun immortal sect disciples far behind. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't catch up with Imo Qianxue. That's the problem. Lin Haofan felt that he was on the verge of touching the truth of the matter. What? Master, what are you talking about? The spirit wisdom treasure was dumbfounded. He hadn't even said anything yet? And Lin Haofan knew? Could it be that this was the strength of the heavenly Tao realm? The ability to gather information? Better than him? The desert pokeweed trees watching the show from the sidelines listened in rapt attention. They had been quiet here for too long. Nothing new had happened in a long time. Today, I was surprised to hear such an old story. It's so much fun. Right at this moment, Lin Haofan keenly sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the distance. Someone is approaching. This person's cultivation realm wasn't low, but it was still no match for him. Lin Haofan used his invisibility technique to hide all the spiritual energy and traces around him. It was deserted, and a strange figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the vast, sprawling desert. Before it was clear whether it was an enemy or a friend, Lin Haofan still decided that he would hide himself first. Observe the specifics and then make your plans. Is this man Yi Sui? Lin Haofan asked. Hiss. Me for a moment. I can't even tell the difference. The spirit wisdom treasure said awkwardly. This person has disguised himself and hidden his scent. I can't tell the difference. Lin Haofan cursed breathlessly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Messed up for half a day. You are also a waste. Lin Haofan stared at the man's back, pondering in his mind what he should do next to safely find Imo Qianxue. Thinking about it, the man had already walked up to Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan's complexion was slightly cold as he directly revealed his form. With his Lin Haofan strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to find out the identity of the man in front of him? He, Lin Haofan, had ways and means, only to see that the man in front of him was dressed in a wide black robe, which covered most of the man's face, and it would take some effort to see the man's face clearly. However, this was a piece of cake for Lin Haofan. Who are you? Lin Haofan stopped the black-robed man's path, his voice echoing continuously in the empty desert. With that, Lin Haofan struck out a palm wind that went straight for the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man raised his hand in front of him and blocked Lin Haofan's attack. Looking at Lin Haofan on the opposite side, a trace of surprise flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, so strong that he barely managed to block it. The surprise in the black-robed man's eyes didn't escape Lin Haofan's eyes, and the corner of Lin Haofan's mouth slightly hooked, releasing all the pressure around him. Feeling Lin Haofan's pressure, the black-robed man's face under the mask of his mask instantly turned pale. This person was actually in the heavenly Tao realm. That's the heavenly Tao realm. How could someone in this world really break through the heavenly Tao realm? He had always thought that the heavenly Tao realm would only exist in ancient texts, but he had never thought that someone could actually break through. If he wanted to beat Lin Haofan, he still needed to plan well. Trying to win against Lin Haofan by normal means was almost impossible. The black-robed man's hand had silently lowered. The situation, right now, is very unfavorable to him. It would be better for him to observe first. You're Lin Haofan? The black-robed man opened his mouth and asked. At those words, Lin Haofan raised his eyebrows slightly. This person still knew him? How come he doesn't remember? Well, Lin Haofan nodded, then struck another palm wind, trying to knock the man's wide black robe down. In the face of Lin Haofan's renewed attack, the black-robed man had no thoughts of striking back. He was just frozen in place. Chapter 89, A Chance Encounter. The wide black robe fell down under the attack of Lin Haofan's palm wind. The disguise on the man's face was also cracked by Lin Haofan. the black-robed man's face was also revealed. What? You recognize me? Lin Haofan looked over obediently. Only a pale and thin face was visible under the wide black robe. He is Isue. The spirit wisdom treasure pointed at the black-robed man across the room and roared. Lin Haofan's heart fluttered. It's a real step in the right direction, but it's not hard to get there. Isue was so easy for him to find. Since they had already found Isue, could it be far to find Mochienshue? Isue, you're Isue. How do you know that I am Lin Haofan? Oh, Isue sneered. There was no direct answer to Lin Haofan's question. Lin Haofan's commotion of looking for someone along the way was really not small. It was hard for him to not want to know. I heard that Lin Haofan hit everywhere he went, and now there are his Lin Haofan's eyes all along the way. Speak! Seeing Isue with a smug smile on his face, Lin Haofan was furious and directly punched towards Isue. Although Isue had prepared for it, he still couldn't block Lin Haofan's attack and was knocked several meters away. Isue stabilized his stance and stared at Lin Haofan, killing intent flashing across his face. Isue's eyes instantly became sharp, and then he quickly revolved the spiritual energy around his body, trying to fight against the pressure released by Lin Haofan. However, this behavior of Isue was tantamount to a mantis. Only to see, Lin Haofan's figure was like a ghost, and with a gentle flash, he flashed in front of Isue. Lin Haofan stretched out his hand and reached straight towards Isue's neck. Isue's reaction was also quick. He gently pointed his toes on the sand, and his body quickly flew towards the sand behind him, skillfully dodging Lin Haofan's first strike. Lin Haofan's face did not change when he saw this. There was not the slightest bit of anxious panic because Isue had dodged his attack. On the contrary, he was calm, with the same unperturbed look still on his face. Compared to Isue's panic, Lin Haofan was infuriatingly calm. Wow, is this the power of the heavenly Dao realm? It's all this time and still so calm. Several of us today, finally can properly open our eyes. What do you mean by that? You guys, look, does Lin Haofan look like he's exerting himself? Words. The other desert pike trees looked over toward Lin Haofan's side, only to see, Lin Haofan stood in place with a faint smile on his face. As for Isue on the opposite side, his forehead veins were bulging and his chest was heaving violently. It looked like dodging that strike from Lin Haofan just now had really used up a lot of his strength. TSK. You're kinda right. Do you guys believe that this Lin Haofan is playing this Isue like a dog? Ha ha ha. What a description you have. Yeah, why is your mouth still so poisonous? The conversation of the desert pike tree fell into Lin Haofan's ears word for word. Lin Haofan nodded his head in immense agreement. He hadn't even exerted any force yet. Lin Haofan mouthed the words, his hands quickly flipping and forming seals in the air. In an instant, Isue felt the air around him become scorching hot. Just as Isue was puzzled, a golden flame dragon rushed out from Lin Haofan's palm, heading straight for Isue. Looking at the huge dragon that darted towards him with its teeth and claws, Isue wanted to dodge, but it was as if his body was immobilized, unable to move at all. In desperation, Isue had to take out a black shield. The moment the black shield appeared in front of his chest, the golden flame dragon just happened to pass by. The golden flame dragon slammed hard into the black shield. Bang! There was a loud bang. There was a flash of fire. However, Isue's shield was unharmed. Even the pattern on it, it wasn't scratched. It is? Wow! That shield is so powerful. Isue has such a powerful magic weapon in his hands? What's that in his hand? It's so powerful. Right. I also wanted to ask. To be able to block Lin Haofan's attack, this thing must not be simple. The desert pokeweed tree watching the play next to him exclaimed with heartfelt emotion. They were also genuinely curious. The one in Isue's hand is the 9 Spectre Fury Shield. 9 Spectre Fury Shield? Heavens! Surprisingly, it's the 9 Spectre Fury Shield. This can't be possible. Isn't the 9 Spectre Fury Shield an evil sex item? How come it's in Isue's hands? Right. Isn't Isue the acting patriarch of the Lingyun Immortal sect? He wouldn't really be in contact with the evil faction, would he? I don't know what the relationship is between this Isue and the evil faction, but what I'm sure of is that there are definitely unseemly deals between them. The 9 Spectre Fury Shield is a treasure of the evil sect. This kind of treasure, would it be given to just anyone? You have a point. Isue, why do you have the treasure of the evil sect in your hands? The 9 Spectre Fury Shield? Lin Haofan asked in a cold voice. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. Isue had betrayed the Lingyun Immortal sect a long time ago. Without waiting for Isue to reply, Lin Haofan continued to dislike him. Isue, you wolf-hearted thing. Mochienshue was so good to you, single-handedly bringing you out of the mud. And this is how you treat her. You actually joined forces with the evil honor of the spectral prison and together you counted on Mochienshue. Can you stand up to Mochienshue, and Immortal Cloud Crane? Looking at the man in front of him, Lin Haofan couldn't wait to rush straight over and strangle him to death. Seeing that things were revealed, Isui didn't pretend anymore. He looked up and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, you're right, I'm a wolf with a heart of gold. Senior sister Qianxue is pouring her heart out to me, and I'm actually thinking about how to get rid of her. Then, Isui's words changed. It's all because she forced me. It's all because Mo Qianxue forced me. It's all her fault. If it wasn't for her, how would I have become the ghost I am now? Scared all day long, afraid of cooperating with the evil faction and being discovered. You're fine. You did something wrong yourself, and it's so far, and you're still trying to dump the pot on Mo Qianxue. It's her fault. Who told her to be so good? Ha ha ha. I don't eat, don't drink, and cultivate in seclusion, and I still can't catch up with her. As long as she, Mo Qianxue, is around, those dogs from the Lingyun immortal sect will never be able to see me, and Immortal Emperor Yunhe won't be able to see my efforts either. I'm clearly more suitable to be the patriarch, but they all say that the next patriarch is not Mo Qianxue. How can this be? I've worked so hard, why can't I get their approval? Do you think that's fair? It's not fair at all. I want to be the patriarch, and the position of patriarch must be mine. No one can snatch it away. Isui hissed loudly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Haofan shook his head, his face full of disdain. The reason was actually really guessed by him. Practice more if you dish, instead of thinking about how to bring down your opponent. Chapter 90, Argumentative. Isui, I really don't know who gave you the confidence to think that you are more suitable to be the Lingyun immortal sect leader than Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue is far superior to you in both strength and character. What makes you think that you are more suitable to be the patriarch? I, Isui, an ordinary mortal, climbed step by step to this position today. You say, where did I get the confidence? Mo Qianxue comes from the prestigious Mo family. The entire clan's resources have been smashed into her. An immortal cloud crane has also contributed a lot, but as a result, what happened to her? She's just a little bit stronger than me. The corner of Isui's mouth curled into a smug smile. Her Mo Qianxue would be a waste if she didn't have these resources. You say, if all those resources of Mo Qianxue are given to me, what's the matter with the Lingyun immortal sect that there's still her Mo Qianxue? Now she also has you as an immortal couple who broke through the heavenly Dao realm. Isui completely fell into a frenzy. She, Mo Qianxue, is a waste. With so many resources in her hands, she's still such a waste. Lin Haofan and Isui stood facing each other. The atmosphere was tense. The big battle is imminent. The desert pokeweed trees watching the show from the sidelines couldn't wait to hurry up and find a crack in the ground to hide in. Of course, they wanted to hide not because they were afraid of Isui. Rather, he was afraid of Lin Haofan across from Isui. The killing intent in Lin Haofan's eyes could barely be stopped. There's nothing wrong with this guy. Mo Qianxue has a good family background, and this can be spit out by him? Don't you ask me, because I can't figure out, either, the brain circuits of such people. He's miserable in his own life, and he hates the whole world. All the people are as miserable as he is? TSK. It's such a pity. Obviously with his own efforts, he has already achieved a class leap, but as a result, because of his own greed, he is about to be knocked back to his original form. Hundreds of years ago, during the battle between good and evil, when Mo Qianxue sacrificed her body, it was also your doing, wasn't it? Lin Haofan resisted the urge to kill and continued to ask. Yes, I did it. I, Isui, did all of this. I was the one who betrayed the decent faction's plan of action so that the evil faction could lay a trap in advance. I was also the one who encouraged Mo Qianxue to sacrifice her body in order to get the position of the Lingyun immortal sect's patriarch. Isui broke and roared, telling the truth of the matter. With Lin Haofan's means, if he is now hard-mouthed and doesn't say anything, Lin Haofan also has the means to force him to confess on his own. He might as well be tough and just admit it all, to the point where it appeared that he was still honest. TSK. Mo Qianxue also had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to bring back such a white-eyed wolf. Yeah, this kind of person should be allowed to freeze to death in the snow. You say, do the people of their Lingyun immortal sect know that their acting patriarch is such a trashy piece of goods? I don't think I should know, or I would have thrown him out a long time ago. However, my intuition was right at all. The first time I saw him, I felt that this person was not easy to get along with and had a ruthless heart, and it was not what I expected. Isui has really interpreted with practical actions what is meant by Do Mian Yen Rong Mian Feng. If it wasn't for Mo Qianxue protecting him all the time and helping him cultivate, his strength could have risen so quickly. Yeah, if it wasn't for Mo Qianxue, on his own, he would still want to gain the favor of Immortal Cloud Crane? It's simply a fool's dream. Let's just say that the person who ostracized Isui in the first place is a genius. The discussion of the desert shuttle tree was endless, and word for word, it all fell into the ears of Lin Haofan and Isui. Isui had long been accustomed to this kind of talk, and he had heard even worse words than this. It's not so bad now. I'll ask you one last question, Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. Where is Mo Qianxue now? Only to see that Isui shook his head. I don't know. Snap. Before anyone could react, Lin Haofan suddenly struck out. A punch lands to the face of Isui. Isui's face was knocked to one side, and blood immediately spilled from the corner of his mouth. TSK 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 TSK. Didn't they say that hitting people doesn't hit their faces? How did Lin Haofan punch him in the face? If I were Lin Haofan, Isui would already be on the ground right now. What's the point of hitting your face? Listen to what he just said. Right. I support Lin Haofan to beat him to death. The other desert pokeweed trees nodded in agreement. Don't die yet. We still don't know where Mo Qianxue is? Oh yeah. It's imperative to hurry up and find Mo Qianxue. Lin Haofan's forehead veins rippled as he angrily glared at Isui and shouted. Speak. Are you deaf? Or are you mute? I asked you where Mo Qianxue is? Isui looked at Lin Haofan, who was constantly approaching him. A chill grew in his heart. He's really messed with a tough guy. And he's messed with a crazy person. Chased them all the way here. What's scary is that this madman is also a very powerful madman. Isui quickly calculated in his mind what the probability of winning was if he put his best foot forward at this moment. Forget it. Whatever. Just do it with your eyes closed. Aha! Isui bellowed and scuffed up from the ground. Afterwards, he quickly revolved his spiritual energy around his body. Spiritual energy around his body instantly erupted. He tapped the dunes and flew into the air. Condescendingly, he locked eyes with Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at the Isui on his head. He didn't react much. It's just a carving. There is simply nothing to fear. In the next second, a black fire dragon flew out from behind Isui. Roar! With a scuffling sound, the giant dragon rushed out from behind Isui. It was headed straight for Lin Haofan below. Lin Haofan's expression was calm, and in the face of this incoming attack, he just calmly lifted his eyelids. Then, gently raise your right hand. Very casually, with a flick in the air, a raging pillar of fire then shot out from his palm, with rolling heat waves, like a roaring fire dragon. It shot towards the black fire dragon. The two giant dragons collided in the air and clashed with huge sparks. With this strike, Lin Haofan used 5 power. Isui used his entire body to barely fight Lin Haofan. Looking at the opposite side, Lin Haofan, who was always calm and relaxed, Isui rarely gave birth to fear, only to see that the fire dragon that Lin Haofan had struck had swallowed all of Isui's black dragon in the air. Wherever the fire dragon went, the air was twisted to the point of distortion by the heat wave. You still have any other means? Feel free to use them. I, Lin Haofan, will accompany you to the end. Lin Haofan spoke in a cold voice. Seeing that Isui was slow to make his next move, Lin Haofan sneered. TSK 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 TSK. No way, no way. That's not all you've got, is it? Chapter 91, Drawing Heavenly Thunder. Didn't you say that you are very powerful? Hall of Fame Lingyun Immortal Sex Acting Patriarch. Is that all you're capable of? Snap. Lin Haofan summoned the longsword behind his body. He gripped it tightly in his hand and rushed at the mid-air Isui with a sword. The sword chi came out of the sheath and hit, with breathless accuracy, Isui, who was floating in the air. Under the attack of the sword chi, Isui could no longer maintain his balance. Snap! It snapped and fell straight down, fell straight to all fours. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter suddenly erupted from the silent desert. The one who joked about Isui was none other than the desert pike tree who had been watching the show from the sidelines. The desert pike trees are still really watching the action. They make no secret of their distaste for Isui. It's really not them trees, it's in the eye of the beholder. It was really because this Isui person was really excessive. He's a proper white knight. To this kind of person, no matter how heaven-defying his strength was, they wouldn't give a good face. Isui fell to the ground with a pale face as he looked over at the sound of laughter. That laugh came from a surprising number of trees. It's really outrageous. He was the acting patriarch of the Lingyun Immortal sect, but he was reduced to being mocked by a few trees. If he's lucky enough to escape today, he'll be back to uproot the trees. Where is Mo Qianxue? If, on the other hand, you still want to live, you'd better hurry up and give an account. Otherwise, ha 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 ha, want to find Mo Qianxue? Oh, you're so capable. It should be easy for you to find someone. Why did you have to come to me? Ha 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 ha. If you're capable, go find it yourself. But let me warn you, you're going to have to act fast, or else. Otherwise, be careful what you find is a corpse. TSK, TSK, TSK. You don't know, do you, that the evil honor of the spectral prison hates Mo Qianxue to death, and can't wait to rattle her immediately. Snap. Another slap. Lin Haofan slapped Yi Sui again. You really don't see it coming. Lin Haofan attacked again. You're the one who wanted to die. Lin Haofan's face was grim, and the movements of his hands didn't stop, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds and the wind was blowing furiously. Immediately afterward, a purple thunderbolt descended from the sky with a heaven-destroying might, and slashed straight toward Yi Sui's feet. Snap! Ah! Yi Sui yelled and ducked to the side. The lightning strike ended and Yi Sui raised his eyes, only to see that the desert, which had been fairly flat just a moment ago, had been struck by lightning with a large crater. Oh heavenly lord! Just where is Lin Haofan? Yeah, it's the first time I've seen it. Someone who can attract heavenly thunder. This is actually heavenly thunder. He actually can attract the heavenly thunder. That's unreasonable. That's heavenly thunder. That's something an ordinary person can attract? TSK. If you ask me, you just don't have a brain. You've said that ordinary people can't be lured. So can Lin Haofan be an ordinary person? He's in the heavenly Tao realm, a unique heavenly Tao mirror in the world. Who wouldn't give him face? Oh, so it turns out that people who have successfully broken through the heavenly Tao realm will also have the ability to attract heavenly thunder. It's really powerful. I've gotten a long view today. At this moment, Yi Sui was almost scared silly. The thunder had just exploded at his feet. That's heavenly thunder. Previously, he had never even stumbled upon such a powerful heavenly thunder for his tribulation. Surprisingly, just like that, the water spirit was lured out by Lin Haofan? Yi Sui, I'll give you one last chance. Honestly explain, where is Mo Qianxue now? Otherwise, this thunder won't be as simple as, well, blowing up at your feet next time. Saying that, Lin Haofan's eyes swept over Yi Sui. Those eyes were full of threats. Lin Haofan slowly walked up to Yi Sui and looked at him condescendingly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Then what exactly is so good about Mo Qianxue? Why, all of you like her. Cloud Crane Immortal Sovereign is like this, and so are those people from the Lingyun Immortal sect. No matter how hard I try, I always fail to get their recognition. They will always have only Mo Qianxue in their eyes. You a heavenly Tao mirror, the only heavenly Tao realm in the world. What kind of woman do you want that you don't have? Why do you only like her? Mo Qianxue. What makes her Mo Qianxue so lucky? On what grounds? On what grounds? Go ahead. Yi Sui was completely mad. He was lying on the ground, his hair scattered in all directions, a whole state of vagabond. Oh, by what? Lin Haofan looked at Yi Sui with eyes that looked at trash. Just because she's Mo Qianxue, people like you can never be compared to Mo Qianxue. Say, where is Mo Qianxue? Lin Haofan had an impatient face. Why is this man so slow? Is it so hard to say a message? Can it be that Mo Qianxue is no longer around? It couldn't be. He could still feel Mo Qianxue's faint breath now. Just now. From Yi Sui's words, it could also be heard. Mo Qianxue is still alive now. Only whether she lives well and is free or not is another story. Say it you. Lin Haofan kicks Yi Sui in the chest. Put, I said. After some severe torture plus threats from Lin Haofan, Yi Sui's attitude finally loosened. Seeing that Yi Sui had finally decided to open his mouth, the desert pokeweed tree, which was watching the show from the sidelines, was immediately silenced. At this critical moment, they didn't dare to speak at this time and cause Lin Haofan pain. I'm only responsible for bringing Mo Qianxue here. Yi Sui's forehead was already sweating profusely. Speak, go on, tell me everything you know. Everything you know about Mo Qianxue, or don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Lin Haofan raised his hand, trying to resummon heavenly thunder again. I'll say, don't you worry about it yet. The evil honor of the spectral prison has taken Mo Qianxue to the depths of the red flame desert sand. Deep in the red flame desert sands? What's the point of taking her there? Lin Haofan was very puzzled. As far as he knew, not only was it deserted, but it was also a gathering place for all kinds of wild beasts. It can be described as a place of all 5 poisons. Even Lin Haofan he had to be cautious when he went there. Such a place. Why did the evil honor of the spectral prison bring Mo Qianxue there? Wasn't the evil prisoner of the underworld himself afraid? How did he bring Mo Qianxue there? What the hell was going on in his mind? There's a remnant of the ancient past there. The evil honor of the spectral prison intends to hold a very insidious sacrifice ceremony there in exchange for the life of the evil sect. Can it be that the person they plan to sacrifice is Mo Qianxue? A great fear was born in Lin Haofan's heart. Indeed, it is a vicious evil sect that uses all these tricks that are so underhanded. Chapter 92, The Full Moon. Yes, Mo Qianxue is the sacrifice that is about to be offered. Why does it have to be Mo Qianxue? Lin Haofan expressed his disbelief. In terms of that big battle a few hundred years ago, neither of them had gotten the better of it. Mo Qianxue is crushing the machinations of the evil faction. but she herself was martyred with her body, dispersing her cultivation around her. Mo Qianxue also paid a small price. Was this really worth the hundreds of years of pursuit by his spectral prison evil demon? Or is there some other unspeakable secret in between that they don't know about? Mo Qianxue is an ancient fairy. She is of noble birth and pure blood. Using her to make a sacrifice will have the best sacrificial effect, Isue slowly explained. Even if it wasn't him, Mo Qianxue wouldn't be able to escape the revenge of the evil honor of the spectral prison. Ho ho ho. Lin Haofan laughed out coldly. Good and noble birth. So it should be her Mo Qianxue bad luck, right? If the sacrifice ceremony is successfully held, the evil exalt of the spectral prison will obtain the power of the Ancient One. Ancient power? Lin Haofan repeated. What is that thing? It feels very powerful. If the spectral prison evil exalt obtains ancient power, then he will be the most powerful existence in the immortal cultivation world. No one will be able to beat him. Even I can't defeat it? Lin Haofan pursued with an incredulous face. Didn't the system give him the word that after he broke through the heavenly Tao realm, he would be the number one powerful in the immortal cultivation world? So what's this all about now? Is the ancient power really that powerful? If it was really as Isui had said, then this sacrifice ceremony absolutely could not go on. This kind of destructive power, if it fell into the hands of someone like the spectral prison evil venerable, it would be devastating to the world. Lin Haofan was by no means because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to keep his title of number one in the world. He is really thinking of the world's people. The spectral prison evil exalt absolutely could not obtain the ancient power because that would be a nightmare for the entire immortal cultivation world. You should have a chance of winning if you are willing to put up this life of yours and fight to the death with the evil honor of the spectral prison. But you should have lost a lot of money yourself. The probability of you going up in smoke is extremely high. Ashes to ashes? That's no good. If he goes up in smoke, what about Nui Nui and Mo Qianxue? Who will protect them? Lin Haofan shook his head vigorously, rejecting it one by one. That's not right. Isn't the sacrifice ceremony still going on now? I just need to save Mo Qianxue before the sacrifice ceremony takes place. Won't that be enough? As long as we succeed in stopping the sacrifice ceremony, then naturally the spectral prison evil exalt won't be able to obtain the ancient power. Lin Haofan suddenly realized that he was really concerned and didn't react at once. He only needed to stop the sacrifice ceremony now. The current spectral prison evil demon hadn't obtained the ancient power yet, and was simply insufficient to be feared. Against such a spectral prison evil demon, it was simply a handful. When does the sacrifice ceremony begin? Lin Haofan calculated the distance. If he wanted to arrive at the relic that Isui had said, one day would be enough. If he hadn't rested in the middle of the journey and had been rushing desperately, half a day would have been enough. Well, this month, when the moon is full, Isui answered honestly. In fact, regarding the matter of the spectral prison evil demon holding a sacrifice ceremony, his inner feelings were very complicated. As someone who hated Mo Qianxue, he couldn't wait until Mo Qianxue was sacrificed by the Pantheon evil exalt just like that. The worse the death, the better. Better yet, no reincarnation for eternity, just go up in smoke. However, as a part of the immortal cultivation world, he inwardly very much hoped that the sacrifice ceremony would fail. Someone as ruthless as the spectral evil vizier, once he grasped a power that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, definitely a bad thing for the world. If, by any chance, the others knew about it, the incident had his hand in it, he will surely be drowned by the spittle of the world. Putting aside the spit of the world, he also hoped that the entire immortal cultivation world could remain peaceful. Let's not have another war like the one we had hundreds of years ago, because it's not good for either side of the war, only bad. With such entanglement, Isui left the ruins. He was constantly torn along the way, torn about whether he wanted to go back and save Mo Qianxue, torn between whether or not he should remind the other clans rushed to get ready for war. In his constant agonizing, he ran into Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan's search for Mo Qianxue had already been tipped off to him in advance. He was also prepared to be hung by Lin Haofan. What Lin Haofan didn't know was that the moment he saw Lin Haofan suddenly appear in front of him, he actually let out a huge sigh of relief inside. Great! It's actually Lin Haofan who has already broken through the heavenly Tao realm. Finally, someone has come to stop this. The world is saved. The evil prisoner of the specter was out of luck. When the moon is full, Lin Haofan repeated in a low voice. What time is that? How do I know when the moon is full? Lin Haofan was speechless to the extreme. But, you, a person who broke through the heavenly Tao realm, don't even know this? The spirit wisdom treasure disliked it nonchalantly. You can't be all about cultivation. You should be more concerned about other things. The full moon is in 2 days. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lin Haofan's face as he was mocked by the spirit wisdom treasure. He wasn't born and bred in this world. So wasn't it justifiable that he didn't know some things? Lin Haofan didn't bother so much with the spirit wisdom treasure. He still had very important things to do right now. 2 days later? Phew, that's still time. Lin Haofan took a long breath. Fortunately, he still had time. Yes, the full moon is in 2 days. At that time, the forbidden secret realm, which is always closed, will open wide. These forbidden secret realms often harbor magic treasures left behind by ancient great powers, rare spirit herbs, profound gongfu secret books, and countless other exotic treasures. At that time, countless cultivators will go crazy. Every time the moon is full, the mysterious light emanating from the secret realm attracts forces from all sides to come. In order to compete for these treasures, the cultivators would engage in fierce competition, some even going so far as to fight, and a thrilling battle would unfold. Seeing that Lin Haofan didn't understand the extent of terror during the full moon, the spirit wisdom pointer dutifully popularized it for him. At the same time, the full moon is also the time when the power of evil is at its strongest. Why is that? Lin Haofan expressed his disbelief. This was the first time he had heard such a statement. Because the yin qi is at its peak when the moon is full, which provides the evil factions with a strong power boost. Normally hibernating in the dark corners, they will take advantage of this time to go on a rampage and jeopardize the earth. Interesting. That's the first time I've heard that. Chapter 93, The Beast is Out. Most importantly, the sacrifice ceremony must be carried out with the special power of the full moon. Overall, the full moon is the most dangerous time of the year. Usually immortal cultivators, at times like this, would choose to close their doors for cultivation and wouldn't go out at all, the Spirit Wisdom Poetry Guide thoughtfully reminded. However, he had already thought that Lin Haofan would never listen to his advice. Lin Haofan is all anti-bone. The more dangerous things, the more he wants to do. What's more, these evil spirits were simply not enough to fear for Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan, don't have the word fear in my dictionary. A dictionary? What's that? The Spirit Wisdom Treasure was full of doubts. How come he had never heard of this thing before? It shouldn't be? He's a spiritual wisdom treasure. Is there anything in this world he doesn't know? That doesn't make sense. That's not the point. The point is, I have to hurry now. Sui, let's spare your life first today because I have to rush to save Mo Qianxue. You remember, this life of yours was saved by Mo Qianxue. You will always be indebted to her. When she comes back, I want you to give her a perfect explanation. Give the disciples of the Lingyun Immortal sect all the causes and consequences of the matter, and then return the position of the Lingyun Immortal sect leader that belongs to Mo Qianxue. Just by virtue of you being such a villain, how dare you steal Mo Qianxue's position? As for this little life of yours, let's wait for Mo Qianxue to come back and decide. Today I will not take your dog's life first. Remember, don't think of playing tricks on me again. Stay here honestly, and never think of tipping off the spectral prison evil demon. But, even if you have tipped off the evil honor of the spectral prison, I'm not worried. I have ways to deal with them. Except, by then, you'll be screwed. Lin Haofan said with a cold face, word for word. Until I rescue Mo Qianxue, you stay here honestly. With that, Lin Haofan placed a boundary around Yisui, so that he can't leave at will. Once Yisui stepped out of the boundary range, he would immediately go limp around his body. The limbs were as painful as if they were being gnawed by countless ants. If you want to live, stay inside honestly. Desert pokeweed trees watching the show over there. Here's a not so difficult task for you. Lin Haofan turned his head and rushed the desert pike tree that was watching from the side. A flash of excitement flashed across the face of the desert pokeweed tree that was suddenly named. They looked at Lin Haofan with an expectant face. Lin Haofan had actually given them a task. It was amazing that they had the opportunity to help a big shot like Lin Haofan. It's really an honor. I'll have a chance to blow someone else's awesome mind later. You know Lin Haofan, right? The first person to cultivate immortality in the world. Lin Haofan. He's asked me to do things for him. See how good I am. Lin Haofan was so shaken by their eyes that he almost didn't stand still. Why are they so happy when they are told to do something? It's so confusing. Ahem. Lin Haofan cleared his throat and continued. You guys keep an eye on him for me, and if he makes any unusual moves, you report them to me immediately. With that, Lin Haofan raised his hand and waved it. The desert shuttle tree was also branded by Lin Haofan, with the same runes as the evil spirits. These runes, they are identical to my mind, so if he has any problems, you can all reach out to me at any time. I would like to remind you that the rune, which can still be detected, has you fooled me. If you guys try to fool me, you'll be dead. You'll be dead. As soon as the desert pike tree heard this, it immediately understood and hurriedly interrupted. Master, just put your mind at ease. We will definitely help you keep an eye on him. Not relaxing for a moment. Right. When the time comes, we'll take turns standing guard and make sure we don't miss a moment. Hearing the title of master, Lin Haofan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't do anything. How did he become their master again? He's come out so far. He's got a lot more henchmen. Wherever he went, there were his people. It's really not a wasted trip. Okay, I trust you guys. Lin Haofan acquiesced, as the desert shuttle tree called him. Seeing Lin Haofan recognizing himself, the desert shuttle tree's heart rejoiced. They're covered too, or the most powerful in the world who had broken through the heavenly Tao realm. In the future, let's see who dares to bully them. Don't look at them as just a couple of harmless trees. There are quite a few things that come to bully them on a regular basis. Those things, seeing that they couldn't move, had low spiritual power, didn't bully him much. Quite a few beasts would also come here on purpose and urinate on them. It almost didn't make them sick. Whenever this happened, they would expect that someone with high spiritual power would come in a hurry and could cover them. They've been waiting for centuries, and finally they've waited. Lin Haofan was the one they had been waiting for hundreds of years. Now, let's see if those beasts still dare to come after them. It's really a case of speak of the devil. Just as they were thinking of retaliating against the beast, and the beast appeared. Roar, roar. Not far away came the hissing of a wild animal. Immediately afterward, the sand on the ground shook violently. They're coming. Ho ho ho. This is going to be a good one. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Now we finally have someone to help us clean them up. Desert Pike Tree exclaimed with an excited look on his face. They've been harboring a few hundred years, and today they finally have a tree to fight for and raise their eyebrows. Lin Haofan stood in place and listened to the conversation of the desert shuttle tree. Word for word. It seems to be the beasts of the desert coming through. Feeling famous? Feeling famous? The beasts' footsteps were getting closer. No, the footsteps don't sound right. Hiss. Why do I get the feeling that the beasts of the desert are all coming this way? I also feel that the footsteps are a little too dense. Big deal. Desert Pike Tree said with a worried face. Master, be careful. All the beasts of the desert are coming this way. They are strong and should not be underestimated. Well, it must have been the heavenly thunder just now that drew them over. Lin Haofan nodded his head. The commotion he made just now when he invoked the heavenly thunder was really not small. Those beasts are just, it's hard not to want to notice. Lin Haofan, quickly release me. The beasts of the red flame desolate sands are not ordinary beasts. There are still so many of them. And even if you've already broken through the heavenly Tao realm, you'll have a hard time dealing with them just by yourself. Don't you still want to save Mo Qianxue? You can't get hurt here. Lin Haofan, hurry up and release me. The grudge we have after this, after today, we'll settle it again. I'll wait here for you guys to come and settle the score with me. Chapter 94, The Beginning of Strife. Lin Haofan, do you hear me? Hurry up and let me out. Yi Sui was in the boundary and yelled. With that, he tried to step out. The moment Yi Sui's feet had just stepped out of the boundary and touched the ground. Yi Sui's miserable screams directly resounded throughout the desert. Lin Haofan looked at the screaming Yi Sui with cold eyes, and there were no unnecessary emotions on his face. This guy is really dog-eared. Who is he looking down on here? How dare he doubt his Lin Haofan's strength? A few beasts in the area really didn't cause him, Lin Haofan, to develop fear. Yi Sui looked at the group of beasts that kept approaching in the distance. It wasn't just a few beasts that were coming. It was clearly a large group. Another low growl came from the distance. The yellow sand began to shake, and Yi Sui saw another dark shadow on the horizon. It was hordes of desert demonic beasts, their eyes glowing red in the twilight. Lin Haofan snorted coldly and raised his hand. A golden boundary enveloped Yi Sui. The boundary laid just now could only stop Yi Sui from coming out, while this boundary laid now could also stop the demonic beasts outside from going in. Yi Sui deserved to die, but definitely not now. Yi Sui has a great use for it. If anything happened to Mo Qianxue, he would let him be buried with him. Just letting him die in the mouth of a desert demonic beast was a bit too cheap. Yi Sui looked at the boundary that glowed with golden light around himself. A twinge of gratitude arose in his heart in a very unprofitable manner. This was a boundary laid by Lin Haofan. Surely they could stop all those desert demonic beasts outside. Couldn't hurt him a bit. Otherwise, with his own ability, he really wouldn't be able to get out of this group of demonic beasts intact and unharmed. And now that Lin Haofan had laid a protective boundary for him, those demonic beasts couldn't enter at all. Naturally, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. You stay right here, Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. As soon as the words fell, Lin Haofan made a flash. In the next second, it simply disappeared in place. Yi Sui sat on his knees, still not recovered from the joy of the two boundaries. Then all he saw was a white light flashing before his eyes. Then, it was seen that a giant sand scorpion, which had rushed at the front, was already in pieces. The blood that flowed out of the giant sand scorpion dyed the yellow sand red in just an instant. The desert air was heavy with the smell of blood. After the giant sand scorpion fell, the demonic beasts behind it didn't stop as they continued to charge this way. More desert demonic beasts were frantically surging this way, and they seemed to be being driven by some mysterious force as they frantically pounced on Lin Haofan. TSK, TSK, TSK. You guys hide, don't let me catch you. Lin Haofan roared at the void. These demonic beasts came in force with a clear goal. There was only one, and that was Lin Haofan. Such a purposeful action to say that there is no one else behind it who was directing it. How could he, Lin Haofan, not believe it? Isui saw Lin Haofan's figure constantly weaving back and forth among the beasts, and every time Lin Haofan struck out, he would bring up a rain of blood. Immediately afterward, a large corpse of a demonic beast would appear by his feet. The bodies were in pieces, one piece here and one piece there. That scene was really creepy. The yellow sand around Lin Haofan's feet had long since turned a blood red. Lin Haofan stood in the midst of a mess, but his white clothes remained spotless, as if he hadn't caused all of this. Wow, it's so strong. I'm really getting a long view now. The heavenly Tao realm plays with them like a little cutie. It's like who in the world is so blind that they dare to go against Lin Haofan? Yeah, just give me 10 guts. I wouldn't dare to go against Lin Haofan. I declare that from today onwards, Lin Haofan is my god. Ha ha ha. Me too. In the future, I'll do whatever Lin Haofan tells me to do, and I definitely won't say one more word of no. I concur. The desert shuttle tree twittered, constantly discussing the latest battle between Lin Haofan and the desert demon beast on one side. Just as they were discussing it in a feverish manner, Isui only felt that the yellow sand under his feet was violently churning, as if the entire desert was trembling. Isui stared at the sand that was sinking beneath his feet, and to his horror, he realized that the grains of sand around him were forming a huge vortex. Rumble, 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 rumble. A few loud bangs rang out in the silent desert, and in Isui's horrified eyes, waves of yellow sand rose up in the sky. A behemoth instantly leapt out of the sand, and in an instant, brought up sand and dust that instantly covered the sky. Isui couldn't help but close his eyes. Surprisingly, a sand python. Its body was thicker than a 100-year-old tree, its scales glowing coldly in the setting sun. Hiss! Isui couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This sand python was definitely not easy to deal with. It was the first time he had seen such a thick sand python after living for so long. Can Lin Haofan really escape? Only the sand python. Just the part that was exposed to the ground was tens of meters long. Its eyes were red, like two blood rubies, radiating a regal red light. The most frightening thing was its fangs, each of which was comparable to the length of an adult's arm, with dark green venom hanging from them. It looks really scary. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's creepy. Lin Haofan can deal with it, right? I don't know. It's the first time I've seen a sand boa that big. Lin Haofan has a tough battle ahead of him. Roar! The sand python opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening hiss. In an instant, the sound wave lifted up the yellow sand in the sky. Ah, my ears. Isui covered his ears tightly. He felt like his eardrums were going to be ruptured by the sand python. Demon pill? That's surprisingly a demonic dam that requires 1,000 years to successfully transform into a human form. Isui was surprised out loud. Seeing how heaven-defying this sand python's strength was, he saw a dark red glow pulsating deep in the sand python's throat. That was its demonic elixir. Such a large demonic dam must contain a very terrifying power. Under Isui's watchful eye, brush! The sand python's tail violently lashed at Lin Haofan. The strong wind brought up by the tail instantly flattened the surrounding sand dunes. Lin Haofan, be careful! This sand python! Isui yelled, only to see that Lin Haofan stood still, and just at the moment when the snake's tail was about to hit him, he gently raised his hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the sand python's tail, in an instant, exploded in mid-air. Blood spilled like raindrops and splattered on the yellow sand. In an instant, it soaked the yellow sand around it to the bone. Roar! The sand python let out a pained hiss as it opened its huge mouth, and a dark red ball of light coalesced in its mouth. It was a ball of light that it had assembled using its demon pills, which had consumed half of its life's cultivation. This ball of light had enough energy to level a sand dune. The dark red ball of light grew brighter and brighter, and the air around it began to distort. The void was torn out by the energy of the dark red ball of light in several ways. Chapter 95, Discovering the End. Lin Haofan was still standing in place, his expression faint. He didn't even make any defensive gestures. The moment the ball of light was about to spew out, he raised his right hand and caught it with one hand. A gentle squeeze followed, and they heard, click. The dark red ball of light was then pinched and exploded by Lin Haofan. In the crowd's astonished gazes, the sand python's head suddenly exploded. Bang! The terrifying ball of light instantly dissipated into the air before it could be emitted. Rumble! The sand python's huge body fell to the ground with a bang, immediately stirring up a sky full of sand and dust. Isui sat frozen on his knees, quietly watching it all. In his heart, he lamented, Lin Haofan is worthy of being in the heavenly Tao realm. Strength is just counterintuitive. The sand python that had scared him to death was surprisingly like a small, insufficiently feared vegetable bug in front of Lin Haofan. In Lin Haofan's hands, this little vegetable worm wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. It was then immediately resolved by Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan calmly withdrew his hand. His hair wasn't even messed up, and the white clothes on his body were still dry and quiet, not stained with a trace of blood. Lin Haofan looked into the distance, where more demonic beasts were stirring. They were hesitant to continue charging up. Although they had a huge advantage in numbers, Lin Haofan's strength was truly heaven-defying. It would be a waste of time for them to rush up, and Lin Haofan could easily pinch them to death with a single finger. For the sake of their own little lives, for a while, they surprisingly didn't dare to continue charging upwards. Wow, this snake! Lin Haofan didn't even put up much of a fight and this sand python was defeated? Lin Haofan's strength is too heaven-defying. Is this the strength of a heavenly Tao realm powerhouse? A wave of fear arose in Yi Sui's heart. Luckily, he didn't keep fighting with Lin Haofan just now. With his strength, how could he dare to go against Lin Haofan? Yi Sui was really unlucky. Just sent away a Mo Qianxue. Another Lin Haofan came. Lin Haofan stood in the pool of blood with a slight frown. Intuition told him it wasn't simple. This demonic beast was definitely not as simple as heavenly thunder drawing it over, because the behavior of these demonic beasts was really too abnormal. The demonic beasts in the desert had always been solitary. How could they suddenly appear in groups? Most importantly, they all have a black line in their eyes. Lin Haofan squatted down next to the corpses of demonic beasts and carefully examined a demonic beast's corpse. Lin Haofan carefully examined the eye sockets of these demonic beasts. In the eye sockets of these demonic beasts, he found that there was a trace, if any, of black gas remaining in them. The black chi was extremely subtle, and if he hadn't already managed to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, I'm afraid he wouldn't have had the chance to notice it. This black gas transformed into silky black threads hidden in the demonic beast's eye sockets. Yi Sui stared at Lin Haofan's movements without moving a muscle. What's he doing? I don't know. Just now, Lin Haofan shouldn't have randomly attracted heavenly lightning, or else these demonic beasts wouldn't have come over. Was it really drawn here by heavenly thunder? The desert pike tree was watching the play very carefully. This is... Lin Haofan's pupils shrunk. Spirit wisdom treasure. Whose scent is this? This unusual aura made Lin Haofan even more certain that this matter was not simple. Lin Haofan wasn't familiar with this aura, but it didn't mean that the spirit wisdom treasure was unclear. The spiritual wisdom book is a walking encyclopedia. It surely knows. The spirit wisdom treasure guide instantly recognized this kind of aura. It was the unique evil aura of the spectral prison Evil Exalt. This evil chi was able to erode the sanity of living beings, causing these demonic beasts to become maniacal, bent on killing and bloodthirsty. These demonic beasts that were controlled by the evil chi soon became the puppets of the Evil Exalt of the spectral prison. Master, it's the spectral prison evil demon who's up to no good. I already expected it. Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. Damn the evil honor of the spectral prison. Don't fall into his Lin Haofan's hands. Otherwise, there's something in store for him. Right at this moment, the corpse of the demonic beast that was already cold just now suddenly convulsed violently. There was also a low hissing sound that kept coming out of his mouth. Ho 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 ho. Seeing this, Lin Haofan quickly retreated backwards, only to see that the corpse of the demonic beast was standing up in a very bizarre position, and two balls of black fire were still emerging from its empty eye sockets. Lin Haofan. Damned Lin Haofan. The corpse let out a hoarse voice. Mo Qianxue, she deserves to die. It's all because she owes me. She owes our evil sect. Our evil faction is about to win. She had to come over and intervene. She deserves to die. Ha 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 ha. You think you can save her because you've broken through the heavenly Tao realm? Ha 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 ha. You stop daydreaming. Mo Qianxue will surely die. At that time, not to mention one Lin Haofan, even 10 Lin Haofans won't be able to do anything to me. Ha 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 ha. Hear that? Lin Haofan's hand clenched violently, and because of the force, his knuckles turned slightly white. He was tempted to just punch the corpse in front of him, but he didn't act rashly, and instead looked coldly at the walker. When the moon is full, I'll let you watch with your own eyes how your beloved fairy was sacrificed, and how I became stronger step by step. Ha ha ha. The corpse let out a piercing laugh. These desert demonic beasts are nothing more than appetizers I'm giving you. As soon as the words fell, the demonic beast's corpse suddenly burst open in front of Lin Haofan. Bang! The body exploded and a large cloud of black gas dispersed. One of the black chi lunged straight at Lin Haofan's face. Lin Haofan raised his hand and casually waved it, striking a golden light to disperse the black gas. But there was still a sickeningly evil odor lingering in the air. Vomit. It stinks. Do these demonic beasts never bathe? Why do they smell so bad? I'm going to get stank out. Help! This stinks too much. These demonic beasts are surprisingly all the work of the Evil Exalt of the spectral prison. The spectral prison evil Zune is out of luck. Desert pike tree gloated from the sidelines. Isui in the boundary witnessed this, and his face turned pale. Isui keenly sensed that there was a very cold aura going on at that moment, and they were rapidly eroding the boundary. The familiar scent reminded him of his worst nightmare before. He desperately shrank back, but the space within the knot was very limited, and he had no way to escape now. Lin Haofan turned to look at Isui, his eyes blazing. Did you already know that it was the spectral prison evil Exalt who was manipulating these demonic beasts behind the scenes? Words. Isui shook his head repeatedly and explained loudly. I really don't know. You don't wrong me. I only know that Imo Qianxue is now in the hands of the evil honor of the spectral prison. The other, I really don't know anything. Lin Haofan didn't believe Isui's explanation. People like Isui didn't have the slightest bit of credit to speak of before he. Lin Haofan looked up into the distance. By now, the sun had all but set. The entire desert had fallen into a blackness, but not far from the desert, vaguely visible, there was a black mountain peak, and it must be where the evil honor of the spectral prison was preparing to sacrifice Imo Qianxue. Lin Haofan murmured in a low voice. Qianxue, trust me, I can definitely save you. Lin Haofan waved his hand to remove the boundary above Isui's head. He had a change of heart and he decided to take Isui with him. They go to the ruins together. Ahead, there was no telling what dangers awaited him. In order to find Imo Qianxue quickly, Isui had to lead the way in front. Lead the way, Lin Haofan said coldly. If you dare to play tricks, don't blame me. Before Lin Haofan had finished speaking, Isui had already immediately understood. Well, I understand. Isui nodded in response. He could still tell the difference between who was more powerful, the spectral prison evil Exalt and Lin Haofan. Chapter 96, Two Men Walking Together. Lin Haofan's gaze was sharp as he looked Isui up and down, his eyes coldly sweeping over Isui's face. Those eyes were itching to eat Isui alive, as if they were going to see through him in the next second. Isui naturally didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He nodded his head in a hurry while saying that he would definitely cooperate with Lin Haofan. I will definitely help you find Imo Qianxue. Isui could already tell that at this moment. Lin Haofan was already very upset. He couldn't go up and touch Lin Haofan's mold again. When the time comes, he'll be the one in bad luck. This was because Isui clearly knew that he was completely no match for Lin Haofan. Let's go. You lead the way for me in front, Lin Haofan said coldly, his tone carrying an unquestionable majesty. Isui nodded his head and didn't dare to say a single word more. He got up in a hurry, patted the sand on his body, and carefully walked ahead. Because of his fear, Isui's footsteps were still a bit staggered, and he clearly hadn't fully recovered from the shock he had just experienced. Lin Haofan, on the other hand, followed behind him with a bland expression, as if everything just now was nothing more than a casual trifle. None of the demonic beast corpses all over the place were caused by him. Isui, who was walking in front, suddenly screamed loudly. Lin Haofan was a bit confused by this inexplicable scream. He looked in the direction of Isui's finger. Only the head of a sand python was towering over that dune. Before the sharp teeth could be retracted, they were cut down by Lin Haofan's long sword. Suddenly seeing this frightening scene, Isui, who was completely unprepared, directly screamed out, "TSK, you're too chicken. A corpse that scares you like this?" Lin Haofan said in a conspiratorial manner. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Isui's face. It didn't answer Lin Haofan. After this little interlude, the two continued to take it in stride. It was almost time for the full moon, and they had already wasted some time by cleaning up those demonic beasts just now. At the moment, there is no delay at all. The desert night was exceptionally silent at the moment, and the only sound in their ears was the wind whistling wildly. Among them, a few hissing sounds of demonic beasts would occasionally come out. However, the voice was also very faint, because they were afraid of Lin Haofan's strength. They only dared to follow Lin Haofan and Isui from afar, not daring to get much closer at all. The scene of Lin Haofan abusing them just now was still fresh in their minds. Lin Haofan released all the pressure around his body, hoping that this would deter the surrounding demonic beasts that were moving stupidly. He wasn't in the mood to clean them up right now. The two of them, Lin Haofan and Isui, took large strides forward one after the other. The black mountain peak in the distance looked particularly eerie under the cold moonlight. It seemed like a huge beast that was hibernating, quietly waiting for its prey to arrive. As for Lin Haofan, his gaze was always locked on that mountain peak, and he was vaguely uneasy in his heart. Lin Haofan knew that the spectral prison evil demon would never let Imo Qianxue go so easily, and the depths of that mountain peak was most likely the final battlefield. Lin Haofan, you wait. Isui suddenly stopped and carefully looked back at Lin Haofan, his voice trembling a little. For some reason, he always felt that this place had suddenly become very evil, although he had just left from here. But before he left, the evil chi here was not this strong. Could it be that the spectral prison evil demon had already completed the sacrifice ceremony? It shouldn't be either. Sacrificial ceremonies, if not held during the full moon, then the effect of the sacrifice will be greatly reduced. The spectral prison evil honor shouldn't be so impulsive, right? Isue's heart began to beat a drum. At this time, he was 10,000 regrets in his heart. Why did he take the initiative to send the door and let Lin Haofan catch him? He's really in a dilemma right now. Isui raised his head and looked again, at the black mountain peak not far away. He turned his head to look at Lin Haofan and swallowed. Do I really have to go there? The methods of the evil honor of the spectral prison are extremely cruel, and I'm really a little worried. I'm afraid. In Isui's eyes, retreat was written all over them. What? You know you're scared now? Why didn't you think of today when you were colluding with the evil vassal of the spectral prison before? Lin Haofan glanced at him lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Oh, you have this much guts, also dare to come out to do bad things? Isui, how dare you Isui hastily shook his head, a sardonic smile. I'm not afraid. I just think. Under Lin Haofan's gaze, Isui swallowed his saliva and continued to explain in a small voice. I just think it's a little too dangerous for us to just go straight through like that. Should we not? Let's hear, and then carefully discuss, the next step of the plan? Just that peak across the way. You don't look at it superficially. It's in full view. There doesn't seem to be any danger. But, Isui deliberately dragged his voice out, trying to create a scary atmosphere. However, Lin Haofan obviously didn't eat him. Instead, he scared himself. You mean, we're going to stay here for a while longer? Lin Haofan asked back in a cold voice. Isui nodded and continued. I'm not scared. I just think we should be a little more cautious. Think about it. Why would the evil honor of the spectral prison dare to lure you there so blatantly? Oh, why? Lin Haofan very much gave face and opened his mouth to ask back. He was bored on the road anyway, so he might as well tease this Isui. Who told him to count mo qianxue? It's just a little bit of interest he's charging. Seeing Lin Haofan's face of curiosity, Isui couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said with a serious expression. In fact, the evil honor of the spectral prison has already known about you, Lin Haofan. Oh, he knew about me already? This was the first time Lin Haofan had known about it. In the next second, Lin Haofan continued to pursue the question. Why would he know about me? Hiss, you've made so much noise about finding someone along the way. It's hard for us not to want to know, Isui said with a helpless face. It was Lin Haofan's turn to express his disbelief. Is he moving around a lot? He's just looking for someone normally. Seeing Lin Haofan's uninformed look, Isui sighed. You go all the way and kill all the way. You don't know it yet, do you? Your Lin Haofan's reputation has long been circulating in the Jianghu. Are you kidding? He, Lin Haofan, is the only heavenly Dao realm in the world? You go out and ask around now. The immortal cultivation world. Who doesn't know now? You're Lin Haofan's great name. TSK, TSK, TSK. So I'm so famous. The corners of Lin Haofan's mouth rose madly. Could it be that this is the trouble with the world? Wherever you go, people pay attention. Then when he goes out in the future, won't he have to pay attention to his image at all times? LOL. It's psychologically stressful to think about. Chapter 97, the setup of the evil venerable lord of the underworld. You're the only immortal cultivator in the world who managed to break through the heavenly Dao mirror. There is no need to talk about strength, and anyone with a brain will not take the initiative to provoke you. Now then, why would the evil exalt of the spectral prison take the initiative to send these demonic beasts? To find you in trouble? Lin Haofan listened to Isui quietly analyze the reason for this to him as he walked. Isui was so involved in his analysis that he didn't notice in the slightest. They were now getting closer to the ruins. Why? The corners of Lin Haofan's upturned mouth never let go. Every now and then he looked over at Isui, who was talking at length, and every now and then he'll chime in. This Isui doesn't feel very smart either, does he? Why would he go and work with the evil prisoner of the underworld? And go ahead and frame Mo Qianxue indecent? Does Isui really have that kind of brain? Is there something more to this? A hidden agenda that they don't know about? Just as Lin Haofan was thinking, Isui spoke again. The reason is simple. That must be that he, the evil honor of the spectral prison, has already laid a heavenly net there. He's confident that even if you're in the heavenly Dao realm, there's no way to escape from his hands. Oh, is that right? Lin Haofan asked back in a cold voice. There was even someone in this world who could make him, Lin Haofan, suffer? Yeah, if we just rush forward like this, we'll definitely fall into the trap of the evil exalt of the spectral prison. You're either, or you're. Isui saw that Lin Haofan was slow to answer, and his face remained calm. Or what? Lin Haofan asked rhetorically. For a moment, Isui was unexpectedly shocked by the pressure radiating from Lin Haofan's body. Late in the day, Yi Sui's heart fluttered as he hurriedly lowered his head. Keep going. Lin Haofan's voice was icy cold, and his tone was filled with disdain for the spectral prison evil Zun. Just by virtue of him, the spectral prison evil vizier, he also wanted to go against him. Lin Haofan? It's a fool's errand. Seeing that Lin Haofan was hesitant to agree with him, Yi Sui didn't continue to say anything anymore, so he could only continue to walk forward with a stiff upper lip. At this moment, Yi Sui's heart was filled with fear and uneasiness, but at this moment, he had no choice. One could only continue to follow Lin Haofan forward. He could only hope for Lin Haofan now, and he prayed that Lin Haofan would be able to deal with the evil honor of the spectral prison, or else he was afraid that he himself would also become a victim of this fight. He didn't want to die now. He hadn't lived long enough. The two were then speechless all the way. In the silence of the desert, there was only the sound of the two men's footsteps, echoing continuously in the air. As the two of them gradually approached that black mountain peak, Lin Haofan also keenly sensed the unusual aspects of that mountain peak, because at this moment, the evil aura in the air seemed to be getting thicker and thicker as well. Yi Sui's footsteps grew heavier and heavier. Gradually, he and Lin Haofan then switched places. Yi Sui was now walking behind Lin Haofan. This place was so wrong. Yi Sui felt that at any moment, something dirty would run out and eat him. Lin Haofan's brows furrowed slightly. He could feel that there seemed to be countless unjust souls roaming around in this surroundings right now, and they were also constantly wailing, ho 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 ho, ho 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 ho. These unjust souls weren't able to do any substantial harm to the two of them, Lin Haofan and Yi Sui, but the atmosphere they created was truly frightening. The low hoarse hissing sound, paired with the sound of whistling wind, was a bit creepy in this dark desert. Lin Haofan, up ahead is the place where the evil honor of the spectral prison is holding a sacrifice ceremony soon. Yi Sui suddenly stopped walking, and he pointed to a huge cave not far ahead of him. If it wasn't for Lin Haofan forcing him to come here, he would never want to come here again. Lin Haofan looked up in the direction of his finger, and Lin Haofan's 5.0 eyesight took great advantage at this time. Under the pitch blackness, Lin Haofan could also clearly see the cave that Yi Sui had spoken of. Only the cave was pitch black. It seemed like a giant mouth was waiting for someone to pass, and when they did, he would then close his great mouth and devour all beings that entered it. Lin Haofan was also keenly aware. The cave was surrounded by a thick black aura. Carefully explore the source of this black gas. He realized that this black aura was the same as the ones on those desert demonic beasts just now. It seemed that this was indeed the handiwork of the evil honor of the spectral prison. It was as if there were countless evil spirits roaming around the cave, and they even let out low hissing sounds from time to time. Are you going or not? Lin Haofan asked in a cold voice. Why is this Yi Sui so abrasive? A man with so little guts? How dare you be afraid of these evil spirits that can't hurt people? Yi Sui had a tangled look on his face. Before he could finish, Lin Haofan, with an impatient face, turned around and left. Before leaving, Lin Haofan incidentally left a sentence behind. Go as you please. If you don't, you can wait here. Lin Haofan said coldly, then took a step towards the cave. Time was very tight right now, and he simply didn't have any extra time to waste on Yi Sui. Yi Sui froze. There was still a chance he wouldn't go? He hurriedly asked after him. Lin Haofan, won't you let me go in with you? Aha! Lin Haofan said loudly without looking back. So you're not afraid I'll run away? You give me a boundary or something too? Yi Sui said with a bitter face. It was so dangerous here. With Lin Haofan's boundary, he could only feel at ease in his heart. Oh, you wish. Lin Haofan spoke coldly. Based on the he did, he's already dead 1,000 times over. And you want him to put up a boundary? He wants to fart eat it. Yi Sui opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but seeing the icy cold back left behind by Lin Haofan, he finally closed his mouth. The inside of the cave was just too dangerous, so he wouldn't go in, right? However, Yi Sui didn't dare to leave alone. Before, he dared to walk alone in the desert. That's because the evil monk of the spectral prison gave him the passage talisman. With that rune in his hand, the demonic beasts on the road would not actively attack him when they saw him. The rune, however, was broken by the heavenly thunder that Lin Haofan had attracted. It doesn't work now either. If he wanted to live, he could only obediently wait here for Lin Haofan. Under Yi Sui's watchful eye, Lin Haofan walked towards the cave step by step, and he walked extremely calmly with each step, only to see that his gaze was always locked on the depths of the cave, as if he had already seen the figure of the evil exalt of the spectral prison. Lin Haofan knew that this battle was inevitable, and he had already prepared for it. Spectral prison evil venerable, your grandfather, I have come to clean you up, Lin Haofan murmured in a low voice, a hint of majesty in his voice. Deep in the cave, a low laughter came out, as if it was a demon from hell. Lin Haofan, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this voice, Lin Haofan's footsteps slightly lurched before he stepped into the cave without hesitation. Chapter 98, The Trap of the Evil Prisoner of the Underworld. As soon as Lin Haofan stepped into the cave, he felt the air around him become heavy all of a sudden. He seemed to be on the verge of running out of breath. TSK. Will there really be someone here? Did that kitty Sui really not lie to me? A wave of suspicion arose in Lin Haofan's heart. However, once he thought of it, Sui's scared look, he dispelled his suspicions again. Only the darkness in the cave was even thicker than outside, and you couldn't see anything. Lin Haofan's 5.0 eyesight was of no use at all here. The Spiritual Wisdom Book. Master, I am. Master, where are you? How come I didn't see you? Bang! The Spirit Wisdom Treasure, who couldn't tell southeast from northwest, just came out and ran headlong into a nearby rock. Are there any spells that can help me see inside? Lin Haofan asked with a smile. There were far too many magic weapons in his storage bag, and he couldn't think of any that he could use right now for a moment. It's not as quick as just asking the Spirit Wizard. Hiss, that hurts. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure felt like it was dark before his eyes. He sought out Lin Haofan's scent and flew over. It rested firmly on his shoulder. He did not dare to leave at will. This place is dark. Leaving Lin Haofan, how can he live? The Night Shadow Phantom Pupil can be used. You have it in your storage bag. Spiritual Wisdom replied. Lin Haofan nodded and rummaged the Night Shadow Pupil out of his storage bag, only to see that the Night Shadow spectral pupils, shaped like a pair of small and delicate black crystal earrings, also had intricate runes carved on them, and the runes were flickering with a faint purple light in the darkness. Lin Haofan regained his light with the help of the Night Shadow Phantom Pupil, and was finally able to see the path beneath his feet. Kaji. Lin Haofan's footsteps echoed in the empty cave, each step seeming extraordinarily clear. Lin Haofan walked while surveying this mysterious cave. Only strange symbols were carved all over the walls of these caves. Lin Haofan didn't recognize these strange symbols and couldn't understand them. However, his intuition told him that these runes were definitely not simple. The symbols were very bizarre and gave off a disturbing aura. In the cave, after walking for so long, Lin Haofan hadn't yet walked to see the Spectral Prison Evil Honor. At the moment, he had no patience left. Spectral Prison Evil Honor, what kind of skill are you hiding? Come out if you can. The two of us, face to face. Lin Haofan shouted coldly, Lin Haofan's voice, constantly echoing in the cave. But no one else in the cave answered him except his voice. Lin Haofan continued to stride forward. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a faint light glowed from it, illuminating the path beneath his feet. The further into the cave he went, the colder Lin Haofan felt. His breathing became difficult, but Lin Haofan's footsteps didn't stop. He knew that the Spectral Prison Evil Demon was right in front of him, and Mo Qianxue must be inside as well. Today, he must save Mo Qianxue. Roar. Just as Lin Haofan was striding forward, there was a low hissing sound from up ahead. Immediately after that, several black shadows scurried out of the darkness, pouncing straight at Lin Haofan. The change happened so fast that the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide was frightened, and with a brush, it directly hid back in the storage bag, leaving Lin Haofan alone to fight outside. Lin Haofan also noticed the sneaky behavior of the Spirit Wisdom Treasure. However, he didn't have much of a reaction, only to see his eyes turned cold, and the long sword in his hand instantly swung out with a flash of swordlight. Those few black shadows just now were instantly chopped into pieces. Oh, is that all you have? Lin Haofan snorted coldly and continued to stride forward. However, as Lin Haofan went deeper and deeper, the evil spirits around him seemed to be increasing in number, like they could never be killed. Lin Haofan's swordlight flashed continuously. Each swing of his sword was able to cut down a few evil spirits, but these evil spirits didn't seem to show any signs of decreasing at all. There are even signs of an increase. What the hell is going on here? Is the evil prisoner of the underworld capable of this? How could you mobilize so many evil spirits? Lin Haofan's brows furrowed, his heart vaguely uneasy. Spectral Prison Evil Honor, is that all you've got? Lin Haofan shouted, his voice still carrying a hint of impatience, just when Lin Haofan thought that the Spectral Prison Evil Honor would still choose to ignore himself. A low chuckle came from the depths of the cave. Ha. Lin Haofan, I finally waited for you. That laugh sounded like it came from hell, and it was so loud you could hear it in your heart. Lin Haofan, just who gave you that confidence? You think you can break through my Psi prison just by yourself? Don't you dream. The voice of the Spectral Prison Evil Exalt echoed in the cave with a hint of mockery. Lin Haofan didn't respond to the mockery of the Pantheon Evil Zune, and only quickened his pace. No amount of lip service can compare to real skill. His Lin Haofan's ability was not blown out of his mouth. Later, we'll see. Listening to the voice, the Spectral Prison Evil Demon was right in front, and then Mo Qianxue must be there as well. To think, he would soon be meeting Mo Qianxue. Lin Haofan was so excited in his heart. After he rescued Mo Qianxue, The three of them, as a family, should never be separated again. The end of the cave finally appeared before his eyes. Lin Haofan raised his eyes and looked over. It was a huge stone room. There was an altar in the center of the stone room, and a ghostly green flame burned on the altar. A figure could still be seen faintly in the flames. Qian Shui. Lin Haofan's heart tightened as he quickly walked towards the altar. That's his Chiyuki. It was the Chiyuki he had longed for. Damn the evil honor of the spectral prison. How dare he put Qian Shui on the fire. He's going to kill the evil honor of the spectral prison. Lin Haofan couldn't wait to immediately shatter the spectral prison evil demon into pieces. Just as he approached the altar, the figure suddenly turned around. That person's appearance was indeed Mo Qianshui, but her eyes were cold and unfamiliar, as if she didn't recognize Lin Haofan at all. What's wrong with Mo Qianshui? What did the evil prisoner do to Mo Qianshui? Qianshui, it's me. I'm Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan shouted loudly, trying to wake up Mo Qianshui's consciousness. However, no matter how much Lin Haofan shouted, Mo Qianshui didn't respond. He just looked at him with cold eyes, the corner of his mouth still hooked up in a weird smile. Lin Haofan? You're too late. I'm no longer your Mo Qianshui. Hearing this, Lin Haofan's heart sank. Big deal. It seemed that Mo Qianshui had already been controlled by the evil demon of the spectral prison. He gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Afterwards, Lin Haofan yelled loudly at the cave. Evil honor of the spectral prison. What have you done to her? Lin Haofan's voice was filled with anger. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the evil honor of the spectral prison resounded once again. Lin Haofan, do you think you can save her? She's already become my puppet. Mo Qianshui will never be able to escape me. Chapter 99, Mo Qianshui's Mirage. Lin Haofan ignored the mockery of the spectral prison evil Zun. The first order of business was to save Mo Qianshui. His gaze was firmly fixed on Mo Qianshui. The most important thing now was to awaken Mo Qianshui's consciousness. Qianshui, wake up! I'm Lin Haofan. I've come to save you. Lin Haofan shouted, a hint of urgency in his voice. Nui Nui is still waiting for us to come home. Nui Nui misses you so much that she asks me every day when mother will be back. Yuki, wake up. Hearing Lin Haofan's call, Mo Qianshui's eyes flickered slightly, but they quickly returned to icy coldness. Mo Qianshui slowly raised her hand and a ghostly green light condensed in her hand, pointing directly at Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan, you shouldn't have come. Mo Qianshui said coldly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Lin Haofan's heart ached. He knew that at this time, Mo Qianshui's consciousness was still struggling. However, the power of the spectral prison evil demon was too strong, and Mo Qianshui was not yet able to completely break free from her control. Qianshui, don't worry, I will definitely save you out, Lin Haofan said with a firm expression. The long sword in his hand swung out once again, striking out sword chi that charged straight at the ghostly green flame on the altar. However, just at the moment when his sword chi was about to touch the flames, Mo Qianshui's figure suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a huge black shadow, only to see the black shadow open its bloody mouth and pounce straight at Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan's movements were even faster. His eyes went cold and he took a big step back. Afterwards, the long sword in his hand instantly erupted with a dazzling light and collided with that black shadow in the air. The huge impact shook Lin Haofan back several steps, but he didn't give birth to the slightest flinch in his heart. Instead, he rushed up again. Spectral prison evil demon. You don't think you can stop me just like that, do you? Lin Haofan roared, his voice filled with disdain. Deep in the cave, the laughter of the evil honor of the spectral prison resounded once again. Lin Haofan, the more you struggle, the more you'll fall into my trap. Mo Qianshui is already hopeless. You can never save her. Lin Haofan didn't respond. His eyes were only firm. In his Lin Haofan's dictionary, there was no such word as giving up. Lin Haofan stood in the center of the stone room, and the darkness around him looked like it was going to swallow him up. Lin Haofan's gaze was firmly fixed on the altar, where Mo Qianshui's figure had once appeared, but now there were only ghostly green flames pulsing. Lin Haofan's heart was filled with anger and resentment. For S and giggles, he didn't stop Mo Qianshui just now, but at the same time, he knew that now was not the time to be impulsive. Spectral prison evil honor, what exactly do you want? Lin Haofan asked coldly, his voice carrying suppressed anger. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the spectral prison evil venerable once again resounded in the cave. Lin Haofan, did you think I would tell you? But I can tell you that the more you try to save her, the more you'll fall into my trap. Lin Haofan ignored the mockery of the spectral prison evil Zun. His gaze quickly swept through the surroundings, trying to find Mo Qianshui's traces. Unfortunately, there was nothing but that ghostly green flame in the entire stone room. Chi Su, where the hell are you? Lin Haofan murmured in a low voice, a hint of urgency in his voice. Right at this moment, the surroundings of the stone room suddenly lit up with countless dim green lights. and those lights coalesced into a single figure. That turned out to be Mo Qianxue's phantom. Each phantom looked at Lin Haofan coldly, their eyes filled with strangeness and coldness. Lin Haofan, you shouldn't have come. Mo Qianxue's phantoms opened their mouths at the same time, and if they listened carefully, they would realize that there was a hint of helplessness in their voices. Lin Haofan watched this with cold eyes. He knew that these phantoms were nothing more than a tactic used by the spectral prison evil exalt to confuse him, but he really couldn't ignore Mo Qianxue's voice, which carried a hint of familiar emotion, as if her consciousness was still struggling. Qianxue, wake up, I'm Lin Haofan, I've come to save you, Lin Haofan shouted. Qianxue, believe me, I'm not the same Lin Haofan from before, I've broken through the heavenly Dao realm now, I can protect you, you trust me. Mo Qianxue's phantoms didn't respond and just looked at him coldly. Suddenly, one of the phantoms slowly raised its hand, and a ghostly green light coalesced in its hand. That ghostly green light went straight towards Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan's eyes stared, and his body quickly flashed, quickly avoiding the ghostly green light. The ghostly green light grazed the corner of his coat and instantly corroded a deep pit in the ground, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. Hiss. Lin Haofan looked deeply at Mo Qianxue. Shi Yuki, do you really want to take a shot at me? Lin Haofan's voice was low, and there was a hint of pain in his voice, only to see that, with a flip of his hand, an ancient copper mirror appeared in his palm. The surface of the mirror is glowing with a faint golden light, which is the mirror of the arcane light. Mo Qianxue's phantoms remained expressionless, as if they hadn't heard his words. Immediately after that, the other phantom also raised his hand, and a ghostly blue ice blade condensed out of his fingertips, so cold that the air around him seemed to be frozen. Lin Haofan didn't dare to be careless. The Xianguang mirror rotated rapidly in his hand. The golden light flourished and turned into a barrier in front of him. Chow! The ice blades impacted on the golden light barrier with ear-piercing cracking sounds and ice shards splattered in all directions, but the barrier did not change in the slightest. Chi Su, I know you're still struggling. You must be able to hear me. Lin Haofan resisted the phantom's attack while trying to wake up Mo Qianxue's consciousness. There was a firmness in his voice, as if he was trying to get through the layers of the phantom and right into her heart. However, the phantoms showed no signs of stopping their attacks. The third phantom clasped his hands together, and a pitch-black flame coalesced between his palms, and a mournful wailing sound was faintly heard from the flame, as if it was karmic fire from hell. Lin Haofan frowned. Although the Xian light mirror was powerful, he also felt the pressure multiply in the face of such a dense attack. He quickly took out a rune from his pocket, which was engraved with complex runes, and this was that heavenly thunder talisman that he had obtained from a hidden master in his early years. Go! Lin Haofan shouted lowly, and the rune instantly burned up in the air, transforming into a thunderbolt, splitting straight towards the pitch-black flame. The thunder and the flame collided, erupting into a deafening roar, and the entire space trembled. Bang! As the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Haofan's figure was still standing, but his breathing was a little short at the moment. Although the phantom's attacks were neutralized by him one by one, he knew that this was not the way to go on. Mo Qianxue's consciousness had already been controlled by the evil exalt of the spectral prison, and if she didn't find her true body soon, I was afraid that her soul would be completely devoured. Chapter 100, Difficulties. Lin Haofan took a deep breath as a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Calm down, calm down. Lin Haofan quietly cheered himself up in his heart. Lin Haofan kept telling himself in his heart that all of this in front of him was an illusion. These illusions were all blindfolds made by the spectral prison evil exalt. The real Mo Qianxue is definitely not here. She must have been hidden in some secret place by the evil honor of the spectral prison, just waiting for him to go right on her. Lin Haofan closed his eyes as his divine sense spread out like a tidal wave. Lin Haofan carefully sensed every fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, trying, from that, to find traces of Mo Qianxue. Suddenly, his divine sense caught a faint hint of a familiar aura in the air. Found it. This was Mo Qianxue's unique spiritual power fluctuation. Although it is extremely weak, it is real, because Lin Haofan had felt it. Lin Haofan's eyes snapped open, his eyes locked onto a rock wall behind the altar. There! Lin Haofan let out a low gulp and his figure flashed. In the next instant, it rushed toward the rock wall. However, just as Lin Haofan was about to approach the rock wall, a change has occurred. The ground beneath Lin Haofan's feet suddenly cracked open with a large opening. Lin Haofan was angered by this sudden change of heart, causing his body to sway. Not waiting for Lin Haofan to stabilize his body, in the next instant, countless pitch-black chains sprang out of the ground. Shoo shoo shoo. The sound of chains clashing echoed in the air. The chains were like poisonous snakes, instantly winding towards Lin Haofan's limbs. Ha! Lin Haofan snorted coldly and swung the long sword in his hand. The sword light was like a rainbow, instantly cutting through several chains. The chains scattered on the ground, and in the next second they simply disappeared in the air. but as if those chains were endless, they quickly regenerated again in an instant and continued to lunge at Lin Haofan. TSK, TSK, TSK. A mere sculpture. How dare you come to show off in front of me, Lin Haofan? A cold light flashed in Lin Haofan's eyes. His left hand pinched a trick, and he mouthed the words. In an instant, Lin Haofan's body was surrounded by thunder light, turning into a thunder barrier that shattered all those chains. Lin Haofan didn't delay any longer as he flashed his body and directly rushed towards the rock wall. Just moments before he was about to touch the rock wall, the rock wall suddenly twisted and transformed into a pitch-black vortex, swallowing him in one bite. Lin Haofan was directly knocked out by the impact. Hiss. A few seconds later, Lin Haofan covered his head and slowly climbed up from the ground. When Lin Haofan opened his eyes again, he realized that he was actually in a blood-colored space. The smell of blood was thick all around. Sparingly, Lin Haofan was also shocked and shivered. This is the first time he's seen this scene. This is the sea of underworld blood? Lin Haofan's brows were tightly locked, and his heart was even more vigilant. The moment Lin Haofan stepped into the underworld blood sea, he felt as if there were countless dead souls that were whispering in his ears. As for Lin Haofan's feet, it was a boundless blood-colored ocean. There were countless white bones floating in the sea of blood. Some were complete, some were broken, and without exception, every single one of them exuded an incomparably gloomy and cold aura. No wonder, just now, Howie Sui didn't want to come in. With this atmosphere, who dared to come of their own accord except for him? Lin Haofan. TSK, TSK, TSK. This place, we'll have to blow it up later. Save your daughter from coming over and scaring her. What bad luck that would be. It was at this time, but Lin Haofan was still thinking about Lin Nan. If Lin Nan knew about this, she would be very happy. Lin Haofan coldly surveyed everything around here, his face unchanged, always light, and could not see his true inner thoughts, following Lin Haofan's eyes, only to see that the eye sockets of those white bones were flickering with ghostly flames of an eerie green color. It seemed to be watching Lin Haofan's every move. From time to time, there would also be white bones scurrying out of the sea of blood, transforming into hideous skeletons, pouncing on Lin Haofan with teeth and claws. However, most of it is just flowery, because before those skeletons could even get close, they were chopped into countless pieces by Lin Haofan's sword chi. Snap! One by one, they fell back into the sea of blood. The upper air of the sea of blood was still filled with heavy blood mist, and countless skeletons with distorted faces were faintly visible in those mists. Those skeletons, although they couldn't see their specific features, however, Lin Haofan could keenly feel that the skeleton was in pain, anger, or despair. They seemed to be dead souls trapped in this place, never to be freed. I'm sure that this was also the work of the spectral prison Evil Honor. From time to time, there was also a very mournful wailing sound coming from the blood mist, which was ear-piercing to the extreme. Let Lin Haofan silently recite up the meditation incantation as a way to calm himself down. Every time Lin Haofan took a step, the sea of blood under his feet would ripple. The next moment, countless illusions emerged from the ripples. In these visions, Lin Haofan unexpectedly saw that he had been decapitated by the spectral prison Evil Zun. Also saw Mo Qianxue dying in her arms. These visions are frighteningly real. Lin Haofan worried for but a marvelous moment, then came back to his senses. A mere illusion. How dare you disturb my mind? Lin Haofan snorted coldly, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, the sword chi came out and quickly chopped those illusions away. But at this time, Lin Haofan had already corrected his combat attitude. No more hanging around like before. This spectral prison Evil Exalt was a bit evil, so he couldn't afford not to pay attention to it. After all, this could be related to Mo Qianxue's life. It's not sloppy at all. Lin Haofan, welcome to my realm. The voice of the spectral prison Evil Exalt echoed in the sea of blood. Here you will experience what true despair is. Lin Haofan felt puzzled. The man is quite confident. Who on earth gave him the courage to do that? As soon as the words fell, countless bloody hands suddenly reached out from the sea of blood. Those bloody hands were pale and withered, but their nails were very sharp. TSK, TSK, TSK. You guys haven't cut your nails in 800 years. Those bloody hands were frantically grabbing at Lin Haofan. With a flash of his body, Lin Haofan avoided those bloody hands. Too much food. Lin Haofan coldly drank and lightly waved his sleeve. A burst of golden light was struck, and in the next second, all those bloody hands broke off. At the same time, a rain of blood suddenly descended from the sky above the sea of blood. Each drop of blood rain contained corrosive power, and they landed on Lin Haofan's protective spiritual energy. It makes a zippy sound. However, this was nothing to Lin Haofan. The last thing he lacked was body protection spirit power. Ha 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 ha. Lin Haofan, I'd like to see how much longer you can hold out. The laughter of the spectral prison Evil Exalt echoed through the sea of blood, filled with mockery and triumph. Lin Haofan didn't respond, and even made an appearance that his protective spiritual power was destroyed and he was weak. The reason for this was to try to lower the defenses of the evil honor of the spectral prison. Although this was the underworld blood sea, it was the domain of the evil exalt of the underworld. Chapter 101, Sea of Bloodstorm. Here, the opponent's power was almost endless, but he also understood that any domain had its breaks, and as long as he found that break, he would be able to reverse the situation in an instant. Lin Haofan closed his eyes as his divine sense spread out like a tidal wave once again. Oh, I know. So here it is. I found it. Lin Haofan violently opened his eyes as he gazed into the depths of the Sea of Blood. He knew that it should be the core of the spectral blood sea and the source of the spectral prison evil exalt's power. He no longer hesitated, and with a flash he rushed straight into the depths of the blood sea. The bloody hands and the bloody rain in the Sea of Blood were like madness, growing like crazy. He tried to block Lin Haofan, but the long sword in Lin Haofan's hand wasn't a vegetarian either. Wherever the sword chi passed, all obstacles were cut down by Lin Haofan. However, just when Lin Haofan thought that he was about to approach the evil honor of the spectral prison, the change has happened again. In that Sea of Blood, a huge wall of blood unexpectedly rose suddenly. Vomit. It stinks. Lin Haofan tightly covered his nose and cursed in a low voice. Only the bloody wall was filled with the corpses of various animals. These corpses were highly decomposed and emitted a foul odor. It made Lin Haofan unable to stop dry heaving. Lin Haofan, don't even think about coming one step closer. Spectral Evil Zun's angry voice came from the blood wall. From his voice, Lin Haofan felt a deep anger. Lin Haofan naturally didn't care about the threat of the evil prisoner of the specter. What class is he? How dare he threaten him? Lin Haofan. What a way to live. Lin Haofan swung his longsword violently in his hand, and a huge sword chi instantly split through the wall of blood. Rumble. The wall of blood instantly collapsed with a violent sound. At this moment, Lin Haofan had already arrived at the core of the blood sea. However, when he took in the sight of the core of the blood sea, his heart sank violently. There was actually a white bone altar there. The person lying on the altar, who else could it be if not Mo Qianxue? Mo Qianxue's body was entangled in countless blood-colored runes, and her face was as pale as paper. A proper lifeless puppet. Chi Yuki. Lin Haofan's heart ached as he rushed towards the altar without hesitation. The spectral prison evil exalt naturally wouldn't do as he wished. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the spectral prison evil exalt echoed through the Sea of Blood. Lin Haofan, do you think you can really save her? Her soul was sealed by me a long time ago. Even if you find her true body, there's nothing you can do about it now. The spectral prison evil exalt coldly laughed. Lin Haofan ignored his taunts and swung the longsword in his hand violently. A huge sword chi once again splitting the Sea of Blood and pointing straight at the altar. His figure followed closely behind, instantly breaking through the many obstacles and arriving on top of the altar. Qianxue, I'm coming, Lin Haofan said in a low voice, reaching out and then wanting to touch Mo Qianxue's cheek. However, just at the moment when his fingers were about to touch Mo Qianxue's body was suddenly wrapped up by a blood-colored barrier, and Lin Haofan's hand was opened by an unknown force. Lin Haofan frowned as he carefully examined those blood-colored runes that were wrapped around Mo Qianxue's body. Lin Haofan realized that these runes, surprisingly, were closely connected to Mo Qianxue's soul, and if he forcefully broke them he would also harm Mo Qianxue's soul. For a while, Lin Haofan was unexpectedly caught in a dilemma. Master, one must not move her easily, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure said solemnly. This is the Soul Lock spell. What a vicious spell. Spectral Prison Evil Venerable, you shall not die. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure cursed loudly. Soul Lock spell? Lin Haofan's heart sank. The Soul Lock curse is an extremely insidious spell that binds a person's soul to the power of the caster, and unless the caster takes the initiative to lift it, forcing it to be broken will only result in the original body's soul being dispersed. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure explained patiently. Ha ha ha. Lin Haofan, now you understand, right? Spectral Prison Evil Zun's underpowered voice sounded once again. Her soul has long been one with me, and if you want to save her and set her free, the only way is to kill me, but kill me and her soul will dissipate with me. Hearing this, Lin Haofan's teeth clacked. He clenched his fists, a flash of anger in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. He knew that impulse would only make things worse at this point. Lin Haofan took a deep breath and whispered to Mo Qianxue, Qianxue, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to save you. After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the altar, made seals with his hands, and began to utilize his spiritual energy. Lin Haofan wanted to use his own power to temporarily stabilize Mo Qianxue's soul first, while searching for any methods that could break the soul lock spell. The spectral prison evil exalt naturally wouldn't let him have what he wanted. Just moments after he had just sat down, the spectral prison evil Zun then understood Lin Haofan's intentions. The spectral prison evil exalt manipulated the Sea of Blood and set off monstrous waves. a huge blood shadow rose up from the sea, taking the form of a spectral prison evil demon, smiling fiercely as it pounced towards Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue. Lin Haofan, do you think I'll give you time? The seated Lin Haofan violently opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his mouth spat out two icy words. Seek death. Rubbing. Lin Haofan rose from the altar and stopped in the air as he stared coldly at the blood shadow. This blood shadow was the detachment of the spectral prison evil exalt. Beating it to death would not have any bad effects on Mo Qianxue. Lin Haofan's eyes were red, his fists clenched, his knuckles white from the force. With a low roar, he quickly pounced on the blood shadow, and he used all his strength to ruthlessly slam into the grinning face. Boom! The fist and the blood shadow collided in the air, instantly erupting into a deafening roar. Bloodshot's face became twisted, and in the next second, it might just crack. Lin Haofan still didn't stop, his fists falling like rain. Each of his strikes carried full fury, beating the blood shadow into retreat. Damn you! Lin Haofan hissed angrily. The blood shadow became fragmented under Lin Haofan's furious attack, eventually turning into a puddle of blood and merging into the sea of blood. After a fierce battle, Lin Haofan was gasping for air, and his robes were dyed red with blood shadow's blood. Lin Haofan turned to look at Mo Qianxue and realized that her face seemed a bit better than before, but there was still no sign of awakening. Qianxue, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to save you, Lin Haofan said in a low voice, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Only after beating back the blood shadow did Lin Haofan regain his composure to carefully inspect the soul lock spell on Mo Qianxue's body. He realized that although these runes on Mo Qianxue's body were complex, they were not flawless. As long as he finds the core of the spell, he still has a chance to break it. Spirit Wisdom Treasure, come out, Lin Haofan called out in a low voice. Master, I'm here. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure guide flew out of the storage bag and hovered in front of him. Help me analyze the composition of these runes and find a way to break them, Lin Haofan ordered. Chapter 102, Deciphering the Runes. Yes, Master. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure replied respectfully, and his expression was very serious. The Spiritual Wisdom Treasure flickered with light. It scanned up and down the runes on Mo Qianxue's body. After a moment, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure guide finally spoke. Master, the core of these runes is at the place of Mo Qianxue's heart chakra. Hearing this, Lin Haofan just nodded, not really knowing what to do next. It's easy to break. The cracking method too. As long as we can separate her heart chakra from the runes, the soul lock spell can be broken. Heart chakra and rune separation? Lin Haofan frowned and asked. The slightest failure in this operation would directly take Mo Qianxue's life. He didn't really have a way to operate for a while. This could be related to Mo Qianxue's life. He had to be careful. He wouldn't be able to let Mo Qianxue's life be in the slightest danger. Well, this process is, indeed, extremely dangerous. A little carelessness could hurt her. The more the Spirit Wisdom Treasure spoke, the more it whispered. Lin Haofan's face also became darker and darker the more he listened. Is that the only way? Lin Haofan continued to pursue the question without dying. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure shook his head. That's not true. There are other ways, but right now this one is the fastest to wake her up. Under Lin Haofan's eager gaze, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure stammered out a reply. Well, then try it. You keep an eye on her at all times. As soon as she's in any kind of danger, you immediately tell me to stop. A hint of determination flashed in Lin Haofan's eyes. At those words, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure nodded. Also pay attention to the movements of the evil honor of the spectral prison. Although, just now, Lin Haofan had already repelled his doppelganger, but the guarantee is that he will make a comeback. Alright, Master, just don't worry. I will definitely help you guard the rear, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure said with a firm face. Only after receiving the affirmation from the Spirit Wisdom Treasure, Lin Haofan took a deep breath as he formed seals with both of his hands, slowly injecting his own spiritual energy into Mo Qianxue's body. Lin Haofan's spiritual energy was like a wisp of fresh wind, carefully bypassing those blood-colored runes and continuously approaching Mo Qianxue's heart vein. Good lord, it actually works. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure behind him was always keeping an eye on the movements on Lin Haofan's side. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure was pleasantly surprised to find Mo Qianxue's face, which had been miserably white just a moment ago. The moment it came into contact with Lin Haofan's spiritual energy, it instantly became red. However, before it could rejoice for long, a change occurred. Just at the moment when Lin Haofan's spiritual energy was about to touch Mo Qianxue's heart vein, Mo Qianxue's body suddenly trembled violently. Under Lin Haofan's and Spirit Wisdom Treasure's horrified gazes, those blood-colored runes seemed to come back to life, crazily devouring Lin Haofan's spiritual energy. Master, no, stop it, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure gem bellowed, and with that, he was about to rush over and stop Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan's heart was also tightened. He rushed to retrieve his spiritual power a second before the spiritual wisdom treasure rushed over, because he knew that forcing a breakthrough would only cause Mo Qianshua's soul to be damaged. He wouldn't do anything that would cost him more than it was worth. Master, these runes have fused with her soul. Forcing them to break will only backfire. The spiritual wisdom treasure explained again. When he finished speaking, he also took a look at Lin Haofan's face. Look at Lin Haofan's sunken face. His face was all disheveled. The spirit wisdom treasure sighed softly. Alas, damned spectral prison evil honor, don't ever fall into my hands. Otherwise, the spiritual wisdom bowman's back teeth clenched with a klaxon. He couldn't wait to pull the spectral prison evil exalt over and break him into pieces right now. Unfortunately, he can't die now. If he dies, Mo Qianshue is hopeless. Lin Haofan was silent for a moment, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He knew that this method was not going to work. Now we'll just have to find another way. Qianshue, I will find a way to save you, Lin Haofan said in a low voice, his voice filled with determination. He gently picked up Mo Qianshue and protected her in his arms. Master, let's just get out of here and go outside to find someone who can break this spell, the spirit wisdom treasure whispered in a persuasive voice. The spell is truly insidious. As long as it stayed on Mo Qianshue for one more moment, Mo Qianshue's danger was several points more. Well, you have a point. But, Lin Haofan looked up and looked around. However, just letting the spectral prison evil demon go like this, Lin Haofan, really can't swallow this breath. Lin Haofan said with an icy expression. He could not take the little life of the evil demon of the spectral prison. But he did this to Mo Qianshue and still wants to be left alone? No way. It's just a matter of keeping him alive. He, Lin Haofan, has all the means to deal with the evil honor of the spectral prison, making his life worse than death. Let the spectral prison evil demon beg Lin Haofan to die. Lin Haofan's face was too gloomy for words. He wanted to find the true body of the spectral prison evil demon now. Lin Haofan stepped on the rotten mud by the bloody sea, his fists crunching. What a Thai place! Lin Haofan angrily cursed. This Thai place is so fishy that it chokes the nose, and the water is still soaked with the bones of an unknown number of dead demonic beasts. He had already snooped around and found out that the lair of the spectral prison evil venerable was underneath the sea of blood, and that he was cultivating his evil skills by sucking up the grievances of these demonic beasts. Spectral prison evil honor, hurry up and get your ass out here. Don't think that, just because you're hiding in there, that everything is fine. With that, Lin Haofan raised his foot and stomped the ground fiercely, and the entire sea of blood instantly turned over in big waves. The bloody seabed gurgled and bubbled. It then reveals an evil altar made of skulls. Lin Haofan looked along the skull, only to see that the spectral prison evil exalt was hiding in the middle of the altar at that moment, and he was wearing a black robe. At first glance, it's not a good person. Snap! Without saying a word, Lin Haofan immediately flung 9 fire chains at the spectral prison evil demon. Slap! The fire chain was in the air, making a sharp cracking sound. The spectral prison evil Zune hiding under the altar just wanted to leave, but he was nailed to the altar pillar by Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, Mo Qianshue won't want to live either. The spectral prison evil demon coldly threatened. His face was filled with disdain for Lin Haofan. So what if Lin Haofan is in the heavenly Dao realm? Still don't dare to do anything to him. Oh, I wasn't going to try to kill you now. What's your hurry? I have all the time in the world to take my time with you, and I'm afraid that you, when the time comes, will beg me to let you die. Saying that, Lin Haofan had already walked up to the spectral prison evil demon. He condescended to stare at the evil honor of the spectral prison. Hearing Lin Haofan's naked threat, the evil Zune of the spectral prison instantly panicked. The sixth sense told him that this Lin Haofan was very not to be messed with. The odds are that what he said is true. What to do? A very far-fetched smile appeared on the face of the spectral prison evil demon. Lin Haofan, you're less likely to bluff me there. The spectral prison evil Zune wasn't afraid to die as he continued. Lin Haofan, kill me if you have the guts. The spectral prison evil honor yelled at the top of his lungs. Chapter 103, the torture begins. Ha. Killed you. You're thinking pretty well, Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. I have means and ways to make your life worse than death. Saying that, Lin Haofan glanced at the spectral prison evil demon who was lying on the ground. He then raised his hand and fished out a half-rotted snake demon corpse from the sea of blood. He stabbed his finger into the snake demon's heart. Straight away, the snake demon's blackened heart was pulled out. The spectral prison evil Zune stared at Lin Haofan's movements in death. At this moment, he was already too frightened by Lin Haofan to speak. What kind of god was this man, that he could pull out the heart of a snake demon without changing his face? Spare him. The spectral prison evil Zune, who was usually known for his ruthlessness, would not dare to do the thing of pulling out his heart at birth. By this moment, the spectral prison evil demon was truly afraid in his heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. You know you're scared now? Lin Haofan asked in a cold voice. The spectral prison evil honor didn't know how to reply. His words stuck in his throat and delayed. Lin Haofan didn't pay any attention to the evil Zune of the spectral prison, and took the snake demon's heart in his own hands to finish it off. The spectral prison evil Zune's back went cold as he stared at Lin Haofan's movements, fearing that Lin Haofan would reach into his heart the next second. Under the watchful eye of the evil honor of the spectral prison, Lin Haofan didn't extend his hand over. Instead, he spoke slowly. Molting spell. Have you ever heard of it? Molting spell? Of course he had heard of this evil thing. The spectral prison evil exalt's eyebrows jumped slightly. Intuition told him that something bad was going to happen, and he seemed to be about to be in bad luck. Ho ho ho. Pop. Lin Haofan snapped the heart of the snake demon that he had just gouged out, which was still hot, and directly stuffed it into the body of the evil Zune of the spectral prison. Lin Haofan, what are you doing? The spectral evil demon rubbed his head and directly catapulted up from the ground. Both hands slapped hard at his chest, trying to gouge out the snake demon's heart. What am I doing? You tell me. What exactly do I want? Lin Haofan glanced at the spectral prison evil demon and coldly said, every day henceforth, at midnight, the skin and flesh of your entire body will rot, followed by the regrowth of new flesh, the taste of growing new flesh. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can warn you, that's not pleasant. The corner of Lin Haofan's mouth hooked into a smug smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. By then, your soul will be shivering with pain. TSK, TSK, TSK. That taste. Lin Haofan, you deserve to die. The spectral prison evil demon screamed miserably. Under the horrified gaze of the evil exalt of the spectral prison, Lin Haofan pulled out another 72 red-hot iron nails and nailed them into the limbs of the evil Zune of the spectral prison one by one. Lin Haofan whacked each iron nail as if he was mad. Lin Haofan chanted with each nail. This is the interest for Qin Shui. This is what you deserve. Evil honor of the spectral prison. Spectral prison evil sovereign, you deserve to die. The flames stained on the nail burned the spectral evil honor wailing. The spectral prison evil Zune's body was covered in black smoke, and his expression was hideous as he tried to break free, but he really couldn't break free. Just as the spectral evil demon was struggling, rumble. There was a sudden rumble under the altar. What kind of commotion is this? That's a lot of movement. Lin Haofan meditated to feel the movement. TSK, TSK, TSK. You kid, you even have this skill? No wonder it dares to clamor with me. But unfortunately is nothing more than a basket of water. Lin Haofan shook his head and made a look of great pity. Master, what are you talking about? Is there some dark secret hidden down here? Spirit Wisdom Treasure asked curiously. Meanwhile, he kept looking down, but he didn't sense anything unusual worthy of the heavenly Tao mirror. It's just awesome. Didn't you feel the movement down there? Lin Haofan skimmed the spiritual wisdom treasure. It shouldn't be. Wasn't the spirit wisdom treasure a magic weapon of the ancient world? You can't even feel the movement? Isn't it all calm down there? The spirit wisdom treasure guide said with an innocent face, not noticing, in the slightest, the skepticism that flashed through Lin Haofan's eyes. There are still 100,000 in soldiers hidden down there. Lin Haofan sneered. Hiss. 100,000 in soldiers, right under our feet? Spirit Wisdom Treasure asked with an incredulous face. 100,000 in soldiers, right under their feet at this moment? He hadn't even felt the presence of the other side in the slightest? Does that make sense? He finally understood now where the suspicion in Lin Haofan's eyes came from. This time not only Lin Haofan began to suspect him, it was the Spirit Wisdom Treasure himself that began to suspect himself. What do we do with these shady soldiers? Do you want to? What to do with it? That's naturally. With that, Lin Haofan raised his hand and summoned a rain of golden light swords from the sky. Feeling famous? Feeling famous? Lin Haofan's big hand fell, and a rain of swords fell. The shady soldier's head was cut off in an instant. Under Lin Haofan, these invincible soldiers were like radishes. In one go, he was chopped into crumbs by Lin Haofan. Under Lin Haofan's efforts, the entire blood sea, once again, fell back into panic. There's no stopping it at all. And at this time, the black gas in the sea of blood was also purified a lot. The air is not as thick with blood as it used to be. Lin Haofan could already breathe directly, and he could also directly use his 5.0 vision to see clearly into the distance. Lin Haofan, you let go of me. The spectral prison evil vizier's eyes were hideous, and the veins on his head were bulging. Lin Haofan had dared to touch his soldier, which was the secret weapon of his spectral prison evil Zune. He's been planning for centuries, and it's been hard to gather these soldiers. I didn't expect to be wiped out by him. Lin Haofan, all at once? Does that make sense? Aren't these shady soldiers well hidden? How was it discovered by Lin Haofan? With the Undertaker gone, how can ye seek revenge on the righteous? Damn Lin Haofan for ruining his plans. TSK TSK TSK. Spectral Prison Evil Honor. At this point in time, you're even still struggling. I have a better idea. You want to try it? Lin Haofan stepped forward and grabbed the long hair of the Spectral Prison Evil Demon, lifting him up with one hand. TSK TSK TSK. Seeing you in so much pain, I am really afraid that you will die. Forget it, seeing as you're in so much pain, I'll plant a longevity spell on you. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Let you stay alive and enjoy this skinning pleasure every day. After saying that, he flicked drops of blood into the head of the evil demon of the spectral prison. You go away. Don't you come over. Lin Haofan, you can't do this to me. Don't you want to save Mo Qianxue? The spectral prison evil demon struggled desperately, but unfortunately, he still couldn't escape Lin Haofan's hand. It worked. Lin Haofan let go of the spectral prison evil demon, clapped his hands, and coldly said, Evil Zun's eyes immediately covered with a layer of blood mist, and it hurt so much that he hit his head against a pillar. Chapter 104, Counterattack. The spectral prison evil demon suddenly didn't move, his blood-red eyes turning frighteningly. His hand, which had been pierced by an iron nail, violently grabbed the corner of Lin Haofan's coat, and dense bone spikes suddenly grew out of his nail crevices. Stab it! It then slashed Lin Haofan's clothes with 3 black smoking slits. Lin Haofan, guess why what? Lin Haofan coldly skimmed towards the evil honor of the spectral prison, and incidentally, he also shook off his sleeves that were slightly dirty just now. Not the slightest bit of the threat from the evil exalt of the spectral prison was taken to heart. What Lin Haofan most often does is to block the soldiers' water to cover the earth. One spectral prison evil demon wasn't enough to make him, Lin Haofan, lose his bearings. I wonder how Nui is doing now. It's been a long time since I've heard from her. While he was confronting the Psy prison evil demon, Lin Haofan even had the presence of mind to think of Lin Nan in the distance. If the spectral prison evil Zun knew Lin Haofan's mental activities at this moment, he would definitely be furious. This Lin Haofan was also too much to put him in his eyes. It's simply outrageous. Lin Haofan, what are you talking about? The spectral prison evil demon collapsed and shouted. Lin Haofan looked at the collapsing spectral prison evil demon with a puzzled expression. What's this guy's problem again? Lin Haofan, do you think I buried the Yin soldiers in this sea of blood for the sake of a joke? The spectral prison evil Zun grinned his bleeding mouth, and a strange buzzing sound emanated from the broken hole in his chest. Buzzing. Ha! What's that sound? Unpleasant emotions arose in the spiritual wisdom treasure's heart. The originally quiet sea of blood suddenly gurgled and bubbled like a boiling pot, and screams similar to a baby's cry emanated from each exploding blood bubble. Everywhere reveals the unusual and bizarre. The spirit wisdom treasure sighed in his heart that something bad had happened. I'm afraid there's going to be another big battle today. Trying to get Mo Qianxue out just like that would definitely be difficult. Bang! The spirit wisdom treasure guide suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, and the ancient patterns on its border unexpectedly oozed out a dark golden liquid. It's a warning that there's danger out there. The pattern would only change when there was great danger. It had been with Lin Haofan for so long, but it was the first time it had encountered this warning. It was evident that this spectral prison evil exalt really wasn't a good match. Master, be careful. There's danger here. The spirit wisdom treasure shook violently around him as he looked towards the bottom of the bloody sea. The sight of the bloody seabed chills it, only to see those decapitated Yin soldiers. They had flesh buds sprouting from their necks. The most frightening thing is, those corpses were surprisingly still gnawing and devouring each other. In the blink of an eye, it was spelled out into a 3-foot-tall monster of flesh and blood. Embedded in the monster's rotting flesh were hundreds of distorted human faces shouting in unison. Dig your heart, eat your soul. Dig your heart and eat your soul. Cut out the heart, eat the soul. Cut out the heart and eat the soul. Lin Haofan's pupils shrunk. It was really a big deal. The sea of blood suddenly made big waves. 12 bronze coffins instantly broke through the water, each wrapped in chains inscribed with incantations. Those dark red talismans crawled on the coffin like living centipedes, surprisingly identical to the blood marks on Mo Qianxue's brow. Lin Haofan, you're dead. Ha. No one can stop me from sacrificing with Mo Qianxue. No one can stop me from obtaining ancient power. This is the 12-corpse king formation raised with a 1,000-year blood sacrifice. The body of the spectral prison evil exalt suddenly exploded into black mist, and his roar shook the entire altar a few times. This caused the already unstable altar to collapse directly. Bang! The altar collapsed, bringing up a cloud of dust. It made Lin Haofan unable to stop coughing. Cough. Suddenly, Lin Haofan realized that the land under his feet was cracking. Lin Haofan jumped up to dodge. Then he realized that the green bricks under his feet had also turned into a slimy pool of bloody mud. At that moment, countless white bone palms drilled out of the ground to tug on his pant legs. TSK. there's that trick again. Spectral prison evil demon. Can you have some new tricks? Every time, it's just white bone palms to grab me. There's no attack power at all. Lin Haofan said that this attack was simply not enough to fear. Who knows? The spiritual wisdom treasure on the side unexpectedly issued a piercing alarm. Master, run quickly. These soldiers are corpse puppets refined by the ancient witch clan. Beheading them will instead cause them to transform into something even more terrifying. The spirit wisdom treasure roared loudly, deeply afraid that Lin Haofan's hand would be quick to give all of them a cut. When the time comes, it's going to be a pain in the ass. The spirit wisdom treasure had just finished its words when the bronze coffin closest to it exploded. Bang! There was another loud bang. Lin Haofan felt that today, not only had his nose and eyes suffered a heavy blow, his ears were also not badly injured. His nose inhaled a lot of corpse stench. His eyes looked at a lot of disgusting corpses. His ears were blown out over and over again. He felt like his hearing had gone way down. I'm afraid. Under the gaze of a few people, a green-faced and fanged corpse, he flew out of the coffin. Master, be careful. It's the Corpse King. The spirit wisdom treasure hissed. Today is really an eye-opener to see the green-faced and fanged Corpse King. Later on, when he returned to his storage bag, he could have a good blowout with those spells. This Corpse King was covered in moss-like green hairs, each of which was dripping sticky green venom downwards. This venom landed on the ground and made a nuisance corrosive sound. The face of the necromancer, on the other hand, looked like a wolf's head had been stitched together with a dead man. Surprisingly, he still had the fangs of a wolf. Dozens of rusty copper rings were strung across its fangs, and when it opened its mouth to roar, it spewed out a stench that could corrode holes in the surrounding stone. TSK. So stinky. No wonder they had to lock you up. You're a proper biochemical weapon. Lin Haofan pinched his nose with a look of disgust. The most frightening thing was the 3-meter-long bone halberd in the Corpse King's hand. It was pieced together with the crest vertebrae of 77 and 49 cultivators, and each section of the bone was still sealed with the grievous souls of those who died tragically. At the head of the halberd hung 9 air-dried human heads, and whenever the necromancer swung the weapon, those heads would simultaneously open their eyes and emit ear-piercing wails. It made the spirit wisdom treasure listen with trepidation. The ground shook as the creature walked, and it wasn't toes that grew on its paws. Instead, they are densely packed with viper heads. Those snake heads were still frantically gnawing on everything around them, and those stones that were bitten instantly turned purple-black and shattered into crumbs in the next second. The Corpse King's chest was encrusted with a dark red lump of flesh, and a closer look would reveal that it was actually a still-beating heart. Whenever the necromancer was injured, the sarcoma would spew out a foul-smelling mist of blood, and its severed arms and thighs would grow back in the blink of an eye like a gecko's tail. The average person encounters this necromancer, can't really think of a way out other than death. If it was anyone else standing here today, this Corpse King would be invincible. Unfortunately, his opponent today was Lin Haofan. It's still too much of a rookie and needs more practice. Lin Haofan continued to survey this Corpse King. Chapter 105, The Corpse King Appears. It wasn't just the spirit wisdom treasure that found it rare. It was also the first time he had seen a Corpse King. He had only seen it in ancient books before. On the back of this Corpse King, there was also a row of bone spikes. Each bone spur was inscribed with an ancient witch spell. These spells can cause hallucinations in those who get close, and you'll see the people you care about most being torn to pieces by the necromancer. And if you're not careful, you'll have your soul taken away, just like the visions before. Worthy of being a spectral prison evil exalt, the means of dealing with people came and went. The passes are not enough to be feared. The green-faced and fanged Corpse King raised the halberd made of human bones and slashed straight towards Lin Haofan's side. Lin Haofan stood in place, not moving even half a step. He raised his longsword and tried to block the Corpse King's attack. As a result, when he raised his sword to block, he suddenly realized that his spiritual energy was not functioning well. What's going on here? Lin Haofan quickly dodged and narrowly avoided the Corpse King's attack. Corpse poison. It's corpse poison. The spirit wisdom treasure roared again. It turned out that the necrotic poison had long been mixed in the blood mist and had unknowingly seeped into his body. The bone halberd was actually skewered with human crest vertebrae, and the skull at the tip of the halberd would open its mouth and spew out green smoke from time to time. I think that green smoke is the corpse poison. At those words, Lin Haofan hurriedly dodged away. Afterwards, 12 golden talismans were flung out, forming a wall of light in front of him. The green smoke touches the gold amulet barrier. Immediately there was a zip, zip, zip sound. The wall of light was corroded with small holes in the shape of a honeycomb, and a few drops of leaking venom splashed onto Lin Haofan's wrists, instantly burning bloody holes where the bones could be seen. TSK. This necrotic poison is quite powerful. Lin Haofan looked serious, changing his previous careless attitude. Longevity spell? Ha ha ha. You're being funny. This body of mine was originally an empty shell. I'm still afraid of you? The maniacal laughter of the spectral prison evil exalt echoed through the blood mist. Lin Haofan, on the other hand, looked down and examined his arm. Only blood-colored runes emerged on his arms, and greenish-gray corpse spots began to appear on the wounds he was hit by the Corpse King. Lin Haofan felt like there were countless maggots crawling underneath his skin, and were following his blood vessels straight to his heart. The spirit wisdom treasure suddenly slammed into Lin Haofan's back, and a glazed lotus flower appeared in front of it, after which he roared loudly, "Quickly burn yourself with pure glazed fire. He planted you with corpse seeds." Spirit wisdom treasure's voice was shaking. "This fire will burn away the memories of the last 7 days, but it's better than becoming." Before the spirit wisdom treasure finished speaking, another loud sound was heard in the air. Boom! The second coffin exploded, and this time the Corpse King that jumped out had 8 spider legs. Its stomach split open in a bloody maw, and it even spewed out shiny silver cobwebs. Wrap Lin Haofan's left leg to death. Lin Haofan swung his sword to cut the spider silk that was wrapped around his left leg, and realized that the silver silk on which the sword blade was stained was actually crazily sucking up his spiritual energy. This was actually the spirit devouring heavenly laws that were specifically designed to deal with immortal cultivators. The previous extermination case investigated by Mo Qianxue. Lin Haofan suddenly remembered something, and his eyes snapped open. According to Mo Qianxue, the silver-colored silk threads left at the scene at that time were exactly the same as the spider web in front of him. That's when Mo Qianxue was pursuing the case. Memories struck into his mind like lightning, and it was as if he saw the young girl again holding the burnt pieces of spider silk, the vermilion mole on her brow red and blinding in the moonlight. Everything was a conspiracy of the evil honor of the spectral prison. What a meticulous mind! The evil honor of the spectral prison had actually been planning all of this since that time. Mo Qianxue hadn't even regained her memory at that time. Then the evil lord of the spectral prison found her. Lin Haofan didn't dare to think any further. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. The human face on the Corpse King's stomach suddenly laughed strangely. Lin Haofan, Mo Qianxue was under a spell at that time. It purposely dragged out a long tone. Hearing Lin Haofan's back go cold. "It's still threatening me so that I don't break the white jade hairpin you gave me." Buzz! Golden light appeared, and sword chi rushed to the sky around Lin Haofan. Countless golden sword shadows formed a sword formation over the sea of blood, but suddenly dissipated when they were about to slash down. The corpse spots on Lin Haofan's body had spread to his heart, and his spiritual energy was leaking out like a flood that had broken the dike. Master must not move to kill. The spirit wisdom treasure turned red all around. It warned, corpse seeds thrive on anger, so don't move to kill. He's deliberately provoking you. Before the words were finished, the Corpse King in the third coffin had already appeared. This blackened necromancer held twin swords with uncountable brass bells strung on chains. As soon as the bell rang, the vision of Mo Qianxue being pierced through her collarbone by a chain suddenly appeared in front of Lin Haofan's eyes. "Lin Haofan, calm down. Peace of mind." Lin Haofan bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to wake up as he mouthed the words. The recitation was none other than the meditation technique. The taste of blood spread in his mouth. The fourth coffin slowly opened, and this time what came out was actually a woman in a palace dress. She was clutching her burnt koto, and under her rotten face she could vaguely see that she had once been beautiful. As soon as the sound of the zither sounded, the long sword in Lin Haofan's hand suddenly wailed and cracks appeared on the sword. This is the Soul Breaker, which specializes in destroying magic weapons. What a vicious tactic. Surprisingly, there are tunes that destroy spells. Master, do something. The spirit wisdom treasure felt unsteady, and in the next second, it seemed like it was going to disintegrate. The shouts of the spirit wisdom treasure finally pulled Lin Haofan back to reality. The fifth Corpse King swung his meteor hammer and smashed over. The purple crystal on the head of the hammer was furiously sucking in the blood seabane. Lin Haofan suddenly pointed the spiritual wisdom treasure at his heart. "Hurry up and burn. You'll forget," the spiritual wisdom bowman said before finishing his sentence. "You'll forget your fondest memories deep down. Burn." Those memories had long been buried so deeply in his mind that the glazed fire couldn't burn them out. No matter how powerful the glazed fire was, Lin Haofan was confident that he would never forget Mo Qianxue and Lin Nannan. The two of them were his Lin Haofan's life. Without the two of them, there was no need for him to continue living. The moment the glazed fire ignited, Lin Haofan saw memories like snowflakes flying, hundreds of years ago. The scene where Mo Qianxue sneakily added tranquilizer medicine to his wine and secretly left by herself. The scene of Nui Nui hugging her thigh and asking her mother. The flames burned through his heart, and the corpses niggled. Lin Haofan, however, laughed. He reached out to catch a piece of memory light that was about to disappear. It was Mo Qianxue practicing her sword under the peach tree. As the last bit of glazed fire burrowed into his brow, his eyes were more awake than before. He actually refined his fond memories into a heart sword and in turn used it to break the formation. This can't be right. The screams of the spectral hell evil Zune came from all directions. The 12 Corpse Kings suddenly froze as their chests simultaneously lit up with golden light. This is exactly the modified longevity mantra seal. Lin Haofan's sword pointed to the sky, and the purified corpse seed power transformed into countless golden threads. Do you really think that I'm not accidentally tricked? Chapter 106, Corpse King Destroyed. The sword in Lin Haofan's hand suddenly burst out with a seven-colored haze, and wherever Lin Haofan's sword tip pointed, the sea of blood all automatically cracked open into a large channel. This sword's spiritual power has gone up another level? Lin Haofan expressed surprise. The spiritual power of this sword in his hand was surprisingly able to continue to rise. The spectral prison evil demon had indeed given him a pleasant surprise. Under the attack of the glazed fire, the 12 corpse kings were completely defenseless. After struggling for a few seconds, he quickly bounded away. Those purified corpse kings, their Jin Dan, transformed into 12 golden men. The corpse king, who had turned into a golden man, surrounded the spectral prison evil demon in the center at Lin Haofan's behest. Ha. Lin Haofan, you are indeed a good tactic. The corpse king that I carefully cultivated was easily collected by you just like this? But, do you think that these are the only means I have for my hallowed spectral prison evil exalt? With the crowd watching, the black heart of the spectral prison evil demon suddenly burst open without warning. At once, blood splattered in the air. The poisonous blood splattered by the spectral prison evil Zune condensed into 36,000 soul-killing nails in the air. As the words fell, the 12 golden men simultaneously made seals in the air with their hands. Lin Haofan's left hand was held in a false grip, and his right palm flung out countless silver silk threads, which precisely wrapped around each soul-lost nail. The sea of blood suddenly shook violently, and those corroded honeycomb-shaped barrier fragments recoalesced. Rumble rumble. The sea of blood once again resounded with a loud noise. The spirit wisdom treasure looked over along with the voice, only to see that the sea of blood at that moment was just like water boiling. It's churning. The 12 golden figures suddenly exploded, their majestic purifying power instantly forming a golden vortex. The spectral prison evil vizier was fuming like a madman, urging the blood sea severing chi, but he realized that all those resentful souls were kowtowing in Lin Haofan's direction. The undersea altar rose with a roar. Seal! Lin Haofan bit his tongue and spewed out his essence blood, and the 12 corpse kings golden Dan instantly formed chains before falling into the burial abyss. The spectral prison evil demon's main body was also torn hard towards the abyss. The spectral prison evil demon's original body was thus blocked in the abyss forever by Lin Haofan. Without Lin Haofan's permission, the spectral prison evil demon's main body would never have a chance to come out. Lin Haofan, you dare to lock me up here. You let me out. Lin Haofan, let me out quickly. I won't let you go. Lin Haofan, didn't you want Mo Qianxue to come to her senses? How about we make a deal? If you let me out and break the spell on me, I'll break the spell on Mo Qianxue as well. In this world, only I can willingly undo the spell. Otherwise, Mo Qianxue will never wake up. Lin Haofan, hurry up and put me out. The spectral prison evil exalt went from being chesty in the beginning to gradually crumbling, looking into the depths of the blood sea that could not be reached. For the first time in his life, the spectral prison evil Zune gave birth to the emotion of fear. When he thought about the spell that Lin Haofan had placed on him earlier, he was even more scared to death. Is this where he's going to suffer molting for the rest of his life? How can this be? No way. Definitely not. He has to get out. Lin Haofan, do you hear me? The spectral prison evil demon collapsed and shouted. Hiss. Can't see Spectral prison evil honor. You're actually this noisy. Saying that, Lin Haofan pulled out his ears with an impatient face. He had just given the spectral prison evil Zune a chance. As long as he undid the spell on Mo Qianxue, he could give the spectral evil demon a decent death. It's a pity. After giving the pantheon evil demon a chance, he's useless on his own. Who can blame them? Lin Haofan has always practiced the principle of doing things that are out of date. If the evil honor of the spectral prison wanted to back out now, there was no way. What's more, Lin Haofan just now, after observing, had another clue in his heart to unravel the spell. Unsurprisingly, that rune had something to do with a certain mysterious clan. As long as they found that mysterious sect, Mo Qianxue would be able to wake up. Master, otherwise, let us agree to his conditions. Let him out? No way. Resolutely not. The evil honor of the spectral prison is a great scourge to the world's living beings. Saying that, Lin Haofan looked around to survey the sea of blood. This sea of blood was filled with corpses, and the spectral prison evil exalt had killed innocents indiscriminately in order to raise his cultivation level as quickly as possible. These corpses are the best proof. No way. If Qianxue knew that I had made such a deal with the evil honor of the spectral prison, she definitely wouldn't be happy. Lin Haofan said with certainty. Don't worry, I've already found a way to save Qianxue. Well, then I'll listen to what you say. Master. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide didn't continue to speak because it always obeyed Lin Haofan's words unconditionally. Among the spirit wisdom treasures and a host of other ancient magic weapons, Lin Haofan was the most powerful existence. No matter how outrageous Lin Haofan's words were, they would believe them. This would be another, very outrageous thing to put in the eyes of others. They must have been full of incredulity. This was because these ancient magic weapons, which had always recognized only the strong, now trusted Lin Haofan unconditionally. What does that mean? This was enough to show that Lin Haofan's strength was already powerful beyond imagination. So powerful that even these heaven-defying magic weapons were willing to submit to him. Lin Haofan was the master above heaven and earth, and he possessed the power to control everything. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sea of blood began to collapse again, and the spirit wisdom treasure immediately transformed into streams of light, tightly wrapping Lin Haofan. The sea of blood was collapsing, the roaring sound was deafening, and the blood-colored waves were churning as if they were going to swallow the entire world. The stream of light transformed by the spirit wisdom treasure guide struggled to navigate through this raging sea of blood. As for Lin Haofan, he was holding the unconscious Mo Qianxue tightly, his eyes full of perseverance. He knew that at this moment, he had to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, and at the same time, he also had to go and take care of Yi Sui who was guarding the outside. Finally, under the protection of the spirit wisdom treasure, Lin Haofan managed to break away from the sea of blood. Fresh air hit him as he stepped out of that bloody place. Hiss! The air does seem fresh outside. I can barely breathe in there, Lin Haofan said at the unconscious Mo Qianxue. Don't look at the fact that Mo Qianxue's eyes seem to be closed right now in a deep sleep. But only Lin Haofan knew that although Mo Qianxue's body was asleep, but she was still conscious. To the outside world, she still had some sense. As long as he insisted on talking to Mo Qianxue would definitely be awakened by him. The spirit wisdom treasure grimoire stared at Lin Haofan who was muttering to himself, and it silently rolled its eyes in its heart. Inwardly, I spit out, "Che, what the hell are you talking about? And talk about being about to lose your breath? Who on earth is the person who was in there just now? Killing it all? Is this a sign that you can't breathe? Having a wife is a big deal, isn't it? Now you've learned to sell yourself short." The spiritual wisdom poet said that he was very lonely. Yi Sui, who was guarding the outside, naturally heard the commotion over here. He felt the sand shaking beneath him. What's going on? Did they fight that hard? Rumble. Yi Sui stared at the collapsed cave, a face of relief. Chapter 107, Yi Sui's regrets. Ha ha ha. Was Lin Haofan going down with the spectral prison evil demon? Worthy of being, the ruthless evil honor of the spectral prison. A hard bone like Lin Haofan could be gnawed down by him. It was awesome. Since Lin Haofan was already dead, he didn't have to worry anymore about his scandalous deeds being exposed. Cough cough cough. Just as the corners of Yi Sui's mouth were wildly rising, Lin Haofan's voice appeared. Cough cough cough. What are you laughing at? So happy? Did you think I died in there? Lin Haofan asked directly without ceremony. Yi Sui also didn't expect that Lin Haofan would ask him so directly. I didn't. Yi Sui stammered, half unable to say a word. He couldn't just nod his head and say yes. Lin Haofan didn't miss the wonderful change of expression on Yi Sui's face. From the initial excitement to shock to now panic, Lin Haofan saw it all in his eyes. As Yi Sui watched in horror, Lin Haofan carried the unconscious Mo Qianxue on his back, and step by step, he walked out from the shaky ruins of the cave. Rao had just gone through such a big battle. Lin Haofan's footsteps were still steady and powerful, and each step fell with an unquestionable aura. Every step Lin Haofan took caused Yi Sui's heart to burst. Lin Haofan had already finished cleaning up the spectral prison evil demon? Yi Sui stared at the mass of rubble with an incredulous expression. Not only did Lin Haofan kill the evil vassal of the spectral prison, but he also ended his lair? He didn't hurt himself at all, just his clothes were torn. Does that make sense? Is the evil prisoner of the underworld such a vegetable? Yi Sui was pacing back and forth in place like an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting. His originally neat clothes were now in disarray. The moment he heard Lin Haofan's voice, it was as if he had been electrocuted, and he violently raised his head, his bloodshot eyes once again colliding with Lin Haofan's gaze. Lin Haofan. Yi Sui's voice seemed like it was squeezed out of his throat with an obvious tremor, and his legs were uncontrollably backed up half a step, as if he was afraid that Lin Haofan would suddenly rush up and give him a fatal blow. What's wrong with Chi Su? He stared at the unconscious Mo Qianxue and stammered as he asked, his voice filled with fear. Lin Haofan coldly hummed, he, is still not thanks to you. When he finished speaking, he also coldly glanced at Yi Sui. The disdain revealed in those eyes was as if they were looking at an insignificant ant. I won't let you off easily for betraying Chiyuki, he said in a single word, his voice low and cold. If it weren't for the fact that you and her had such a love affair once, do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me? Yi Sui's face instantly became as white as paper. His lips kept mumbling, wanting to argue something, but found that his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. and at this time he could not say a word. He couldn't be clearer in his heart. With Lin Haofan's unfathomable strength, it would really be an easy task to take his life. I'll hold off on killing you today. Lin Haofan paused and continued to speak. When Qianxue wakes up, let her decide whether you live or die. After saying that, he slightly sidestepped, no longer paying attention to Isui's horrified eyes, and turned around to leave. Lin Haofan. Isue wanted to say something else, but his mouth felt like it was glued to something. Half the time I can't say it. Isue looked at Lin Haofan's back as he walked away. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Fear was like a tidal wave that was about to drown him, and he was afraid of Mo Qianxue's disappointed eyes when she woke up. Seeing Mo Qianxue's miserable white face, Isui's heart suddenly developed a strong feeling of guilt. After all, he had once had so many memories with Mo Qianxue. If it wasn't for Mo Qianxue, he wouldn't have achieved what he did today. It was all the fault of the evil honor of the spectral prison for provoking their relationship. Let him set up Mo Qianxue. It put him on such a path of no return. It's true, one wrong step at a time. On this side, Lin Haofan was carrying Mo Qianxue on his back, walking towards the distance with a determined face. Along the way, a deadly silence permeated the barren desert. Walking out of the desert, they came to a place where they had never set foot before. The dry, cracked land here is devoid of grass, and occasionally you can see the white bones of a few animals. In the distance, a few mournful bird calls came from time to time. Master, why do I feel that this place is even more terrifying than the Sea of Blood? The spirit wisdom treasure, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. It's okay, it's your psychology. Where is the terror of the Sea of Blood here? Are you kidding me? The Sea of Blood is full of corpses. You can't reach them. There's blood everywhere. There's at least fresh air to breathe here. It's much better here than the Sea of Blood. Get going. Cut the crap. Mo Qianxue hasn't woken up yet. After a long trek, Lin Haofan's group finally arrived at the entrance of the mysterious sect. Who? Thousand Snow. We've finally arrived. Ha? Arrived? Here? Mystery Clan? Master, are you hallucinating? The spirit wisdom treasure looked at the empty wasteland and let out a shocked few consecutive questions. It doesn't look like a place where anyone lives. Anyhow, is that how mysterious the mystery clan is? Living in the wasteland? Why do you talk so much? In the face of the spirit wisdom treasure's questioning, Lin Haofan appeared very impatient. With that, Lin Haofan waved his hand. A crack immediately appeared in the wasteland that was empty just a moment ago. It was a portal that emitted a mysterious light, and the portal's light flickered and wavered like countless stars pulsating. Lin Haofan took a deep breath and calmed his inner emotions, taking large steps towards the inside of the portal. The moment they stepped into the portal, a powerful force instantly surrounded them. Lin Haofan only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and it was as if his body was being pulled by an invisible force that was spinning and twisting. The surrounding scenery instantly changed. The original barren land disappeared and was replaced by a lush forest. The forest was full of trees, and the sunlight poured through the dense foliage, creating a golden patch of light. Clear streams are meandering through the forest. In the distance, there are still towering peaks that are rolling up and down, and the tops of the mountains are surrounded by clouds, as if they were a heaven on earth. However, Lin Haofan wasn't attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of him. His attention was always on Mo Qianxue on his back. He carefully searched the forest for something, and was afraid he would be here for a while. He had to find a safe place. Finally, he found a soft patch of grass. He gently placed Mo Qianxue on the grass. Chapter 108, Opening a New Map. Take a break first. Lin Haofan touched his dry and cracked lips. He hadn't had any water in a long time. Before that, you're either in a hurry or you're in a dry spell. Couldn't make time for water at all. At this moment he finally had time to drink. Lin Haofan slightly bowed his body, his fingers just touching the clear stream. Under Lin Haofan's gaze, the surface of the water actually rippled with a weird dark green color without warning. The ripples spread out quickly in a circle, stirring wildly on the originally calm surface of the stream. At the same time, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Gazette, which had been staying quietly around him, suddenly emitted a blinding golden light around it. The light emanating from the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide instantly illuminated the dimly lit woods around them. It was also the first time that the Spiritual Wisdom Treasure had encountered such a situation. Deng looked a bit puzzled. However, he still uttered a warning. Master, be careful. This place is not right. Hearing this, Lin Haofan nodded. Experience alerted him instantly. Before Lin Haofan could react, an ancient tree 10 away trembled violently. The branches of that big tree were as big as 10 people's arms. It doesn't grow without a fairly long vintage. That big tree with the rough, thick bark. But at that moment, the branches and leaves of the big tree completely withered. The bark is also eerie and is peeling off in pieces. All phenomena revealed that the tree was now very abnormal. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Haofan and the Spirit Wisdom Treasure, the land next to the big tree was shaking slightly. Something seems to be in the process of breaking out of the ground. Soon, sobering, dark purple vines that suddenly pierced through the trunks of the trees. This isn't right. The spirit wisdom treasure was directly shocked by the scene in front of him. The vines actually came right through the trunk. This big tree should not survive. It's a shame. It's such a shame about such a nice tree. Alas. The spirit wisdom treasure had a look of regret on his face. Lin Haofan raised his hand to lay a safe boundary around Imo Qianxue. No one can enter without his permission. Lin Haofan carefully surveyed the rattan in front of him, only to see that each cane was as thick as an adult's arm, and the tops of the canes were covered with suckers like octopus tentacles. It looks disgusting, but because before, the disgusting corpse king had already been seen, Lin Haofan's mental fortitude, too, had been drastically improved. For a moment, the Tingji in front of him didn't make him feel sick. Something's not right. These suckers aren't right. The spirit wisdom treasure exclaimed in shock. Lin Haofan's brows were tightly locked, and he also realized that something was strange. Lin Haofan was shocked to find that these suckers were actually opening and closing regularly with the rhythm of Imo Qianxue's breathing, and that picture looked quite bizarre. If it wasn't for Lin Haofan's careful observation, he really wouldn't have been able to find it. It's the soul-devouring vine. The spirit wisdom treasure was shocked in his heart. This soul-devouring vine was a rather terrifying evil thing. This evil thing not only sucks the souls of people, but also manipulates the creatures it parasitizes. If, however, it was allowed to suck and devour like this, Imo Qianxue would be in danger. She will definitely be manipulated by the soul-devouring vine. Master, the spirit wisdom treasure had just opened its mouth, and all it felt was a gust of wind flashing by its ears. Lin Haofan had struck out. Lin Haofan's movements were cold and dry. His strikes were clean and sharp. Without the slightest hesitation in his eyes, he flipped his palm and shattered a vine that was coming at them. However, the splattered juice fell to the ground, still giving off a creepy odor. It was an emergency, and Lin Haofan didn't have time to think about this bizarre phenomenon in detail. As soon as he picked Imo Qianxue up from the ground, he carried her on his back, prepared to leave this dangerous place. However, just as he turned around and was about to leave, he realized, the big trees around here, too, are changing. These ancient trees unexpectedly spun suddenly. Spiritual wisdom treasure. My eyes aren't blurry, are they? Lin Haofan only felt the sky spinning. Well, there shouldn't be because I also feel these balls spinning. The spirit wisdom treasure said dully. These ancient trees were actually circling around them, rotating counterclockwise. It wasn't even a normal forest, but some kind of formation. Lin Haofan looked around. He didn't know that the formation was here all the time. Or is it set up specifically for them? If it was set up specifically for them, they're in a dangerous situation again now. Brush. Just as the spirit wisdom treasure was still pondering the origin of this formation, Lin Haofan had struck out. Found it. Lin Haofan threw a dart with force, and the dart nailed the large ball in front of him with precision. What? The spirit wisdom treasure said that it was confused. What the hell is going on here? This is moving too fast. The large tree in front of it suddenly turned. Before it could figure out what was going on, the big tree came to a sudden stop again this time. Of course it's the switch for the array to activate. Lin Haofan looked at him as if he was looking at a little cutie, as if glaring at the spiritual wisdom treasure. Didn't the system give him that this spirit wisdom treasure guide knew everything from astronomy to geography? Why did he feel that this spiritual wisdom treasure was just like a little cutie? Like, doesn't know anything? Was the system lying to him? The spirit wisdom treasure guide had to know Lin Haofan's mental activities. Definitely pissed off. It's really unjust. Who compares to him? Lin Haofan. After living for so long, it was the first time that spirit wisdom treasure had seen someone as powerful as Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan said he was trash, and it willingly had to admit it. Lin Haofan put his index and middle fingers together and placed them in front of his nose. The true chi in his body quickly gathered to his fingertips, and a powerful sword chi quickly shot towards the large tree in front of him. The moment the sword chi touched the tree trunks, the entire forest resounded with the hissing of wild beasts. The voice was sharp and piercing, as if it was trying to penetrate one's eardrums. Immediately after that, there was a constant flow of ghostly green sap coming out from the previously severed section of the large tree. The ground also cracked into a deep, bottomless trench. What the hell is going on here? Why is this place so evil? Lin Haofan cursed. Thanks to him, he had just praised this place in his heart for its good, beautiful scenery and suitability for retirement. It's all a sham after all. I can't believe he came to this while he was drinking. Suddenly, he noticed that Imo Qianxue's expression was out of place and her breathing was quite rapid. Imo Qianxue's situation became more and more critical. The soul lock spell between her neck suddenly surged. Greenish-gray lines climbed up her cheeks along her collarbone, and her entire body looked in great pain. Just as Lin Haofan was distractedly observing Imo Qianxue, as if the soul-devouring vine had been summoned in some way, thousands of vines quickly intertwined in the air to form a huge cage, trapping Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue as well as the spirit wisdom treasure. Master, what to do? What are we going to do now? Lingji Baoxian looked at the vines around himself. The spiritual wizardry said it was panicking. It really panicked. Chapter 109, Trapped in a Vine Cage. At this moment, Lin Haofan on the other side was also a little anxious in his heart. Lin Haofan knew that if he didn't find a way to crack it as soon as possible, Mo Qianxue's life would be in danger. He bit the tip of his tongue, and all of a sudden, blood spread in his mouth. Essence blood transformed into crimson chains under his control and wrapped towards the vine cage. However, the moment the chains touched the rattan cage, brush, the chains bounced off in an instant. Hiss, that doesn't work? The spiritual wisdom bowl expressed considerable shock. That was an attack issued by Lin Haofan, and this rattan cage just blocked it? This rattan cage is so powerful? Lin Haofan saw that his attack was so easily dodged by the rattan cage. Nor did his face show the slightest hint of remorse. Lin Haofan's index and middle fingers came together, summoning the spiritual energy around him once again. At that moment, golden light appeared around him. Sobering, Lin Haofan swung hard towards the rattan cage. Strike a golden spirit sword. Click, came a crunching sound from the depths of the rattan cage. Under the curious gazes of Lin Haofan and the spirit wisdom treasure, half a jade pendant was revealed at the core of the dying soul-devouring vine. The spirit wisdom treasure stared at the half-jade pendant and let out a gasp. This is the jade tablet of the Xian Yuan sect's elder. Xian Yuan sect? The soul-devouring mantra indicates that the Xian Yuan sect created it. Meh. Lin Haofan snorted coldly. Looks like they've come to the right place for this. Since this soul-devouring curse was created by the Xian Yuan sect, then they must have a way to undo the spell. Thinking of this, Lin Haofan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the Xian Yuan sect could help Mo Qianxue break the spell, he would be willing to do whatever the Xian Yuan sect asked him to do. But, how did the jade tablet of the Xian Yuan sect's elder appear here? And it's also related to the soul-devouring vine? Lin Haofan's brows were locked, his heart filled with doubts. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Mo Qianxue, who at this time had completely fallen into unconsciousness. Before, when Lin Haofan spoke to him, her eyelashes could still flutter slightly, but now there was this great commotion outside, and she didn't react in the slightest. Lin Haofan probed her pulse. It was also quite weak. Lin Haofan carefully picked up the half-piece of jade pendant and scrutinized it. This half-jade pendant had a warm texture and some mysterious runes engraved on it. The runes exuded an ancient and mysterious aura under the sunlight. Lin Haofan put half of the jade pendant into his arms, then began to think about what to do next. Spirit wisdom treasure. Do you know what this half-jade pendant is good for? Lin Haofan asked softly. The spirit wisdom treasure was silent for a moment, then said, if I guessed correctly, there's a high probability that this half-jade pendant is the token that opens the Xian Yuan sect, the clan's forbidden land. It is said that the Xian Yuan sect, the clan's forbidden land, is said to be hiding many unknown secrets. Speaking here, the spirit wisdom treasure paused. How much better could a sect that could create something like the soul-devouring curse be? It hadn't heard of any decent sect that would put its heart into creating something like this. This Xian Yuan sect, it's definitely not ordinary. There must be many unknown secrets hidden in their clan's forbidden land. If, on the other hand, it had the chance to go in, it would have to investigate. But why this half-jade pendant appeared here, and why it was involved with the soul-devouring vine, I don't know. These words caused Lin Haofan to fall into deep thought as well, and he felt that this was all related to the inner workings of the Xian Yuan sect. Just then, the surroundings suddenly changed. A moment ago there was a peaceful forest. A blood-colored boundary suddenly rose, which was like a sea of blood that enveloped the entire forest. There was also a bell ringing in the distance, and the sound of the bell was low and distant, as if it was telling some kind of ominous omen. Lin Haofan clenched his fists. He took a deep breath and stabilized himself before carrying Mo Qianxue, holding the long sword tightly in his hand. Then with force, he slashed towards the front. Brush! Sheathe your sword. Sobering, the rattan cage was directly cut off, instantly cracking into two sections. The danger wasn't completely eliminated even after stepping out of the rattan cage. Roar! The forest, which had been very peaceful just a moment ago, suddenly heard the hissing of wild beasts. These beasts should be controlled by the soul-devouring vine, Lin Haofan said in a cold voice. However, these beasts were under the control of the soul-devouring vine though, launching attacks towards them. But facing them, Lin Haofan still wouldn't be soft. They have only themselves to blame for their bad luck. Meet Lin Haofan. Those demonic beasts that were manipulated by the soul-devouring vine continuously attacked them, and every attack was within Lin Haofan's control. Lin Haofan searched for the weak points of the boundary as he fought. Finally, Lin Haofan found the weak spot of the blood-colored boundary. He concentrated the spiritual qi in his body and struck out towards the weak spot. After a fierce battle, the blood-colored boundary was finally broken by Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan carried Mo Qianxue on his back and walked out of the forest. At this point, he was exhausted. The successive battles overwhelmed Lin Haofan. Ugh, no water again. I'm dying of thirst. Lin Haofan sighed. Master, what should we do next? The spirit wisdom treasure wondered. Well, what did you say about this jade pendant? What's the point? With that, Lin Haofan took out the half-jade pendant. This jade pendant is a token to open the clan's forbidden land. That means, it can definitely help us enter the Xianyuan sect, the spirit wisdom treasure affirmed. I think, we can go to the Xianyuan sect to take a look. Maybe we can find a way to lift the soul-devouring curse there. Well, that's what I was thinking. Lin Haofan nodded in satisfaction. This spiritual wisdom treasure's plan was surprisingly the same as his idea. It shows that this spiritual wisdom treasure is still somewhat useful. The spirit wisdom treasure hovered over Lin Haofan's shoulder, surveying around the surroundings. He didn't notice the flash of appreciation in Lin Haofan's eyes. Pity! If the spirit wisdom treasure knew that Lin Haofan was expressing affirmation to it, the spiritual wisdom bowl must have been quite excited and pleased with itself. It's a shame. It's really a shame. I'm surprised it didn't see it. Good. Then let's go now. Thus, Lin Haofan brought the spirit wisdom treasure with him as he retraced his steps in the direction of the Xianyuan sect. Lin Haofan walked forward in large strides, while the spirit wisdom treasure gazer stared at the surrounding movements with constant vigilance. Suddenly, a group of black shadows appeared in front of them, and as soon as those black shadows saw them, then they quickly rushed towards their side. Lin Haofan fixed his eyes and realized that those black shadows were actually a pack of werewolves. Lin Haofan's right hand pressed on the hilt of his sword as he looked at the black shadows that were coming like a tidal wave, and the fishy smell of rotting flesh mixed with rust poured into his nostrils. It's the bone-eroding demon wolf. The spirit wisdom treasure suddenly shrieked in his ears. In the battle between good and evil a few hundred years ago, the demonic chi leaking from the mountain protection formation actually eroded these mountain guardian spirit beasts to this extent. As soon as the words fell, the leading demonic wolf had already pounced in front of Lin Haofan's eyes. Lin Haofan turned around and drew his sword, the blade grazing the fangs and splattering blood in the moonlight. Chapter 110, Purifying the Demon Wolf. Lin Haofan's figure moved as fast as a bolt of lightning in the midst of the demonic wolves, and he was quite agile, dodging move after move from the demon wolf. Roar! Seeing Lin Haofan dodge his attack, the demon wolf grimaced in anger. Loudly hissing, he rushed towards Lin Haofan once again with open teeth and claws. Every attack of the demonic wolf was wrapped in a strong demonic aura, itching to tear Lin Haofan's hands off immediately. In the face of the demon wolf's aggressive attack, Lin Haofan appeared very calm. Lin Haofan tightly gripped the sword in his hand, and between the flashes of sword light, the demon wolf's powerful attacks were all neutralized by him one by one. TSK. Lin Haofan sidestepped and dodged the demon wolf's attack once again. He looked down at his torn sleeve. A look of impatience crossed his face. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw that these demonic wolves still had a chance to purify themselves, he would have already made a direct strike to settle them. In the circling around with the demonic wolf, Lin Haofan didn't kill him painfully, as each time his sword blade touched the fur of the demon wolf, it was quickly withdrawn as if it was a dragonfly. Staring at these frenzied demonic wolves, Lin Haofan's eyes were filled with calculations. These demonic wolves, although nowadays, had been eroded by demonic chi and had become this vicious and brutal, but they were all once loyal mountain guardian spirit beasts. If it wasn't for that battle between good and evil a few hundred years ago, which caused the demonic energy to leak out, they wouldn't be in the hell they are today. Thinking about this, Lin Haofan's eyes no longer looked at these demonic wolves with icy coldness. Ugh, they don't want to be like this. Yes, they were all mountain guardian spirit beasts before, responsible for guarding the peace of this place. The spirit wisdom treasure nodded in agreement. If I can purify them and restore them to their former form, it's also a blessing for the people here. Right, these demon wolves are still saved. We can't just kill them like this. The spirit wisdom treasure agreed. At the same time the heart is very proud. Lin Haofan is worthy of being his master. Not only is he strong, he is also empathetic. Following Lin Haofan, it really earned a lot. Lin Haofan fought silently in his heart as he resisted the attacks of the demonic wolves. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had already made up his mind. Suddenly, an extraordinarily large demonic wolf saw a break in Lin Haofan and violently pounced over from the side. A cold light flashed on the fangs of the demon wolf, and a low growl came out of its mouth. It clearly wanted to give Lin Haofan a fatal blow. Luckily, Lin Haofan was quick on his feet and dodged the blow with a sideways turn, while the sword in his hand swung smoothly. Sobering, his sword accurately and breathlessly pierced the body of the demonic wolf. The demon wolf ate the pain and hurriedly took a few steps back, but the attack was soon renewed. Why doesn't this wolf know what's good for him? Lin Haofan cursed. He was merciful, not wanting to hurt this wolf. But how is this wolf still lunging one after the other? Just want to bite him right. Lin Haofan cursed and fought with the demonic wolf while quickly pulling out the half-jade pendant from his pocket. Lin Haofan looked down at the half-jade pendant. This saw that this jade pendant was emitting a very faint bright light under the sunlight. Suddenly, the jade pendant vibrated. The vibrations are minimal. However, Lin Haofan still felt it very keenly. You're supposed to be useful. Otherwise, why did you let me pick it up? Lin Haofan muttered. Going by the urbane nature of the novel's development, it's definitely useful here. Otherwise, the jade pendant wouldn't have suddenly appeared. As expected, it was not what he, Lin Haofan, expected. As soon as the jade pendant entered his hand, he sensed the unusual nature of the jade pendant. The jade pendant trembled slightly in his palm, emitting a faint greenish light that was faint but seemed to be alive, creating a marvelous resonance with the demonic aura that permeated the surroundings. Lin Haofan's heart rejoiced. It seemed that this jade pendant really did have a special function. Perhaps it was the key to purifying these demonic wolves. Spirit wisdom treasure, come over and help me. Lin Haofan let out a low gulp. As soon as the words fell, the spirit wisdom treasure chest flew over from Mo Qianshua's side and rested steadily on his shoulder. The spirit wisdom treasure emitted a soft glow around its body, mirroring the green light of the jade pendant as the two types of light they emitted intertwined. A mysterious and powerful force was formed under the watchful eye of the demonic wolf. Lin Haofan took a deep breath. His index and middle fingers came together and placed them in front of his eyes, concentrating his mind and injecting the spiritual energy in his body into the jade pendant in a steady stream. The demon wolf on the other side had long since looked dumbfounded. Intuition told them that this jade pendant was the magic treasure that would save them. They finally didn't have to be dominated by demonic energy and become cranky anymore. In an instant, the jade pendant shone brightly, and a pillar of cyan-colored light shot up into the sky, under their watchful eyes. The green-colored light pillar quickly spread out and transformed into countless tiny points of light, like a fine rain that sprinkled down on the demon wolves' bodies. Then it disappeared. Those originally ferocious and incomparable demon wolves from before. The moment the light point touched them, the movement suddenly stalled, as if a spell had been cast on it. Immediately after, in their eyes, the originally chilling scarlet color gradually faded away, and was replaced by a clear aura. Roar! The leading demon wolf let out a low growl. The roar was very different from the previous violent sound, which carried a hint of confusion and gratitude. The leading devil wolf slowly lowered its head and made a submissive gesture to Lin Haofan. Master, it's thanking you, the spirit wisdom treasure said with an excited face. There was pride in his voice. Its owner is just awesome. It was easy to detoxify the evil aura of these demonic wolves. These demonic wolves had been trapped in the demonic aura for hundreds of years, so they must have already suffered for a long time. Now, Lin Haofan had solved their demonic qi. They were naturally happy to defect. Can I not tell? Lin Haofan looked at the little cutie, staring at the spirit wisdom treasure guide as if. At the same time the big stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Phew! Lin Haofan exhaled gently, then put away the jade pendant in his hand and returned his sword to its scabbard as well. Lin Haofan's gaze swept across the surroundings, and the purified demonic wolves retreated to the side, making way for him. Master, these demonic wolves seem to have regained their spirit. They won't attack us anymore, the spirit wisdom treasure said excitedly. Lin Haofan nodded, a pleased smile on his face. Let's go. The Xianyuan sect is just ahead. He recarried the unconscious Mo Qianxue on his back and continued to walk forward. Those demonic wolves didn't leave, but silently followed them, escorting them forward. Lin Haofan didn't stop them either. Let them follow behind you. They can't do anything bad by following. Just let them be. Chapter 111, Arriving at the Xianyuan sect. Lin Haofan knew that these devil wolves had recognized the jade pendant in his hand. Perhaps they also desire to continue to guard this home. After a long trek, Lin Haofan finally arrived in front of a lofty mountain gate. On the mountain gate was engraved the three big words Xianyuan sect. The handwriting was simple and pale, permeated with an air of majesty. However, the sight before him made his heart sink. One could only see that the area around the mountain gate was desolate, overgrown with weeds and piles of fallen leaves, which had obviously not been tended to for a long time. Big deal. There won't be no one left in this Xianyuan sect. It shouldn't. With such a large clan being destroyed, it's impossible for the outside world to have heard nothing at all. Master, why is this place so desolate? The spirit wisdom treasure looked at the desolate scene and also expressed great shock. I'm not worth it either. Lin Haofan stood in front of the mountain gate, looking up at the three big words, and his heart was also confused. How did the hallowed Xianyuan sect turn into the ghost it is today? What has happened to them? How come he'd never heard of it? Can the Xianyuan sect still help Mo Qianxue break the spell? Lin Haofan took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. Then striding in. Whatever. Come on anyway. He's still going to try it. What if, for example, The Xian Yuan sect has a solution? The jade pendant in Lin Haofan's hand trembled slightly in his hand, as if it was guiding him forward. After entering the mountain gate, Lin Haofan realized that although the interior of the Xian Yuan sect was in a state of disrepair, the former glory could still be seen. He walked forward along a path, and although the buildings on both sides of the path were so dilapidated that they could not be seen in their original state, he could still feel the aura contained in them. Master, there seems to be traces of a formation here, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide suddenly reminded. Lin Haofan nodded. In fact, he had also long since noticed the abnormality around him. At the reminder of the spiritual wisdom treasure, Lin Haofan stopped and closed his eyes. He quietly felt everything around him. It was as if the air around them had stood still. Spiritual wisdom treasures, you go without feeling. What? Do you ever feel like here? Time flows a little slower. There seems to be an invisible force that seems to be controlling them and keeping them from developing? I didn't feel it. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure shook its head, indicating that it did not feel it. But this is too metaphysical. And time flows slowly, then it talks. How come it hasn't slowed down? Seeing that the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide doubted himself, Lin Haofan didn't continue to explain. He slowly took the jade pendant out of his arms and raised it high above his head. The half-child jade pendant once again emitted a greenish-colored light, and wherever the light went, the traces of the hidden formations around them gradually appeared. Those runes and lines looked mysterious and complex under the light. This is really, sure enough, this jade pendant can definitely help us find the secrets of the Xian Yuan sect. Lin Haofan followed the guidance of the formation and walked forward step by step, while the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Gazer followed closely beside Lin Haofan, deeply afraid that he would lose him if he didn't pay attention. At the same time it was careful, afraid of touching any organs. Soon, Lin Haofan's group arrived in front of a huge stone door. This rune, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure stared at the runes on the wall. The rune was exactly the same as the one it had seen before. In the Sea of Blood, Lin Haofan was also staring out at the large stone door in front of him. The stone door was engraved with complex runes, and those runes flickered with a faint light. But from the faint glow it was not hard to guess the scenery before this stone door. There was also a groove in the center of the stone door, and the shape of the groove surprisingly matched the half-jade pendant. It seemed that this jade pendant was really the key to unlocking the Xian Yuan sect's door. Lin Haofan took a deep breath and slowly placed the jade pendant into the groove. Ding! Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the jade pendant was embedded, the stone door immediately let out a low rumbling sound. The sound echoed loudly in the silent space. The stone door slowly opened, and Lin Haofan felt a weak spiritual energy. Come on, let's go in first. Lin Haofan turned to the Spirit Wisdom Treasure. Lin Haofan walked into the stone door with the Spirit Wisdom Treasure. The sight in front of him caused him to freeze slightly. Inside the door was a vast space with a floor covered in jade. However, the jade was covered in a thick layer of dust. Cough, cough, cough. It's so dusty here. It feels like no one's cleaned it in ages. But here, it doesn't look like it's deserted. Look, there are still footprints here, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure said, pointing to a few strings of footprints next to him. Well, there should be someone here. Lin Haofan nodded his head. He had sensed the other's breath. Lin Haofan also noticed that there were still many potholes on the walls here. What's with these pits? The Spirit Wisdom Treasure followed Lin Haofan's eyes. If I guessed correctly, this wall, before, should have been inlaid with many gems, but somehow got scooped up. What else could it be? It must be because the Xian Yuan sect is lost, and the disciples inside have taken those gems and exchanged them for magic weapons. In the center of the space, there was also a high platform with tiny runes carved into the pillars. Who are you people? Why did you break into the Xian Yuan sect? Suddenly, a roar came from behind Lin Haofan. Feeling the thick killing intent of the visitor, Lin Haofan said, not panicking in the slightest. He turned calmly to the visitor. Considering that the visitor was afraid that he had something in his hand to save Mo Qianxue, Lin Haofan's attitude was very respectful. He hid the awesome pressure around him. Bowing slightly, he replied, I'm Lin Haofan, and I've come here to ask for something important. At that, the visitor frowned slightly. He gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. He stared at Lin Haofan's group with a deadly gaze, looking Lin Haofan up and down. That's weird. Surprisingly, he couldn't see the cultivation level of the man in front of him. Can't tell at all. It's so weird. It's hard to believe that this person is just an ordinary person. It shouldn't. Ordinary people can't even get in here. It's not right. Suddenly, he noticed the Spirit Wisdom Treasure that was following Lin Haofan. That's an ancient magic weapon. This kind of magic weapon recognizes its owner. If the owner wasn't strong, he simply couldn't make the magic weapon follow. The man in front of him was actually able to take in such a powerful magic weapon. Side by side, the man in front of him was of unusual strength. Come to think of it, if the man wasn't strong, he wouldn't have been able to get in here. A boundary has been placed here. Without the jade pendant, outsiders can't get in at all. Suddenly, the man noticed something in Lin Haofan's hand. This jade pendant, where did you get it? Chapter 112, Xian Yuan Sex Crisis. Come on man, the young man bellowed. Then the sound of clattering footsteps was heard coming this way. Looks like there's a lot of people coming this way. Under Lin Haofan's gaze. Wow. A large group of young disciples with long swords surrounded Lin Haofan's side. Lin Haofan stood in the middle of the crowd. His expression light, not seeing a bit of panic on his face from being surrounded. What a joke. He's Lin Haofan. These little caramels just don't cut it. Lin Haofan could flip them all over with a single finger. Gee whiz. Mantis, the spirit wisdom treasure was speechless. There's nothing wrong with these people. If Lin Haofan really wanted to do something, could they stop him? Not at all. They came here to die for nothing. The disciples who had gathered around, of course, heard the spirit wisdom treasure's tirade. They said that the spiritual wisdom book was right in all that it said. They are just trying to stop a chariot with this move, but they can't just do nothing. The man in front of him was holding the sovereign's personal jade pendant. This jade pendant, the patriarch never leaves his body. Most importantly, this jade pendant guarded the secrets of their Xian Yuan sect. Now it was surprising that it had appeared on a strange man. This made them have to fight to deal with Lin Haofan. Even if they were to be hanged by Lin Haofan, they would still do nothing. They all looked alert, their eyes revealing a deep hostility towards Lin Haofan. Standing opposite Lin Haofan was still the young man from earlier. The young man was now at the front of the crowd of disciples. His face was cold and his eyes were sharp. He was none other than the Xian Yuan sect's eldest senior brother, Li Jiahong. Li Jiahong's gaze swept around Lin Haofan's body, finally settling on the half-piece of jade pendant at his waist. His eyes narrowed slightly as he glared deathly at Lin Haofan, coldly roared, "Honestly explain, this jade pendant of yours, in the end, where did it come from? Ha! How dare he talk to Lin Haofan like that? He's really living out of his mind." The spirit wisdom treasure prayed silently for him in his heart. I hope the man in front of me won't die a horrible death. Who knows? In the face of the man's roar, Lin Haofan surprisingly didn't get angry. His expression remained light. There was even the leisure to focus on Mo Qianxue behind himself. He bent slightly and propped Mo Qianxue, who was about to slide down, upwards. This move allowed Mo Qianxue to lean in more steadily. I picked it up inside a big tree. Lin Haofan's tone was flat. What? Picked up? Or did you pick it up inside a big tree? You're not kidding. Li Jiahong seemed to have heard something unbelievable. His eyes glazed over. Aha! Lin Haofan nodded his head. I'm not joking. Everything I said is true. It was rare for Lin Haofan to be so patient. The spirit wisdom treasure, who had witnessed all the conversations, was also shocked to the point of having his eyes fall out on the side. Was this still the Lin Haofan he knew before? When did he become so nice? Li Jiahong spoke to Lin Haofan with this kind of attitude and was surprised that he wasn't punched away. Even if he didn't get punched flying, Lin Haofan even had the leisure to continue answering such a retarded question from him. It's really true that the spirit wisdom treasure is overthinking things. Lin Haofan is not what has become a good talker. That's all because he has something to ask these people in front of him. People come and go in the world just for the word profit. The only reason he was kind to these people was because they were still useful to him. Lin Haofan's explanation. It sounded very inexplicable to Li Jiahong. In his opinion, Lin Haofan's reply was purely fooling him. How could the patriarch lose something so important, also thrown in the big tree? This is getting more and more ridiculous the more I hear about it. Suddenly, a terrible thought flashed through Li Jiahong's mind. That is, if this jade pendant was really picked up by Lin Haofan, there is only one possibility for that patriarch. That means the patriarch has been killed. As for who the murderer is, it's already obvious. It must be the person who picked up his jade pendant. Thinking of this, Li Jiahong's face instantly became even more gloomy, a trace of viciousness flashing in his eyes. He glared at Lin Haofan in death. With a swish sound, he pulled out the long sword at his waist, and the tip of the sword stabbed straight at Lin Haofan's throat. This sword was fast and vicious, while carrying a stern aura. Li Jiahong's move was clearly intended to give Lin Haofan a downward spiral. Oh, how to talk and move. The spirit wisdom treasure immediately flew into midair to watch the battle, a look of superiority and unconcern. Looking at Lin Haofan, he couldn't help but laugh out softly. With that, Lin Haofan carried Mo Qianxue on his back, and his figure took a big step backward, dodging Li Jiahong's fatal blow. Immediately after that, Lin Haofan extended two fingers towards Li Jiahong's sword and clamped the peak edge of the sword with one hand. Young man, act not impulsively. Lin Haofan's clear and cold voice came from the air. This is clearly our patriarch's personal jade pendant. How dare you say that you picked it up? Ha ha ha. Said, where is our patriarch now? What did you come to our Xian Yuan sect for? Li Jiahong's forehead veins rippled, itching to immediately tear the man in front of him apart by hand. This man resolutely can't be capped, and they can't let Lin Haofan go out alive today even if they put their own lives on the line. Avenge the patriarch. Avenge the patriarch. Right. Avenge the patriarch. As Li Jiahong called out, the Xianyuan sect disciples behind him also followed Li Jiahong and roared loudly. Lin Haofan was directly exasperated and laughed. What's all this about? Didn't he just pick up half a jade pendant? How is it that they are now the murderers of their patriarch? Does that make sense? Don't these people have any brains? No wonder it had turned the good Xianyuan sect into the doorstopper it was today. With this brain of theirs, it would be a bad thing if they could run the Xianyuan sect. If their patriarch did die, seeing them in this brainless state, will you be so pissed off that you'll just crawl out of your skin? Thinking of this, Lin Haofan's mouth hooked into an imperceptible smile. Li Jiahong, who had been staring at Lin Haofan, didn't let go of Lin Haofan's smile. Seeing Lin Haofan sneer, Li Jiahong concluded even more that Lin Haofan was not harboring good intentions. Their patriarch has been missing for so long. It must have been the man in front of me. Ah, I'm going to kill you to avenge the patriarch. Li Jiahong hissed loudly and charged towards Lin Haofan once again. Hey, why isn't it moving? Li Jiahong only felt as if the sword in his hand was clamped by a powerful force, and he could not move. Li Jiahong looked over sideways, only to see that Lin Haofan's 2 fingers were gently pinching his sword. Before he could react, Lin Haofan flicked his finger. Click 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 click. Only a crunching sound was heard, and the sharp sword blade unexpectedly broke into 3 pieces at once. Chapter 113, Clues Found. Knock knock. The broken sharp blades all fell to the ground. Li Jiahong gripped the remaining hilt of his sword and looked at Lin Haofan in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. How could he not expect that the young man in front of him would be this powerful? Lin Haofan looked at Li Jiahong, who was frozen in place, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. This Li Jiahong is not bad. He knows that he can avenge the patriarch's death, and he is willing to risk his life. It's a shame. Unfortunately, it's just that. He's so stupid. Only limbs, no brain. Lin Haofan stared at Li Jiahong on the opposite side and didn't say anything more. Under Li Jiahong's dumbfounded gaze, Lin Haofan directly removed the jade pendant from his waist. Then he casually tossed it to Li Jiahong and said, "This is your patriarch's, right?" Li Jiahong subconsciously reached out and caught half of the jade pendant. His eyes fell on the jade pendant. He carefully surveyed the jade pendant in front of him. Fine rubbing. Only the back of the jade pendant was engraved with the character Xian, and the rest of the character Yuan should be on the other side of the jade pendant. Heavy signs of wear on the edges and corners. It should be going through a fierce battle, otherwise there wouldn't be only half a piece left by now. This jade pendant had been well protected by the patriarch, and there wouldn't have been a single scratch before. What the hell is going on here? Not only was this jade pendant broken, it had so many scratches on it. Think of what happened to the patriarch. Li Jiahong's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and he clenched his teeth clacking. Hearing this commotion, Lin Haofan was worried for him. He's not going to get his teeth bitten off, is he? How much that must hurt. TSK, 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 it hurts to think about it. Lin Haofan frowned and shook his head. Li Jiahong looked at Lin Haofan's appearance, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Then with a single healthy step, he rushed to Lin Haofan and reached out to grab Lin Haofan's collar. Li Jiahong's eyes turned red as he roared loudly. I'm asking you, where is he? Where is our patriarch? The patriarch has been missing for 200 years, and we don't even have a corpse. Lin Haofan slapped the emotional Li Jiahong away, then straightened his collar. He's alright. Talking is talking. Why are you starting a fight? How dare you grab his collar? He doesn't want to die. Lin Haofan frowned and did not answer Li Jiahong's question. He had said long ago that he had picked up this jade pendant, but he, Li Jiahong, didn't believe it. Who's to blame? Lin Hao pointed at Mo Qianxue behind him and said, "Look at her first." Saying that, he carefully lowered Mo Qianxue off his back and laid her flat on the ground. It was then that Li Jiahong snapped out of his violent rage, and he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He was also in the way of asking Lin Haofan about the whereabouts of the patriarch. He had no choice but to comply with Lin Haofan's request first. Li Jiahong squatted down and reached out to probe Mo Qianxue's pulse. With this probe, Li Jiahong's face immediately changed. Soul-devouring curse, a sinister contraption researched by our clan. The soul of the victim of the curse will slowly be gnawed away. Li Jiahong's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. The soul-devouring curse was a disgrace to their Xianyuan sect. This soul-devouring curse signaled the ruthlessness of their Xianyuan sect. Li Jiahong gently lifted Mo Qianxue's hair and raised his eyes to the back of her neck, only to see that under her skin, spiderweb-like black lines had indeed surfaced, looking terrifying. This is the soul-devouring curse? Li Jiahong unbelievably pressed again. Aha! Receiving Lin Haofan's affirmative answer, Li Jiahong's heart was suddenly ashen. Surprisingly, it was really a soul-devouring curse. What a sin! This was all their Xianyuan sect's own sin. Li Jiahong loosened his clenched fists. He was the senior brother of the Xianyuan sect. there is an obligation to help the Xianyuan sect pay off their debts. But, this is something your Xianyuan sect came up with, isn't it? Lin Haofan asked in a cold voice with a sharp gaze. Li Jiahong nodded, his heart ashen. 2. Then can the spell be broken? Lin Haofan stared at Li Jiahong with a hopeful expression, hoping to get an affirmative answer out of him. Available. Li Jiahong nodded, and then the words changed again. But the method to undo the spell is only known to the patriarch. And now that the entire clan is being eroded by demonic energy, we can't even defend the mountain protection array, let alone undo the spell. Li Jiahong had a lost look on his face. It was all his fault for not learning his craft well. As the Xianyuan sect's eldest senior brother, he couldn't even solve the soul-devouring curse. What a loser he is. Lin Haofan's heart couldn't help but sink when he heard Li Jiahong's words. Li Jiahong clutched the half-piece of jade pendant, paced the stone steps. He found a place to sit on the stone steps, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a while, Lin Haofan took the initiative to speak. Since this is your patriarch's personal object, you guys take a closer look at it. Maybe there are some clues left on it. Well, tell me in detail about the scene when you picked up this jade pendant. Li Jiahong had already believed Lin Haofan's words. After all, he was also a victim of the soul-devouring curse. Killing the patriarch would only be bad for him without a single benefit. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Haofan to be behind the sovereign's disappearance. Li Jiahong's expression when he looked at Lin Haofan no longer carried hostility. The other disciples behind him also put their long swords away. Just then, the cool moonlight shone right on the gaping hole in the jade pendant. Li Jiahong suddenly realized that the cracks in the jade pendant were shining with extremely fine golden light, as if it had been deliberately sealed in. What is it? Li Jiahong's heart stirred as he brought the jade pendant to his eyes and scrutinized it. Seeing this, Lin Haofan also hurriedly came over. Under the moonlight, the two of them stared at the golden light together, trying to find out the secret hidden within. Is this going to be a clue left for you by your patriarch? Lin Haofan guessed. Well, odds are, if this wasn't specifically left by the patriarch, there wouldn't be a golden light in the jade pendant. Saying that, Li Jiahong pulled out a small knife from his pocket. He carefully scratched along the crack in the jade pendant. Under Li Jiahong's efforts, the golden light became more and more obvious. And in the end, a thin golden thread was revealed. This? Drag it out and look at it. Lin Haofan was rarely excited, only to see that the other end of that gold wire was actually attached to an extremely small piece of metal. The metal piece is the size of a fingernail. There's really no way to see the hidden mysteries with just the naked eye. Microscopic metaphysical mirror. At Lin Haofan's command, his storage bag moved. Then, from it flew out a ancient copper mirror, about a foot in diameter. The frame of the mirror was made of a rare material called Qian iron spirit crystal, which was extremely hard and emitted a mysterious light. Microscopic metaphysical mirrors can help magnify what is being observed. Extremely subtle things. Under the effect of the microscopic metaphysical mirror, the interior also has nothing to hide. Chapter 114, Secret Symbols. Master, I'm here. The microcosmic arcane mirror flew out, its tone revealing the excitement of not having come out for fresh air for a long time. Ha 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 ha, it finally got a chance to come out. It's been cooped up in a storage bag for hundreds of years. Hell knows how much it envied the spirit wisdom treasure. I envy it the chance to get out and take a peek every now and then. According to the spirit wisdom treasure, they had also seen the corpse king before. There was also a big battle with the corpse king. Abominable. It's amazing that it didn't see it. Hearing the spirit wisdom treasure talk in a colorful manner, his back teeth were gnawing in jealousy. At the thought, the microscopic metaphysical mirror took in more fresh air. Just as the microscopic arcane mirror was excitedly looking around, Lin Haofan grabbed it over and held it tightly in his hand. TSK, run what run? Called you out. Must be something The spirit wisdom treasure gloated. The microscopic metaphysical mirror, which had its fate by the throat, sighed silently. As if resigned to his fate, he decided to honestly stay in Lin Haofan's hands. This is actually a microcosmic arcane mirror. Li Jiahong pointed at the object in Lin Haofan's hand, acting very surprised. The origin of the microcosmic arcane mirror was extremely mysterious, and it was said to have been born out of a great battle in ancient times. At that time, the immortal cultivation world was facing a huge existential crisis, with various evil forces running rampant. The entire immortal cultivation world is sad and the people are not happy. In order to fight against these evil forces, several top sect lords had gathered together and spent countless amounts of rare materials, finally built this microcosmic metaphysical mirror. Upon its introduction, the microcosmic arcane mirror has shown great power in helping cultivators gain insight into the machinations of evil forces. With the help of the microscopic metaphysical mirror, they eventually succeeded in repelling the forces of evil, guarded the peace and tranquility of the immortal cultivation world. After that, the microcosmic Shin mirror became a legendary magic weapon in the immortal cultivation world. However, as time passes, the microcosmic arcane mirror was seized by an evil sect during a great battle. After that, there was no news of it. Today, they had unexpectedly seen the microcosmic Shin mirror in Lin Haofan's hands. Who the hell is this man in front of me? There are so many ancient magic weapons in his hands. A spiritual wisdom treasure was already enough to shock Li Jiahong. Now there's even a microscopic metaphysical mirror. Facing Lin Haofan, Li Jiahong couldn't help but straighten his back again, though, not knowing the exact origin of the man in front of him. But Li Jiahong has already used practical actions to show his attitude. He drew the gold piece out with both hands respectfully. Then he handed the gold piece to Lin Haofan. The man in front of me. He mustn't be offended. This person might even be able to help their Xian Yuan sect come out of the gloom and regroup. Lin Haofan took the metal piece and pinched it with both fingers, placing it in front of his heel and scrutinizing it. With the help of the microcosmic Shin mirror, Lin Haofan finally saw clearly what was engraved on the metal piece. Only some strange symbols were engraved on the metal piece. What do these symbols mean? Lin Haofan was a bit puzzled. Could this be your Xian Yuan sect's special symbols? With that, Lin Haofan handed the metal piece and the microscopic Shin mirror together to Li Jiahong. Like he was flattered, Li Jiahong took the things over. His hand holding the microcosmic arcane mirror was trembling slightly. This is an ancient magic weapon. The microcosmic Shin mirror. It's amazing that it's in your own hands now. It's unbelievable. Li Jiahong scrutinized this tiny gold piece in his hand through the microscopic metaphysical mirror. He frowned with a curious look on his face. He wanted to know what secrets were hidden in this small gold piece. I can't tell. Li Jiahong shook his head helplessly after looking at it for some time, stating that he didn't know either. He removed the metal piece and studied the symbols on it carefully. The symbols looked very ancient, and there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power in this. I'm surprised you didn't know? Lin Haofan expressed great incomprehension. This is an object left behind by their patriarch. Li Jiahong, as the Xian Yuan sect's eldest senior brother, surprisingly didn't know about the clues left behind by their patriarch. Who should I ask now? Perhaps we can go ask the elders of the clan. They've seen a lot and might be able to read these symbols. Li Jiahong could see the skepticism in Lin Haofan's eyes as he scratched his head. A look of helplessness. Lin Haofan nodded as he restowed the metal piece and jade pendant. Re-carry Mo Qianshui. Led by Li Jiahong, he headed towards the interior of the Xian Yuan sect. Li Jiahong brought the two of them, Lin Haofan and Mo Qianshui, towards the elders' hall within the sect. Along the way, they ran into many disciples. Without exception, each and every one of these disciples was listless and tired, eyes full of confusion and worry about the future. What's going on with them? Lin Haofan asked the doubts in his heart. Ever since he entered the Xian Yuan sect, he had discovered it. These disciples of the Xian Yuan sect, except for this Li Jiahong in front of them who had some vigor in him, the other disciples all had no fighting spirit and were not angry at all. Lin Haofan was worried that if they continued like this, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hold the swords in their hands. Hearing Lin Haofan's words, Li Jiahong let out a long sigh and said with a helpless face, Alas, our clan is in a terrible situation right now, and the demonic aura is getting heavier and heavier, and under the suppression of the demonic aura, our clan's aura is getting less and less. The aura was becoming less and less, and no matter how much they dived into cultivation, they were unable to break through to a new realm. Gradually, the disciples, lost the will to continue serious cultivation and began to swing for the fences, as they wouldn't break through to new realms anyway. In response, Li Kahang also said that there was nothing he could do. At first, he was still able to rely on the Xian Yuan sect's identity as the eldest senior brother to suppress these senior brothers, force them to practice seriously. However, over time, the aura became less and less, not to mention these senior brothers. Even he, Li Jiahong himself, gradually lost the determination to continue cultivating. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about leaving the Xian Yuan sect and going to other sects. However, the other sects didn't accept them at all. Leave your original clan and go to another clan. This behavior was a naked betrayal in the immortal cultivation world. It would be laughed at by other cultivators. Gradually, the red-hot Xian Yuan sect began to fall. No more new people came. They also placed a boundary in the Xian Yuan sect to keep outsiders out. In order to solve their Xian Yuan sect's predicament, Patriarch Li Mao left the Xian Yuan sect and went out to find a solution. So much time had passed, and they had been slow to hear from Li Mao. As a result, today, they unexpectedly saw in Lin Haofan's hands the personal jade pendant that the patriarch never left his body. They were naturally very excited. Li Jiahong sighed again and continued, the power of the mountain protection formation is also getting weaker and weaker. If we can't find a solution, I'm afraid the Xian Yuan sect will be completely extinguished. Li Jiahong's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. Chapter 115, Busy Hunting for Treasure. Hearing this, Lin Haofan nodded. If they have a way to make Mo Qianxue wake up, then he must help the Xianyuan sect get through this. This was nothing more than a show of hands to him. Lin Haofan. Soon, Lin Haofan and his group arrived at the Hall of Elders. Inside the Hall of Elders, several elders were sitting around. They were still discussing what the future of the Xianyuan sect should be. After all, the situation of the Xianyuan sect today was really not too optimistic. But they argued all afternoon and didn't come up with a result of the discussion. Just when their argument was bogged down, there was a knock on the hall door. Doodle doodle. The wooden gate, which made a dull sound. Enter. Under the gaze of the elders, Li Jiahong and Lin Haofan slowly walked in. Seeing Li Jiahong followed by a strange young man, the elders cast puzzled glances at Li Jiahong. That look was asking, who is this person? Why did he come to the Xianyuan sect and how did he get in? You hurry up and explain. Ka Heng, who is this? A white-haired elder opened his mouth and asked. Li Jiahong hurriedly gave a detailed introduction of Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue to the elders. When the elders heard this, they all revealed a look of surprise. When they saw the jade pendant and metal piece in Lin Haofan's hands, they were even more excited. This is really the patriarch's jade pendant. An elder received the jade pendant with trembling hands and carefully scrutinized it in front of his eyes. His eyes filled with tears. These symbols, we seem to have seen them before in ancient texts, another elder said. Several elders gathered around and studied the symbols on the metal piece. After a while, one of the elders said with a surprised face, I remember. I know where the patriarch is. Where is he? Lin Haofan pursued. As long as they found the Xianyuan sect patriarch, Qianxue would have a chance to wake up. The elder glanced at the excited Lin Haofan and continued. These symbols are an ancient script that records a secret about the Xianyuan sect's treasure. Secrets? Secrets of the Xianyuan sect? Li Jiahong expressed doubt. It's the first time he's heard of it. It is said that inside that treasure, there is a powerful force hidden that can help the Xianyuan sect survive the crisis. So, I'm guessing that the patriarch is there. This must be a clue left by the sovereign for us to find him there. Why should he keep watch there and not come to you? Lin Haofan expressed his disbelief. Li Mao has been gone for hundreds of years, and has not been heard from in those hundreds of years. I don't know. Why don't we go there first? Li Jiahong and Lin Haofan glanced at each other, a hint of hesitation flashing in their eyes. Now, they couldn't find any other clues about the sovereign other than this metal piece. It's okay. I'll go with you. Li Jiahong nodded. As long as there was a 1% chance, he was going to try. It's just a dead horse now, but it won't be easy to find this treasure. Well, I'm prepared. Since it's called a treasure, it must be hidden in a very hidden place. It's only right that it's not easy to be found. That's what fits its treasure niche. However, Lin Haofan's heart did not give birth to the slightest emotion of fear. No matter how hard the road ahead was, he had to be determined to go on. No matter how hard it is, I'm going with you. After all, the soul-devouring mantra was their Xianyuan sect that came up with sinister stuff. He had the responsibility to help Lin Haofan solve this difficulty and help Mo Qianxue wake up. If it wasn't for their Xianyuan sect, Mo Qianxue wouldn't have encountered such a bad thing at all. The unfinished words of Li Jiahong were well known to those present. These elders looked at each other with apologetic expressions on their faces. The existence of the soul-devouring curse made it impossible for them to raise their heads in front of Lin Haofan at this time. Although, within their Xianyuan sect, they had long listed the soul-devouring spell as a forbidden technique. The disciples who secretly practiced the soul-devouring mantra were all driven out by them. It can be, Jiahong, the heavy responsibility of finding the patriarch and awakening this girl is yours. The elder patted Li Jiahong's shoulder and said bitterly, well, what else do you know about that treasure you talk about? Lin Haofan never fought unprepared battles. As he went forward to search for the treasure, he had to investigate all the things about the treasure before he set off. The elder continued, it is written in the ancient texts that the treasure is hidden in a mysterious place, and it can only be found by passing a series of tests. Moreover, it is said that that place is full of dangers, and you can lose your life if you are not careful. Even if it's dangerous, we have to try. Lin Haofan said firmly. Li Jiahong followed and nodded as he expressed his willingness to go with Lin Haofan to search for the treasure. Seeing that their minds were made up, the elders told them in detail the clues about the treasure in the ancient books. Based on the clues provided by the elders, Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong learned that the entrance to the treasure was hidden in a mysterious valley at the back of the Xianyuan sect. Under the eager gaze of the elders, Li Jiahong quickly packed his traveling bag. Following behind Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue, they set off towards the back of the mountain. The road to the back of the mountain is rugged and difficult to navigate, filled with thorns everywhere. The slightest mistake and their clothes would be torn. Lin Haofan was carrying Mo Qianxue behind his back, still striding forward as if he was walking on the ground. Not so with Li Ka Heng. Seeing that, the distance between him and Lin Haofan was increasing. His panting grew louder as well, and he gritted his teeth and followed quickly again. Mentally, he spat silently. This Lin Haofan's strength was a bit too heaven-defying. He's still carrying an Mo Qianxue behind him. It's amazing how fast you can go. Not to mention the fact that he walks fast, but the point is that he doesn't blush. It was the opposite of Li Jiahong's panting like a cow. The comparison of the two almost didn't make Li Jiahong angry. It's still a real people pleaser. Alas, alas, you wait for me Li Jiahong gritted his teeth. Let's take a break. It's going to be dark soon. Let's just rest here for the night. Ahead is the forest soon. We can't spend the night in the forest. The forest is full of wild animals. It's really dangerous to spend the night in there. Nor is it wise. Li Jiahong said that he really didn't want to spend the night inside the forest. Why not? Lin Haofan was filled with doubt, while a look of disgust appeared on his face. This guy is too weak. It's only been a short walk and he's tired? Chapter 116, all the way. Don't get me wrong. I'm not. Li Jiahong saw the skepticism in Lin Haofan's eyes and waved his hand to hurriedly explain. What? I'm not too weak, Li Jiahong weakly explained. Meh. Lin Haofan expressed speechlessness. If he's not weak, who is? You. Ugh. Never mind. You go slower. I can't keep up. Li Jiahong resigned himself to his fate and hung his head. Lin Haofan's strength was strong, and he, a little rookie, was ashamed of himself. He didn't have to hide it anymore. What do you think the chances are that your patriarch is there? Well, pretty big because he left us clues. Then why didn't he just notify you directly from the Xianyuan sect, and go through such a big detour for you? I'm not sure. That question kinda threw him for a loop. Maybe. I'm guessing that there might be something that's trapping the sovereign. Can your patriarch really break the spell? Of course. As long as we find the patriarch, she'll definitely be able to wake up. Li Jiahong pointed at Mo Qianxue and said. Well, that's fine. Lin Haofan carried Mo Qianxue on his back and continued to walk forward. As long as Qianxue could wake up, everything was fine. What's going on here in your Xianyuan sect? Saying that, Lin Haofan pointed at the demonic chi surrounding his head. Li Jiahong looked over in the direction of Lin Haofan's finger, only to see that above his head was an unusually gloomy and black sky. Looking at it, it's really hard to watch. Alas, we in the Xianyuan sect don't know what's going on either, Li Jiahong said with a long sigh. In the past, they were still a place of beautiful mountains, with blue skies and a lot of life. As a result, suddenly one day, a large area of demonic energy gathered in their area. After this demonic chi gathered here, it no longer left. They tried all sorts of things, but they couldn't get the gathered demonic energy to leave. Then, there was just no way out. The flow of aura from their Xianyuan sect accelerated. The disciple is slow to break through to a new realm. Their patriarch, Li Mao, had to leave alone to find a way to break it. At first, Li Jiahong said that he would go with the patriarch to find a way to break it. As a result, no matter how much Li Jiahong expressed his loyalty, Patriarch Li Mao just didn't agree, and decided to go alone. As a result, the trip was hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, he has not been heard from. It was so hard to find a jade pendant, or Lin Haofan got it by chance. Well, wait to find the patriarch. I'm sure all mysteries will be solved. Hearing this, Lin Haofan nodded. However, at this time, Lin Haofan already had a hidden guess in his heart. This Li Mao's disappearance should have nothing to do with the evil honor of the spectral prison. The demonic chi above his head, Lin Haofan also felt very familiar. This demonic aura was exactly the same as the one he had felt at the bottom of the blood sea before. You really don't have a way to get rid of this demonic aura? Lin Haofan asked with a shocked expression. Right, we tried all sorts of things and nothing worked. Otherwise, the patriarch wouldn't have left. You're such a big clan and you can't even do one? Lin Haofan expressed his puzzlement. Wasn't breaking this demonic chi an easy matter? That Li Mao really can't do it? At this moment, Lin Haofan couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of Li Jiahong's words in his heart. If Li Mao can't get rid of this much demonic energy, how can he solve the soul-devouring curse? No kidding. Well, Li Jiahong nodded disheveledly. The skepticism in Lin Haofan's eyes. He saw it all in his eyes. That's the spectral prison evil demon. Li Jiahong explained helplessly with a bitter face. This Lin Haofan really doesn't know what he's doing. He had truly never seen the power of the evil exalt of the spectral prison. If, on the other hand, he had seen the power of the spectral prison evil demon, he would no longer doubt the strength of their Xianyuan sect. So what if it's the evil honor of the spectral prison? Lin Haofan asked in a cold voice. His guess was indeed correct. This matter was indeed unrelated to the evil honor of the spectral prison. It said that he was a terrifying existence during the rise of the Devil Dao 10,000 years ago, with an unfathomable body of devilish skills, and with a casual exertion, he has the energy to destroy the heavens and the earth. Li Jiahong said with his hands in the air, trying to make Lin Haofan develop a trace of fear towards the evil demon of the spectral prison. Who knows? Lin Haofan always had a pale face. There was even some disdain in his eyes. Although our Xianyuan sect also has some depth, it is still just too small compared to the evil honor of the pantheon. This demonic aura is what a spectral prison evil honor laid down. With our strength, there is no way to eliminate it. That's why the patriarch will. Alas, Li Jiahong's voice involuntarily lowered as he spoke. His face filled with frustration. He looked at Lin Haofan and thought that although this person in front of him had good strength, he was probably helpless in the face of the demonic chi left behind by the Psi Prison Evil Zune. However, what Li Jiahong never expected was, Lin Haofan only frowned slightly after hearing his words, without showing the slightest bit of fear on his face. Then he gently placed Mo Qianxue on his back on a rock to the side. With that, Lin Haofan took a flying leap and directly rushed into the dense demonic aura. Ha! Li Jiahong's eyes widened and he screamed in shock. What are you doing? Come out quickly. You hurry up and come out. You can't touch this demonic energy. Do you still want to save her? Li Jiahong rushed at Lin Haofan's back and yelled. His voice was hoarse by the end of the yell. Li Jiahong, with an anxious face, paced in place. Ugh. What to do? What's going to happen now? Oops. I blame this mouth of mine. What are you talking about? Li Jiahong made a bitter face and flung a slap on his mouth. Within moments, an eye-catching red handprint appeared on his mouth. In Li Jiahong's heart, although Lin Haofan's strength was heaven-defying, he wasn't strong enough to go against the evil honor of the spectral prison. What to do? What to do? Li Jiahong was in a hurry down there, and above, Lin Haofan was ready to fight. Li Jiahong's broken thoughts all fell into Lin Haofan's ears, word for word. To this, Lin Haofan didn't respond, only to see his hands rapidly forming seals and reciting words under his breath. Under Lin Haofan's maneuvering, a large stream of golden light suddenly surged out behind him. Under the illumination of that golden light, the sky that was dark and full of sorrowful clouds just a moment ago, it cleared up all at once. In the next second, the golden light gathered and transformed into a galloping dragon. Roar! Whistling, he rushed towards the piece of demonic aura. Ha! This! Li Jiahong couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at Lin Haofan with a deadpan expression. This Lin Haofan actually had such strength? Chapter 117, Eliminating Demonic Chi. Roar! The golden dragon once again raised its voice to the sky, and its voice shook the air around it. Bang! Afterwards, the golden dragon rushed over towards the thick, pitch-black demonic chi. They collided in the air, making a loud sound of collision. Li Jiahong's mouth was so open that he could have stuffed an egg directly into it. He looked dumbfounded, out of excitement. His heart thumped. Bang! 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 Li Jiahong covered his chest, deeply afraid that his heart would jump right out. He stared at Lin Haofan's back with a deadly glare, his hands covered in sweat. At the moment, his heart was both worried and intensely expectant. Bang! Just then, the golden dragon and the demonic aura collided once again. In an instant, the light flourished, and the entire Xianyuan sect was enveloped in this dazzling light. The golden light and the black demonic aura intertwined and collided with each other, like two giants engaged in a fight. The demonic chi wasn't willing to show weakness either. It rolled and surged madly in the air, trying to devour the golden blow. It also makes a hissing sound from time to time. The sound was sharp and piercing, as if it was a creepy roar from hell. The golden light, on the other hand, was like a sharp blade as it bravely moved forward, constantly cutting and attempting to dispel this encircling demonic aura. See this scene. Li Jiahong was so nervous that he didn't dare to utter a single breath as he watched the scene without blinking, silently praying in his heart. I hope everything goes well for Lin Haofan and that he succeeds in exorcising the demonic energy. Gradually, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the demonic aura began to retreat and gradually dissipate under the onslaught of the golden light. The sky, which had originally been black and unable to transmit a single ray of light, unexpectedly began to show wisps of light as well. Those lights were like the dawn of daybreak, little by little dispelling the darkness above their Xianyuan sect's head. This is also too powerful. Li Jiahong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His voice split right through from shock. Li Jiahong rubbed his eyes vigorously as he wondered if he was dreaming now. I'm not dreaming, am I? The evil aura that had plagued their Xianyuan sect for hundreds of years had been dispersed by Lin Haofan just like that? Is Lin Haofan's strength so unbelievable? In just a few moves, he had actually eliminated the demonic aura laid down by the spectral prison evil exalt. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have had a hard time believing it. Lin Haofan was actually really eliminating this demonic chi that had plagued the Xianyuan sect for hundreds of years. As time passed, the incantations in Lin Haofan's mouth didn't stop. Seeing that, the demonic chi above the Xianyuan sect's head was getting less and less, and the sky was getting brighter and brighter. Finally, when the last trace of demonic chi dissipated into the air, The warm sunlight resurfaced on the Xianyuan sect's earth. Li Jiahong stood dumbfounded, looking at the sky that had become blue again, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He still seemed to be immersed in the image of Lin Haofan eliminating the demonic chi just now. Right at this moment, Lin Haofan descended with a calm face as he gently patted the non-existent dust on his body, as if he had just done something that couldn't be simpler just now. To Lin Haofan, this matter was indeed very simple. It was just a matter of raising his hand. However, to Li Jiahong and the rest of the Xianyuan sect, this matter was not unusual at all. At this moment, Lin Haofan was their god. Lin Haofan was their Xianyuan sect's regenerative parent. Li Jiahong woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly ran to Lin Haofan's side, his face full of surprise, his voice trembling a little. Brother Lin, you're simply too powerful. I didn't even dream of it, but you were actually able to eliminate the demonic chi left behind by this spectral prison evil exalt. You're really awesome. Lin Haofan laughed as he turned his head to look at Li Jiahong and said with a relaxed expression, it's really nothing. Although this evil prisoner of the specter is powerful, it can't turn any waves nowadays, but he is at this time imprisoned by me at the bottom of the bloody sea. You guys, in the future, will never have to worry about him coming out and making waves again. What? Li Jiahong was once again too shocked to speak, his mouth open and his eyes glazed over. It was as if he had heard the most incredible thing in the world. That's the evil lord of the spectral prison. That terrifying existence that was enough to make the entire immortal cultivation world talk about it was actually imprisoned at the bottom of the blood sea by Lin Haofan? Is this really not Lin Haofan bragging? Lin Haofan shouldn't be bragging. It felt like he did have the power, but it's still like a pipe dream. But Li Jiahong looked at Lin Haofan's serious and solemn expression and knew that he was by no means joking. What the hell are you? He was actually able to lock up the evil exalt of the spectral prison. This was truly unbelievable. Li Jiahong's face was filled with shock, and in his eyes, he looked at Lin Haofan with a bit more awe, as if he was looking at a god from another world. Lin Haofan waved his hand and said with a calm demeanor, little things, now that the demonic aura has also been eliminated, we'd better hurry up and think about how to find your patriarch and undo the soul-devouring curse on Qianxue. His ultimate goal in coming here was to undo the soul-devouring curse on Mo Qianxue. Helping them eliminate their demonic aura was just a matter of passing. Li Jiahong hurriedly nodded his head vigorously. At this moment, Li Jiahong couldn't wait to bow down to Lin Haofan. He only had 2 words for Lin Haofan, and that was admiration as well as trust. For the rest of the journey, no matter what outrageous things Lin Haofan asked him to do, he'll do it all honestly, because in Li Jiahong's eyes, Lin Haofan was the one who could save the world. He had only 1 word for following someone like that, and that was cool. For the first time, regret arose in Li Jiahong's heart, regret that he had joined the Xianyuan sect. Otherwise, he would have just followed Lin Haofan. Well, we will definitely find the patriarch. Let's hurry now. With your help, I'm sure we can find the patriarch and awaken this girl. The light of hope was rekindled in Li Jiahong's eyes, and the gloom that had previously shrouded his heart was suddenly swept away. Lin Haofan once again carried Mo Qianxue. Under Li Jiahong's leadership, the 2 of them continued to walk in the direction indicated by the clues left behind by the patriarch. Along the way, Li Jiahong looked at Lin Haofan from time to time, his heart filled with emotions. How could he not have expected that this man, whom he had befriended by chance, actually had such heaven-defying skills? The fate of their Xianyuan sect is really going to change completely because of Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong continued to walk forward. Along the way, they encountered many ferocious demonic beasts, but they were all repelled by Lin Haofan one by one. Every time, the weapon in Li Jiahong's hand was not even out yet. Lin Haofan had then already decimated the demonic beast. There was absolutely no chance for Li Ka-hang to strike. Li Jiahong was both happy and helpless in his heart. Chapter 118 finally arrived. After a non-stop trek by 2 people, the 2 of them finally arrived at the mysterious valley that the Xianyuan sect's elder had spoken of. Is this the place the elder was talking about? I think so, Li Jiahong said, looking down at the small metal piece in his hand again. That's right, this is the place. This should be the place where the treasure is hidden. As the elder said, the 2 continued to stride forward. Li Jiahong followed closely behind Lin Haofan, keeping the distance between the 2 within 1 meter. Li Ka-hang said he was a rookie. He's scared. In case there are demonic beasts hiding here, what can he do? He had to follow Lin Haofan at all times. At that time, if a demonic beast comes over, Lin Haofan can also protect him. TSK. Lin Haofan turned around and glanced at Li Jiahong, who was following closely behind him. With a very speechless expression, Lin Haofan rolled his eyes greatly at Li Jiahong, spitting silently in my mind. What a loser this guy is. He. Sorry ha, my first time out of the clan. I'm really a bit scared. Sorry ha. Li Jiahong scratched his head, embarrassed. Hearing this, Lin Haofan nodded his head, acquiescing to Li Jiahong's behavior. Forget it, just let him be. Anyway, saving Mo Qianxue was important. Lin Haofan shook behind him, just on the verge of sliding down Mo Qianxue, letting her steady herself against her back again. At this moment, a thick layer of fog was filling the valley. Lin Haofan only felt that his 5.0 vision was on the verge of not being able to see clearly in front of him. Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong carefully walked into the valley. Now they were extra cautious with every step. It's getting close to the depths of the valley here. At this time, Lin Haofan was dragging 2 by 1 and had to be more careful. If, on the other hand, he came alone, there was no need to worry at all. Just do it straight. It's a shame. He was now carrying one on his back and dragging one behind him. At this moment, Lin Haofan was really arrogant. Just as the two were slowly moving forward, roar! A low growl came from the mist. Immediately afterward, a huge-sized demonic beast rushed out from the mist. Only this demonic beast was covered in green scales. Its eyes flashed green, was glaring at Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong with a death glare. Roar! It let out another roar towards Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong. Hearing this hissing sound, Li Jiahong's body could not help but tremble. This demonic beast is too scary. Li Jiahong buried his head low and kept praying inwardly. Hopefully the demonic beast wouldn't see itself. Li Jiahong then raised his head, wanting to see where the demonic beast had gone. As a result, it accidentally came into a watery staring contest with the demonic beast. Looking at the demonic beast's frightening appearance, Li Jiahong's heart was about to jump out of his chest, only to see that demonic beast, with its bloody mouth open, charging this way. It even had green venom flowing from its mouth, which looked horrible and scary as hell. Whether it scared Lin Haofan or not he didn't know, but it scared Li Jiahong enough anyway. Be careful, Lin Haofan shouted. Then he turned around and handed Mo Qianxue over to Li Jiahong. In the next second, he drew the long sword at his waist and directly met it. He was ready to fight. The demonic beast opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Lin Haofan. As a result, Lin Haofan's figure flickered and easily dodged the demonic beast's attack. The long sword in Lin Haofan's hand cut a cold light in the air and viciously stabbed at the demonic beast's body. The demonic beast let out a roar in pain. Roar! The demonic beast swung its huge claws and slapped towards Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan hastily took a few steps back and immediately avoided the demonic beast's attack. Seeing this, Li Jiahong felt that he couldn't continue to sit on his hands any longer. He had to get up there and help. Li Jiahong placed Mo Qianxue in a safe place and then drew his long sword as well before joining the fight. Seeing Li Jiahong come over as well, Lin Haofan silently withdrew the strength in his hands. This kid, Li Jiahong, had a hard time mustering up the courage to come out and help. Still, let's get him somewhat involved. If he had slapped the demonic beast to death with a single slap, Li Jiahong would have definitely lost it. Holding on to the idea of letting Li Jiahong go through a few more moves with the demonic beast, Lin Haofan made a slow move. He stared at the movements of the demonic beast and Li Jiahong, while Li Jiahong and the demonic beast fought. Make up a sword every now and then, preventing this brat Li Jiahong from being directly eaten by a demonic beast. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, cooperated with each other and fought fiercely with the demonic beasts. The grappling was really intense, at least to Li Jiahong. He had already exerted all his strength around him to deal with this demonic beast. Phew! Li Jiahong breathed a long sigh of relief as he felt that his strength had improved quite a bit. It was surprising that he had lasted so long in the hands of this demonic beast. With Li Jiahong and Lin Haofan cooperating with each other, the demonic beast gradually showed its fatigue, and its moves were a bit weak. Up, Li Jiahong! Lin Haofan saw the right moment and shouted. Eyes signaling. Li Jiahong rushed out. Air! Li Jiahong rushed over with one strong step. He rushed to the demonic beast and executed a powerful sword strike, stabbing the demonic beast's vital points. Aha! The demonic beast let out a miserable shriek, and then collapsed to the ground, never moving again. See this? Li Jiahong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat seeping out of his forehead. I actually killed a demonic beast. Ha 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 ha. I actually killed a demonic beast. Li Jiahong's eyes all lit up as he looked at Lin Haofan and said loudly with a surprised face. Li Jiahong was unusually excited. Today was not only his first time out of the sect, it was also his first time killing a demonic beast. What a great day to remember today. Senior Lin, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to kill it. With that, Li Jiahong bowed deeply towards Lin Haofan. Although Li Jiahong was not strong, he still had a good eye. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to become the Xian Yuan sect's senior brother. Li Jiahong clasped his hands together and said at Lin Haofan with a serious face. Elder Lin, your painstaking efforts towards me will not be forgotten by my junior. I will help you find a way to awaken her. Under no circumstances. Well, okay, let's hurry up. We have to hurry. Facing Li Jiahong's thanks, Lin Haofan was a bit embarrassed. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face as he waved his hand, signaling Li Jiahong to hurry up and follow him. This kid is a good kid, and it's really not a waste of his hard work. Well, okay. Li Jiahong nodded his head in response, and then bumbled along. Under Lin Haofan's leadership, the few people continued to walk towards the depths of the valley. After walking for a short while, they came to a huge cave. Chapter 119, Entering the Cave. This cave is so weird. Elder, are we going in? The confidence that Li Jiahong had just developed was immediately wiped out by the cave. Alas, Lin Haofan let out a long sigh and spat in his heart. This person is also a little too noisy. Lin Haofan didn't speak again. He just stared at the cave in front of him. Only the entrance of the cave was engraved with some strange symbols. Senpai, look at that. Li Jiahong pointed at the strange symbols and roared loudly with an excited face. That symbol, very similar to the symbols on the metal pieces. Looks like this is the entrance to the treasure. Lin Haofan said. Come on, let's go inside. Lin Haofan waved his hand, signaling Li Jiahong to hurry up and follow. Elder, why don't we just calm down for a while? Without waiting for Li Jiahong to speak, Lin Haofan had already taken a big step forward, leaving Li Jiahong with a cold and unbelievable back. Looking at Lin Haofan who was getting farther and farther away from him, Li Jiahong clenched his teeth. Hurriedly, he followed in stride. As long as Lin Haofan was there, he wouldn't be afraid of even the most terrifying cave. Ta-da-da-da. Hearing footsteps behind himself, the corner of Lin Haofan's mouth hooked into a smug smile. It's not easy to pin down this Li Jiahong kid. A few people walked into the cave, only to see that it was pitch black and out of reach. Lin Haofan casually pulled out a night pearl from his pocket and threw it to Li Jiahong. Thank you, seniors. The night pearl emitted a soft glow in Li Jiahong's hand, illuminating the path ahead. Seniors, how long do we have to walk? Li Jiahong asked in a small voice. He has seriously overdone his exercise today. He felt like he could just lay down now and fall asleep immediately. Elder, how do I feel? We have been here before. Li Jiahong kicked a small stone at his feet. Just now, he also kicked this small stone, and his feet felt the same. Li Jiahong's face was filled with anxiety. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and with a few tremors in his voice, he looked towards Lin Haofan. Elder, I really think we are lost. This cave is full of twists and turns, and there's no obvious sign. We won't keep circling around in the same place, right? Li Jiahong looked down at his feet. He felt the likelihood of getting lost at this point was very high. Lin Haofan frowned and stopped his steps. He knew in his heart that it was not a solution to go on blindly like this. He pondered for a moment, reaching into his storage bag and fumbling around for a while. Then he pulled out an ancient compass from it. This compass was palm-sized, with strange runes engraved all over the edge, and the pointer flickered with a faint golden light, and was gently swaying, still emanating a mysterious aura. When Li Jiahong saw Lin Haofan take out the compass, his eyes instantly went round and his mouth opened wide, incredulity written all over his face. What kind of advanced stuff is this? He didn't recognize it and had never heard of it. They are poor in the Xian Yuan sect. Not a single shadow of a high-level magic weapon could be seen. However, he could be sure of one thing. This thing is certainly not simple. It was because none of the magic weapons in Lin Haofan's hands were mortal. Senior, what kind of magic weapon is this? Li Jiahong asked curiously. His voice was rising from surprise. It echoed in the empty cave. Lin Haofan calmly explained. This is the dragon-seeking compass. No matter how complicated the terrain is, it can find the right direction. Wow, so awesome looking. Li Jiahong said with heartfelt emotion. Dragon compass. The name sounds awesome. With it, we'll soon find the treasure land. Saying that, Lin Haofan gently turned the compass, and recited words under his breath. Li Jiahong's gaze was dead set on the compass in Lin Haofan's hand, only to see the compass needle began to rotate rapidly, emitting a buzzing sound. The golden light is also getting brighter and brighter. After a while, the needle slowed to a stop and pointed steadily in one direction. Lin Haofan raised his head and signaled Li Jiahong to follow. This is the direction. Go! Li Jiahong hurriedly followed Lin Haofan's footsteps, but his eyes kept staring at the magical compass, filled with curiosity and amazement. Along the way, the cave was jagged and rocky, and every now and then drops of water fell with a crisp sound. Li Kahong has adapted to the environment. At first he would be physically shaken by the shock. Now it doesn't matter at all. However, he still followed closely behind Lin Haofan. Don't let yourself fall half a step behind. Under the guidance of the dragon-seeking compass, Lin Haofan's few people managed to get out of the labyrinth, and the few of them quickly advanced. Li Jiahong's eyes lit up. What was that in front of him? They seemed to have found the treasure. A huge stone door suddenly appeared in front of them, which was engraved with various mysterious patterns. The pattern was exactly the same as the one on the metal piece. Ah, Senpai, we found it! Li Jiahong was very excited. It was close to jumping directly on Lin Haofan. The two stood before the stone door. Only the stone door was visible, emitting an ancient and solemn aura. Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong glanced at each other, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Looks like the treasure is back here. Lin Haofan walked forward and carefully observed the pattern on the stone door. He tried to find a way to open the stone door. At this moment, Lin Haofan's heart thumped. It was rare for him to be born nervous. Is Mo Qianxue finally going to wake up? Senpai, your heart, it's beating so fast. In the silent cave, the sound of Lin Haofan's heartbeat was very obvious. Hearing this, Lin Haofan's old face flushed. I don't know how to answer Li Jiahong's words. Just find a way to open the door. Lin Haofan was speechless. Why is this kid's mouth so broken? Okay. Li Jiahong also came over and looked at the stone door with unblinking eyes, trying to find a way to open the door from that. After some serious research, Lin Haofan finally discovered the method to open the stone door, only to see that a mechanism was being hidden in the pattern on the stone door. Lin Haofan followed the hints of the runes on the compass and reached out to press lightly on the stone door, only to hear a loud rumble. The stone door slowly opened. A powerful aura came to the surface. Li Jiahong was so excited that his face turned red and his voice trembled a little. Senior, we've finally found it. He couldn't wait to rush straight in, only to be pulled back by Lin Haofan. Beware of traps. Lin Haofan looked vigilant as he took the lead and walked into the stone door, only to see that inside was a huge stone room, with all sorts of glittering gems inlaid on the walls around it, and a huge treasure chest placed right in the center. The two of them cautiously approached the treasure chest. Lin Haofan slowly opened it, and a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire stone room. Chapter 120, Mysterious Treasure Chest. In the treasure chest, there was a wide array of various exotic treasures, the most notable of which was a secret book that emitted a golden glow. This? Where is your patriarch? Lin Haofan's temples jutted out. That's not true. This treasure chest isn't working for him. He's looking for the Xianyuan sect patriarch here. If we couldn't find the Xianyuan sect patriarch, how else could the soul-devouring curse on Mo Qianxue be undone? She can't sleep like this for the rest of her life. Li Jiahong felt Lin Haofan's low pressure, and he looked at Lin Haofan sheepishly. Only Lin Haofan's teeth were tightly closed. The next second, a straight-up rampage is possible. Let's take a look at what's put in there, Li Jiahong said carefully, deeply afraid that Lin Haofan would be unhappy and directly punch him against the wall. By then, he'll be done for. Lin Haofan nodded, quickly shifting his emotions. He took the contents of the box out to the night pearl and looked at it carefully. This seems to be the secret book of the Xianyuan sect. Secret book? Useless stuff. Lin Haofan couldn't wait to just throw the ones in his hands out. What's the point of this thing? Can it cure the soul-devouring curse on Mo Qianxue? It's not. The secret book that has the power to undo the spell. Seeing that Lin Haofan was on the verge of an outburst, Li Jiahong hurriedly explained. There's a spell-solving technique in here? Lin Haofan was pleasantly surprised. So I can learn too? It should work. Li Jiahong nodded. Rumble. While the two were talking, a dull rumbling sound came from not far away. The two men looked over at the sound. It was in the center of the stone room that a huge sarcophagus was being placed. That rumbling sound came from none other than the sarcophagus. What's that? Li Jiahong silently moved behind Lin Haofan. Only the sarcophagus was carved with various mysterious patterns. I'll check out. Lin Haofan walked to the sarcophagus and carefully observed the pattern on it. Rumble. Suddenly, the sarcophagus emitted another violent vibration, and immediately afterward, the lid of the sarcophagus slowly opened. Look out! Li Jiahong yelled from behind. Lin Haofan took several steps back and looked at the sarcophagus with a wary face. Only a figure slowly rose from the sarcophagus. The figure wore a white robe and had a kind face. Patriarch. Sovereign, we've finally found you. Li Jiahong rushed over with a single stride. There was a thud, straight to his knees. Sovereign. At this moment, Li Jiahong's eyes that looked at Li Mao were already filled with tears. There you are, I finally waited for you. Li Mao's voice echoed in the stone room. Patriarch. Li Jiahong made a big bow to Li Mao. Get up, Li Mao said. I've been waiting for you for hundreds of years for this moment. Turns out, that battle between good and evil hundreds of years ago, it also spread to their Xianyuan sect. The Xianyuan sect has also produced a few traitors. The traitors, egged on by the evil of the Pantheon, tried to seize the treasures of the Xianyuan clan. In order to protect the Xianyuan sect, Li Mao sacrificed his life and sealed his soul in the sarcophagus forever. This was also the reason why their Xianyuan sect disciples had been slow to get news of him, because his soul has been sealed in this sarcophagus forever. Good thing, before he came here, deliberately left in the jade pendant, clues about this place. As long as the clan elders see the clues he left behind, just be sure to look for it. Well, he waited left and right, and finally he got it. Li Mao's gaze fell on Lin Haofan, with a trace of doubt in his eyes, and he slowly spoke. This one is a bit strange. While saying that, he reached out and pointed at Lin Haofan. Seeing this, Lin Haofan hurriedly clasped his hands in a very respectful manner. His voice filled with sincerity. Late generation. Lin Haofan. I came to disturb today because I have something important to ask for. Lin Haofan was clear in his heart that this person in front of him was the key person who was related to whether Mo Qianxue could wake up or not, so his attitude has to be good. Lin Haofan fixed his mind and then said, Senior, this is my immortal couple Mo Qianxue, who has unfortunately been hit by the soul-devouring curse, now unconscious. I have heard that Senior has great magical powers, and at present only the method in your hands can solve this spell, so Senior has traveled a long way to bring her here to implore Senior to save her. With that, Lin Haofan bowed deeply towards Li Mao. The attitude was that of sincerity. Lin Haofan was accustomed to being mighty on weekdays, and this was the first time in his life that he had lowered his voice so much to beg. However, after hearing this, Li Mao sighed softly, then shook his head with a few helplessness in his tone. I am very sorry. Soul-devouring curse is indeed a mistake made by our clan. But, if you want me to undo the spell, forgive me if I can't. When Lin Haofan heard this, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a face full of anger. What? It's outrageous. He's come a long way to get here. Drag one, carry one. It turned out that he was told that there was no way to undo the spell. Can this be tolerated? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Lin Haofan stared at Li Mao with a deadly stare and said loudly, Senior, how can you do this? Mo Qianxue she is still young. She shouldn't just stay unconscious. If you don't help, how can this be? Elder, today, you must help me break the spell, Lin Haofan said with a strong attitude. Hearing this, Li Mao remained silent as he just quietly looked at Lin Haofan. When Lin Haofan saw that he was unmoved, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He directly took a big step forward, his dangling hands clenched into fists as he loudly threatened, Senior, if you don't help today, don't blame me for being impolite. Although I respect you, I will do anything for Mo Qianxue. If you persist in refusing to make a move, I will smash this place to pieces, and this so-called treasure will not be left intact. Li Jiahong watched this scene from the side, his heart anxious. Both sides are people he values. If Lin Haofan fights with Li Mao, who should he help? So anxious, Li Jiahong hurriedly ran to Li Mao and knelt down with a thud. His voice was tinged with tears. Patriarch, please, save her. She's innocent. We can't just stand by and watch her being tortured by this abominable soul-devouring curse. Ugh, you get up first. Li Mao looked at the emotional Lin Haofan and the kneeling and pleading Li Jiahong. A trace of intolerance flashed in his eyes. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. It's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's really that I have the heart to do so nowadays. You guys don't know. I'm just a wisp of a remnant soul now, trapped here. And even though I have the method to undo the spell, I can't perform it at all. Chapter 121, Learning Secret Arts. Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong heard this. The anger and anxiety on his face instantly turned into surprise and confusion. Lin Haofan frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. What do you mean by that? It's hard to believe that there really isn't a way to make Mo Qianxue wake up? Under the eager gaze of Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong, Li Mao held his forehead and explained with a bitter smile. Back then, in order to find a way to break the Xianyuan sect's demonic qi, I explored around, but I accidentally fell into a mysterious trap, and was heavily injured by a powerful force, destroying my physical body and leaving behind only this wisp of residual soul. I intentionally left clues about this place in the jade pendant in the hope that the clan elders would see it and look for it, but I didn't expect to be waiting for you guys. Lin Haofan listened to Li Mao's explanation. The anger in his heart gradually calmed down, but disappointment surged to his heart. He looked at the unconscious Mo Qianxue and was filled with helplessness. What the hell should he do to save Mo Qianxue? Li Mao looked at Lin Haofan, but a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his eyes. The man in front of him, though he was seeing him for the first time, but this Lin Haofan looked like he had clear eyes and wasn't some kind of cockamamie. Suddenly, a very bold idea was born in Li Mao's mind. He looked Lin Haofan up and down and slowly said, however, I see that you are gifted and your realm is quite high. If you're willing, I can break the sect's rules and pass on our sect's secret books to you. In this secret book, not only is there a method to undo the soul-devouring curse, there are also many powerful techniques and divine abilities. As long as you learn them, you will definitely be able to undo the soul-devouring curse on Mo Qianxue yourself. When Lin Haofan heard this, a spark of hope rekindled in his eyes. He once again clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Mao. Senior, if this is truly the case, I am grateful. No matter how difficult this secret book is to learn, I will definitely do my best. That's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Li Jiahong's eyes constantly swept over Lin Haofan and Li Mao. On the side, Li Mao locked his gaze on Lin Haofan, like examining a rare treasure. He secretly thought to himself, This young man's strength is extraordinary, and his personality also reveals a chivalrous spirit. If he can tie him tightly with Xianyuan sect's revival in the future will have a few more points of confidence. The more Li Mao thought about it, the more reliable the plan became. Li Jiahong, who was standing on the side, heard this but frowned darkly. In his heart, he knew clearly that Li Mao was trying to force Lin Haofan to stay in the Xianyuan sect, even though he was also looking forward to having a strong helping hand in the sect. But this approach made him feel vaguely uncomfortable. Li Jiahong was just about to open his mouth, but he caught a glimpse of the gaze cast by Li Mao, which carried an unquestionable intimidation, as if warning him, "Don't talk too much, and this matter is not to be publicized." Li Jiahong's words that had reached the edge of his mouth were just swallowed back hard, and he could only sigh secretly in his heart. Seeing this, Li Mao nodded his head in satisfaction, then said to Lin Haofan, "Come on, Haofan, sit down on your knees and empty your mind. I'll transmit the essence of the secret book to you with my spiritual sense." Lin Haofan sat as he was told, closing his eyes and holding his breath. Li Mao stretched out his hands, his palms glowing with a soft light, and gently pressed them against Lin Haofan's forehead. In an instant, a stream of spiritual energy flowed like a trickle, slowly surging into Lin Haofan's sea of consciousness. At first, the information was scattered and disorganized. However, as the transmission deepened, they gradually linked together to form a complete system of feats. Lin Haofan only felt as if he was in a vast ocean of knowledge. Every word and rune in the secret book flashed and jumped in his mind. He was fully concentrated, trying to understand and absorb the knowledge, completely unaware of what was going on in the outside world. At the side, Li Jiahong's heart was full of tangles. He looked at Lin Haofan, who was focused on receiving the secret book, and then looked at Li Mao, who had a cold demeanor, and wanted to speak several times. He knew that Lin Haofan was a righteous person, and if he knew the truth, he would definitely feel that he was being counted. But Li Mao's order made him not dare to disobey. After much hesitation, he chose to tell the truth of the matter. Lin Haofan had saved him from the fire several times. He couldn't just count Lin Haofan out like this. That's not right. This is very wrong. Wait a minute. Wait. Li Jiahong roared loudly, then immediately rushed up. Reaching out, he interrupted Patriarch Li Mao's spellcasting. "Patriarch, you can't do this." Li Jiahong blocked in front of Lin Haofan with a serious face. Lin Haofan opened his eyes a little disoriented. How? For a moment, he was a little puzzled. Li Jiahong's heart felt like a big stone was pressed down, and after much hesitation, he decided to tell the truth. Li Jiahong clenched his teeth as his eyes dodged, not daring to look directly into Lin Haofan's eyes at all. Former, Li Mao's voice trembled slightly. "If you learn this secret book, you are afraid that you will have to be tied to us, and our Xianyuan sect for the rest of your life. This secret book can only be practiced by the Xianyuan sect patriarch." As soon as those words left his mouth, an eerie silence immediately fell around him. Li Mao's face suddenly changed as he glared fiercely at Li Jiahong. "This useless thing, Li Jiahong." Li Mao sat on the sarcophagus, his teeth clacking. When Lin Haofan heard this, he was first slightly stunned. So that's what this is all about. A faint smile then appeared on Lin Haofan's face, with a big wave of his hand. He didn't look like he was taking this to heart in the slightest. "I thought it was something marvelous." After saying that, Lin Haofan waved his hand, his tone very casual. "This is just a small matter to me. Being the sovereign of the Xianyuan sect, I can. Are you kidding? What else could be more important than saving Imo Qianqui right now?" Words. Li Jiahong's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Haofan with a face full of shock. He couldn't believe his ears. He pursued. You say it's all true?" Li Mao said half-heartedly. "Ah." Lin Haofan looked frank and nodded. "Of course it's true." Hearing this, Li Mao looked very happy. Lin Haofan just watered down and agreed to him? It's saved. Now, their Xianyuan sect was finally saved off. Seeing Lin Haofan promise himself, Li Jiahong was so excited that he couldn't wait to jump straight off the sarcophagus. Yes, he could. He was sealed in here now and couldn't move a bit at all. Still, years of caution had kept Li Ka-hang in mind. With a twinkle in his eye, he continued, "In that case, you must promise me." "What?" Seeing Li Mao's serious face, Lin Haofan couldn't help but get serious as well. "You must promise me that you will revitalize the Xianyuan sect, if there is any semblance of falsehood." Saying that, Li Mao's hands flipped rapidly in front of his chest, and he mouthed the words. Chapter 122, The Oath Curse. Then, an eerie light shot out from his fingertips. It shot straight at Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan only felt a warm current surging through his body. "Is this an oath spell?" Lin Haofan frowned and asked. The man was so untrustworthy. "It is simply outrageous." Surprisingly, someone dared to distrust him. Lin Haofan. Outrageous. Forget it. Whatever. Lin Haofan keenly sensed that an invisible binding seemed to have been born in his body. When Li Mao saw that Lin Haofan's face looked a bit bad, he paused, continued, "I'm really sorry, I did all of this for the Xian Yuan sect. If you go against what you have said today, the spell will strike, leaving you begging for life and death. But, if, on the other hand, you have been following the oath, then the spell, too, will have no effect on you." Aha! Alright, you put your heart all in your stomach. As long as I, Lin Haofan, promise something, I will definitely do it. Li Jiahong watched all this from the side, and at this time, he also had mixed feelings in his heart. Li Jiahong was both apprehensive about telling the truth and grateful for Lin Haofan's generosity. "Seniors," Li Jiahong walked up and said with a guilty face, "I'm sorry, Lin Haofan patted Li Jiahong's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm grateful that you can be honest. From now on, we'll be fellow disciples." Hearing this, Li Jiahong's face was on the verge of smiling. His eyes lit up at once. Great, it's Lin Haofan. Their Xian Yuan sect was saved now. He had also seen Lin Haofan's strength before. The demonic chi that Patriarch Li Mao was unable to do anything about. He gave it away in a few moves. What is this if not strength? Elder Lin is so powerful. I'm sure that under his leadership, it's only a matter of time before our Xian Yuan sect returns to the top. Li Jiahong couldn't suppress his inner joy, and his voice was trembling slightly from excitement. He looked at Lin Haofan with a heart full of joy, his eyes full of reverence and trust. "Elder Lin, you don't know how long I've been looking forward to this day. The Xian Yuan sect has been declining under the plague of demonic chi, and the disciples are all demoralized. But now that you have come, everything is going to be different." The more Li Jiahong spoke, the more excited he became, waving his hands in the air, as if he could already see the Xian Yuan sect returning to the top under Lin Haofan's leadership. "I believe that under your leadership, the Xian Yuan sect will definitely be able to revive its former glory and become the leading cultivator in the immortal cultivation world once again. At that time, our Xian Yuan sect's fame will definitely resonate throughout the immortal cultivation world." Li Jiahong clenched his fists with a fist-pumping look. He couldn't wait to have a big fight with the evil faction right away. Thinking of the possible future achievements of the Xian Yuan sect under Lin Haofan's leadership, Li Jiahong's heart was filled with longing. It was as if he had already seen the scene of the Xian Yuan sect's mountain gate being refurbished and the disciples cultivating hard and increasing their strength. The sect was once again full of life and vigor, with scenes of an endless stream of people coming to learn from the masters. "Elder Lin, in the future, whatever you ask me to do, I will never be ambiguous." Li Jiahong's tone was full of determination, not caring in the slightest about Li Mao in front of him. He, the dog's leg, had completely abandoned Li Mao. However, Li Mao has not borne any dissatisfaction with this. Instead, he looked at the two of them, Li Jiahong and Lin Haofan, with eyes full of smiles. "It's good. Very nice." Their Xian Yuan sect disciples had never given up and were still this bloodthirsty. It really wasn't in vain. He had lasted so long in this sarcophagus that didn't see the light of day. Looking at Li Jiahong's passionate face, Li Mao felt that what he had done was all worthwhile. At this time, the worries in Li Mao's heart gradually dissipated. He looked at Lin Haofan and Li Jiahong, a few more points of expectation in his eyes. "Good. From today onwards, you are the new sect leader of the Xian Yuan sect. This remnant of my soul has a new trust. So let's get on with it." "Well," Lin Haofan nodded and closed his eyes again. Li Mao resumed transmitting the contents of the secret book to Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan sat on his knees, focusing his entire attention on the information transmitted by Li Mao. On the side, Li Jiahong stood silently, waiting for the moment when Lin Haofan finished. At the same time, his heart was looking forward to Mo Qianxue's early awakening. "Well, I've already passed on all the things in the secret book to you." Li Mao's face was a little weak. At the end of the transmission, his body became more transparent. "It's also quite possible that your soul will go straight to hell in the next second." Cough cough cough. Li Mao coughed like crazy. "You should have learned the soul-devouring curse this time." Lin Haofan slowly opened his eyes clear. "Don't worry, senior. I've fully grasped it." Lin Haofan was gifted and intelligent. If he wanted to master a small soul-devouring mantra, wouldn't it be an easy task? Now he could finally break the spell for Mo Qianxue, right? "I'll break the spell on her right now." Under Li Mao's gaze, Lin Haofan didn't have the slightest delay and quickly came to Mo Qianxue's side, gently lifting her up so she could sit on her knees. Instead, he took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands, his palms aimed at Mo Qianxue's back, acting step by step as the secret book said. He undid the spell for Mo Qianxue. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Mo Qianxue's body trembled slightly, and then her surroundings were gradually enveloped by a layer of soft golden light. That was the spiritual energy that Lin Haofan had transmitted into her body earlier. Lin Haofan flipped his hands in the air once again, and his palms attached Mo Qianxue's back again. At the impact of this, Mo Qianxue's figure couldn't help but sway from side to side. However, It was good that all of Lin Haofan's efforts had paid off. Carefully inspecting the golden glow on Mo Qianshue's body, it wasn't hard to notice that in that golden light, there seemed to be countless tiny runes that were flickering and jumping. What's going on here? Li Jiahong came up to Li Mao and asked in a low voice. Li Jiahong had grown up, but it was the first time he had insight into the scene of the soul-devouring curse. At this moment, Li Jiahong was really curious. Simply put, Lin Haofan's spiritual energy is fighting against the soul-devouring mantra in Mo Qianshue's body. Whether or not this soul-devouring curse can be undone depends on which of the two of them is more powerful. There's still a chance that the soul-devouring curse can't be undone. Li Jiahong's face was bitter. That's natural. If the person who undoes the spell is not as strong as the person who puts it on, then this soul-devouring curse can't be undone. Li Mao looked at the little cutie, seemingly staring, the young man in front of him. This man is still the most powerful disciple of the Xianyuan sect? It's so simple, it's not even known. What a defeat. Defeated. Luckily, he had a pretty good impression of Li Jiahong before. It turned out to be a sizable cutie. Chapter 123, Undoing the Spell. Li Jiahong snapped his fingers. Nothing about Li Mao's mental activities. Much less. Just ask the question yourself. Li Mao was already madly disliking him. Then, it seemed as if Li Mao had thought of something. Beckoning toward Li Jiahong, his eyes signaled him to hurry over. Are you calling me? Li Jiahong pointed at himself and asked at Li Mao in a low voice. Li Mao rolled his eyes widely, then nodded breathlessly. This guy's alright. There were just a few of them here, and Lin Haofan was undoing Mo Qianshue's spell. Who else to call but him? If it wasn't for the fear that the commotion over here would hinder Lin Haofan from undoing the spell, he'd have cracked out loud a long time ago. I don't know how an idiot like Li Jiahong became the Xianyuan sect's senior brother. He really couldn't figure out how. Sovereign, you say? Li Jiahong's mind was all on Lin Haofan and Mo Qianshue, therefore, did not notice Li Mao's iron face. While Li Jiahong approached towards Li Mao, his eyes never left Lin Haofan. TSK, that's pretty focused, Li Mao lamented. Now he understood why someone as stupid as Li Jiahong could become the Xianyuan sect's senior brother. I'm afraid I'm relying on that. Has the demonic aura over the clan been eliminated? Li Mao asked in a very low voice. He was deeply afraid that the movement from his side would disturb Lin Haofan's side. There was also the fact that his soul, he felt, was getting weaker and weaker. It's quite a struggle to talk now. He won't last until tomorrow, I'm afraid. Luckily, he managed to consign the Xianyuan sect before his complete demise. The person entrusted with it is still a very reliable and strong person. Oh, you said demonic aura. You don't have to worry. Today, when we came over, Lin Haofan had already completely eliminated the demonic aura. Now that we're in the Xianyuan sect, we can see the blue sky and white clouds, Li Jiahong said with a fluttering brow. While saying this, he excitedly told Li Mao how Lin Haofan had eliminated the demonic qi. He's actually this powerful. Li Mao stared at Lin Haofan's side profile and spoke out. Ever since the time when the demonic aura surrounded the sky above their Xianyuan sect, he never stopped seeking a way to eliminate his demonic aura. Unfortunately, these methods, without exception, all failed. Never did they expect that this young man in front of them, with a few casual moves, would eliminate the demonic aura that had plagued them for years. Does that make sense? Is this strength of Lin Haofan really reasonable? Good. That's good. It's good that it's eliminated. Now he could finally leave in peace. Cough cough cough. After saying that, Li Mao couldn't help but cough loudly. At this moment, Lin Haofan had completely fallen into his own world, ignorant of outside voices. Lin Haofan was feeding his spiritual energy towards Mo Qianshue's body, in a steady stream, and Mo Qianshue wasn't idle either. Although her body was slumbering, her consciousness was gradually awakening. She felt Lin Haofan's efforts. Mo Qianshue was touched inwardly. With Lin Haofan's help, Mo Qianshue also began to fight against the soul-devouring curse in her body. Lin Haofan was fully concentrated, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His eyes were firm, staring tightly at Mo Qianshue, the movements of his hands, not daring to slack off in the slightest. With the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, Li Jiahong keenly noticed that the spiderweb-like black lines at the back of Mo Qianshue's neck were actually slowly fading. Although Mo Qianshue's eyes were still tightly closed and there was still no sign of awakening on the surface, but her face had begun to bleed. That's a good sign. Lin Haofan's heart tightened, but his hand movements didn't pause in the slightest. He hurriedly increased the output of his spiritual power, trying to completely remove the soul-devouring curse in one go. As time passed by, Lin Haofan's face began to turn pale, and the consumption of his spiritual energy made him a little tired, but not the slightest flinch arose in his heart. Yuki, you must wake up. Nui, still waiting for us to get back. Qianshue, wake up. Nui asks me every day. Daddy, have you found mother? Yuki, don't you want to see your daughter with your own eyes? Nui, now that's a cute-looking girl. Lin Haofan's hand movements didn't stop, and neither did his mouth. Had been talking to Mo Qianxue, trying to wake up Mo Qianxue with affection. In his impression, Mo Qianxue was a very gentle mother. When Lin Nui was first born, she frowned a little. Mo Qianxue would be too distressed to sleep. He just couldn't believe it. He had moved Lin Nan out. Mo Qianxue can't wake up yet. Finally, the black lines at the back of Mo Qianxue's neck completely disappeared. But Mo Qianxue was still lying there quietly without any movement. Lin Haofan's heart was filled with doubts. He withdrew his hands and gently put Mo Qianxue down, turning his head to look at Li Mao. Senior, why has Qianxue still not woken up? Lin Haofan's tone was filled with worry for Mo Qianxue. This is normal. Cough cough cough. You get her over here so I can take a closer look, Li Mao said with a weak face. He felt his body becoming more and more transparent, and he was at the end of his days. Can't see far anymore. Therefore, the only way was for Lin Haofan to carry Mo Qianxue over. Lin Haofan glanced at Li Mao and didn't say anything more. He had sensed Li Mao's weakness. Cough cough cough. Don't worry. The soul-devouring curse on her body has already been lifted. Ahem. Only she's too weak. Plus she's been under the Soul Eater spell for too long. With the sudden lifting of the spell, her body hasn't adapted yet. She should be sleeping right now. When she wakes up from her nap, she'll wake up naturally. Cough cough cough. I see. I can't believe that's the reason. Lin Haofan nodded. He really hadn't thought of this layer. Cough cough cough. My soul will soon perish. Cough cough cough. Patriarch. Tears pooled in Li Jiahong's eyes as he stared at Li Mao with an unwilling face. At this point, he had mixed feelings. Although, this patriarch didn't like him much, but Li Jiahong is still sad to see Li Mao go. Li Mao didn't care about the crying Li Jiahong. Instead, he whispered at Lin Haofan. The jade pendant and metal piece in your hand are the keys to unlocking the treasure. With that, the patriarch stretched out his hands. An ray of light shot out from his hands and was injected into Lin Haofan's body. Lin Haofan only felt a powerful force surging into his body. His strength seemed to have been greatly enhanced again. There is a powerful force hidden in the treasure that can help you purify the demonic energy and repair the mountain protector formation, the patriarch said. However, to obtain this power, you still need to pass the last test. After saying that, the sovereign's figure faded away. Chapter 124, A New Test. Elder, what's wrong with you? Lin Haofan panicked. At this moment, Lin Haofan already had a hidden guess in his heart. I'm afraid Li Mao won't last much longer. Sovereign, in the cave, the light was dim, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it took one's breath away. Li Mao's figure was becoming more and more transparent. Soon, only a wisp, if any, of soul remained in the midst of the struggle. Li Mao's soul, swaying slightly in the air, as if a breeze could easily blow it away. Li Jiahong's eyes were red, his eyes were filled with tears, his lips trembled slightly. He had a lot of things he wanted to say to Li Mao, but at this point, Li Jiahong couldn't say a word. Step by step, Li Jiahong slowly walked towards Li Mao. Patriarch, Li Jiahong choked and spoke. The voice was full of reluctance and grief. Are you really leaving? With that, his hands reached out to Li Mao. Li Jiahong's hand fluttered directly into the air. Just then, Li Mao's faint voice came through. Seeing that Li Jiahong has burst into tears, Li Mao changes his previous opinion of Li Jiahong. A man's words are good when he is about to die. Lameo felt his growing breath grow fainter and fainter. He decides to treat Li Ka-hong well next. Li Mao tried to squeeze out a small smile and whispered reassuringly, Li Jiahong, don't be sad. It's all my destiny. I've come this far and I'm satisfied. Yeah, what's not to like about him now? The Xianyuan sect had been handed over to Lin Haofan, so what was there for him to be dissatisfied with? Lin Haofan is strong. Just now when transmitting the secret book, Li Mao also felt it. The distinctive aura of Lin Haofan. He had actually broken through the heavenly Dao realm. This strength is simply too unbelievable. Li Mao wasn't worried in the slightest about the future of the Xianyuan sect. After all, there was Lin Haofan. No one dared to bully their Xianyuan sect. He had just placed an oath spell on Lin Haofan. There was also no need to worry that Lin Haofan would go back on his word. His gaze fell tenderly on Li Jiahong, as if he was making a final exhortation. Li Jiahong could no longer control himself. Tears came to his eyes and slid down his cheeks. Patriarch, your teachings to me, Jiahong will definitely keep them in mind at all times. Li Jiahong's shoulders trembled slightly, and his entire body was immersed in great sadness. Li Mao tried to get his spirits up, gently shook his head, and said, the future of the Xianyuan sect depends on you all. Afterwards, he turned his head to Li Jiahong and exhorted, Lin Haofan, he's exceptionally talented. I believe that under his leadership, the Xianyuan sect will definitely be able to regain its glory. Lin Haofan doesn't understand the specifics of the Xianyuan sect, so you'll need to help him more afterward. Li Jiahong, you've got a big task ahead of you too. Cough cough cough. With that, Li Mao coughed like crazy. Li Mao coughed up a storm. Li Jiahong was worried that he would cough up his own lungs. Cough cough cough. Hearing this, Li Jiahong desperately nodded his head. He choked. I understand. I will do my best to help him so that he can familiarize himself with the Xian Yuan sect as soon as possible. Whoa, but I really can't let you go. Li Jiahong's voice was thick with sobs. His voice echoed in the empty cave, seeming especially bleak. In the midst of Li Ka Heng's cries, Li Mao's soul was also getting fainter and fainter, almost transparent. Li Jiahong, no. Cough cough, don't cry. Before Li Mao could finish his words, his figure blurred a few more times. Dang! Li Jiahong flung himself to his knees, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white from the force. Li Jiahong said in a firm tone, Patriarch, don't worry about it. I will guard the Xian Yuan sect even if I have to spell out my life. I will fulfill the task you have given me. Li Jiahong lifted his head, his face full of tears. Li Jiahong looked at Li Mao with teary eyes, his eyes full of determination and reluctance. At this point, Li Mao was already weak to the core. If not, Li Jiahong and their attention was on Li Mao at this time. They couldn't hear clearly at all what Li Mao was saying. At this point, Li Mao's voice was already very weak. Good. Cough cough cough. As the last trace of breath drifted away, Li Mao's soul slowly dissipated into the air. Li Jiahong knelt in place, grief-stricken and unwilling to get up for a long time. Alas, at this moment, Lin Haofan had a complicated mood. He looked in the direction Li Mao had disappeared, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. Lin Haofan carefully placed the jade pendant and metal piece close to him. Then he looked along where Li Mao had pointed his finger before he disappeared. Only a very faint glow was emanating from there. At this time, Lin Haofan's 5.0 vision finally came in handy. Lin Haofan followed the faint light and steadily walked forward. The glow was hidden in another cave. Elder, we really want to go in? This inside. Me, I feel like it's so dangerous. Li Jiahong timidly said. He looked at the dark cave and his body shuddered. How is it that he's here and he's feeling the eeriness inside the cave? Lin Haofan glanced at him and continued to stride forward, not taking Li Jiahong's words to heart in the slightest. Joke, the sea of blood. He broke through it all. You're afraid of that now? Who are you looking down on? Lin Haofan left Li Jiahong with a very spontaneous backstory. Wait for me Li Jiahong pointed at Lin Haofan's back and yelled. Li Jiahong wiped the tears from his face, followed in stride. This is not the time for him to be sad. If he didn't follow Lin Haofan closely, he would lose his little life later. The two walked forward and backward toward another cave. The stone walls on both sides of the cave passage were carved with strange runes. Ha! What's this? The runes are pretty well carved. Spirit Wisdom Treasure. Master, I am. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure, which had been summoned by Lin Haofan, bristled. It just scurried out of the storage bag. It finally waited. It waited for the flowers to die. Hell knows how bored it was staying inside the storage bag. It misses the outside air like crazy. As a result, Lin Haofan delayed summoning it out. Phew! The Spirit Wisdom Treasure, who had finally breathed in fresh air, stretched out and looked at Lin Haofan with a satisfied face. What do you want with me, Master? Spirit Wisdom Treasure asked with a face of excitement. These runes, what do they mean? Lin Haofan stared at the Spirit Wisdom Treasure gem with an excited face, somewhat puzzled. What is it getting excited about? Didn't you tell him to come out to work? Chapter 125, Spirit Wisdom Treasure goes crazy? How can anyone be so excited about coming out to work? Does it have any masochistic tendencies? Its mental state is worrying. It's better to let it out less often in the future. Lin Haofan was really worried that it would go crazy. Ha. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure was just breathing fresh air at the moment. Didn't even notice Lin Haofan's strange face. Spirit Wisdom Treasure. Lin Haofan frowned and asked again. Is this Spirit Wisdom gem alright? Oh. This rune. Master, you ask me what this rune means. Hiss. Let's see. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure talker muttered to itself. It was just too excited right now. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure flew in front of the rune and scrutinized it. Hiss. Master, you have come to hunt for treasure? Spirit Wisdom Treasure asked with an incredulous expression. What kind of treasure was it that required him, Lin Haofan, to come all the way here to find it? What rare treasure doesn't Lin Haofan have? There were so many treasures within the storage bag that the pile couldn't even be stacked. And he came on a treasure hunt? Is he alright? Is he out of his mind? Lin Haofan blankly looked at the Spirit Wisdom Treasure, then pointed at the runes on the stone wall. Patiently, he said, quickly help me look at these runes. Elderly Mao said that a new treasure is hidden here, and these runes might be the key. When did this spiritual wisdom treasure become so verbose? It's not just asking it for a rune. Why so surprised? Delayed answer. Thanks to him, Lin Haofan was not acute, or else just give it the spirit wisdom treasure to smash. Aha! Yes, master. Lingji Baojin nodded in response. The mirror then glowed brightly as it carefully scanned the runes. Suddenly, the spirit wisdom treasure asked with a puzzled and aggravated face. Master, you already have such a high-level magic weapon as me, and there are so many treasures in your storage bag. Why are you still looking for a new treasure? What is this treasure so advanced that it could be in your eyes? The spirit wisdom treasure still couldn't hold back and asked directly. At those words, Lin Haofan's face showed a bitter expression. He's really giving more than his fair share of good looks, and the spells are crawling over his head. Forget it, Lin Haofan, is a big man. Just don't get on board with it. Lin Haofan forced down the urge to roll his eyes and explained in a good-natured manner. This treasure is said to possess the power to change the fate of the Xianyuan sect. Not only can it completely purify the demonic aura there, but it can also make the Xianyuan sect's mountain protection formation impregnable. And, most importantly, it's highly likely that he'll help Chiyuki wake up. That's what he learned from the secret book. Mo Chinshue had been under the soul-devouring curse for too long and had been in the sea of blood for a long time. The demonic aura had gotten deep into her bone marrow, and the power hidden in the treasure could completely purify the demonic aura in Mo Chinshue's body. Let her wake up. Lin Haofan did all this for Mo Chinshue. Oh, so that's how it is. The spirit wisdom treasure was silent for a moment and once again turned his gaze to the runes. This treasure is indeed not simple. The spirit wisdom treasure nodded while scrutinizing the runes on the wall once again. I'll have to study the runes. Then, with that said, its light became even more dazzling, and the spirit wisdom treasure was fully engaged in parsing the runes. Seeing this, Lin Haofan's words that were blocking his throat were finally suppressed. This spirit wisdom treasure finally started to do something. It wasn't in vain that he had been holding back his anger. Lin Haofan sighed with a helpless expression, spitting silently in his heart. After not seeing him for a while, how did this spirit wisdom treasure suddenly become so turtle-like? It's not cool to do things at all. Let it read a rune and ask questions. Troublesome as hell. Li Jiahong witnessed the whole thing from the sidelines. The whole time, he didn't dare say a word. To Lin Haofan's low pressure, he naturally felt it. Unfortunately, that spiritual wisdom treasure is an object. No human anger is felt at all. It knew nothing of Lin Haofan's anger. Innocently Ka Hong endured it all. Seeing Lin Haofan's expression finally get eased, Li Jiahong couldn't help but follow suit and breathe a sigh of relief. Time passes by. A few people just waited quietly on the sidelines. Mo Qianxue leaned against Lin Haofan's back and breathed quietly. Lin Haofan's eyes were filled with anticipation. He knew deep down that this treasure was vital to both the Xianyuan sect and Mo Qianxue. No matter how many hardships and dangers lay ahead, he had to find it. Save the Xianyuan sect and awaken Mo Qianxue. Under the illumination of the spiritual wisdom treasure, the runes shimmered with a faint light, as if they were murmuring and whispering a story from a long time ago. Lin Haofan couldn't help but reach out and touch those runes as he walked. Wow, the rune is actually hot. Is this just me? It's so warm, Li Jiahong said with a surprised face. In the darkness, his eyes were uncharacteristically bright. Lin Haofan felt a slight warmth coming from his fingertips. It was as if he could feel the power and will of the person who engraved it back then. Master, I know. The light of the spiritual wisdom treasure guide became more and more eye-catching, and the details of the runes were invisible under the strong light, and their contents gradually emerged. This treasure originated from the legacy of the ancient great powers, and it contains the power of the pure world spiritual radiance. The pure world spiritual radiance is a special energy that fuses the pure spiritual power of heaven and earth with the power of the mysterious laws, and it can purify the world of all evils and defilements. In order to activate the pure world spiritual radiance, you need to collect 2 tokens. The jade pendant passed down from generation to generation by the Xianyuan sect's patriarch, and a metal piece engraved with runes. Only by gathering these 2 tokens, placing them on top of the specific spell formation at the entrance of the treasure, and using one's own spiritual energy as a guide, injecting it into the core of the spell formation. When the spiritual energy and the token resonated with each other, the spell formation would activate. With that, the pure spiritual radiance will be awakened. At that time, the controller needs to guide the power of the spirit glow with firm intention and direct it precisely to the place where the demonic aura needs to be purified. The pure world spiritual radiance would be like the light of a brilliant star, colliding fiercely with the demonic energy. During the collision, the spirit radiance would gradually break down the demonic aura and transform it into pure spiritual energy. Then, it dissipated between heaven and earth. Not only that, while purifying the demonic aura, the pure world spiritual radiance also had a nourishing effect on the surrounding environment. The land that had been eroded by the demonic chi would also be revitalized, and the depleted spirit veins would gradually be revitalized, laying a solid foundation for the revival of the Xianyuan sect. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide finished deciphering the contents of the runes and marveled. Master, The power of this pure world spiritual radiance is indeed powerful. If we can successfully obtain and utilize it, purifying the demonic chi will be no problem, and the Xian Yuan sex predicament will be solved. Now, we have gathered 2 tokens. We can just go over there. Chapter 126, Gathering the Relics. The master is awesome. That was a token to open the treasure, and all of a sudden he got it. Could this be the legendary son of Qi? The spirit wisdom treasure said that this master was very powerful indeed. I don't know how long they had been walking, but the view ahead of the few people opened up. A huge circular stone room immediately appeared in front of them. On the floor of the stone room, there was actually an extremely complex formation carved into it, and the colorful light in the formation was constantly flickering and jumping. This scene fell in the eyes of Lin Haofan and his group. It was a naked provocation. The colored light seems to be saying, "Come here, come over here." In the center of the stone room, there was a huge crystal ball suspended, while the crystal ball emitted a soft yet mysterious light. It was from here that powerful force emanated unceasingly. Lin Haofan had just stepped into the stone room with 1 foot. In an instant, the stone room, which had been incredibly dim just a moment ago, was brightly lit. Lin Haofan and his group were unable to open their eyes due to the sudden light that flashed. Li Jiahong's eyes were dead shut. So that's what it's all about. Blinking your dog's eyes? Lin Haofan's virtual eyes adapted for a while. Finally, I can open my eyes properly. All he could see was that the opposite side of the formation glowed brightly. Immediately afterward, he only felt that a majestic power enveloped him tightly like a raging tide. Is this where the test begins? Lin Haofan thought secretly in his heart, and then quickly operated the spiritual chi in his body, trying to resist this powerful force. However, the force was far more ferocious than he had imagined. Wave after wave hit him. Lin Haofan's body began to involuntarily sway under the impact of this force, and shallow footprints were made on the ground beneath his feet, just as Lin Haofan was struggling to resist the power of the formation. Brush! The crystal ball suddenly shot out a ray of blinding light, which instantly transformed into various phantoms that attacked them with teeth and claws. You guys get out! Lin Haofan dodged and ran to Li Jiahong's side, placing Mo Qianxue behind Li Jiahong. Then, Lin Haofan pushed the 2 to the shadows. You stay right here and don't ever come out. Lin Haofan waved his big hand, and above the heads of the 2 Li Jiahangs, he laid down a solid boundary. Aha! You just go ahead. I'll protect her, Li Jiahong said with a firm expression. He couldn't help much in a fight. After all, his strength was there. The enemy can easily finish him off with 1 move. It was better for him not to go and cause trouble for Lin Haofan. Li Jiahong glanced at the solid knot above his head, a quiet sigh of relief. It's still Lin Haofan who understands him. Knowing that he was timid, he even prepared a special knot for him. If Lin Haofan had known that Li Jiahong's mental activities were like this, definitely, he would be very speechless and explain that this boundary was prepared for Mo Qianxue. As for Li Ka-hang, that was because Lin Haofan was worried that the moisture on the ground was too heavy and not good for Mo Qianxue's body. That's what got her a meat cushion. Just as Li Ka-hong was stealing a sigh of relief, Lin Haofan was ready to fight. He stood with his arms folded, now in front of the crystal ball. Lin Haofan stared at the rays of light emitted from the crystal ball. Those rays of light had transformed into various-looking demonic beasts. Some of the phantoms were demonic beasts with huge figures that hissed, revealing their sharp fangs as they pounced on Lin Haofan. Some of the phantoms were powerful immortal cultivators, wielding spells in their hands and casting incredibly powerful spells. Lin Haofan quickly drew out his longsword and dodged left and right while continuously casting out his spells to ward off. Each collision of spells stirred a ripple of spiritual energy in the stone room, and light splashed in all directions. During the intense battle, Lin Haofan gradually realized that these phantom attacks seemed to have some sort of pattern. He dodged the attack while watching carefully. Finally he found out the end. Every time the crystal ball's light flickered, the phantom's attack style and rhythm would change. With a movement in his mind, he decided to stop being passive and defensive, and instead turn defense into offense. When the crystal ball flickered with light again, Lin Haofan didn't dodge like before, but rushed forward to meet the phantom's attack. Lin Haofan cast the spell he had just learned from the secret book. For a moment, golden light converged in his hands, forming a huge lightsaber. He swung his lightsaber and went head-to-head with the phantom. During the intense battle, Lin Haofan gradually mastered the rhythm of his attacks, as he skillfully utilized the gaps in the phantom's attacks to continuously give counterattacks. As the battle continued, Lin Haofan's physical strength and spiritual energy were rapidly depleting. His breathing also became rapid and heavy, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Gee, what a treasure! Lin Haofan's eyes were cold as he gazed at the crystal ball in front of him. The crystal ball actually made him sweat. What is Lin Haofan's strength? Hardly anyone could make him sweat in a fight. After all, Lin Haofan's strength was truly heaven-defying. This crystal ball in front of me actually has this strength. This treasure is truly awesome. Not in vain, Patriarch Li Mao died guarding this place. Suddenly, Lin Haofan remembered the power injected into Li Mao's body before he died. He took a deep breath and focused his mind to mobilize this powerful force hidden within his body. Instantly, a majestic aura erupted from within him. His eyes flashed with a golden light, and the power of the spells in his hands increased greatly. With the addition of this powerful force, Lin Haofan finally found a break in the phantom. Lin Haofan saw the right moment to cast a spell, only to see his hands rapidly forming seals and chanting under his breath. A dazzling light shot out from his hand, directly hitting the core of the phantom. The phantom instantly dissipated, turning into bits of light that disappeared into the air. While the power of the formation weakened, Lin Haofan took the opportunity to rush towards the crystal ball. The moment his hand touched it, a powerful force instantly surged into his body like a dike-breaking flood. Lin Haofan only felt as if his body was going to be burst by this force, and his meridians made a buzzing sound under the impact of the force, as if they would break at any time. Lin Haofan clenched his teeth. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead as he struggled to guide this power through his body. This power was extremely violent, and every time it operated, it was like fighting a fierce beast. But Lin Haofan didn't retreat in the slightest. As the power continued to run, his body gradually adapted to the powerful force and began to fuse it. Lin Haofan could clearly feel that his strength had been greatly improved at this moment. Not only was his spiritual power more robust, but his sense of the laws of heaven and earth was also more profound. When he had completely fused this power, he slowly opened his eyes, a confident and powerful light shining in his eyes. He knew that he had successfully passed the test and gained the power in the treasure. Now, he had enough ability to purify the Xianyuan sect's demonic qi, repair the mountain protection formation, and save the sect that was in crisis, as well as full confidence to allow Amo Qianshui to completely awaken and start a new chapter. Chapter 127, A New Crisis. Lin Haofan stood with his arms folded in this mysterious still-buried treasure. Lin before, Lin Senior. You, Li Jiahong stared at Lin Haofan, who was wrapped in strange light all around his body, and was directly shocked beyond words. What a strong pressure. At this time, Li Jiahong only had one idea in his head to write. It's too strong. What kind of luck did he have? Surprisingly, he ran into Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan didn't pay any attention to Li Jiahong. At this moment, he was feeling the power of the legendary treasure. He looked down at the glow in his hand. The light was the very power he had just acquired from the treasure. The glow was no ordinary glow. Lin Haofan only felt that this golden light was like a surging tide. It was pouring into his body in a steady stream at the moment. The next second the light surged into Lin Haofan's body. It intermingled and fiercely collided with his own spiritual energy. Lin Haofan only felt his meridians under the impact of this force. It is expanding and strengthening. Lin Haofan's broke out in a sweat. He was, as a whole, sweating profusely, as if it had just come out of the water. What the others didn't know was that Lin Haofan had just experienced another baptism that was enough to shed his bones. As the powers merged again, Lin Haofan's aura grew stronger. Ha! I'm one step closer? Lin Haofan thought he was already invincible. The result was, surprisingly, a mountain of a man. He can still continue to refine. The sky's the limit is a really good feeling. In response, Lin Haofan said that he was satisfied. Lin Haofan's eyes shone with confidence. At this moment, Lin Haofan's gentle movements contained endless power. Lin Haofan gently waved his sleeve, and the air around him shook. At this moment, Lin Haofan's strength had unexpectedly reached the late stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Wow! I'm not dreaming. Li Jiahong pinched his cheeks hard. Hiss. Pain. Ha ha ha. It all seems to be true. Aha. Saved. It's saved. The Xianyuan sect is saved now. Li Jiahong stood by with his mouth open and his eyes wide open. He had already felt the breathtakingly powerful aura emanating from Lin Haofan. Hiss. So strong. The powerful aura emanating from Lin Haofan actually caused Li Jiahong's legs to go weak. He felt like he was about to be unable to stand, and the next second he might just slide down. Lin Qian. Subsequently, Li Jiahong realized that something was wrong and immediately changed his address. Lin Haofan wasn't a senior right now, but rather the sect leader of their Xianyuan sect. In order to show his intense respect for Lin Haofan, Li Jiahong rejoined. Lin Patriarch, your strength is too heaven-defying. Li Jiahong stammered, his voice filled with awe for Lin Haofan. Who understands? What on earth had he, Li Jiahong, done in his last life? Surprisingly, he ran into Lin Haofan. Li Jiahong's heart thumped from excitement. Bang bang bang. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Haofan was still standing here, he would have jumped straight up. Lin Haofan was now the sect leader of their Xianyuan sect, and now he was this powerful. Who else would dare to mess with their Xianyuan sect now? Come one and fight one. They didn't have to be afraid of the Xianyuan sect at all. Their Xianyuan sect was truly saved this time. Li Jiahong stood here as if he had already seen the Xianyuan sect prospering once again. After a while, Lin Haofan finally finished. The golden light around him gradually dissipated. Lin Haofan gently turned around and looked at Li Jiahong, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. That's fine. Let's go back to the Xianyuan sect first now. Saying that, he carefully picked up the still unconscious Mo Qianxue. Alas, Qianxue, when exactly will you wake up? Lin Haofan protected Mo Qianxue tightly in his arms, his forehead resting on Mo Qianxue's head. In a low voice, he said, Qianxue, please wake up. I miss you so much. Nui misses you too. Lin Haofan looked at Mo Qianxue with concern and tenderness in his eyes, as if he was looking at the most precious treasure in the world. Li Jiahong hurriedly nodded his head and hurriedly followed. The two of them thus embarked on the long road back to the Xianyuan sect. Along the way, Li Jiahong's mood was very excited. He couldn't wait to tell the people of the Xianyuan sect that their Xianyuan sect was saved now. Li Jiahong kept imagining in his mind that after they returned to the Xianyuan sect, scenes of Lin Haofan leading the revitalization of the clan. Li Jiahong seemed as if he had already seen the wonderful scene of the Xianyuan sect's mountain gate being restored to its golden splendor. The disciples cultivating diligently and increasing their strength so much that they could shine in all sorts of competitions and battles in the immortal cultivation world, and the Xianyuan sect's prestigious name resonating through the entire immortal cultivation world once again. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The scene imagined in Li Jiahong's mind of being greeted by 10,000 people did not happen. Instead, they were greeted with questions and objections from the elders. This really caught Li Jiahong off guard. At this moment, in front of the Xianyuan sect's grand hall, a group of disciples and elders were gathering densely. Without exception, they all looked at Lin Haofan with caution and suspicion in their eyes, as if they were looking at an outsider with malicious intentions. Elders, what are you doing? I've told you, Patriarch Li Mao has already passed on the Patriarch's position to him. I saw it with my own eyes. You guys believe me? How can this person of unknown origin become the Patriarch of our Xianyuan sect? Right, it's too rash to just hand over the Xianyuan clan to him like this. Several elders frowned, full of dissatisfaction, and said loudly at the top of their voices. When these words came out, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately stirring up 1,000 layers of waves, and received a lot of people's loud voices in agreement. That's right, we don't know anything about him, so how can we be confident in handing over the clan to him to manage? Who knows what he's really playing in his heart? What if he has ulterior motives and wants to plot against our Xianyuan sect's foundation? We can't fall for it so easily. The atmosphere was tense as the crowd talked and talked. The air seemed to smell like gunpowder. Among them was a man named Li Deming. His attitude towards Lin Haofan was even worse. He sized up Lin Haofan from head to toe. Then a disgruntled snort. Xianyuan sect has really fallen off. Now it's any cat or dog that can come to be the sect leader. Isn't it? Elder Li, what do you mean by that? Where is Elder Lin Haofan any kind of a cat or dog? He was in the late stage of the heavenly Dao realm. This was not something Li Jiahong said, because he realized that Lin Haofan had actually hidden his realm. Chapter 128, Strength Against the Heavens. Why is that? Is Senior Lin Haofan so low-key? Li Jiahong had a lump in his throat and didn't continue further. Since Senior Lin Haofan intended to hide his strength, then there's no need for him to go on, is there? He what? Oh, you go on. Li Deming sneered. Li Jiahong was so choked by Li Deming that he couldn't speak. He flushed a red face and glared at Li Deming with a deadly glare. Who doesn't know that this Li Deming has been eyeing the position of Patriarch Ah? Seeing that everyone was questioning Lin Haofan, Li Defa must be secretly rejoicing in his heart, feeling that his long-awaited opportunity has finally come. Guys, listen to me. Elder Li stood out, straightened his back, deliberately raised his volume, and said loudly, this person's origin is unknown, so what if his strength is even stronger? Our Xianyuan sect has been passed down for hundreds of years and has a deep heritage. How can we easily let an outsider become the sect leader? This is simply disrespectful to our clan's forefathers and irresponsible to our clan's heritage. You guys, am I right? At the instigation of Li Deming's 3 words, the crowd that was still wavering originally, their attitudes became resolute all of a sudden, and they all stood out to loudly oppose Lin Haofan, completely reduced to a puppet being led by Elder Li's nose. You guys, seeing this situation, Li Jiahong was very anxious. Because of the anxiety, at this moment, Li Jiahong only felt that his mind was blank, no idea, at all, what to say next. What the hell was he supposed to do to turn this around? Li Jiahong was so anxious that he stomped his feet in place. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Li Jiahong's heart fluttered. Standing out once again, he reddened his face and said loudly, everyone, listen to me, Patriarch Lin, he's powerful and has a good heart. If it wasn't for Patriarch Lin this time, I wouldn't have been able to find the Patriarch at all. He genuinely wants to help our Xianyuan sect, so don't be fooled by a few simple words. Li Jiahong stood in front of the crowd, pulling out his voice and shouting. He thought that his words would calm these people down. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Li Jiahong's words were like a breeze blowing through the crowd and did not make much of a difference. The crowd of disciples and the elders did not listen to Li Jiahong's explanation at all. Instead, they pointed their spearheads at Li Jiahong in droves, living like demonic beasts that had lost their minds. Li Jiahong, how can you turn your elbow outward? Have you forgotten that you are a member of the Xianyuan sect? Have you been bribed by this outsider? That's right. Do you have some ulterior motive in colluding with this outsider? Maybe you've long since discussed to divide up our Xianyuan sect. Li Jiahong, it's really hard to tell. You usually put on a moralistic appearance. I didn't realize that it was stored in such an evil mind. The crowd murmured, their words full of accusations against Li Jiahong. Facing the accusations of the crowd, Li Jiahong was angry and anxious. His face reddened. He was so angry he couldn't come up for air and disliked him loudly back. How can you guys say that? You guys are giving me chills. I did all of this for the Xianyuan sect, and so did Patriarch Lin. So why don't you guys just believe it? How can you all be so easily provoked by Li Deming? Li Jiahong's voice was trembling a bit, and his eyes were filled with aggression and helplessness. The other person at the center of the vortex, Lin Haofan, at the moment was watching it all with a calm face. It seemed that none of this had anything to do with him. Lin Haofan, the Lin Haofan they were talking about wasn't himself either. Lin Haofan didn't have the slightest bit of panic on his face either. Why don't you guys stop for a minute and listen to me? The person in question. Okay? Shut up, Lin Haofan shouted with a cold face. The crowd was stunned by the aura that Lin Haofan exuded, immediately silenced and quieted. Only after the crowd's voices had slightly diminished did Lin Haofan slowly open his mouth. I can actually understand what everyone is worried about. You guys are right. I am indeed an outsider of the Xianyuan sect. However, since I promised Senior Li Mao that I would revitalize the Xianyuan sect, I will definitely do it. And, most importantly, I have the strength and the determination. The predicament that the Xianyuan sect is facing nowadays doesn't need me to say more here myself. The Xianyuan sect needs fresh blood and a strong force to change things. And I, Lin Haofan, am the one who deserves it. I believe I'm the one who can lead the way out of this. Lin Haofan's voice was steady and powerful, constantly echoing in the air. But then again, you guys think I really want to take this mess of your Xianyuan sect? With his current skills, Lin Haofan was enough to walk horizontally in the entire immortal cultivation world. If it wasn't for Mo Qianxue, why would he bother getting himself into trouble? Taking the Xianyuan sect under his wing, he also assured Li Mao that he would revitalize the Xianyuan sect. Lin Haofan has nothing better to do than to eat. He's looking for trouble for himself. You Xianyuan sect, I, Lin Haofan, really don't see it. Saying that, the corner of Lin Haofan's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. You, hear that? The others present, their faces went green, although he knew that what he, Lin Haofan, said was the truth. But it's still good to think about it and be angry. Their Xianyuan sect was indeed going downhill nowadays, but they believed that with their strength, it was only a matter of time before they returned to the top. Humph, that's a good point. You can't be strong enough, can you? Hell, I don't know if you have anything else in mind or not. Maybe you just want to use our Xianyuan sect to achieve your own ulterior motives. Elder Li Deming snorted coldly and said with disdain, his face full of disdain. Lin Haofan glanced at him, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Elder Wang, you are so against me. It's because you want to be the patriarch yourself, isn't it? That little scheme in your heart. Don't think everyone doesn't know. Lin Haofan's words were like a sharp sword, directly stabbing Elder Li Deming in the vitals. Elder Li Deming's face instantly sank like the bottom of a pot. Elder Li Deming's face changed slightly, but soon, Li Deming regained his composure as he put on a righteous demeanor. Lin Haofan, you don't spit blood. I'm doing all of this. I'm only doing it for the sake of the clan's future. I've been in the Xianyuan sect for so many years. My feelings for the sect are not comparable to yours. How could I disregard the safety of the sect for my own selfish interests? Li Deming retorted in a loud voice. What a defense! If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't right now, Lin Haofan would have directly applauded him. Why is this Li Deming so talkative? Lin Haofan stabilized his mind and continued. Chapter 129, Successful Rise to Power. You mouthed. It's all for the future of the clan. Then since it's for the future of the clan, you should put aside your prejudices and give me a chance. I'm sure that time will definitely tell. Lin Haofan said, his eyes firmly looking at the crowd. I can show you all my strength and let you see if I'm qualified to become the Xianyuan sect's patriarch. Whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out and walk it. We'll all know when we see it. You guys, am I right? The crowd listened with some hesitation. Although they still had doubts about Lin Haofan, they were indeed curious about his strength. In their hearts, they all wanted to see just how capable this person, who had been blown up by Li Jiahong, was. Alright, since you say so, Let's see what you're made of. If you're really good, we're not unreasonable. One of the more impartial elders stepped forward and said. He was Elder Zhao Gongming, who had a high prestige in the sect, and his words still carried a lot of weight. Good. It's a deal. Lin Haofan nodded as he gently placed Mo Qianxue on a chair to the side. Afterward, Lin Haofan took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state. The spiritual energy in his body began to operate rapidly, only to see Lin Haofan's surroundings quickly flooded with a faint layer of golden light, which grew brighter and brighter, gradually forming a golden spiritual power shield. Under the operation of Lin Haofan, a golden spiritual power shield enveloped Lin Haofan's entire body. Hiss, terrifying as hell. So strong. I've never seen a bright psychic shield here before. Does that make sense? Heavens, he's actually in the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Jesus Christ, what a rant we were just spouting. I was, just now, actually doubting his strength. He really should look down on our Xianyuan sect. With his strength, he really has no need to count on our Xianyuan sect. I don't think that's necessarily true. He's so young and his strength is so heaven-defying. Who knows how he cultivates? In the immortal cultivation world, there are all sorts of crooked ways to quickly increase strength. What if Lin Haofan was relying on these crooked ways to raise his strength? They have to look at it again and can't make a decision so quickly. The crowd felt the powerful force contained in this spiritual shield, which was by no means something that an ordinary immortal cultivator could possess. Then, Lin Haofan's hands quickly flipped and formed seals in the air, and his mouth even recited words as a mysterious rune flew out from his fingertips and surrounded him. Suddenly, a golden longsword appeared in his hand, and a golden light flickered on the longsword as well. Lin Haofan gently swung his sword, and a sword chi whistled out, directly hitting the boulder not far away, only to hear a rumbling sound. The boulder was instantly shattered. This rumble. There was another loud bang. The boulder instantly turned into a mass of rubble under Lin Haofan's hands. It landed on the ground and raised a cloud of dust. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. The crowd choked and coughed on the dust. What a dusty mess. Hiss. What power. The crowd marveled in astonishment. Even elderly Deming, who had just looked at Lin Haofan with eyes that weren't eyes and a nose that wasn't a nose. At this moment, on his face, he also, in a rare occurrence, showed an appreciative face towards Lin Haofan. Li Deming's eyes were glazed over. He thought about Lin Haofan being strong. Otherwise, that old undead Li Mao wouldn't have chosen Lin Haofan to be the next patriarch. Unfortunately, he had made 1,000 calculations. Never would I have thought that Lin Haofan's strength would be this powerful, totally beyond their imagination. Well, is this convincing? Lin Haofan looked evilly at the crowd. The tone of his voice was muted. Now you can believe it. I believe I can lead the Xianyuan sect to glory. The Xianyuan sect still has a certain amount of depth in it. I believe that with my efforts, it will soon be able to return to the top. Upon hearing this, the people who had just suspected Lin Haofan all fell into an eerie silence. They had to admit that Lin Haofan's strength was truly heaven-defying. Perhaps, Lin Haofan he really did have the ability to lead the Xianyuan sect out of its predicament. Everyone's attitudes began to waver again, and they weren't as adamantly opposed to Lin Haofan as they had been earlier. Li Deming stared at Lin Haofan's back for a long time. Now, he really didn't know what to do. He had waited his whole life for the position of the Xianyuan sect's patriarch. It was hard to get Li Mao to simmer away. As a result, there was another Lin Haofan with heaven-defying strength. Li Mao said he was really torn. He really wanted to be the Xianyuan sect patriarch, but he really wasn't as powerful as Lin Haofan. He was also unsure that he could bring the Xianyuan sect back to the top. He couldn't even assure the crowd that he would be able to recover from even the most basic mountain protection formation. Abominable. If it wasn't for that damned evil lord of the spectral prison, where would their Xianyuan sect have fallen to this state? He regretted it, really regretted it. Before, he shouldn't have betrayed the Xianyuan sect for the sake of the sovereign's position and chose to cooperate with the evil exalt of the spectral prison. No can do. He had given so much to get the position of patriarch. Even the Xianyuan sect's soul-devouring curse was handed over to the evil exalt of the spectral prison, in order to get the position of the Xianyuan sect's patriarch. Seeing that, it's on the doorstep. His position as patriarch had been snatched away by a hairy kid like Lin Haofan. A very evil plan was born in Li Deming's mind. He stared at Lin Haofan and said in a fake happy manner, "Okay, I agree. I agree to give Lin Haofan a chance. Let him be our Xianyuan sect's patriarch for the time being. If he can really lead us to revitalize the Xianyuan sect, that would naturally be the best. If he has any ill intentions, it won't be too late for us to make plans at that time. What do you guys think of my idea?" "Well, that's a good idea. I agree. We can give Lin Haofan an inspection period first. If, within a certain period of time, he doesn't complete the task that Patriarch Li Mao explained, we'll just kick him out of the Xianyuan sect." Available. Yes, you guys are right. All of us are doing this for the good of the Xianyuan sect. We should focus on the interests of the sect and give Patriarch Lin a chance to showcase himself. The crowd's address to Lin Haofan had successfully shifted to Patriarch Lin. Hear the call. Lin Haofan raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew he had succeeded. This Xianyuan sect leader position was taken by him. At Elder Li's suggestion, the crowd finally reached an agreement. The crowd decided to give Lin Haofan a month's time to prove that he was capable of becoming the sect leader of the Xianyuan sect. Alright, I promise you all, 1 month as a limit. I will definitely return a brand new Xianyuan sect to all of you. Lin Haofan stood in front of the crowd and said loudly. Chapter 130, Finding a Place to Stay. Just like that, Lin Haofan was in the eyes of the crowd in anticipation. Took over the position of Patriarch of the Xianyuan sect. You guys say, he's so powerful, can he really save our Xianyuan sect? I don't know, but I think he'll be able to do it. Let's hope. Chi is just an outsider. You guys still really think that he will wholeheartedly treat our Xianyuan sect? Yeah, although his strength can be described as heaven-defying, but I think he's got a lot of heart in his head, and he's certainly not going to treat us with all his heart. Really funny. You guys have only met him a few times, and you're saying that people have a lot of heart. You guys are less likely to sow discord there. Who doesn't know you guys? You guys just want Elderly to become the Patriarch. What are you talking about? Lin Haofan has only been here for how long, and he's already bought you off? Oh, you're such a good dog-legger. I'm afraid people don't even know your name right now, and here you are doing your best to defend him. Lin Haofan, does he know about you? The dog's leg? What are you talking nonsense about? I'm telling the truth. You think I'm like you? You think I'm like all of you? I defend Patriarch Lin, and that's all because he's the one Patriarch Li elected. Would Patriarch Li harm us? If it wasn't for Patriarch Li protecting us all these years, I'm afraid our Xianyuan sect would have been exterminated long ago, and it's still your turn to be here, talking about it. The group of disciples had automatically split into 2 factions ever since Lin Haofan had announced that he would become the next Patriarch. One faction stood on Lin Haofan's side. One faction is a firm believer in Li Deming. However, about this, Lin Haofan knew nothing. As for what those from the Xianyuan sect would think of him, Lin Haofan said that he didn't care at all. He even hoped that the people of the Xianyuan sect would firmly stand up against him as this sect leader. That way the oath spell on him won't work. This is the Xianyuan sect's people not letting him Lin Haofan be. It is not his Lin Haofan's business. Pity. Things are often not what they seem. Lin Haofan struggled a few times and actually talked these people into it. That Li Deming, who was not a good person at first glance, even gritted his teeth and agreed. Didn't he want to be this Patriarch? What's wrong with him? Surprisingly, he agreed to Lin Haofan being this Patriarch. Does that make sense? Lin Haofan was very speechless inside. Both come and go. Since Lin Haofan had now become this Patriarch, he then made up his mind that he must do a good job. He must bring the Xianyuan sect to a good place. Let these people see the strength of his Lin Haofan. However, before that, Lin Haofan had something more important. That was to first find a suitable residence for Mo Qianxue to recuperate. The soul-devouring curse on Mo Qianxue had been lifted. However, due to the fact that she had been surrounded by demonic qi for a long time, the demonic qi had invaded her meridians. At this moment, Mo Qianxue's body was already very weak, needed a place with plenty of spiritual energy to recuperate his body. It's the only way she'll wake up soon. TSK. Lin Haofan strolled around the Xianyuan sect under the leadership of Li Jiaheng, nor did he find a residence that would satisfy him. This Xianyuan sect has been attacked by demonic qi all year round, and the spiritual veins in the mountain have been destroyed. The Xianyuan sect's spiritual energy was now pitifully low. Forget it, just find us a random one, Lin Haofan said with a helpless face. After he had settled Mo Qianxue, he went to fix the Xianyuan sect's mountain protection formation. Well, okay. Li Jiaheng saw the displeasure on Lin Haofan's face. That obvious displeasure. Li Jiaheng's brain was just as bad as it was. He could see it. Li Jiaheng was also embarrassed. To the naked dislike on Lin Haofan's face, he said that he was helpless as well. This was really the only condition they had in the Xianyuan sect. Patriarch, you come with me. Suddenly, Li Jiaheng thought of a good place. That place was far away from the mountain protector formation, and it wasn't infested with much demonic energy. At the same time, it was also their Xianyuan sect, currently the place with the thickest spiritual energy. It was a small, quiet courtyard located at the back of the Xianyuan sect's mountain, surrounded by green trees and flourishing flowers. The environment was very peaceful. The small courtyard is full of spiritual energy. The rich aura is like a materialized mist, gently lingering in every inch of the air. Cultivation here, twice the result with half the effort. For Mo Qianxue's cultivation is even more appropriate. Li Jiaheng was busy and finally arranged a residence for Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue. He knew how important Lin Haofan's strength was to the Xianyuan sect, and he also understood that Mo Qianshua's safety was related to Lin Haofan's state of mind. Well, he finally found something that satisfied Lin Haofan. Li Jiahan led Lin Haofan to the front of the small courtyard. For some reason, it even said with some nervousness, "Patriarch Lin, I've been searching for this place for a long time. It has enough spiritual energy and is quiet, so it's very suitable for Miss Mo's cultivation. Do you see still satisfied?" Lin Haofan walked into the small courtyard and looked around. Feeling the spiritual qi that came to his face, he nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction on his face. "Jiahong, hard work. This place is really good. It's perfect for Qi Yuki to recuperate." Lin Haofan looked around the room with satisfaction. Don't say it. This house unexpectedly had an illusion that made him return to the heavenly desolate continent. Previously, when he and Qianxue were in the sky wasteland continent, they also had a room like this. Lin Haofan walked slowly in this quiet little courtyard, and all of a sudden, he remembered his previous days in the heavenly wasteland continent. At that time, he and Mo Qianxue lived in the Tianwu continent and also had a small house surrounded by trees. Once spring comes, the sun shines brightly everywhere. Flowers were blooming all over the mountains, and the colorful petals were blown by the wind and floated everywhere, falling all over their little yard, and the whole house smelled good. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight penetrated through the cracks of the leaves and shone onto the bed, Mo Qianxue would wake up. At that time, her eyes were shining brightly, and she just stared at Lin Haofan like that and smiled. That smile was so bright. As soon as Lin Haofan saw it, he felt his heart warm. An indescribable sense of satisfaction grew in his heart. At that time, though, he wasn't strong and was basically immortal, but his life, because of Mo Qianshue's company, was also very pleasant. During the day in those days, they would walk together on the paths in the woods, the fallen dry leaves crunching under their feet. Lin Haofan could still recall the scene. Mo Qianxue was so happy. She pointed at this wildflower one moment and said it looked good, and then pointed at that one. Lin Haofan just smiled and looked at her, thinking in his heart that there could not be a cuter person in this world than her. By mid-afternoon, they would sit in rocking chairs in the yard. Chapter 131, Memories of the Past. Mo Qianxue leaned on Lin Haofan's shoulder, reading books on immortal cultivation together, and discussing when they came across something they didn't understand. When the wind blew, Mo Qianshue's hair was messy, so Lin Haofan reached out to help her run her hair behind her ears, and at that time, the surrounding was peaceful and quiet, and the days were especially comfortable. At night, the sky outside is full of stars, twinkling. They then went outside in the yard and lay on the grass and looked at the stars. Mo Qianxue was always curious to ask what this star was called and what was the story of that star. Lin Haofan then told her all the stories he knew, and the two of them laughed while listening to the stories, and their laughter carried far into the night. Now, standing in this small courtyard at the back of the Xianyuan sect, looking at the surrounding trees and flowers, Lin Haofan's heart was very unfavorable. He felt that this place was too similar to the place he used to live in, and Mo Qianxue being here would definitely be able to remember those happy days, which would definitely be good for her. Looking at this familiar everything, Lin Haofan was even more determined to cure Mo Qianxue, and he silently chanted in his heart that he must let Mo Qianxue get well quickly. In the future, their family will be as happy as before. When Mo Qianxue woke up, he picked up Nui Nui. Now Qianxue hasn't woken up yet. If Nui Nui comes over and sees this scene, she might not feel good in her heart. LOL. Missing Nui Nui again. I don't know how Nui Nui is doing now. Lin Haofan sighed in his heart. Then, shaking his head, he reassured himself that he had nothing to worry about. On Nui Nui's side, he didn't have to worry at all with Big Black and Miyu. That little girl, Nui Nui, is not afraid of anything. The one person in this world who could make her Lin Nui Nui afraid. I'm afraid it hasn't been born yet. Before Li Jiahan could be happy, he saw Lin Haofan shake his head. The movement was subtle though, and he wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been paying attention. But who is he? He was now Lin Haofan's loyal lapdog, and now Lin Haofan's every move was under his Li Jiahan's watchful eye. Therefore, the first time Lin Haofan shook his head, Li Jiahan then noticed. Li Jiahan's eyebrows twitched slightly, his heart in his throat. He asked in a shaky voice, What's wrong? Is there anything you're not happy about? Li Jiahan wanted to cry. What's wrong with Lin Haofan again? Didn't you just say you were satisfied? Now what's with the head shaking? Li Jiahan growled in his mind. It's fine. I'm fine with it. I'm satisfied. Really? Lin Haofan saw that Li Jiahan was on the verge of crying, immediately explained. Upon hearing this, Li Jiahan looked at Lin Haofan suspiciously. Lin Haofan once again said with certainty, Really? I'm happy with it. I just miss my daughter. When Li Jiahan saw that Lin Haofan was satisfied, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. What? Patriarch, you actually have a daughter? Li Jiahong's eyes were glazed over. Then, Li Kahong realized something was wrong. This was, after all, Lin Haofan's personal matter. Why is he asking so much? Who knows? As soon as Lin Haofan mentioned his daughter, his face instantly overflowed with pride that he couldn't hide. The corners of his mouth were raised high, and his eyes were smiling into a curved crescent moon. He immediately turned on his dazzling daughter mode. Yeah, Nui Nui is 6 years old this year. That little guy, quirky and cute as hell. I remember once, when I was practicing, Nui Nui snuck in and had to show me her newly learned spells. She ended up not casting the spell properly, turned herself into a little flowery cat with a black and white face, and asked me if she'd gotten prettier. Lin Haofan couldn't help but laugh as he recalled that scene. Li Jiahong listened with rapt attention, and was a great supporter. Patriarch Lin, Nui Nui is too cute, so powerful at only 6 years old. She'll definitely be great in the future. That's right, she's a fast learner, and she's especially interested in fairy cultivation, pestering me to teach her new spells every day. The more Lin Haofan talked, the more energized he became, as if Nui Nui was right in front of him. Li Jiahong listened while nodding his head, and in his mind, he had already begun to imagine what that cute little girl would look like. I wish I could have met my daughter sooner. The laughter in Lin Haofan's eyes simply couldn't be hidden. When I get a chance, I'll be sure to bring her here for you to meet, and by then, you'll definitely like her too. Yeah, Patriarch Lin, then I won't bother you guys. You guys take a rest first. If there's anything else you need, just ask. Seeing that the house was almost cleaned up, Li Jiahong, very insightful, he proposed that he would leave first. Hearing this, Lin Haofan nodded. After Li Jiahong left, Lin Haofan packed up the large bed and gently placed Mo Qianxue on it. After settling Mo Qianxue, Lin Haofan sat on the edge of the bed and quietly looked at her. Mo Qianxue's face was still pale, and her tightly closed eyes filled Lin Haofan's heart with worry. He gently held Mo Qianxue's hand and whispered, "Qianxue, when exactly can you wake up?" Afterwards, Lin Haofan went to the courtyard of the small courtyard and prepared to explore the power gained from the treasure. He sat on his knees, took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and operated the spiritual energy in his body. As his spiritual energy revolved, a faint layer of light glowed around him, and that light vaguely contained the mysterious power drawn from the treasure. Lin Haofan immersed himself in exploring this power, and he realized that it was very peculiar, containing a powerful purification ability. He tried to fuse this power with his own spiritual power, feeling the interaction between them, but every time he fused, it was like an uphill battle. His body was also under tremendous pressure, but he always gritted his teeth. He came to Mo Qianxue's bedside and gently pressed his hands on Mo Qianxue's shoulders, carefully and slowly injecting the fused spiritual energy into Mo Qianxue's body. After the spiritual energy entered Mo Qianxue's body, it was like a small, agile snake that traveled through Mo Qianxue's meridians. When they encountered demonic aura, these spiritual forces would engage in a fierce confrontation with it. The demonic chi constantly struggled and resisted, trying to block the purification of the spiritual power, but the spiritual power, under Lin Haofan's manipulation, bit by bit, Mo Qianxue's body dispersed the demonic chi. Lin Haofan sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, using all his strength to manipulate his spiritual energy. Fine beads of sweat covered his forehead from the exertion. Every time Lin Haofan dispelled the demonic chi, he could feel Mo Qianxue's body tremble slightly. This made Lin Haofan both nervous and hopeful. Lin Haofan constantly adjusted the output and operation of his spiritual energy, striving to achieve the best purification effect. However, the demonic chi within Mo Qianxue's body was very stubborn. After Lin Haofan's efforts, there was a reduction, but there was still a big gap from complete removal. Chapter 132, Glowing. Lin Haofan withdrew his hands somewhat tiredly and looked at the still unconscious, but his face was already no different from a normal person's. Of Mo Qianxue, a renewed sense of confidence was born in his heart. He was sure that Chiyuki would wake up. For the next 3 days, Lin Haofan spent a lot of time every day cultivating and exploring the power in the treasure. It would also purify Mo Qianxue's demonic aura. Lin Haofan's life became very regular. Except for cultivating and taking care of Mo Qianxue, he would also take the time to learn about the Xianyuan sect. Only by understanding the true situation of the Xianyuan sect, it's the only way he can get it right. Bring the Xianyuan sect back to the right path. Lin Haofan exchanged words with the elders of the Xianyuan sect, asking about the history of the sect, its cultivation techniques, and the problems it was currently facing. During his exchanges with the elders, Lin Haofan realized that although the Xianyuan sect had a deep heritage, its strength had gradually declined in recent years due to various reasons. The progress of the disciples' cultivation was slow, and some precious cultivation resources were gradually becoming scarce. Moreover, the Xianyuan sect's relationship with some of the neighboring sects was not too cordial. and there would be some minor friction from time to time. Most importantly, Lin Haofan also keenly discovered that there was something unusual about the Xianyuan sect. In its contact with Li Deming, it unexpectedly sensed in Li Deming's body the aura of the evil exalt of the spectral prison. The breath was very faint, minuscule, however, because Lin Haofan had previously fought with the evil demon of the spectral prison. Therefore, he was familiar with that scent. The breath was quite faint, definitely not a recent stain. After all, the spectral prison evil exalt had already been imprisoned by him in the depths of the Sea of Blood. By association, the soul-devouring mantra was a secret art of the Xianyuan sect, but the evil honor of the spectral prison surprisingly would. Now it all makes sense. What else did Lin Haofan not understand? Got it all. However, right now, he didn't have any evidence in his hands to prove that Li Deming and the evil vassal of the spectral prison had colluded. Still have to wait and see. After all, Li Deming was highly respected in the Xianyuan sect. If Lin Haofan jumped out rashly, accusing Li Deming of colluding with the evil vassal of the spectral prison, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect would definitely not believe it, and would also suspect him of having bad intentions instead. LOL. No way. They're just a bunch of dumbass. Lin Haofan realized that in order to revitalize the Xianyuan sect, not only did he need to boost the strength of those disciples, he also needed to resolve the matter of these internal traitors. He began to think about how to improve the Xianyuan sect's cultivation environment, how to increase cultivation resources, and how to deal with the relationship with other sects. One day, Li Jiahong came to see Lin Haofan. Seeing Lin Haofan's pensive face, he asked with some curiosity, "Patriarch Lin, what are you thinking about?" Lin Haofan raised his head, looked at Li Jiahong and said, "I'm thinking about the future of the Xianyuan sect." The future? The future of the Xianyuan sect? Li Jiahong said that this was something that he, a small shrimp, could consider? Never mind, he'd better be an honest backdrop. He couldn't come up with any practical solutions either. Lin Haofan paused and continued, "Jiahong, you've been in the Xianyuan sect for many years. You're more familiar with the situation here than I am. How do you think we should revitalize the Xianyuan sect?" That was really asking him. It's true, what you fear is what you get. Li Jiahong scratched his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Patriarch Lin, I think we first need to solve the problem of cultivation resources. Because there aren't enough resources, it's hard for disciples to improve their strength. Moreover, we also need to strengthen communication and cooperation with other sects to improve relations and avoid unnecessary conflicts." Lin Haofan nodded and said, "You're right, these are indeed the problems we need to solve. I'm going to take a look at the Xianyuan sect's spirit fields and spirit mines first to understand the specifics of the resources." Thus, under Li Jiahong's leadership, Lin Haofan arrived at the Xianyuan sect's spirit fields and spirit mines. The spirit field was where the Xianyuan sect planted spirit plants, which could be used to refine pills and magic treasures. However, due to poor management and insufficient spiritual energy, the growth of the spiritual plants in the spiritual fields was less than ideal, and the yield was low. Spirit mines, on the other hand, were places where spirit crystals and other precious ores were mined, but they faced the same problems of inefficient mining and gradual depletion of resources. Lin Haofan carefully examined the situation of the spirit fields and spirit mines and had some ideas in his heart. He said to Li Jiahong, "Jiahong, I think we can start from two aspects. On the one hand, we can improve the cultivation methods of the spirit fields and the mining techniques of the spirit mines to increase production and efficiency. On the other hand, we can look for new spirit fields and spirit mine resources to expand our resource reserves." Hearing this, Li Jiahong's eyes lit up and said, "Patriarch Lin, your idea is wonderful, but where do we start with improved cultivation methods and mining techniques?" Lin Haofan pondered for a moment and said, "When I was exploring the power in the treasure, I found that it contained some knowledge about the laws of heaven and earth and the use of spiritual power. Perhaps we can find inspiration from this and apply this knowledge to the management of spirit fields and spirit mines." After returning to the small courtyard, Lin Haofan began to study how to apply the knowledge from the treasure to the management of spirit fields and spirit mines. Lin Haofan consulted the ancient books of the Xianyuan sect, looking for relevant records and experiences. He also talked to some of his disciples who were good at planting and mining and listened to their advice and suggestions. In the process of research, Lin Haofan encountered many difficulties. The knowledge in the treasure is profound and it is not easy to translate it into practical ways. Moreover, the situation of spiritual fields and ores is complicated, and different spiritual plants and ores require different environments and spiritual power. But Lin Haofan did not give up. He kept trying and groping, and after countless trials and adjustments, he finally found some effective methods. Lin Haofan taught these methods to the disciples who were in charge of the spirit fields and spirit mines, and told them to manage them according to the new methods. At the same time, he personally instructs in the spiritual fields and mines to ensure that the method is implemented correctly. Under his efforts, the spiritual plants in the spiritual fields gradually regained their vitality, grew better and better, and their yields increased significantly. The mining efficiency of the spirit mines had also greatly increased, and the quality of the spirit crystals and ores mined was also much better. As the situation of the spirit fields and spirit mines gradually improved, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect's trust and admiration for Lin Haofan grew deeper and deeper. Under Lin Haofan's tireless efforts, the Xianyuan sect's spirit fields and spirit mines were given a new look. However, in this positive atmosphere, there is an undercurrent that is quietly surging. Li Deming, the elder of the Xianyuan sect, sat in his dimly lit room, his face as gloomy as the sky before a storm. His hands clenched the armrests of the seat tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, and to the side stood a few disciples who were usually extremely close to him, all of them not daring to utter a single breath. Chapter 133, On the Right Track. Just like this under Lin Haofan's careful management, the various affairs of the Xianyuan sect were gradually on track. The spirit fields and spirit mines in the Xianyuan sect also presented a scene of unprecedented prosperity. On a sunny morning, the spirit fields and spirit mines, which were previously dead, were currently bustling with activity. Li Jiahong had lived here for so long, and this was the first time he had seen such a sight. Li Jiahong watched this with a shocked face. One could only see the disciples of the Xianyuan sect, who were constantly shuttling back and forth between the spirit fields and spirit mines in a pleasant manner. The faces of those running disciples were all filled with the joy of harvest. Their Xianyuan sect was really saved. As long as the spirit field and spirit mine are operational, they no longer had to worry that the realm was slow to break through. At this moment, Li Jiahong, which was full of smiles, jogged all the way to Lin Haofan, who was checking out the spirit plants in the spirit field. Because he couldn't wait, Li Jiahong was still breathing heavily when he ran to Lin Haofan. Li Jiahong's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Lin Haofan with a face of admiration. Patriarch Lin, you are marvelous. Look at this spiritual field. It was half dead before, but now it's almost an immortal realm, Li Jiahong said as he reached out and gestured in a pompous manner. Lin Haofan couldn't help but retreat a few steps back, deeply afraid that Li Jiahong's slap would accidentally fling himself in the face. Li Jiahong didn't notice Lin Haofan's movements because of his excitement. He pointed at the full-grown spirit plants and praised them. And this spiritual plant, with its large head and sufficient aura, has doubled its production by several times. Before this, we wouldn't even dare to think about it. That productivity is simply awesome. It seemed like their Xianyuan sect would be back on top soon. As long as the production of these spiritual plants kept up, the disciples of their Xianyuan sect would be able to rapidly increase their spiritual power. Li Ka-hang said it was fun to think about. Patriarch Lin, thank you so much. You've only been here for 2 days. In just 2 days, our Xianyuan sect has undergone such a big change. It's unbelievable. Li Jiahong lamented aloud. Hate to hear that. Into the ears of everyone present. Don't think that he didn't know that there were still some disciples in here that didn't treat Lin Haofan well, thinking that he was a mere outsider. Thinking that he, Lin Haofan, was an outsider, would definitely not help their Xianyuan sect. Prejudice. It's prejudice. Li Jiahong couldn't wait to pry open all these people's brains to see what was inside. Those people didn't trust him, Li Jiahong, and he could understand that. But the problem was that Lin Haofan was personally chosen by Patriarch Li Mao. The secret book was given to him. How can it be fake? He's really convinced. I really don't know what goes through these people's minds day in and day out. Upon hearing this, Lin Haofan smiled and waved his hand. That's all I'm supposed to do. However, this isn't my work alone. If it wasn't for the help of the Spirit Wisdom Treasure, I wouldn't have been able to come up with these improvements. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure carefully examined the Xianyuan sect situation and finally concluded that in order to bring the Xianyuan sect onto the right track, the first thing to do is to utilize the spiritual fields and spiritual minds, and also analyze the reasons for the low yield of Lingtian and Lingkong and gave ways to improve them. Lin Haofan directly accepted it as it was. Right in between Li Jiahong and Lin Haofan's conversation, a few disciples in charge of the spiritual fields surrounded them. One of the young disciples rushed to Lin Haofan and said excitedly, Patriarch Lin, if it wasn't for the new planting method you brought, how could we have today's good harvest? In the past, the spirit plants were always sick, but now it's better. Every one of them grows fast and well. Alas, now this picture. I couldn't even think of it before. As long as one thought of the miserable state of the spirit field before, the disciple's heart went sour. Another disciple chimed in. Yeah, those things didn't grow at all before. We will follow you well from now on, only by following you. Our hearts are solid and we have learned so much. We believe that we will definitely be able to grow even more powerful spiritual plants in the future. Not far away, bursts of laughter also came from the spirit mine side. A couple of miners put down their tools and headed this way. The voice of one of the disciples at the head was loud and he was tall. One look and you can tell that physique was honed in the mines. The tall disciple stood in front of Lin Haofan. In front of Lin Haofan, he couldn't help but bend his legs. Damn it! This dead leg, why is it so long? It's almost surpassing Patriarch Lin. The tall disciple bent down and bowed to Lin Haofan. Then said, Patriarch Lin, the matter of the spirit mine is thanks to you. The new tools and mining methods are so good. The efficiency is high. And the quality of the spirit crystals and ores is beyond words. This batch of spirit crystals and ores could definitely refine good magic weapons. A skinny miner next to him also nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. Before, we were half dead tired from the day's work, and the harvest was still small, but now it's so easy, and we can still mine so much good stuff. Patriarch Lin, you're our lucky star. Another group of passing sect disciples heard it and gathered around. They weren't exactly passing through because they heard about what was going on over here. The mind was curious enough to come this way specifically. One of the female disciples was filled with admiration. Patriarch Lin, after you came, the Xianyuan sect has changed so much. All of our cultivation resources are more abundant and our strength has increased quickly. Another male disciple exclaimed, that's right, before I was worried that the sect was getting worse, but now that we have you as the sect leader, we are confident in the future. Yes, right, me too, right. The crowd was full of praise for Lin Haofan as you spoke and I spoke. Li Jiahong raised his volume. Patriarch Lin, you should have been our patriarch all along, leading our Xianyuan sect to become better and better. The crowd shouted and said in unison, yes, we approve from the bottom of our hearts when Patriarch Lin is our patriarch. Lin Haofan smiled at the crowd, recognizing them. For a moment, he couldn't find the right words to reply. Lin Haofan could only smile and nod. When the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Haofan returned to his room, and the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide flew out of his arms and hovered in midair, its mirror surface flickering with a faint light. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure made a crisp sound. What's so good about being the Xianyuan sect sovereign? All day long, you're dealing with things that are too trivial to be trivial. Improvements in cultivation methods 1 minute, mining tools the next. Do you remember who you are? The Spirit Wisdom Treasure looked like he hated it. Who is Lin Haofan? He's the most powerful cultivator in the world. He doesn't go on a quest to fight and kill. Surprisingly, he was hiding in the Xianyuan sect, being the patriarch of something. Study spiritual fields and spiritual minds every day. Come on, he's Lin Haofan. He's Lin Haofan. These things don't fit him at all. Chapter 134, Keeping Promises. Seeing that Lin Haofan was slow to answer, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure asked again in a low voice. You don't really intend to stay as this patriarch, do you? Actually, I can help you break that oath spell. You really don't need to be bound here by it. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure thought that it was because of the oath spell that Lin Haofan was unwilling to leave. Who knows? Lin Haofan just frowned, slightly frowning. Then, looking at the Spirit Wisdom Treasure, he said seriously, this really isn't a matter of the oath spell. Since I promised Senior Li Mao that I would revitalize the Xianyuan sect, I will definitely do it. What's more, the disciples here are eager for the clan to change for the better, and I can't let them down. Humph. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure looked disdainful. There are more opportunities and challenges in the vast world outside. Is it worth it for you to spend your time here? Lin Haofan stood up, his eyes firmly looking into the distance. There's no such thing as worth it or not. For me, a promise is a promise and a responsibility. Although the Xianyuan sect is now taking off, it's not enough. I want to bring it back to the top and make it a mainstay of the immortal cultivation world. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure was silent for a moment, and its light flickered slightly. I can't get it to work. Not at all. This Lin Haofan is still really. The king's son ate the weight and had an iron heart. Must be the Xianyuan sect sovereign now. That's just it. You've always been stubborn, so I won't try to persuade you anymore. But if you run into trouble that you can't solve, remember that you still have me. The corners of Lin Haofan's mouth rose as a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I've got you at the bottom of the barrel. However, I believe that with everyone's efforts, the Xianyuan sect's future will get better and better. Taking advantage of the small number of people, Li Deming and his group also quietly arrived at the spirit field and spirit mine, a completely different thing than the expected piece of withering. In the spirit field, the spirit plants were lush and green, and the once sickly plants were now thriving, with full fruits hanging all over the branches, and the smell of a good harvest permeated every inch of the land. In the spirit mines, the new mining techniques made the workers much more efficient, and the spirit crystals mined were pure and translucent, and the quality of the ores had reached unprecedented heights. This can't be. Li Deming's face was grim, his teeth clacking. How is this possible? Is this really the Xianyuan sect? In just 2 days, Lin Haofan was able to make such a drastic change in the Xianyuan sect. It's unbelievable. All of this made Li Deming's heart as if he had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. Jealousy, anger and unwillingness intertwined. Li Deming returned to his dimly lit room with a horribly grim face. His hands clenched the arms of the chair so tightly that his knuckles were white from the effort. Beside him stood a few of his usual henchmen who were in league with him. At this time, several of them did not dare to utter a single breath for fear of touching Li Deming's mold. They'll be the ones in bad luck then. Li Deming gritted his teeth. This Lin Haofan, he's only been here for a short time, and he's already done this to the spirit fields and spirit mines. He's trying to completely buy people's hearts. Li Deming's voice was filled with resentment. If things continue like this, with him firmly seated in the position of patriarch, where will there be a place for us? A tall, thin disciple spoke cautiously. Elder, then, what should we do then? Ha! Li Deming raised his head, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Humph, I definitely can't let him, Lin Haofan, become the patriarch with such a smooth flow. On the spiritual field side, you guys go and find a few people who are a bit more resourceful to go and destroy some spiritual plants during the night. Remember to do it stealthily, so that no one finds out that it's us who did it. Then spread some rumors, saying that although the method Lin Haofan used looks good now, it destroys the foundation of the spirit fields, and in the future, all the spirit plants in the Xian Yuan sect will have to go extinct. I don't believe it. After all this talk, they can still make Lin Haofan the patriarch. People are egoists when someone touches their interests. Those people will then come out firmly against it. Spirit fields and spirit mines are the treasures of those people. These two things, if anything goes wrong in Lin Haofan's hands, don't look at those people. They were still pleasant to Lin Haofan now. When the time comes, they are going to flip out, but no one will recognize them. As for the spirit mine, Li Deming paused, a sly light flashing in his eyes. Find a way to break a few of the mining tools, and then pick some troublemakers among the miners and incite them to say that Lin Haofan is squeezing them and intentionally raising the amount of mining, so that they'll be discontented, and it's best if they go on strike. The men nodded and led the way. That night, a few dark shadows took advantage of the night to sneak into the spirit field. Holding sharp blades, they chopped and dug at the promising spiritual plants, and the originally vibrant spiritual fields instantly became a mess. After doing so, they quickly disappeared into the night again, leaving only the destroyed spirit plants trembling in the breeze. Early the next morning, as soon as the disciples in charge of the spirit field arrived at the field, they were stunned by the sight in front of them. Drink loudly. Who did this to you? How come it's so unethical? Yes, Patriarch Lin had a hard time making the spirit plants grow so well. What can we do now? Another disciple said with a face full of anxiety. It was at this point that rumors began to spread rapidly through the crowd as well. Have you heard? The method that Patriarch Lin used was too radical, destroying the roots of the spiritual fields to do this. And in the future, our Xian Yuan sect will have no spiritual plants to use. Ha, really? Right. I've read in an ancient book before, saying that what goes around comes around. If the growth of the spiritual plants in the spiritual field suddenly becomes extraordinary, it means that the method used was too radical, too aggressive? What does that mean? What goes around comes around. Haven't you heard? You read more. Being too aggressive means that I'm afraid that this spiritual plant will only grow this crop. It will never grow again. Ha, that can't be right. Really? Why would I lie to you? I really saw it in an ancient book. It's bad. It's not good. Can it be that it's really true that Patriarch Lin's method was used incorrectly? Can't. This spiritual plant. Some of the disciples heard this and had worried faces, surprisingly beginning to doubt Lin Haofan's methods. On this side of the spirit mine, the same farce was being staged. A few bribed miners sneak in and break a few mining tools when no one is looking. By the time the work started, the tool suddenly failed and it took a long time to repair it. A few agitators took the opportunity to complain loudly. It's impossible to do this job. We have to mine so much every day. We're not made of iron. That's right, Patriarch Lin doesn't sympathize with us at all. At the instigation of a few men, some of the miners followed suit, laid down their tools, and gathered to strike. Chapter 135, Launching an Investigation. The chaotic scene of spirit fields and spirit mines over here quickly reached Lin Haofan's ears. Lin Haofan had just finished his cultivation. He saw Li Jiahong rushing in a panic, his face full of anxiety. Patriarch Lin, it's not good. It's all a mess over at the spirit fields and spirit mines. Li Jiahong panted. It must be Elder Li Deming behind this. The spirit plants in the spirit fields were destroyed. The tools in the spirit mines were broken. And he incited the miners to go on strike. Don't think that he didn't know that Elder Li Deming had been eyeing this Xian Yuan sect leader position. Previously, when Patriarch Li Mao was in power, Li Deming had been looking for all sorts of trouble from the Patriarch, in order to try to bring down Patriarch Li Mao. Who knew that a Lin Haofan would come out halfway? Li Jiahong could think with his toes that Li Deming wouldn't stop. Don't look at him on the surface. He was respectful and responsive to Lin Haofan. In fact, behind the scenes, he's making little moves. This is not the day to bring the reckoning before them. Lin Haofan frowned, his expression calm. Today, he had expected this, so there wasn't much surprise on his face. Seeing this, Li Jiahong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. Worthy of being the one he, Li Jiahong, has his eye on. Just awesome. Tarzan is in front of him and his face doesn't change its color. That's a great mindset. It seemed that there was still a lot more he needed to learn from Lin Haofan. Take your time for now. Lin Haofan signaled Li Jiahong to calm down first. Right at this moment, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide flew out from within the storage bag in Lin Haofan's arms and hovered in the air. Meeting the two men's eyes, he said faintly, "This is clearly Li Deming's doing. He clearly doesn't want you to be well and wants to pull you down from the position of patriarch." Li Jiahong nodded his head repeatedly. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure is right. This is Li Deming's mess. Li Jiahong said indignantly, "Patriarch Lin, this Li Deming is going too far. We have to think of something quickly." Well, Lin Haofan pondered for a moment, then spoke faintly. "I knew someone must be behind this and thought it must be him. After all, right now, the entire Xian Yuan sect was obeying his orders. Aside from Li Deming, who wanted to be the patriarch, Lin Haofan really couldn't think of a second person who harbored ill will towards him. Well, like this, Jiahong, you go ahead and stabilize everyone's emotions. Don't let things deteriorate further. The first order of business is to stabilize the army." Li Jiahong responded, then turned around and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he stopped again. "Patriarch Lin, then I'll go. You must think of a countermeasure as soon as possible." The Xian Yuan sect had managed to pick up a little bit. He didn't want to have any changes in the middle of the process. Lin Haofan nodded slightly. "Don't worry about it. I'll be sure to get this resolved as soon as possible. It's just Li Deming. It's not a matter of getting rid of him." After Li Jiahong left, Lin Haofan looked at the Spirit Wisdom Treasure. "Spirit Wisdom Treasure, what do you think of this matter?" The Spirit Wisdom Treasure flashed with light. "In my opinion, to shock the crowd, we can just arrest Li Deming and expose his crimes in public, and see how he can still make waves in the future. Most importantly, we can also deter the others, so that they won't dare to think of anything else." Lin Haofan shook his head and then said, "It's a matter that's not as simple as you think. Right now we don't have any hard evidence in hand. It's all subjective speculation. If we act rashly, it will only make the others think we are hasty, and then begin to doubt our abilities." You have a point. We really don't have any evidence in our hands right now. If we rush over, we might even be beaten backwards. The Spirit Wisdom Jeweler nodded. "Then what do you say? We can't just let Li Deming run amok and throw all the dirty water on you." Spirit Wisdom Treasure's voice was filled with worry for Lin Haofan. "Don't worry about it. This matter, for sure, won't just go away. Dare to mess with him, Lin Haofan. This Li Deming is really tired of living." Lin Haofan stood up and paced back and forth in the room. His brow was furrowed, and it was obvious, at first glance, that he was thinking about the problem. Seeing this, the Spirit Wisdom Treasure also banned itself from continuing to speak. He knew that Lin Haofan liked to be quiet when he was thinking. After a while, Lin Haofan's clear and cold voice came from the quiet air. "Let's just investigate in secret and gather evidence first. Since Li Deming dared to do this, he would definitely leave traces. After the evidence is conclusive, we'll expose him in one fell swoop, leaving Li Deming speechless. Strike the snake 7 inches. If this matter was utilized well, his reputation in the Xian Yuan sect would definitely go to another level. Li Deming will also honestly listen to his arrangements." Li Deming, as a respected old elder within the clan, still spoke with great weight. If he took Li Deming under his wing, it would definitely be more convenient for him to act in the Xian Yuan sect in the future. "Well, that's how it works then." The Spirit Wisdom Treasure thought for a moment, then slowly said, "That's one way to look at it. But what? But this will all take time. The loss of spirit fields and spirit mines during this time will definitely not be small. It's nothing. The damage is still manageable." Lin Haofan nodded his head. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. He couldn't even afford to lose this much, so how could he let Li Deming fall for it? Then, but those people from the Xian Yuan sect, can they accept it? Spiritual Wisdom Fox said. Those people from the Xian Yuan sect, if they saw their interests being compromised, would they still be able to endure it? Intuition told him that those people must not be tolerated. Well, this, alas, is indeed difficult. Those people have nothing to gain. It's okay. We'll see what happens when the time comes. Lin Haofan couldn't feel the attitude of those people from the Xian Yuan sect right now. It can't be helped, though. We can't let a momentary loss mess us up. Besides, as long as we can completely solve the hidden danger that is Li Deming, these losses are all worth it. The Spirit Wisdom Treasure said helplessly. Alright, then we'll do as you say. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask. The corners of the Spirit Wisdom Treasure's mouth rose slightly. It kinda liked coming out and wandering around. Staying inside that blackout storage bag all day, it was almost bored to death. It's full of older spells, and it has nothing to say to them. Those spells bullied him for being young. The spirit wisdom treasure said that it really had a hard time saying that. Words. Lin Haofan smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. I'm much more grounded with you. Chapter 136, The Cunning Li Deming. Next, it's up to us to find the handle of Li Deming. After some discussion, Lin Haofan finally had a rough plan in his mind. He quickly gathered the disciples of the Xianyuan sect and prepared to start investigating the truth of the matter. The disciples flocked in groups to the front of Lin Haofan's residence. Anxiety and doubt were written all over one or two of their faces. As for Li Deming, he was also mixed in the crowd. A hint of imperceptible smugness flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he looked like he was watching a good show. Patriarch Lin, you should give us an explanation. The spirit plants and the spirit fields have been destroyed, and the spirit mines can't be mined properly. So what can we do? A young disciple shouted out, with a bit of urgency in his voice. Seeing that, everything was looking up for the Xianyuan sect. As a result, it came out of nowhere. They can't be scared. The crowd chimed in, and the cacophony of voices instantly drowned out the place. Yes, this is about the future of our Xianyuan sect. We can't just let it go. Yeah, Patriarch Lin, you must give us a reasonable explanation. Patriarch Lin, Patriarch Lin. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, Lin Haofan slowly walked out of the house. His expression calm, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Afterwards, Lin Haofan's calm and steady voice slowly came out. Lin Haofan stood in front of the crowd without the slightest bit of panic on his face. Gee whiz, I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Li Deming hid in the crowd and whispered, everyone stay calm. I am already investigating this matter and will definitely give everyone an explanation. Oh, interesting, what can you investigate? A name? A hint of calculation flashed across Li Deming's face. This was his land, Li Deming's land. Just by him, Lin Haofan, a young guy who was new to the city, still want to investigate him? Li Deming? It's a fool's errand. At this time, Li Deming stood out and said in a hypocritical manner, Patriarch Lin, this is not a small matter. Everyone is on tenterhooks. You must hurry. Don't let our Xianyuan sect fall apart in the end. He shook his head as he spoke, a worried look on his face. Lin Haofan looked at Li Deming. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and in his heart, he already understood that this was all Li Deming. He was behind it. Lin Haofan's expression didn't change as he responded without moving. Elder Li, since I am the patriarch, I will naturally take responsibility. I'm not like some people who put on a moralistic appearance. On the surface, they worry about the clan, but in reality, they don't know what they're calculating. Lin Haofan sneered. Hearing this, Li Deming's face changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal as he forced himself to calm down. Patriarch Lin, what do you mean by that? I'm all for the sake of the clan, so don't wrong a good person. Lin Haofan didn't answer him directly, but instead faced the crowd again and raised his volume. Fellow disciples, I assure you all that the truth of the matter will be investigated clearly. Whoever is behind this will not escape punishment. The Xianyuan sect is our common home. I will never let it suffer any damage. The disciples' emotions eased a little after hearing Lin Haofan's words, but there were still people who had doubts on their faces. Patriarch Lin, we believe in you. But how long is this going to take to investigate? Lin Haofan replied with a firm face. I assure everyone that the investigation will never take long. During this period of time, everyone will just cultivate as usual, and I will arrange for the matter of the spirit fields and spirit mines. Li Deming wanted to say something else, but was forced back by Lin Haofan's gaze. He was secretly annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. Who called him Lin Haofan is now the Xianyuan sect leader, and he's a tiny little elder. So angry, it's really official. The storm seemed to have temporarily calmed down, but Lin Haofan knew that the fight with Li Deming had just begun. He had to find evidence and expose Li Deming's plot as soon as possible in order to truly stabilize the Xianyuan sect. Although, the truth of the matter was clear in Lin Haofan's heart, but the other disciples of the Xianyuan sect didn't know that. Lin Haofan pretended to investigate in order to give the other disciples of the Xianyuan sect a reasonable explanation. If it wasn't for the consideration of what the other disciples thought of themselves, Lin Haofan had long ago directly destroyed Li Deming. Where is the need to think so much? Oh, this is Li Deming's territory after all. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Lin Haofan was new to the city and wanted to investigate Li Deming on his turf. Must be a very difficult thing to do. Lin Haofan knew that this was a challenge, but he would never back down. He, Lin Haofan, did not have the word admit defeat in his dictionary. Lin Haofan silently cheered himself up in his heart, then came to the spirit field and carefully examined the destroyed spirit plants. Lin Haofan realized that the wounds of these spirit plants were neatly made, and they were obviously destroyed by human beings, never by natural causes. Not long after, Lin Haofan rushed back to the spirit mine to find out about the damage to the tools and the miner's strike. Just as Lin Haofan was investigating, Mo Qianxue's condition had improved again. One day, Lin Haofan came to Mo Qianxue's room as usual and sat on the edge of the bed. Looking at the unconscious Mo Qianxue, his heart filled with worry. Suddenly, he realized that Mo Qianxue's fingers moved, and immediately after, Mo Qianxue's eyelids also began to flutter slightly. "Shi Yuki, are you going to wake up?" Lin Haofan excitedly held Mo Qianxue's hand, his voice trembling a little. Under Lin Haofan's expectant gaze, Mo Qianxue finally slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Haofan, a hint of confusion in her eyes, followed by a pleased smile. Turns out, none of this was her dream. Lin Haofan really came to her rescue. She thought she'd never see them again. "I didn't realize that she had a chance to wake up." Mo Qianxue blinked her eyes, controlling to keep her tears from flowing. Mo Qianxue hoarsely asked and answered, "Haofan, where am I? This is all real. I'm not dreaming, am I?" Mo Qianxue stared at Lin Haofan's face as tears slowly slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the pillow. Seeing Mo Qianxue cry, Lin Haofan only felt that his heart was about to break. He leaned down and tightly embraced Mo Qianxue in his arms. Lin Haofan's eyes glittered with excited tears. "Shi Yuki, you're finally awake. I missed you so much. This is the Xianyuan sect. You've been unconscious for a long time." After Mo Qianxue woke up, Lin Haofan was in a much better mood. He told Mo Qianxue everything that had happened to him during this period of time, including how he had become the acting sect leader of the Xianyuan sect, the changes in the spirit fields and spirit mines, and the series of troubles he had encountered recently. Mo Qianxue was silent for a long time after hearing all of this, then sighed softly. Chapter 137, Caught. "I didn't realize you'd been through so much. I miss Nui Nui. I wonder how she is now." Speaking of Nui Nui, Mo Qianxue's eyes were filled with longing. "Nui Nui, you don't have to worry. Big Black is by her side. No one can harm her. Besides, Nui Nui now has made several good friends who are always by her side. We don't need to worry about her at all." "Really? Nui Nui has a good friend now?" Mo Qianxue asked with a smile on her face. "Right. I checked the character of those guys properly. They're all pretty good. They're all good kids. We can rest assured that we can be friends with our daughter." "Well, that's fine, as long as it's a kid of good character." Mo Qianxue nodded in agreement. Lin Haofan's words changed. "Ugh, but I do miss her a little bit. I don't know where she's gone now. When will she come over?" In fact, all along the way, Lin Haofan had left various markings on the road. Only he and Lin Nui could read that mark. It was a little secret between the two of him and Nui Nui. It was Mo Qianxue who didn't know, who told her to leave on her own for so long. Lin Haofan believed that under the leadership of that mark, Nui Nui would definitely be able to find them. Nui Nui is so smart and powerful. Surely she can find them safely. "We'll go back to see her when things are settled over here," Lin Haofan whispered comfortingly. Hearing this, Mo Qianxue nodded. "However, now that the Xianyuan sect is facing difficulties, I can't just leave. I've decided to stay here with you and face it together." Well, the two of us together." Lin Haofan held Mo Qianxue's hand tightly. The heart gives birth to infinite feelings, so this is what is lost and found. In the following days, Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue opened an investigation into the mastermind behind the scenes. The two of them hid their forms and silently traveled through the corners of the Xianyuan sect, for the sake of catching them in the act. After some careful observation, they found that several of Li Deming's men had been acting strangely recently. It also frequently wanders around spirit fields and spirit mines. Looks like they're on the move again. However, this was not the time to beat the bushes. Thus, Lin Haofan decided to stay put and continue to observe their group without moving. Aim to get there and catch a direct hit. On this day, Lin Haofan came to the vicinity of the spirit field as usual, seemingly on his daily inspection. But in fact, his eyes were alert, not sparing any details. Suddenly, a sneaky figure came into Lin Haofan's eyes. It's Li Deming's men again. "Gee, the fish is hooked." Lin Haofan sneered. "I only saw the man looking left and right, looking panicked, deeply afraid that people wouldn't know that he was there to do bad things. The man also had several sharp tools clutched in his hands. I'm sure that's the tool used to cut the spirit plant." The man sneaked towards the depths of the spiritual field. Lin Haofan's heart tightened, knowing that the critical moment had arrived. Thus, he quietly cast a concealment spell and followed with a mountain of a figure. Lin Haofan stepped extremely lightly with each step, barely making any noise. The man came to a piece of spirit plant that was growing happily. This spiritual plant has just grown. The man licked his dry lips and a sinister sneer appeared on his face. He then raised the tool in his hand and was about to lay hands on the spirit plant at his feet. The moment his tool was about to touch the spirit plant, Lin Haofan fiercely appeared, his spiritual energy surging around him. "Stop it! What are you doing?" This loud cry was like thunder on the ground. The man trembled with fear. and the tool in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The man's previous calmness changed, and he turned his head with a horrified look on his face. Success and Lin Haofan locked eyes. Seeing Lin Haofan's face that sank like the bottom of a pot, he instantly only felt that his legs were weak, and the next second, he might directly fall to the ground. No! Is this Lin Haofan's aura so strong? How come no one gave him a word? If he had known that Lin Haofan was this powerful, to beat him to death, he wouldn't come over to find out Lin Haofan's unpleasantness. Is he out of his mind? Running to find out Lin Haofan's unhappiness. The man stammered, half unable to utter a complete sentence. His eyes filled with fear and panic. Lin Haofan snorted coldly, and his spiritual energy around his body worked rapidly. The man on the opposite side of the street only felt that the ground under his feet was shaking slightly at the moment. A powerful sense of oppression was surging madly towards him. Humph, you don't think you've done it without realizing it, do you? Lin Haofan moved towards the man, slowly approaching step by step. Lin Haofan took every step forward. The spiritual power fluctuations in the air just got stronger. The man was so frightened by the powerful aura that he retreated. He wanted to turn around and run away, but realized that his legs felt like they were nailed to the ground and he couldn't move at all. Seeing this, Lin Haofan quickly made a seal with both hands, and a rope of spiritual energy flew out from his hands, instantly binding the man tightly. You let go of me. What gives you the right to tie me up? The man squirmed desperately on the ground. It looks hilarious. You let go of me, Patriarch Lin. Please spare me, Patriarch Lin. Seeing Lin Haofan's gloomy expression, the man also softened his tone, whispered a plea. Lin Haofan didn't buy his argument. Tell me everything you know and I can make it easy. Lin Haofan said coldly, his eyes revealing unquestionable majesty. The man looked at Lin Haofan, knowing that he would not be able to escape today. His heart panicked and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Me. The man was breathing hard and heavy. His eyes were filled with terror as he stared at Lin Haofan with a deadly stare. He secretly screamed in the bottom of his heart. He thought that this operation could still be as godless as before. Never expected to be caught by Lin Haofan. This is really going down. He knew in his heart that Li Deming was usually ruthless. Once he knew that he had leaked the secret, he would definitely not let him go, and might even implicate his friends and family in the Xianyuan sect. But the Lin Haofan in front of him was by no means a good person either. Just the chills that emanated from his surroundings. If he didn't give an account, with Lin Haofan's methods, he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat, and he might be severely punished, and he would no longer have a foothold in the Xianyuan sect. For a while, his heart was incredibly torn. On the one hand, there was Li Deming's threat, and on the other hand, there was Lin Haofan's forced questioning, and both of these parties were not to be messed with. The man kept weighing the pros and cons in his mind, thinking that it was a gamble, clenching his teeth and keeping his mouth shut for Li Deming. Or do you choose to confess and fight for Lin Haofan's leniency? So torn, really torn. How exactly should he choose? Chapter 138, Confessing to Forgiveness. Sure Yiquan went through a good deal of agonizing. Sure Yiquan's eyes flickered, sometimes showing a look of determination, like he was trying to hold on to a secret. At times, they were filled with fear, as if they had been shocked by Lin Haofan's sense of oppression. In the end, Sure Yiquan's concern for his own safety prevailed. Sure Yi's broad shoulders collapsed, and a look of despair appeared on his face. He knew he had no other choice at this moment, other than to give an honest account. Lin Patriarch, I said. Sure Yiquan's voice trembled, even with a hint of crying. God knows how scared he is inside right now. Why is he so unlucky, messing with the two great Buddhas, Lin Haofan and Li Deming? At the same time, Sure Yiquan had already foreseen his tragic end after betraying Li Deming. However, compared to Li Deming, Sure Yiquan was still more afraid of the Lin Haofan in front of him who was on the verge of anger. Sure Yiquan decided to give a full account. Well, it's all Li. It's all what Elder Li Deming told me to do. Sure enough, it was all done at the behest of Li Deming. Lin Haofan's heart was burning with rage. Lin Haofan forced down the anger in his heart, coldly looked at the person in front of him, who was kneeling in front of him and was already trembling with fear, and said in a deep voice, in detail, give a clear account of Li Deming's plan, as well as your previous actions, one by one. Sure Yiquan shivered and continued to speak. He told them all how Li Deming had conspired with them in the secret room, how he had assigned the tasks, the exact steps of destroying the spirit fields and spirit mines, and how he subsequently planned to further discredit Lin Haofan and instigate the disciples' dissatisfaction with him. Yeah, bravo! This Li Deming, he's really good. Counting on your own people is a setup. With all this effort, he might as well think about how to improve himself. A great age to break through to Saint Emperor. I'm afraid Nui is even better than him now. The Xianyuan sect's interior is really in chaos. No wonder, nowadays, it's such a bust. There's a reason for all of it. Lin Haofan lamented in his heart. At this point, Lin Haofan already had preliminary evidence in his mind, but he knew that the confession of the man in front of him was not enough. Li Deming, a cunning man, will definitely make a crazy cunning defense when the time comes. With this evidence in his hand now, it was not enough to nail Li Deming to the pillar of shame. Therefore, as a matter of urgency, he still needed to collect more evidence of Li Deming doing bad things. Say it and do it. In order to collect more hard evidence, Lin Haofan took advantage of the night to cast a concealment spell. He quietly sneaked into Li Deming's place. Lin Haofan rummaged through Li Deming's room, strived to leave no small corner untouched. Finally, Lin Haofan was in a hidden dark compartment. He found several letters. On top of these letters are detailed records of Li Deming's correspondence and deliberations with his men. Specifically, it includes key information such as the time and place of the sabotage operation and the tools required. These letters point directly to the crimes committed by Edmund Lee. Good lord, is this guy out of his mind? It's amazing how much evidence of one's own guilt is kept intact. You're afraid that the others won't find a reason to punish him, aren't you? It's still a real pig of a match. In response, Lin Haofan expressed great satisfaction. Subsequently, Lin Haofan asked Li Jiahong to secretly contact some reliable disciples of the spirit mines and spirit fields. Li Jiahong was the Xianyuan sect's eldest senior brother, and still had some connections on him. Soon enough, Li Jiahong had finished the matter that Lin Haofan had explained to him. Li Jiahong followed Lin Haofan's instructions. Tell him to keep an eye out for those who are close to Edmund Lee. One of the other miners at the spirit mine told Li Kahong. He had witnessed another of Lidmark's men destroying mining tools. Not only that, but he overheard them discussing how to create even more chaos. Lin Haofan had the miner write down a detailed testimony, along with his handprint. In addition, Lin Haofan had also arranged special spiritual power tracking spell formations around the spirit fields and spirit mines. This spell formation can sense specific fluctuations in spiritual energy. The spell will be triggered whenever someone who has been involved in the sabotage comes near again. Their psychic characteristics will be recorded. Sure enough, over the next few days, the spell was touched multiple times. The spiritual imprints that Lin Haofan had collected through the spell formation matched perfectly with the spiritual characteristics of the henchmen he had captured earlier, as well as a few other suspicious people. With the evidence collected and complete, the next step was to wait for the clan assembly to be held. Lin Haofan decided to reveal Li Deming's crimes at the clan assembly. With every piece of evidence collected, the bottom of Lin Haofan's heart was 1 point stronger. Just like this, Lin Haofan patiently waited for the clan assembly to convene. The time when the sect assembly was held was the time when Li Deming's plot was revealed. The Xianyuan sect will soon be at peace again. Soon, it was the day when the sect assembly was to be held. On this day, all the disciples and elders of the Xianyuan sect gathered together. On the square of the Xianyuan sect, everyone was gathered together, and the atmosphere of the scene was tense and depressing. Li Deming stood in front of the crowd. Li Deming had a hint of imperceptible smugness on his face, and he felt that he had already won. Today was the perfect time to pull Lin Haofan down from the position of patriarch. With the ringing of the bell, the assembly was officially opened. Lin Haofan steadily walked up to the high platform with a calm expression. Seeing this, the corners of Li Deming's mouth rose slightly. Oh, Lin Haofan, you just crazy. I'd like to see if you can still laugh later. This position of patriarch is not his. Li Deming. Lidman straightened his attire. Cough cough cough. Amidst the curious stares of the crowd, Li Deming stood out as he loudly rushed at Lin Haofan. Patriarch Lin, since you took over the Xianyuan sect, spirit fields and spirit mines then went wrong one after another, and the clan also suffered heavy losses. Is there anything you want to explain to everyone? Li Deming's voice echoed in the empty square, causing the crowd to talk. Well, right since he took office, our clan has never been peaceful. Right, the spirit field's yield now is even lower than before when it was surrounded by demonic chi. That doesn't make sense. Well, Lin Haofan is an outsider. It's not like we, who grew up here. Yeah, where would an outsider like him be wholeheartedly devoted to the Xianyuan sect? If you ask me, this patriarch can't let him be an outsider. I agree. Can we get a new patriarch? But Patriarch Lin is really strong. If he's around, surely no one will dare to bully us. Oh, don't be funny. It's him Lin Haofan who is powerful, not us. He Lin Haofan powerful. What does it matter to us? If others want to bully you, it's still the same. The crowd murmured. Chapter 139, Confrontation between two parties. In the face of the crowd's murmurs, Lin Haofan turned a deaf ear. God's color was faint, a rippling look. Li Deming stared at Lin Haofan in this manner, his teeth itching with anger. Heck, you're on the verge of death and you're still pretending to be deep. Lin Haofan swept his gaze towards Li Deming, responded nonchalantly. Elder Li, I'm already investigating the truth of the matter and will have my own conclusion. Investigation? And have you investigated anything? Li Deming looked confident that he did things very cleanly. Lin Haofan definitely couldn't catch him. Lin Haofan didn't answer Li Deming's words. He would like to see what other wild words this Li Deming could spout. Ha. You don't say anything. Is that proof that you haven't investigated anything yet? Lin Haofan remained silent. Seeing that Lin Haofan didn't say anything, Li Deming became even more energized. He grunted coldly and said loudly, deeply afraid that the others present would not hear him. Oh, it's come to this, and you're still pushing it. These problems are clearly due to your mismanagement. You are simply incapable of leading the Xianyuan sect. I advise you to hurry up and abdicate. Don't delay the clan's future. Lin Haofan was silent, leaving only Li Deming to output unilaterally. Li Deming relied on his usual connections within the clan, constantly stirring up the emotions of the crowd. For a while, many disciples showed hesitation and began to favor Li Deming. Someone even shouted, Patriarch Lin, if you can't solve the problem, you should step aside. In the face of the crowd's outbursts, Lin Haofan's expression remained calm, as if everything was expected of him. Just as the crowd became more and more agitated, Lin Haofan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He then slowly took a stack of letters and several testimonies out of his arms and said in a loud voice, Ladies and gentlemen, this is the evidence I've been collecting all this time. Lin Haofan looked calm and steadily walked up to the stage, his hands quickly forming seals in front of his body and reciting words under his breath. In an instant, Lin Haofan's spiritual energy surged around him, emitting a dazzling light. Just by tapping his fingertips, a spiritual energy wrapped around those letters and testimonies like a silk thread. As Lin Haofan's hand gestures continued to change, the evidence slowly floated up and suspended in midair. Immediately after that, Lin Haofan shouted and pushed his hands forward violently, only to see that the spiritual energy instantly erupted and transformed into a streak of light. These shadows of light spread rapidly. With all this light and shadow, the contents of the evidence were clearly projected in midair. It was like a huge picture scroll unfolding in front of everyone's eyes. The original tiny letters and testimonies were now magnified several times, and the handwriting and handprints on them were clearly visible. The disciples present tilted their heads as they stared in awe at this miraculous scene. The light and shadow made by the spiritual power not only magnified the evidence, but also seemed to give them life. The words in the letter felt like they were coming to life. Those words kept flickering and jumping in the light, and the handprints on the testimonies became bright red and eye-catching. The crowd could clearly see the contents of the letter in which Edmund Lee conspired with his men, as well as the signatures and handprints of the witnesses on the testimonies. With this powerful display of spells, the crowd could no longer doubt the authenticity of the evidence. It also allowed Li Deming's plot to be completely exposed in broad daylight. Guys, do you see what's going on? The series of things that happened in the spirit fields and spirit mines during this period of time were all orchestrated by Li Deming. He is willing to destroy the development of the sect for his own personal gain. Such a person doesn't deserve to be an elder of the Xianyuan sect at all, Lin Haofan said loudly. Li Deming's face brushed white. He had never expected that Lin Haofan had gotten hold of so much evidence. Li Deming is still trying to work out a cunning plan, but the disciples under the stage had already begun to talk, all casting angry glances at him. That's a spiritual field and a spiritual mine. It's the root of their Xianyuan sect's foothold, and that's how he watered down and destroyed it? Does that make sense? Li Deming, what else do you have to say? Lin Haofan asked coldly, his voice extraordinarily clear in the silent square. Li Deming looked at the letters and testimonies that had been magnified by spells in midair and were ironclad, and his face instantly turned as white as paper. He opened his mouth to try to argue, but found that his throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. Li Deming only felt his legs go limp, and he suddenly sat down on the ground, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. There was first a dead silence among the people present, for all of them were stunned by this sudden truth and did not know how to react. Incredulity was written all over all of their faces. The eyes of the crowd constantly shifted back and forth between Lin Haofan and the paralyzed Li Deming. Some of the disciples who were usually friendly with Li Deming were also wide-eyed at this moment, a look of incredulity. They seemed unable to accept that their trusted elder had done such a thing. How is this possible? One of the elders couldn't help but mumble, his voice filled with shock and disappointment. Li Deming was his best friend for many years, and they cultivated together in the Xianyuan sect. Watching the Xianyuan sect flourish and watching it fall, it shouldn't. About Li Deming's ambition, he had always been clear. He had also been dissatisfied with Lin Haofan, but over this period of time, Lin Haofan had done things for the Xianyuan sect. He's seen it all. Patriarch Li passed the position to Lin Haofan, and he expressed his understanding. This time, Li Deming was so wrong. He should never have taken the Xianyuan sect's founding principle and attacked Lin Haofan. Li Deming, you've let us down too much. In the crowd, I don't know who was the first to react and roar angrily. Instantly, the crowd's emotions were immediately ignited. and angry vociferations followed. Li Deming, to do such a thing for his own selfish interests, he simply doesn't deserve to be an elder of the Xianyuan sect. Expel him from the clan to set the record straight. Hearing the angry curses from the crowd, Li Deming's face went green and white. Under the angry stares of the crowd, Li Deming slowly stood up. Madness and unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly growled in annoyance. Yes, that's what I did. All of it. So what if I did it? I've been working diligently in the Xianyuan sect for so many years. Why should he, an outsider, be the sect leader? I'm not convinced. Li Deming's voice was sharp and shrill, and the madness on his face made him look like he had completely lost his usual demeanor. After yelling, he looked like he suddenly remembered something. A wry smile flashed across his face and his laughter was full of madness. Humph, you guys think this is the end? A few hundred years ago, that sudden descent of demonic energy was also planned by me. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The crowd looked at each other with disbelief. The crowd's mouths were wide open, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 140, The Truth Comes Out. Ha, that demonic aura was his doing too? Whoa, he'll be damned. Li Deming, is he crazy? Crazy, crazy. It's all gone mad. The world's gone mad. What? Did I hear you right? A white-haired elder's body suddenly trembled violently. The walking stick in his hand fell to the ground with a clunk. The elder pointed at Li Deming and asked in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? Li Deming, why did you do such a treacherous thing?" The elder covered his chest and stared at Li Deming with a pained expression. Lin Haofan's eyes flinched, and his aura around him instantly became icy cold as he said in a chilling voice, "What did you say?" Li Deming, however, looked as if he had been opened up. "Can't stop at all," Li Deming shouted as he laughed madly. "All these years, I've been secretly practicing the soul-devouring mantra, and the evil venerable specter of the spectral prison even promised me that as long as I helped him, when he ruled the immortal cultivation realm, I'd be the one man under 10,000 men. Spectral evil sovereign. Surprisingly, it's the evil sovereign of the spectral prison. Li Deming is really bold. How dare he secretly cultivate the soul-devouring mantra? Heavens, Li Deming even dares to work with the Pantheon evil demon. Is it the same Pantheon evil demon we know? Wow, I got goosebumps that I've been living with someone like that. Heavens, I can't stand it anymore. Such a ruthless person is actually an elder of our Xianyuan sect. Alas, no wonder our Xianyuan sect has been going downhill. With this kind of elder around, it would be hard for their Xianyuan sect to return to the top, right? The people were talking to each other with angry looks on their faces. They have turned to Li Deming and spurned him. Right at this moment, Mo Qianxue forced herself to endure her discomfort and slowly walked out from the crowd. Mo Qianxue looked straight at Li Deming, a flame of anger burning in her eyes. The voice was crisp but full of power. Li Deming, so it's really you. I was in a coma before though, but my consciousness has always been awake, and I have repeatedly felt the evil aura of the evil lord of the spectral prison, which is vaguely connected to the aura on you. Never in a million years would I have thought that you really colluded with him. At first, Mo Qianxue felt the aura of the spectral prison evil exalt on Li Deming and thought it was her illusion. She thought she was hallucinating because she had been unconscious for so long. Now it seemed that it wasn't really her fault. What do you have to say now that the evidence is ironclad? Mo Qianxue's words were like a heavy bomb that once again set off shockwaves in the crowd. The gazes of the crowd were focused on her, some showing a dawning realization, while others glared at Li Deming with a face full of anger. Li Deming's face was a shade of green and white as he gritted his teeth. The soul-devouring curse on me is also your doing. Li Deming looked at Mo Qianxue without a trace of guilt on his face. Instead he said viciously, "That's right, it's me. It's all because the evil lord of the spectral prison told me to do it." At this point in time, Li Deming, hair disheveled clothes, completely lost the previous stable image, living like a madman. When the crowd heard Mo Qianxue's identification, their gazes towards Li Deming were filled with weariness. At the same time, there was a bit of embarrassment on his face. How could they not expect that the Xianyuan sect could still produce such a scummy elder? This is something that would be really embarrassing if it were to be told. For a time, the vociferations in the entire clan square became even louder. "Expel Li Deming from the sect to correct the rules of my Xianyuan sect." A young disciple's face was filled with indignation as he took the lead in raising his arms. Yes, expulsion from the clan. As soon as one person in the crowd stepped forward, the rest, those who had intended to be left alone, would also step forward. The crowd responded, their voices coming together. It vibrated the air around it. At this moment, a stooped, white-haired elder stood out. This elder and Li Deming have been close friends of Zhang Li for many years. Zhang Li and Li Deming met at a young age. They had all just stepped into the immortal sect at that time. All of them harbor infinite longings for immortal cultivation. At that time, they practiced hard together in the mountains, practiced spells with each other, and encouraged and supported each other. During these long years, they have gone through countless adventures together. As time passed, they all gradually gained a foothold in the sect. After Li Deming became an elder, Zhongli also played an important role in the clan's affairs. On weekdays, they often gathered in one place to talk about cultivation tips and clan trivia. They fought side by side to protect the Xianyuan sect when the sect was threatened by foreign enemies. In the eyes of the crowd, they were close friends who had a great relationship. No one had expected that this friendship of many years would end because of Li Deming's ambition and greed. Zhang Li looked hesitant, and his lips quirked a few times. There seems to be something difficult to talk about. Zhang Li glanced at Li Deming, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. His eyes closed and opened. Only then did he mumble his words, "Gentlemen," and slow down. Li Deming although he has committed a big mistake. But after all, he has been in the clan for many years. For the clan has also made some efforts. Look at the past days on the love points. Can we be leniently sentenced? After saying that, Zhongli landed his gaze for help on the person he was usually on good terms with. Hopefully, at this point, they will come forward and plead for Li Deming. After all, over the years, Li Deming had also done a lot for the Xianyuan sect. This person, Li Deming, really didn't have any other shortcomings other than being too ambitious. I hope that these people will look at the past love and treat Li Deming leniently. Zhongli no longer had the luxury of asking them to spare Li Deming this time. It was really because what Li Deming did this time was really too much. Not to mention secretly practicing forbidden arts. He also colluded with the evil honor of the spectral prison. He made several mistakes in a row. This really shouldn't be. It's really unforgivable. Unforgivable. You are begging you. Treat him lightly. When these words came out, the crowd fell silent, and many of them showed hesitation. I darted back and forth between this Lin Haofan and Li Deming. Lin Haofan frowned slightly, his gaze like a torch as he looked straight at Zhongli, who was pleading for mercy, and said in a deep voice, "Elder Zhang, what Li Deming did is a heinous crime. He has colluded with the evil exalt of the spectral prison. Not only has he repeatedly destroyed the foundation of the sect, letting the Xianyuan sect fall into trouble for hundreds of years. If we don't severely punish such behavior, how should we explain to the entire sect? And how should we convince the public?" After saying that, Lin Haofan even coldly glared at Li Deming. Elder Zhang opened his mouth and wanted to say something more for Li Deming. Lin Haofan, however, didn't give him a chance. Lin Haofan waved his hand and continued to say seriously with a cold face, "The glory and future of the Xianyuan sect must not be tarnished by such a person. If we let him go today, who will follow the clan rules in the future? Can the disciples still cultivate in peace?" Chapter 141, Admitting Defeat. Elder Zhang opened his mouth. He wanted to say something more for Li Deming. However, this time Li Deming was a little too wrong. It was he who could do nothing and say no more to plead for mercy. The crowd unanimously looked towards Elder Zhang Li, who was standing at the front of the crowd. They all knew that Zhang Li and Li Deming had been close friends for many years. At this moment, the crowd was really curious about Zhang Li when he heard about these scandalous things that Li Deming had done. What would be a reaction? Alas, Zhang Li sighed deeply. Then, lowering his head, he also stopped talking. Lin Haofan was very satisfied with Zhang Li's performance. He is both humane and not blind. Li Deming is his good friend for many years. Out of affection, Zhang Li helped to plead for mercy. However, upon hearing that Li Deming had violated the Xianyuan sect's bottom line, Zhang Li stopped pleading for mercy. Lin Haofan scanned the entire room. Think back to when you first found out that Li Deming was up to no good. He himself had thought that Li Deming was a sect elder and intended to spare him once and give him a chance to reform. But I didn't expect that Li Deming would be so obsessed. Not only did he collude with the evil Zune of the spectral prison, but he also secretly practiced the forbidden art of soul-devouring curse. This was a behavior that was absolutely prohibited in the Xianyuan sect's iron laws and must not be tolerated. According to the Xianyuan sect rules, Li Deming should be expelled from the sect. Who has a problem with that? Saying that, Lin Haofan's eyes once again swept over the crowd. Lin Haofan's voice was firm and powerful, echoing continuously in the empty square. At those words, the people present looked at each other, and they all saw approval in each other's eyes. Lin Haofan's punishment of Li Deming was legal and compliant, and was indeed in accordance with the sect's regulations. They can't pick fault at all. Good. That's the punishment. Come on, man. Yes. The disciple standing beside Lin Haofan sniffed and moved, taking the initiative to go forward and grab Li Deming. Seeing that he had completely lost his power, Li Deming was not struggling. He was being held up by a few disciples, and the madness and anger on his face gradually faded away, replaced by a kind of frankness. Li Deming looked at Lin Haofan and said with a bitter smile, "The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. This time I have lost. I'll concede and I'll leave." After saying that, Li Deming stopped speaking and looked dumbfounded, just letting the law enforcement disciples drag him away from the Xianyuan sect. Elder Zhang's face was filled with complexity as he looked at Li Deming's departing back. His eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. Alas! Zhang Li let out another deep sigh. He understood that Lin Haofan's decision was right, but the years of friendship made it difficult for him to part with it. However, in front of the sect's righteousness, as an elder of the Xian Yuan sect, he could only let out a long sigh before silently accepting the result. As Li Deming was racked up by his disciples, there was first a silence in the square. A round of applause broke out afterward, snapping, "Patriarch Lin is awesome! Patriarch Lin is awesome!" The crowd gathered towards Lin Haofan's side. Their faces were all filled with joy and admiration. The crowd gathered around Lin Haofan and complimented him. At this moment, they were already admiring Lin Haofan. "Patriarch Lin, you are truly brilliant. If it weren't for you, we'd all still be in the dark." "Right, if it wasn't for you, the sect wouldn't know what kind of trouble it would have been in by Li Deming." "Aha, yeah, damn you, Li Deming. If it wasn't for him, how could our Xian Yuan sect be so miserable? We would have definitely broken through to a new realm a long time ago." When Li Deming's figure completely disappeared at the end of the square, the anger of the crowd, which had originally carried a few moments of restraint, was instantly ignited. The emotions he had suppressed for a long time instantly spilled out like a flood that broke the dike. "This Li Deming is simply a 1,000-year-old sinner of our Xian Yuan sect." A burly disciple's face was red as he cursed and swung his fists at Li Deming's back. "This Li Deming is really too much, causing all our cultivation resources to be destroyed for his own selfish desires. Ha. Messed up half a day. These years I cultivation progress slow, not their own do not work hard anymore." All his Li Deming in the back of the ghost. "This is outrageous." Among them, one of the elders was even so enraged that his hands trembled and his beard shook. He trembled and pointed in the direction that Li Deming had left and cursed loudly. Li Deming's collusion with the evil venerable lord of the spectral prison not only threw the spirit fields and spirit mines into disarray, but it also reduced the strength of the sect greatly. All of our hard-earned reserves have been hollowed out by him little by little. He is truly unforgivable. That's right, I used to think that he was a reliable elder, but I didn't realize that behind his back, he was such a sinister villain. Villain, throw him out, get him out. Someone in the crowd chimed in. "It's all because he's messing around that the cultivation resources allocated to us by the sect are getting less and less." Ha. I'm stuck in this realm delayed breakthrough. This account must be counted on his Li Deming head. Li Deming has caused our sect to become a mess, and our Xian Yuan sect's status in the immortal cultivation world is in tatters. It's all because of him. It's Li Deming who has reduced us to the laughingstock of other sects. A young female disciple's eyes reddened, and her voice took on a thick sobbing tone. There were waves of curses from the crowd, and each sentence was filled with resentment towards Li Deming. Li Deming was their Xian Yuan sect's eternal sinner. As soon as the words of the crusade against Li Deming were uttered, the crowd couldn't help themselves. Everyone spoke of the obstacles they had encountered on their cultivation paths over the years because of Li Deming's sabotage, as well as the numerous dilemmas they had faced in the development of the sect. At this moment, Li Deming had completely become a target. What he did was counted by the crowd, and the long pent-up dissatisfaction in the hearts of the crowd gradually dissipated with the noisy curses. At this moment, all that remained in the hearts of the people was the firm belief in rebuilding the clan and reviving its glory. Li Jiahong's face was full of excitement, and his voice unconsciously raised several points. A normally silent elder couldn't help but open his mouth as well. What a blessing from God. In fact, when Patriarch Lin just took over, I still had misgivings in my heart, but I also didn't expect that you would uncover this big hidden danger so quickly. I believe that in the future, our Xian Yuan sect will definitely be able to return to the top under your leadership. Patriarch Lin, as soon as you arrived, you managed the spirit fields and spirit mines in an orderly manner, and now you've made Li Deming's plot completely broken. Patriarch Lin, you are the great savior of our Xian Yuan sect. The eyes of a young disciple looking at Lin Haofan shone with admiration. A female disciple in the crowd said with a smile, "Previously, when there were problems with the spirit fields and spirit mines, I was so anxious that I even had doubts about Patriarch Lin. Now that I think about it, I really shouldn't have." Chapter 142, Regaining Confidence. Now it seems that Patriarch Lin has had it in his mind for a long time and has been collecting evidence. That's awesome. Yeah, that was awesome. I'm impressed. The crowd was full of compliments. Amidst the crowd's compliments, Lin Haofan smiled and waved his hand. "It's not like it's all me. It's all a joint effort." The fact that the spirit fields were able to regain their vitality and the efficiency of spirit mining was able to be increased is the result of every Xian Yuan sect disciple's tireless efforts and dedication. The Xian Yuan sect is our common home, so as long as we work together, there is no difficulty that can overwhelm us. Lin Haofan raised his arms and shouted. His gaze swept over a familiar and vibrant face. At this moment, infinite emotions were born in his heart. When he first arrived at the Xian Yuan sect, there was no one else who believed in him besides Li Jiahong, and now he has so many like-minded and united partners standing behind him. This is the first time he has had so many heartfelt followers. It was a feeling that both warmed his heart and made him feel deeply responsible. At one time, Lee Deming's conspiracy shrouded the sect like a haze, but now, the truth has come out. In the future, whatever other challenges await us ahead, none of us should worry, because as long as we are united, we will definitely be able to overcome the thorns and bring the Xianyuan sect back to the top. Do you all believe me? Lin Haofan? Believe. Of course I believe it. The crowd cried out in unison as they listened to Lin Haofan's words, their blood boiling. Work together to revitalize Xianyuan. We will definitely follow Patriarch Lin and build the Xianyuan sect better and better. The crowd chanted in unison, their voices resounding, their voices filled with confidence and anticipation for the future. The shouts of the crowd dispersed the haze that had been building up in Lin Haofan's heart for a long time. Lin Haofan only felt relaxed after handling this series. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to immediately share this happy news with Mo Qianxue. Let her feel this hard-won joy together. Lin Haofan's footsteps were light, almost jogging back to his residence. The moment he pushed the door open, the sight before him made him freeze in place. Lin Haofan's eyes were also instantly moist, only to see that Mo Qianxue was standing in front of the window. Although her body was still a bit weak, she was already able to stand up, even managed to take a step and move to the window to enjoy the view outside. The sunlight poured through the window onto Mo Qianxue, outlining a soft golden edge around her. That look, it looked gentle. Chi Yuki. Lin Haofan could no longer suppress his inner joy and exclaimed in shock. Lin Haofan quickly stepped forward and reached out to gently support Mo Qianxue. His voice was already trembling a bit at this point due to his excitement. Chi Yuki, you actually managed to get out of bed. Great. It's awesome. It's fantastic. Mo Qianxue turned around with a gentle smile on her face. Her eyes were filled with concern and love for Lin Haofan. Haofan, I feel better already now. Cough cough cough. So, I want to try and move around on my own. Ahem. See, you've been out for so long. Have things been taken care of? Seeing Mo Qianxue coughing, Lin Haofan hurriedly stepped forward in big strides to help Mo Qianxue sit down on the edge of the bed. Stay close to her yourself. Lin Haofan reached out and gently patted at Mo Qianxue's back to help her breathe. That look was like photographing an extremely precious treasure. Chi Yuki, are you better? Much better. Just choked on my saliva. Mo Qianxue's small face reddened. It was so embarrassing. So old and still choking on saliva like a nui. Ha ha ha. Seeing Mo Qianxue's red face, Lin Haofan couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Afterwards, Lin Haofan told Mo Qianxue everything that happened at the sect assembly today. From Lee Deming's outburst, to his own revelation of his plots one by one, to the reaction of the crowd and the entire process of finally expelling Lee Deming from the sect, Lin Haofan told all of it to Mo Qianxue in a colorful manner. Considering, Mo Qianxue must have been bored after staying within this small house for the whole day. During the narration, Lin Haofan even gestured excitedly. Hate, directly pull the person in front of Mo Qianxue and acted out again. Mo Qianxue also felt Lin Haofan's concern for himself, listened with rapt attention the whole time. There was a gleam of admiration and appreciation in his eyes. When Lin Haofan finished speaking, Mo Qianxue gently held Lin Haofan's hand. A gentle face said, Haofan, you are truly amazing. I'm sure you'll be able to lead the Xianyuan sect back to the top. Saying that, Mo Qianxue slightly leaned over and rested her head on Lin Haofan's shoulder, giving Lin Haofan the warmest reliance. Lin Haofan felt the strength that Mo Qianxue passed on and his heart warmed into a puddle. Lin Haofan held Mo Qianxue's hand back and said in a low voice, Qianxue, as long as I have you by my side, no difficulty can defeat me. Mo Qianxue raised her head and looked at Lin Haofan with a firm gaze, saying seriously, Haofan, no matter what you want to do in the future, I will always support you. Mo Qianxue looked up at Lin Haofan and said with a serious face, now that the Xianyuan sect is gradually getting on the right track, it will definitely face more challenges in the future. There will be all sorts of challenges in time, too, to keep people on their toes. However, you don't have to worry. I believe that as long as we work hand in hand, no difficulty can stop us, and I'll always be there for you, guarding this family together. After saying that, Lin Haofan tightly embraced Mo Qianxue and the two of them snuggled together. The warm sunset poured over them and the house was filled with warmth and sweetness. Just as Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue were immersed in this rare coziness, a sharp knock on the door unceremoniously shattered the beauty. Knock knock. Who? Lin Haofan was speechless. This beautiful atmosphere, and it's just ruined? He was going to find out what the sky was falling that had come to haunt him at this time. It's really outrageous. Patriarch Lin. Patriarch Lin. Something big is wrong. Li Jiahong's voice came from outside the door, carrying a bit of anxiety and panic. Lin Haofan frowned slightly and glanced at Mo Qianxue, his eyes filled with displeasure. It's really annoying. This Li Jiahong had better really have some unimaginable urgency. Otherwise, there's going to be hell to pay. Lin Haofan gently let go of Mo Chanshui, then got up and straightened his clothes, quickly walking to the door and opening it. Only Li Jiahong's face was red. He was panting, and there were bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead that were sliding down his cheeks. By the looks of it, he should have jogged all the way here. Patriarch Lin. It's not good. Li Jiahong was bent over, unable to catch his breath. Chapter 143, The enemy comes to the door. Li Jiahong, unable to catch his breath, said with a red face, "There's a group of people of unknown origin who are now causing trouble at the foot of the Sex Mountain." Cough cough cough. They also mouthed off about wanting our Xianyuan sect to look good. And a few of the disciples guarding the mountain were also injured by them. What? Outrageous. Lin Haofan's eyes instantly became sharp as the aura around him fluctuated slightly. Lin Haofan's nerves, which had just relaxed, tightened up once again. Any idea who it is? Lin Haofan said in a deep voice. At those words, Li Jiahong shook his head. His face was full of worry. This we don't know yet. One or two of them were all masked. Their costumes don't look like the neighboring immortal cultivation sects either, but they are very strong. Li Jiahong shook his head helplessly, the knots in his throat rolling up and down. They beat our disciples senseless the moment they struck. At this moment, the foot of the Xianyuan Sex Mountain was in a chaotic mess. The original neatly arranged defense spell formation, emitting a faint light, was now like a candle in the wind, its light so dim that it was about to go out. The multiple runes of the defense spell formation flickered with a faint bright light that was about to fade. All the things in front of us are silent declarations of this sudden disaster. A group of mysterious cultivators wearing black robes and black scarves were currently laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. That laughter was sharp and ear-piercing, and it was particularly creepy in the dead mountain forest. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect fell to the ground in a heap. Alas! The painful groans of the Xianyuan sect's disciples were intertwined. Some of the disciples were as pale as paper, although his hands were covering the wound tightly. Blood still gurgled out from between his fingers, blotting the ground beneath him. Some fell to the ground, unconscious, their bodies motionless. It was a relief to move closer to him and feel his faint breathing. Lucky to be alive. A young Xianyuan sect disciple, eyes full of unwillingness, he struggled to get up from the ground. Unfortunately, the intense pain in his body made his movements at this time also become incomparably slow and difficult. Snap! The young disciple was just about to stand up. In the next second, it collapsed back to the ground due to lack of stamina. Can't get up anyhow. The movement over here was detected by the mysterious man at the head, only to see the corner of that mysterious person's mouth hooked into a grim smile. The eyes that looked at the disciples were like vicious wolves staring at their prey. The next second, it will simply snap the neck of its prey. The mysterious man, his figure flickered, his speed was fast out of the stump. The mysterious man appeared in front of the young disciple in an instant, only to see the mysterious man's toes gently pointing, and then he rose up into the air. The young disciple looked up with a horrified face. Snap! The mysterious man aimed a vicious kick at the young disciple's chest. Dang! The young disciple was kicked over to the ground by the mysterious man. With a kick, after the young disciple spat out a mouthful of black blood, he fainted straight away, unable to move for a long time. Mystic looked down and patted the dust on his shirt. If I had known, I would have been a little lighter when I kicked out just now, lest it raise such a big dust. TSK. That's a little too much of a fight. Just you, the Xianyuan sect, dare to gain a foothold in this cultivation world of the weak and the strong? It's simply a travesty. The leader of the mystics ripped his voice out and scoffed loudly. Look at you Xianyuan sect disciples. You're as weak as anything. Simply unbearable. You're so weak. Playing with your Xianyuan sect disciples is as simple as playing with monkeys. That's an overstatement. How could there be such a person? It's not even enough to run into other people's homes to sow their wild oats, but also to taunt them for being trashy in terms of strength. LOL. This is the goodness of people being bullied. The other mysterious man with a black veil was also full of teasing. It's like he's playing a fun game. He reached out his hand and casually grabbed an injured Xianyuan sect disciple. The disciple was thin and weak, like a helpless chicken in his hands. The disciple's limbs drooped helplessly, and his eyes were filled with fear. Now he's really screwed. Alas, died in a very painful way. If there was a next life, he would definitely cultivate well and then stay far away from this broken Xianyuan sect. In his next life, he was to be an ordinary mortal, and not to be a disciple of the Xianyuan sect. It's really too bitter. Being a disciple of the Xianyuan sect was just too miserable. Miserable in every sense of the word. Not to mention being stomped on and humiliated, but also being thrown around in the air like a play ball. The mysterious man grabbed the disciple with one hand and suspended him in mid-air. You let go of me. You let go of me. You let go of me. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, you're a cute little hand puppet. Outrageous. I can't believe he called himself a little hand-me-down. That's insulting too. Can you insult people at will just because you're strong? The Xian Yuan sect disciple was in mid-air, his head spinning as he prayed. Can someone please come along and save them from all these intruders by knocking them out of the water? The mysterious man also shook the Xian Yuan sect disciple in his hands a few times every now and then, looking at the Xian Yuan sect disciple's agonizingly struggling appearance. The smile on the mysterious man's face grew stronger. Suddenly, the mysterious man's face changed and he flung his hand violently. That disciple then flew straight out like an arrow off the string. His figure drew a graceful arc in the air. Knock! In the end, the disciple who was thrown off the ground crashed heavily into a boulder on the side. It made a dull and alarming sound. A shallow dent instantly appeared on the boulder. The disciple, on the other hand, slid limply down and collapsed at the foot of the boulder. Alive or dead? Ha 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 ha. This can't be the strength that your Xian Yuan sect usually brags about, can it? Ha ha, this is the strength of your Xian Yuan sect? Ha ha ha. Your Xian Yuan sect is really powerful. Ha ha ha. If I had the strength of your Xian Yuan sect, I would definitely have been so ashamed that I would have hit the wall and killed myself long ago. With this strength, they dared to come out and disgrace themselves. Just who gave them the Xian Yuan sect's courage? Can't figure it out. Dang it. In my opinion, your Xian Yuan sect is a bunch of useless trash. Another mysterious person grimaced and joined the ranks of humiliating the Xian Yuan sect. While they laughed recklessly, they didn't forget to use their feet to viciously kick the Xian Yuan sect disciples who had fallen to the ground beside them. The disciple who had been kicked let out a muffled grunt as his body curled up. They were powerless to resist at this point, and could only suffer this unprovoked atrocity in silence. Although the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect were heavily injured, their bodies were also suffering great pain. However, the pride of being a disciple of the Xian Yuan sect in their bones had not been rubbed out. One of the disciples, who was a bit older, clenched his teeth and used the last ounce of strength in his body. Brace your upper body with difficulty from the ground. Chapter 144, Rushing to the Rescue. The anger in the older disciple's eyes was on the verge of spilling out. He stared, dead in the face, at the ravaging group of mysterious people in front of him. Then with all his strength, he yelled at them. You villains, we of the Xian Yuan sect, will never let you go. Today's revenge will be doubled in the future. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. When the mystic leader heard this, he was first slightly stunned. Then he threw back his head and laughed loudly. That laughter was filled with mockery and disdain. Just you guys? Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Ha 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 ha. Now really any cat or dog dare to provoke us? Ha ha ha. It seems we have been a bit merciful to have given you such delusions. How dare you want revenge? What was he thinking? It's simply out of character. In this cultivation world where the strongest are honored, without strength, one can only be trampled underfoot and slaughtered. Times are different now. Their Xian Yuan sect has long since ceased to be the Xian Yuan sect of old. With their Xian Yuan sect's current strength, it was even worse if they didn't clamp their tails and behave. But they even dared to threaten that they would take revenge. It's simply outrageous. Today, I'm going to make your Xian Yuan sect completely understand what it means to be strong. Let you all know what the real power gap is, said the mysterious man with a scowl on his face. Even though his face was covered with a thick black veil, the onlookers could still feel the grim expression on his face. The mysterious man raised his foot and stepped hard on the disciple's hand. Click! There was a crunching sound, as if a branch had been snapped. It was a sound that was especially clear in the silence of the mountains. Ah! The disciple screamed miserably. His voice was filled with despair, and at this point, his body could no longer support him. Dang! The disciple fell heavily to the ground again. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks, and his face became increasingly pale. The disciple closed his eyes to hide the despair in his own eyes. Is he really dying this time? At this moment of near death, bits and pieces of his time in the Xian Yuan sect flashed through his mind. What a shame! He had yet to see Patriarch Lin lead the Xian Yuan sect back to the top. How to die like that? Just as he was about to resign himself to his fate. Bang! The young disciple only felt a sharp, strong wind flash before his eyes. The mysterious man bang, directly to the side of the smash. His entire body fell heavily several feet away, raising a cloud of dust. Cough cough cough. The disciple opened his eyes with difficulty. He looked over with an incredulous face. What was seen was Lin Haofan standing back and the mysterious man who had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Lin Haofan was radiating powerful spiritual energy all around him. It's written all over my body, not to be messed with. These people really kicked the bucket when they messed with Lin Haofan today. Lin Haofan's sleeves, blazing in the wind. His eyes were sharp and his gaze was fixed on the group of enemies across the street. Lin, Patriarch Lin, the disciple weakly called out, his voice still carrying the celebration of surviving a robbery, as well as his deep gratitude to Lin Haofan. The devil knew how grateful he was to Lin Haofan in his heart at this moment. Originally he thought he was dead. Who knew that Lin Haofan would step in and save him? His life was given to him by Lin Haofan. In the future, he would be Lin Haofan's most loyal lapdog. If Lin Haofan told him to go east, he would never go west. Lin Haofan walked up to the disciple and scanned him from head to toe. It's not a serious injury. It can be saved. Lin Haofan nodded at the disciple and said, "Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you with me here." He then took one step towards the opposite side. Lin Haofan's pace was calm and steady, with a subdued look on his face. Lin Haofan knew that his realm was truly heaven-defying in this immortal cultivation world. Thus, for a long time, he had long been accustomed to hiding his true strength. Who knew that just this low-profile move of his had caused the enemy on the opposite side of the room to develop a mocking mind? The mysterious person on the opposite side didn't notice in the slightest that the seemingly ordinary Xian Yuan sect patriarch in front of him actually possessed unfathomable power behind him. This power was enough to topple the entire immortal cultivation world. When the leader of the mysterious people saw Lin Haofan walking towards them, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a contemptuous smile. His eyes filled with disdain. He didn't hide the mockery in his eyes, loudly scoffing. "Just by you? How dare you come out to play the hero? Ha 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 ha. It seems that from top to bottom of your Xian Yuan sect, none of you have real skills. All of them are wimps. With a waist like you, you can also be the patriarch? Ha 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 ha. Interesting. You're not as good as that Li Deming from before. However, the result will be the same for whoever becomes the sect leader of your Xian Yuan sect. In the end, it's all under our lightning faction." The leader of the mysterious people saw that Lin Haofan's realm was low, and this time, he directly did not even act. "Introduce yourself directly." At first, they heard that the Xian Yuan sect had changed sect masters. They were still worried that the new patriarch would be so strong that they wouldn't be able to deal with him well. That's why he dressed up and came over to find trouble with their Xian Yuan sect. As a result, when they met, they realized that it was nothing more than that. With this strength, they didn't need to worry at all. Before that, they were really worried about it. The Light Sect? Lin Haofan muttered out of his mouth. Which faction is this again? How he hadn't even heard of it. It's also hilarious how these factions are named. Gossamer Pie. What a name. Does slow kill mean? That's an unlucky name right off the bat. It felt like it was going to be exterminated the next second. Lin Haofan stared at the man across from him and sneered in his heart. It's not like we're going to be wiped out in the next second. How dare you come to mess with the people he Lin Haofan covers? Really live impatient. I can't believe it's you guys. Behind him, Li Jiahong roared loudly, his voice filled with anger. Surprisingly, it's a lightweight pie. Then it all makes sense. They, the Xian Yuan sect and the Lightning sect, had been at loggerheads and incompatible since ancient times. Each side separately can't stand the other, but they can't the other. There were constant minor frictions, but the good news is that the major ones never happened. The Light Veil sect. The disciples in the door are mostly dressed in flowing light veils, which appear to be soft and beautiful, but actually hide the sharpness. Their cultivation technique was good at giving their enemies a fatal blow in an instant. Its sect had a deep heritage, occupying a resource-rich spiritual domain, and was considered an influential force in the immortal cultivation world. The Xian Yuan sect, on the other hand, was known for its solid techniques and tough cultivation philosophy. The disciples focus on the solidity of their foundation and improve their strength one step at a time. At first, the clan was filled with experts, and with strong cohesion and excellent battle strategies, it stood tall amidst much strife. For a long time, the Lightning sect had always coveted the resources and status that the Xian Yuan sect possessed, in a vain attempt to replace it and become the hegemon on this side. From time to time, the Light Veil sect created trouble within the Xian Yuan sect's sphere of influence, or secretly destroyed the Xian Yuan sect's spiritual fields, causing the spiritual plants to wither. Or, when the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect went out to practice, they set up ambushes with the intention of weakening the Xian Yuan sect's newborn forces. Chapter 145, A Gathering of Foes. But the Xian Yuan sect wasn't something to be messed with either. Although, the Xian Yuan sect now looked to be in chaos internally. However, the Xian Yuan sect had a deep heritage and was not some lamb to be slaughtered. Whenever the Lightning sect stirred up trouble, the Xian Yuan sect was always able to react quickly. With deep pockets, it has managed to defuse crises time and time again. In the many encounters in the past, whether it was a battle for magic treasures or a turf dispute, the Xian Yuan sect was able to achieve ultimate victory with all of its previous strength. That's going to piss off the lightweight faction. Every time, the Xian Yuan sect's people managed to escape. Despite the repeated setbacks of the Light Veil faction, they have always been thieves. It was still secretly building up its strength, looking for a chance to be able to defeat the Xian Yuan sect in one fell swoop. This time the Light Veil sect learned that the Xian Yuan sect had changed sect leaders, so they guessed that the Xian Yuan sect's interior must be in chaos nowadays, and this was the best time to take down the Xian Yuan sect. Ha. You're the new sect leader of the Xian Yuan sect? Yang Fan, the patriarch of the Light Veil sect, coldly asked. The eyes were filled with mockery of Lin Haofan. What? Problem? Lin Haofan stood in front of the Xianyuan sect disciples without the slightest bit of panic on his face. Seeing Lin Haofan's incomparably calm appearance, Yang Fan was not in a hurry. In his opinion, this man Lin Haofan was a fool. If they weren't stupid, why would they take over the hot potato that is the Xianyuan sect? Lin Haofan didn't give birth to any fear right now, purely because he hadn't seen the strength of their lightning sect yet. Their lightning sect had gone through this period of time, and the strength of all the disciples had risen to a new level. This time, they could definitely take down the Xianyuan sect in one fell swoop. Yang Fan had a confident look on his face. No problem. Of course no problem. I couldn't be happier to have a punk like you as the head of the Xianyuan sect. What could I possibly have a problem with? Yang Fan looked Lin Haofan up and down. Finally, he came to the conclusion that the man in front of him, his strength should not be good. This was because Yang Fan did not sense any unusual aura from Lin Haofan. Yang Fan continued. You, the so-called patriarch, look no better. As for the strength, well, guess also, garbage very much. Just by you dare to flaunt yourself in front of us? The imagined scene of Lin Haofan jumping to his feet didn't happen. Only to see Lin Haofan's calm expression. He was not the least bit moved by these humiliations. Lin Haofan's footsteps remained unhurried. The spiritual energy around Lin Haofan's body seemed weak, just like an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator. But in reality, Lin Haofan's true strength far exceeded the crowd's imagination. In this immortal cultivation world, strength was honored, and realms often determined the power of speech. And Lin Haofan's hidden realm was enough to make these people directly drop their jaws in shock. However, at this moment, Lin Haofan was not in a hurry to show it. He just quietly moved closer. Later, he was going to teach these arrogant and bossy guys a lesson of a lifetime. Let them never dare to bully others at will again. At the foot of the Xianyuan sect's mountain, the atmosphere was tense with swords. The crowd of the Light Veil sect spread out in a fan shape, surrounding Lin Haofan and the injured Xianyuan sect disciple, wrapping them up. The leader of the group, Yang Fan, had a light black gossamer robe that fluttered in the wind. Yang Fan held his head slightly high, and he had the usual arrogance on his face. Yang Fan's eyes looked askance at Lin Haofan, as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. Everyone come over here and look. Look at this Xianyuan sect's patriarch, just strutting out like this. He doesn't really think he can beat us, does he? Yang Fan tugged at his throat, his voice sharp and shrill. There was mockery in his voice. I see nah. Your Xianyuan sect is just a bunch of rabble. In this immortal cultivation world, sooner or later, you'll be trampled under our lightning sect's feet and be reduced to a second-rate sect. After saying that, the lightning sect disciples beside Yang Fan followed and laughed. That laughter rose and fell and kept echoing through the mountains. They laughed and laughed, pointing their fingers at Lin Haofan with bright mockery in their eyes. There were also disciples who were laughing while exchanging pleasantries and whispering about the Xianyuan sect's fall from grace and Lin Haofan's insouciance. However, Lin Haofan always looked calm and unperturbed. Scared? Lin Haofan's calm and unperturbed appearance fell into Yang Fan's eyes, which meant that he was afraid. Yang Fan continued. Today is just a small lesson for you. If you are sensible, then obediently hand over your clan's high-level techniques and rare spiritual objects. Otherwise, or else what? Lin Haofan raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling him to continue. Otherwise, your entire Xianyuan sect will be removed from this world. Interesting. Lin Haofan seemed to have heard something remarkable and let out a loud laugh. Seeing that Lin Haofan didn't put himself in the eyes at all, the anger in Yang Fan's heart Niso jumped to the top of his head. One of Yang Fan's faces also turned red, and veins rippled on his forehead. You seek death! Yang Fan shouted angrily, his teeth clacking. Yang Fan continued to raise his hand to attack towards Lin Haofan, only to see Yang Fan flip his palm, and a ball of yellow spiritual energy instantly condensed in his palm. That spiritual energy was like a materialized flame, jumping and flickering. It also gives off a sickening odor. Vomit. It stinks. Lin Haofan pinched his nose and spat out nonchalantly. Go to hell. Yang Fan's figure flickered and he instantly approached Lin Haofan. Yang Fan swung his arm violently, and the flame then went straight to Lin Haofan's head. If this palm went down, Lin Haofan would be miserable even if he didn't die. Yang Fan was secretly pleased in his heart, and he was very sure inwardly that this strike would make this guy in front of him who didn't know how to die suffer some pain. However, the moment his attack was about to touch Lin Haofan's figure only slightly sidestepped, easily avoiding the powerful strike. Yang Fan's blow fell short, but he didn't stop there, only to see that the ferocious light in Yang Fan's eyes increased. Yang Fan's hands danced rapidly and his mouth was also chanting. In an instant, the air around them seemed to be stirred by an invisible force. Countless channels of ghostly green spiritual energy also shot out from Yang Fan's hands like silk threads. Like a dense net, it enveloped towards Lin Haofan, Wherever these spiritual energy threads went, the air was cut, a hissing sound was emitted, and a small crack was left on the ground. Suffered. Patriarch Lin is finished this time. Seeing Yang Fan make his own stance, the people present had different looks. The Xian Yuan sect's disciples, their back teeth clenched, stared at Lin Haofan with a worried expression. They were really sweating for Lin Haofan. The same could not be said for the people of the Light Veil faction, the smiles at the corners of their mouths rising madly. With a smug look on his face, he looked at the opposite Xian Yuan sect's disciples. That look is a naked provocation. You guys are screwed. Look, you're here. Their patriarch had used his own best move. Let's see how this Lin Haofan could still dodge. Chapter 146, The Great War is about to begin. Only to see that Lin Haofan still looked relaxed. To the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Haofan was free to weave through the large net woven by the spiritual energy threads. Lin Haofan sometimes dodged to the left, sometimes to the right, each time avoiding the attack at just the right time. Lin Haofan's movements were light and fluid, as if he was dancing. More than that, though, it was like playing a game of cat and mouse with Yang Fan. Lin Haofan dodged while still letting out a few light laughs every now and then. Lin Haofan's attitude of not caring directly made Yang Fan break his defense. This person is really damned. Surprisingly, this attitude. Isn't it clear that he doesn't look down on his Yang Fan's stance? Is he, Lin Haofan, very powerful? This breezy look made Yang Fan furious. Yang Fan's heart also grew more and more irritated. Subsequently, his attacks became more and more frantic. All sorts of spells surged madly towards Lin Haofan like a tidal wave. Unfortunately, it was all in vain, because, no matter how hard Yang Fan tried, he was never able to touch Lin Haofan in the slightest. Gradually, fine beads of sweat also appeared on Yang Fan's forehead. Yang Fan's breathing also became rapid. At this moment, Yang Fan finally came back to his senses. He stared at Lin Haofan with an unbelievable face. This wasn't right. This was very wrong. Intuition told him that this Lin Haofan in front of him was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. After a few attacks, Yang Fan also gradually smacked the flavor. If Lin Haofan was a waste, long before he struck the first blow, Lin Haofan would have collapsed. Instead, they're still standing firmly, and their sleeves aren't even a little bit dirty. This Lin Haofan's strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. This was because Lin Haofan's every dodge was incredibly precise, as if he had long since gained insight into the trajectory of his attacks. Big deal. Just when Yang Fan was full of doubts and slightly lost in thought, Lin Haofan finally made a move. Lin Haofan's originally seemingly calm eyes abruptly erupted with a powerful pressure. The pressure around him was no longer deliberately suppressed, and he released it in full. That mighty pressure was like a raging sea wave that only instantly swept across the entire arena. As the crowd watched in horror, Lin Haofan raised his right hand without any panic and gently pushed it forward. A majestic spiritual energy instantly surged out from his palm. Wow! What a strong pressure! Patriarch Lin! Mighty! Gosh! Our Xian Yuan sect is saved! Shoot them! The Light Veil faction is finished now! Ha 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 ha! Messing with our Lin Patriarch! They've really kicked the bucket! The faces of the Lightning faction's people on the opposite side of the room also changed. Many people directly froze in place, slow to make any other reaction. Right now, they couldn't put on any other expression than shock, oh no, and scared. At this moment, the people of the Light Veil faction had only one thought in their minds, and that was, this is finished. Yang Fan and Lin Haofan stood opposite each other. He looked at the strand of spiritual energy that Lin Haofan had struck with an unbelievable face, only to see that this spiritual energy was completely different from what Yang Fan had seen before. This spiritual energy, it was pure and powerful. It also carried an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Jesus Christ! Someone tell him what the hell is going on here now. What kind of god is this Lin Haofan? Surprisingly, he was able to strike such an awesome spiritual power. Wherever the spiritual energy passed, the air was instantly compressed, emitting a dull roar. It was as if space was about to be torn apart. Those spiritual power threads that were originally still flailing, under the impact of this powerful spiritual power, instant ashes. Yang Fan only felt that a mountainous force was coming towards him. Yang Fan did not have time to make any reaction at all, and his entire body was sent flying out by this force like a kite with broken strings. Dang! Yang Fan drew a beautiful arc in the air and finally smashed heavily on the stone wall dozens of feet away. Snap! A large pit in the shape of a man instantly appeared on the stone wall, and rubble fell down. When the other disciples of the Lightning sect saw this, they were all stunned. The arrogance and mockery on his face had long since disappeared without a trace, replaced by endless fear. How could they not expect that this Xian Yuan sect patriarch, who seemed weak before, was hiding such a terrifying strength? It was fine if Lin Haofan didn't make a move, but the moment he did, he beat their leader senseless. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, their hearts filled with despair. and their legs unconsciously began to tremble, as if the next one to be sent flying was themselves. Snap! Yang Fan fell off the stone wall and onto the ground. Patriarch! The disciples of the lightning sect hurriedly surrounded them. A worried face looked at Yang Fan. Seeing this, the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect also followed. Just kidding, they hadn't had a fight this relieving in a long time. While Lin Haofan was here, they had to dogfight a bit. The panic in the eyes of those people from the Light Veil faction. They didn't want to miss it at all. Lin Haofan also walked forward slowly. The ground trembled slightly with every step he took. It was as if the surrounding heaven and earth auras were being pulled by some powerful force, and were frantically converging towards Lin Haofan. Lin Haofan's hands quickly formed seals and his mouth recited words. In the next second, a huge vortex of spiritual energy formed in his palm. The vortex shimmered with multicolored light, emitting a palpitating energy fluctuation. You villains, if you dare to come to my Xian Yuan sect today to spread your wildness, you won't want to leave alive. Lin Haofan's voice was especially loud in the silent air. Afterwards, Lin Haofan fiercely struck the vortex of spiritual energy towards the lightning sect's crowd. The moment the vortex struck, it expanded several times. The vortex was like a roaring beast, devouring everything around it. When the disciples of the lightning sect saw this, they panicked. They looked terrified as they cast spells to fend them off. For a while, all kinds of light flashed and the roar of colliding spells was deafening. But under this powerful strike from Lin Haofan, the lightning sect's resistance seemed so pale and powerless. Many people were caught up in the vortex, letting out miserable cries as their bodies gradually became blurred under the powerful spiritual force tearing them apart. The others on the sidelines, on the other hand, were all wide-eyed. They looked at the scene in front of them with unbelievable faces. The Light Veil sect disciples had just experienced the moment when Lin Haofan displayed his terrifying strength. A dead silence immediately fell around them. The disciples of the Light Veil sect, who had originally relied on the fact that they were outnumbered, had no one in their sights for Lin Haofan. At this moment, however, they were like birds of prey, scared out of their wits by Lin Haofan's spiritual power vortex. The vortex was wrapped in endless energy, like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, pouncing toward them with teeth and claws. That Xian Yuan sect disciple who had been saved by Lin Haofan before had already had a deep filter on Lin Haofan. At this moment, he was even more surprised and unable to speak. His mouth was so open that it could be stuffed with an egg, and his eyes were almost glaring out. Chapter 147, The net is wide open. The young disciple stared unblinkingly at the miracle-like scene in front of him. The disciple's mouth was wide open as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't make a sound because of the excessive shock. At this moment, Lin Haofan was his god. In his heart, Lin Haofan had already become an omnipotent existence. This strike by Lin Haofan directly shattered the shame that their Xian Yuan sect had felt for so many years. It shattered the thick inferiority complex of their Xian Yuan sect disciples. The Xian Yuan sect disciples, their admiration for Lin Haofan had reached unprecedented heights. In the distance, a few disciples from other sects who were originally hiding on the sidelines to watch the good show were scared into sizable cuteness at this moment. One of the thin disciples, the hand of the magic weapon snapped, fell to the ground, and he was oblivious to it, his eyes looking straight at the spiritual power vortex, and fear and disbelief were written all over his face. Does that make sense? This spiritual power vortex was surprisingly this powerful, directly overturning all the disciples of the lightning sect. That's too good to be true. The immortal cultivation world is about to change. Were they finally going to rise in the Xian Yuan sect? The people of their Xian Yuan sect were really lucky. Surprisingly, he had stumbled upon such a powerful patriarch as Lin Haofan. They disciples of the Xian Yuan sect were truly blessed. His companion, a large, dark-faced man, was equally stunned, the knots of his throat rolling up and down. The companion swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, "Is this still a spell that people can cast? It's horrible." They were originally just in the mindset of watching the strife between the Xian Yuan sect and the lightning sect, but I never expected to witness such a shocking display of power. At this moment, they were secretly glad that they were not involved in this strife. At the same time, he also felt heartfelt awe at Lin Haofan's strength. When they returned later, they were going to tell the rest of the sect about what they had seen and heard today. Let them pay attention when they see someone from the Xian Yuan sect in the future. Don't ever get tough with the Xian Yuan sect's people, or there will be good consequences for them. The Xian Yuan sect was in for a treat. Their new replacement patriarch was too powerful. Strength against all odds. If they hadn't sensed it wrongly, Patriarch Lin's realm seemed to have broken through the Heavenly Tao mirror. Jesus, that's the Heavenly Tao realm. What a niche name. Isn't that something they only see in ancient texts? Today, they just watered down to see the real thing? That's too good to be true. Who'd dare mess with that? They wouldn't dare mess with it anyway. In the lightning sect, those disciples who hadn't yet been caught up in the vortex were even more terrified at this moment. Their faces were ghastly white, with no blood at all. Similar to the faces of the dead, there was despair and fear in his eyes. They're no different than dead people now, I guess. The lightning sect disciple's legs went weak. Straight away, he collapsed to the ground, muttering under his breath, "This is impossible. How can this be so strong?" Some disciples tried to turn around and escape, but their legs felt like they were nailed down, unable to move a single bit. They could only watch the terrifying vortex get closer and closer to them, until the shadow of death completely loomed above their heads. In the midst of all this confusion and shock, Lin Haofan always had a pale expression. It seemed that the culprit for all of this was not him, Lin Haofan. It was all done by other people. Lin Haofan stood still, his eyes coldly looking at everything in front of him. His figure stood tall in the setting sun's rays, as if he was about to become one with this heaven and earth. Lin Haofan exuded an awe-inspiring aura all around him. This strike from Lin Haofan not only caused the lightning sect to suffer a heavy blow, more than that, it made everyone present deeply realize how powerful he was. In the hearts of the crowd, Lin Haofan had already become an unbeatable myth. In the eyes of the Xian Yuan sect's disciples, Lin Haofan was an omnipotent existence at the moment. He had saved the day with his own strength, pulling their Xian Yuan sect out of the desperate situation. A strong fervor surged in the hearts of the Xian Yuan sect disciples. They secretly vowed to cultivate hard in the future to follow Patriarch Lin and guard the Xian Yuan sect. On this battlefield gripped by fear, the powerful aura emanating from Lin Haofan's body gradually converged, but the aftermath of that still gave the people present chills. Other than the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect, none of those present dared to raise their heads to meet Lin Haofan's eyes, afraid that he was the unlucky one, being targeted by Lin Haofan. Wouldn't that be bad luck? Lin Haofan played them like dogs. Lin Haofan's gaze swept over the terrified lightning sect disciples one by one. Suddenly, Mo Qianshua's weak face appeared in his mind. Mo Qianshua hadn't completely recovered yet, and her body and spiritual energy were still in the process of recuperating. Lin Haofan knew that the path of cultivation required more than just strong strength. It is even more important to have a good heart and to accumulate virtues, so that we can go a long way. And also pray for Mo Qianshua's blessing. He also looked at the lightning sect disciples who were on their knees begging for mercy and shivering. A trace of complex emotions arose in Lin Haofan's heart. The wisdom of the ancients told him to cut the grass and remove the roots, or there would be endless consequences. He had always taught Lin Nui the same way, but, at the moment it was really up to him. For a while, he was actually a bit unable to get off the ground. How does this work? What if, afterward, these people turned around and retaliated against their Xian Yuan sect? Lin Haofan bowed his head in thought for a moment. The mind was already made up. Even if they came back to retaliate, he, Lin Haofan, wasn't worried. Solve them, in minutes. Retaliation? Fear? It doesn't exist. He, Lin Haofan, doesn't carry fear at all. If, in fact, the people of the lightning faction really wanted to retaliate against Lin Haofan, when the time comes, it will be a breeze to take it all in one fell swoop. Today, let them off the hook. Thinking of this, Lin Haofan's eyes flickered and immediately locked onto Yang Fan. Yang Fan, this ING guy, that's him. The culprit who started the incident and wantonly harmed the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect was him. It wasn't these innocent disciples who were following orders who were damned. There was someone else who was damned. In just a few seconds, Lin Haofan already had a new decision in his mind. Lin Haofan stared condescendingly at Yang Fan and said in a cold voice, "Yang Fan, you have repeatedly offended my Xian Yuan sect. Today I will make you pay for your evil deeds." Lin Haofan's voice was low, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Before Yang Fan could make any reaction, as Lin Haofan raised his hand, a dazzling ray of spiritual energy shot out like lightning. Snap! It hit Yang Fan in an instant. Ah! Yang Fan let out a miserable scream. Then, under the impact of this powerful force, the body gradually turned transparent. Eventually, it dissipated between heaven and earth. Solve Yang Fan. Lin Haofan swept his eyes at the remaining lightning sect disciples and spoke coldly. "Humph. Today, I'll let you guys off the hook. But you all remember that the Xian Yuan sect is by no means a soft persimmon to be bullied. From now on, if you guys dare to step into my Xian Yuan sect's boundaries again and cause trouble and provocation, don't blame me, Lin Haofan, for being ruthless." Chapter 148, firmly following. Phew. Fortunately. Whoa, God forbid. Escape. When the disciples of the Light Veil sect heard Lin Haofan's words, a glimmer of hope for life flashed through their originally desperate eyes. Their hearts, which were in their throats, fell back down. They looked at each other with the celebration of the aftermath written all over their faces. Among them, a disciple with a slightly thin figure even trembled his legs and slowly knelt down. He knelt in front of Lin Haofan and said with a trembling voice, "We will never forget Patriarch Lin's great kindness. In the future, our Light Veil sect will never dare to offend the Xian Yuan sect half as much." This statement was made. Other disciples followed suit. One after another, they knelt down in front of Lin Haofan. The sound of fluttering knees continued to ring out. In the midst of the blackened figures, there were cries of relief and pleas for mercy. Many people even raised their hands and assured Lin Haofan with a serious face, "Patriarch Lin, just rest assured that we will definitely stay far away from the Xianyuan sect in the future and will no longer seek out your misery. Just rest assured." Lin Haofan looked at the scene in front of him, his expression still indifferent. He nodded slightly and said coldly, "Get up. I hope that what you all said today will be done in the future." After saying that, Lin Haofan gently raised his hand. The original whistling and raging spiritual energy vortex instantly dissipated. Only a messy battlefield and a distraught crowd were left behind. The Light Veil faction crowd slowly rose, their heads lowered, not daring to utter a single breath. They secretly raised their eyes and looked at Lin Haofan. At this moment, Lin Haofan's figure was as tall as a god under the afterglow of the setting sun. That majestic aura made the Lightning Sect disciples present simply not dare to look directly at them. "You guys can off." Lin Haofan waved his hand with a face full of disgust. Although Lin Haofan's voice was not loud, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the people of the Light Veil sect. The disciples of the Light Veil sect were like amnesties. All of them were relieved and crawled up from the ground. They held each other up as they stumbled and fled the place that had emboldened them. The Xianyuan sect disciples looked at Lin Haofan with eyes full of worship and admiration, the gaze so hot that it seemed as if it could set Lin Haofan on fire. "Patriarch Lin, you're too powerful." "Yes, if it weren't for Patriarch Lin, we would be, today. Woo-woo, Xianyuan sect is saved. I will follow Patriarch Lin to the death from now on," the disciples said in a chorus, their voices filled with excitement and gratitude. In the face of the disciples' excitement, Lin Haofan appeared very calm. He waved his hand, signaling the crowd to calm down. Lin Haofan smiled faintly, his expression softening a lot. "Today's disgrace is something I want everyone to keep in mind. I hope everyone remembers one thing, and that is, my Lin Haofan being powerful has nothing to do with all of you. To strike iron, you still need to harden yourselves. If you guys want to gain a foothold in the immortal cultivation world, you only have to cultivate honestly and hard. I'm sure you guys don't want anything like today to happen again." The disciples nodded their heads with a determined gleam in their eyes. Patriarch Lin was right. If they wanted to gain a foothold in the immortal cultivation world, they couldn't rely on others, only on your own. They will definitely dive into cultivation and work hard to improve their strength in the future, not to be held by others. Afterwards, Lin Haofan turned around and turned his head to look at those injured Xianyuan sect disciples. They were only seen lying on the ground in a heap. Some were pale and had weak breath. Some of the wounds were still gurgling and bleeding, staining the snow-white shirt. Lin Haofan's heart stung as he quickly walked over to the disciples. "Li Ka-hong!" Lin Haofan shouted loudly. Li Jiahong rushed over at the sound. The excitement of the aftermath of the robbery and the reverence for Lin Haofan were still on his face. Li Jiahong asked eagerly, "Patriarch Lin, what are your orders?" Lin Haofan's expression was grave as he swept his gaze over the injured disciples. Then in a hushed voice, "Ka-hong, you're the eldest brother. Now you immediately arrange for manpower to properly settle the injured senior brothers and sisters. Tell the people to carry them to the clan's healing room first, and have the elders in charge of the medical path rush to save them. Remember, not a single one should be left behind. Make sure that every disciple receives timely treatment." Li Jiahong nodded his head vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. "Don't worry, Patriarch Lin, I'll do it." After saying that, Li Jiahong quickly got up and began to command the other uninjured disciples who were still able to move with his voice. "Listen up, everyone, be quick, work in pairs and carry the injured back to the healing room. Never leave a man behind." "Yes," the disciples responded and moved quickly. They carefully picked up and carried their injured companions on their backs, and hurriedly ran towards the sect. Time is life. If they run faster now, these injured people will suffer less and their chances of surviving will become much higher. Lin Haofan looked at the busy figures of the crowd and silently prayed in his heart that every disciple would be safe. If the Xianyuan sect wanted to revitalize its glory, these disciples were a valuable force. In the future, he would definitely lead everyone so that the Xianyuan sect could stand firm in this immortal cultivation world and no longer be bullied by others. Inside the Xianyuan sect's healing chamber, it was due to the fact that they had just experienced a great battle. At this moment, the floor in the healing room was a mess. The air was also filled with a sickeningly thick scent of blood, and these sights all signaled that their Xianyuan sect had just experienced a great battle. "Ah, it hurts. Damn lightning faction, I won't let you go." The injured Xianyuan sect disciples were lying all over the place. Some of them were moaning in pain, each sound gripping the hearts of bystanders. Some had fallen into a complete coma, their faces as white as paper, their pulses so weak that it was difficult to detect them. It hurts me." A young disciple clenched his teeth, his hands covering the wound on his abdomen that was constantly seeping blood. The veins on his forehead bulged, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. he groaned with a pained look on his face. The companions beside him were also full of anxiety, but there was nothing they could do but keep comforting. Hang in there, senior brother will be here soon to save us. But the words pale in comparison to the gruesome scene. There are so many injured people, it's impossible to save them. Not far away, an older disciple was hit in the leg by a boulder. He was lying quietly on his side, with a child kneeling beside him, weeping silently. His leg was twisted and deformed and blood was gurgling down his pants leg. Because of the pain, he had completely passed out. If it wasn't for the fact that his chest was rising and falling slightly at this moment, the others would have thought that he was completely hopeless. Chapter 149, Mo Qianxue appears. Li Jiahong, as the eldest senior brother, was busy and anxious at the moment. Li Jiahong shuttled back and forth between the many injured disciples like a spinning gyroscope. Li Kahang's voice went up in smoke. You guys move him inside. Here's someone to help with the press. Come one, anyone else. Li Jiahong commanded the other uninjured disciples to carry the injured one moment, while anxiously checking the injuries of the injured the next. His sweat had already soaked through his clothes, and his hair was disheveled. But Li Jiahong couldn't care less about this. With only anxiety and determination in his eyes, this was the first task that Patriarch Lin had given him. He had to complete it perfectly and not let Patriarch Lin down. Quickly, move even faster. Carry the seriously injured senior brothers and sisters over there first, so that the elders can diagnose them first. Li Jiahong shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse with anxiety. But in this chaotic and noisy environment, his voice was quickly drowned out in this sea of agonized groans and panicked footsteps. Just as the crowd was busy, a figure slowly walked towards them. The crowd looked up, only to see a woman with a clear but slightly pale face appear, and the visitor was none other than Mo Qianxue. Everyone stared at first, then looked surprised. Who is this? This? Why is it here at this time? A disciple muttered in a low voice, his eyes filled with doubt. When Lin Haofan brought Mo Qianxue over, Mo Qianxue was still in a coma, and no one had ever seen Mo Qianxue's true face. Therefore, people didn't recognize Mo Qianxue. I don't know, but by the looks of her, she shouldn't be a bad person. Another disciple picked up, a hint of curiosity and sizing up in his eyes. Gee whiz, do bad guys have the words, I'm a bad guy written on their faces? This was the busiest time for the Xianyuan sect, so it was guaranteed that someone from the outside would come in to fish in troubled waters. Plus, now that the Xianyuan sect's mountain protection array had not been repaired properly, it was quite possible for someone to blend in. The disciples whispered to each other. The eyes that looked at Mo Qianxue were filled with wariness. Seeing this, Li Jiahong rushed over and introduced himself to everyone loudly with his voice. Everyone be quiet. This is Miss Mo Qianxue, our Patriarch Lin's immortal couple. When the crowd heard this, the wariness on their faces instantly turned to respect as they bent down and saluted Mo Qianxue. Greetings, Miss Mo. Neat voices echoed through the chaos. Mo Qianxue was first stunned. She didn't expect these people to be so enthusiastic. I think it was all because of Lin Haofan. It seemed like they had a lot of respect for Lin Haofan as the sect leader. Without realizing it, Mo Qianxue slightly raised the corners of her mouth. She said she was proud to be associated with it. Afterward, Mo Qianxue nodded her head slightly in a gesture. Soon, however, she couldn't stop laughing. For these disciples, a gripping pain was born in her heart as she looked at the tragic situation in front of her. Each of these injured disciples in front of him had a pained look on their faces. They were all injured to guard the Xianyuan sect. Mo Qianxue couldn't bear it in her heart and immediately walked over to one of the more injured disciples and crouched down to check his injuries. Miss Mo, what are you? Li Jiahong asked with some confusion as he watched Mo Qianxue's actions, not quite understanding what she was trying to do. I know a little about medicine and could come and help, Mo Qianxue said softly, her eyes filled with concern. With that, she pulled out a small bottle from her bosom. From inside, he poured out an elixir that emitted a faint fragrance. She held the elixir and gently fed it to the disciple. Here, eat this. Taking this will definitely ease some of the pain, Mo Qianxue said with a gentle face. Mo Qianxue's voice was like a breeze in spring, gently brushing over the hearts of the crowd. Mo Qianxue then stretched out her hands again. The palms of his hands glowed with a soft white light. Her hands gently covered the disciple's wounds. As the light flickered slightly, the look of pain on the disciple's face seemed to have lessened. Under Mo Qianxue's treatment, that disciple's brows, which had been tightly furrowed just a moment ago, gradually loosened. He opened his eyes slightly, eyes mesmerized. He looked at Mo Qian. There was gratitude in his eyes. Miss Mo, thank you. You are just as powerful as Patriarch Lin. Yes, if it wasn't for Miss Mo, we don't know how much we would have to suffer. The disciple next to him chimed in, a hint of celebration in his voice. Just as Mo Qianxue was busy saving the disciples, Lin Haofan hurriedly arrived after taking care of some things. When he was far away, he saw Mo Qianxue's figure. He saw that Mo Qianxue was treating the disciple at this time. He was so shocked that he rushed over. Shi Su, what are you doing? Stop it, Lin Haofan said with an anxious face, a hint of reproach in his voice. Mo Qianxue raised her head and locked eyes with Lin Haofan. The eyes were full of determination. Haofan, I can't bear to see everyone hurt. I want to help you. After all, this is all because of me. Mo Qianxue had a tangled face. Because of you? Shi Yuki, don't talk nonsense. This is all the fault of those villains from the Lightning faction, and it has nothing to do with you. Lin Haofan hurriedly interrupted Mo Qianxue's words. He looked at Mo Qianxue with heartache, very much not wanting her to take the blame on herself. After all this time, Shi Yuki is still so kind. Hate to take all the blame for all the mistakes. It's a disease that has to be cured. No, Haofan, if it wasn't, because of what happened to me before, maybe it wouldn't have started so many fights. The Xianyuan sect wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. A trace of self-reproach flashed in Mo Qianxue's eyes. That's why I want to help you. I'll work with you to make the Xianyuan sect well-governed. Although Mo Qianxue's voice was soft, it was permeated with an unquestionable firmness. Lin Haofan looked at Mo Qianxue with heartache. He knew that Mo Qianxue was kind-hearted. Seeing the disciples injured at this moment, their hearts must not feel good. But he was more worried about Mo Qianxue's body. She hadn't fully recovered yet. How could her body stand it if she used up her spiritual energy like this? She had only just been able to walk on the ground and ran over to help. Shi Yuki, I know you're kind, but your body isn't fully healed yet. You'll tire yourself out if you do this. You go ahead and rest. Leave this place to me. Lin Haofan squatted down and gently held Mo Qianxue's hand. But I'm needed here. Mo Qianxue had a worried look on her face. Her eyes were full of worry and concern for her. Just leave these things to me and to everyone else. You take care of yourself. Lin Haofan patiently persuaded. Mo Qianxue looked at Lin Haofan's concerned eyes and her heart warmed. Lin Haofan had always been so concerned about her. To say that Mo Qianxue was not touched in her heart would be a lie. Chapter 150, Spreading Dog Food. Afterward, Mo Qianxue gently shook her head and continued to insist. Haofan, I'm fine. I can't stand by and watch everyone suffer. Moreover, I also want to contribute to the Xianyuan sect. Didn't you say that the Xianyuan sect is our common home? Ugh, okay, just be happy. Saying that, Lin Haofan rubbed Mo Qianxue's hair. Lin Haofan once again urged. You must pay attention to your own body. Your own body is the most important. Everything else is secondary. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they couldn't help but spit in their hearts. That's a good dog food. Patriarch Lin, Miss Mo, don't argue. Li Jiaheng, who was on the side, roared out while pressing the injured disciple's wounds. Somebody help him. He's busy as an NPC. The protagonist is still grating and talking. Mind these dying disciples. Since Miss Mo wants to help, let her do so. Together, all of us will definitely be able to make the injured senior brothers and sisters get better as soon as possible. The other disciples heard this and echoed it. Yes, Patriarch Lin, we appreciate Miss Mo's feelings. Everyone together, there's definitely no problem. The voices of the disciples rose and fell, echoing continuously within this healing chamber. Lin Haofan looked at Mo Qianxue's resolute eyes, and then looked at the expectant gazes of the surrounding disciples. Alas, Lin Haofan sighed helplessly and said, Okay, Shi Yuki, but you must take care of yourself and stop when you're tired, okay? Lin Haofan was always the one who bowed his head first when facing Mo Qianxue. It couldn't be helped. A good man like him couldn't get used to seeing Mo Qianxue frown a little. Lin Haofan eventually compromised, but his heart was still filled with worry. Mo Qianxue gently nodded her head, a small smile appearing on her face. I know, Haofan. Mo Qianxue's smile was like a blossoming flower in spring, appearing especially warm in this healing room filled with the smell of blood. Just like that, Mo Qianxue continued to treat the disciples. Lin Haofan also joined in as he used his powerful spiritual energy to stabilize the injuries of the seriously injured disciples. Li Jiaheng, on the other hand, continued to direct the other disciples on the side, carrying out the tasks in an organized manner. During the treatment, the disciples also talked to Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue. Patriarch Lin, thanks to you this time, or else we'd be in deep. One of the disciples said gratefully as he looked at Lin Haofan, his eyes filled with reverence. Yes, Patriarch Lin, you're too powerful, beating those bad guys from the Lightning sect to death. Another disciple chimed in, his face beaming with excitement and pride. The scene of Lin Haofan picking off dozens of people just now could still be reverberating in his mind. Their Patriarch Lin was really powerful. He constantly lamented in his heart. Now the Xianyuan sect was truly saved. Lin Haofan's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. It's not like I did it alone. It was a joint effort. Everyone spoke to each other, and the originally oppressive atmosphere gradually became relaxed. With the joint efforts of everyone, the injuries of the injured disciples gradually stabilized. The healing chamber was no longer filled with screams like before. As the sky gradually darkened, the lights within the Xian Yuan sect were brightly lit. After some busy work, most of the disciples' injuries were properly treated. Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue stood on the side and watched the disciples being settled, both breathing a sigh of relief in their hearts. Hao Fan, today is really thanks to everyone, Mo Qianxue said with emotion, her heart filled with gratitude as she looked at the disciples who had been settled. Yes, Qianxue, the Xian Yuan sect is lucky to have such a united group of disciples. Lin Haofan looked at Mo Qianxue, his eyes filled with love and determination. In the future, we'll work together to make the Xian Yuan sect stronger and never let anyone get hurt again. He held Mo Qianxue's hand tightly, as if he was promising her, and everyone else. Hearing this, Mo Qianxue nodded heavily. Okay, I'm with you. Mo Qianxue and Lin Haofan's voices were firm and strong. Her and Lin Haofan's gazes collided in the air, clashing with intense sparks. On this day, although the Xian Yuan sect had just experienced a calamity, the hearts of all the people were even more closely linked together. In the days that followed, Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue devoted themselves to the reconstruction and development of the sect. Relying on his strong strength and excellent leadership, Lin Haofan developed a series of reasonable cultivation programs and clan systems, motivating his disciples to cultivate hard. Mo Qianxue, on the other hand, fully utilized her expertise in medical arts and spiritual plant cultivation. Not only did he carefully take care of the injured disciples and help them recover faster, he also proceeded to improve the spirit fields within the clan, cultivating even more rare spirit plants and providing the disciples with even better cultivation resources. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight sprinkled on the Xian Yuan sect's martial arts practicing field, and the disciples were neatly arranged, practicing their gong methods under Lin Haofan's personal guidance. Their figures stood out in the sunlight, and their moves were full of power. Pay attention to the operation of your spiritual energy. Gather it in your palm and then explode out. Lin Haofan shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the martial arts training ground. The disciples were fully concentrated, trying to adjust their cultivation style according to Lin Haofan's teachings. Mo Qianxue, on the other hand, traveled between the spirit fields, carefully checking the growth of the spirit plants. She squatted down and gently stroked a spirit grass, her eyes filled with tenderness and concentration. This spirit grass needs more Reiki to nourish it. Everyone remember to channel Reiki to it on time, she said to the disciples in charge of the spiritual fields. The disciples nodded their heads seriously and memorized Mo Qianxue's words. Under their efforts, the Xian Yuan sect gradually regained its former vigor and vitality. The strength of the disciples was also rising, and the entire sect presented a positive scene. However, Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue knew that the fight in the immortal cultivation world was never ending, and they couldn't afford to slack off in the slightest. They kept a constant eye on the developments in the immortal cultivation world and were fully prepared for any crisis that might come their way. One day, a disciple in charge of intelligence came running in a hurry. Report to Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue, Patriarch Lin, Miss Mo. According to the information we've gotten, although the lightning sect has tightened up a lot on the surface, they seem to be plotting something else in the shadows. Lin Haofan and Mo Qianxue glanced at each other, a hint of vigilance flashing in their eyes. Ha. These guys, how come they still don't die? I shouldn't have been soft before. Ha. You guys continue to cultivate at ease, and leave the matter of dealing with them to me. This time, I will definitely not let them off easily. Lin Haofan said coldly, a hint of coldness in his tone. Mo Qianxue nodded her head in agreement. We need to come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. We can't let them take advantage of it again. Chapter 151, Repairing the Mountain Protection Formation. The Xian Yuan sect's spacious and bright council hall was filled with people. Within the Xian Yuan sect, apart from the disciples guarding the mountain, all of them had gathered here. If, on the other hand, the lightning faction's people took advantage of this to attack the Xian Yuan sect, surely the Xian Yuan sect could be wiped out in one fell swoop. The atmosphere was warm and hopeful. Lin Haofan sat on top of the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the sect elders and many disciples below. He looked serious, and his entire body revealed a pressure that could not be suppressed. That's what Chiyuki had specifically told him before he left the house. Hao Fan, you are now the sect leader of the Xian Yuan sect. Every move you make can represent the entire Xian Yuan sect. Acting can no longer be as casual as before. You have to be serious. Remember? Gentlemen, be quiet. Lin Haofan's voice resounded within the great hall. After the last vicious battle with the lightning sect, although our Xian Yuan sect has won, we have also suffered considerable losses. Today, we have summoned everyone to discuss together what the way forward should be. The moment these words came out, the originally quiet hall instantly exploded. The disciples were talking to each other and discussing. We just won a battle. What are we afraid of? I think we should take the initiative and destroy the lightning faction once and for all. so that they don't find trouble in the future. A young and energetic disciple with a red face waved his arms and said loudly. In his opinion, their patriarch Lin was the most powerful person in the world. No one can beat him. With Lin Haofan around, their Xianyuan sect wouldn't be able to walk horizontally in the entire immortal cultivation world. It's an arrogant thought, but it's true. Right. Our patriarch Lin is so powerful, along with all the elders, plus us disciples. If we work together, will we still be afraid of them? Another disciple chimed in, excitement shining in his eyes. An elder nodded slightly as he stroked his beard and said slowly, although we won this time, the lightning faction bottom is still not to be underestimated. Well, what you said, I agree. Striking out is not a good idea. We still need to think long and hard. The elder has a point. Another elder picked up the conversation. The first order of business is to restore the clan's vitality and take our strength to the next level before making any plans. The crowd spoke their minds. There are all kinds of opinions on proactive offense and steady play. Lin Haofan is satisfied with this, not afraid of many opinions, but afraid of no opinion. If they didn't have any opinions for half a day, their Xianyuan sect would really be on their way to extinction. Fortunately, today, it seemed that the people of their Xianyuan sect were still full of hope for the future. I think we'd better fix it first. Lin Haofan listened quietly without interrupting, and only after the crowd's discussion subsided a little did he speak again. What everyone has said is all reasonable. Taking the initiative can thwart the lightning faction, but there are many things we ourselves need to perfect. Lin Haofan's gaze was firm. I've decided that I'll fix the mountain protection array first. When these words came out, the crowd was first stunned. Then they nodded in agreement. That's right. It's better to repair the clan's mountain protection formation first. Patriarch Lin is wise. The mountain protection formation is the first line of defense for our clan. Now that it's severely damaged, if we don't repair it in time, we'll be in danger the next time an enemy attacks, an elder said with a grave expression. That's right. Repairing the mountain protecting formation cannot be delayed. The disciples also responded in unison. Lin Haofan looked at the crowd and a warmth surged in his heart. He knew very well that the Xianyuan sect was able to quickly revitalize itself after this great battle by relying on this unity of purpose. Alright, since everyone agrees, then this matter is settled. Next, let's talk about how to fix it in detail. Patriarch Lin. Repairing the mountain protector formation requires numerous materials and there is no shortage of rare items. An elder in charge of the clan's supplies frowned and said, But the materials in our library today are really not enough. The elder sighed and said with a helpless face, their Xianyuan sect was really too poor. There's nothing left today. Originally, they had a little bit of material left in the warehouse. As a result, some time ago the lightning faction came looking for trouble. Their Xianyuan sect disciples suffered heavy casualties. In order to cure their illnesses and injuries, those materials in the warehouse had been taken out and used up by them. It was a shame to say that their Xianyuan sect's warehouse was now just an empty shell. It was unknown how Lin Haofan would feel in his heart when he saw this image. It must have been very hard on the heart. After all, the conditions of their Xianyuan sect were really too hard. All the pressure was on Lin Haofan. The elder sighed heavily again at the thought. It's a tough road ahead. Who knew that Lin Haofan just nodded without a care in the world? Don't worry about the materials. Leave it to me, Lin Haofan said. Just as well, he could take the opportunity to clean out his warehouse. He had all kinds of rare materials in his warehouse. Too many to count. Not enough material? It doesn't exist. Let's take stock of what we have and see how much we're missing before we make plans. Lin Haofan added, though he was rich, but he didn't have that obligation to safely burden the Xianyuan sect with materials. It wasn't like he, Lin Haofan, had caused their Xianyuan sect's current predicament. Want to whore for nothing? Don't want to pay anything? That's not impossible. He, Lin Haofan, does not do charity. In the matter of repairing the mountain protection formation, it would require the people of their Xianyuan sect to work together before they could do so. Yes, Patriarch Lin, the elders responded. What about the manpower to repair it? A disciple asked. The scale of the mountain protection formation is huge. The elders alone can't be too busy. That's something I've taken into account. Lin Haofan nodded his head in agreement. This was a good question to ask. If this disciple hadn't asked, he really hadn't thought of this layer coming up. For this restoration, not only should the elders participate, but all disciples should act. Let's do this in groups, each in their own way. Disciples who specialize in formations assist the elders in repairing the formation eyes. The disciples who are strong are responsible for carrying the materials. The rest of the remaining disciples just help with some chores. Good, we'll do our best. The disciples were fervent and took a stand. Also, everyone should be safe during the restoration. After the lightning faction suffered this loss, it might be so desperate that it will come back to cause trouble again. So we'll have to put someone in charge of the alert and report back at the first sign of trouble. Lin Haofan added. In Lin Haofan's opinion, the people of the Lightning faction were just dogs who couldn't change their ways. They took such a big loss before. The patriarch was all killed by him. Lin Haofan. Chapter 152, Opening of the General Assembly. But according to their Lightning sect's temperament, after they had cultivated for a while, they would surely come running back to find trouble with their Xianyuan sect again. If there really is a time for that, he, Lin Haofan, would show no more mercy, repeatedly challenging his Lin Haofan's bottom line. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? The crowd nodded their heads, indicating that they had taken Lin Haofan's words to heart and didn't need to worry. How long will it take roughly to repair the mountain protector formation? Patriarch Lin Yu walked without calculating it. An elder asked curiously. It depends on the collection of materials and the progress of the restoration. Lin Haofan pondered for a moment. This he hadn't really counted. But no matter what, we have to hurry up and try to get the mountain protecting formation back to its original state as soon as possible. Next, the crowd had an in-depth discussion around the details of repairing the mountain protection formation, from the search for materials, to the specific division of labor among the personnel. All of them were arranged in great detail. Their Xianyuan sect seemed to have returned to its incomparable heyday a few hundred years ago. There's really something to look forward to. By the way, Patriarch Lin, repairing the mountain protection formation requires a great deal of spiritual energy. One of the elders reminded. Don't we have to prepare some spirit-rich magic treasures and pills for everyone to use? However, there's Xianyuan sect now. The entire clan could not come up with these magic treasures and pills. Well, that's natural. Lin Haofan nodded. How much is left in the sect now? No more. The clan's warehouse, magic treasures and pills are gone. No more? Nothing at all? Lin Haofan's face was shocked and his eyes were glazed over. Thinking of Mo Qinshua's instructions before he left the house, he restrained his expression again and tried to look serious. Meanwhile, he kept admonishing himself in his mind. Be serious. I am the patriarch. I am the patriarch. Every move must be serious. What's all this fuss about? What do the disciples below think of me? What do people outside think of the Xianyuan sect? LOL. Being a leader is just annoying. Elder, what do you mean by that? Lin Haofan asked in a cold voice. He had thought about the Xianyuan sect being poor, but he genuinely did not expect that the Xianyuan sect would be so poor. There's nothing in the warehouse. That's a bit too much. Do you really want Lin Haofan to subsidize the entire Xianyuan sect? Lin Haofan felt like a girl who had married the wrong person, taking all her dowry to subsidize her poor husband's family. It's hard to think about it in any way. Lin Patriarch, you don't know. Over the years, our Xianyuan sect has had extremely low production of spirit fields and spirit mines because of the demonic qi that surrounds it. This situation has only improved since your arrival. The pills and magic treasures that our clan used before were actually from previous stocks. In the great battle a few days ago, we even spent all of our pills and magic treasures to treat and heal our injured disciples. The elder spoke with such sincerity that the other disciples present had their eyes reddened. Hell, they've had a hell of a time all these years. It's really too bad. It's really the existence of the sniffers. Well, okay, I understand the situation. It's not your fault. You guys, after all, you've worked hard. Seeing that the mood of the crowd was a bit low, Lin Haofan spoke out to comfort them. You guys don't have to worry about the magic treasures and pills. Leave it to me. I will prepare magic treasures and pills for you. Yes, thank you, Patriarch Lin. Thank you, Patriarch Lin. Thank you, Patriarch Lin. Thank you, Patriarch Lin. Just as the crowd chanted to thank Patriarch Lin, an untimely voice suddenly came from the crowd. Patriarch Lin, I've heard that there are some rare ores hidden in a secret realm in the back of the clan's mountains that might be able to be used to repair the mountain protection formation. A disciple suddenly said, "Oh, is that even possible?" A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Haofan's eyes. Can you be sure? The disciple is sure. The disciple said seriously. When I was picking herbs in the mountains before, I stumbled upon the entrance to that secret realm. Only that it was so dangerous that I didn't dare to go deeper. This is a major matter. After the meeting, you and a few elders will go to the back of the mountain and explore that secret place. If there are truly usable ores, be sure to bring them back. Lin Haofan said. Okay, Patriarch Lin. The disciple responded excitedly. He was also considered to have struck up a conversation with Patriarch Lin today. The disciple secretly vowed in his heart that he would do well in what Patriarch Lin had given him. This was the first time Patriarch Lin had given him a task. He must complete it perfectly and strive to leave a good impression in Patriarch Lin's heart. As the discussion progressed, the plan to repair the mountain protector formation became more and more refined. the crowd's hearts were also filled with anticipation. Is there really a possibility of repairing the mountain protection formation that has been damaged for years? They were well aware that repairing the mountain protection formation was not only to defend against foreign enemies, but it was also a crucial step for the Xianyuan sect to revitalize its glory. Alright, this is where the discussion about repairing the mountain protector formation ends. Lin Haofan looked at the crowd and said with a firm expression, "This restoration is a matter of the safety and security of the clan, as well as the future of each and every one of us. I hope we all work together and will get back to the top together. Work together to get back to the top." The crowd chanted in unison, their voices resounding through the hall. There was confidence and determination in his voice. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Haofan stood alone outside the great hall. He looked at the damaged mountain protection formation in the distance. The heart is secretly sad. While missing the old days, Lin Haofan was a human being at that time. Do whatever you want. It was different now. He had the Xianyuan sect behind him, and he was now the sect leader of the Xianyuan sect. Before doing anything, he had to weigh whether or not this would have any bad effects on the Xianyuan sect. Not free at all. However, it did feel good to be surrounded by people calling the patriarch. No wonder those people, who go to great lengths and do whatever it takes to move up the ladder. It's really cool after all that. Afterwards, Lin Haofan began to prepare the materials needed to repair the mountain protection formation. Those materials, he didn't know if he had them in his warehouse. What materials are needed now? He doesn't even know. However, it was good that he had the spiritual wisdom treasure. With the help of the Spirit Wisdom Treasure Guide, Lin Haofan quickly found all the required repair materials in his warehouse. Luckily, the repair materials needed were all available in his warehouse, and there are quite a few. The required supplies had already been put together by Lin Haofan. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect were also active. They were contributing to the repair of the mountain protector formation according to the established plan. The entire Xianyuan sect was immersed in a busy and hopeful atmosphere. A battle to revitalize the sect quietly started. Chapter 153, How Rich? When the news of Lin Haofan's decision to offer the materials in his warehouse for the repair of the mountain protecting formation spread in the Xianyuan sect, the entire sect instantly exploded as the disciples of the Xianyuan sect ran around, their faces filled with disbelief. Have you guys heard? Patriarch Lin is planning to take the materials from his warehouse to repair the mountain protector formation. Ha, that can't be right. Yeah, this is a rumor, right? It must take a lot of materials to repair the mountain protection array. Sovereign Lin's warehouse shouldn't be enough. The young disciple clearly had a misunderstanding of Lin Haofan's strength. He didn't even understand how rich Lin Haofan was. When he saw Lin Haofan's warehouse, he would definitely be shocked. Really? That's Patriarch Lin's private warehouse. Who knows how many rare treasures are hidden inside? The other disciple's mouth opened so wide that it could fit an egg. His face full of shock couldn't be hidden. 1,000 times true. The elders have all confirmed it themselves. I heard that many of the materials in Sect Master Lin's warehouse are things we've never even seen before, and they're all incredibly rare. For a while, the sect was filled with murmurs. Everyone's admiration for Lin Haofan went back up to a new level. Originally, the crowd had been astonished at the heaven-defying strength that Lin Haofan had displayed in that vicious battle with the Lightning Sect. Now that he had learned that he was so generous, he didn't hesitate to take out his own treasures to guard the Xianyuan sect. This commitment to the clan by Lin Haofan was really deeply convincing to everyone present. Patriarch Lin is truly amazing. Not only is his strength beyond imagination, but most importantly, he's also dedicated to our clan. Yes, following such a patriarch, it will be hard for our Xianyuan sect not to return to the top. That's right. In the future, I'll definitely try my hardest to cultivate hard and never let down Patriarch Lin's expectations. Amidst the crowd's marvel and emotion, the task of repairing the mountain protection formation officially kicked off. Before he started repairing the mountain protection formation, Lin Haofan first inspected the damage to the mountain protection formation. Lin Haofan realized that the damaged condition of the mountain protecting formation was really miserable. The originally radiant array pattern was like dead wood that had lost its vitality at this moment. It became dull and lifeless. Most importantly, part of the formation base was also covered in cracks. The situation is really not optimistic. Lin Haofan stood in front of the grand formation with a grave expression. He looked serious, and his eyes were like torches. He carefully examined every detail of the damage to the mountain protection formation. In his heart, he already had a general understanding of the damage to the mountain protection formation. Beside Lin Haofan, the elders and many disciples had already been standing by. They were always ready, just waiting for Lin Haofan's next command. Gentlemen, the mountain protector formation is related to the survival of our clan. This restoration task is extremely difficult, but I firmly believe that as long as we work together and twist our arms, we will be able to restore it to its former majesty. Lin Haofan's voice was firm and strong. Yes, Patriarch Lin. Yes, Patriarch Lin. The crowd responded in unison. the sound deafening and full of high fighting spirit. Deeply afraid that other people's voices would overpower their own, the first to act were the disciples responsible for carrying the materials. They pushed a special cart and entered Lin Haofan's warehouse. Walking into the warehouse, the crowd let out an incredulous gasp. Does that make sense? So many things belong to Patriarch Lin? Just what kind of god is Patriarch Lin? It is surprising that there are so many rare materials. So much material that they've really never seen before. What's more, it's something that can only be found in ancient texts, but it's dazzling. All kinds of rare materials are available. There were spirit crystals that could unleash destructive power, and each of them contained great amounts of energy. The slightest touch releases a frightening amount of energy. There was also basalt iron that shimmered with a metallic luster. The hardness of the Xian iron was beyond everyone's imagination. It was heavy in my hand. Xian iron was an excellent material for repairing formation bases, and a formation base repaired with it was as solid as a rock. Normal people can't destroy it at all. The disciples of the Xian Yuan sect carefully carried these precious materials onto the vehicles. They pushed these materials as if they were holding rare treasures, then hurried towards the large formation. Be careful. These spirit crystals are very precious. If we accidentally bump into them, we can't afford it. A disciple in charge of carrying the goods was filled with nervousness as he urged his companion beside him with a serious expression. Don't worry. I'm a steady hand. I'll never go wrong. The companion responded with conviction while placing the spirit crystals more carefully on the cart. He double-checked it several times before placing it. Make sure the spirit crystals are placed securely. Next to the mountain protection formation, those disciples who specialized in formations, led by the elders, were studying the damaged formation patterns with full concentration. They held the special rune pens tightly in their hands. It was gesticulating around the array pattern without stopping, and was reciting words under his breath. They tried to decipher the key to repairing the mountain protection formation. You guys, there's a serious disturbance in the flow of spiritual energy in this section of the formation. We have to fix this place first before we can return the spiritual energy circulation of the entire grand formation to normal. One of the elders frowned. He seems to have found a solution. The elder pointed at a formation pattern and said to the disciple beside him with a serious expression. Well, the disciples nodded their heads, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the place where the elder pointed. The movements of their hands didn't stop, and they had been carefully recording every word the elder said. They then picked up the spirit crystals that had been shipped from the warehouse. The people were instructed by the elders. Holding his breath, he carefully embedded the spirit crystal into the groove of the array pattern. The moment the spirit crystal was embedded, a slight buzzing sound was emitted in the silence. Buzz. The voice, though not loud, seemed to carry incredible magic. The originally dull formation patterns looked like they had been awakened. Surprisingly, it began to flicker with a faint glow, like a glimmer of light coming on in the darkness. It worked! It worked! The disciples cheered excitedly, their faces beaming with joy. Their eyes were glittering with excitement. Don't you guys get too happy yet. This is just the first step. There are still a large number of places that need to be repaired in the mountain protecting formation. Yeah, let's just lighten up and not get too happy too soon. It's easy to be happy too soon. You know that. The elder put away the smile on his face and said with a serious expression. We still have a huge task ahead of us. A long way to go, guys. Meanwhile, those disciples who were strong had already taken the initiative to bear the heavy burden of carrying the heavy formation foundation stones. Each of these stones weighs 1,000 pounds. With the strength of one person alone, it was impossible to move the slightest bit, and it required the concerted efforts of several people to lift it. Chapter 154, The Big Project. The disciples were neatly lined up on either side of the stone, and in unison they chanted slogans. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The chanting of slogans was neat and strong, and their unity was evident in all their voices. The crowd's teeth were clenched. In unison, they slowly lifted the stone block, and step by step, they slowly walked towards the formation base that needed to be repaired. Dense beads of sweat covered the foreheads of the crowd. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek, and the shirt had long been soaked with sweat and clung to his body. The whole group looked exhausted, but not a single person cried out of fatigue, much less flinched. Come on, guys, as long as all these stones are placed, the mountain protection formation will become even stronger. Come on, let's try harder. A leading disciple shouted at the top of his voice filled with inspiring power. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. At the same time, their steps have become more determined. One step after another, they moved steadily forward. Just like today's Xian Yuan sect, it was moving forward steadily, one step at a time. In the process of repairing the mountain protection formation, all sorts of difficulties came one after another. Some of the damaged formations are simply too complex. Even the experienced and knowledgeable elders were stumped for a moment. Trying to find a fix is really difficult. Several experienced and usually knowledgeable elders were currently gathered in front of a damaged formation pattern. Their brows were furrowed and their faces were filled with anxiety and helplessness. The damage to this formation was extremely complicated, and the originally neat and orderly lines were now twisted and entangled together. Spiritual energy fluttered about in it without any regularity, as if it was an unraveling mess. What can be done about this? I've been practicing for hundreds of years, and I've never seen such a complicated situation of damage to a formation pattern. An elder stroked his beard, shook his head inside, his eyes revealing a deep sense of frustration. Yeah, I've tried several conventional fixes to no avail. This formation pattern doesn't accept the injection of spiritual energy at all. Another elder chimed in, anxiety written on his face as well. What to do? If this continues, the progress of repairing the mountain protection formation will be delayed. No way. We have to do something, the elder said with a worried face, and his gaze swept to the disciples who were busy elsewhere from time to time. Several elders tried some more methods, but still to no avail. They understood in their hearts that it would be difficult to solve this dilemma with their current abilities. They had no choice but to ask Lin Haofan for help. I believe that with Lin Haofan's ability, there must be a way to solve this matter. Patriarch Lin, there's a damaged formation over here that's too complicated. Nowadays, we really can't find a way to fix it, so we'd like you to come and take a look. An elder hurriedly found Lin Haofan and said with earnest words. Under the elder's leadership, Lin Haofan came to that damaged formation pattern. He leaned down and scrutinized the formation. A moment later, Lin Haofan's brows became tighter and tighter as he completely fell into deep thought. The surrounding elders and disciples saw this. There was a lot of holding of breath. They silently stopped what they were doing. His eyes were tightly fixed on Lin Haofan. They were curious about Lin Haofan's next move. They all knew that Lin Haofan was powerful. However, the complexity of this formation was really beyond imagination. No one dared to guarantee that Lin Haofan would be able to repair it successfully. After some thought, Lin Haofan finally had a general idea of repair in his mind, only to see him slowly stretch out his hands and gently touch the array pattern. Lin Haofan's hand had just touched the array pattern when he felt a wave of disordered spiritual energy that traveled down his arm. Lin Haofan didn't let this sudden obtaining of spiritual power disturb his mind. He concentrated his mind and felt the flow of spiritual energy in the array pattern with his heart. Soon, Lin Haofan discovered the crux of the problem. The spiritual power nodes of this formation are misaligned, causing the spiritual power to not circulate properly. Lin Haofan said indifferently, that's why we need to adjust the misplaced nodes back before injecting the right amount of spiritual energy to repair them. After saying that, Lin Haofan's hands began to rapidly form seals. A channel of spiritual energy surged out from his palm and surged towards the array pattern. Lin Haofan's eyes were firmly fixed on the array pattern. He was fully focused on controlling the direction of his spiritual energy. After Lin Haofan's efforts, the originally disordered array pattern finally began to restore order, and the twisted patterns slowly stretched out. The elders and disciples around Lin Haofan looked dumbfounded. They had never seen such an amazing restoration. It was because every movement of Lin Haofan was smooth and natural. It was as if he was made to repair the mountain protector formation. Under Lin Haofan's efforts, the misplaced spiritual power nodes were finally adjusted back. Immediately after, Lin Haofan took out another special spirit crystal, which he embedded into the formation pattern. As soon as the spirit crystals were embedded, the array pattern emitted a dazzling light. The originally dull lines instantly came back to life. Powerful spiritual energy circulated and flowed through the array pattern, emitting a buzzing sound. Buzz. It worked! One disciple couldn't help but cheer, his face filled with excitement and thrill. Patriarch Lin is really powerful, being able to solve such a complicated problem. The elder exclaimed with admiration in his eyes. Yes, if it wasn't for Patriarch Lin, we really wouldn't know what to do. The crowd chimed in. The commotion over here attracted a lot of people over. The other disciples gathered around. They looked at the repaired formation. He looked at Lin Haofan again. The eyes that looked at Lin Haofan, on the other hand, were filled with awe. Lin Haofan's image in their hearts was already too high. But because of this moment, Lin Haofan's omnipotent image was a little taller. Lin Haofan was the god of their Xianyuan sect. He was always there to save the day when it counted. All sorts of difficult problems were no big deal at all in Lin Haofan's hands. Lin Haofan can solve all of them, no matter what. Patriarch Lin, you are truly amazing. Yeah, the crowd's praises came pouring in, and Lin Haofan seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago. He waved his hand, a slight smile. Let's not just be happy. There are still other parts of the mountain protection formation that need to be repaired. Let's continue. Aha, good. I'll listen to Patriarch Lin. Yes, Sovereign. The crowd nodded and responded. The crowd returned to their posts and continued to devote themselves to the repair work of the mountain protection formation. Under Lin Haofan's careful guidance, the restoration is gradually getting on track and progressing more and more smoothly. Chapter 155, Successful Repair. As time passed by minute, the mountain protection formation was gradually being repaired and perfected. The originally dull and lifeless formation pattern gradually regained its former luster as if it had been reborn. Only a bright light was seen flowing merrily between the array patterns. The entire grand formation regained its luster. The foundation of the mountain protection formation had basically been repaired. With Lin Haofan's help, the foundation was laid very firmly. Unsurprisingly, there was no problem at all in using the foundation of this mountain protector formation for a few hundred years. The solid foundation gave the disciples of the Xianyuan sect a full sense of security. The many disciples and elders, although their faces were tired, could not hide the excitement and pride in their eyes as they shuttled about, carrying out the final details of checking and organizing the work. At this moment, Elder Zhang Li stepped forward. He had already slowed down from the previous betrayal of Li Deming, re-engaged in the construction project of the clan. During this period of time, he had been busy dealing with the matter of repairing the mountain protection formation. There was still no time to thank Lin Haofan. He had a lot to say to Lin Haofan. Only, she was now slow to find the opportunity. Zhang Li looked around, cleared his throat, and said in a loud voice, "Gentlemen, the repair of our mountain protection formation is now nearing its end. This journey was thanks to Patriarch Lin's wise leadership, as well as everyone working together. Now that we've reached this crucial final step, I propose that Patriarch Lin place this last spirit crystal. What do you all think?" After saying that, Zhang Li's eyes looked towards Lin Haofan. This glance contains a lot. There are thanks and apologies. Yeah, that's right. It's time for Patriarch Lin to come. Ha ha ha. I'm for it. I express my strong support. I'm for it, the disciples responded, their voices rising and falling with enthusiasm and anticipation. Everyone cheered while automatically giving way to a channel, while their gazes were directed towards Lin Haofan and Yu Nison. The eyes of the disciples looking at Lin Haofan were all filled with respect and trust. There would never be another person in the world that was so suitable to be their Xianyuan sect's patriarch. One could only say that this decision of Patriarch Li was incomparably correct. They will always remember Patriarch Li's kindness, always thankful for Patriarch Li's. To the cheers of the crowd, Lin Haofan was slightly stunned. Then he revealed a gentle smile. Lin Haofan, surrounded by the crowd, took large strides towards the core of the grand formation. At this moment, that last piece of spirit crystal was being placed in an exquisite jade box. That jade box gave off a warm luster. Lin Haofan walked to the jade box and stood steadily. He gently picked up the spirit crystal. Meditate and feel the power emanating from the spirit crystal. This spirit crystal was exactly what was taken out of his warehouse. The great power it contains is self-evident. It was as if that power resonated subtly with his own spiritual energy. In the midst of the crowd's anticipation, Lin Haofan slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the expectant faces around him. Seeing the people of the Xianyuan sect trusting him like this, Lin Haofan couldn't help but feel a warm current welling up in his heart. Lin Haofan gripped the spirit crystal tightly in his hand and said loudly at the disciples below, "This isn't just my personal honor. It's also the result of the joint efforts of our Xianyuan sect, all the elder disciples." Lin Haofan's voice was firm and powerful, constantly echoing in the scene. After saying that, Lin Haofan took a deep breath. "I hope that our Xianyuan sect continues to work hard and grow bigger and stronger. Make it big and strong. Make it big and strong. Make it big and strong." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Haofan slowly crouched down, aimed the spirit crystal in his hand at the groove at the core of the large formation. There was a click. The spirit crystals and the grooves fit perfectly. The moment the spirit crystal fit perfectly with the groove, an intense light blossomed from the center of the formation. The gloomy sky of the Xianyuan sect was suddenly illuminated. In the next second, the light spread rapidly along the formation lines, covering the entire mountain protection formation in an instant. Powerful spiritual fluctuations centered on the grand formation and spread out in all directions, blowing the crowd to the point where they were about to lose their footing. This spiritual energy instantly swept through the entire restoration site. The disciples were originally still immersed in the joy of their impending great success. At this moment, he was caught off guard by this sudden shock of powerful spiritual energy. Only their bodies shook involuntarily. Some stumbled backward several steps, arms flailing wildly in the air as they tried to keep their balance. There were also disciples with even lower cultivation levels that were even more exaggerated. They actually directly took their feet off the ground, and their entire body was blown up by the spiritual energy. Right in the middle of such a mess, we all pulled each other along and supported each other, and only barely managed to get on our feet. Phew! A disciple gasped for air, panic written all over his face. His legs were still shaking now. Just a little bit, just a little bit. He was about to be blown away by the spirit. Luckily, the big brother next to him pulled him up. When he thought about it, his uncontrolled body just now, His heart was beating straight. He vowed that he would definitely dive into cultivation in the future. This kind of disgrace today can't happen a second time. He was the only little hot chick on the scene, and he was almost blown away. I'm about to lose my footing. Why is this spiritual energy so strong? Wow, this spiritual energy fluctuation is too big. It feels like it's going to lift me off the ground. The other disciple also screamed, his hands gripping a boulder beside him with a death grip, his knuckles all white from the excessive force. Hiss, Patriarch Lin deserves to be Patriarch Lin. You guys, look at Patriarch Lin. A sharp-eyed disciple suddenly shouted, his voice filled with shock and at the same time envy. The crowd followed the direction of his finger. It was only seen in a crowd of people who were falling over and in a state of disarray. Lin Hao stood still and didn't move even half a step. That berserk spiritual energy whistled past him, yet it seemed to have no effect on him. Lin Haofan's sleeves were making a salsa sound as his spiritual energy fluttered. But it was only the sleeves. Not even a single strand of his hair was messed up. Lin Haofan's stance was erect and he stood there quietly. His eyes focused on the mountain protection formation that was gradually coming to life. He has a reassuringly calm demeanor about him. Patriarch Lin is too powerful. This spiritual fluctuation actually has no effect on him at all. Yeah, if I were half as strong as Patriarch Lin, I wouldn't be blown away like this. Patriarch Lin is our Xianyuan sect C-pin. With him around, we're not afraid of any difficulties. The disciples couldn't help but let out bursts of admiration while trying to stabilize their forms. The disciples' eyes were filled with admiration and yearning for Lin Haofan. As for the elders, although their cultivation was higher, under the impact of this powerful spiritual energy, it was inevitable that their bodies would sway. As they looked at Lin Haofan, in addition to marvel in their eyes, there were a few more points of relief and anticipation. Chapter 156, another provocation from the Light Veil faction. No thanks to their new patriarch, his strength was just awesome. In the face of such strong spiritual power fluctuations, it was surprising that nothing happened at all. Again, Lin Haofan, he's really good. At this moment, Lin Haofan's image in the hearts of the crowd became even taller. Lin Haofan had successfully subdued the Xianyuan sect's crowd by virtue of his own powerful charisma. In the eyes of the people of the Xianyuan sect, Lin Haofan not only had heaven-defying strength, he was the future hope and pillar of the Xianyuan sect. As long as Lin Haofan was around, there would be a day when their Xianyuan sect would return to the top. It worked! Yeah, aha! So great! We really did it! The mountain protector formation has been restored. The entire Xianyuan sect was in chaos. The cheers and screams of the crowd caused even the birds in the forest to be restless. The birds in the forest were also frightened by the commotion, fluttering their wings and hurrying away. In response, the Xianyuan sect's people were oblivious. They are still basking in the joy of a successful restoration. Lin Haofan, on the other hand, stood quietly in the light. Yes, the mountain protecting formation has been successfully repaired, Lin Haofan said with a smile. Looking at the reborn mountain protection formation, Zhang Li stood not far away, his eyes closely following Lin Haofan's figure. His gaze then slowly moved back to the refreshed mountain protection formation. At this moment, Zhang Li's heart was filled with emotions, and his thoughts drifted back in time. Once, his good friend, Li Deming, who was a sect elder, was blinded by interests. Doing the scandalous deed of betraying the sect brought great disaster to the Xianyuan sect. That traitor, Li Deming, was a far cry from Lin Haofan. Whether it was strength, commitment, or dedication to the sect, Li Deming was far inferior to Lin Haofan. Everything that Lin Haofan displayed made Zhang Li admire him. At this moment, a firm conviction surged in Zhang Li's heart. He decided that for the rest of his life, he would definitely assist Lin Haofan. Together with Lin Haofan, he wanted to make the Xianyuan sect develop and grow, so that the Xianyuan sect would blossom into the brightest light in this immortal cultivation world. It made all those forces that had once presumed to infringe upon the Xianyuan sect to be in awe of the Xianyuan sect. Zhang Li took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. He walked quickly to Lin Haofan's side and bowed respectfully, his gaze firm. Patriarch Lin, I, Zhang Li, hereby swear that I will do my utmost to assist you in the future and go through fire and water for the prosperity of the Xianyuan sect. Well, hearing this, Lin Haofan's face was unperturbed, but his heart was bursting with joy. Nice words, who wouldn't want to hear them? The successful repair of the mountain protecting array was like injecting the Xianyuan sect with a shot in the arm. It gave the entire Xianyuan sect new life and vigor. Since then, the Xianyuan sect disciples cultivated harder and harder. Every day at dawn, the martial arts practice field was piled high with people. It's not just the disciples who make the effort. The elders of the Xianyuan sect were also pouring out their teachings. He could not wait to impart all the cultivation experience and profound spells he had accumulated over the years to his disciples. Under Lin Haofan's leadership, the entire Xianyuan sect was presenting a positive, flourishing and prosperous scene. However, all of this was seen by the Lightning sect and the surrounding clans. Looking at the Xian Yuan sect's crowd that was working harder and harder, a strong uneasiness arose in their hearts. The Gossamer faction of this is particularly disturbing. Looking at it, their Light Veil faction would soon be able to take out the Xian Yuan sect to become the boss of the party. As a result, a Lin Haofan suddenly ran out, cracked their Lightning faction's attack not to mention, and killed their patriarch. Although, at that time, Lin Haofan spared the rest of them. But this revenge, the Light Veil sect must be avenged. Now that he saw the Xian Yuan sect rapidly recovering under Lin Haofan's leadership, they were even more afraid that the Xian Yuan sect would snatch their resources and shake their position in the immortal cultivation world after they regained their peak. Thus, Shanhua, the new patriarch of the Lightning faction, a small-minded, ambitious guy, Shanhua paced back and forth in his chamber, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he was calculating in his mind how to suppress the Xian Yuan sect's sharpness. These guys from the Xian Yuan sect, they actually repaired the mountain protector formation in a short period of time, and they even made a mess of it. We must not let them go on so smoothly. Yang Fan gritted his teeth, the muscles on his face twisting slightly from anger. At that moment, his men stepped forward and fawned. Patriarch, in my opinion, we can unite the other clans around us and organize a clan competition, under the banner of exchanging and sparring, but in reality, let the Xian Yuan sect make a fool of themselves in the competition and thwart their prestige. At those words, Shengua's eyes lit up and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Good idea. Let's do it like this. Those small clans, they haven't received many favors from us on a regular basis. This time, let them follow us to deal with the Xian Yuan sect. I'm sure they wouldn't dare to disobey. Soon after, Shenhua began to act. He personally visited a few of the surrounding clans that were slightly weaker. Under Shenhua's coercion and lure, as well as various benefits, those small clans around the Xian Yuan sect, all eventually agreed to Shenhua's request, decided to join together in this conspiracy against the Xian Yuan sect. Not long afterward, news spread in the immortal cultivation world. A grand clan competition was about to kick off, led by the Lightning sect, with the cooperation of several sects. Once the news came out, it instantly attracted widespread attention from various immortal cultivators. Inside the Xian Yuan sect, the disciples were talking after learning the news. This Lightning sect, what is it up to again? Suddenly organizing a sect competition. It definitely doesn't have good intentions. Yes, we've just repaired the mountain protecting formation, and they come up with this, clearly trying to suppress us. Lin Haofan didn't have any extra reaction when he learned about this. With a calm expression, he summoned the elders and core disciples to the council chamber. It was decided to discuss the response together. Gentlemen, it's an obvious matter that the Lightning sect has joined forces with other sects to organize a competition with the intention of suppressing us. People are bullying us. We definitely can't back down from this. This is both a challenge and a chance for us to show the strength of the Xian Yuan sect. Aha! Them! Right, them! After this period of diligent cultivation, the disciples were also very confident. There is no fear in talking about it. Hating it, he immediately rushed to the Lightning faction and gave them 2 slaps on the face. By the way, threaten them again. Get out of the way. Don't come to mess with the Xian Yuan sect. The Xian Yuan sect is not something you Lightning sect can mess with. Unfortunately, it was just their fond imagination. With their current strength, this thing can't be done yet. After some thought, Zhang Li frowned and said, Patriarch Lin, for this competition, the other side must have made some preparations, so we need to deal with it cautiously. They will most likely tamper with the competition rules, the venue, and so on. Chapter 157, Preparations for the Competition. Lin Haofan nodded slightly. What Elder Zhang said is very true, so we need to get ready now. On the one hand, we have to step up the training of our disciples and enhance their strength, and on the other hand, we also have to pay close attention to the preparations for the competition and prepare in advance to deal with various emergencies. Understood, Patriarch Lin. The elders and the group of core disciples responded in unison. Their voices were loud and firm, echoing through the council chamber. Completely different from the Xian Yuan sect, which was filled with joy, was the Lightning sect's side. The new patriarch of the Lightning sect, Yang Yucheng. At this moment, he was sitting inside the lavishly decorated Great Hall of the Patriarch. At this moment, Yang Yucheng was crossing his legs and was wearing an arrogant smile on his face. How did he not realize that he was just going out for an adventure? He came back and became the new patriarch of the Lightning sect. That idiot Yang Fan couldn't even deal with the Xian Yuan sect. I really don't know how he became the patriarch of the Lightning faction. It's really bad luck for the Light Veil faction to be handed over to this kind of waste. But, well, it's not too late. That punk, Yang Fan, had already been destroyed by Lin Haofan. Yang Yucheng was surrounded by his cronies, who were tightly clustered around him, and kept flattering him in his ear. An air of pomposity permeated the entire hall. Patriarch Yang, our Lightning faction is relying on you. Patriarch Yang, you're really powerful. You're sitting in the position of patriarch at a young age. Patriarch Yang, this time we've united so many sects to organize a competition. That group of rookies from Xianyuan sect will definitely be scared less. We'll easily be able to trample them under our feet. And then the surrounding sects will still treat our lightning sect as a party boss. A sharp-faced disciple narrowed his eyes and smiled with a flattering smile, fearing that the other people present didn't know, as if he was kissing Yang Yuqing's ass. The disciples next to them, years of cultivation, told them they should be disdainful of this, but a hint of envy runs uncontrollably across their faces. They were actually damn envious of the pointy-faced disciple in front of them. Yang Yuqing was now the patriarch of the lightning sect, coaxing him to be happy. The little resources exposed in Yang Yuqing's hands, it's enough to keep them happy for a long time. Yang Yuqing also, unsurprisingly, laughed loudly. Yang Yuqing's laughter echoed continuously in the empty hall. Yang Yuqing patted the sharp-faced disciple's shoulder with a heartfelt smile. That's natural. The Xianyuan sect is nothing more than a bunch of losers. They lost to us before, and now even if they barely repaired the mountain protecting formation, what can they do? Just wait and see. This competition will be their end. Saying that, a sinister smile appeared on Yang Yuqing's face. Just when Yang Yuqing had his chest full and was already immersed in the joy of victory, a disciple with a striking scar on his face hesitantly stood out from the crowd. His name is Zhou Qing. Previously, during the conflict with the Xianyuan sect, Zhou Qing had witnessed Lin Haofan's terrifying strength. These days, Lin Haofan's terrifying strength had been echoing in his mind. When his eyes closed, it was the tragic situation of Patriarch Yang Fan before his tragic death, as well as the terrifying feeling of being suppressed by Lin Haofan's surrounding pressure. Yang Yuqing's words just now, he had been listening in silence. He knew Yang Yuqing's character very well. Yang Yuqing does have a bit of strength in him but not much. It was this half-pot of strength that created his arrogant and cocky character, not listening at all to the well-intentioned persuasion of others. If it wasn't for the fact that the lightning faction really had no one available at the moment, it was going to be impossible for this position of patriarch to be his turn. Originally, Zhou Chang did not want to say anything, but looking at those familiar faces, he really couldn't bear to let them just like that go to their deaths for nothing. This was his Zhou Qing's fellow disciple. He can't just see him die, but it was too much to resist at the moment. Zhou Chang stepped forward and said loudly, Patriarch Yang, the Xianyuan sect is by no means as simple as we thought. Lin Haofan's strength is unfathomable. I was, before, not waiting for Zhou Qing to finish his sentence. Yang Yuqing then slammed the table and bellowed, shut up. Yang Fan slammed the table with a thud. His face also instantly grimaced. Yang Yuqing's eyes widened in anger, glaring viciously at Zhou Qing as he continued to roar loudly. What are you talking about? The previous failure was just the previous patriarch being gullible, and now you're here to grow others' ambition and destroy your own. Have you been bribed by the Xianyuan sect to deliberately come and disturb the army? When he finished, he patted the chair again in dissatisfaction, slapped the chair to the ground. Those present tacitly buried their heads low, afraid that crazy man Yang Yuqing would vent his anger on himself. Zhou Qing, who is at the center of the conversation, is even more so. He was so shocked that his body trembled. Originally, he had planned to leave it at that and just let that punk Yang Yuqing go straight to his death. However, once he thought that it was about the safety of their clan, he still summoned up the courage to continue. Patriarch Yang, I'm loyal to the sect and I've never lied. Lin Haofan can make our experts powerless with a single wave of his hand. I guess after all this time, his disciples have all inherited his demeanor and are strong. We really need to be careful in this competition. Enough! Have you said enough? Yang Fan was furious and stood up, directly pointing his finger at Zhou Ping. He was shaking with anger and roared, what qualifications do you have to be here to tell this patriarch what to do? You're just scared by the Xianyuan sect and came back to find an excuse. If you dare to talk nonsense again, watch out for your head. Zhou Qing was also full of grievances at this time. He strained his neck, eyes red, and tried to explain a few more things, but when he saw Yang Yuqing's irritated look, and the surrounding crowd's eyes of either indifference or contempt, the words that came to his mouth were swallowed back. Finally, Zhou Qing helplessly lowered his head and retreated back into the corner. Although, his heart was filled with worry. These people deserved it. Humph, listen up all of you. Yang Fan coldly swept a circle of the crowd in the large hall and spoke loudly. We will undoubtedly win this clan competition. Whoever dares to speak demoralizing words and shake the military's heart again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, yes, the crowd hurriedly answered in unison, but their voices were tinged with a bit of fear. To the crowd's reaction, Yan Yucheng expressed his satisfaction. That's the lightning faction he leads. The war was nothing short of triumphant. No difficulty is too great to fear. Afterwards, Yang Yuqing turned his head to the close associate beside him and commanded in a low voice, Go, send someone to deliver the battle invitations to the Xianyuan sect. Tell them that they can't hide from this competition. They must come and participate. Yes, Sovereign. The cronies led the way. Chapter 158, handing over the battle invitation. Soon, Yang Yucheng's close friend, with a few of his men, arrived at the front of the Xianyuan sect's mountain gate with a fast horse. The guarding disciple of the Xianyuan sect saw that the visitors were from the lightning sect. The gods were instantly alert. The great battle between them and the lightning faction had just ended. What are these people doing here again? Aren't they scared yet? The guarding disciples of the Xianyuan sect tightly gripped the weapons in their own hands. They yelled at the visitor. Your Light Veil sect hasn't been scared yet? Today? What is the reason for coming to my Xianyuan sect? Gee whiz. Before it was merely that we weren't prepared. Humph. You guys give this battle invitation to your patriarch Lin. Our patriarch invites the Xianyuan sect to participate in this sect competition. The Light Veil faction's messenger was full of arrogance, casually handing the battle invitation forward. The guarding disciple frowned and received the battle invitation with a face full of disgust as he turned around and hurriedly walked towards the sect gate. In a short while, he arrived at the large hall where Lin Haofan was. Patriarch Lin, the lightning faction sent us a battle invitation, inviting us to participate in the sect competition. The disciple presented the battle invitation with both hands respectfully. Lin Haofan reached out to take it and opened it. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. Ha ha ha, is not what we expected. You go and tell the lightning faction emissary that our Xianyuan sect has taken it. Yes, Patriarch Lin. The disciple led the order to retreat, and he conveyed Lin Haofan's response in its entirety to the lightning sect emissary. Yo, I really didn't expect that your Xianyuan sect really dared to take it. Ha ha ha. You guys just wait to make a fool of yourselves at the competition. The Light Veil faction emissary unceremoniously snorted out a laugh. Then, with his men, he took off. As the day of the competition drew near, the clans around the Xianyuan sect were all abuzz. This clan competition was a matter of their clan status. Looking at the lightning sect's look of confidence, one could tell that this time, they were aiming for the position of the number one sect. Combined with the Xianyuan sect's previous performance, the number one sect this time around would definitely have to change. Time passes quickly. Soon, it was the day of the clan competition. The venue where the sect competition was held was located on top of a vast and sprawling plain. The place had been carefully decorated and high bleachers had been erected around it. Seats were available for the elders and disciples of the sects as well as the cultivators who came to watch the competition. In the center of the field, there was a huge martial arts stage. The martial arts platform was precisely built with special spirit materials that were sturdy and incomparable. A martial arts stage built with this kind of spiritual talent could withstand high-intensity spell attacks. And all around the martial arts stage, there were also various protective spell formations set up. This could prevent the aftermath of the battle from spreading to the spectators, as well as protect the safety of the participating disciples at critical moments. It could be said that the lightning sect had really put in a lot of effort for this sect competition. Various measures are in place, just waiting for the contestants to come over and compete. On the day of the race, the scene was magnificent and the atmosphere was very enthusiastic. Disciples from various sects, dressed in their own sect's special attire, were walking this way in groups. Looking around, the disciples of the Light Veil sect were all dressed in gorgeous Light Veil robes. Their gossamer robes shone brightly in the sunlight. The lightning faction disciples who hadn't suffered from Lin Haofan's severe beatings were walking towards the arena with their heads held high at this moment. It was as if the entire field was already in their pocket. Humph, look at the people from the Xianyuan sect. They really dare to come. I think they're just here to disgrace themselves. A lightning faction disciple said with a face full of mockery, an extremely disdainful expression on his face. Yeah, they don't think they squeaked out a win that time and will still win this time, do they? How much of their strength can be restored as their mountain protection formation has just been repaired? In this competition, we will beat them to death and let them know how powerful our lightning faction is. Another Light Veil sect disciple chimed in, fluttering his sleeves in triumph as he said so. Some of the disciples of the surrounding small sects followed and whispered. They hadn't seen the strength of the Xianyuan sect today. It's only natural to have such thoughts in your mind. The Xianyuan sect is afraid that it's hanging by a thread this time. With the lightning sect uniting so many sects, they're under a lot of pressure. Yes, but I feel that the new sect leader of the Xianyuan sect, Lin Haofan, is very strong, so we'll see how their disciples perform next. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect, led by Lin Haofan, walked into the arena with a neat and energetic pace. They were dressed in uniform basalt-colored robes with yellow belts around their waists, making them look very gallant. Ever since the Xianyuan sect's disciples entered the arena, the surrounding murmurs about their Xianyuan sect had not stopped. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect heard these murmurs around them though, but they were not affected in the slightest. One by two, still with their heads held high and their eyes determined. Not the slightest bit of the murmurings of these people were taken into account. Everyone, Don't pay attention to the comments of others. Let's just do well for ourselves. Remember, we represent the Xian Yuan sect, Lin Haofan said in a loud voice to the disciples. Yes, Patriarch Lin. The disciples responded in unison, their voices neat and powerful, drawing sideways glances from the surrounding crowd. The competition was about to begin, and the participating disciples from all the sects came to the side of the martial arts stage and stood in wait. They stood next to the martial arts stage and warmed up carefully. The disciples of the Xian Yuan sect were no exception. As they moved their muscles and bones, feeling the surge of spiritual energy in their bodies, always ready to meet the challenge. Next match, Tang Mao, a disciple of the Xian Yuan sect, versus Wang Chang, a disciple of the Lightning sect. The referee's voice echoed clearly through the arena. Xian Yuan sect's Tang Maoyu took a deep breath and steadily walked onto the martial arts stage. Wang Chang of the Light Veil faction, on the other hand, strutted onto the stage with a disdainful smile on his face. As he walked upwards, he also deliberately bumped Zhao Yu with his shoulder, muttering, "Kid, today I'll let you know the difference between your Xian Yuan sect and our Lightning sect. It's not certain who will lose and who will win." Deng Mao disliked him without showing any weakness. During this period of time, after Patriarch Lin's teachings, his strength had risen quite a bit. Against a Wang Chang, that wasn't more than enough. With the referee's order, the match officially began. Wang Chang took the lead as a long sword appeared in his hand, its body flashing with a cold light. He raised his sword and stabbed towards Deng Mao. Wang Chang's movements were swift and powerful, and the air was filled with the sound of hissing wind breaking, compared to Wang Chang, who was anxious to make a move on the opposite side. Tang Mao, on the other hand, appeared somewhat unfazed as he flashed his body with ease. Then he dodged Wang Chang's attack. Afterwards, Tang Mao's hands quickly made seals in the air, and his mouth also recited words. In just a moment, a wall of earth rose from the ground. Like a solid wall, it directly blocked Wang Chang's attack. Carving. Wang Chang snorted coldly as the long sword in his hand continued to swing. The earth wall was shattered in an instant, and the air was immediately filled with dust. Chapter 159, Two Parties in a Heated Battle. Wang Chang tapped his feet and vacated into midair, attacking towards Deng Mao once again. The long sword in Wang Chang's hand flashed with a cold light, stabbing straight towards Deng Mao's throat. The sword carried a whistling wind sound, and the air around it was broken open, making a hissing sound. The people next to him could tell that Wang Chang had used his full strength in this strike. It looks like he wants to take care of Deng Mao straight away. That's a stance that the average person would really be bluffed by. Tang Mao's eyes flickered when he saw this. He knew that Wang Chang's strength was not weak, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. He was well aware of the power of Wang Chang's sword. If he was stabbed, he would be in big trouble. At this point, there was an instant silence around the arena. Everyone's eyes widened and they held their breath. They were staring at the stage with dead eyes, fearing that they would miss some unimaginable image. Right at this moment of life and death, Tang Mao's mind suddenly floated to Lin Haofan's appearance. It was on the clan's martial arts practice field. The sun was shining, and Lin Haofan stood in front of the disciples, patiently teaching them spells. Remember guys, when you run into a great opponent, one panic and you're done. Therefore, you must calm yourselves to feel how the spiritual energy flows around you and find out the breaks in your opponent's moves. Lin Haofan's low voice rang in Tang Mao's ears. Remember, every time you make a move, don't just use your strength, but also rely on your brain. You must be skillful. When your opponent makes a move, you have to guess right away what he's going to do next, and then rush to figure out how to deal with it. Lin Haofan's voice constantly echoed in his ears. Deng Mao took a deep breath and tried to calm his thumping heart. He closed his eyes and threw away all the thoughts that were messing with his mind, trying to quiet his mind, a mind to feel the spiritual energy around him. Suddenly, Deng Mao realized, his own thoughts, which had been in disarray, became clear at once. It was as if he had sensed the direction of the spiritual energy driven up by Wang Chang's long sword swing. Most importantly, he had keenly discovered the cracks in Wang Chang's actions. Just at the moment when Wang Chang's long sword was about to stab Deng Mao's throat, Tang Mao's eyes snapped open, his eyes filled with determination. You're dead. Deng Mao quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, his right hand quickly gesticulated and he mouthed the words. But in the blink of an eye, a spiritual power shield appeared in front of Tang Mao's body. The spiritual shield that suddenly appeared just in time to block Wang Chang's killing blow. The long sword pierced the shield with a clang. At the same time there was a splash of sparks. Wang Chang didn't expect Deng Mao to have this ability. Eyebrows raised slightly, surprise in his eyes, but it was soon filled with anger. Wang Chang raised his hand and drew his sword back with force, intending to attack again. Unfortunately, the current Deng Mao wasn't one to be messed with. He took advantage of the fact that Wang Chang's old strength had just been used up and his new strength had yet to be utilized, and hurriedly used the Xian Yuan sect's spirit wind technique. Phew, the martial arts stage, which was calm and wave-free just a moment ago, suddenly swirled with a fierce wind. This wind was no ordinary wind. It was wrapped in Tang Mao's spiritual power. Under Dang Mao's control, the gale lunged straight towards Wang Chang. Wang Chang narrowed his eyes tightly. He was whipped around in the air by the sudden gust of wind, and he fell to the ground. Wang Chang desperately tried to stabilize his body, but unfortunately the wind was just too strong. Not being able to think for himself at all, Wang Chang's entire body was blown around in the air. At this time, Wang Chang was scared and regretful in his heart. How could he not expect that Tang Mao, who was originally weak, would turn the situation around in an instant? Below the martial arts stage, the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect were initially frightened by Wang Chang's vicious moves, and their hearts were raised to their throats. As a result, at this moment, they saw that Tang Mao had managed to counterattack, and the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect shouted out in excitement, "Dang Mao, good job! Senior brother Tang, go for it, kick his ass! Senior brother Tang, we're optimistic about you! Dang Mao, go for it, go for it, go for it, come on!" Tang Mao was using his strength on the martial arts stage, while the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect weren't idle either. They were cheering Dang Mao on stage at the top of their lungs. The shouts from the stage came one after another, and the voices cheering Dang Mao on never stopped. On one side, the Lightning Sect's disciples' faces went black. They couldn't believe that Wang Chang, who originally had the upper hand, was actually overwhelmed by Tang Mao at this moment. Does that make sense? Spare yourself the fact that you are now in the upper hand. But Dang Mao still didn't relax. Knowing that the battle wasn't done yet today, he concentrated and mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body. Dang Mao's eyes were fixed on Wang Chang, who was struggling in the air. Dang Mao's hands kept changing positions in the air, and the movements in his hands were non-stop. How is this possible? Wang Chang, who felt the change in Tang Mao, was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Tang Mao to be so strong, but Wang Chang, he was after all an elite disciple of the Lightning Sect. After some effort, it re-stabilized. He gritted his teeth and continued to attack Dang Mao. Wang Chang swung the longsword in his hand faster, and the sword's shadow was heavy, enveloping Dang Mao. Under the stage, the disciples of the Lightning Sect saw Wang Chang start to fight back. The hanging heart dropped back down. They all started shouting and cheering for Wang Chang. Wang Chang, go for it! Wang Chang, defeat him! Let them know how powerful our Lightning faction is! Master Wang, go for it! The chants of the crowd rose up and resounded throughout the arena. Soon, the match entered a white-hot stage amidst intense fighting between the two sides. The two of them, Dang Mao and Wang Chang, went back and forth, fighting back and forth. The people from the other clans, because they didn't care about their own business, watched from the side. Every now and then a sigh of relief would escape. TSK, today is really an eye-opener. Awesome. These two are comparable in strength. Wow. Guess which one of them will win? Geez, who's talking trash about the Xian Yuan sect? Stand out. The strength is still trash? Right. I'd like to see just what kind of god dares to call the Xian Yuan sect trash. I have a feeling that the Light Veil sect has really kicked the bucket by messing with the Xian Yuan sect. TSK. Intuition tells me that this time, the Light Veil faction is really dead after messing with the Xian Yuan sect. The others, eating off the stage, and Dang Mao and Wang Chang fought it out on stage. The spiritual energy of the two collided on the martial arts stage, emitting a dazzling light. The audience on the stage watched with rapt attention, occasionally letting out bursts of amazement. Good, Dang Mao, good fight. That's the way to fight. Make your best effort and defeat him. Lin Haofan watched the match from the stage, secretly cheering for Dang Mao in his heart. In fact, he was very confident in Dang Mao's strength and believed that Dang Mao would be able to win this match. This was because before this competition, Lin Haofan had conducted one-on-one training for each participating disciple. Chapter 160, The End of the Game. Chapter 160, The End of the Game. After some intense exchanges, Dang Mao gradually captured Wang Chang's cracks in the back-and-forth battle. Tang Mao's heart was first shocked, and then a wave of uncontrollable joy welled up. Good lord, now I've finally caught you, haven't I? Tang Mao said secretly in his heart. I've been watching him play hard to get before and it's suffocating me. When he recalled Wang Chang's arrogant appearance just now, Tang Mao became angry. And you've been laughing at our Xian Yuan sect. There'll be a good time for you kid later. Tang Mao tried to hold down his emotions, and after taking a deep breath, he kept admonishing himself mentally that Patriarch Lin has always said that when you find an opportunity, you have to seize it and never let up. Tang Mao stabilized his mind, quickly calculating his next attack in his mind. Right now, Dunmo. I need to start the attack now before he comes back to his senses. I'm going to let him, Wang Chang, know how powerful our Xian Yuan sect is with this strike. The thought of being able to teach Wang Chang a hard lesson soon. The corners of Tang Mao's mouth just couldn't help but rise wildly. The creases around the corners of his eyes were stacked on top of each other. Dang Mao saw the moment. A fierce bellow, the spiritual energy within his body instantly erupted, and the powerful spell, the inflammatory explosion technique, struck out from Tang Mao's hands. Put! Dang Mao raised his hand and punched the fireball out with force. A huge ball of fire flew towards Wang Chang's face. Wherever the fireballs passed by, there was a ZZ sound. The crowd only felt a wave of heat coming in front of their eyes. Wang Chang on the opposite side tried to dodge, but it was too late. In the next instant, the fireball engulfed him. Aha! Wang Chang screamed miserably and kept waving his hands. Bang! A violent explosion followed. Wait for the fireball to dissipate. The crowd looked towards the place where Wang Chang stood before, only to see that Wang Chang had long since fallen to the ground. Under the scorching heat of the fireball, Wang Chang had long since lost his face. All that was left was a charred black body, limply collapsing on the martial arts stage. His limbs were twisted, not to mention fighting back. Even the faint breath at the tip of his nose was almost gone, his life signs nearly disappearing. The stage instantly exploded, and the originally noisy arena was suddenly quiet for a split second, followed by a burst of gasps. This Xian Yuan sect disciple is also too powerful. A young disciple from a small sect grabbed the hand of the fellow disciple next to him with an incredulous expression. His fellow disciples were also in a state of shock at this time, and did not notice the movements of his hands. The fellow disciple nodded approvingly in agreement. Before, I thought that the Xian Yuan sect had just gone through a great war and their strength was not working, but I didn't expect that they were actually still this strong. TSK, 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 as expected of the Xian Yuan sect, they've been silent for so long, but their strength is still so strong. It's really powerful. Yeah, this Tang Mao looks young, but this spell is not small in power. He directly beat Wang Chang of the lightning sect to the point of being powerless. The elder of another small sect stroked his beard, his eyes filled with surprise and appreciation. It seems like we all underestimated the Xian Yuan sect before. I thought that in this competition, the lightning sect had united so many sects that they would definitely be able to take down the Xian Yuan sect with ease. But I didn't expect the strength of the Xian Yuan sect's disciples to be so terrifying. A disciple from a medium-sized sect couldn't help but exclaimed, this Xian Yuan sect, with a strong person like Lin Haofan in attendance and disciples who are all so outstanding, the future is unlimited. A senior casual cultivator shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration. He then murmured, it seems like the pattern of the immortal cultivation world is afraid to change because of the Xian Yuan sect. In the camp of the lightning sect, the disciples were all blue in the face. Where would they have thought that Wang Chang would lose so completely? While Chen Guo sat in the VIP seat, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening as the anger and resentment in his heart reached its peak. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chen Guo growled in a low voice. The Xian Yuan clan. How could the Xian Yuan clan? How could they be so strong? There must be something wrong somewhere. Chen Guo yelled hysterically, but the truth was now before his eyes, and he could not help but believe it. On the Xian Yuan sect's side, the disciples cheered and hugged each other excitedly. Dang Mao, you're amazing. Yes, another win for our Xian Yuan sect. It really is too much for our Xian Yuan sect's face. Tang Mao stood on the martial arts stage and looked at the cheering allies below the stage. Another look at Wang Chang, who had been turned into a pile of charcoal, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Today, he had human life on his hands. In fact, he didn't want Wang Chang's life at all. However, Wang Chang's every move was aimed at his little life. If, on the other hand, he doesn't strike harder, he's the one who's dead right now. Staring at the dark pile of coke, Deng Mao let out a long sigh. Lin Haofan's voice suddenly came out in his ear. Deng Mao, you did a great job. The survival of the fittest is the operating rule of the immortal cultivation world. You don't have to feel guilty about Wang Chang's death. Seeing that Tang Mao's mood wasn't very high, Lin Haofan utilized his voice transmission skill to comfort him. Hearing Lin Haofan's words, a bright smile reappeared on Tang Mao's face. Dunmo knew that the battle was not fought for himself, and the victory in this match did not only belong to himself, but also to the entire Xian Yuan sect. He believed that the Xian Yuan sect would definitely prove its strength to the entire immortal cultivation world in this competition. Tang Mao of the Xian Yuan sect, the winner! The referee's loud voice reached the ears of everyone present. Yeah, we won! The disciples of the Xian Yuan sect cheered as they excitedly embraced each other, their faces all overflowing with the joy of victory. Deng Mao, good job! Deng Mao, good job! Worthy of being a disciple of our Xian Yuan sect. A good start for us. Lin Haofan looked at the victorious Deng Mao with a pleased smile on his face. On the other hand, the atmosphere on the Lightning faction's side was low as hell. Everyone in the Light Veil faction buried their heads in death for fear of being noticed by Chen Gui in front of them, only to see that Chen Gui's face in front of him was as black as the bottom of a pot. The forehead was bruised. The next second there's the possibility of just storming off. Wastes, what a bunch of losers. And sure enough, not surprisingly, Guo was furious and stormed out. Turning his head directly, he roared at the disciples behind him. If you can't even defeat a small minion of the Xianyuan sect, what else can you guys do? What's the use of raising a bunch of you rice buckets? At that moment, a small mutter came from the Lightning faction disciples. I told you that the Xianyuan sect should not be underestimated. How dare you? Guo turned his head violently and stared viciously at Zhou Ping. Have you been longing for our Lightning faction to lose? Did you conspire with the Xianyuan sect to purposely make trouble? You get the hell out of here and get out of my sight right now. Chapter 161, Clan Showdown. Zhou Ping closed his mouth full of helplessness, thinking to himself, their Light Veil faction had really kicked the bucket this time. Guo, this dumbass is not as good as Yang Fan before. Guo was still storming around, not realizing in the slightest that because of his own gullibility, the Light Veil faction was being pushed step by step into the abyss. At this time Guo was still immersed in unrealistic fantasies. He deluded himself into thinking that the Lightning faction would redeem itself in the next match. Unbeknownst to them, a greater failure was creeping up on them. In the next match, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect continued to play steadily, winning game after game. I didn't expect the disciples of the Xianyuan sect to be so powerful. We did underestimate them before. The Lightning sect's disciples, on the other hand, had increasingly ugly faces. They had originally thought that with the advantage of uniting other sects, they would definitely be able to easily suppress the Xianyuan sect in the competition. However, he did not expect that the disciples of the Xianyuan sect would be so tenacious, and the situation of the match gradually developed in the Xianyuan sect's favor. Humph, this is just the beginning. There's something even better waiting for them behind. Guo looked at the field of play, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Guo secretly vowed in his heart that he would find a way to make a fool out of the Xianyuan sect in this competition, and would never let them continue to be so scenic. The game gradually entered the white-hot stage in a heated atmosphere. The match had advanced to the last section, which was also the most crucial part of the match, clan to clan, setting up formations to attack each other. This last part not only tests the individual strength of the disciples of each clan, but also has very high requirements for the tacit cooperation of the whole clan and the use of formations. Guo of the Light Veil sect, as the main planner of this competition, he naturally had to work for the benefit of his sect. So, he secretly added this link behind the back of the Xianyuan sect's people. Guo's eyes dripped and a smug smile appeared on his face, because in his opinion, Lin Haofan had just come to the Xianyuan sect not long ago and wanted to familiarize himself with the various formations of the Xianyuan sect in a short period of time and reach a high level of tacit understanding with the disciples. That's a no-brainer, an impossible task. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan sect, you guys have to be planted in my hands this time. Guo's face was gloomy as he glared at Lin Haofan's back, just like a scary peeping Tom. They of the Light Veil sect had prepared in advance for this last part, and the formation had been rehearsed countless times, just waiting to completely trample the Xianyuan sect under their feet at this final juncture. This time, our Light Veil sect will definitely raise our eyebrows in the immortal cultivation world and let everyone know that we are the overlord of this region. Guo clenched his fists, a fervent light flashing in his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. On the other hand, the Xianyuan sect's crowd was still unaware of this plot by Guo. Lin Haofan was leading his disciples to summarize the experience of the previous matches and prepare for the next challenge. Everyone has played very well up front, but the next games are only going to get tougher. Lin Haofan looked at the disciples with a firm gaze and a calm demeanor. We must always be vigilant and never let a momentary victory cause us to fall off the wagon. The disciples nodded their heads, their eyes revealing their trust in Lin Haofan and their desire for victory. They knew that this competition was about the Xianyuan sect's honor and could not afford to fail. Just then, the referee stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and then announced in a loud voice, "Next, the last part of this competition will take place, clan to clan, setting up formations to attack each other. All clans prepare. The match will begin in one incense stick." When the people of the Xianyuan sect heard this news, they were first stunned, then they looked at each other, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes. They had not been notified of this session beforehand and were caught a bit off guard. Patriarch Lin, what is going on here? We haven't heard of this link before. An elder frowned and looked at Lin Haofan with a worried face. Lin Haofan's face also became grave as he narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly pondering in his heart. After all that, it turns out they were waiting for them here. TSK. No fun. This Guo is so little means anticipation for nothing. A loss flashed across Lin Haofan's face. It looks like they did it on purpose, but there's no need for anyone to worry. Lin Haofan turned his head to look at the disciples and realized that although they were a bit surprised, their eyes were still full of trust and they were all waiting for his instructions. Everyone, don't panic. Lin Haofan took a deep breath and said in a firm tone, "Now that the rules of the competition have been set, let's give it our best shot. I believe that with the strength of the Xianyuan sect and everyone's tacit understanding, we will definitely be able to cope. Even though Lin Haofan spoke with confidence, he knew in his heart, this link was indeed a huge challenge for the Xianyuan sect. The main thing was that he had just arrived at the Xianyuan sect not long ago, and he was not familiar enough with some of the ancient sect formations, let alone having a long bonding exercise with his disciples. At this time, on the other hand, the Lightning faction side was a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Chen stood at the front of the line with a confident smile on his face. He turned his head to the disciples beside him and said smugly, "Everyone is ready, right? This time we must let the Xianyuan sect see how powerful our Lightning sect is. As long as we follow the formation we rehearsed earlier, victory will definitely be ours." "Yes, Patriarch Chen," the Lightning faction disciples chanted in unison, their voices loud and clear. Fearing that the people next to them didn't know that their Light Veil faction was like an open book exam, the time for burning incense quickly passed, and with the referee's order, the match officially began. The Light Veil faction was the first to attack. They quickly put up a complicated formation, only to see the Lightning sect's disciples cooperating with each other, their spiritual energy surging, a powerful light emanating from the formation, and an attack whistling towards the Xianyuan sect. On the Xianyuan sect side, Lin Haofan quickly observed the Lightning sect's formations while rapidly recalling the Xianyuan sect's various defense formations in his mind. He commanded his disciples to defend while searching for a break in the opponent's formation. "Everyone hold steady. Follow the method I taught you earlier. Condense your spiritual energy and form a defensive shield," Lin Haofan shouted. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect acted quickly. They worked closely together, their spiritual energy coming together to form a sturdy shield, easily blocking the Lightning faction's first round of attacks. That's all you got? Watch me." Seeing this, Chen snorted coldly as he quickly made seals with both of his hands and mouthed the words. In the next second, the Lightning sect's formation changed instantly, and the attacks became even more violent. The Xianyuan sect's shield began to fluctuate under this powerful attack. The faces of the disciples also turned a little pale, obviously under tremendous pressure. Chapter 162, Successfully Breaking the Formation. At this time, the Xianyuan sect was in an unprecedented predicament. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect were gritting their teeth and resisting hard, cursing in their hearts. Damn the Lightning faction. No martial virtues. It's outrageous to memorize answers ahead of time for a test. Having memorized the formation before the match, they managed to suppress their Xianyuan sect as soon as the match started. The disciples of the Lightning sect, weaving in and out of the formation in a spirited manner. A spell light flashed. There were blazing fireballs that whistled and smashed into the opposite Xianyuan sect's crowd. There was also, in the air, the hissing sound of air being scorched. The fireball carried an extremely high temperature, sending out rolling waves of heat that distorted the air wherever it went. Some of them were ice prongs, which flickered with cold light and shot straight at the opposite Xianyuan sect's crowd. Frightened, the clan members of the Xianyuan sect retreated backwards. There were also invisible wind blades that cut through the air recklessly, cutting cracks into the floor of the martial arts platform. Some Xianyuan sect disciples, unable to dodge, had their skin around them cut by the wind blades, and blood oozed out, staining his clothes red. Facing the Lightning faction's unrelenting attack, although the disciples of the Xianyuan sect fought hard to resist, they still appeared to be somewhat overwhelmed. Their hastily formed defense shields were under the sustained onslaught of the Lightning faction. Like a broken candle in a storm, it falters. Ripples continued on the surface of the shield, and every time the shield vibrated, its defense ability dropped by 1 point. Under the Lightning sect's intense attack, the Xianyuan sect's spiritual power shield was on the verge of breaking at this point. The faces of the Xianyuan sect's disciples also turned pale due to the massive consumption of their spiritual energy. Rather, they had gone through Lin Haofan's special training before they came to compete. At the moment, it also seemed very overwhelming, because their cultivation was deserted for almost 100 years. It wasn't something that Lin Haofan could make up for with one special training session. In the hearts of the Xianyuan sect's disciples at this time, it was called a regret. Regretting why he hadn't practiced seriously before. If they had properly and seriously cultivated before, they wouldn't be in such a painful situation today. Everyone hold steady. Don't panic. Lin Haofan stood in the middle of the formation and yelled loudly towards the crowd, trying to stabilize their military spirit. Lin Haofan's eyes firmly scanned the entire battlefield, not sparing a single detail. At the same time, his mind was still racing, constantly pondering his next response. Lin Haofan is used to taking one step and looking at a few steps. However, the Lightning faction's formations were truly exquisite. The Light Veil sect's attacks were tightly paced, one after the other, leaving the Xianyuan sect with little chance to catch their breath. Humph. Lin Haofan, your Xianyuan sect will definitely lose today. Chen Gua stood at the position of the Lightning faction's formation eye, a smug smile on his face. His eyes were motionless as he stared intently at the Xian Yuan sect's crowd on the opposite side. The corners of his mouth went up like crazy, and he nodded his head every now and then, a look of contentment. The embarrassment of the Xian Yuan sect's crowd managed to please Chen Guo. TSK. I told you, your Xian Yuan sect is finished today. You are simply unable to withstand our carefully prepared formations, so you'd better admit defeat obediently. Chen Guo's voice echoed across the constant battlefield, the mockery in his voice not hidden in the slightest. Amidst Chen Guo's mocking voice, the Xian Yuan sect had been pushed to the edge of the cliff. One more step back, and their Xian Yuan sect would fall into the abyss. It's a total loss. The shadow of defeat completely loomed over the heads of the Xian Yuan sect's crowd. Something big and bad. The cracks on top of the Xian Yuan clan's shield were also getting bigger and bigger, threatening to completely collapse at any moment. At this time of life and death, many of the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect began to show looks of despair on their faces. The movement of gathering spiritual energy in his hands also became sluggish. No matter how loudly Lin Haofan roared from the side, these disappointed disciples had completely lost their fighting spirit. The counterattack, that's called a delay. Looking at Lin Haofan was anxious. Just in the nick of time, Lin Haofan's gaze suddenly fixed on a spot in the lightning sect's formation. In that complex flow of spiritual energy, Lin Haofan keenly captured a subtle break. This break is so fleeting that the average person can't really have a big battle. Unfortunately, the person the lightning pie had run into was Lin Haofan, not anyone else. This is it. Lin Haofan's heart rejoiced. He knew that this would be the key to the Xian Yuan sect's reversal of defeat. Lin Haofan immediately turned his head and shouted at the disciple beside him. Everyone, concentrate your spiritual energy and prepare to attack the upper left side of the opponent's formation. That's where they break. Lin Haofan's instructions were conveyed to every Xian Yuan sect disciple. The disciples of the Xian Yuan sect heard the command and quickly redirected their attacks. They forced themselves to endure their exhaustion and gathered all of their spiritual energy, preparing to unleash this critical strike. For a moment, the light in the Xian Yuan sect's formation flourished, and the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy quickly spread outward, causing even the surrounding air to tremble. Attack! At Lin Haofan's command, the Xian Yuan sect disciples transformed their condensed spiritual energy into a thick beam of light, which attacked straight towards the upper left side of the lightning sect's formation. The Light Veil faction crowd was originally immersed in the joy of their impending victory. There was naturally no defense against this counterattack from the Xian Yuan sect. They only adjusted their formations in panic when the beam of spiritual energy came at them. The result was predictable and could not be resisted at all. Chen Guo's face changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted out, "Quickly, strengthen the defense! Protect the eye of the formation." However, it was too late. Amidst Chen Guo's screams of shock, the Xian Yuan sect's spiritual power beams accurately struck the break in the lightning sect's formation. In an instant, however, the lightning sect's formation was violently shaken. The originally orderly flow of spiritual energy instantly became chaotic. The light on the formation also flickered and wavered, as if it was a lamp about to go out. Not good. The formation is going out of control. A lightning faction disciple shouted in horror. Steady, everyone, steady. Realign your spiritual energy immediately. Chen Gui commanded vociferously, but at this point, the lightning faction's crowd was already in complete disarray. The disciples' cooperation was no longer tacit, and the formations they had memorized before were completely forgotten. The flow of the formation's spiritual energy also became sluggish and chaotic. Lin Haofan seized this rare opportunity and decisively ordered, "Start counterattacking. Let them know how powerful our Xian Yuan sect is. Punchy punchy punchy. Kill, kill." The disciples of the Xian Yuan sect shouted in unison, and in an instant, their morale was boosted. The disciples cast their own skillful spells. For a while, the battlefield was overflowing with light. The Light Veil sect began to retreat under the Xian Yuan sect's fierce counterattack. Their formation also completely collapsed, and the disciples of the Lightning sect fled in all directions, losing their organization and ability to resist in no time. Gee whiz. Garbage. We can't even pass an open book exam. Bunch of trash. Chapter 163, Breaking the Rules. A Lightning sect disciple was struck by the Xian Yuan sect's sword chi and fell to the ground with a miserable cry, the magic weapon in his hand falling aside. "Help me!" The other disciple was caught in the water waves and desperately struggled to call for help. Chen Guo watched as his disciples fell in droves. His heart panicked. How could he not have imagined that the original winning situation? Surprisingly, the Xian Yuan sect was completely turned around because of a small break. "No, this can't be," Chen Guo growled, not willing to fail like this. He's not happy about it. Chen Guo gets up off the ground and tries to regroup to defend. However, the Xian Yuan sect's attacks came at them one after another. Chen Guo was having a hard enough time just dealing with these attacks. There was simply no other energy to organize the other disciples to launch a counterattack. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect were also getting more and more courageous as they saw the lightning sect's people being beaten back by them. They got even more excited and didn't stop moving their hands for a moment. The previous labors were thoroughly disregarded by them. He hated to use his whole body to deal with the lightning faction's people. Under an increasingly violent attack, the lightning faction's defenses completely disintegrated. A group of disciples fell to the ground, and then completely lost their ability to fight. Shengua's body couldn't help but shake a few times as he looked at the miserable state of the group of disciples in front of him. Eventually, he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Shengua's heart completely died as he looked in the direction of the Xianyuan sect, his eyes empty and his face pale. At this point, Shengua's head was empty. The only thought that filled his mind was, "It's over. It's really over." Their Light Veil faction was truly finished this time. Patriarch Chen, think of something. Shengua's cronies stood before him, struggling to shield him from a new round of enemy attacks. Patriarch Chen, wake up, now is not the time to be dazed. The crony yelled at the top of his lungs with a twisted face. What a mess he's made. Surprisingly, he had amassed such a patriarch as Chengua. A little difficulty easily knocks them out. Patriarch, you forgot. When the cronies saw Chengua in this state, they were so anxious that they stomped their feet on the sidelines. Suddenly he had an idea and approached Chengua's ear, lowering his voice. Didn't we get a treasure before? Maybe it can come in handy now. When Chengua heard this, his originally dull eyes instantly had a glimmer of light. The whole thing snapped back as if he'd been electrocuted. Yeah, how could I have forgotten about that? As soon as he pushed the crony beside him out of the way, his hands fumbled in his arms. Not long after, a small, ancient box was pulled out by him. The surface of the box was engraved with mysterious runes and was emitting a faint and strange light. With trembling hands, Chengua opened the box, and inside lay a bead that emitted an ethereal light. He grabbed a handful of the beads and held them up high, mouthing the words. In an instant, the bead glowed brightly, and a powerful spiritual power fluctuation centered on Chengua and quickly spread out in all directions. A faint light shield suddenly surged up on the originally chaotic and retreating lightning sect disciples. Those spell attacks that were coming towards them instantly disappeared without a trace when they touched this light shield. What is this? This? What kind of treasure is that? How come it's so powerful? The crowd watching the match around them saw this and showed surprised expressions. The crowd was talking. They had originally thought that the match had been decided, and that the Xianyuan sect had won this handily. But this sudden turn of events threw everyone for a loop. This doesn't conform to the rules of the competition. How can you take a magic weapon in this kind of competition? Isn't that against the rules? An elder from a small sect frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction. That's right, it's not fair to the Xianyuan sect. Another voice chimed in. However, at this moment, the situation of the match had already changed drastically because of this mysterious bead. The lightning sect's disciples were greatly demoralized by the treasure. Their originally panicked steps gradually stabilized and they began to reorganize their defense and counterattack. On the Xianyuan sect's side, the disciples were also a bit overwhelmed by this sudden change. The rhythm of the attack, which had been going in the right direction, was also messed up all of a sudden. Lin Haofan stood in the formation and watched as the lightning sect instantly turned the tide because of this treasure. His brows furrowed. Since the opposite side did not speak of martial virtues, there was no need for him to continue to follow the rules. It's more than a magic weapon, isn't it? He, Lin Haofan, had more than enough magic weapons within his storage bag. If you were to compare the number of spells, if he, Lin Haofan, said the world was second, no one would dare to say the world was first. There was no way. He, Lin Haofan, had the system as a plug-in. Just as the crowd was shocked by the suddenness of the situation, without the slightest hesitation, Lin Haofan reached out and took off the storage bag at his waist. He threw the storage bag into the air and mouthed a silent mantra. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, the storage bag instantly grew larger and its mouth opened wide. The magic weapons inside immediately flew out in a steady stream. For a while, all sorts of magic weapons flashed brightly in the air. There were long swords that emanated roaring flames, and the air around the swords was scorched and twisted. There were crystal-clear shields with defense runes engraved all over them, emitting a soft blue light. There were also some small and exquisite magic treasures in different forms, but they all emitted powerful spiritual power fluctuations. What's going on here? What is Patriarch Lin doing? The crowd on stage was once again stunned. Where have they seen this scene before? Originally, he thought that the treasures Chengua had taken out were already amazing enough. But it was only after Lin Haofan made this move that he let them see what it meant that there were mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Not only were Lin Haofan's magic weapons numerous, but each of them seemed to have extraordinary power. Some of them were even ancient magic weapons that they had only seen in ancient books. Today, they have really grown up. Surprisingly, all at once, he had seen so many high-level magic weapons. What kind of luck did they have in the Xianyuan sect? I can't believe I picked up such a rich sovereign. they're really jealous. Could Lin Haofan come to their clan to be the patriarch? They also wanted to experience the life of a rich second generation with all sorts of magic weapons in their hands. It was almost too much to think about how happy the people of their Xianyuan sect would be. In comparison, the bead in Chen Guo's hand suddenly looked a bit dull. It's too naive to think that you can turn the situation around with a single treasure. Lin Haofan looked at Chen Guo and said coldly, with a wave of his hand, those spells were as if they were alive, each flying in a different direction. The fighting spirit of the lightning sect's disciples had originally been rekindled due to the treasure's enchantment. After seeing this hand of Lin Haofan, he was instantly gripped by fear again. Chapter 164, A Great Victory. The disciples of the lightning sect looked at these powerful magic weapons flying in front of them. Pale with fear, her feet unconsciously stepped back, fearful that he would be noticed by these spells. They came to the game just to win or lose. Wasn't trying to put his little life on the line. It's not cost effective. How is this possible? How could he have so many powerful magic weapons? Chen Guo looked at the scene in front of her, and her little heart sank again. It was not easy for him to come up with a magic weapon that was enough to shock the Xianyuan sect. As a result, this Lin Haofan turned his head and took out so many more powerful magic weapons. Those spells flying overhead, he couldn't even name them, because he hadn't even seen it before. Looking at that stance, he only knew that the spells were very powerful. Damn Lin Haofan, isn't this putting his Chen Guo's face on the ground and stepping on it? Really angry. But unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about Lin Haofan. The beads in Chen Guo's hand looked very insignificant against the light of Lin Haofan's many magic weapons. The situation on the battlefield was once again reversed. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect were protected and supported by Lin Haofan's magic weapon, and their morale rose again. They once again launched a fierce attack. The light of spells and magic weapons intertwined with each other, illuminating the entire battlefield. The lightning sect's disciples were once again in trouble under this powerful attack, and the defense that had been built up before because of the treasures began to falter again under the Xianyuan sect's overwhelming attacks. Everyone hold steady, don't panic, Lin Haofan shouted loudly while directing the rhythm of the magic weapons attack. Lin Haofan's expression was light, and there was no desire for victory in his eyes, only the pleasure of successfully teasing the Light Veil faction. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect were led by Lin Haofan, plus they had already experienced several battles. It's gradually finding its way into tacit understanding at this point. Now, the attacks they struck were more organized than before, more powerful than before. Straight to the weak point of the lightning faction. Patriarch Lin is too powerful. Yes, with Patriarch Lin here, we can definitely win. All of the Xianyuan sect's disciples had confident smiles on their faces. On the lightning sect's side, Chen Guo's hand holding the beads began to tremble. He knew that his original plan of thinking that he could turn defeat into victory with his treasures had completely fizzled out at this moment. That's when he finally recalled the advice the others had given him earlier. Someone had told him long ago that this Lin Haofan was not simple. But what was his reaction then? He didn't believe it at all and scolded the man. Chen Guo's heart was now screaming with regret. He couldn't wait to travel back in time and slap his arrogant to the core self twice. Unfortunately, there are no pills of regret in the world. He's just dying of regret now, and he can't go back. What should we do, Patriarch? We can't hold them off any longer. The crony ran to Chen Guo's side and said with a sobbing voice, Damn Xianyuan sect. Seeing as his thigh had become the sect leader, his good days are coming soon. As a result, now there was a Lin Haofan, messing up his good life, not to mention, even his own little life was about to be saved now. What kind of luck is he having? Chen Guo clenched his teeth, a green and white expression on his face. He looked at the situation on the battlefield with a deadly gaze, knowing that the momentum was gone, but his heart was really unwilling to do so. Are we just going to lose? Chen Guo muttered. Right at this moment, the referee finally reacted, and he quickly flew above the martial arts stage, standing between the two clans and roaring loudly, Halt! The match is suspended. Light Veil faction violated the use of magic weapons. This match. Before he could finish his words, he was disgruntledly interrupted by Lin Haofan. What an ass-crooked Pacific Ocean this ref is. Look what he's saying. Is this like that? The lightning sect didn't say anything when they were using their magic weapons, but now that they were about to lose, they jumped out and blamed them for the Xianyuan sect? Does that make sense? Lin Haofan said with a cold face, not putting the referee in his eyes at all. Referee, since the match has already gotten this chaotic and the rules have been broken, why don't we just let this fight continue? Let's all see who's really strong. The referee looked at Lin Haofan with a hesitant face and stammered. This is not compliant. Under Lin Haofan's gaze, the referee didn't dare to say anything else at all. Lin Haofan's strength, he had seen it just now. The referee simply didn't dare to let him and Lin Haofan have a hard encounter. But this competition was organized by the Lightning faction, plus Chen Guo had given him a lot of benefits. In order to do so, he hoped that he would give the Lightning faction a break during the match. Over the years, He's made a killing by refereeing. In those previous games, it had been peaceful. How could I have known that I would fall today? The referee shifted his eyes for help to Chenghua. Only Chenghua silently shook his head. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. It means for him to refuse. With his toes, he knew that this match absolutely couldn't continue like Lin Haofan said. If it was really like what Lin Haofan said, their Light Veil sect would be finished. Ha. You two stop making eyes. The two small movements did not escape Lin Haofan's eyes. I want you to figure out who will be the boss of this side after today. Lin Haofan's eyes towards the referee had taken on a strong threatening tone. The referee touched the back of his head, only to feel that his back was drenched in cold sweat at the moment. Lin Haofan's words reminded him of this. Although he had received something from Chenghua, it was normal to receive money from others and do things for them. But there are exceptions. Chenghua couldn't let him risk his own life. Could he? The big deal was that after the match, he would just return the stuff to Chenghua. After all, he's a man of honor, isn't he? The referee hesitated, and finally nodded heavily. Good. Since that's the case, both sides will continue to fight until a winner is determined. Chenghua stared at the referee, his eyes glazed over. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Haofan was still guarding this place, he would have just rushed up and crushed him into pieces. This shameless dog. After receiving his things, he didn't even do anything for their lightning faction. But he couldn't poke his nose in front of everyone now. After all, there's no honor in bribing a referee. Just after the referee finished speaking, he slipped down in disgrace, not daring to stay on the martial arts stage for much longer at all. He was also afraid that Chenghua would come over to clean him up. He couldn't beat the furious Chenghua. You stop right there. Get back here. Chenghua hissed at the referee's back. The referee's knowledge of the situation satisfied Lin Haofan. As the referee's words fell, the atmosphere on the battlefield became tense once again. Chapter 165, The Referee Compromises. What a mess this game has become. An elder from a small sect frowned, his face full of anxiety. The Light Veil sect prepares in advance. The Xianyuan sect responds in haste. And now this matter of the magic weapon. How can this match still be conducted fairly? Who says it isn't? A middle-aged immortal cultivator beside him chimed in. But I also didn't expect that Patriarch Lin would have so many powerful magic weapons in his hands. Ha. You're right. This is really a kick in the teeth for him. This time, he's really stumbled upon a hard case. Chenghua stood on the sidelines, looking at the back of the referee's departure. The anger in his heart miso rose up. What's going on with this referee? Just listen to Lin Haofan. The crony beside him also looked disgruntled and muttered in a low voice. Chenghua stared dead at the referee's departing back. His teeth clenched. Hated to chew right through that back. This damn referee. He even listened to Lin Haofan. We're just being held by him? The crony said with a stifled look on his face. Chenghua snorted coldly. Humph. What's the use of talking about this now? We can only continue to fight against the Xianyuan sect with a stiff upper lip. Chenghua turned his head and took a deep breath, forcing down the anger in his heart. In the next second, he turned to look at the disciples behind himself and said loudly, Everyone listen to me? You all hold your ground. We still have a chance. Listen carefully. Although Chenghua's voice was loud, many of the people present were keenly aware of the trembling in his voice. As expected, no matter how powerful one's mouth is, it still seems very insignificant in front of a real sword. Ha. The king of tough talk is you. Lin Haofan had a mocking face. Are you deaf? Answer me. The silence of the crowd made Chenghua very upset. What's wrong with these people? Why do they like to do this kind of thing? To make others feel bad about themselves? Okay, we got it. Under Chenghua's angry gaze, the lightning sect disciple replied loudly and stiffly. Holy, they're out of the game now. Is that okay? Those magic weapons in Lin Haofan's hands were all fine products. The combined spells of all the clans present couldn't even compare to one Lin Haofan's. How can this be compared? Aren't they going to die for nothing? Damn Lin Haofan, there were so many magic weapons in his hands. What kind of god is this Lin Haofan? The disciples of the Light Veil sect were really suffering at this time, and with a dish-ragged face, they retreated backward unanimously. Patriarch, can we do it? The Xianyuan sect is looking a little too powerful. Otherwise, let's. A lightning faction disciple said with a sobbing voice. What are you afraid of? Our lightning faction isn't a vegetarian either. Chenghua roared in a pretense of composure. Wastes, on weekdays, what did I teach you guys? You must be calm when things go wrong. No matter how Chenghua painted the crowd, none of the lightning sect's disciples could bring themselves to fight, because right now, they were already stunned by the many magic weapons and great strength that Lin Haofan had displayed. At this moment, when they heard Chenghua's shouts, they could only barely muster up the energy to reposition themselves. The Xianyuan sect's disciples' eyes vaguely revealed fear and uneasiness. On the other hand, on the Xianyuan sect's side, the disciples were greatly demoralized. Led by Lin Haofan, each one of them rubbed their fists. They were ready. always ready to launch a fierce attack on the light faction. Senior brother, we can definitely win this time, a young disciple of the Xianyuan sect said excitedly to the senior brother beside him. Of course, with Patriarch Lin here, what are we afraid of? Winning the match will be a breeze, won't it? Elder brother patted his shoulder and responded with confidence. Elder brother's eyes were filled with the desire for victory and the excitement of being about to crush and rub his enemy into the ground. The battle was fought once again, with the Xianyuan sect's magic weapons and the disciples' spells working in tandem with each other. The Light Veil faction's defense immediately became shaky under this powerful attack. One by one, the disciples also fell to the ground injured. The disciples who were injured and fell to the ground covered their wounds and wailed continuously. What kind of sins have they created? I can't believe I'm stuck with such a patriarch. Even if you have poor strength, you don't have a brain. Is right now the time to get tough with the other side? Isn't it obvious? They can't beat each other for sure. Why don't you just give in and surrender, and to have to suffer like this? Ah! A lightning sect disciple was struck by the Xianyuan sect sword chi and collapsed with a scream. Help me! Aha! Help! The martial arts arena resounded with an endless stream of cries for help. It's amazing to hear. Chen Guo looked at his side's gradual defeat. His heart was anxious. Cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead, and his back had long been drenched in sweat. Just when he felt the tide had turned, a crazy thought flashed through his mind. We're going to lose anyway. Might as well gamble. He gritted his teeth, and with a heartfelt decision, he decided to let it go. Right now, other than using evil spells, he was really desperate. The Xianyuan sect's attack came with such force that there was no other way to fight it except for the evil spells. However, evil spells have been removed from the entire immortal cultivation world, and no one dares to practice evil spells. Even more so, no one dared to reveal that they knew evil spells in plain sight. Now, Chen Gui was also cornered. Chen Gui quickly sat down on the ground. His hands quickly formed seals, and he mouthed the words. Only a layer of black mist began to permeate around him. There was a dark red light flickering vaguely in the black mist, and it also gave off a sickeningly putrid odor. As he moved, the air around him seemed to be distorted, and the sky, which had been very bright just a moment ago, seemed to be enveloped by this evil power, becoming gloomy all of a sudden. What's this? Chen Guo, what is he doing? When the crowd saw this, a stunned expression came over their faces. They mingled and talked. When they realized that Chen Guo was using an evil spell, the shock on their faces instantly turned into disdain. Chen Guo even used such underhanded tactics. It's simply a disgrace to our immortal cultivators, a white-haired cultivator said in exasperation. That's right, don't even bother with the bottom line in order to win. A young cultivator next to him followed suit. If he was Chen Guo, today he would die on the martial arts stage. He would not use a bit of evil spells, but the power of this evil spell really shouldn't be underestimated. The black mist was wrapped in dark red light, like a demon with teeth and claws. It was showing its teeth as it lunged at the disciples of the Xianyuan sect. Chapter 166, Crowd Disdain. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect only felt that a powerful and evil force was coming at them right in front of them. This power was unusual. It was not at all something that could be emitted by their righteous immortal cultivators. They tried to fend it off with their spells, but realized that the mist was as if it was coming from them. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't dispel it. Under the onslaught of this evil force, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect could not withstand it, and they fell to the ground screaming miserably, their faces filled with pain. Ah, I can't hold out much longer. I'm about to be unable to hold out as well. Patriarch, think of something. Everyone hang on to me. Lin Haofan was furious when he saw this. How could he not expect that this damned Chen Guo would use such an evil spell in order to win? If he remembered correctly, the spell had been banned a long time ago. This Chen Guo was really out of the ordinary, practicing evil arts. However, what kind of person was he? Lin Haofan. What spells hasn't he seen before? Today, let him, Lin Haofan, meet this evil art for a while. The evil sect's patriarch, the spectral prison evil exalt were all his defeated men. It still crushed and tortured under the bloody sea floor. A mere evil spell could not really frighten him, only to see that the corner of Lin Haofan's mouth was slightly hooked. Then, with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the disciples in only an instant. Lin Haofan's spiritual energy surged around him, quickly forming a golden shield. That black mist was temporarily fended off by Lin Haofan. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect were able to catch their breath for a while. The injured disciples took the opportunity to climb up, rejoin the fight. Chen Guo, as the head of a sect, you are using such evil spells. It's simply an unforgivable offense. Lin Haofan shouted at Chen Guo. Humph, if I don't do this today, our Light Veil faction will definitely lose. Chen Guo responded with a sneer as he continued to cast his evil spells, his face slightly distorted from madness. His twisted expression made the other disciples of the Xianyuan sect hate him. Ha ha ha. Then let me meet this evil art of yours. I, Lin Haofan, would like to see how powerful this crooked thing of yours can be. After saying that, Lin Haofan quickly danced his hands in the air. For a moment, the light around Lin Haofan's body flourished, like a statue of Buddha transmuted with golden light. The golden light fought against Chengguo's black mist. For a while, light flickered around the two of them, and spiritual energy overflowed. The two fought back and forth. Each collision of spiritual energy between the two of them made a deafening sound. The ground around them trembled. Knock knock. Patriarch Lin is also too powerful to be able to fight against this evil art. Jesus Christ, am I reading this right? He can fight evil magic? TSK, TSK, TSK. Evil arts are worthy of being evil arts. They are just powerful. I've only heard about the power of evil arts before, but seeing it with my own eyes today is really an eye-opener. Right, evil arts are really evil arts. They're just awesome. Oh my god. Evil is terrible. It's not. Evil arts are terrifying. But don't you guys think that Patriarch Lin is even more terrifying? Yes, Chengguo's evil technique looked terrifying, but Patriarch Lin didn't lose any ground at all. The crowd watched this intense duel, their hearts filled with shock. On the one hand, they expressed extreme disdain for Chengguo's use of evil spells, shaking their heads and sighing. On the other hand, they were shocked by the powerful strength that Lin Haofan had displayed. The corners of Lin Haofan's mouth rose madly as he listened to the crowd's discussion. If these people knew that the spectral prison Evil Exalt had already been imprisoned by him at the bottom of the Blood Sea, they mustn't die of shock. In the sparring match with Chengguo, Lin Haofan didn't rush to reveal his true strength. It's been collecting hits. He had the intention of teasing Chengguo. Whenever Chengguo thought he was about to win, Lin Haofan would then strike back at him. Chengguo's mood rose and fell so painfully. Chengguo only felt his heart going up and down. So annoying. Lin Haofan's occasional counterattacks also kept Chengguo's hands busy. Each of Lin Haofan's movements seemed careless, yet they contained great power, as if they had gathered the power of heaven and earth. It left Chengguo with no power to fight at all. Chengguo was knocked backwards. The other disciples present saw the two fighting. They stopped moving and looked at the two men. There was no other reason. It was really because Lin Haofan's strength was simply too strong. The pressure released around him was about to make them, the junior disciples, unable to breathe. As the battle progressed, the crowd finally came back to their senses. They gradually sensed that Lin Haofan's strength seemed to be far more than what they had seen before. With the cultivation of those of them, they simply couldn't see through Lin Haofan's exact cultivation. They could only sense that the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Haofan's body was becoming more and more powerful and mysterious, as if it came from the endless heavens. Finally, in a powerful burst of spiritual energy, the aura on Lin Haofan's body was completely released, and it was the pressure that was unique to a heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. Lin Haofan finally stopped suppressing his strength. He unleashed the entirety of the pressure surrounding him. Heavens, Patriarch Lin is actually a heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. No wonder he's so powerful, able to lead the Xianyuan sect to a comeback victory. Heavenly Tao realm. Surprisingly, it's the heavenly Tao realm. Someone please save me. Is it too late for me to go to the Xianyuan sect? Lin Patriarch is actually in the heavenly Tao realm. Is there any need for this match to continue? My goodness, who dares to compete with the Xianyuan sect? This is not looking for death. Well, that is. I unilaterally admit defeat and surrender on behalf of our clan. I second that. Aha, indeed, there really is no need for this match to continue. Heavenly Tao realm. That's the heavenly Tao realm. There's no need for the match at all, isn't there? Right. Which one of you dares to continue the competition? I wouldn't dare anyway. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at your wimpy face. One heavenly Tao realm scares you like this? Oh, you're on if you're good. Interesting. Me. I surrender too. The crowd murmured, their eyes filled with awe. How could they not expect that Lin Haofan was hiding so deeply? Previously in the game, he had never fully shown his strengths. It was only at this moment, in order to protect his disciples and defeat Chengguo, that he had to reveal his identity of the heavenly Tao realm. If he had shown his identity earlier, they wouldn't have been so blinkered as to dare to provoke the Xianyuan sect. After all was said and done, it was all Lin Haofan's own fault for being a bit too low-key. Chapter 167, Winning the Victory. Chengguo felt the powerful heavenly Tao realm pressure on Lin Haofan's body. The fear in his heart was instantly at its peak. His hands began to tremble, and his otherwise smooth spell movements became sluggish. How is this possible? You're actually in the heavenly Tao realm. Chengguo looked at Lin Haofan with a horrified face, while his voice was filled with despair. He couldn't help his lips from trembling slightly as he spoke. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. What on earth is he, Chengguo, capable of? He actually dared to call the shots with the heavenly Tao realm. He's really living it up. Chengguo closed his own eyes tightly, only feeling that he was really finished today. Patriarch Chen, you are done with eggs, Lin Haofan shouted. The movements of his hands changed, and the spells in his mouth changed as well. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light shot straight up into the sky. It then transformed into countless golden sword chi, like a sharp blade, whistling towards Chen Guo's face. Wherever the golden sword chi passed, the air was torn apart, emitting ear-piercing zip, zip, zip sounds. Chen Guo subconsciously tried to avoid it. Unfortunately, he realized that he could not move at all, as if his body was imprisoned by an invisible force. Chen Guo could only watch as that golden sword chi came at him. No, don't be. Chen Guo let out a desperate scream. Afterwards, the golden sword chi instantly drowned Chen Guo. Bang! With the violent explosion, Chen Guo's body was completely out of his own control. Under the impact of the explosion, Chen Guo's body was caught in the aftermath of the blast and was raised high into the air. Then, it fell out of the air again at great speed and landed heavily on the ground. Alive or dead? The lightning sect's disciples fell to the ground in shock when they saw this scene. Their patriarch had been completely defeated. Coupled with the fact that he had been shocked by the strength displayed by Lin Haofan earlier, he had completely lost the courage to resist at this moment. We surrender! We surrender! They threw away the magic weapons in their hands and shouted at Lin Haofan on the opposite side. With the surrender of the lightning faction, the curtain finally came down on this intense match. The entire arena was silent. Everyone was completely shocked by Lin Haofan's strength. Moments later, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from under the martial arts stage. The Xian Yuan sect has won. Patriarch Lin is too powerful. Wow! The Xian Yuan sect is awesome. Patriarch Lin is awesome. Is it too late for me to go to the Xian Yuan sect? Congratulations to the Xian Yuan sect on their victory. The crowd's compliments echoed throughout the martial arts arena, and the atmosphere within the arena managed to rise to a high level. The disciples of the Xian Yuan sect, on the other hand, hugged each other excitedly, tears of joy glistening in all of their eyes. They've been through a myriad of hardships in this game, from being suppressed at the beginning, to the counterattack later on, to the crisis when Chen Guo used the evil spells. Luckily, they eventually managed to defeat the lightning faction under Lin Haofan's leadership. At this moment, all the humiliation that the Xian Yuan sect had suffered over the years was washed away. They finally have a new life. Seeing this, the people from the other clans gathered around. They looked at Lin Haofan and the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect with smiles piled on their faces and pleasing eyes. Had I known, they had come over today with the intention of watching the joke. As a result, the Xian Yuan sect's strength today was an eye-opener for them. At the same time, they were still lamenting in their hearts that it was fortunate that they hadn't yet gotten into a fight with the Xian Yuan sect. Otherwise, they will be the ones who are in bad luck today. Patriarch Lin, you are truly amazing. This match has opened our eyes. A chubby sect patriarch said with a smile on his face. Yes, with a strong person like Patriarch Lin leading the Xian Yuan sect, it will surely become a dominant party in our region in the future. A sharp-faced clan elder fawned and chimed in from the sidelines. Lin Haofan's strength was obvious to them all. The Xian Yuan sect has become also a party hegemon, and it is the right thing to do. Perhaps the Xian Yuan sect would even become the overlord of the entire immortal cultivation world under his Lin Haofan's leadership. At that time, not only their Xian Yuan sect, but also these small sects in their neighborhood, could also follow the light. That's a beautiful day to think about. Simply gorgeous. Patriarch Lin, please take care of us in the future. The patriarchs and elders of the various sects came forward one after another, shushing Lin Haofan and the people of the Xian Yuan sect, and flattering them. They knew deep down that the heavenly Dao realm strength displayed by Lin Haofan was enough for the Xian Yuan sect to gain a firm foothold in the immortal cultivation world and become a powerful force to be reckoned with. At this moment, they all wanted to befriend the Xian Yuan sect for the benefit of their own clans. Patriarch Lin, with your strength, we'll have to listen to you more in the future in the immortal cultivation world. That's right, the Xian Yuan sect will be our backbone from now on. The disciples of the Xian Yuan sect were on the sidelines, listening to the compliments, their hearts filled with pride. They looked at Lin Haofan, their eyes filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin Haofan, they were afraid that they would have already lost miserably at the hands of the lightning sect today, not to mention winning so painfully. Lin Haofan looked at the crowd around him with a faint smile on his face. He knew that a victory in this match was not only a proof of the Xian Yuan sect's strength, but also the beginning of the Xian Yuan sect's re-emergence. She didn't bother with these close-knit patriarchal elders, but instead focused her attention on the injured disciple next to her. He walked forward and picked up the injured disciples, asking about their injuries with concern. How is everyone? Any injuries? Patriarch Lin, we're fine, just a few superficial injuries. A disciple forced himself to endure the pain and replied with a smile. He then turned to the other clansmen. This match today is thanks to everyone's support and witness. Please rest assured, The Xian Yuan sect will definitely be friendly with all the sects in the future and work together to maintain peace and stability in the immortal cultivation world. Our Xian Yuan sect can't do the nasty thing of suppressing other sects. This point Lin Haofan, can be here and assure everyone. That's natural. Patriarch Lin is right. From now on, we'll follow the Xian Yuan sect and work together to build the immortal cultivation world better. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement with Lin Haofan's words. In the midst of laughter, the clan competition, which was full of twists and turns, came to a successful conclusion. The Xian Yuan sect, led by Lin Haofan, won the competition and the awe of the other sects with their strong strength and unwavering beliefs. Listen up, everyone, the path of cultivation needs to be down to earth, and you mustn't be in a hurry, Lin Haofan said to the many disciples on the martial arts field. Yes, Patriarch Lin. The disciples responded in unison, their voices resounding. Chapter 168, It's no fun. Let's congratulate the Xian Yuan sect on their final victory. Congratulations to TSK. Too powerful. Lin Haofan is really too powerful. Lin Haofan looked in front of him, at the scene of the crowd cheering, but his heart didn't ripple too much. Lin Haofan's face was filled with impatience, and at that moment, he only wanted to end this boring match quickly. These people's hypocritical compliments to him also caused Lin Haofan to feel physically uncomfortable. Lin Haofan had a few big words written all over his face. Meaningless. This victory was a small milestone for both Lin Haofan and the Xian Yuan sect, the kind that didn't need to be taken to heart in the slightest. Looking around at the people of the various sects who had just been watching, but were now surrounding them with smiles on their faces, Lin Haofan only felt a wave of boredom. These people, when they saw the Light Veil faction prevailed during the match, were silent. Now that they saw the Xian Yuan sect win, they all swarmed to it again. And this kind of wallflower behavior really made Lin Haofan unable to raise his interest. Lin Haofan even wanted to send them all flying, telling them to get as far away as they could. Plus, Lin Haofan wasn't much of a fan of bustling and flattery in the first place. When these compliments fell on Lin Haofan's ears, he only felt empty and boring, meaningless. Thus, Lin Haofan unceremoniously ignored the patriarchs and elders of the other clans that surrounded him. He turned around and said softly to the Xian Yuan sect disciples behind him, "Let's go back to the Xian Yuan sect first. It's just a little too noisy here. My brain is buzzing," Lin Haofan said nonchalantly. His straightforward words caused the people from the other sects to stiffen their bodies, and for a moment, they unexpectedly did not know how to react. Should I continue to stick my hot face to Lin Haofan's cold ass? Or should I just let Lin Haofan and the others leave straight away? So torn. Although the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect were still immersed in the joy of victory, they had always maintained absolute obedience to Lin Haofan's orders. Sparingly, they still wanted to hear more words from others complimenting the Xian Yuan sect. However, after hearing Lin Haofan tell them to leave, they still quickly formed up, ready to follow Lin Haofan out of this noisy arena. After all, it had been a long time since they had enjoyed this kind of victory. It was a shame to say that it had been a long time since their Xian Yuan sect had won so well. If it wasn't, Patriarch Lin wasn't happy about it. They really wanted to stay on the stage and listen to more compliments from the crowd. Unfortunately, Patriarch Lin seemed to hate such occasions. Those clans that wanted to climb up the Xian Yuan sect's ladder saw this and their expressions changed slightly. They knew in their hearts that if they let Lin Haofan and the Xian Yuan sect's people leave straight away like this today, it would be as hard as heaven if they wanted to get closer to them in the future. Seeing that the Xian Yuan sect's crowd was about to leave, the representatives of these sects immediately panicked as they hurriedly winked at each other. The crowd quickly stepped forward and stopped the Xian Yuan sect's group. Patriarch Lin, disciples of the Xian Yuan sect, please stay back. A short, fat, greasy-faced sect patriarch spoke loudly. He panted and shouted as he trotted along. A curt smile piled on his face that looked as if he could squeeze oil out of it. Looking at Lin Haofan, he wanted to go up and fry a few dishes. Yes, Patriarch Lin, how can you just walk away from such a great victory? Another elder chimed in. His eyes narrowed right into slits from the deliberate smile he squeezed out. In response to this, Lin Haofan had only one comment in his heart, and that was that it was a good smiley face. There's no telling what machinations lie beneath the smiling mask. Lin Haofan stopped his steps, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Lin Haofan looked at these people in front of him, his tone flat yet with an unquestionable majesty. Gentlemen, what else is your business in stopping us from the Xian Yuan sect? Oh Patriarch Lin, if you have this strength, why did you still condescend to come to a competition organized by the Lightning sect? The short and fat patriarch grabbed the first opportunity to speak, and as he spoke, he also gave a thumbs up as he had a flattering look on his face. Patriarch Lin, you've actually broken through to the heavenly Tao realm. This is one of the strongest people in our immortal cultivation world. We were really blind to the fact that we didn't recognize it before. So I hope that Patriarch Lin will be generous and not be general with us. That's right, Patriarch Lin's strength has really opened our eyes today. This victory of the Xianyuan sect today, it was well deserved. A tall and thin elder next to him also hurriedly picked up the conversation, smiling with a pleasing face, afraid that the others would not know that he was patting his ass at this moment as if he was doing so. Seeing the other sects, they were pleasing the Xianyuan sect. A sense of pride arose in the hearts of the other disciples of the Xianyuan sect. Although, they knew that although these people were praising the Xianyuan sect on their mouths, one mouthful of the Xianyuan sect was really powerful. In fact, what they really wanted to praise in their hearts was Patriarch Lin Haofan. It was also clear in their hearts that the powerful one was actually Lin Haofan. Not them, the Xianyuan sect. Their Xianyuan sect was nothing without the powerful Lin Haofan, and was still the same Xianyuan sect that everyone could bully. However, at this moment, the Xianyuan sect disciples still had a sense of pride in their hearts. Lin Haofan is now the patriarch of their Xianyuan sect. Isn't praising Lin Haofan praising their Xianyuan sect? It's okay for them to be proud, right? The dog fights for power, and that's not what people like them are talking about. In response, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect did not have the slightest bit of shame, and in their hearts, they even felt very proud. Humph. Speaking of this match, that lightning faction is really too much, violating the rules of the match in the first place, and using evil arts. An old man with a goatee said with a look of righteous indignation. Shan Gua, that shameless child, using evil spells, this is simply against the morals of the immortal cultivation world, disgracing us immortal cultivators. What will people think of us if today's incident gets out? No way. Shen Guo must apologize for this incident today. That's right. We must make the lightning faction give the Xianyuan sect a statement. Right. Shen Guo, this shameless child. If you ask me, it's still Patriarch Lin Haofan who is powerful. Not only was he not defeated in the face of Chen Guo's shameless child's evil art attack, but he ended up directly countering it and winning. Right. If it was the rest of us who ran into this evil art, we would have been terrified and just frozen in place, let alone launching a counterattack to defeat the other party. That's, if you ask me, it's still Patriarch Lin who's great. Not only is Patriarch Lin's strength unbelievable, but his mental quality is also one of the best. Under that kind of scene just now, he was actually able to calm down, carefully analyze the situation, and react quickly. CHCH changing. Do you want to hear what the hell you're talking about in order to kiss Patriarch Lin's ass? If you had the strength of Patriarch Lin, you'd definitely be quite calm as well. Chapter 169, Making a Vow Curse. Ho ho ho. The Light Veil sect competition was illegal and the Patriarch used evil magic. What do you intend to do about it? The crowd chimed in, and for a while, condemnation of the Lightning faction rose. Hearing this, the disciples of the Lightning sect had long been trembling in fear. Chen Guo collapsed to the ground, alive or dead. The Light Veil faction was completely without a backbone. The disciples of the Light Veil sect gathered together and tried to hug each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. The Lightning sect disciples who were arrogant and domineering before, thinking that victory was within their grasp. At this moment, under the vociferous criticism of the crowd, they lowered their noble heads, wishing to immediately find a crack in the ground to directly escape. They only felt that they were now a little lamb to the slaughter in the eyes of these sects. Patriarch Lin, we unanimously demand that the Lightning faction apologize to the Xianyuan sect, the short, fat songist said squarely, and those who didn't know thought he was some kind of embodiment of justice. Lin Haofan could see it clearly just now, when their Xianyuan clan entered the arena. This kid was still sticking with Chen Guo, cricketing their Xianyuan clan. At this moment, see that the light pie has failed. Immediately, the camp shifted. What a wallflower. Lin Haofan expressed his speechlessness to the extreme. Yes, apologize. Moreover, they must make an oath to never harm the Xianyuan sect. If they go against it, let them Lightning faction suffer the harshest punishment. The other elders followed suit and shouted. While shouting, they also waved their arms as if this would show their determination to support the Xianyuan sect. Lin Haofan didn't say anything, just quietly listening to the crowd's cries. Lin Haofan could see clearly in his heart what these people were playing as they wished. They were merely trying to use this opportunity to show goodwill to the Xianyuan sect, at the same time suppressing the Lightning faction for their own benefit. However, Lin Haofan also understood that making the Lightning sect fearful might be beneficial to the Xianyuan sect's future development. So, with a slight nod, he said, since all of you have said so, if, for example, we of the Xianyuan sect still keep refusing, it would appear that we are somewhat uneducated. It's better to let the Lightning faction give a statement. Lin Haofan nodded his head, an appreciative look on his face. Hearing Lin Haofan's words, the crowd immediately came into the spirit. The short and fat patriarch turned around and shouted at the disciples of the Lightning sect. You guys heard that? Why don't you come over and apologize to Patriarch Lin and the Xianyuan clan? The disciples of the Light Veil sect looked at me and I looked at you, and no one dared to take the first step. After a while, A man who looked like a lightning faction steward came out warily. He walked to Lin Haofan and knelt down with a thud, saying with a sobbing voice, "Sect leader Lin, we were wrong. Please be generous and spare us this time. We won't dare to be enemies of the Xianyuan sect again. Patriarch Lin, please let us go. We won't dare to do it again." With that, he thumped his head a few times. Seeing this, the disciples behind him followed suit and knelt down, kowtowing and apologizing to Lin Haofan. He was afraid that if he knelt slowly, he would be caught by Lin Haofan. Humph, apologizing and that's it? The short and fat patriarch snorted coldly, the fat flesh on his face shaking slightly with the snort. He slanted his eyes and glanced at the lightning faction steward who was kneeling on the ground, as if he was looking at an insignificant mole cricket. "You must make an oath to prove your resolve." The sharp-faced elder followed suit and shouted from the side. While shouting, he also waved his arms, as if that would put more pressure on the light pie. When the people of the Light Veil faction heard this, their faces instantly turned white. They knew in their hearts that once this oath spell was set, it was like putting a set of shackles on themselves that could not be broken, and there was no turning back. The head steward's body trembled more and more. He raised his head, his eyes full of pleading, looking towards the short and fat patriarch and those righteous representatives of the various clans around him. His voice said with a sobbing tone, "Gentlemen, this oath spell once it comes into effect, our Light Veil faction can still hope that you all have a high hand and give us a way to live off." Humph, now you know you're scared? Why didn't you think of the consequences when you used the evil spells? An old man with a goatee, with his hands clasped to his chest, said coldly, "That's right, today this oath, you must make it, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Another representative of a sect shouted out, an undisguised threat in his eyes. The lightning sect's disciples looked at me and me at you, all revealing looks of horror and unwillingness. They gathered together and whispered to each other, trying to find a way to get out of the situation. "What can we do about this? Once this oath is made, we will be held to death by them in the future, with no room to fight back at all." A young disciple said with a sobbing voice, "What else can we do now? You guys see the way they are backing up. If we don't make an oath today, none of us will be able to leave here alive." An older disciple responded helplessly. Lin Haofan stood quietly at the side, watching the reaction of the lightning sect's crowd without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. He knew deep down that to be merciful to these people was to be cruel to the Xianyuan sect. Besides, he'd already spared the lightning faction once. It would be unreasonable to spare them again today. Lin Haofan frowned slightly and took a step forward. "Lightning faction, you must give an explanation for today's matter. This oath today, you must make it or not." Hearing Lin Haofan's words, the hearts of the lightning sect's crowd tightened. They knew that if they didn't make an oath today, these clans present, especially the powerful Xianyuan sect, would definitely not let them off easily. The steward gritted his teeth, raised his head again, and said, "Patriarch Lin, we really know it's wrong. Look, can we change it? This oath spell is there's no room for negotiation. Don't you guys haggle there. Hurry up and make your vows." The short and fat patriarch impatiently interrupted the steward. "If you don't make an oath, we, the clans, will unite and step on your lightning sect today." When these words came out, the representatives of the surrounding sects nodded their heads in agreement. The crowd of the Light Veil sect was now completely desperate, and their bodies were trembling slightly from fear and unwillingness. At this moment of life and death, they finally realized that they no longer had the right to choose. The steward slowly stood up, helplessness and resignation written all over his face. He turned his head to look at the disciples behind him and said in a low voice, "That's just it. Let's make a vow." Chapter 170, Flattery. Although the Light Veil sect disciples were full of reluctance, they knew that there was no other way at this moment. They stood slowly in a line, their eyes filled with despair. As the head steward took the lead and spoke, the crowd recited the oath in unison. "We, the Light Veil sect, will never be enemies of the Xianyuan sect from now on, and will never harm the Xianyuan sect's interests. If we go against it, we are willing to be struck by heavenly lightning and not be allowed to die." Their voices echoed within the silent martial arts arena, permeated with a slight chill, as if they were lamenting their fate. The Light Veil sect, under the coercion of the other sects and Lin Haofan, finally compromised and made this oath that hung over their heads like a sharp blade. It made the disciples of the lightning sect feel a chill rise from the bottom of their hearts. The chill went from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Once this oath spell takes effect, it was as if a seed of danger had been planted deep in the souls of everyone in the light sect. If they dared to break the oath, the spiritual energy around them would be instantly disorganized. A lesser case would be a violent death, or, as the oath says, a heavenly strike and no good death. If the lightning sect ever tries to harm the Xianyuan sect's interests, whether one casts a vicious spell to secretly sabotage it, or gathers men to openly provoke it, that oath spell will be triggered instantly. The first thing to suffer was the spiritual energy in their bodies. Originally smooth operation of the spiritual energy will suddenly become violent, like a wild horse out of control in the meridian's rampage. The meridians will be torn to 1,000 holes. The pain, simply worse than death. Immediately afterward, the sky would instantly cloud over, dark as ink, covering the sky. A thunderbolt, with a deafening roar, swiftly struck down from the dark clouds. These thunderbolts flickered with a bizarre purple light and contained enough energy to destroy a mountain peak. The lightning sect's mountain gates, cultivation places, and treasure vaults would all be mercilessly destroyed under the ravages of this thunder, leaving no pieces of tile behind. And the disciples of the lightning sect, no matter where they hid, could hardly escape this punishment. Even elders with profound cultivation would become incomparably vulnerable in front of this oath-cursed punishment under the rules of heaven and earth. Their bodies would be penetrated by thunder and their souls would be scorched, eventually dissipating between heaven and earth without even a chance of reincarnation. For the Light Veil sect, this oath spell was an insurmountable chasm, an eternal fear in their hearts. After making the vow, they unconsciously consider whether or not they will break it in every move they make. This oath spell was like an invisible shackle that tightly locked their malice, causing them to be in awe when facing the Xian Yuan sect, not daring to act in the slightest. After making the oath, the steward looked at Lin Haofan again and asked carefully, "Patriarch Lin, do you think this will work?" Lin Haofan nodded slightly and said indifferently, "I hope you can remember today's oath." After resolving the matter of the Light Veil sect, the representatives of the sects that wanted to climb up to the Xian Yuan sect surrounded them again. "Patriarch Lin, this victory today is a great event in the immortal cultivation world," the short and fat patriarch said with a smile on his face. "In the future, this immortal cultivation realm of ours, with the Xian Yuan sect and sect leader Lin at the helm, it will definitely be peaceful and prosperous. Yes, Patriarch Lin, I'll have to rely on you more in the future. Our clan is willing to form a friendly alliance with the Xian Yuan sect, so if there's anything in the future, you can just order," a patriarch dressed in gorgeous attire hurriedly said, his eyes filled with pleasing intentions. Yeah, we'd love to," the representatives of the other sects responded, all wanting to establish closer ties with the Xian Yuan sect in the first place. Lin Haofan stood at the edge of the arena, his expression calm, his gaze indifferently sweeping over the surrounding group of representatives of the various sects that were surrounding him like flies. At this moment, he only wanted to bring the Xian Yuan sect disciples to leave this noisy place as soon as possible and return to the tranquility of the sect. "Patriarch Lin, with this strength, you are simply the top pillar of our immortal cultivation world." Yes, Patriarch Lin saved the day this time, shocking the entire scene with his strength in the heavenly Dao realm. "The immortal cultivation world will have to rely on you in the future. Patriarch Lin, you see that although our clan is small, we have always admired the Xian Yuan sect. If there's anything we can do for you in the future, just ask and we'll do whatever you want." A slim, gray-robed sect representative also hurried forward, bowing his waist in a humble posture, and stealing glances at Lin Haofan from time to time as he spoke, his eyes full of currying favor and anticipation. Lin Haofan quietly listened to these words of compliments that were just like each other, but a wave of boredom flooded his heart. He frowned slightly, his eyes showing undisguised disdain. These people, during the match, turned a blind eye to the Xian Yuan sect's plight. Now that the Xian Yuan sect has won, they have fallen to this side like wallflowers, and this kind of behavior is really disgraceful to him. Lin Haofan slightly sidestepped his head, his gaze skimming over these people one by one, his eyes icy cold, as if he was looking at a bunch of jumping clowns. "I appreciate the kindness of all of you." Lin Haofan's tone was flat, without a trace of temperature in his voice. However, the Xian Yuan sect has always done things with only a clear conscience and has no intention of engaging in these false social engagements. When the short and fat patriarch heard these words, the smile on his face instantly froze, as if he had been slapped hard, and he became somewhat embarrassed. But he quickly came back to his senses and tried to salvage the situation with a dry smile. "The way you say that, Patriarch Lin, we're being sincere. True or not, I have my own judgment in my heart." Lin Haofan looked at these people, helpless in his heart. However, he also understood that in this immortal cultivation world, having more allies would always be beneficial to the development of the Xian Yuan sect. Thus, he smiled and said, "I appreciate the good intentions of all of you. The Xian Yuan sect has always been willing to be friendly with all sects and work together to maintain peace and stability in the immortal cultivation world. Patriarch Lin is deeply righteous, truly a model for our immortal cultivation world." That's right, with someone like Patriarch Lin leading the Xian Yuan sect, that's a blessing for our immortal cultivation world. The sound of flattery from the crowd resounded again, and although Lin Haofan was a bit bored in his heart, he still patiently exchanged a few pleasantries with them. Afterward, he found an excuse and led the disciples of the Xian Yuan sect to finally leave the bustling arena. Back in the Xian Yuan sect, the disciples were still immersed in the joy of victory. They gathered together and talked excitedly about the bits and pieces of the match, and their admiration for Lin Haofan was at its peak. Patriarch Lin is too powerful. If it wasn't for Patriarch Lin, we would have been in deep this time, a young disciple said with a face full of admiration. Yes, not only is Patriarch Lin powerful, he's also leading us to revitalize the Xianyuan sect. In the future, we must cultivate well and not disgrace Patriarch Lin and the sect, another disciple also said seriously. Chapter 171, Returning to the Xianyuan sect. Lin Haofan led the Xianyuan sect's disciples through hardships and dangers, and finally ended that tumultuous match and returned to Xianyuan sect smoothly. Once stepped into the door, the heavy pressure in his heart for a long time the big stone, finally fell to the ground. This match had been in a lot of trouble from the start, with the lightning sect making things difficult at every turn, and the rules of the match being changed on the fly. The Xianyuan sect was faced with a huge challenge. Fortunately, in the end, with the concerted efforts of all the people, coupled with Lin Haofan's powerful strength, he finally won the final victory, and gained back face for the Xianyuan sect. Patriarch Lin, you finally returned. As soon as the disciples who stayed behind saw the figure of Lin Haofan and his group, it then instantly surrounded them from all sides. They surrounded Lin Haofan and the others with excited faces. How's it going? What happened to the game? Are you guys okay? No injuries, right? Why are you back so late? The race? No surprises, right? Say something. We're in a hurry. The crowd gathered around, chattering about something, a look of excitement on his face. Lin Haofan's face, on the other hand, had a gentle smile on it, and in a rare moment of patience, he nodded to the disciples around him, one by one. Afterward, Lin Haofan walked towards the inner sect while carefully inquiring about the recent situation in the sect. Hearing that everything was in order, Lin Haofan's heart felt instantly lighter. He doesn't want to come back and clean up the mess. After dealing with the mountain of chores in the sect, Mo Qianshue's figure suddenly appeared in Lin Haofan's mind. Mo Qianshue had been recuperating from her injuries at ease in the Xianyuan sect, while he hadn't been able to find the time to properly accompany her due to his complicated affairs. Now that the game is over, he finally has some free time. Lin Haofan quickly walked back to his home. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Mo Qianshue's gentle voice soon came from inside the house. Lin Haofan gently pushed open the door, and what came into his eyes was a quiet and beautiful picture. Mo Qianshue was sitting quietly in front of the window, and the warm sunlight passed through the window, outlining yellow golden lines around her. Mo Qianshue turned her head and saw that the person who walked in was actually Lin Haofan. Mo Qianshue's eyes immediately lit up as she said with a look of surprise, "Husband, you're back. Qianshue, I haven't seen you for some days. Look at your complexion, rosy and lustrous. Your body must be greatly improved. You've gotten a lot better lately, haven't you?" Lin Haofan said with a smile, his tone filled with concern. Mo Qianshue lightly stood up and gently nodded in response. I feel like I'm getting better and better every day. Now, I feel like I'm pretty much better. Lin Haofan looked up and down carefully at Mo Qianshue. He looked Mo Qianshue over carefully from top to bottom. A satisfied nod followed. Indeed, Mo Qianshue's entire body was now glowing, and her entire body exuded healthy vigor from the inside out. Compared to the previous injury when he was so weak that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow him over, he was a different person. That's good. During this period of time you have been recuperating from your injuries in the Xianyuan sect, and you have also been allowed to help train the disciples, which has also been really hard on you. Mo Qianshue gently shook her head and said seriously, "It wasn't hard at all. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't know where I'd be right now. What's more, I helped them train. It wasn't tiring at all, and it made me less bored. I can't even begin to think how boring it would be to be alone in this house every day." Mo Qianshue said and winced. Make a face of fear. God knows how boring her day would be if she didn't find something for herself to do in the Xianyuan sect. It was also thanks to the fact that these disciples of the Xianyuan sect were there, so that she wouldn't be too bored while she was recuperating. Otherwise, she shouldn't have recovered so quickly. How fan! I miss my daughter. When can my daughter come over? Saying that, Mo Qianshue had already placed her head on Lin Haofan's shoulder. Well, all is well with Nui Nui. She is on her way over. I've told her about you waking up and she's very happy. She's on her way over here. She should be coming over soon. Don't be anxious, and don't worry even more. Nui Nui is powerful now. Those outside can't hurt her. Lin Haofan comforted in a low voice, fearing that Mo Qianshue would worry too much and affect her recuperation. Okay, I hope she comes over sooner. I've forgotten what she looks like. I really miss her so much. A trace of aggravation flashed across Mo Qianshue's face. Is the game still going well? Well, it went pretty well. With me out there, how could it not? Lin Haofan had a smug look on his face. He had long since ceased to be the Lin Haofan from before. he's awesome now. Hearing this, Mo Qianxue nodded. Yeah, you're awesome now, better than me. Mo Qianxue cupped Lin Haofan's face and said with a gentle face. After the two joked and laughed for a few moments, the atmosphere in the room grew quiet. Mo Qianxue frowned slightly, a tangled look appearing on her face. Lin Haofan keenly sensed her difference and asked softly, Qianxue, do you have something on your mind? Mo Qianxue hesitated for a short while, as if she was doing a fierce struggle inside, then slowly said with a tangled face, Husband, I want to go back to the Ling Uni mortal sect to take a look. Lin Haofan was slightly stunned and got. Yuki had even called him husband in order to want to go back. Lin Haofan knew clearly in his heart that there was an intricate past between Mo Qianxue and the Ling Uni mortal sect. Even though Lin Haofan had 10,000 reluctance in his heart, it was not easy for Mo Qianxue to regain her health. He really couldn't rest assured if he just let her go back like that. Besides, that culprit, Yi Sui, he hadn't gotten around to fixing it yet. Qianxue, this rashly go back, will it be a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Lin Haofan was torn in his heart. Otherwise, I'll accompany you back? I really don't feel comfortable with you going back alone. Lin Haofan frowned, and he had a look of worry on his face that could not be faked. But what about the Xianyuan sect side? The Xianyuan sect is just starting out, and there are still many things that need you, the sect leader, to sit on it. I'm worried that if you leave, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect will have other ideas. Mo Qianxue carefully analyzed. After this period of time, Mo Qianxue had already treated the Xianyuan sect as her second home. She certainly wanted her second home to be better. Well, you're right in that way too. Lin Haofan nodded in agreement. Then his words changed again. But, Yuki, why do you suddenly have such an idea? Mo Qianxue gently sighed. Extremely complex emotions flowing from her eyes. Chapter 172, Returning to the Ling Uni mortal sect. While I was recuperating in the Xianyuan sect, I couldn't help but think of the Ling Uni mortal sect from time to time. It was, after all, the place where I once lived for many years, and I poured countless heart and soul into it. I just want to go back and see what the Ling Uni mortal sect has become today. And how do you plan to face Isue? Lin Haofan asked carefully, afraid that if his voice was slightly louder, he would touch that sensitive string deep inside Mo Qianxue's heart. Mo Qianxue's body trembled slightly when she heard Isue's name, and a momentary flash of pain instantly flashed through her eyes. The pain seemed like a sharp knife, gently cutting through her heart. My feelings towards Isue are really too complicated to express. He was brought up by me, and I used to have extremely high expectations for him, bent on cultivating him into my capable successor in the Ling Uni mortal sect. But it was also him who caused me to suffer serious injuries, and if it wasn't for him a few hundred years ago, I wouldn't have nearly lost my life. Lin Haofan quietly listened to Mo Qianxue and didn't interrupt her with his voice. He just quietly looked at her with sympathy in his eyes. Mo Qianxue continued, I often ponder at night, why did he become the way he is now? He clearly wasn't like this before. The former Isue was a very kind person. When he only had one steamed bun for himself, he would also share one with me. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought him back to the Ling Uni mortal sect. Could it be that the temptation of power is that great? To make that kind person turn into such a ruthless person today? I always feel that in the middle of this, there is a hidden secret that is not known. So, I want to go back and find out what's going on and get to the bottom of it. Give yourself and the Ling Uni mortal sect an explanation. If this is something that Isue really did wrong, I hope to make him lose his way. As things stood, Mo Qianxue was still unwilling to believe that Isue was actively betraying. In his heart, he was convinced that Isue had been forced. In response, Lin Haofan did not make any comments. After all, Lin Haofan was absent for that period of time. He also wondered what the two were like on a daily basis. Lin Haofan nodded slightly and said seriously, Yuki, I can completely understand your feelings. No matter what decision you end up making, I will support you without reservation. Xianyuan sect will always be your most solid backing, and I will always be here waiting for you to return. Saying this, he gently touched Mo Qianxue's long hair. Mo Qianxue's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you, husband. With your words, I am much more solid in my heart. The corners of Lin Haofan's mouth rose slightly as he said with a smile, by the way, Qianxue, in order to make sure that your body is truly and completely restored, I'd better probe your spiritual energy first. Saying that, Lin Haofan walked forward and gently put his right hand on Mo Qianxue's wrist. He slowly closed his eyes and operated his own spiritual energy, and began to carefully explore the condition of the spiritual energy within Mo Qianxue's body. Mo Qianxue only felt a warm and soft spiritual energy, like a slowly flowing stream, gently passing into her body from Lin Haofan's hand, then slowly traveling through her meridians. She closed her eyes slightly, quietly feeling the flow of this spiritual energy, and a strange, ineffable feeling could not help but well up in her heart. Lin Haofan had a calm face on the surface as he explored, but inwardly, it was as if he had set off a shocking wave, because he was surprised to find that the spiritual energy within Mo Qianshua's body was extremely thick, far exceeding that of a normal fairy. This spiritual power isn't something a normal fairy can possess. There seemed to be a mysterious and unpredictable power hidden in Mo Qianshua's spiritual energy. This kind of power made Lin Haofan feel very familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember exactly where he had felt it before. Strange, why is the spiritual energy in Qianshua's body so different? Lin Haofan pondered in his mind. Lin Haofan forced down the surprise in his heart and continued to probe deeper, only to find that Mo Qianshua's way of operating her spiritual energy was also very different from that of an ordinary immortal cultivator. Much more subtle and exquisite, as if it was an ancient and profound cultivation method. After a while, Lin Haofan finally finished probing. He slowly withdrew his hand and slowly opened his eyes, looking at Mo Qianshue with a surprised expression. Qianshue, your body has indeed fully recovered. Moreover, your spiritual power is really extraordinary now. Hearing these words, Mo Qianshue was first slightly stunned, then her eyes were filled with doubt as she said, "Husband, what happened to my spiritual energy?" Lin Haofan gently shook his head, a hint of confusion in his tone. "I can't say too clearly. I just feel that your spiritual energy is thick beyond imagination, and is by no means something that an ordinary fairy could possess. Moreover, it seems to contain a mysterious power that I've never seen similar before." Mo Qianshue lowered her head and fell into deep thought before saying after a moment, "I don't know what's going on here either. I cultivate the Lingyun Immortal Sect's top-level technique, but when I used to cultivate, I never felt anything special about my spiritual energy." Lin Haofan frowned slightly. He felt that Mo Qianshue's life might be far more complicated than he had previously imagined. "Qianshue, have you ever heard the elders in the sect mention something about your birth? Or, does this set of techniques you cultivate have any special origin?" Mo Qianshue shook her head again and said with a helpless face, "I was adopted by the Lingyun Immortal Sect since I was young, and I don't know anything about my origins. This technique was passed down from generation to generation by the Lingyun Immortal Sect, and I've never heard of it having any special origins." The doubts in Lin Haofan's heart grew stronger, but he also understood that this kind of thing could not be rushed. "Qianshue, since that's the case, you don't have to get too entangled. Maybe when you return to the Lingyun Immortal Sect, you can find some clues related to your birth." Mo Qianshue nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. "Well, husband, I plan to set off for the Lingyun Immortal Sect in a few days." "Good. When the time comes, I'll arrange for a few disciples who are skillful and resourceful to accompany you, so that you can take care of yourself on the way, and in case you encounter any emergencies, you'll also be able to help out." Lin Haofan said with concern, "You go over there first, and I'll meet you as soon as I've taken care of this side of things. You must keep in touch with me at all times, and when you come into contact with Isue, be more mindful. Don't believe whatever he says. You don't want to be fooled again. Also, Isue is now the sovereign of the Lingyun Immortal Sect. That is after all his Isue's territory. You must act with caution and prudence." Lin Haofan took great pains to repeatedly exhort. Chapter 173, Mo Qianshue leaves. To be honest, Lin Haofan was really worried. However, since Qianshue wanted to go, there was no way he could tie her up and not let her go. He, Lin Haofan, couldn't do such a despotic thing. All he could do was to clear all the obstacles for her to go over there and come back in peace. That's what competent fairy couples do. Hearing this, Mo Qianshue looked at Lin Haofan with gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, husband. If you run into any danger, don't try to be brave and summon me immediately. You must know that you are not only doing this for yourself, but also for me and the child." "Okay, husband," Mo Qianshue responded, a determined light flashing in her eyes. In the next few days, Mo Qianshue began to prepare for her trip to the Lingyun Immortal Sect in a tight schedule. She carefully organized her clothes one by one, folded them neatly, and put them in the package. He also took out his magic weapons one by one and carefully wiped them down, scrutinizing them for any damages to ensure that they would be able to exert maximum power at the critical moment. On top of that, she also specifically sought out those well-informed disciples of the Xianyuan sect to inquire about the latest news in the immortal cultivation world today, to learn about the dynamics of the various sects as well as some of the newly emerged dangerous areas. Lin Haofan, on the other hand, took time to accompany Mo Qianshue while dealing with the affairs of the sect. He looked at Mo Qianshue's busy figure. His heart was both worried and reluctant. He couldn't wait to immediately leave behind the Xianyuan sect and follow Mo Qianshue, but looking at the Xianyuan sect's disciples, their eyes were full of trust in themselves. Lin Haofan couldn't be ruthless again. Nowadays, the Xianyuan sect is in a state of disarray. He really can't take half a step away from it. Thinking of this, Lin Haofan was again incomparably nostalgic for the carefree life he had lived alone before. "You can go wherever you want, You are free, and life is so much more enjoyable, which is as stifling as it is today. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not choose to take over this mess from the Xianyuan sect. Whoever wants to take it, take it. Anyway, he, Lin Haofan, won't be able to pick it up, can't pick it up a little bit. Finally, it was the day Mo Qianxue was to depart. It was a sunny day with a blue cloudless sky. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect had spontaneously come to see them off, and they stood in 2 rows, neat and orderly. Lin Haofan personally sent Mo Qianxue outside the mountain gate. Shi Yuki, take care of yourself along the way. Lin Haofan looked at Mo Qianxue, the concern in his eyes did not seem fake. Mo Qianxue nodded her head slightly, tears of emotion flashing in her eyes. Husband, you must also take care of yourself. When Nui Nui comes over, you must bring her over to me. Well, you'll be back early once things are cleared up on your end. Lin Haofan once again admonished. Well, after saying that, Mo Qianxue turned around, lightly riding her sword, transforming into a ray of light, and flew in the direction of the Ling Yun mortal sect. After Mo Qianxue left, Lin Haofan returned to the clan and immediately devoted himself to subconscious cultivation, while at the same time handling the clan's affairs more attentively. After the Xianyuan sect's affairs were taken care of, he could go find Mo Qianxue, and at this moment, Mo Qianxue was riding a flying sword, flying quickly in the sky. She looked at the vast and boundless sky in front of her. The thoughts in her mind were like a jumbled mess with 1,000 thoughts. She didn't know what kind of complicated and tricky situation she would face when she returned to the Ling Yun mortal sect, but she had a firm belief in her heart that she must figure out the mystery of her birth. At the same time, she also wanted to give Yisui another chance, hoping to make him hang back and turn back to the shore. She was also constantly attached to Lin Haofan and the child, thinking of resolving things soon and returning to them. Mo Qianxue flew for several days and finally saw the familiar mountain gate of the Ling Yun mortal sect from afar. That mountain gate stood there quietly, like a silent guardian. The moment she saw it, Mo Qianxue's heart surged with an emotion that was complicated to the extreme. There was nostalgia, sadness, and a hint of nervousness. She took a deep breath and slowly landed in front of the mountain gate. Stand still. Who are you? Why did you trespass into the Ling Yun mortal sect without authorization? When the disciple guarding the gate saw the sudden appearance of Mo Qianxue, he immediately stepped forward vigilantly and blocked her path. Mo Qianxue looked at the young disciple in front of her and said softly, I am Mo Qianxue, a former elder of the Ling Yun mortal sect. When the guarding disciple heard Mo Qianxue's name, his face instantly became very surprised. You are Elder Mo Qianxue? But, isn't the elder already? A faint smile appeared on Mo Qianxue's face. I had a great life and survived. Please go in and inform. Just say that I'm back. The disciple guarding the gate hesitated for a short while. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. Then he nodded heavily and said, Okay, please wait for a moment, Elder. After saying that, he turned around and quickly ran inside the sect. Mo Qianxue quietly stood in front of the mountain gate and waited, her heart both nervous and expectant. There was no telling what kind of awkward, complicated scene it would be when he saw Yisui again later. She also thought of Lin Haofan and Nan Nan, and silently thought in her heart that she must resolve things here as soon as possible and return to them. After a while, the gatekeeper disciple hurriedly ran back. Elder Mo. The patriarch has an invitation. Mo Qianxue nodded, and with a steady pace, followed the gatekeeper disciple into the Ling Yun mortal sect. Along the way, looking at the familiar scenery around her, those once incomparably familiar flowers, plants, trees and pavilions, she was overwhelmed with emotion. It had been her warm home, where she had spent countless days and nights and made countless memories. But today, everything is different and so much has changed. Arriving at the patriarch's hall, Mo Qianxue saw Yisui sitting in the patriarch's seat at a glance. Yisui's face changed slightly when he saw Mo Qianxue walk in, but he quickly returned to that cold expression. Elder Mo, you're surprisingly still alive, Yisui said in a flat, light tone. Not a trace of emotion could be heard in that voice. Mo Qianxue looked at Yisui. A complex glint flashed in her eyes. There was disappointment, pain, and a hint of expectation. Yisui, I'm back. Yisui let out a slight sneer, and there was a hint of mockery in that smile. What are you doing back here? Do you still want to take back the position that belongs to you? Mo Qianxue gently shook her head, her eyes full of sincerity. I came back just to figure out something that has been bothering me. Yisui, I really want to know, why did you become the way you are now? Yisui frowned slightly. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly covered by indifference. What I have become is none of your business. Since you have left the Ling Yun mortal sect, you shouldn't come back. There is no place for you here anymore. Mo Qianxue looked at Yisui, and a stabbing pain ran through her heart, as if she had been viciously stabbed by a sharp dagger. Chapter 174, Arriving at the Ling Yun mortal sect. Yisui, I'm back. Mo Qianxue looked straight into Isue's eyes above her. Mo Qianxue's voice was calm but with a hint of questioning. Isue sneered. What are you still coming back for now? This Ling Yun immortal sect has long since ceased to be what it was when you left. I thought you and Lin Haofan were double-crossing, Isue said in a conspiratorial manner. Mo Qianxue frowned and said slowly. Lin Haofan is Lin Haofan. Don't confuse me with him. The reason I came back this time was to try to figure out one thing. That is, why did the once incomparably kind Isue turn into what he is today? Why did he collude with the evil honor of the spectral prison? And, also set me up. Set me up for death. Mo Qianxue said that she really didn't understand. Isue's body stiffened slightly when he heard the name of the spectral prison evil demon, but soon regained his composure. Elder Mo, there are some things you don't understand. Everything I do is for the future of the Ling Yun immortal sect. For the Ling Yun immortal sect? What good can come from you colluding with the evil vassal of the spectral prison? Is this what you claimed? That everything is for the Ling Yun immortal sect? Saying that, Mo Qianxue looked around. Mo Qianxue's eyes were filled with disappointment. Do you realize how many innocent people have been implicated by what you have done? Isue avoided Mo Qianxue's gaze and said after a moment of silence, this is a necessary means. Only then will the Ling Yun immortal sect be able to gain a foothold in this weak and strong cultivation world. Mo Qianxue understood in her heart that Isue was blinded by power and ambition, but she remained undeterred and continued to ask, then why did you set me up? I'm dedicated to the clan. What exactly did I do wrong? Isue's face changed slightly, and his tone was a bit impatient. Elder Mo, you should not mention the past anymore. Now that I am the patriarch, my decision cannot be questioned. Let's not involve the Ling Yun immortal sect in the feud between the two of us. It's not like I forced you to make the sacrifice in the first place. Everything was of your own free will. What do you mean by coming to me now? Isue slumped back in his chair with his hands, looking like you can't help it. Just as Isue had said, when Mo Qianxue had decided to make the sacrifice, it was all her own decision. No one had forced her. At most, Isue had added to the conversation in front of her, talking about the benefits of the sacrifice and the difficulties the sect was currently experiencing. Ha. Yeah, you're right. No one really forced me in the first place. Mo Qianxue wanted to applaud Isue's performance. How did Isue become so shameless after not seeing him for hundreds of years? In a war of words, she couldn't speak to Isue, because she didn't have any evidence in her hands of collusion between Isue and the evil honor of the spectral prison. Mo Qianxue looked at Isue, her heart growing sadder and sadder. Is this the kind-hearted Isue she brought back? How could she not recognize Isue? Mo Qianxue was about to continue to pursue the question. There was a cacophony of voices from outside the great hall, and the sound of disorganized footsteps. It looks like there should be a large group of people heading this way. It turned out to be the disciples of the Ling Yun immortal sect who had heard the news of Mo Qianxue's return and had rushed over. Fairy Mo has really returned. Yes, back then, Fairy Mo was kind to us, the disciples murmured excitedly. Within moments, the great hall was filled with people. When they saw Mo Qianxue, their eyes were filled with joy and cordiality, and they gathered around to chat with her. Fairy Mo, where have you been all these years? We all miss you so much. A young female disciple pulled Mo Qianxue's hand, tears shining in her eyes. Yes, Fairy Mo, so many things have happened in the clan during your absence. Another male disciple said. Mo Qianxue looked at these once familiar faces and a warm current surged in her heart. She smiled as she responded to each of the disciples' greetings and patiently answered their questions. Fortunately, these disciples have not changed. They have not been corrupted by power. It's still the same as it was before. These disciples made Mo Qianxue feel doubly close. These disciples were also part of Mo Qianxue's motivation to keep coming back. During the conversation with the disciples, Mo Qianxue felt their sincere affection for him. This also made her even more determined to uncover the truth and save the Ling Yun immortal sect. Isue sat on the patriarch's seat and watched the scene, his face becoming increasingly ugly. Over the years, he had made many efforts to consolidate his position in the sect, but in the hearts of these disciples, it seemed that they would always only remember Mo Qianxue. Isue's heart was breaking into pieces. He felt like his efforts over the years had been ignored completely. Isue's heart was filled with resentment and jealousy. He looked at Mo Qianxue, who was in the limelight in the crowd, and a more sinister plan quietly sprouted in his mind. Mo Qianxue looked at the enthusiastic disciples around her, and a sudden impulse surged in her heart. She wanted to poke through Isue's true colors in front of everyone, and make his collusion with the evil exalt of the spectral prison known to the public. She was just about to open her mouth, but she snapped back to her senses and quickly swept her gaze over the surrounding disciples. In today's Ling Yun immortal sect, Isue only had his hand in the sky, and under his long-term control, the disciples trusted his words. Though for now, these disciples trusted her. but the disciples' trust in her was based on Isue's leadership. If she suddenly revealed these shocking secrets, the disciples would most likely think that she was maligning Isue. After all, over the years, what the disciples had seen was Isue's busy figure as the sect master in the affairs of the sect, and what they had heard was his various plans for the development of the sect. And with his own sudden return after disappearing for many years, it was really difficult to make the disciples immediately change their views on Isue with just a few words. If they don't get it right, the disciples will still have a bad impression of themselves and think that they are a person with evil intentions. This time, he also came back to take away Isue's position as patriarch. At that time, it would not be good to leave an image of powermongering and dictatorship in the minds of these disciples. Thinking of this, Mo Qianxue could only force down the anger and eagerness in her heart, secretly sighed, and swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Just as the crowd was having a good conversation, Mo Qianxue suddenly remembered Immortal Cloud Crane. Immortal Cloud Crane was her and Isue's highly respected master. It was also the former patriarch of the Lingyun Immortal sect. At one time, he had also promised that this next patriarch would be none other than Mo Qianxue. He had high hopes for Mo Qianxue. I also don't know. After her sacrifice, how is Cloud Crane Immortal Father? Is it very sad? After all, it is his own disciple that he has cultivated. Mo Qianxue wondered in her heart why she hadn't been able to see the Cloud Crane Immortal Sovereign, so she opened her mouth and asked, Isue, where is Immortal Cloud Crane now? I've been back for so long without seeing his old man. When Isue heard the name of Immortal Cloud Crane, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across his face and his eyes flickered a little. Chapter 175, Discovering the End. Yunha Xianzuan He has recently been in seclusion to recuperate and is not in a position to see guests. How perceptive Mo Qianxue was. The very next second Isue opened his mouth. She then noticed Isue's abnormality and had a hidden guess in her heart. She suspected that Immortal Cloud Crane was afraid that he had met an untimely end, and was by no means in seclusion and recuperating, as Isue had said. However, Mo Qianxue did not show any skepticism and only said lightly, so that's how it is. I hope Immortal Emperor Yunha will come out soon. I still want to ask his old man some questions. Isue nodded with forced composure, but his heart was a little uneasy. He was worried that Mo Qianxue would find out the truth about Yunha Xianzuan, so he secretly decided to speed up his plans and not let Mo Qianxue ruin his good deed. Mo Qianxue didn't move on the surface and continued to talk with the disciples, but in his heart, he was calculating how to find the whereabouts of Immortal Cloud Crane. She knew that this matter could not be rushed, or else she would alert the snakes, and Cloud Crane Immortal Dignity was afraid that it would be even more dangerous. She decided to stay in the Lingyun Immortal sect first and investigate in secret. In fact, regarding the whereabouts of the Cloud Crane Immortal Father, Mo Qianxue and Lin Haofan had been communicating with their voice transmission skills. Haofan, do you think Master is really practicing in seclusion? I think the probability is no. He should have been imprisoned by Isue. Well, right, from what I know of the Master, it is absolutely impossible for him to be in closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years and not come out all the time. I guess your Master should have discovered something, that's why he was imprisoned by Isue. Lin Haofan calmly analyzed. Mo Qianxue felt that this speculation was very likely, which was why she deliberately asked about Immortal Cloud Crane in front of Isue to observe his reaction. Nowadays, it seemed that Lin Haofan's speculation was probably true. With that, Mo Qianxue stayed in the Lingyun Immortal sect. She decided to spend time with the disciples and learn about the changes in the sect over the years from them, while secretly keeping an eye on Isue's every move, looking for clues to free Immortal Emperor Yunha. Isue was also aware of Mo Qianxue's movements, and he arranged for some of his beloved disciples to secretly monitor Mo Qianxue to prevent her from discovering his secret. At the same time, he accelerated his plans, trying to fulfill his ambitions before Mo Qianxue could make a move. Isue's every move was under Lin Haofan's surveillance. Previously, Lin Haofan had had a head-to-head encounter with Isue. At that time, Lin Haofan detected Isue's ambition. In order to gain timely access to Isue's plans and prevent him from being unfavorable to Mo Qianxue, Lin Haofan took advantage of the gap between the collision of the two spells and unmovingly condensed a special spiritual energy. This spiritual energy carried his unique imprint and quietly struck Isue's body. This spell was extremely secretive. As long as Isue had bad thoughts about Mo Qianxue in his mind, Lin Haofan would be able to sense it in the first place. The thought of turning against Mo Qianxue had just arisen in Isue's mind. The instant this thought flashed by, the heart of Lin Haofan, who was far away in the Xianyuan sect, violently moved. At this moment, he was dealing with the affairs of the sect when the pen in his hand suddenly lurched and his face changed slightly. Lin Haofan immediately realized that Isue's side was afraid that there were unfavorable moves against Mo Qianxue. Lin Haofan frowned. Immediately he contacted Mo Qianxue through the sound transmission skill. Qianxue, have you arrived at the Lingyun Immortal sect? Aha, I just got here. You must be careful of Yi Sui. His mind is not right. He has already started plotting in his mind how to get rid of you at this moment. You must be careful. Lin Haofan's voice was slightly anxious. Mo Qianxue on this side nodded and did not look deeper into why Lin Haofan, who was thousands of miles away, would know Yi Sui's mental activities. I know la. I will be careful. You don't have to worry about me. By the way, how is the Xianyuan sect doing these days? All the best. Aha. That's fine. I'll be right back after I take care of this side of things. Mo Qianxue received Lin Haofan's voice transmission and her heart flinched. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, she knew that Lin Haofan would never issue such a reminder for no reason. Thus, while talking with the disciples, she continued to smile on the surface, but in her heart, she was always alert to Yi Sui's movements. At this time, Yi Sui was blissfully unaware that his mind had been detected by Lin Haofan. He looked at Mo Qianxue, a trace of imperceptible viciousness flashed in his eyes, calculating how to implement his plan. Afterwards, when Mo Qianxue asked about the whereabouts of the Cloud Crane Immortal Duke, Yi Sui's heart became more and more uneasy, and he became more and more determined to speed up his plans. Just as he was once again plotting in his mind how to deal with Mo Qianxue, Lin Haofan once again felt that strange fluctuation. Lin Haofan's heart was burning with anxiety, and while he accelerated the affairs in hand, he kept in close contact with Mo Qianxue through the voice transmission skill, trying to surmise Yi Sui's next move from her description. One day, Mo Qianxue was walking in the garden of the sect. She met an elder who used to be on good terms with her. Seeing no one around, this elder quietly pulled Mo Qianxue aside and said with a nervous expression, "Fairy Mo, you came back at a bad time. Ever since that brat Yi Sui became the sect leader, he has been acting more and more misbehaved, and now he is even colluding with the evil Dao, and the whole sect dares to speak out in anger." Mo Qianxue's heart tightened and asked in a low voice, "Elder, do you know anything about Immortal Cloud Crane? I always feel that Yi Sui is hiding something from me." The elder sighed heavily and lowered his voice. "Immortal Cloud Crane hasn't shown his face for hundreds of years, and I haven't seen him since the last great battle." So it's not like you guys haven't seen him since I disappeared? Yes, since that big battle, the disciples of the Lingyun Immortal sect have never seen him again. When Immortal Cloud Crane issued orders, he also notified us all through Yi Sui, including making Yi Sui the acting patriarch as well. Interesting. Yi Sui still really in the Lingyun Immortal sect? Only hands cover the sky not? Mo Qianxue snorted out lightly. Why hadn't she seen it before? What about Yi Sui's ambition? So much time has passed, and you guys didn't suspect anything? Mo Qianxue was incredulous. We all suspect that Immortal Cloud Crane was imprisoned by Yi Sui. Where would anyone heal their wounds for so long? Alas, now the Lingyun Immortal sect is his Yi Sui say-so, and we also dare to be angry. The current Lingyun Immortal sect had long since ceased to be the clear-cut sect of a few hundred years ago. Today's Lingyun Immortal sect could only be described as pandemonium. Then do you know why Immortal Cloud Crane was imprisoned? If it was just for the sake of being a patriarch, there was absolutely no need for Yi Sui to go this far, choosing to collaborate with the evil exalt of the underworld. What was the difference between collaborating with him and seeking the skin of a tiger? She was sure Yi Sui wasn't that stupid. Chapter 176, Finding the Patriarch. Besides, according to that situation at the time, the position of patriarch was something that only he, Yi Sui, was capable of handling. Could it be that he has something else to hide? Do you know where the patriarch is being held? Hearing that her master was imprisoned, Mo Qianxue looked very anxious. I also heard it by chance. It seems that Immortal Cloud Crane has evidence of collusion between Yi Sui and the evil faction, and that's why he was imprisoned by Yi Sui under a pretext. Where exactly he's imprisoned, I'm not sure. Mo Qianxue was furious in her heart, but she still held back her emotions and said, "Thank you for informing me, Elder. I will handle this matter carefully. I will never let the Lingyun Immortal sect be destroyed in Yi Sui's hands." This damned Yi Sui had actually imprisoned Immortal Cloud Crane. Outrageous, really outrageous. After bidding farewell to the elders, Mo Qianxue became even more determined to save Immortal Emperor Yunhe. She told this news to Lin Haofan through her voice transmission skill, and Lin Haofan said that he would find a way to come and support him as soon as possible. During the days waiting for Lin Haofan to arrive, Mo Qianxue continued to look for clues in the sect. She realized that Yi Sui had been frequenting the clan's Forbidden Land during this period of time, and there seemed to be some secret hidden there. Mo Qianxue decided to venture out to the Forbidden Land to find out what was going on. At night, the bright moon was in the sky. Mo Qianxue avoided the patrolling disciples and quietly walked towards the Forbidden Land. The area around the Forbidden Land was covered with prohibitions, and Mo Qianxue carefully cracked them for fear of triggering the alarms. After much effort, she finally entered the Forbidden Place. An eerie aura permeated the Forbidden Land as Mo Qianxue cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, she heard a faint moaning sound. Following the direction of the sound, she discovered a figure imprisoned in a cage, none other than Immortal Cloud Crane. Immortal Emperor Yunha, Mo Qianxue called out softly. When Immortal Cloud Crane heard the voice, he slowly raised his head and saw Mo Qianxue. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Mo girl, is it really you? Mo girl, I'm not mistaken. Is it really you? You're really alive. That's great. You're still alive? I knew that you would come to my rescue. In the expectant eyes of Immortal Cloud Crane, Mo Qianxue walked forward and attempted to open the cage, only to find that the cage had a powerful prohibition imposed by Yi Sui. Immortal Emperor, don't worry, I will definitely save you from getting out. What the hell is going on here? Why is Yi Sui imprisoning you? Immortal Cloud Crane said with a bitter smile. I found out his secret. Secret? Mo Qianxue asked with an anxious face. It's been hundreds of years. How come Master is still so good at selling out? But he's really in a hurry. Can you still talk about it? The secret of our Lingyun immortal sect's defeat in battle hundreds of years ago. It was him who colluded with the evil faction hundreds of years ago that we lost the battle, and let you sacrifice your body. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I actually showed the layout map to Yi Sui. How could I have never thought that he would show it to the evil faction's people? Immortal Cloud Crane had a pained look on his face, raising a white-eyed wolf. Talking about him and Mo Qianxue, Yi Sui's betrayal is confirmed. At this moment, the anger in Mo Qianxue's heart reached its peak. However, she still whispered to comfort Immortal Emperor Yunha. Master, hold on a little longer. I'll think of a way to get you out. Just as Mo Qianxue was about to try to break the forbidden system again, she suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from outside. With a shock in her heart, she knew that it was Yi Sui's men who had come. She quickly ducked aside and held her breath. Yi Sui walked into the forbidden area with a few of his beloved disciples and arrived in front of the cage. Immortal Cloud Crane, how are you doing here? Yi Sui said with a cold smile. Immortal Cloud Crane glared angrily. Yi Sui, you treacherous disciple, doing such treasonous things, sooner or later you'll get your retribution. Yi Sui's face sank. Humph, when I finish my plan, all of this immortal cultivation world will be under my control. Who can do anything to me? Mo Qianxue hid in the shadows, her heart anxious. She knew that she couldn't act rashly now, otherwise not only would she not be able to save Immortal Cloud Crane, she would also expose herself. All she could do was bide her time and look for rescue. Yi Sui stayed in the Forbidden Land for a while before leaving with his disciples. Mo Qianxue walked out from her hiding place and tried to break the prohibition once again, but was still unsuccessful. She told Lin Haofan about the situation through her voice transmission skill, and Lin Haofan said that he would come as soon as possible. The next day, Mo Qianxue moved around the sect as usual, secretly keeping an eye on Yi Sui's movements. Yi Sui seemed to have sensed something, and his surveillance of Mo Qianxue became even tighter. Mo Qianxue knew that time was running out. She had to come up with a way to save Immortal Cloud Crane as soon as possible. Just when Mo Qianxue was feeling a bit helpless, she suddenly remembered a special method of utilizing spiritual energy that Lin Haofan had taught her during her recuperation in the Xianyuan sect. She decided to try to use this method to break the ban on the cage. At night, Mo Qianxue once again came to the Forbidden Land. She quieted her mind and operated her spiritual energy, following the method taught by Lin Haofan, injecting it into the cage's prohibition. At first, the prohibition did not respond, but Mo Qianxue did not give up and continued to increase the output of spiritual energy. Finally, the ban began to loosen. Mo Qianxue's heart rejoiced as she continued to work hard. After some difficult attempts, the prohibition on the cage was finally broken. Yunhe respected being free. He looked at Mo Qianxue gratefully. Girl Mo, thanks to you. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll have to die of old age here. Mo Qianxue supported Immortal Emperor Yunhe and said, Master, let's just get out of here and find a safe place. Just as they were about to leave the Forbidden Land, they suddenly heard a shout of murder from outside. Mo Qianxue's heart was startled. Could it be that Yi Sui had discovered them? Mo Qianxue, how dare you break into the Immortal Sect's Forbidden Land? Yi Sui glared angrily at Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue snorted coldly. Yi Sui, you colluded with the evil Dao and imprisoned Senior. What you did is beyond the pale of heaven. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and teach you a good lesson. With that, Mo Qianxue cast a spell and attacked Yi Sui. Yi Sui wasn't willing to show weakness and quickly battled with Mo Qianxue. The two of them fought fiercely as they went back and forth, their spells glowing interlaced. Immortal Cloud Crane stood on the side, cheering for Mo Qianxue in his heart. In the battle, Mo Qianxue gradually gained the upper hand. His strength was already stronger than Yi Sui's, plus his heart was extremely angry at what Yi Sui had done, and he struck out without mercy. In the end, Yi Sui was defeated by Mo Qianxue and fell to the ground. Yi Sui, what do you have to say now? Mo Qianxue coldly looked at Yi Sui. Yi Sui's eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he had completely failed. am not willing. Everything I did was for the Lingyun immortal sect. Mo Qianxue stepped forward and said, Yi Sui, you are wrong. Truly for the sake of the Lingyun immortal sect, you should be guarding its justice and dignity, not colluding with the evil path and harming the innocent. Isue lowered his head and stopped speaking. Chapter 177, The provocations keep coming. The Xianyuan sect was able to overwhelm the crowd in the sect competition. This should have been a great joyous event that made the disciples of the Xianyuan sect feel like raising their eyebrows and enjoying their victory. But what everyone didn't expect was that with the victory came all sorts of troubles that made the disciples of the Xianyuan sect so upset that they couldn't cope with it at all. Once the news of the Xianyuan sect's rare victory spread, it then drew the curiosity of the other clans. Those other clans that had performed mediocrely in the competition were guilty of muttering in their hearts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard for them to believe that the Xianyuan sect, whose status was getting worse by the day and whose strength was declining crazily, would be able to have such an eye-catching performance in the sect competition. After the match ended, their curiosity towards the Xianyuan sect was even more piqued. They were truly curious as to how exactly the Xianyuan sect had managed to raise their strength to such an impressive level in such a short period of time. Most importantly, they were really curious about Lin Haofan's identity. It didn't make sense that it shouldn't be. Someone as powerful as Lin Haofan had already broken through the heavenly Dao realm. There was this figure in the immortal cultivation world. There was no way they wouldn't know about it. As it turned out, the truth was that not only did they not know about Lin Haofan's existence, but they were also robbed by the Xianyuan sect's people. They didn't even dare to think about how powerful their clan would be if Lin Haofan was their patriarch. The more the other clans thought about it, the angrier they became, and jealousy made their faces hateful. Gradually, they became more and more unbalanced in their hearts. No way, they are both second-rate sects. Why are they so lucky that Xianyuan sect has Lin Haofan to help them? The Xianyuan sect wanted to leave them behind and ascend alone? That was absolutely impossible. The Xianyuan sect wanted to shut their doors and cultivate and improve themselves without fear? That was also absolutely impossible. You have to work hard to improve yourself when everyone else is doing just fine? Have you ever thought about the feelings of the people around you? As a result, quite a few clans that were disgruntled sent out their men and horses to aggressively rush towards the Xianyuan sect. They said that they were here to discuss exchanges with the Xianyuan sect, but in reality, they were just coming to the door to pick a fight. For a time, the Xianyuan sect's mountain gate was surrounded, and these uninvited guests shouted loudly outside the gate. All sorts of shady things were said. Some of them shouted at the top of their voices, "Ha ha ha, your Xianyuan sect didn't just win a sect competition. What's the big deal? Right, you guys just won one competition and you think you've successfully ascended? Who gave you guys that confidence? CHCHCH changes. In fact, your entire Xianyuan sect, except for Patriarch Lin Haofan who can fight, the others are all just wastes. Your Xianyuan sect is really lucky. It's obvious that you're wasteful to death, but as a result, you've ended up with a powerful sect leader. Isn't it true that we'll soon be relying on Lin Haofan to ascend? We, the sect disciples, still have to rely on our own bitter cultivation. TSK. I have some moments when I am really envious of your Xianyuan sect's disciples. How is it that you're so lucky? You guys tell me, where can I go to find such a thick thigh like Lin Haofan to hug? That's right, there's also, how can we hug in order to hold our thighs steady? Over the years, we have been working hard on our cultivation, and our knowledge in this area is really lacking. So you guys understand. After all, we disciples of the underworld sword sect are not as idle as your Xianyuan sect, and we still have the mind to delve into these crooked ways. The crowd was talking, and all kinds of yin and yang just didn't stop. Within the words, none of them were not disparaging their Xianyuan sect in all sorts of ways. Don't you guys talk nonsense there. I think you guys just can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. What? You're so envious of our Xianyuan sect that you're dying of envy, right? Can't wait to snatch Patriarch Lin over and make him your own patriarch, right? Ha ha ha. Pity, I've disappointed you all. Patriarch Lin is the patriarch of our Xianyuan sect. As far as that second-rate sect of your underworld sword sect is concerned, Patriarch Lin he really doesn't see it. I see you guys. If you have the heart to sour us here, you might as well go back and cultivate diligently, and maybe Patriarch Lin will even look at you a few more times. Yeah, even if you guys are just more sour, Patriarch Lin won't give you a second glance. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect weren't just buns to be pinched and rolled. Facing the unkind words of the underworld sword sect, they chose to unceremoniously dislike them right back. Although they were angry and anxious in their hearts, they hardened their hearts and disliked them back. It was fine to talk about their Xianyuan sect, but it was resolutely impossible to talk about their Lin patriarch. Patriarch Lin was their bottom line. Recently, it had been busy for the disciples of the Xianyuan sect, while they had to be constantly vigilant against the provocations of these outsiders to prevent the conflict from escalating. they also had to seize the time to cultivate and not fall behind in their homework. These people are too much. A young disciple clenched his fists and said with a face full of anger, "We worked so hard to win at the tournament, and they come around questioning it and acting like they want to fight. Yes, but we can't lose the face of the Xianyuan sect. We have to guard the mountain gate." Another disciple chimed in, determination in his eyes. These days, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect were having an extremely difficult time. The disciples who were responsible for guarding the mountain gate had their eyes wide open at all times, not daring to slack off in the slightest, always on guard against those who were looking for trouble suddenly rushing in. And within the sect, the other disciples could only try to meditate and cultivate in the noisy environment. Some disciples were interrupted by the shouting and cursing outside while practicing, and they were so angry that they stomped their feet, but they could do nothing about it. There were also disciples who, in order to avoid the hustle and bustle, chose to run to the remote corners of the sect's backyard to find a quiet place to continue their cultivation. In this chaotic situation, Lin Haofan was exceptionally calm. As early as when the match was won, Lin Haofan had anticipated today's scene. People's hearts were all complicated, and he knew in his heart that these people who came to the door to find fault were merely jealous of the rise of the Xianyuan sect, and so they wanted to suppress them by causing trouble, so that the disciples of the Xianyuan sect would not be able to cultivate in peace. However, Lin Haofan was also clear in his heart that the most important thing for the Xianyuan sect at this time was to solve their own problems and improve their strength. Only in this way could one gain a foothold in the immortal cultivation world. Therefore, for these provocations, Lin Haofan chose to ignore them for the time being, and focused his mind on sect reform. Lin Haofan traveled around in the Xianyuan sect, communicating with the disciples, and soon discovered the many flaws that existed within the sect. Among them, the point that the position of elder was hereditary caused him a particular headache. In the Xianyuan sect, the position of elder was actually passed down from one generation to the next, and as long as one was born into a specific family, one would have the opportunity to become an elder, not at all depending on one's strength and contribution. That's a pretty unreasonable rule. Wasn't this disheartening to those young disciples who had worked hard to cultivate? Chapter 178, Stalemate. After a long time, they will feel that no matter how hard they try to cultivate, they can't compare to those who have family backgrounds, and gradually lose the motivation to cultivate. How's this? Lin Haofan frowned and said with a serious face, I finally know why the strength of the Xianyuan sect keeps slipping. So this is the root cause. No way. This system must be abolished. If this continues, sooner or later, the Xianyuan sect will be dragged down by this rotten system. Saying that he would do it, Lin Haofan thundered and immediately summoned all the elders to gather in the great hall. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Haofan loudly announced the decision to abolish the hereditary system of elders. This news came out, causing those present to be directly petrified on the spot. Lin Haofan's words were like a heavy bomb, instantly causing an uproar amongst the elders. The elders looked as different as a palette of colors. The reaction of the elders had long been expected by Lin Haofan. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Haofan was calm as he sat on the chair directly in front of him. The face was so expressionless that one could not tell what he was thinking. Seeing that Lin Haofan was determined to abolish the elder hereditary system, these elders at the bottom were completely unable to sit still. No, absolutely not. How can this be? I strongly disagree. A white-haired elder, whose face was red with anger, fiercely stood up and roared. The hereditary system of elders has been passed down in our Xianyuan sect for so many years. How can it be abolished just like that? You are breaking the rules set by our ancestors. What you're doing is trying to put our Xianyuan sect to death. That's right. Our family has been guarding the Xianyuan sect for generations, and we've just become qualified to serve as elders. So why should we change it now? This is not fair. I don't agree with the abolition. Another newly appointed elder followed suit and chimed in, quite emotional. In order to become this elder, hell knows how long he had worked hard. See, it's almost time for a good life. As a result, Lin Haofan abolished it as soon as he came up? How can this be? Rarely was his Lin Haofan's strength quite impressive. It was all because of him that the Xianyuan sect had won the tournament and raised their eyebrows properly. But the bottom line is the bottom line, and this is determined not to be broken. And the hereditary system of elders is their bottom line. The elders expressed their dissatisfaction with each other, and the conference room was in an uproar. The scene was chaotic as some people slapped tables and others stood up and argued loudly. Lin Haofan listened quietly, waiting for everyone to quiet down a bit before he slowly opened his mouth. Elders, times are changing, and the Xianyuan sect must make changes if they want to gain a foothold in this competitive immortal cultivation world. The hereditary system of elders has caused the sect to lose its vitality, and the talents of many young disciples have been buried. The Xianyuan sect will only have a future if only those who can do so can live in it. Lin Haofan patiently and bitterly said, today's meeting, let's stop here for now. You all go back and think about it. We'll discuss this matter afterward. However, I, Lin Haofan, put my words here, abolishing the hereditary system of elders. I'm bound and determined to do it. 1 week. It must be done. Dismissed. The elders couldn't listen to Lin Haofan's words at all, and they continued to express their strong protests. Not only that, some elders were secretly bad-mouthing the situation, expressing their dissatisfaction with practical actions. They deliberately made things difficult for those disciples who supported the reform, not providing them with cultivation resources, and even antagonizing them at every turn on some important matters in an attempt to impede the advancement of the reform. There was an elder who was in charge of the distribution of the clan's spiritual valleys, so he intentionally deducted the share of disciples who supported the reforms, resulting in insufficient replenishment of spiritual energy for these disciples when they cultivated. There were also elders who deliberately set up obstacles when disciples carried out sect missions, making the missions much more difficult as a way to discourage disciples from reforming. Lin Haofan saw all of this resistance in his eyes. Those elders who made bad things happen. Lin Haofan also kept it in his mind. The day the hereditary system of elders was abolished was also the beginning of their bad luck. The reason why Lin Haofan hadn't abolished the elder hereditary system right off the bat was also because he wanted to see the reactions and attitudes of these people, and use this to expel those who didn't listen. Out. Leave those who are obedient at your disposal. Otherwise, with his Lin Haofan skills, if reasoning doesn't work, direct suppression by force is also possible. Those people are just as submissive. Finally, it was the day to close the nets. Lin Haofan had seen everyone's actions these days. He decided to pull out his own strong-arm tactics and give the recalcitrants a piece of his mind. Let them know who is the most powerful person in this Xian Yuan sect. On this day, several elders who had led the opposition to the reform were again discussing privately how to sabotage the reform. Just as they were talking, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and it turned out to be Lin Haofan. "What do you want?" an elder asked with a gloomy face. Lin Haofan didn't answer him and just looked at them coldly. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Haofan's eyes. "I've already given you guys a chance, but you're still obsessed and unrepentant. It's not my fault now. Today, I'll use my strength to show you all who actually calls the shots in this Xian Yuan sect. I, Lin Haofan, put my words here. Reform is imperative." Just after the words were said, Lin Haofan's body instantly erupted with powerful spiritual energy, and the air around him shook. The faces of several elders changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Haofan to suddenly strike at them. They had seen Lin Haofan's strength before. Who could beat him? Lin Haofan. What a sin. Why does this kid fight all the time? Can't you sit down and talk it out? Why this extreme? Before they could react, Lin Haofan had already struck out. Lin Haofan's figure flashed like a black lightning bolt, only arriving in front of one of the elders in a flash. Lin Haofan raised his hand at the elder's face and threw a punch. This punch looked plain and simple, but it contained a huge amount of power within it. That elder was simply too late to dodge, and was directly sent flying by a punch, hitting the wall so hard that the wall was knocked out of a human-shaped depression. This, Lin Haofan, you come for real? The other elders looked at this scene in horror. How could they have never imagined that Lin Haofan would actually strike at them? They were fellow disciples. Is Lin Haofan really not talking about the friendship of his fellow disciples? Lin Haofan didn't give them a chance to catch their breath and continued to attack the other elders. Lin Haofan directly performed a set of boxing techniques. Every move and every style was fierce and incomparable. With a whistling sound of wind, the great hall was suddenly bustling with activity. Facing Lin Haofan's attack, the elders didn't surrender directly. After all, there were still quite a few disciples at the scene. How humiliating it would be if they just surrendered. How could they convince the public in the future? Chapter 179, Successful Repeal. The elders sacrificed their own magic treasures in an attempt to fend off Lin Haofan's attacks. However, in front of Lin Haofan's powerful strength, these magic treasures were like paper mache and were shattered. Some elders took out their spirit weapon shields that they had treasured for many years and tried to block Lin Haofan's attack, but they were directly smashed to pieces by his punch. There were also elders who drove their flying swords to stab at Lin Haofan, only to have their flying swords shattered into pieces by the spiritual energy he exuded before they could even get close. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Haofan also cast spells from time to time. He quickly made seals with both hands and mouthed the words, only to see a dazzling light flash by, and countless sword chi flew out from his hands like sharp blades, shooting towards the elders. The elders were so scared that they dodged in all directions, and their bodies were also cut by the sword chi that struck them, and blood flowed out. Some elders reacted a little slower, and their arms were cut by the sword chi, and blood immediately gushed out, causing him to scream in pain. There were also elders who were struck in the leg by the sword chi and directly fell to the ground, unable to move. After a fierce battle, several elders were beaten to death and fell to the ground, losing their ability to resist. They looked at Lin Haofan standing in front of them. their eyes filled with fear and despair. It wasn't good for the sovereign to be too strong. They couldn't beat them even if they were united. Now, are you still against reform? Lin Haofan looked condescendingly at the several elders on the ground and asked coldly. The elders looked at each other, then lowered their heads with a helpless expression. They knew that in front of Lin Haofan's absolute strength, resistance no longer had any meaning. Talk instead. Lin Haofan drank coldly. He was most annoyed with people ignoring his words. No objection. Aha! No objections. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I'm for it. As the news spread, there was an uproar within the Xian Yuan sect, but the ordinary disciples reacted with cheers. In the Xian Yuan sect's martial arts arena, a group of young disciples gathered around and were excitedly discussing something with their hands in the air. Upon closer examination, it says exactly what it says about the abolition of the hereditary system of elders. Patriarch Lin is so powerful, he abolished this hereditary system as soon as he arrived. A thin disciple with a red face waved his arms excitedly, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. I've long been displeased with this hereditary system. Those children of the elders' family, relying on their origins, don't cultivate much to be in a high position, and we're working our asses off, but we don't have much of a chance. If it wasn't for Patriarch Lin coming, I would have given up cultivating long ago, because this is just meaningless as hell. No matter how hard I try, I'm just a junior disciple. A slightly taller disciple next to him nodded his head vigorously, his eyes glittering. That's right. I don't know how much effort I've put into fighting for more cultivation resources, but it turns out that people are born with them. This is great. Patriarch Lin has given us hope. That's right. From now on we can move up on our own. A female disciple clenched her hands into fists with a longing face. I'm going to cultivate even harder and strive to get good grades in the examination to contribute more to the sect. Patriarch Lin is truly wise. This is truly for the sake of our ordinary disciples. Another disciple lamented. In the past, we had complaints in our hearts, but we didn't know what to do, so we could only worry in secret. As soon as Patriarch Lin came, he solved the problem. It's marvelous. Right. From today onwards, we must cultivate properly and not let down Patriarch Lin's intentions. Everyone agreed, their eyes full of anticipation for the future, and their admiration for Lin Haofan reached new heights. On the other hand, a few disciples of the elder clan were gathered in the corner, looking forlorn. One of the disciples, who was dressed in gorgeous attire, frowned with a tangled face. Once this hereditary system is abolished, our family's advantage will be gone. In the future, if you want to become an elder, you'll have to rely on real skill, which is much harder. Yeah, I always thought that by relying on my family, I could have a smooth road ahead, and now it's all changed. The other disciple hung his head, frustration in his voice, but Patriarch Lin did this for the good of the clan. A more composed-looking disciple analyzed rationally, although his tone was somewhat helpless. The hereditary system has indeed made the sect devoid of vigor, and in the long run, the Xianyuan sect might go into decline. That's true, but the advantage our family has had for so many years is gone all of a sudden, and it's always a bit uncomfortable in the heart. The first disciple to speak sighed. I don't even know how to face the elders in my family now. They must be lost too. We can't blindly oppose it. Sect leader Lin's decision must have been well thought out. The composed disciple continued. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for us, urging us to cultivate well and stand firm in the sect based on our strength. But I still feel empty in my heart. For a moment I really don't know whether to support or oppose. A disciple muttered in a small voice, his eyes filled with confusion. They were torn up inside as you spoke and I spoke, both feeling lost at the loss of the family's hereditary advantage, but also understanding that Lin Haofan's decision might be for the long-term development of the Xianyuan sect. In the midst of these conflicting emotions, they looked towards the center of the martial arts arena. At this moment, Lin Haofan was talking to the ordinary disciples, and that confident and calm appearance caused a trace of complexity to rise in their hearts. This reform, for the Xianyuan sect, is a brand new start. For them, the disciples of the elder family, is also a major turn in the path of life, the future road, how to go. They are still in a daze to explore. Once the news was announced, Lin Haofan began to implement reforms in a drastic manner. He took a page from modern thinking and opened up the KPI assessment method. From then on, the position of elder no longer depended on hereditary succession, but was based on the strength, contribution and performance of each disciple. Every year, disciples were subjected to a rigorous examination, and those with excellent performance could be promoted, while those who were lazy and weak would be demoted or even eliminated. At first, the disciples were a bit uncomfortable with this brand new way of assessment, but soon, they realized the benefits. Disciples who cultivated hard and actively contributed to the sect would not only receive more cultivation resources, but would also be recognized and respected by everyone. As a result, a positive and upward trend quietly emerged in the Xianyuan sect. disciples have been scrambling to cultivate and strive to improve their strength. The entire sect has fallen into a state of involution. Under the impetus of the reforms, the affairs of the Xianyuan sect gradually got on track and developed better and better. Chapter 180, Xianyuan's Joy. In the midst of Lin Haofan's worrying planning and efforts throughout the day, the Xianyuan sect was rampaging within the immortal cultivation world with an unstoppable trend. A particularly noticeable change is the scene of prosperity presented by the spiritual fields and mines. As long as there were people who had seen the Xianyuan sect's spirit fields and spirit mines, there was no one who didn't loudly praise Lin Haofan's greatness, especially those disciples of the Xianyuan sect. They were the ones who had personally experienced the whole thing, and the Xianyuan sect's previous dismal light was still fresh in their minds. Stepping into spirit rice is like being in a dreamy wonderland. The slender leaves of the spiritual rice sway gently under the caress of the breeze, and from time to time they make a rustling sound. The sound was the rattling of rice ears colliding with the breeze. It sounds delightful. The most surprising thing is the grain on the spirit rice. The grains on each spiritual rice plant were so full that it was almost exaggerated. Under the sunlight, it shimmers with a mesmerizing luster that is mouth-watering. The aroma of the spiritual rice grains circled over the entire spiritual field and was slow to dissipate. It makes everyone who walks here feel refreshed and immersed in the aroma of the grains. The biggest change is in the spirit garden. Previously, the Xianyuan sect's spiritual plantation had long been deserted. At that time, the disciples of the Xianyuan sect spent their entire day worrying about their cultivation progress, and they simply didn't have the leisure to take care of the sect's spiritual plantation. After a long time, the spiritual plantation naturally fell into disuse. Nowadays, their days were considered to be better. Now they also had the leisure to take care of those flowers and plants in the spiritual plantation. The spirit plantation is colorful and resembles a brilliant and colorful painting. All sorts of spiritual flowers and exotic plants were competing for color, appearing unusually delicate. The spiritual flowers were as red as the flaming clouds in the sky, with crystal-clear dewdrops hanging on their petals. Under the refraction of the sun, it radiates a translucent color, like an eye-catching pearl. Spirit fruits also hung heavy on the branches. The fist-sized purple spirit fruit exuded a rich and mellow fruit fragrance. The passing disciples were attracted to look sideways, unconsciously swallowing saliva in their throats, itching to directly pick the fruit and eat it. Whenever this happened, the warning of the eldest senior brother would ring in their heads. No one can pick the fruit outside. That's reserved for sect leader Lin. Patriarch Lin has helped our Xianyuan sect so much. We can't even deny him a little fruit. The disciples in charge of the spiritual field affairs were shuttling back and forth on the field mounds. Their bodies were unusually tired, but their moods were quite pleasant. The tools in their hands were skillfully turned up and down among the spiritual plants, and those superfluous side branches were carefully cut off by them. This was what Patriarch Lin had told them, that only by cutting the excess branches and leaves could the spirit plant better absorb the nutrients. It was no wonder that the spiritual plants they had planted before had not yielded a good harvest. Surprisingly, that's why. It was the first time they knew that spiritual plants had to be pruned. This reform of Patriarch Lin is too godly. In the past, where was the yield of our spiritual fields so high? Now the quality of this spiritual rice. At a glance, we can tell that it contains even more spiritual energy. A young spiritual field disciple had fine, crystalline beads of sweat hanging on his forehead. As he carefully harvested the spirit rice, he said to his companion beside him with excitement and thrill. The scythe in his hand made a slight brushing sound as it gently cut through the stalks. It's the joyous sound of a good harvest. Yes, and these spiritual plants, tending to them according to Bishop Lin Zong's method, have grown much faster than before, and their aura is more abundant. Patriarch Lin is truly a god. Is there anything in this world that he doesn't know? I don't think so. He must know everything. My companion was also full of smiles. He gently stroked the petals of a spirit flower, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising, revealing his inner joy and anticipation. On the other hand, over at the spirit mine, it was likewise a busy scene of fervor and vigor. A steady stream of newly mined ore is being shipped out of the mines. These ores gave off a brilliant and dazzling light under the sunlight. Once the ore was transported to the refining field, the craftsmen began to operate various tools to refine the ore. The spirit crystals extracted from it were not only substantially increased in quantity, but also of superior quality. Each piece contained powerful and majestic spiritual energy. When you hold it in your hand, you can still clearly feel its raging power. In the past, our spirit mining efficiency was low, and the quality of the ore was still unstable, but now it's really different. An elder in charge of spirit mine management stroked his beard and said with an emotional expression, "The new mining techniques and management model introduced by Patriarch Lin has caused the output of the spirit mines to multiply several times." The eyes of the elders were filled with admiration and praise for Lin Haofan, as well as firm confidence in the future of the sect. Yes, it's all thanks to Patriarch Lin. I believe that our Xianyuan sect will definitely get better and better under the leadership of Patriarch Lin and become the #1 sect in the immortal cultivation world.
That's definitely possible. I think it's only a matter of time.
The surrounding disciples nodded their heads, their eyes filled with reverence for Lin Haofan and confidence in the future. They gathered around the elder with confident smiles on their faces.
At this moment, in the distant Lingyun immortal sect, Mo Qianshue's fight wasn't over yet. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Yi Sui's strength had still grown quite a bit. Just when Mo Qianshue thought she had successfully defeated Yi Sui rose from the ground again. Mo Qianshue stared at Yi Sui on the opposite side of the room, laughing coldly in her heart. Looking at Yi Sui like this, it wasn't hard for her to guess that Yi Sui had indeed colluded with the people of the evil faction. This Yi Sui in front of him had long since ceased to be the Yi Sui from before. Mo Qianshue and Yi Sui stood opposite each other. Yi Sui had been working in a lopsided manner and secretly colluding with the evil honor of the spectral prison ever since. The whole person seems to be possessed by a dark demon and undergoes a drastic and terrible change. His heart changes drastically, becoming selfish, greedy and cruel, and he will do anything and everything for the sake of power. Yi Sui's eyes were all filled with madness and greed. He has been consumed by darkness in his soul. Now only desire burns. Mo Qianshue was well aware of the seriousness of the situation. He couldn't be allowed to continue his misdeeds, or else the Lingyun immortal sect and even the entire immortal cultivation world would be plunged into an abyss of doom. She had to do everything she could to stop this madman in front of her. Yi Sui, you've gone too far. Turn back. Mo Qianshue's brows were furrowed, and her voice all carried an unspeakable sorrow. If you stop now, I can still spare your life. You can't beat me. Although you have practiced evil sect spells, you are still too young to escape from my hands. Yi Sui, you stop. For the sake of the love we two once had, I can spare your life. Chapter 181, Yi Sui collapses. Mo Qianshue looked at her former fellow disciples with mixed feelings in her heart. She really didn't know what was going on, leaving the once innocent and kind-hearted teenager with a heart of justice on such a path of no return. In this regard, Mo Qianshue felt incomparably pained and sorry. Obviously Yi Sui was such a talented and hard-working immortal cultivator. That's not how he was supposed to end up. Hearing Mo Qianshue's words, Yi Sui directly laughed out coldly, using his actual actions to show that he wasn't buying it at all. Ha ha ha. Mo Qianshue, do you want to hear what the hell you're talking about yourself? You can just coax a child with that. You're a fairy from a famous family. What can you understand? You have no idea how much effort I've put in and how many blank stares I've suffered in order to climb up to where I am today. Mo Qianshue, you don't understand at all. On what basis do you, with a light sentence, want me to give up, turn back? Ha ha ha. There's no turning back for me. Yi Sui let out a cold laugh. That laugh sounded rather oozing, causing Mo Qianshue to shiver. Today, it's either you or me. As soon as Yi Sui's words fell, the two of them struck out at the same time. Mo Qianshue executed the Lingyun immortal sect's unique technique. She flew around in the air with a light stance, yet she carried a stern and compelling aura, forcing Yi Sui to retreat back and forth. He was on the verge of not being able to stand. The spiritual light in Mo Qianshue's hand shot towards Yi Sui like lightning. The light traced a brilliant and eye-catching trajectory in the air, as if it was a firework blooming in the sky. Yi Sui wasn't willing to show weakness either, as he had fused the evil feats of the spectral prison Evil Exalt. A weird and eerie aura was emanating from all over his body. At this moment, Yi Sui was like a demon crawling out of hell. He was surrounded by a black mist all around him. Yi Sui changed his previous way of striking. Now his moves were sinister and bizarre. Each strike carried a black mist that attempted to devour Mo Qianshue's spiritual energy, and that mist seemed to hide the wails of countless unjust souls. The two fought back and forth, and the battle quickly reached a white-hot stage. The air around them seemed to be ignited by the powerful spiritual energy, making crackling sounds like burning flames. There was also a crack in the ground, as if the earth was about to be torn apart. The surrounding trees were also knocked to the ground by the powerful impact of the spiritual energy, and some were even uprooted, making the scene a mess. Suddenly, Yi Sui saw a break and executed a vicious move. His palm transformed into a black sharp claw, with a whistling wind sound, like a black lightning, grabbing towards Mo Qianshue. Mo Qianshue couldn't dodge and was knocked to the ground. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth, which looked particularly harsh on her clean white clothes. When Yi Sui saw this, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, as if he was as ferocious as a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Success or failure is at stake. Yi Sui decided to let go of the evil spells taught to him by the evil honor of the spectral prison as he mouthed the words. For a while, the surrounding light quickly dissipated and the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. It was as if they had entered a dark hell. Mo Qianshue looked around, and she realized that gusts of black mist had been born around her. These black mists surrounded her. Mo Qianshue gasped for air. What was going on? Why did she feel like she was about to lose her breath? Ho ho ho! the terror of the black mist was much more than that. Ho ho ho! Surprisingly, there were also the hissing sounds of wild beasts coming out from it, causing Mo Qianxue to develop a chill. It's so weird. It's really too weird. Mo Qianxue was startled in her heart and immediately wanted to get up and resist. However, she realized that her body seemed to be a bit out of control. The evil spells that Isue had made seemed to be eating away at her body and soul. Mo Qianxue keenly felt that her power was being drawn out a little by Isue at the moment. Just as Isue's attack was about to land on Mo Qianxue, snap! A ray of light flashed through the void, and Lin Haofan appeared like a divine warrior. He was dressed in a basalt-colored robe and held a long sword, which was still flashing with a cold light. The long sword in Lin Haofan's hand swung, and the powerful spiritual energy instantly deflected Isue's fatal blow. The two sides collided in the air with a loud bang. Bang! The reaction was so violent that it shook the air around them. Chi Yuki, are you okay? Lin Haofan pulled Mo Qianxue on the ground up with one hand, scanned it from top to bottom. Seeing that Mo Qianxue was not injured, Lin Haofan relaxed with the naked eye, and even let out a long breath. I'm fine, why are you here all of a sudden? Mo Qianxue shook Lin Haofan back. A warm current surged in her heart, and she also smiled with a sweet face. I'm just so worried about you. Lin Haofan sighed as he sensed that Mo Qianxue was in danger. Then he came over immediately. Mo Qianxue, you really have a good life. Before you had the Mo family, now you're relying on Lin Haofan. How do people like you know the pain we bottom feeders go through to climb up? Seeing Lin Haofan come over, Isue completely broke his defense. The scene where he was dominated by Lin Haofan before, he couldn't even forget it now. Although, during this period of time, he was frantically cultivating, for the sake of being able to defeat Lin Haofan, but he's still very self-aware. With him, it was simply a fool's errand to think of defeating Lin Haofan, who had already broken through the heavenly Dao realm. However, Isue was not someone who liked to back down. Now he has come this far. Say anything, he won't give up. He's going to put up a fight. With Lin Haofan's support, Mo Qianxue immediately launched a counterattack. She and Lin Haofan worked well together, one attacking and one defending. Mo Qianxue executed powerful spells, constantly attacking Isue's cracks, each strike carrying a powerful spiritual force, as if she wanted to defeat Isue completely, while Lin Haofan used his powerful spiritual energy to protect her against Isue's counterattacks. His figure was always following Mo Qianxue around so that he could relieve her in time. With the two working closely together, they gradually gained the upper hand. Isue quickly couldn't resist under the two men's attacks. A fresh wound appeared on his body, and blood soon stained his clothes red. The look of despair on Isue's face became more and more obvious. The person on the other side is Lin Haofan. How could he possibly beat that? Isue's heart gave birth to infinite sadness, and he actually began to pray that Lin Haofan would give himself a pain in the ass. Only Lin Haofan, whose expression was always light, seemed to have no intention of making a move. He just watched Mo Qianxue and Isue fight against each other. Lin Haofan's mind was also simple. In the end, this matter was after all a grudge between Mo Qianxue and Isue. This was Mo Qianxue's knot in her heart, and she still needed to untie it herself. Chapter 182, The End of the Battle. It wouldn't be good for him to intervene in the end. The entanglement between Mo Qianxue and Isue is still for Qianxue to deal with on her own. Only in this way can she untie her heart. Most importantly, he believed in Chiyuki's ability. It's the kind of thing she'll be able to handle. Eventually, Isue was knocked to the ground, dying. Mo Qianxue looked at Isue, who was lying on the ground, and her heart was torn with mixed feelings. At one time, she had high hopes for this senior brother that she had personally brought back. He was also taught with great care. He couldn't wait to pour out his full strength and teach him the knowledge and techniques of immortal cultivation. He gave all the various rare magic weapons he had saved to Isue, but never thought he would become what he is today. Mo Qianxue's hard work was rewarded with Isue's backstabbing. Now, she was completely disappointed in Isue. Chi Yuki, don't be soft anymore, you can do it. He has himself to blame for all this. Immortal Cloud Crane's cool voice came from the distance. To this disciple, he had already been merciful. For the sake of the future of the Lingyun Immortal sect, he couldn't afford to be soft anymore. Under the instructions of Immortal Cloud Crane, Mo Qianxue finally decided to be ruthless. With a big hand, he struck out spiritual power, completely ending Isue's life. The moment the spirit power struck Isue, her heart was filled with helplessness and sadness. Afterwards, Mo Qianxue rescued the imprisoned Yunhe Xianzuan, in order to get the Lingyun Immortal sect back on track as soon as possible. Mo Qianxue decided to immediately convene all the disciples to open a general meeting. To all the disciples, to declare the true nature of Isue. At the site of the conference, the disciples were gathered together, and they stood densely filled the entire square.
The crowd of disciples came together to mingle and talk, their voices echoing over the square like buzzing flies. Elder Mo Qianxue has suddenly returned, and I don't know what exactly she wants to do. A disciple close to Yi Sui said with a frown, his eyes filled with doubt and caution. Yes, no news for so many years, now suddenly come back, can't be trying to seize the power, right? Another disciple chimed in, a hint of skepticism on his face. Maybe there's some kind of unspeakable conflict between her and Patriarch Yi Sui. Another disciple whispered, his voice like a mosquito buzzing, afraid of being heard by others. Just then, Mo Qianxue slowly walked up to the stage. She looked at the disciples below the stage with a calm expression, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. However, the disciples still didn't stop talking. Instead, they became even louder. Mo Qianxue listened quietly for a moment, then spoke. Disciples, I know that you have many questions about me, but I want to tell you all that Yi Sui has been killed by me. The entire room was shocked at this statement. The crowd froze at first, their brains going blank. After they came back to their senses, they all began to loudly accuse Mo Qianxue, throwing what Mo Qianxue had done for them all out the window. All sorts of questioning ensued. Mo Qianxue on the stage, despite being prepared, was stunned for a few seconds by this scene. She looked at those on the stage, constantly questioning her disciples. For the first time in his life, he regretted his sacrifice. Is this the clan that you will protect even if you risk your life? What do these people have that's worth guarding for him? Ha! One or two of them are as stupid as pigs, so we should let the evil emperor of the spectral prison take them all away. What gives you the right to kill the patriarch? An impulsive disciple shouted loudly and even made a move to rush onto the stage. His face filled with anger and his eyes seemed to be spewing out fire. Mo Qianxue, are you trying to destroy our Lingyun immortal sect? Mo Qianxue, don't rely on your status within the Lingyun immortal sect and do wrong. This is long gone from the Lingyun immortal sect of a few hundred years ago. Yes, even if Patriarch Yi Sui has done something wrong, it's not your turn to dispose of him. The other disciples followed and chimed in, their voices converging together like a raging tide, madly surging towards Mo Qianxue, threatening to engulf her in the next second. Mo Qianxue looked at the crowd's reaction and felt another hard moment in her heart. She remembered that she had once sacrificed herself for the sake of the clan. It was such a difficult and painful experience, but now these disciples were so distrustful of her. But she also understood that so much time had passed, and the Lingyun immortal sect had replaced one batch of people after another, and it was understandable that they would react this way as they had no feelings for themselves. There was both aggravation and a hint of relief in her heart. He betrayed the Lingyun immortal sect and colluded with the evil faction. Nonsense! Patriarchy even led us to fight against demonic cultivators a few days ago. Before the disciples' words fell, 3 sword lights were already aiming straight at Mo Qianxue's face from different directions. Mo Qianxue didn't move. The sword chi hit the invisible barrier 3 feet away from her, bursting into a bit of starburst. The 3 who struck stumbled back, knocking over the incense burner. As the green smoke rose, she saw countless angry faces. Why should I believe you? The square-faced disciple's hand holding the sword was shaking. Elder Yi was already the acting patriarch when we were initiated. That's it. Someone in the crowd shouted. Last month, when the demonic cultivator sneaked up on the mountain gate, it was still Elder Yi who led the men to repel it. Just when the scene was about to get out of hand, there was a coughing sound in the distance. Cough cough cough. I can testify. The crowd looked over in search of the sound, only to see that the visitor was actually the long-missing Cloud Crane Immortal. Under the gaze of the crowd, Immortal Cloud Crane slowly walked out. The disciples were quiet when they saw Immortal Emperor Yunha, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Immortal Cloud Crane swept a circle of the crowd, then slowly opened his mouth, telling the whole story of how Yi Sui had colluded with the pure prison Evil Zune, doing whatever he could for power, imprisoning himself, and how Mo Qianxue had come back to stop Yi Sui. Yi Sui used the 9 specters lock to trap me at the bottom of a cold pool and claimed to the public that I was in seclusion. The old man raised his hand and lifted his sleeve, revealing deep, bone-deep strangulation marks on his wrist. Thanks to Girl Qianxue and Patriarch Lin breaking the prohibition, it's what brought me back to the light. His voice was steady and powerful, echoing over the square like a flood bell, every word clearly reaching the ears of the disciples. As the disciples listened to Immortal Cloud Crane, the expressions on their faces gradually changed from shock to guilt. They then realized how wrong they had been. Their eyes were filled with remorse and self-reproach, as if they couldn't wait to turn back the clock and take back the words they had said before. So that's how it is. We were wrong about Elder Mo. The impulsive disciple from before said with a face full of shame, his head lowered almost to the ground, not daring to look directly into Mo Qianxue's eyes. Yes, Elder Mo went out of her way to confront Yi Sui for the sake of the clan, yet we still suspect her. The other disciples also lowered their heads and apologized to Mo Qianxue. Chapter 183, Settling Accounts in Autumn. Although Yi Sui was dead,
The mess he left behind really gave Mo Qianxue a headache. Yisui was right. In the hundreds of years that he had been in power, the important positions within the Lingyun immortal sect had long since been replaced by his own people. These people are extremely well hidden and at the same time occupy a very important position. If she wanted to uproot these people, Mo Qianxue would really have to put in some effort to do so. The purge of the Lingyun immortal sect was imperative, and in order to return to Lin Haofan's side as soon as possible, she had to speed up her actions. Mo Qianxue wore a white dress and walked towards the council hall. She'd already thought of a solution. Mo Qianxue clutched the roster in her hand that recorded the large and small affairs of the clan. This roster will be the key to her breakthrough. At the moment, this roster also carried the fate of the entire Lingyun immortal sect. Mo Qianxue walked to the front of the large hall with a serious expression as she swept her eyes over the crowd one by one. It was a shocking sight to watch those in attendance. Fearing that the next person Mo Qianxue would clean up would be himself. Snap! Mo Qianxue had a cold face as she raised her hand and slapped the roster heavily on the case. A loud pop echoed through the empty hall. The voice made those present shiver. Almost at the same instant, 12 ice cones coalesced and molded without warning from Mo Qianxue's surrounding spiritual energy, slowly hovering at the top of the hall. The ice cones were crystal clear, emitting a bone-chilling coldness, and the tip of each cone reflected an elder's face that was as white as paper. Where have the elders seen this scene before? Their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes were filled with terror, and fine beads of sweat broke out on their foreheads. Elder Mo, what do you mean by that? Why are you doing this to us? Did we do something wrong? Yes, the elders asked with their necks straining, an old face reddened by the commotion. Their elders, surprisingly being threatened by Mo Qianxue in front of so many disciples. Mo Qianxue's actions really made them unable to get down. How were they going to establish themselves in front of those disciples after that? Mo Qianxue didn't answer the crowd's questions. Continuing with a cold face, he asked, who was the one who had a private meeting with the evil cultivator in the back of the mountain 7 days ago? With that, she tapped her fingertips lightly on one of the names on the roster. With this action, an ice pick instantly projected light. The light and shadows gradually became clearer, presenting a shocking picture. Only on the screen, Elder Wang looked flustered as he handed the jade slip containing the disciple roster to a black-robed man. When the black-robed man received the jade sketch, the blood-colored spider pattern that was inadvertently revealed on his sleeve was clearly visible, and the pattern resembled a hideous demon, exuding an evil aura. This blood-colored spider tattoo is the mark of someone from an evil sect. Although the black-robed man's true face could not be seen clearly, his true identity was clear at this moment. The black-robed man is from the evil faction. The face of Elder Lu, who was named, instantly turned iron blue, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly stormed up, his body flashing as he quickly rushed towards Mo Qianxue. At the same time, the cold light in his sleeve flashed, 3 bone-penetrating nails like 3 black lightning, shooting towards the vitals of Mo Qianxue's throat. The bone-penetrating nail cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Shoo shoo shoo. Wherever the bone-penetrating nail passed through, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a whistling sound. However, Mo Qianxue didn't even raise her eyelids in the face of this sudden attack. Her expression was calm, and her spiritual energy surged around her. Those 12 ice cones looked like they were being pulled by some mysterious force. Instantly changing direction, it shot towards Elder Lu. In the blink of an eye, the ice pick precisely penetrated Elder Wang's limbs and meridians. Aha! Elder Wang let out a miserable scream of pain. In the next second, the body lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Blood gurgled from his limbs, spreading out on the cold ground. Right at the moment when Elder Wang fell to the ground, Immortal Cloud Crane made a timely move. The immortal binding rope in his hand drew a graceful arc in the air. Immediately, Elder Wang was tied up in a knot. Elder Wang was directly bundled into a large dumpling. Mo Qianxue, you let go of me. You guys get off me. Seeing that the matter was revealed, Elder Wang stopped pretending. Straight away, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Elder Wang couldn't see the coffin as he kept rolling on the ground. In response, Mo Qianxue didn't stop him and just let him flip. When the crowd saw that Mo Qianxue hadn't even spoken, they naturally didn't dare to go up and do anything. As a result, Elder Wang just rolled all the way down the steps, finally letting out a dull crash and completely fainting. Anyone else want to try? Mo Qianxue's gaze was like a torch as she coldly swept over the remaining elders. The remaining elders lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes, and their bodies trembled slightly from fear. Outside the temple, there came the sound of neat and powerful footsteps. Not long after, 30 disciples wearing Xian iron swords appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Their stance was upright, their eyes determined, and they quickly blocked the exit. These people were lent to her by Lin Haofan to support her. If you don't say, Lin Haofan is awesome. Surprisingly, he had already anticipated this layer, and knowing that she needed people to come to the Lingyun immortal sect, he chose his elites to accompany her here early on. Otherwise, just by herself, if she wanted to make a big overhaul in the Lingyun immortal sect, she was still nearly on fire. The arrival of the Xianyuan sect's disciples gave Mo Qianshui great courage and gave her something to fall back on in this clearance campaign. This kicked off the clearance operation. Mo Qianshui led the disciples of the Xianyuan sect to investigate every corner of the sect and every disciple in great detail. They went through a large number of volumes and visited countless disciples, not sparing a single suspicious clue. It was found out that nearly more than 50 disciples were involved with evil cultivators, and these disciples were cleared out one by Mo Qianshui. The end that awaited them would be to be permanently removed from the Lingyun immortal sect. The disciple who was found out was pale and remorseful. There were also 8 elders who were found to have colluded with evil cultivators as well. Instead, they were imprisoned in the cold ice prison. Inside the cold ice prison, the cold air was piercing to the bone, and the surrounding walls emitted an icy aura. These betrayers will pay a heavy price for what they have done in this dark place. When the last clearance order was posted on the clan notice board, the entire Lingyun immortal sect was immersed in a grave atmosphere. Is this purge campaign finally over? Will the Lingyun immortal sect finally be able to restore the peace of the past? In the Lingyun immortal sect's medicinal field, the newly planted pure heart lotus happened to have its first flower. The white petals were gently swaying in the breeze, emitting a faint fragrance, as if they were drawing a successful conclusion to this difficult clearing operation, and heralding the new beginning that was about to come to the Lingyun immortal sect. Mo Qianshui stood at the edge of the medicinal field, looking at the blooming pure heart lotus. A smile appeared on her face after a long time. It was finally over, and she could finally return to Lin Haofan.